My name is Lin Yufan, and in the orphanage, I had 7 sisters, each of whom was incredibly beautiful. They always stayed close to me, and would say that when they grew up, they wanted to marry me. Back then, I was just a child and didn't understand what it meant, but I was happy, dreaming that one day I could marry all 7 of them. However, that happiness didn't last long. I was kidnapped by criminals and sold to a trafficker. They took me to the mountains, where I was forced to learn martial arts under the guidance of an old master. This old man was harsh and relentless, pushing me to exhaustion every day, teaching me not only martial arts but also other strange skills. I became a master, but not by choice. I never wanted this fate. All I truly wanted was to return to my sisters and reconnect with them. After 15 long years, I finally escaped the mountains and returned to Nanjian, determined to find my sisters. The first thing I did was go to where our orphanage used to be, but I discovered that it had been torn down long ago. The locals told me that the old director of the orphanage, Lu Ziwei, could be found at a company called Xion. I immediately went there, hoping to find my sisters through him. When I arrived at the office, I saw security guards beating Lu Ziwei. My anger flared up. Using all the skills I had been taught over the years, I easily stopped the guards and forced them to apologize to the old man. Lu Ziwei barely recognized me, and we started reminiscing about the past. He told me that my 7th sister, Gu Yunxi, had now become a successful businesswoman and was running a huge company. Full of hope, I went up to her office. Memories of our childhood flooded back, and when I saw her, I hugged her from behind, just like I used to do in our childhood, expecting a warm reception. Gu Yunxi, who had just turned around, was completely caught off guard by his sudden action. In her moment of shock, she was pulled into his embrace. Her body stiffened instantly. Seeing that Lin Yufan seemed like he was about to kiss her, Gu Yunxi's brows furrowed. Slap. She swung her hand hard, landing a slap on Lin Yufan's face. You shameless fool. Her voice was cold as ice, and with a swift movement, she aimed a knee strike directly at his groin. Lin Yufan's face twitched in pain, and he quickly let go, sidestepping just in time to avoid the blow. 7th sister, it's me, your brother Lin Yufan. Seeing the coldness and anger on her beautiful face, Lin Yufan quickly spoke up, his tone tinged with a bit of grievance. Back then, when I wouldn't let you kiss me, you cried. Now I'm the one reaching out, and you don't seem happy. Hearing his words, the coldness on Gu Yunxi's face did not diminish in the slightest. In fact, it grew even more intense. Her voice was as cold as frost. Don't ever let me hear the name Lin Yufan come out of your mouth again. It makes me sick. Lin Yufan looked at Gu Yunxi in disbelief. 7th sister, are you serious? Her reaction completely took him by surprise. Even though his actions earlier were a bit inappropriate, this wasn't the response he expected. After 15 years apart, wasn't there even a trace of happiness at seeing him again? But Gu Yunxi's expression remained cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Don't call me 7th sister. You're not worthy. Just tell me, how much money do you want? Her words pierced Lin Yufan's heart like a knife. For 15 years on the mountain, he had always longed for the day he could reunite with his sisters. But now, was he not even allowed to call her 7th sister? Could 15 years really change someone that much? With deep sorrow, he looked into Gu Yunxi's eyes. You think I came here because I found out you're a CEO and want to ask you for money? What else could it be? Gu Yunxi sneered, picked up her wallet from the desk, took out a card, and tossed it at Lin Yufan's feet. Here's 100,000 yuan. Pick it up and get out. As she said this, Lin Yufan kept staring at her eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul, and the emotions in them don't lie. He was desperately hoping to see even a trace of excitement hidden beneath the surface. But there was nothing, not even the faintest hint of emotion. All he saw in Gu Yunxi's eyes was coldness and deep resentment, a look that seemed to wish he would disappear right then and there. You really have changed. Lin Yufan clenched his fists, the pain in his heart overwhelming. It felt like tens of thousands of needles were piercing his heart, making it difficult for him to speak. At that moment, Gu Yunxi delivered yet another blow to his wounded heart. Is that not enough? Thud. Another bank card was thrown, striking Lin Yufan's face. 200,000. Leave. The sting of the card on his face was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. The higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. Lin Yufan took a deep breath, loosened his clenched fists, shoved his hands into his pockets, and turned to walk out of the office. In his pocket, a bag of white rabbit candy was crushed under his fingers. It was Gu Yunxi's favorite treat when they were kids. Back then they didn't have enough money, and could only buy them one piece at a time. Lin Yufan had sworn that one day when he could afford it, he would buy her a whole bag. But now, walking over to a trash can, he took out the candy. As he was about to throw it away, he hesitated, and after a brief pause, he walked into the secretary's office next door and handed the candy to Gu Yunshi's secretary. "Give this to your boss." With that, Lin Yufan left. The candy was just a way to fulfill his old promise. As for love, to hell with it. All those childhood sweethearts and fairy tale stories, they couldn't withstand a mere 15 years apart. Who knew if the other 6 sisters had changed too? If they had, then all his hopes would be truly dashed. Lin Yufan took the elevator down and left Xion Group. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhu Yunfei stared blankly at the crushed bag of white rabbit candy in her hand. Would the boss really want this? After hesitating for a while, she decided to check with Gu Yunxi, just in case. "Boss." Yishu Yunfei knocked on the door. "You're just in time. Find out who that man pretending to be my brother is. I want to know his real intentions." Zhu Yunxi's face remained as cold as ever. In recent years, there were always 1 or 2 people who came pretending to be the long-lost Lin Yufan, trying to get close to her for money or other benefits. But this Lin Yufan was the boldest of them all. He even dared to take liberties with her. He must be tired of living. She would make him pay dearly, just like the others who had tried before. Pretending to be the brother she cherished most was unforgivable. The only thing that puzzled her was that Lin Yufan hadn't taken the bank card with the tracker inside. That needed to be investigated. When Zhu Yunfei heard this, she immediately understood what was going on. With a look of disgust, she spoke. "How disgusting. No wonder he asked me to give this to you." She raised the bag of white rabbit candy, intending to toss it into the office trash bin. "Wait, what did you just say? That candy was from him? You didn't buy it?" For the first time, a change appeared in Gu Yunshi's icy expression. "Of course I didn't buy it. Why would I get something so cheap for you? That candy was given to me by that imposter. He even squeezed it until the wrappers were marked. It's absolutely disgusting. Don't worry, boss, I'll." But Gu Yunxi didn't hear the rest. She rushed forward, snatched the bag of crushed candy from Zhu Yunfei, and ran outside. Her eyes were red, tears welling up. Only Lin Yufan and a few of her sisters knew she loved white rabbit candy. She hadn't eaten a single piece since he was taken away. Because she was waiting. She was waiting for Lin Yufan to come back and buy some for her. But now, she had treated the person she had longed for all these years in such a way. Before the elevator doors were fully open, Gu Yunxi rushed out. Employees in the lobby turned to look. They had never seen Gu Yunxi like this before. Among them was Du Yihan, a young wealthy man who had recently joined Xion Group. "Yunxi," he called out in surprise. Gu Yunxi ignored him and dashed outside. But outside, there was nothing. The figure she was looking for was gone. Tears fell from Gu Yunxi's eyes. "I'm sorry." She bit her lip, crouching down helplessly. Her heart was full of regret. Just then, Du Yihan's voice called out from behind. "Yunxi, what's wrong?" Du Yihan was not only a supplier for Xion Group but also one of Gu Yunxi's suitors. Taking advantage of his position, he often found opportunities to get close to her. Noticing Gu Yunxi's unusual state, his heart filled with anticipation. It's time to finally get her into bed, he thought. Du Yihan's intentions were still unknown to Gu Yunxi. Hearing his footsteps getting closer, she quickly wiped away her tears and stood up. "I'm fine." With that, Gu Yunxi turned her head and headed back into the company, not giving Du Yihan a chance to say a word. "Let's have dinner tonight," he quickly suggested. "No appetite," Gu Yunxi replied coldly as she stepped into the elevator. "If not dinner, then let's go out and have some fun. It's been a while since." Before Du Yihan could finish his sentence, Gu Yunxi pressed the close button, cutting him off. Watching the elevator doors shut on her beautiful face, Du Yihan's expression darkened. "Sooner or later, I'm going to sleep with you," he muttered with a cold snort before walking away. Once back in her office, the first thing Gu Yunxi did was pull up the security footage to get a clear image of Lin Yufan's face. "Use every resource available. I don't care what it costs, you must find him." Gu Yunxi handed the printed photo to Zhu Yunfei. "Yes, ma'am." Yishu Yunfei replied immediately, heading out to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi took out the bag of white rabbit candy that Lin Yufan had left his fingerprints on and stared at it blankly. "You must have been hurting a lot back then, right?" Thinking about Lin Yufan, Gu Yunxi slowly closed her eyes, and tears started to flow again. At the same time, Lin Yufan had met up with Qinju, who drove him to where Lu Ziwei was currently living, a rundown old apartment building. The surroundings weren't ideal, But it was livable. Lin Yufan had come to find out about his other 6 sisters. He didn't believe that they had all changed. As he reached the 3rd floor, he noticed that the door to Lu Ziwei's apartment was ajar. Just as he was wondering about this, a pained cry from Lu Ziwei echoed from inside, followed by a heavy thud. Bang! Lin Yufan's heart sank. In a flash, he rushed into the apartment. He saw a group of young thugs with colorful hair, kicking and punching Lu Ziwei. Blood trickled from Lu Ziwei's mouth. "You're courting death." With a furious shout, Lin Yufan kicked the lead thug, a tattooed man with a floral sleeve, sending him flying 2 meters into the wall. "Boss Dao!" The other thugs cried out in alarm. They turned to Lin Yufan with rage in their eyes. "How dare you attack our boss? You're dead! Get him!" The thugs lunged at Lin Yufan, fists flying toward his face. But just then, Qinju's massive figure appeared in front of them. He spread his arms wide and lunged forward like a tiger. His sturdy arms swung like cleavers, slamming into the charging thugs and sending them flying. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, defeated in seconds. After finishing off the thugs, Qinju stepped back and stood tall behind Lin Yufan like a spear. "Who gave you the guts to come here and bully the old man?" Lin Yufan grabbed Boss Dao by the collar with one hand, lifting him off the ground and bringing him face to face. Boss Dao, seeing his men sprawled across the floor, felt a flicker of fear but still forced himself to speak. "Kid, I'd advise you to stay out of this. Our boss is Brother B.A. This old man owes him over 3 million yuan. If you interfere, Brother B.A. won't let you off." Hearing this, Lu Ziwei struggled to his feet and hurried over to Lin Yufan. "Let him go, Lin Yufan. Brother B.A. is notorious in this area, whatever he says goes. You can't handle him. My life isn't worth much. There's no need to offend Li Tianba for my sake." Seeing the old man enduring his pain, Lin Yufan released his grip and tossed Boss Dao aside. "Smart choice, kid." Boss Dao sneered, thinking that the mention of his boss's name had intimidated Lin Yufan. Ignoring Boss Dao's comment, Lin Yufan turned to Lu Ziwei with a frown. "Grandpa Lu, did you really owe them money?" Lu Ziwei sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. "It was my grandson Lu Wei who owed them money. Half a year ago, when the orphanage was demolished, I received 6 million yuan in compensation as the headmaster. But that money led Liu Wei astray, and he got addicted to gambling. He secretly went to Brother B.A.'s gambling den and played from morning till night. Not only did he lose the compensation money, but he also borrowed 50,000 yuan from Brother B.A., which he eventually lost as well. What a misfortune for our family." Now it was clear to Lin Yufan why Lu Ziwei had gone to Xiong Group earlier. He turned a cold gaze toward Boss Dao. "If it was 50,000 yuan, how did it become 300,000? Are you stupid? Doesn't my boss charge interest? Let me tell you, kid, you have 2 options. Pay us the money right now, and we won't touch you, or get on your knees, apologize, and knock your head on the ground 3 times before crawling away." Boss Dao's eyes were filled with malice. He wasn't about to let that earlier kick slide. Qinju's eyes flashed coldly, and he was about to teach Boss Dao a lesson on how to speak properly. But Lin Yufan raised his hand, signaling him to stop. "Where is your boss? Take me to him." Lu Ziwei was alarmed by this. "Lin Yufan, you can't go. Li Tianba runs rampant in Nanjiang. He's not someone you can just deal with." Lin Yufan smiled. "Don't worry, Grandpa Lu. I'll be fine. Leave this matter to me." Led the way. Boss Dao sneered, "Kid, if you can't pay up later, I'll make you wish you were never born." With that, Boss Dao led the way. After saying a few words to Lu Ziwei, Lin Yufan and Qinju followed. "Call the head of the Nanjiang Martial Arts Academy, and tell him to get over here and meet me." As he followed behind Boss Dao's van, Lin Yufan instructed Qin Yinju, who was in the driver's seat. The Martial Arts Academy oversaw all matters related to combat. Even the underground forces were under its jurisdiction. Lin Yufan was going to hold them accountable. While Lin Yufan was on his way to confront Li Tianba, a piece of news shook Nanjiang City. The usually aloof ice-cold beauty Gu Yunzi of Xiong Group had begun openly searching for a man. Gossip spread like wildfire. Some said Lin Yufan was Gu Yunxi's boy toy. Others seized the opportunity to slander her, claiming she was secretly promiscuous. Some even speculated that this man was the star of the upcoming welcome banquet hosted by the wealthiest families in 5 days, and would marry Gu Yunxi at the event. The internet was ablaze with comments. "My goddess is looking for a man. My heart is shattered. Where is that damn pretty boy? I'm going to find him and shoot him." brothers. Let's track him down and kill him. Lin Yufan had become a lightning rod for public outrage in Nanjiang, with everyone wondering who he was. There was no helping it. Gu Yongxi was just too beautiful. An ice-cold beauty, a CEO who wouldn't want to get close to her. Du Yihan had also heard the news. His face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. Have someone follow that bitch Gu Yongxi. I need to know who this wild man is that she's taken a liking to. Just as Du Yihan was sending people to deal with Lin Yufan, led by Boss Dao, arrived at Li Tianba's gambling den. Tianba Entertainment Club. Brother Pang. I've brought the guy who's here to pay Lu Wei's debt, Boss Dao said respectfully, bowing to a man in a brown suit named Pang Lun inside the club. Pang Lun glanced at Lin Yufan and then at Qinju behind him, waving his arm casually. A man immediately approached with a card reader. Lin Yufan glanced at the people around him and said calmly, "Where is Li Tianba? You're not qualified to see my boss. Swipe your card 3 million, Pang Lun replied indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. Lin Yufan slowly raised his gaze to meet Pang Lun's and said 2 words: no money. At these words, Pang Lun's eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you messing with us? Several burly men closed in. Lin Yufan remained unfazed, glancing at the bustling card tables. I may not have money, but I can win it back, Pang Lun sneered. You don't even have money. What will you use to win? Don't you offer loans here? Lin Yufan said with a faint smile. Pang Lun was about to refuse, but Boss Dao whispered in his ear about Lin Yufan and Qinju's fighting skills and the car they drove. Pang Lun's tone changed immediately. How much do you want to borrow? Not much, just 50,000, like Liu Wei. Pang Lun nodded and had someone bring out 50,000 in chips, flashing a smirk at Lin Yufan. Good luck. He waved his hand. Xiaoju, go entertain our guest. Yes. The dealer, a pretty woman named Xiaoju, smiled sweetly and led Lin Yufan to the gaming area. As the 3 of them walked away, Pang Lun's smirk deepened. The place was rigged to guarantee the house's profit. Winning back 3 million here? Dream on. Prepare 2 slave contracts. Yes, Brother Pang. Pang Lun had agreed to lend the money only because Boss Dao mentioned that Lin Yufan and Qinju had good combat skills, and he was thinking of recruiting them as unpaid muscle. But what Pang Lun didn't know was that Lin Yufan didn't just plan to win back the 3 million, he intended to make Li Tianba lose so much that he would be forced to come out and face him. Lin Yufan chose to play dice. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, his control over force was exceptionally precise. Shaking dice was child's play for him. To put it plainly, it was no different from playing a game with cheats enabled. After listening to a few rolls and confirming the sounds matched the numbers in his head, Lin Yufan smiled at Xiaojiu. This is too small, not interesting enough. Let's make it more exciting. Pick someone, or you and I can go one-on-one, all in every round, just comparing totals. What do you say? Xiaoju's eyes lit up. She wouldn't have been sent by Pang Lun if she wasn't skilled. Lin Yufan's suggestion played right into her hands. Then I humbly accept your challenge. Bring another set of dice. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Gambling against the dealer? That was unheard of, and everyone crowded around to watch. After the second set of dice arrived, Lin Yufan sat down, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and smiled. Let's begin. After you, Mr. Lin, Xiaoju said confidently. The 2 shook their dice cups simultaneously. Since every round was all in, Pang Lun's plan to force Lin Yufan and Qinju into signing the slave contracts required the stakes to reach tens of millions. In the first few rounds, Xiaoju deliberately let Lin Yufan win, which made the onlookers even more excited. Wow! He's even beating the dealer. 5 wins in a row. Amazing, crush her. The atmosphere reached a peak as the crowd cheered, but some experienced gamblers looked at Lin Yufan with pity. If he doesn't stop soon, he'll lose everything. Yeah, every win is just slightly bigger on his side. Xiaojiu is obviously toying with him. Exactly. In the end, he'll lose even his underwear. Listening to the whispers mixed in with the cheers, Lin Yufan smirked. Toying with me? Let's see who's playing whom. As the stakes approached 9 million, Xiaoju smiled. Mr. Lin, now I'm going to get serious. Lin Yufan exhaled a smoke ring and said, Go ahead. The dice cups rattled as the 2 shook them again. Clack. After you, Mr. Lin, Xiaoju said confidently, extending her hand. Based on her experience, she was sure Lin Yufan's dice would show a total of 7, made up of 2 2s and a 3, while hers was 8, just 1 point higher. A guaranteed win. But when Lin Yufan lifted his cup, Xiaoju froze. The 3 dice lay quietly at the bottom of 2, 3, and 4. 9 points. How was that possible? Xiaoju's eyes filled with disbelief. She even started doubting her skills. Miss, aren't you going to reveal yours? Lin Yufan reminded her with a smile. With a bitter expression, Xiaoju lifted the lid. He won again. Meishul, that's 8 million in chips. Incredible. In just a few rounds he turned 50,000 into 16 million. Is he even human? The spectators were stunned. Making money like this? It was like daylight robbery. Sorry. Looks like I won again, Lin Yufan said, taking another drag from his cigarette. Again. Xiaoju gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe that after all her years of experience, she was losing to a newcomer like Lin Yufan. The next round began immediately. Clack. The dice cups were lifted. He won again. 50,000 turned into 32 million. I'm so jealous. The cheers erupted once more. Even the experienced high-stakes gamblers were baffled. This baiting is going too far. Yeah, but 32 million is a huge amount. Xiaoju's face was pale, and her hands were trembling. She had thought she was in control, but now she was losing. I need to go to the restroom, she said, getting up and leaving quickly. She had completely lost control of the game. If she kept losing, it would be 50 million, and she couldn't afford that. Lin Yufan knew exactly what she was up to but continued to smile and smoke, making no effort to stop her. At the bar, Pang Lun saw Xiaoju approach and smiled. How much did you lose? 32 million, Xiaoju answered nervously. Pang Lun's smile widened. Good job. Boss Dao, get the contracts ready and go collect. Yes, Brother Pang. Boss Dao grinned. So, you dared to mess with me? Now I'll make you my lackey. Xiaoju nearly burst into tears. Sorry, Brother Pang. I lost 32 million. What? Pang Lun's face instantly changed. You said you lost 32 million? Pang Lun's face was so dark it looked like a storm cloud. Yes, Xiaoju stammered, trembling. He suggested going all in, one-on-one. At first I followed the usual routine and deliberately lost to him, always rolling 1 point lower each time. But when I was ready to trap him, I was still 1 point short. I don't know why. Trying to trick someone only to find out you were the one being tricked, it was terrifying. Before Xiaoju could finish her explanation. Slap. Pang Lun struck her hard across the face, showing no mercy. Half her face instantly turned red. Useless trash. I've been paying you for years for nothing. Losing 30 million, you must have a death wish. Thud. Xiaoju dropped to her knees in fear. Pang Lun had managed Li Tianba's operations for years, and if he said someone was going to die, it wasn't a joke. I'm sorry, Brother Pang. I didn't mean to. Pang Lun sneered. Show me where that punk is. Yes. Xiaoju scrambled to her feet, leading Pang Lun and his men. Brother Pang is here. Looks like they're bringing out the big guns. No kidding. Brother Pang is the ultimate enforcer. They say he's never lost. That kid's luck is about to run out. Yeah, if he doesn't leave now, losing even one round means owing 30 million. Seeing Pang Lun arrive, the crowd buzzed with speculation, already predicting Lin Yufan's downfall. The seasoned gamblers, too, were confident. In their eyes, Pang Lun was invincible. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan lounged casually in his chair, his expression unchanged. Telling someone who can control the dice that they're going to lose. What a joke. Today, no one could stop him. Miss Xiaoju, did you go to the men's restroom? Why did you bring back a group of men? Lin Yufan joked, taking a drag from his cigarette. The dealer blushed slightly, looking embarrassed. Pang Lun sat down across from him, a faint smile on his lips. She wasn't feeling well, not quite in the right state for the game. So she asked me to come and play with you instead. I hope you don't mind. Anyone is fine. The rules stay the same, Lin Yufan said, exhaling a smoke ring. Mr. Lin, you're straightforward. Pang Lun said with a laugh, then waved his hand. Boss Dao, bring 2 new sets of dice. Let's give Mr. Lin a good game. Yes, Brother Pang. Boss Dao smirked at Lin Yufan before leaving to get the dice. Soon enough, 2 sets of rigged dice were placed in front of Lin Yufan, and Pang Lun held a small remote control. He didn't need to know how to play dice, he didn't even have to try. The remote could make the dice show whatever result he wanted. Let the game begin. Xiaoju resumed her role as the dealer. The dice cups rattled as both men shook them. As soon as the game started, Lin Yufan noticed the dice were different. The sound wasn't the same as before. But he didn't say anything. He could still control his own rolls and predict what numbers Pang Lun had chosen. Clack. Both men placed their cups on the table. Pang Lun began pressing buttons on the remote, adjusting the numbers on his dice to beat Lin Yufan's. Poof! A barely audible sound made Lin Yufan pause, his eyes narrowing dangerously. His dice had changed from a 3-3-4 to a 1-2-3, while Pang Lun's had shifted to 3-4-5, twice as high. And the cups were already down. It was a surefire win for Pang Lun. It was a good trick. Pang Lun smiled slyly. Why don't you open your cup, Mr. Lin? Lin Yufan chuckled, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I started with 0 yuan and won over 30 million from your club. Going first would be a bit inconsiderate. How about we open them together? Pang Lun's smile widened. No problem, Mr. Lin. Let's do it your way. He confidently placed his hand on the cup. The numbers were already set. It didn't matter when he opened the cup, he had already won. He wasn't worried at all. Clack. Lin Yufan slammed his hand down on his dice cup too. The atmosphere grew tense, like two masters facing off, with life and death hanging in the balance. Everyone knew this was the decisive round. There was no way Pang Lun would let Lin Yufan continue winning. 30 million was enough bait to catch a shark. Open. With a loud shout, Lin Yufan and Pang Lun lifted their cups simultaneously. Everyone held their breath. They took a closer look. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing the 1-2-3 in Lin Yufan's cup, Pang Lun grinned. Sorry, Mr. Lin, but you lost this round. Lin Yufan smirked, blowing out a smoke ring. Is that so? Whoa! Why don't you check your own cup? With disdain, Pang Lun glanced down. A mocking thought crossed his mind. Check it? I rigged the remote myself. There's no way I could have lost. But the thought was cut short. He had indeed lost. Inside his dice cup lay not 3-4-5, but 2-2-1. What the hell? Oh? Wasn't there a remote control? Boss Dao and his men were dumbfounded. The crowd erupted into chaos. 1 point, still just 1 point. This guy named Lin is a god. He even took down Brother Pang, who's never lost. 64 million. That's $500 million. This is insane. The crowd was buzzing, faces flushed with excitement. Taking down the club was something they'd all dreamed of, and now Lin Yufan had done it. The seasoned players were left speechless, staring at Lin Yufan like he was a supernatural being. Pang Lun's face grew darker by the second. Finally. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, exploding with rage. You bastard, how dare you cheat? Get him, kill him. He was certain he hadn't pressed the wrong button on the remote. If they really lost 60 million, Li Tianba would kill him. This had to be stopped. Boss Dao rushed to gather the enforcers. But Lin Yufan glanced at Pang Lun with a cold expression. Who's the real cheater here? Don't you know? Other than the final slap on the dice cup that changed Pang Lun's numbers, Lin Yufan hadn't tampered with Xiaoju's rolls at all. Pang Lun's accusation was not only dishonest but also shameless. 10 rounds in a row. And you were always a little ahead. If that's not cheating, then what is? Pang Lun roared. If you don't give me an explanation, you're not leaving this place alive. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. So, it was cheating all along. No wonder he was always winning. Shameless. They should break his hands and legs. Yeah, kill him. Though they admired someone challenging the club, cheating was something the crowd couldn't tolerate. Outside, the sound of footsteps grew louder as the enforcers approached. The atmosphere turned tense, ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Yufan's gaze turned icy. You want an explanation? He picked up a dice with 2 fingers and squeezed it. A layer of white powder drifted down like snowflakes. The solid dice crumbled in his fingers as if it were made of tofu. The crowd gasped. Slap. Lin Yufan slammed his palm down on the table. Is this explanation good enough for you? As he lifted his hand, a small black device lay amidst the white dust. The room burst into an uproar. There was a device in the dice. No wonder we kept losing. The club was rigging the games. Refund us. We want our money back. Yeah, accusing him of cheating when they were the real cheaters. What a disgrace. The crowd was furious, voices filled with outrage. Pang Lun's face went from blue to purple, then white. He hadn't expected his use of technology to be exposed by Lin Yufan. It was like a public execution. If word got out, the club's reputation would be ruined. Boss Dao and the enforcers froze in place, unsure of what to do. Just then, a voice boomed from the back of the crowd. What's everyone standing around for? Are you all waiting to die? The crowd parted like a massive hand had split them open, creating a wide path. At the end of the path stood a group of men, with none other than Li Tianba at the front. Brother BA. Brother BA. As Li Tianba strode forward, everyone bowed their heads in respect wherever he passed. Even Pang Lun, who was always arrogant and bossy with others, acted like a docile lapdog in front of Li Tianba, standing humbly behind him. Brother BA, you're here? Li Tianba didn't even glance at him. He took out a cigar, placed it in his mouth, and someone immediately lit it for him. After taking a puff, Li Tianba spoke calmly. I heard your people lost over 30 million at the club. What happened? Pang Lun's face tightened, and he quickly pointed at Lin Yufan. Brother BA. It was this guy who came to cause trouble. He then whispered the details about using a remote to manipulate the dice, yet still losing to Lin Yufan. Li Tianba glanced at the black device on the table, his eyes narrowing. So, you're the one who wants to mess up my place. Lin Yufan took a drag on his cigarette and tapped his finger on the table. Aren't you going to explain this? Explain? Li Tianba sneered, holding his cigar, and gave a subtle signal to one of his men. The subordinate understood immediately, strutting over to the table and, in full view of everyone, scooped up the black device and the rigged dice. After the items were cleared, he resumed his position behind Li Tianba, who leisurely took another puff and spread his hands toward the now empty table. What exactly do you want me to explain? With nothing left on the table, what was there to explain? Seeing Li Tianba's blatant disregard, the gamblers in the club were enraged. Arrogant? Way too arrogant. Did he really think everyone was too stupid to see what just happened? Li Tianba, don't go too far. Yeah, taking the dice and the device right in front of us, have you no shame? You owe us an explanation. Exactly, we came here to gamble, not to be scammed. Refund us. Give us our money back. The crowd erupted in anger, shouting for their money to be returned. The Tianba Entertainment Club descended into chaos. Li Tianba's expression turned cold as his fierce eyes swept over the crowd. He pointed at the most vocal protester and beckoned him forward. You there, come over. Ho you. With eyes red from losing a substantial amount, approached. You want a refund? Li Tianba took a drag from his cigar, his tone icy. Ho you clenched his fists. Yes, I've lost over 2 million here over the past 2 months. You owe me a refund today. A refund? Sure. Li Tianba nodded with a cold smirk, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. I'll give you a refund right now. Without warning, he raised his large hand and slapped Hu Yu across the face. Smack. The slap was sharp and loud. As the secret owner of Tianba Entertainment, Li Tianba was ruthless. The frail Hu Yu collapsed to the ground. 5 bloody marks streaked across his face. But it didn't end there. With his cigar still in his mouth, Li Tianba grabbed a metal chair beside the table and swung it viciously at Hu Yu's legs. Amidst Hu Yu's agonized screams, Li Tianba continued to smash the chair down. Bang! Bang! 5 brutal hits in a row. Hu Yu's legs visibly twisted and deformed, and even the chair's legs nearly bent from the force. Seeing that Hu Yu's legs were now a bloody mess, Li Tianba tossed the broken chair aside, took a deep drag from his cigar, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Anyone else want a refund? Come on, step forward. His cold, menacing gaze swept across the room like icy water, instantly silencing the once boiling crowd. No one dared to meet his gaze. Demand a refund? Who here had the guts to do that? The underground king remained untouchable, and the room fell into a deathly silence. Li Tianba sneered at the crowd. No one? Then shut up. Anyone else makes a peep, and I'll rip out their tongue. The crowd fell completely silent. Li Tianba turned back to Lin Yufan, his voice cold. No one has ever caused trouble in my club and walked away unscathed. I'm giving you one chance to live. Sign this. Pang Lun immediately tossed 2 slave contracts onto the table in front of Lin Yufan and Qin Jiu, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Yufan chuckled. Lending at extortionate rates, rigging the games, breaking people's legs, and now shamelessly pushing slave contracts. You're so brazen. Who gave you the guts? Who gave me the guts? Li Tianba laughed. Tell this idiot who gave me the guts. Standing beside him, Pang Lun responded with a smug look. Don't even know who Brother BA is, and you still dare to make trouble here? Listen carefully, kid, my boss is from the Martial Arts Academy of the Tianji Pavilion. Exactly. Boss Dao echoed proudly, as if invoking the name of the Tianji Pavilion was the ultimate trump card. He sneered at Lin Yufan. The Tianji Pavilion sees through all, overseeing both domestic and foreign martial artists. The martial arts academy manages warriors everywhere. Just on the academy's power alone, who would dare to disobey my boss? The coldness in Lin Yufan's eyes deepened. And do you know who I am? Hearing this, Pang Lun, Boss Dao, and the others were briefly taken aback. Who are you? Just some dumbass. Pang Lun burst out laughing. Boss Dao and the other lackeys joined in, their laughter mocking and dismissive, asking who he is. Does this idiot actually think he's someone important? What a joke. Mentioning the martial arts academy and then saying that. Does he think he's one of the academy's leaders? Yeah, maybe he imagines he's in charge of the martial arts academy. Ha 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 ha. Their laughter was abruptly interrupted by a commotion from the back of the crowd. Two burly men forced their way through the masses, followed by a group of well-dressed men in suits. Leading the group was none other than Wei Guangqing, the head of the martial arts academy in Nanjiang, whom Lin Yufan had summoned. Upon seeing Lin Yufan, Wei Guangqing hurried over, dropping to one knee in front of him with the utmost respect. Your subordinate has arrived late. Please punish me, young master. The other men in suits behind him also dropped to one knee. Please punish us, young master. The entire crowd was stunned by the sight. Could this kid actually be someone important? Li Tianba snorted. These days, any worthless punk dares to call himself a young master. Get them all. As the head of Tianba Entertainment, Li Tianba had never met Wei Guangqing and assumed they were just there to put on a show for Lin Yufan. Seeing their boss dismiss the new arrivals, the lackeys didn't hesitate. With the martial arts academy behind them, they had no fear and immediately picked up weapons and surrounded Lin Yufan's group. Wei Guangqing's expression grew cold. Lin Yufan, meanwhile, tapped the armrest of his chair, exhaling a smoke ring. Tell them who I am. Yes, young master. Wei Guangqing replied respectfully. As he stood up, his face darkened immediately. In his eyes, Li Tianba was already as good as dead for daring to speak so arrogantly in front of the pavilion master. And yet, Li Tianba brazenly walked forward. I don't care who you are. If you're not from the martial arts academy, you're going down today. Before he could finish, Wei Guangqing's eyes turned icy. You ignorant fool. With that, he swung his massive palm and slapped Li Tianba hard across the face. Smack. Ki! The force of the blow sent Li Tianba sprawling. You dare hit me? I'm part of the martial arts academy, and you dare lay a hand on me? Get him. Kill him. Li Tianba roared furiously. Wei Guangqing's gaze grew even colder as he pulled out a pitch-black token and threw it at Li Tianba's face. Look closely, you idiot. See what this is. Li Tianba grabbed the token, and, upon recognizing it, his pupils shrank and his hands began to tremble. The Tianwu order? You're Wei Guangqing, the head of the Nanjiang Martial Arts Academy? His face went pale with fear. This was a person he could usually only dream of meeting. Recalling how Wei Guangqing had kneeled on one knee and respectfully addressed Lin Yufan as young master, Li Tianba's face turned ghostly white, his whole body shaking violently. If someone could make Wei Guangqing kneel and call them young master, who could they possibly be? The son of the martial arts academy's chief in the province? A figure from the imperial capital? The more Li Tianba thought, the more terrified he became. Wei Guangqing then shouted, as a member of the martial arts academy, you dared to disrespect the pavilion master. Get over there and kneel before him to confess your crime. The words struck Li Tianba like a hammer, making his mind go blank. Pavilion master? This Lin Yufan was actually the elusive pavilion master. Boom! Li Tianba was utterly stunned, as if hit by a tidal wave of shock. Thinking about how he had acted in front of Lin Yufan earlier, he wanted nothing more than to slap himself. What a colossal mistake. Thud. Thud. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees in front of Lin Yufan. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master. I was blind and foolish, and I offended you. Everything I said before was nonsense. Please, have mercy and forgive me this once. He banged his head on the floor repeatedly, consumed by regret. Pang Lun, Boss Dao, and the other subordinates were scared out of their wits. Their arrogance had been entirely built on their affiliation with the martial arts academy, but their target had turned out to be none other than the Pavilion Master, who oversaw the 3 halls of Tianji Pavilion, and they had even tried to recruit him as a lackey. Thud. Thud. Like falling dominoes, they all dropped to their knees in an instant. Lin Yufan took a drag on his cigarette and pointed with a single finger. Break his legs. Behind him, Qinju immediately grabbed a chair and swung it down hard on Li Tianba. With a pained scream, Li Tianba's legs twisted grotesquely. He didn't even dare to dodge. Glancing at Hu Yu on the floor, Lin Yufan took the last drag of his cigarette and then looked coldly at Li Tianba. You'll cover his medical expenses. And if I catch you using the Martial Arts Academy's name for your dirty work again, especially harassing Elder Liu, you won't need your head anymore. Li Tianba shuddered violently and quickly bowed in thanks. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your mercy. I will remember your words and never make the same mistake again. Ho Yu's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lin Yufan nodded, ground out his cigarette butt under his heel, and turned to Wei Guangqing. The Martial Arts Academy commands thousands of warriors to rid the world of injustice. If the Academy's people behave like this, you may as well resign as Nanjiang's head. With that, Lin Yufan walked out. He had come down from the mountain to find his sisters, not to deal with this nonsense. If the people weren't up to standard, he would replace them on the spot. Wei Guangqing stiffened, replying with a respectful yes sir, as he saw Lin Yufan off. Returning to Lu Ziwei's rundown apartment, Lin Yufan heard a pleasant voice coming from inside even before he stepped through the door. Grandpa Lu, it's too dangerous for you to live here alone. There's not even a security guard, and those thugs could come back at any time. If something were to happen, we would never forgive ourselves. You should move in with me. I'll make sure those hooligans never come near you again. Lu Ziwei sighed. You've already been so good to me. I can't impose on you any further. Besides, I need to stay here and wait for my troublesome grandson to come back. Please, don't try to persuade me. But Grandpa Lu. Before she could finish, Lin Yufan knocked on the door, interrupting her, and walked in. From now on, those thugs won't be bothering Grandpa Lu anymore. As he spoke, he saw Gu Yunxi tending to Lu Ziwei's wounds. Seeing Lin Yufan return unscathed, Lu Ziwei spoke with relief. You're back, Yufan. Li Tianba didn't give you any trouble, did he? Lin Yufan smiled. Don't worry, Grandpa Lu. I'm fine, and the debt is settled. You won't have to worry about it anymore. They won't bother you again. Lu Ziwei was surprised. Really? How did you manage that? I just reasoned with them. Lin Yufan replied with a smile. As he spoke, he avoided Gu Yunxi's gaze, not daring to make eye contact with her. But to his surprise, the cold and distant Gu Yunxi, who had wounded his heart back at the Xiong group, suddenly threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. You're okay. But why did you come back only now? Do you know how hard I've been looking for you? Do you know how much I missed you? She cried, pounding her fists against his chest. Lin Yufan froze, confusion flashing in his eyes. Hadn't she looked at him like a stranger with nothing but disdain in her eyes at the Ziyun group? Why was she suddenly clinging to him and sobbing? The beautiful secretary, Yi Shu Yunfei, stood nearby, her mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. The icy and proud Gu Yunxi was actually crying? And not just crying, but sobbing in the arms of a man. Yi Shu Yunfei had never seen her like this before, not in all the years she had known her. What on earth was going on? And who exactly was this ordinary-looking man standing before her? Yunxi Yu. Lin Yufan began, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Seeing Lin Yufan's hesitation, Gu Yunxi started crying even harder. You idiot, you big idiot. Do you know how many people have pretended to be you just to get close to me? And you brought me a gift, but didn't even give it to me yourself. Lin Yufan, you're such a fool. Hearing these words, Lin Yufan felt his tension melt away. His seventh sister was still the same as before. She hadn't turned into someone he dreaded. Without hesitation, he hugged Gu Yunxi tightly. I'm sorry I came back too late and made you suffer. Seeing the two embracing, tears welled up in Lu Ziwei's old eyes, a look of relief spreading across his face. It was as if he were watching the scene from the orphanage all those years ago when Lin Yufan and his 7 sisters would play together. Yi Shu Yunfei, however, frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, the scene of Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi holding each other was captured perfectly by the paparazzi sent by Du Yihan to follow Gu Yunxi. The photos were quickly sent to Du Yihan. As he looked at the pictures in his villa, his expression twisted visibly. Crash. He kicked over the expensive coffee table, roaring in anger. You slut! Gu Yunxi, you bitch! I've chased you for 3 years and haven't even held your hand, yet now you're sneaking around with another man, hugging him? You shameless woman! I'll make you pay for this! After destroying everything in the living room, Du Yihan grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Investigate. Find out everything about that bastard hugging Gu Yunxi. I want to know who he is. While Du Yihan was plotting revenge, Lin Yufan remained blissfully unaware. All he could think about was how his sister felt so soft and smelled so good. She had grown up a lot since the last time he held her. But the moment was quickly interrupted. Yushu Yunfei stepped forward, clearing her throat. Miss Gu, the door is still open. You should be mindful of the impression you're giving. Oh, then hurry up and close the door. Lin Yufan replied shamelessly. Yu Yunxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at his brazen words, and she quickly stepped back from his embrace, her face reddening. Although she didn't care much about others' opinions, it was different with Lu Jiwei, who had watched her grow up. It felt a bit awkward. Grandpa Lu, why didn't you tell me that brother Yufan was back? I thought he was just a conman before. Go Yungxi said playfully as she clung to Lin Yufan's arm. I only found out myself just now, so you can't blame me. Lu Jiwei said with a chuckle, stroking his chin. Alright, you two siblings must have a lot to catch up on. Don't waste time with an old man like me, go on. Lin Yufan grinned. I'll come visit you again soon, old man. With the misunderstanding cleared up between him and his seventh sister, Lin Yufan was sure she knew about the other six sisters' whereabouts. With Li Tianba's issue resolved, he didn't linger any longer and headed out with Gu Yunxi. He got into Gu Yunxi's car, while Xu Yunfei drove, and he and Gu Yunxi sat in the back, heading toward the Ziyun group. On the way, Gu Yunxi clung to his arm, pulling out the bag of white rabbit candies that had been crushed out of shape, her voice filled with nostalgia and emotion. After all these years, I can't believe you still remember my favorite treat. Lin Yufan smiled. I made a promise to you back then, how could I forget? Go ahead, open one and see if it tastes the same. Yu Yunxi shook her head and handed the candy to Lin Yufan, shaking his arm playfully. I want you to feed me. She leaned closer, opening her mouth slightly and letting out a soft ah sound, completely unaware of how alluring her red lips looked under the light. Watching the icy CEO transform into a sweet and gentle girl, Lin Yufan chuckled. He playfully tapped her nose, then carefully unwrapped the candy and placed it in her mouth. As he did, his fingers accidentally brushed against her lips, and he felt a soft, melting sensation. Damn, I should have come down from that mountain a long time ago, he thought to himself. Gu Yunxi's eyes curved into a smile. It's so sweet. She clung even tighter to his arm, as if afraid he would disappear again. Brother Yufan, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you send any word? Did you even miss us? Of course I missed you all. You seven even promised to marry me, so how could I not think about you? I missed you all so much. Lin Yufan sighed dramatically, complaining about how the old man on the mountain forced him to train and wouldn't let him come back to find his sisters. Gu Yunxi listened, stunned. He had disappeared for so many years, and it turned out he had been taken to a mountain to train in martial arts. It sounded almost unbelievable. In the driver's seat, Yishu Yunfei's lips curled into a scornful smile. She didn't believe Lin Yufan's story at all. To her, it was just a ridiculous excuse to get close to her boss, and she was already planning to expose him to Gu Yunxi at the first opportunity. Gu Yunxi, however, didn't dwell on it too much. No matter what had happened before, he was back now, and that was all that mattered. I wonder how the other sisters will react when they find out you're still alive, Gu Yunxi said with a bright smile. Lin Yufan grinned mischievously. Let's keep it a secret for now. I'll surprise them one by one. After chatting for a while, the car finally arrived at the Ziyun group. Gu Yunxi walked into the building with Lin Yufan on her arm, not bothering to hide their closeness from the rest of the staff. As soon as they entered, the company erupted. Their cold, aloof boss had never been this close to any man before. Crack. Countless hearts broke at once. Their goddess was no longer single. She had a man. At that moment, Du Yihan, who had come to confront Gu Yunxi, caught sight of them. He had planned to demand answers from her, but he hadn't expected to walk in on this scene. You really have the nerve to openly bring that man here. Do you think I'm invisible? Du Yihan's fury exploded as he stormed over, his face twisted with rage. Yu Yunxi, you have no shame bringing this stray dog back here. Have you lost all self-respect? He shouted, his voice shaking with anger. Yu Yunxi turned her head when she heard the voice, her smile fading as she regained her usual cold, distant demeanor. Seeing Du Yihan storming over, she frowned slightly. What are you doing here? She asked. When Du Yihan saw that Gu Yunxi was still holding onto Lin Yufan's arm, his anger flared up even more. What am I doing here? You should ask yourself what you're doing. Who gave you permission to hold onto this stray dog's arm? Let go right now. He had already looked into Lin Yufan's background and knew that he was just an ordinary young man without power or influence. He had come here specifically to confront Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi. But when Gu Yunxi heard Du Yihan call Lin Yufan a stray dog, her expression grew even colder. Who I hold hands with is none of your business, Du Yihan. And another thing, Lin Yufan is not some stray dog. Watch your mouth when you speak about him. Hearing this, Du Yihan's face darkened even further. He pointed a trembling finger at Gu Yunxi. You're actually defending this penniless pretty boy over me? Gu Yunxi, do you want Xian Group to go out of business? As soon as he said this, Yi Shu Yunfei's face paled. Miss Gu, please let go. Du Yihan is one of our major suppliers. We can't afford to offend him. It's not worth it to upset him over some conman. Other employees in the company also started to voice their concerns. Yes, Ms. Gu, young Master Du is from the Du family and has always admired you. You're breaking his heart by doing this. Miss Gu, please let go. This pretty boy isn't worthy of you. Hearing these comments only made Du Yihan's expression more smug. Gu Yunxi, you should know what I mean to your company. Don't push me to take action against you. Before Gu Yunxi could respond, Lin Yufan raised an eyebrow and spoke up. Oh? And what exactly do you mean to the company? Already eager to teach Lin Yufan a lesson, Du Yihan sneered at him. What do I mean? It means that without me Xian Group will go under, and this shameless woman clinging to you will end up on the streets. The moment those insulting words came out, Lin Yufan's expression turned icy. Do you think you can insult Yunxi like that? With those words he slapped Du Yihan hard across the face. Smack. The blow was forceful, and Du Yihan was knocked to the ground. His cheek instantly swelled up, 5 distinct finger marks burned into his skin, the pain searing. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Lin Yufan to actually hit him. Du Yihan sat there in shock for a full 3 seconds, unable to process what had just happened. Who was he? He was the eldest young master of the Du family in Nanjing. When had he ever been treated like this? You dare hit me? He shouted, clutching his face in disbelief. Do you even know who I am? Lin Yufan casually took out a tissue, wiped his hand, and looked down at Du Yihan with a cold expression. I don't care who you are. What matters is that you insulted Yunxi. If you say another word against her, I won't just hit you, I'll kill you. His calm tone, coupled with his threat, sent chills down everyone's spine. This guy was crazy, an absolute madman. Everyone stared at Lin Yufan as if they had seen a ghost. To hit someone over just a few words was one thing, but threatening to kill him? Yushu Yunfei eyed Lin Yufan warily. In her eyes he was nothing but trouble, a disaster waiting to happen for the company. Almost as if to prove her right, Du Yihan burst into laughter as he staggered to his feet, glaring at Gu Yunxi. This is your last chance. Get someone to break this guy's legs and then be my woman. If you do, I might let you off the hook. Gu Yunxi's expression remained cold and unmoved. Du Yihan's rage intensified. Fine. You're asking for it. Yishu Yunfei hurried forward. Young Master Du, our Miss Gu. Get lost. Du Yihan shouted, storming away before she could finish. Xu Yunfei returned, her expression sour. Miss Gu, you. Enough, everyone. Go back to work. Gu Yunxi interrupted, then took Lin Yufan by the arm and headed to the rooftop, toward her private office, leaving the crowd behind to whisper among themselves. Once inside the office, Lin Yufan glanced at Gu Yunxi's proud profile and spoke softly. Yunxi, do you blame me? Gu Yunxi shook her head. Even if you hadn't stood up to him, just calling you a stray dog was enough for me not to give him the time of day. He deserved it. To her, Lin Yufan was the most important person. Even if it meant risking the company, she would protect him. Brother Yufan, please sit for a while. I'll gather my things and we can head home. As she spoke, the icy expression on Gu Yunxi's face softened into a radiant smile that she only showed to Lin Yufan. She even made him a cup of coffee. For the first time, he thought coffee tasted sweet. Not long after, they arrived at the Xiun villa. This is where you live by yourself? Lin Yufan asked as he looked around. The villa was large, with 2 stories and a beautiful setting, complete with gardens, rock formations, and a swimming pool. It was a bit too big for one person though and felt lonely. Gu Yunxi shook her head. Not always by myself. Sometimes 5th sister and 6th sister come over, but they're usually busy, so most of the time, it's just me. Are they here now? No, it's just the 2 of us tonight. A night for just the 2 of us, huh? Brother Yufan, is something wrong? Why did you gasp? Oh, just a little hungry. You're hungry? Come inside, I'll make you some noodles, Gu Yunxi said, opening the door and gesturing for him to enter. Some noodles? Sure, her cooking was probably great. Lin Yufan rubbed his chin as he walked in. Soon, Gu Yunxi served 2 steaming bowls of noodle soup with eggs, mushrooms and ham. The taste was fantastic. Lin Yufan even drank all the broth. I'll wash the dishes, he said, satisfied and picking up the plates. Gyu Yunxi's eyes softened as if recalling their days in the orphanage. She didn't argue with him. Then I'll go take a shower, she said. Go ahead. After finishing the dishes, Lin Yufan noticed that the bathroom was near the living room. He could clearly hear the sound of running water, and the frosted glass cast a hazy silhouette. This girl. He shook his head and retreated to the room Gyu Yunxi had prepared for him, deciding not to look any further. However, late that night, there was a sudden knock at his door. Standing outside was Gyu Yunxi, wearing a silky, alluring nightgown and clutching a pillow. Her cheeks were flushed, and her bright eyes were filled with anticipation. Knock, knock, knock. Gyu Yunxi gently tapped on the door, her face flushed, and softly called out, Brother Yufan. I'm coming. Lin Yufan, wearing nothing but his underwear, sleepily crawled out of bed and opened the door. Seeing Gyu Yunxi standing there with a shy, blushing face, he rubbed his eyes and asked, What's going on? Her cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red as she lowered her head and timidly spoke. Brother Yufan, can I sleep with you? After saying this, she quickly looked up, as if afraid he might refuse, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yufan's expression instantly became a bit odd. If you say it like that, how can I still be sleepy? Then I'll take that as a yes, she said, and without waiting for his response, she rushed inside, holding her pillow and slipping under the covers. She then gestured to him, Come on, Brother Yufan. Was she in that much of a hurry? Lin Yufan thought as he sat on the edge of the bed, a bemused expression on his face. Before he could lie down, Gyu Yunxi latched onto him like an octopus, wrapping her arms around him and finding the most comfortable position. She tilted her flushed face up, gazing at him. Brother Yufan, I can't sleep. I want you to tell me a story. Breathing in the faint fragrance of the young woman in his arms, and feeling the softness against him, Lin Yufan let out a resigned sigh, maintaining a last bit of restraint. What story do you want to hear? The bedtime stories you used to tell me when we were little. Did you forget? Gyu Yunxi blinked at him, puzzled. Back at the orphanage, there were so many children, and Lu Jiwei couldn't manage them all alone, so it was often Lin Yufan who helped put Gyu Yunxi and the others to bed. Hearing her words, Lin Yufan suddenly felt a wave of frustration. So, I was all ready for this, and you want a bedtime story? Looking down at his sweet, delicate little sister in his arms, he sighed deeply and began. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain, there was a temple. In that temple, an old monk was. The next morning, Lin Yufan awoke slowly. The sun was already high in the sky, and his little sister was no longer nestled against him. He'd stayed up until 3 a.m. telling stories, and had fallen asleep leaning against the headboard. Nothing happened, and now his whole body ached. Damn little troublemaker, he grumbled as he massaged his stiff neck and stepped out of his room. Gyu Yunxi was nowhere to be seen in the villa. Instead, on the living room table there was some bread, a boiled egg, and a glass of milk. At least she has a little bit of a conscience. After making me suffer all night, she left some breakfast. He picked up the milk and took a sip, noticing a note under the glass. The handwriting was elegant and pleasing to the eye. Brother Yufan, I went to work. There are some things I need to take care of at the office. If you're bored during the day, you can check out Sixth Sister's livestream. Her channel number is 606118. You could help boost her popularity. By the way, your stories were great. I slept so well. Please tell me another one tonight. And don't forget to eat breakfast, Yunxi. Reading the note, Lin Yufan twitched his mouth. Another bedtime story? Well, tonight, I'm going to find some spicy stories online and see if you still want to sleep. He bit into the bread with determination and pulled out his phone. While searching for some interesting bedtime stories, he was more concerned about his sixth sister, Su Liangsu. There were many types of streamers: gaming, beauty, talent, cosplay, and some who often got banned for crossing the line. Gaming streamers made money from their gaming skills. Beauty streamers attracted viewers with their looks and could earn large tips from admirers. Talent and cosplay streamers showcased various skills, often focusing on chatting. And then there were the streamers who frequently got banned. Well, everyone knows what those are about. Lin Yufan was worried that Su Liangsu might be compromising herself for popularity. He quickly downloaded the Shark Live app and entered Su Liangsu's channel number. The moment her stream appeared on his screen, his worries eased. She was stunning, breathtakingly beautiful. Unlike Gyu Yunxi's cold, aloof beauty, Su Liangsu had a pure, angelic charm, like a snowflake or a lotus that rises unstained from the mud. She had a kind of aura that made people instinctively want to protect her, as if her very presence exuded a gentle fragrance. Her stream was categorized under talent. Just as he entered the stream, she was finishing a song, her voice as enchanting as a songbird's. With a face and voice like that, she could easily become the top streamer on the platform, yet her viewership was only average. This meant she wasn't sacrificing her integrity to chase fame. The viewers who weren't registered couldn't interact with the streamer or send gifts, so Lin Yufan quickly created an account named Drunken Beauty's Lap. Returning to the stream, he saw Su Liangshu engaging with her audience. "If there's a song you'd like to hear, just type the name in the chat," she said. Lin Yufan quickly typed, "Liangshu, sing Love You." At that moment, a user named My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens appeared and immediately began mocking him. "Love you? Who do you think you are? Asking Liangshu to sing with a level 1 account that doesn't even have a fan badge. Get real, broke loser." The chat instantly filled with comments. "Yeah, who does this guy think he is? Only losers choose such lame usernames. If you can't even afford to tip, why are you watching streams? Loser. Liangshu, don't pay attention to this broke guy." As if to show off his influence in the stream, My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens continued, "Liangshu, sing Missing You Tonight, and I'll tip 10 yachts." The chat erupted in admiration as the screen lit up with animations. My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens sent 1 yacht. My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens sent another yacht. 10 yachts in total, equaling $1,000. The other viewers praised him for his generosity. Su Liangshu smiled gratefully. "Thank you, My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens, for the 10 yachts. I'll sing Missing You Tonight now. And everyone, please don't give Drunken Beauty's Lap a hard time." She didn't know that Drunken Beauty's Lap was Lin Yufan, but she still tried to defuse the situation. However, My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens wasn't finished. "I'll stop if you lower your top a little while singing, or else I'll keep harassing him," he wrote. Others in the chat echoed, "Lower your top. Sing Missing You Tonight." Just as Su Liangshu was about to respond, Lin Yufan smirked and typed, $1,000, and you call that generous? Have you never seen real money before? Lin Yufan's single comment set off a storm in the chat room, with everyone jumping in to mock him. A broke nobody who can't even send a gift has the nerve to say we've never seen money. If you're so rich, then show it. Stop hiding behind your keyboard. Yeah. Let's see if you can even afford 1,000. Pathetic loser. My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens joined in with a series of sneers. "A penniless fool like you has no right to speak to me. If you're so bold, let's settle it with gifts. Whoever sends more wins," and the loser calls the other grandpa. Lin Yufan took a bite of his egg and quickly typed back, "Get ready to call me grandpa." Then, the Tianji Pavilion, which oversaw the world's financial networks, never lacked money. If all the wealth in the world were divided into 10 parts, the Tianji Commercial Institute alone would hold 7. Competing with money? That was one area where Lin Yufan had no fear. My Fate Is Mine, Not Heaven scoffed with disdain. "The worst kind of trash is you losers who can't make money but run your mouths like pros. Did your parents die because you were too broke to support them? Pathetic orphan." Lin Yufan's eyes turned cold. "Don't compare yourself to orphans, you're insulting them. Quit wasting your breath. Either put your money where your mouth is or get lost, loser." Lin Yufan swallowed the last bit of his egg. Whoever backs down is the real loser. He had already planned to boost Su Liangshu's popularity with some big gifts, and now this fool had walked right into his trap. There was no way he'd miss the chance to crush him. Lin Yufan opened the app's payment system and began adding funds. Meanwhile, My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens kept spamming the chat. "Alright, all 10,000 viewers here can bear witness. If this broke fool can't deliver, roast him off the platform." The chat exploded with hype. "Ha ha ha, show him who's boss, Heavens. Teach this orphan what the real world looks like. Crush him, Heavens. Make him regret challenging you." Just then, a bright red notification flashed across the screen. Drunken Beauty's Lap sent a luxury yacht. Immediately followed by, Drunken Beauty's Lap sent another luxury yacht. Drunken Beauty's Lap sent another luxury yacht. The chat fell silent for a moment. No one said a word. A single luxury yacht cost $1,000, and Lin Yufan had just sent 10 in a row, $10,000, 10 times what My Fate Is Mine, Not Heavens had just spent. Even Su Liangshu was visibly surprised. She smiled sweetly at the screen. "Thank you, Drunken Beauty's Lap, for the 10 luxury yachts." The chat room burst back to life. "Whoa, 10 grand just like that. Looks like war has been declared. I didn't expect this Drunken Beauty guy to actually have money. Thought he was just some broke lurker." My Fate Is Mine, Not Heaven snorted. 10 grand? Did you just clean out your life savings? Without another word, he sent 20 luxury yachts, totaling $20,000. Then he typed in the chat, "Is that all you've got? Try harder." Lin Yufan didn't respond with words. Instead, he sent 10 fighter jets. Each jet cost $10,000. $100,000 in an instant. Holy crap, 100 grand? This guy's a freaking tycoon. Guess we better start calling him Boss Drunken. Boss Drunken. I'm sorry. Turns out I'm the real broke loser. The chat was full of gasps and exclamations. Even Su Liangshu was taken aback. Very few people ever sent such large sums all at once, let alone a newcomer without even a fan badge. My fate is mine. Not Heavens hesitated for a moment. This wasn't the reaction he was expecting. In Su Liangshu's chat room he had always been the top contributor, with no rivals. The fact that this new drunken beauty's lap could casually drop 100 grand made him uneasy. But his unease didn't last long. $100,000 wasn't enough to faze him. Without overthinking it, he sent 20 fighter jets and typed, "Is that all you've got?" Lin Yufan chuckled. A giant rocket blasted across the screen, taking over the entire chat. Each rocket cost $100,000. Lin Yufan tapped the button 10 times, sending 10 rockets. $1 million. The entire chat exploded with excitement as the rockets soared through the virtual sky. The screen filled with the fiery trails of the rockets, as if a boiling pot of oil had just been poured over the chat room. On the Shark Live platform, every time someone sent a super rocket, it would be announced across the entire site. No matter which stream you were watching, you would see a glowing golden message at the top of your screen: Drunken Beauty's lap has sent 10 super rockets in Su Liangshu's stream. Suddenly, everyone across the platform knew the name Drunken Beauty's lap. Who is this Drunken Beauty guy? Sending 10 super rockets at once? That's insane. I've never heard of him before. $1 million just for a talent streamer? How gorgeous must she be? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go check out this Boss Drunken and Su Liangshu. Viewers from countless other streams began pouring into Su Liangshu's chat room. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. The number of viewers skyrocketed. Su Liangshu's eyes widened in shock, her slightly parted lips and delicate features making her look like an innocent first love come to life. She was completely stunned. 1,000, then 10,000, then 1 million, all from someone who had just entered her chat and wasn't even a registered fan. The influx of viewers included some of the platform's big-name streamers who had come to see what was going on. It felt like a dream. Before today, the most she had ever received in one stream was $100,000. But now, with the total skyrocketing to 1 million and the surge of new viewers, she felt dizzy from the sudden influx. Meanwhile, my fate is mine. Not Heavens had turned pale. Just moments ago, he had scoffed at Drunken Beauty's spending. And now, 10 super rockets had smashed his pride into the dirt. At that moment, Lin Yufan used his own words against him. What was that you were saying? I didn't quite catch it. Mind repeating yourself? The chat room erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha, Boss Drunken has some real attitude. I like it. The guy's got style. Love it. Seeing the mockery, my fate is mine. Not Heavens could feel his face turning green with rage. Seeing comments like "looks like heaven bro is outmatched" made my fate is mine. Not Heaven's expression turn as sour as if he had swallowed something foul. These people usually sang his praises, calling him heaven bro left and right. But now, just because some guy threw $1 million, they immediately switched sides. Fine, he'd show them what a real wealthy heir could do. He'd show them the true power of the top supporter. Grinding his teeth, he slammed down on 20 super rockets. The rockets soared into the sky, filling the screen with golden light. $2 million. He was all in, determined to crush Lin Yufan under his heel. My fate is mine. Not Heavens had met Su Liangshu in real life, and knew she was truly a top-tier beauty, not just someone who used filters or editing tricks. Spending on her wasn't a loss, and he was ready to go all the way. After dropping these $2 million, he planned to tell Su Liangshu that he was her top supporter, then take her to bed. After all, money didn't grow on trees, and 2 million was no small amount. He wasn't going to let it go to waste. The chat exploded. Everyone was astonished by his bold move. 2 million. Oh my god, this has to be a record. Insane. This girl must have some serious charm to make these rich guys compete like this. Such waste. With just a fraction of that, I'd be set for life. Even other streamers who came to Su Liangshu's room were filled with envy. Tears of frustration almost spilled from their eyes. Meanwhile, fans in the chat were shouting with excitement. Heaven bro is still heaven bro. That's incredible. So this is the allure of being the top supporter? Heaven bro, look at me, I'm available. Heaven bro's status is unshakable. Drunken Beauty's lap just doesn't measure up. Seeing the chat shift in his favor, my fate is mine. Not Heaven's felt like he was standing at the top, looking down on everyone, especially Lin Yufan, with sheer arrogance and confidence. That's all you've got? He sneered. Is that your best? Lin Yufan didn't reply. He silently deposited $1 million into his account. But the amount was so large, and Su Liangshu's room had so many viewers, that the system began to lag. The account balance just showed a spinning wheel. With the money stuck in limbo, Lin Yufan could only wait. Seeing that Lin Yufan was silent, my fate is mine, Not Heaven's grew even more arrogant. Say something. Weren't you cocky just now? Cat got your tongue? Keep going if you've got the guts. Lin Yufan remained quiet. Out of money already, huh? I thought you'd last longer. Turns out you're just a cheap show-off. My fate is mine, Not Heaven's mocked, his disdain evident. The chat room erupted in jeers. Looks like Drunken Beauty's lap ran out of steam. He was all flash, but when it came down to it, he fell flat. Exactly. I thought he was some kind of big shot. Heaven Bro's 2 million crushed him completely. Even visiting streamers shook their heads. Seems like Drunken Beauty's lap is just another wannabe. He's no match for my fate is mine, Not Heaven's. Being at the top means crushing all challengers. Everyone else is just noise. Looks like he blew his life savings. He probably can't even afford rice now. Pathetic loser trying to impress a girl. What a joke. Some smaller streamers even began messaging my fate is mine, Not Heaven's privately. Heaven bro, I'm your fan from next door. Come check out my stream sometime. The entire chat was filled with praise for my fate is mine, Not Heaven's, and contempt for Lin Yufan. It was glorious. The entire platform's attention was on him, and my fate is mine, Not Heaven's was soaking in it, feeling invincible. And then, boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the platform. A colossal spaceship appeared on every screen, sailing majestically through space. At the same time, a powerful broadcast echoed across every stream. Drunken Beauty's lap has sent a galactic warship. This announcement was exclusive to the galactic warship, a gift that had never been given on Shark Live since the platform's creation. A galactic warship cost $1 million. The chat went silent. Then, after a brief pause, the entire platform erupted like a boiling cauldron. A galactic warship? That thing actually exists? I thought it was just a gimmick. I never imagined I'd see one for real. $1 million. 100 super rockets worth. That's sheer madness. When Lin Yufan sent the initial million, some wealthy users and top streamers didn't pay much attention. But now, at this moment, the entire platform, regardless of who or where, was flooding into Su Liangshu's room. Gamers stopped gaming, dancers stopped dancing, viewers left other streamers, everyone swarmed in to witness this spectacle. Su Liangshu's viewer count skyrocketed to the platform's top spot, with over 1 million live viewers. Even the platform's servers struggled to keep up. Technical staff focused solely on keeping Su Liangshu's room from crashing. The rest of the platform could suffer blackouts, it didn't matter. This was unprecedented. The entire platform dedicating its resources to one stream? It was unbelievable. Su Liangshu was utterly stunned. Who was this person? $1 million just like that? It was pure insanity. The original viewers finally snapped back to reality, their minds reeling. Oh my god, did I just witness some kind of ancient legend come to life? A real galactic warship. Boss Drunken, I apologize. I underestimated you. You weren't out of moves, you were just reloading. Boss Drunken is a true powerhouse. He speaks softly and carries a big stick. I've never seen anyone crash the payment system just by topping up. Boss Drunken? I love you. Notice me. Boss Drunken, you can sit on my lap anytime. I'm a beauty too. Lin Yufan's private messages blew up instantly, with countless female streamers flooding his inbox. It was true fame. Lin Yufan typed a single line. Your move, my fate is mine, Not Heaven's. When people saw that comment from Lin Yufan, all eyes instantly focused on the screen. Would my fate is mine, Not Heaven's continue? Everyone waited. But my fate is mine, Not Heaven stayed silent. His hands trembled. He wasn't one of those ultra-rich elites who could just casually drop $1 million. His family might have that kind of money, but he didn't. Yet if he didn't follow through, it would be impossible to back down gracefully now. The entire audience was watching. It would be a humiliating defeat. The problem was that Lin Yufan seemed like a bottomless pit, continually raising the stakes tenfold each time, as if there were no limit. My fate is mine, not heavens feared that Lin might suddenly send another 10 galactic warships. His face turned pale, drained of energy. Then Lin Yufan broke the silence, taunting, "Come on, my fate is mine, not heaven's. This is just the beginning. Weren't you begging me to come at you? Well, here I am. Fight back. Over 1 million people are watching. Whoever backs down first is the loser." Lin Yufan took a sip of water as he typed, turning "my fate is mine, not heaven's" own insults back on him. What's wrong? Run out of money? Since when did "my fate is mine, not heaven's" get so poor? Can't even come up with 1 million? And you call yourself the top supporter? "My fate is mine, not heaven's" gritted his teeth, wishing he could reach through the screen and strangle Lin Yufan. He was completely backed into a corner, with the price to save face set at nothing less than $1 million. But Lin wasn't about to let him off the hook. You dared to disrespect his sister, asking her to pull down her clothes? You had a death wish. Lin Yufan went for the jugular out of cash. Here, let's make it easier for you. You've already spent a few $100,000 as the former top supporter. I don't expect you to outdo me completely, just beat my total by $1. That's it. Can you manage that? Hearing this, "my fate is mine, not heaven's" turned green. Adding $1 more would still mean spending $1 million. Kid, don't push me, he snarled through clenched teeth. Lin Yufan chuckled coldly. Or what? What are you going to do if I push you? Go ahead, spend another $1, or can't you even manage that? The chat quickly picked up on the obvious "my fate is mine, not heaven's" was all talk. You should change your name to "my fate is controlled by others." Seriously, if you can't handle it, just admit defeat. Stop pretending. Yeah, if you're broke, just call him Grandpa Drunken and be done with it. Call him Grandpa. Do it. Lin Yufan quickly replied, No, I couldn't bear having a fool like that as a grandson. I'd be furious. The chat erupted with laughter, complimenting Lin Yufan's sense of humor. As he read the comments, "My fate is mine, not heaven's," felt his blood pressure spike. But he didn't have the money to keep competing and wasn't willing to sink $1 million from his family into this grudge match. He had lost. Frustration and resentment burned in his eyes, but he wasn't willing to back down without trying to save face. You'd have to be brain dead to throw $1 million at some random streamer, he sneered. This sparked an immediate backlash across the platform. Did you think before you said that? Didn't you just blow $200,000 a minute ago? A broke loser who can't scrape together $1 million is really calling out Boss Drunken. Get lost and come back when you've got some guts. The chat was filled with insults aimed at him. Lin Yufan didn't stop there. He kicked "my fate is mine, not heaven's" out of the stream. With Lin now sitting at the top of Su Liangsu's supporter rankings, far ahead of the competition, and having made history as the first to drop such an amount on the platform, Shark Live granted him special privileges. Kicking out "my fate is mine, not heaven's" was a final blow, igniting even more anger and frustration in him. He fired off a private message to Lin Yufan, dripping with disdain. You idiot. You think throwing $1 million around makes you somebody? Let me tell you, you'll never even get close to Su Liangsu. I've met her in real life, and she's going to be mine. You're just a fool. It wasn't entirely false. He had indeed met Su Liangsu before, and had become her top supporter to get closer to her, though she had always kept her distance. This time he was determined to force things. Given the ranking of his account, which had spent hundreds of thousands, his messages were prioritized, ensuring Lin Yufan saw them. But Lin didn't care. His sister was unreachable. What a joke. If that fool dared to show up, Lin wouldn't hesitate to give him a surprise he'd never forget. For now though, listening to his sister sing was more important. After a round of thanks, Su Liangsu began to sing. Just want to love you, love you, love you, always together. I love the scent of your coat, and your embrace. Let's button our clothes together, so we don't have to part. I love the beautiful love we share, and I want to be close to you. Because of you, I want to be the air you breathe. Her voice was angelic, captivating even with a cover that felt better than the original. When the song ended, Lin Yufan still wanted more. If only those lyrics could come true, he muttered, licking his lips. Last night had made it clear that Gu Yunxi's feelings for him were still stuck in a childhood-like brother-sister bond, far from true love. The same probably applied to his other sisters. If he wanted to fulfill the childhood promise of marrying all 7, there was still a long way to go. Talk about unfaithful, he grumbled, scrolling through some spicy stories. You never know. It might just work out, right? Evening. Back at the Xion Villa, Everything was ready for a quiet dinner and cozy night. But just then, Lin Yufan received a call. "Hello Yufan. Are you at home?" Gu Yunxi's voice sounded worried. "Yes, I'm home. Is something wrong?" he asked. "There's a business dinner tonight. I might not be able to join you for dinner. It'll be late by the time I get back, so don't wait up," she explained, sounding a bit apologetic. Lin Yufan frowned slightly. "Are you sure you'll be safe? It's just some company business, nothing to worry about." "Don't stress, I'll be fine," she assured him. There was some faint urging from the other end. "I've got to go now, Yufan. I'll see you later," she said before hanging up. Lin Yufan immediately called Qin Jiu. "Find out what's been going on with Zeon Group lately," he ordered. "Yes, sir," came the reply. Moments later, his phone buzzed again. Qin Jiu's deep voice came through. "Sir, I've got the details. The Du Group has completely cut ties with Zeon Group today, causing a supply crisis. There's already talk of a financial collapse, and it seems Du Yihan might be involved in tonight's business dinner." Hearing this, a dangerous glint flashed in Lin Yufan's eyes. Du Yihan. Lin Yufan instantly recalled what had happened yesterday. Was the decision to completely cancel the Du Group's cooperation with Zeon Group also made by Du Yihan? He asked. Qin Jiu nodded. Exactly. Hearing this, Lin Yufan's eyes grew colder. "Send out my orders. Have the Commerce Division find suitable suppliers for Zeon Group and contact a few investors to come see me. Also, find out where Yunxi is having her meeting and prepare a car for me. I'll go there myself." "Yes, master." Qin Jiu replied respectfully and immediately began carrying out the commands. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yufan looked out the window, his gaze softening. In truth, the trouble caused by Du Yihan's retaliation was his own fault. Yet, even though the company was facing such a significant crisis, Yunxi never blamed him, not even once. Instead, she still remembered to prepare breakfast for him, remind him to eat, and even called in the evening to tell him to rest early. Given her usually cold demeanor, being this thoughtful was truly remarkable. He knew that Yunxi must have spent the entire day trying to handle the crisis, yet she never mentioned a word about the company's difficulties, not wanting him to feel guilty. It was impossible not to feel touched. He had to do something for her. When Qin Jiu's car arrived, Lin Yufan got in and headed straight for the Nanjiang Hotel, where Yunxi's meeting was scheduled. The Nanjiang Hotel, a well-known 4-star establishment in the city, was the location for Yunxi's business negotiations that night. The potential new supplier was Qian Ziyuan, the president of Hongda Industrial, who was also a former university classmate of Yunxi's secretary, Yigshu Yunfei. Qian Shiyuan had arranged the dinner meeting. On the 3rd floor of the hotel, Qian Shiyuan held up his glass, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Yunxi. "Come, Miss Gu. Let's have a drink to celebrate our future cooperation," he said. Gu Yunxi frowned at the sight of the glass of liquor. Drinking could easily lead to trouble, and she never drank. She had come with Yishu Yunfei and another male colleague tonight, but now that colleague had already been drunk under the table by Qian Shiyuan's 3 subordinates, leaving her without any backup. Since she was the only woman left, she was even less inclined to drink. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qian, but I never drink alcohol. I'll use water to toast instead. I hope you don't mind," Gu Yunxi replied, pouring herself a glass of water. But Qian Shiyuan set his glass down and leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. "If you won't even have a drink to show goodwill before we start, it seems like you're not serious about cooperating with us," he said dismissively. Noticing Qian Shiyuan's displeasure, Yishu Yunfei quickly intervened. "Mr. Qian, I'm sorry but Miss Gu really doesn't drink. She didn't mean to offend you. Let's talk about the contract first," she suggested. "How can we talk about a contract without sincerity?" Qian Shiyuan sneered, turning to Zhu Yunfei. "Zeon Group is without a supplier, and the financial chain is on the verge of breaking. You're basically facing bankruptcy. I'm taking a risk by even coming here to discuss a deal. That's only because of our past connections as classmates. I'm here to pull your company out of deep trouble, and you won't even have a drink? Forget about the contract. You might as well give up." With that, Qian Shiyuan slammed his glass down and made as if to leave, and his companions followed suit. Yishu Yunfei panicked and hurried to stop him. "Mr. Qian, please don't be upset. Miss Gu just doesn't like the taste of alcohol. Please, sit back down," she pleaded, pulling him back to his seat before turning to Gu Yunxi. "Miss Gu, please just drink a little, for the company's sake. Without Hongda Industrial, we really don't have any other suppliers willing to cooperate with us. Letting the company collapse over one drink would be a huge mistake. Besides, Hongda is a subsidiary of Wine Group. Offending them now means offending the Wine Group, and they're one of the top companies in Nanjiang. We really can't afford to upset them, Yi Shu Yunfei said. Gu Yunyingxi remained silent for a moment, considering Zhu Yunfei's words. While Zeum Group was successful, it couldn't yet compare to top-tier companies. After a brief pause, she picked up the glass of liquor and raised it toward Qian Shiyuan. Mr. Qian, I apologize for before. Please don't take it to heart. This drink is my apology, she said before downing the glass in one go. Qian Shiyuan's eyes flashed with a gleam of satisfaction, though he maintained a calm exterior. He twirled a jade ring on his finger and said, Most apologies start with 3 drinks, Miss Gu. 1 isn't quite enough. Gu Yunxi gave him a long, hard look. She didn't argue, picking up the bottle and pouring herself 2 more glasses. Although she suspected Qian Shiyuan's intentions to get her drunk, as a strong-willed person, she had no intention of backing down. After the 3 strong drinks, a flush appeared on Gu Yunyingxi's usually icy features, adding a touch of allure to her cold beauty. No wonder President Wang wanted me to get her drunk. That air of elegance and this stunning beauty could keep me entertained for a whole year, Qian Shiyuan thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with desire. Laughing heartily, he raised his glass. Miss Gu, you truly are exceptional. You have the courage and charm befitting Nanjiang's top female CEO. I admire that. Here, I'll drink to you. He emptied his glass, then turned it upside down to show it was drained. One of his subordinates quickly stepped forward to refill Gu Yunxi's glass. Let me fill that up for you, Miss Gu, he said, not giving her a chance to refuse. Their aim was clear to get her drunk, and they wouldn't give her any time to rest. Gu Yunxi's eyes flashed with anger. Though Qian Jiyuan's words seemed complimentary, they were merely a pretext for forcing her to drink. He hadn't mentioned the contract at all. His true intention was obvious. Qian Shiyuan continued to pressure her, turning the glass slowly on the table as he spoke. Miss Gu, you wouldn't want me to doubt your sincerity, would you? I was just starting to see some real goodwill from you, he said, placing the contract on the table. Originally I thought you'd earned this contract just by showing your boldness and drinking these few glasses. But now, it seems I might have been mistaken. Yexu Yunfei, seeing the contract, immediately urged Gu Yunxi. Miss Gu, the contract is right there. You've already had 3 drinks, what's a few more? We can't delay signing it. Gu Yunxi's cheeks flushed even more. She wasn't used to drinking and didn't know her limits, but she felt she could handle a bit more. Just as she reached for the bottle, a hand suddenly covered hers, flipping the glass upside down onto the table. The clear liquid spilled across the table and dripped to the floor. Qian Shiyuan's expression instantly darkened. Seeing that his plans were about to be ruined, Qian Shiyuan's expression turned dark. Who are you? Can't you see that this is a business meeting between me and Miss Gu? Who let you in? He shouted angrily. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yufan. As soon as he entered, he noticed Gu Yunxi's flushed face, clearly showing signs of intoxication. His gaze turned cold as he stared directly at Qian Shiyuan. I'm Yunxi's boyfriend. Why wouldn't I be here? Lin Yufan said, then casually pulled out a chair and sat down as if he owned the place. Gu Yunxi was taken aback, looking at Lin Yufan in surprise. Brother Yufan, why are you here? Lin Yufan flashed a smile. Without you at dinner, I just couldn't eat. Gu Yunxi's cheeks reddened even more, and she felt a bit embarrassed. There was something strange and captivating in the way he said that. Qian Shiyuan, seeing Gu Yunxi's reaction, immediately believed that this brother Yufan was indeed her boyfriend. An uncontrollable anger surged within him, as if the prized cabbage he had been eyeing had been snatched away by a pig, and the cabbage seemed to enjoy it. He glared at Lin Yufan with fury. Miss Gu, we're here for business. It's not appropriate for your boyfriend to be present, don't you think? Before Gu Yunxi could respond, Lin Yufan, sitting back in his chair, lit a cigarette and took a drag. You're right. It isn't appropriate. So why don't you leave? He said, waving his hand dismissively at Qian Ziyuan. Leave? Just like that? The audacity. Qian Shiyuan's face darkened even further. Do you even know what you're saying? You're asking me to leave? Does Zeum Group want to go bankrupt? Lin Yufan shook his head calmly. As long as I'm here, Zeum Group won't go under. Qian Shiyuan laughed in disbelief. With you around, Zeum Group won't fail? What are you, an executive from Zinda Group, Lingyan Group, or Shengxi Group? Lin Yufan shook his head again. None of those. None of them. Qian Shiyuan sneered, then shouted angrily, if you're not from any of the top companies, then what makes you think you can tell me to get out? In all of Nanjiang, aside from those 3 companies and the Du Group, I'm the only one with a supply chain for Zeum Group. Who do you think you are? Seeing that Qian Shiwan was losing his temper, Yishu Yunfei quickly intervened with a forced smile. Mr. Qian, I apologize. He doesn't represent our company. Please don't take his words seriously. She then turned to Lin Yufan, her expression changing to one of anger. Lin Yufan, do you realize the trouble you're causing for the company? Do you understand how important Mr. Qian's cooperation is for us? You have no right to speak here. Please leave and stop interfering with our negotiations. She had effectively asked him to leave. Lin Yufan looked at her coldly. I'll handle the company's business myself, and we don't need Yunxi to be pressured into drinking to get things done. Yishu Yunfei laughed derisively. You'll handle it? Miss Gu already went to Zinda, Lingyun and Shengxi today, and all three companies rejected us. If it weren't for me contacting Mr. Qian, we wouldn't even have this opportunity. How exactly do you plan to solve this? Hearing this, Lin Yufan's expression turned icy. So this Mr. Qian was someone you brought in? Of course. Yishu Yunfei said arrogantly, as if she had accomplished something significant. But just as she finished her words, a large hand landed across her face. Smack. The slap was loud and clear, leaving 5 red finger marks on her cheek. As a secretary, you arranged a meeting that put your boss at a table where she was pressured to drink, and now you're bragging about it? Who gave you the right? Lin Yufan's voice was cold as ice. You. Xu Yunfei held her face, trembling with anger. Fine. You hit me? Then I won't try to stop you anymore. I'd like to see how you plan to secure this deal without me. But Lin Yufan remained indifferent. He already knew that several company presidents were on their way, and Qin Ju was waiting downstairs. They would be arriving shortly, so he wasn't concerned at all. However, Qian Shiyuan and the others thought differently. Qian Nishiwan turned to Gu Yunxi. Miss Gu, is this how you intend to handle things? Yu Yunxi instinctively glanced at Lin Yufan, who gave her a reassuring smile. 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, people interested in working with the company will arrive. Trust me. Seeing his confident expression, Gu Yunxi felt a bit dazed. Although she wasn't sure where his confidence came from, she chose to trust him. Her face regained its usual coldness. What Brother Yufan says is what I say. Qian Shiwan sneered. Fine, I'll wait. I'd love to see what kind of miracle happens in 5 minutes. Start the clock, he said. Yes, Mr. Qian, his subordinate replied, immediately starting the timer. Yishu Yunfei watched the clock with a smirk, while time ticked by second. With each passing moment, Yu Yunxi's worry grew, and Qian Shiwan and Xu Yunfei's expressions became more disdainful. At the 4-minute mark, Qian Shiwan spoke dismissively. Miss Gu, if you ask me, you should just get rid of this foolish boyfriend of yours and drink the damn drink, he said, filling a glass to the brim with liquor and placing it in front of her. 4 minutes have passed, and your useless boyfriend hasn't brought any miracles. The only one who can save your company is me. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden flurry of footsteps outside. The private room's door was pushed open by a tall, burly man, followed by a group of well-dressed, imposing men. The man who opened the door was Qin Jiu. Seeing the people who entered, Yishu Yunfei's eyes widened in disbelief, and her jaw nearly dropped. President Zhu Ligo of Zinda Group, President Gao Zhenbo of Lingyan Group, President Wang Yuan Fan of Shengxi Group, President Liu Dongqiang of Tianrui Investment, and President Yu Tilong of Tilong Investment. How did they get here? 3 major suppliers and 5 investment companies, a total of 8 executives, all from top-tier companies in Nanjiang. Xu Yunfei was utterly stunned. Gu Yunxi was equally shocked. But what surprised her even more was what happened next. The 8 company leaders, after glancing at Lin Yufan, walked straight toward her. Miss Gu, hello. I'm Zhu Liguo, the president of Zinda Group. I'm aware of your earlier visit to our company to discuss cooperation. We're willing to supply you with goods for free, Zhu Liguo said. And us too, Gao Zhenbo quickly added. Miss Gu, Lingyan Group is also ready to open our supply channels to you at no cost. We at Shengxi Group are the same, Wang Yuanfan chimed in. One after another, the presidents expressed their willingness to work with Gu Yunzi. The CEOs of 3 companies scrambled to speak up, all eager to offer cooperation to Gu Yunxi. Zhu Yunxi was stunned. All of them were here to seek a partnership with her. And they were even willing to supply goods for free? Hadn't they refused to even meet with her earlier in the day? Now, all of a sudden, they had a change of heart. And this was just the beginning. After the executives from Zinda Group finished speaking, the presidents of 5 investment companies squeezed their way to the front. Hello, Miss Gu. I'm Liu Dongqiang, the CEO of Tianrui Investment. I heard that Zeon Group is facing a potential financial crisis, so I'm willing to invest 30 million yuan to help. And I, Miss Gyu. I'm Yu Tialong from Tialong Investments. I'd like to invest 25 million yuan to help you get through this. My company, Jinan Investment, is willing to contribute 15 million to support you during this challenging time. The 5 CEOs all spoke in turn, each offering more than 10 million yuan. Altogether, the combined investment exceeded 100 million. To put things in perspective, the total funding gap for Zeon Group was only around 10 million, largely due to De Yihan's abrupt withdrawal of their partnership. If the supply channels were re-established, that amount wouldn't pose a serious threat, since loans could still be secured. Now, someone was offering a whopping 100 million, 10 times the required amount. Zhu Yunxi quickly responded. Thank you everyone, but Zeon Group really doesn't need that much investment. After all, investors would want a share of the profits, and she wasn't inclined to take more money than necessary. But to her surprise, as soon as she said this, the CEOs chimed in again. No worries, Miss Gyu. Tianrui Investment is willing to offer the funds free of charge. We at Tialong Investment feel the same. And Jinan Investment too. Free of charge? Giving money away for nothing? Zhu Yunxi was completely dumbfounded. Qian Shiwan, on the other hand, was utterly furious. He had just declared that only he could save Zeon Group, insisting that no one else would be willing to partner with them. Now, 3 partners had appeared out of nowhere, solving both the cooperation and funding issues at once. How could this be happening? To make matters worse, he was under orders to bring Yu Yinxi back. If he failed, even if he didn't die, he'd still have to face severe consequences. With that thought, Qian Shiwan's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Everyone, Zeon Group is just a small company. Isn't this a bit excessive? Please do me a favor and give me a chance. The cooperation with Zeon Group was instructed by Wang Zihang of the Wang Group. I hope you all can step aside. Hearing this, Zhu Liguo and the others glanced at Lin Yufan. When they saw Lin Yufan's cold gaze, Zhu Liguo's expression immediately hardened. Do you think we owe you something? He snorted. Gao Zhenbo also scoffed. Our cooperation with Miss Gyu is none of your business, you insect. The blatant disregard for his words made Qian Xiuan's face flush red and pale in turns. Clenching his fists, he forced himself to speak. This is at Wang Zihang's request. The group responded with looks of disbelief. Was he serious? The head of the Tianji Pavilion was right here, and he dared to mention Wang Zihang. Who did he think was more powerful? They completely ignored Qian Shiyuan and began discussing the cooperation details with Gu Yunxi under Lin Yufan's direction, finalizing the contracts right in front of him. Qian Shiyuan felt utterly humiliated. Those looks, they were as if he was a fool. It stung. Seeing his plan unravel, he waved to his subordinates with a dark expression. Let's go. As they took their first step, Lin Yufan exhaled a smoke ring. Did I say you could leave? Hearing this, Qian Shiwan, who had nowhere to vent his pent-up frustration, froze in his tracks. What? You want to fight? He sneered. Lin Yufan didn't respond. Instead, he calmly stood up and picked up a freshly opened bottle of liquor. You like drinking so much? And what if I do? Qian Shiwan said defiantly. I'd like to offer you a few drinks. Lin Yufan walked towards him with the bottle in hand. Qian Shiwan curled his lips in disdain. You think I'll drink just because you're offering? Idiot. With that, he turned to walk away. But Qin Ju, who had been standing by the door, suddenly appeared behind him. Qian Shiwan turned around, only to crash into Qin Ju, who was built like a tank, forcing him back a couple of steps. Faced with Qin Ju's towering figure and steel-like muscles, Qian Shiwan hesitated. Just as he was about to sidestep, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Before he could react. Bang! Lin Yufan's fist struck his abdomen. Qian Shiwan doubled over like a shrimp, writhing in pain as though his insides were being twisted. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Yufan grabbed him by the hair and forced his head up, pouring the entire bottle of liquor down his throat. Qian Shiwan had chosen the strongest liquor for the night, hoping to knock Gu Yunxi out. The burning liquid surged down his throat, searing him from the inside as if his throat was ablaze, scorching all the way to his stomach. As the bottle emptied, Lin Yufan took a long drag from his cigarette. Tell your boss. If he dares mess with Gu Yunxi again, I'll end him. Then, he turned towards Gu Yunxi, who had just signed the contracts. Let's go. Taishan. Gu Yunxi nodded, still a bit dazed. The alcohol had dulled her senses, and she followed Lin Yufan, clutching the contracts, her mind in a haze. Meanwhile, Qian Shuan collapsed on the ground, choking violently. It felt as if he would cough out his lungs, yet even so, he pointed at Lin Yufan, his voice hoarse. Stop! Cough! Stop him! His subordinates prepared to move, but the CEOs glanced at one another and blocked their path. Don't leave, stay for a drink. Come on, Mr. Qian. Let me pour you a glass. Qian Shi Yuan and his men were swiftly dragged back to the table. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi got into Lin Yufan's car, heading towards Xiun Villa. Throughout the drive, she couldn't stop staring at his profile. The way he had stood up for her, pouring that bottle of liquor into Qian Shiyuan's stomach, was so commanding, it felt immensely satisfying. And perhaps due to the lingering effects of the alcohol, her gaze toward Lin Yufan grew softer and more dreamy. As they entered the villa, Gu Yunxi leaned heavily on him. Her breath, warm and fragrant, lingered near his neck, and the softness of her body wrapped around him, evoking a sense of being enveloped. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Yufan unlocked the door and helped her inside. Once he laid her on the sofa, Gu Yunxi wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing their faces dangerously close. He could see every flutter of her eyelashes. Worse, she closed her eyes and parted her lips, whispering a seductive murmur. Brother Yufan. Mesty. The sound echoed through his heart. Damn it, he couldn't hold back anymore. Gu Yunxi's alluring red lips drew closer and closer, her eyes growing increasingly hazy. Lin Yufan's heart raced with excitement. It seemed he had misunderstood during the day. Yunxi's feelings for him were far beyond mere sibling affection. Last night's hesitation was simply due to shyness. After all, they weren't related by blood, why would there be any barriers? Now, with alcohol loosening her inhibitions, her true feelings were finally emerging. Gu Yunxi moved in even closer, her quickened, heavy breaths brushing against his face. Brother Yufan, I'm feeling so uncomfortable, she murmured. Feeling unwell? It's okay, you'll feel better soon, Lin Yufan whispered soothingly. But just as he was about to get closer, Gu Yunxi's brows suddenly furrowed, her face showing a pained expression, and then she threw up, all over Lin Yufan. Her arms fell away from his neck as she collapsed onto the sofa, her expression now relaxed, drifting off into a peaceful sleep. Relieved. Lin Yufan was completely dumbfounded. So she had been holding on to him just to make it easier to vomit? He felt as if a stampede of grass mud horses was charging through his mind. His intense excitement was extinguished on the spot. Silently, he walked to the bathroom. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing Grand Hotel. After Lin Yufan left, Zhu Liguo and the others, aware of the animosity between Qian Ji Yuan and him, blocked Qian Shi Yuan and his men, forcing them to drink excessively. These 8 men were accustomed to heavy drinking, and with their status, no one dared to refuse. As a result, Qian Zhuan's subordinates ended up vomiting. Qian Shiwan himself suffered even more. He threw up 3 times, and during the last bout, he even spat up blood, landing himself in the hospital. After receiving a quick treatment, he checked himself out and rushed to the villa where Wang Zihang was waiting. Despite the risk, he couldn't afford to keep Wang Zihang waiting all night. When he arrived, Wang Zihang was lounging on the sofa in a bathrobe, drinking with Du Yihan. Tonight's plan was set up after Du Yihan informed Wang Zihang about the situation. Wang Zihang then sent Qian Shiwan to arrange everything with the aim of bringing Gu Yunxi over for the night. Otherwise, considering Xian Group's small scale, he wouldn't have agreed to any partnership. Everything was prepared, he had even taken a shower, just waiting for the delivery. Seeing Qian Shiwan rush in with urgency, Wang Zihang stood up and smiled at Du Yihan. He's here. You did well this time. Once I'm satisfied, you can have a turn. Du Yihan grinned. Thank you, young Master Wang. Before the conversation could continue. Dud? Qian Shi Yuan dropped to his knees in front of them. Wang Zihang's face instantly darkened. Where is she? Apologies, young Master Wang. The plan was about to succeed, but then a man named Lin Yufan showed up. Qian Shi Yuan, still on his knees, gave a dramatized account of the night's events, blaming everything on Lin Yufan. So not only did you fail to bring her here, but you also let Xion Group finalize the cooperation. Wang Zihang's expression turned so dark it seemed he might explode. Qian Shiwan bowed his head deeply and pleaded, I'm sorry, young Master Wang. It's all because of that bastard Lin Yufan. You must teach him a lesson. Bang. An enraged Wang Zihang kicked Qian Shiyuan squarely in the head. Useless trash. What's the point of having you? Blood appeared on Qian Shiwan's forehead, but he didn't dare to show any resentment. He remained kneeling, letting Wang Zihang kick him repeatedly. Investigate. Get out there and find out who this Lin Yufan is right now. With a final kick, Wang Zihang knocked him to the ground. At that moment, Du Yihan, who hadn't dared to speak, quickly interjected. Young Master Wang, I've looked into Lin Yufan and have his information. Speak. Yes, young master? Du Yihan's face showed a glint of malice. He's a kept man that Gu Yunxi took in. He has no money, no power, and apart from some brute strength, he's nothing. Everything he has is thanks to that woman. Hearing this, Wang Zihang's anger intensified, and he kicked Qian Zhiyuan again. You let a nobody ruin our plans. You're really something. Qian Zhiyuan bowed even lower, his hatred for Lin Yufan deepening. If it hadn't been for him, he wouldn't be in this mess. Finally tired of kicking, Wang Zihang sat back on the sofa, his expression dark. A nobody dares to cross me? He's asking for death. Sensing his anger, Du Yihan saw the chance for revenge against Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi. He quickly spoke up again. Young Master Wang, I have a plan to take revenge on them. Let's hear it. Here's the plan. Du Yihan leaned in and whispered the details. Wang Zihang nodded approvingly. Good plan. Start preparing. Tomorrow, I'll personally invite Gu Yunxi over. If she dares refuse, we'll put the plan into action. Du Yihan grinned. Yu Yunxi, Lin Yufan, just wait for your doom. The next day arrived. A crimson sun rose over the horizon, climbing into the sky and casting a soft yet piercing light into Ziyun Villa. Gu Yunxi woke up with the sunlight. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she stretched instinctively. But then she realized something wasn't right. Why? Am I sleeping on the sofa? She massaged her aching head, puzzled. She remembered Lin Yufan bringing her back. So why hadn't he put her in bed? Was it because she reeked of alcohol? But then why had he still placed a pillow under her head and covered her with a blanket? With a hint of resentment, Gu Yunxi glanced toward Lin Yufan's room. Just then, Lin Yufan came out, freshly awake. Their eyes met. In a soft, accusatory tone, Gu Yunxi said, Brother Yufan, you've changed. You never used to let me sleep on the sofa. Lin Yufan chuckled. You threw up on me, and you still expect me to carry you to bed? You're lucky I didn't toss you outside. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly fanned his nose. Yu Yunxi's cheeks flushed red. Did I really throw up on your chin? Lin Yufan nodded, adding and all over me. Ah. She covered her face with her hands, and let out a small scream, dashing into the bathroom. She felt utterly embarrassed. After she finished freshening up, she found that Lin Yufan had already prepared breakfast. Come eat. Blushing with a touch of shyness, Gu Yunxi sat down at the table. She avoided talking to Lin Yufan, pretending to scroll through her phone. But then, she noticed multiple missed calls from Su Liangsu. Could something have happened? Her face suddenly turned pale. Worried that something might have happened to Su Liangsu, Gu Yunxi quickly called her back. Hey Liangsu, are you all right? She asked as soon as the call connected. Su Liangshu's voice came through, carrying a hint of reproach. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? I called over a dozen times since last night and you didn't pick up once. I thought something happened to you and was about to head back. Recalling what Lin Yufan had said earlier, Gu Yunxi blushed slightly. She glanced at Lin Yufan before explaining, the business negotiations went late last night, so I fell asleep as soon as I got home and didn't check my phone. Did the negotiations go well? Su Liangsu asked. They did. The contracts signed, Gu Yunxi confirmed. Hearing this, Su Liangsu's tone brightened with a hint of joy. Well, I've got good news for you too. Yesterday my livestream reached the top spot, breaking the platform's all-time record. Now, multiple media companies are offering me contracts to become a celebrity and star in Filmis. Really? That's amazing. How did you pull it off? Gu Yunxi was genuinely surprised. She knew Su Liangsu's stream wasn't as popular as top-tier streamers since she only streamed occasionally. To suddenly reach the #1 spot and set a platform record was incredible. Su Liangshu playfully stuck out her tongue. It wasn't really me. Yesterday during my stream, a new user with the ID Drunk at a Beauty's Lab showed up and sent a gift that's never been given in the platform's history. That's what made it happen. I don't even know who he is. Yesterday? A new account. Hearing this, Gu Yunxi instinctively glanced at Lin Yufan. She remembered giving him Su Liangsu's livestream info including the time. Could this mysterious wealthy person be her Yufan? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Last night, Lin Yufan had come over with 8 executives to help resolve the company's issues. He must have been busy negotiating partnerships with Zinda, Lingyun, and Shengxi during the day. He wouldn't have had time to watch a livestream. Lin Yufan just smiled silently, not saying a word. Putting the thought aside, Gu Yunxi remarked, for someone to give such an expensive gift on their first time watching your stream, their assets must be in the hundreds of millions. Lin Yufan kept smiling, still silent. Hundreds of millions? That's an understatement. Try thinking bigger, he thought to himself. Su Liangshu nodded in agreement. Now the ID drunk at a beauty's lap is famous in the streaming world. Female streamers especially have taken it upon themselves to remember that name. Even though he isn't a streamer himself, he already has hundreds of thousands of followers. Yu Yunxi was astonished. Then, with a sudden chuckle, she teased, Lu Ji, did you call just to talk about him? Don't tell me you've fallen for drunk at a beauty's lap? Su Liangshu scoffed lightly. What are you talking about? I just wanted to share my good news about getting offers to join a media company and start acting. No one can compare to my brother in my heart. Hearing this, Lin Yufan mentally gave Su Liangshu a thumbs up. She knew exactly what to say. Yu Yunxi glanced at Lin Yufan and blinked her pretty eyes playfully. Really? Of course. Su Liangshu replied without hesitation. But then her tone suddenly softened. It's been 15 years. I wonder how Fan Fan is doing. I really miss him. The sadness in her voice was evident. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Yufan spoke up. I've missed you too. The sound of something crashing came from the other end, followed by Su Liangshu's breath becoming rapid. Her voice trembled. You're really Fan Fan? Yunxi, is Fan Fan really back? Jiu Yunxi could understand Su Liangshu's excitement, her eyes reddening as she nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother Yufan is back. He returned 2 days ago. He said he wanted to surprise each of you, so I didn't tell anyone. Tears of joy filled Su Liangshu's voice, and she stammered as she spoke. I'm coming back. Right now. There was another sound of frantic movement on the other end. Lin Yufan quickly took over the call, his voice soft. Where are you? I'll come to you. Hearing how unsettled Su Liangshu was, he worried she might get into trouble. I'm at Nanjing. No, I'm at the corner cafe near Nanjing University, she replied hurriedly. Okay, I'm on my way, Lin Yufan said with a reassuring smile. Su Liangshu agreed enthusiastically. After hanging up, Lin Yufan finished his last bite of breakfast, gave Gu Yunxi a few instructions, and headed out. Gu Yunxi didn't follow him. Firstly, she had just secured a partnership, and there were many company matters she needed to handle herself, making her schedule tight. Secondly, she feared that if she went along she'd end up crying while they reminisced about the past. Meanwhile, Su Liangshu changed her clothes as quickly as possible and rushed to the cafe. Although she knew it would take some time for Lin Yufan to arrive, she didn't want to waste a single minute. After all, she had been waiting for this person for 15 years. Even a second's delay would be unbearable. As she hurried out of the university gates, her mind focused solely on reaching the cafe. She failed to notice a pair of eyes watching her from the moment she stepped outside. The owner of those eyes was none other than my fate, not Heaven's will, who had once topped her stream's leaderboard. His name was Feng Yankai, a member of the Feng family in Nanjing. With a tall and strong build, thanks to his taekwondo training, and a handsome appearance, he was quite striking. The Feng family was in the construction business and wealthy. The money he had used to shower Su Liangshu with gifts had come from his family. Ever since Lin Yufan had outspent him and booted him from the livestream, Feng Yankai had been looking for an opportunity to meet Su Liangshu again. After finding out she attended Nanjing University, he had come straight over. He wasn't going to let those 2 million go to waste, but he hadn't expected to run into her so soon after arriving. What luck, he thought, grinning as he watched her head toward the cafe. Taking out his phone, he made a call. I found her. Get everyone ready to move. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Feng Yankai's command, several men in suits headed straight for the corner cafe. Feng Yankai himself stepped out of a Mercedes. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a sharp suit, polished shoes, and well-groomed hair, he immediately drew attention as he entered the cafe. He was pleased with the reaction from the onlookers, feeling even more confident that he could win over Su Liangshu. Meanwhile, Su Liangshu was seated by the window, waiting anxiously for Lin Yufan. Her serene beauty made her look like a picturesque painting. But inside she was restless, eagerly hoping to see Lin Yufan after 15 years. She paid little attention to the changing scene in the cafe. She was completely focused on the fact that Lin Yufan was on his way, and soon she would finally see her long-lost brother. As she nervously waited, a voice called out, Liangshu. Feng Yankai, looking dashing, walked over with a faint smile. "Who are you?" Su Liangshu frowned. Feng Yankai's voice was clearly different from Lin Yufan's, she could tell immediately. Smiling, Feng Yankai extended his hand. "Liangsu, hello. My name is Feng Yankai." Her frown deepened, and she didn't take his hand. "I don't think I know you." Feng Yankai's smile didn't falter. "This may be the first time we're meeting in person, but we actually know each other quite well. Let me reintroduce myself, I'm your top supporter. My fate, not heaven's will." He pulled out his phone to show her the shark streaming account as proof. After confirming his identity, Su Liangshu asked politely, "Oh, I see. Is there something you needed?" She was only interested in seeing Lin Yufan and didn't want to engage with anyone else. But since Feng Yankai had gifted her millions and had always supported her streams, she felt it would be too harsh to dismiss him outright. Feng Yankai noticed her slight shift from ignoring him to asking questions. Even his posture seemed to straighten. His investment was paying off. It was time to make his move. With a snap of his fingers, the cafe's lighting switched to a warm hue. A white piano was wheeled to the center of the room, and soft music began to play. A band and drummers were already in position, and someone started arranging candles on the floor. The entire atmosphere transformed into a romantic setting, reminiscent of a proposal scene. The gentle music tugged at the hearts of the women in the cafe. This was all part of Feng Yankai's grand plan. He was going to confess his love to Su Liangsu and make her his. Aside from her stunning beauty and the urge to cherish her, he also wanted to restore his reputation, his honor, that had been tarnished in front of tens of thousands of viewers. If Su Liangshu became his wife, then the shame would turn into glory. He could simply share photos of them together and silence any doubts. He was certain that drunk at a beauty's lap would lose his mind with jealousy. The more extravagant the gesture, the more devastating the blow would be. He could even frame it as using his actions to boost his wife's fame, while Lin Yufan was just a fool who got played. At that point, everyone would praise him for his cleverness, not admire Lin Yufan's spending. He even had a taunt ready. "Oh, you spent $1 million on my wife? Thanks. Keep it coming." Then, he'd turn around and embrace Su Liangsu. It was going to be perfect. With these thoughts, he gazed at Su Liangshu with deep affection. "Liangshu, for 4 years, I've watched your streams and admired you from afar. Over these 4 years, I went from being just another anonymous viewer to your top supporter, quietly standing by your side. No matter what I was doing or how busy I was, whenever you started streaming, I would drop everything to watch because you are my one and only, the reason I keep going. Do you know why I kept asking you to sing The Night I Miss You? Because every night without you felt like that song, sleepless and full of longing. Marry me, Liangshu. I will protect you forever." As he finished his passionate confession, the music suddenly became more lively, with the band performing "Let's Get Married" energetically. Several men in red suits appeared, holding up large signs that read, "Su Liangshu, marry me." Rose petals filled the air, creating an overwhelming romantic atmosphere. The other guests in the cafe stood up, many taking out their phones to record the scene. Some had tears in their eyes, enchanted by the spectacle. "This is so moving. His confession brought me to tears. Yeah, how can there be such a wonderful man in the world? He's supported her in silence for 4 years, making her famous. I'm so touched. She should say yes." Some elegantly dressed women in the crowd began shouting excitedly, "Say yes, say yes." The cafe staff, including the waiters and manager, joined in the chant, "Marry him, marry him." Amid the shower of rose petals and the cheers, Su Liangshu's face turned pale. She never expected to be put in this kind of situation. Feng Yankai's declaration had given her goosebumps, especially his mention of sleepless nights. It made her feel uneasy. But Su Liangshu was a gentle soul, unlike the more assertive Gu Yunyunsi. Her kind nature made it hard for her to reject others directly, especially knowing how much money Feng Yankai had spent on her. Refusing in front of everyone would seem too cruel. She struggled to find a way to politely decline. Seeing her hesitation, the crowd cheered even louder, sensing that someone like her would likely give in to the pressure and not embarrass Feng Yankai. At this moment, Feng Yankai made sure to flash his Rolex watch and a 24K gold lighter, along with the Armani and Gucci logos on his outfit, to show off his wealth. He was confident that no streamer would reject him. After all, streaming was all about making money, and he radiated luxury and romance. Using the gold lighter, he lit the candles on the floor, forming a heart shape. Roses were scattered everywhere. Kneeling on one knee in the middle of it all, he held out a diamond ring to Su Liangshu. "Marry me, Liangshu." Her face turned even paler. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. "Whoa, is there a fire? Someone, put it out." Everyone turned to see Lin Yufan, who had just walked in, grab a cup of coffee from a table and fling it straight at Feng Yankai's face. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened. But it was only the beginning. What the hell? Why isn't the fire out yet? Lin Yufan shouted dramatically as he rushed to a corner, grabbed a dry powder fire extinguisher, and aimed it straight at Feng Yankai, who was still kneeling on the floor. The extinguisher's spray was wide, and the hired extras playing the audience all screamed and scattered. Feng Yankai, in the center, was in a pitiful state covered in a mixture of coffee and white powder. His once handsome face was now caked in a crusty white layer, with patches of brown from the coffee, looking nothing like it used to. Hiss! As Lin Yufan extinguished the last flickering flame, the cafe fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. The romantic scene had been completely obliterated. Candles lay toppled over, heart-shaped balloons had flown away, and the diamond ring was now just a white lump, unrecognizable. The would-be proposer was left in a daze. But just because no one else was talking didn't mean Lin Yufan would stay quiet. He hefted the fire extinguisher and smacked the back of Feng Yankai's head, scolding him righteously. You're a grown man. Don't you know you can't play with fire in public? What if someone got burned, or if you set the whole cafe on fire? Have some common sense. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What kind of person was this guy? The slap jolted Feng Yankai back to reality. His face contorted with rage, and parts of the hardened powder even cracked and fell off. Play with fire, my ass. I was proposing. Do you even understand what a proposal is? He roared, fuming with anger. The scene had been straight out of a textbook. Rose petals raining down, heart-shaped candles, a live band, and a beautiful diamond ring, and this idiot had ruined it all with a fire extinguisher, blabbering about fire safety. Ignoring Feng Yankai's outburst, Lin Yufan aimed the extinguisher again, and sprayed down the hand that was trying to relight the candles, extinguishing the flames with a righteous tone. Fire prevention is everyone's responsibility. The crowd was speechless. Feng Yankai was livid. Who the hell are you? He was convinced that Lin Yufan was doing this on purpose. The first time could be excused as stupidity, but interrupting a proposal twice after understanding the situation, that was just too much. Lin Yufan was indeed doing it on purpose. Hearing Feng Yankai's question, he set the extinguisher down, walked over to Su Liangsu with a smile, and declared, I'm her boyfriend, Lin Yufan. Boyfriend? The cafe fell silent again. Su Liangsu's entire body trembled, her eyes glued to Lin Yufan, unable to look away. Was this really her brother Yufan? Feng Yankai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded for a moment, then burst out in anger and disbelief. Stop pretending. I've been following her for years. If she had a boyfriend, I'd know about it. Lin Yufan ignored him and took out a small 2-yuan cake from his pocket, handing it to Su Liangsu with a gentle voice. I brought this for you. Su Liangsu's eyes immediately reddened, all doubts about his identity vanishing. This was the very cake she loved as a child, something only Lin Yufan and her closest friends knew. She hadn't expected him to remember such a small detail after all these years. Unable to hold back any longer, she threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Brother Fan, I've missed you so much, she said, her voice trembling. Lin Yufan's gaze softened as he hugged her gently. I've missed you too. Feng Yankai felt his face turn pale as the words Brother Fan echoed in his ears like 3 sharp daggers, stabbing deep into his heart. Why? Wasn't he handsome enough? Wasn't he romantic enough? Wasn't he wealthier than this idiot who dressed like a beggar? How could this guy possibly compare to him? Could a 2-yuan cake really compete with a diamond ring worth tens of thousands? Why was she hugging him and not me? Feng Yankai was so furious he couldn't think straight. Meanwhile, Su Liangshu coughed twice in Lin Yufan's arms, prompting him to frown. Earlier, she had been standing too close to Feng Yankai, and although he had tried to avoid spraying her while using the fire extinguisher, the cafe's air was still filled with residual powder and debris. He spoke softly. Let's go outside. Su Liangshu nodded obediently, rubbing her eyes. But just as they were about to take a step forward, Feng Yankai's voice rang out. Stop right there. With his shout, a few of the men holding signs moved closer, trying to block their path. Seeing this, Lin Yufan's gaze turned cold. He whispered to Su Liangsu, wait outside for a moment. I'll have a word with him. Okay, she agreed, walking toward the exit. Feng Yankai didn't try to stop her. He needed to vent his anger. It was bad enough that drunk at a beauty's lap had outspent him last night, but now this Lin Yufan had ruined his cafe proposal. Did they really think he was just some pushover? As soon as Su Liangshu left, he stood up with a menacing expression. I don't care who you are or how you got close to Su Liangsu, but from now on stay away from her. She's mine. Lin Yufan chuckled coldly. Your woman? Did she agree to that? She will. Feng Yankai replied confidently, his tone laced with arrogance. I've supported her for 4 years, and I spent 2 million on her last night. She has no reason to refuse me. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yufan realized who he was dealing with. So, this was my fate, not heaven's will. Originally intending to deal with Feng Yankai right away, he suddenly felt like playing with him a bit more. You think 2 million is enough to make someone marry you? Don't you think that's a bit low? Shouldn't it be at least 10 million? 10 million? Again with 10 million. The mere mention of that figure made Feng Yankai's blood boil. Sizing up Lin Yufan, he confirmed that the man's entire outfit couldn't be worth more than 200 yuan. His lips curled into a disdainful sneer. These days, even stray dogs know how to boast. You, a worthless bum dressed in clothes worth 200, have the nerve to talk about millions? Could you even come up with 20,000, let alone 2 million? He slapped Lin Yufan's face roughly. But Lin Yufan remained calm, pulling out his phone and fiddling with it. You're right, I don't have 2 million. Feng Yankai sneered, feeling more triumphant. At least you know your place. Now, get lost. Before he could say another word, Lin Yufan held up his phone with a smirk. I prefer dealing in tens of millions. Isn't that right, kid? Displayed on Lin Yufan's phone was the Shark streaming platform account. The words drunk at a beauty's lap were clearly visible on the screen. Feng Yankai's face turned red, then blue, and finally green with rage. It was as if he had just swallowed something foul. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together, as he glared at Lin Yufan. So? You're the bastard who tipped 1 million last night? Lin Yufan casually tapped Feng Yankai's face with his phone, scolding, watch your mouth. Call me grandpa. Fuck. Feng Yankai spat, seething with rage. You ruined my reputation yesterday, and today you're here to wreck my plans again? I'll beat you to death. Old grudges and fresh anger surged within him, making his chest heave with fury. He snapped his fingers. Get him. Beat this bastard to a pulp, he shouted, tossing the ring on the ground and charging forward with his bodyguards. Feng Yankai wasn't just any rich kid, he was a trained martial artist, a black belt in taekwondo. Few among the wealthy elite had his skills, and even his bodyguards couldn't beat him one-on-one. If I don't beat you so badly that your own mother won't recognize you, then my last name isn't Feng, he roared, swinging a punch straight at Lin Yufan's face. His 4 bodyguards also attacked in unison, targeting Lin Yufan's vital areas. But as these fierce attacks approached, Lin Yufan remained calm, even taking the time to put his phone back in his pocket. After 15 years of training on the mountain with that grumpy old master, nothing this trivial could faze him. A black belt in taekwondo? Even if it were rainbow-colored, it wouldn't make a difference. His movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he threw 4 punches, sending the bodyguards flying. Then, he shifted from a fist to an open palm, slapping Feng Yankai hard across the face. Smack. The sound echoed crisply through the cafe. Feng Yankai was knocked to the ground, his face swelling from the blow. Lin Yufan grabbed the swollen side of his face, giving it a harsh tug as he scolded, "Show some respect when you speak to your elders, you ungrateful brat." With that, he dusted off his hands and left the cafe without looking back. A heavy silence filled the room, broken only after a long pause by a wailing cry and the sound of fists pounding the floor. "Aha!" Feng Yankai cried out, tears streaming down his face. He had lost in every possible way, couldn't outspend, couldn't win in a fight, and had somehow ended up as someone else's grandson. It was utterly humiliating. I'm a rich second-generation kid, he thought desperately. And a black belt in taekwondo. With all these advantages, how did I end up losing to this bastard? He began questioning his entire existence, doubting if he really was a rich kid, and if his taekwondo training had been real. How else could he have been defeated without even seeing how Lin Yufan moved? Meanwhile, Lin Yufan was blissfully unaware of Feng Yankai's despair. At that moment he was strolling down the tree-lined paths of Nanjing University, with Su Liangsu clinging to his arm. He couldn't help but notice how lovely she smelled, not the artificial fragrance of perfume, but a natural, refreshing scent, like a delicate orchid blooming in a secluded valley. It was calming, like walking beside a pure flower. To others, however, the sight was quite different. All the male students who saw Lin Yufan were glaring at him with envy and resentment, as if they could eat him alive with their stares. "Are you always this popular on campus?" Lin Yufan asked with a chuckle. Since leaving the cafe, he had briefly shared stories of his past 15 years of monotonous mountain life and inquired about Su Liangsu's recent experiences. She was now a graduate student in performing arts at Nanjing University, using live streaming as a way to hone her acting skills and prepare for a future career in film or music. He had suggested walking around campus, wanting to experience the college atmosphere that he had missed out on despite having read numerous books on various subjects while on the mountain. Su Liangsu blushed as she glanced at the jealous stares from her fellow students. "Brother fan, I didn't expect this," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Yufan patted her on the head with a smile. "I'm not blaming you. Come on, let's visit the library first, then head to the cafeteria. It should be crowded there." Seeing how popular Su Liangsu was at the university, and the hostile looks directed his way just for holding her arm, Lin Yufan felt the need to make a statement, to mark his territory and discourage any potential rivals. Guided by Lin Yufan, the two ventured wherever the crowds were thickest. Su Liangsu stayed close, chatting happily with him, her smile as bright as the sun. She didn't fully understand his intentions, but being able to explore the campus with her long-lost brother after 15 years made her feel genuinely happy. However, their happiness was soon interrupted in the cafeteria. At the entrance stood a girl in a bohemian dress, her fair arms exposed and her expression tinged with annoyance. She was glaring at Su Liangsu. "Liangsu, how can you walk around campus arm in arm with someone like this? What would Zhuang Yang think if he saw this?" she demanded. The girl was Dong Qianqian, Su Liangsu's roommate and close friend. She had rushed over after hearing rumors that Su Liangsu had a boyfriend and was walking around campus with him. Hearing her words, Su Liangsu frowned. "Qian, I don't want you talking about brother fan like that. Besides, I don't like Zhuang Yang, so I don't care what he thinks." Zhuang Yang was a persistent suitor of Su Liangsu, well known on campus, and many believed they were a couple. Dong Qianqian had introduced them, constantly trying to push them together. "Liangsu, how can you say that? Zhuang Yang will be heartbroken," Dong Qianqian said reproachfully, her tone suggesting she was only looking out for her friend's best interests. Su Liangsu's frown deepened. She didn't want to argue about this and turned to Lin Yufan instead. "Brother fan, let's go inside and eat." "Sure," Lin Yufan nodded. He was starving after all that walking. As for Dong Qianqian, he had initially thought she was attractive enough to glance at twice, but now he was ready to ignore her completely. Su Liangsu had clearly stated she didn't like Zhuang Yang, yet this girl was still trying to impose her will on her friend. He couldn't stand people who were so self-righteous. However, before they could take more than a few steps, Dong Qianqian chased after them, her expression cold and scrutinizing as she addressed Lin Yufan. "You, come here. I need to have a word with you." Lin Yufan's eyes turned icy. "Oh, so she thought she could push him around? What do you want to talk about?" Lin Yufan asked coldly. "Over there," Dong Qianqian replied, pointing to a quieter corner of the cafeteria, her tone icy. Seeing Dong Qianqian's attitude toward Lin Yufan, a flicker of annoyance flashed in Su Liangsu's eyes. She stepped in front of him, frowning. "Qianqian, brother fan is one of the most important people in my life. I hope you'll show him some respect," she said. Dong Qianqian gave Su Liangsu a long look, surprised that she would speak to her like this for Lin Yufan's sake. It only deepened her dislike for him. "Nevertheless," she replied, "don't worry. I just need a word." Satisfied with her response, Su Liangsu turned to Lin Yufan, seeking his opinion. He glanced coldly at Dong Qianqian, then smiled at Su Liangsu. "You go ahead and get in line for food. I'll join you soon." He had already anticipated that coming to the university might involve dealing with issues related to Su Liangsu. He was curious to see what Dong Qianqian wanted. Seeing his response, Su Liangsu nodded. "I'll wait in line for you." "Okay." Lin Yufan walked over to the empty corner, with Dong Qianqian silently following behind. Once there, Dong Qianqian met his gaze directly and spoke without hesitation. "I don't know how you know Liangsu, or how you managed to gain her trust by taking advantage of her kindness, but I hope you'll stay away from her from now on. Liangsu is a good girl with dreams of becoming a star. She has a bright future. With her talent and looks, she's destined to be a top actress. But you're just a nobody who can't even afford decent clothes. You don't deserve her." Lin Yufan laughed coldly. "So you called me over just to warn me?" "Yes, I did," Dong Qianqian replied, not backing down. "Liangsu is pure-hearted and kind. But that doesn't give you the right to deceive her. She and you are worlds apart. The only person truly worthy of her is someone like Zhuang Yang." Lin Yufan's sneer grew wider. Oh? And what exactly makes Zhuang Yang so amazing? Dong Qian lifted her chin with pride, looking down on Lin Yufan with disdain. Zhuang Yang is one of Nanjing University's brightest talents. He's won countless awards since he was a child and earned scholarships every year. His family background is 1,000 times better than yours. What's even more admirable is that despite his privileged upbringing, he holds himself to high standards. He runs the Taekwondo club and is just one rank away from a black belt. He has strength, looks, and a prestigious background. With him, Liangshu will only grow stronger. Even if she becomes a superstar, I'm confident he can still support her. Her speech was filled with self-righteous conviction. Lin Yufan couldn't help but laugh. A red belt in Taekwondo just one step below black? That was even worse than Feng Yankai, who was nothing to begin with. Was this supposed to be impressive? As for having a good family background, who could compete with someone who possessed the wealth of nations? Seeing his amused expression, Dong Qian's eyes flashed with displeasure. What's so funny? I'm laughing at your ignorance and arrogance. At how highly you think of yourself. You have no idea who you're talking to. In an instant, Lin Yufan's demeanor changed, exuding an intimidating aura like a sharp sword piercing the sky. 15 years on the mountain, studying countless books and enduring countless hardships. He didn't know much about the old master's accomplishments before he went up the mountain, but just the reputation of Tianji Pavilion mastering the secrets of heaven spoke volumes. Without being an expert in countless fields, how could someone claim such a title? And he had surpassed even that old master. His voice seemed to come from the heavens, carrying an air of authority. I tolerate you, laugh at you, and even respond to you, only because Liangshu considers you a friend. Without her, you're no different from an ant or a bug on the ground. As for what happens between Liangshu and me, it's none of your business. I live my life on my terms. Who are you to tell me what to do? With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Dong Qian standing there, stunned. It took her a long time to recover from the overwhelming presence he had projected. As she watched his figure slowly regain its casual, carefree demeanor, she gritted her teeth and spoke up. Anyone can talk big, but words mean nothing against real power. When faced with true strength, all your boasting is worthless. I'll make you see the gap between you and Liangshu. As long as I'm here, you'll never trick or bother her again. With that, she pulled out her phone and called Zhuang Yang. Hey Zhuang Yang, come to the cafeteria quickly. Liangshu. Lin Yufan was unaware of Dong Qian's call to Zhuang Yang, nor would he waste his time caring about such matters. At that moment he was happily enjoying a meal with Su Liangshu, basking in the envious stares of others. Brother Fan, what did Qian want to talk to you about? She didn't say anything bad, did she? Su Liangshu asked, gently placing a piece of chicken on his plate. Oh, her? Lin Yufan replied casually. Nothing important. She thought I was too handsome and tried to steal you away from me, but I turned her down flat. He didn't want to spoil Su Liangshu's mood with Dong Qian's nonsense, so he made up a light-hearted excuse. Su Liangshu giggled. Brother Fan, who praises themselves like that? What's wrong with that? Am I not handsome? Lin Yufan joked, striking a few poses that made Su Liangshu laugh even harder. It felt like they had returned to their carefree childhood days. All worries swept away, leaving only joy in the warmth of their reunion. For Su Liangshu, this was the best meal she had had in a long time. During lunch she also told Lin Yufan about her plans to join a media company, and he gave her some serious advice on choosing the right one. But just as they finished eating and were about to take a walk, a group of people blocked their path. At the head of the group stood Zhuang Yang. Seeing a group of boys in Taekwondo uniforms, each with different colored belts, surround him, Lin Yufan frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the other students wore expressions of anticipation, eager to see a show. Su Liangshu was a campus goddess at Nanjing University, admired by many. Seeing her walk hand in hand with Lin Yufan had stirred up jealousy, and everyone was hoping Zhuang Yang would teach him a lesson. The cafeteria quickly filled with students, all eager to watch the confrontation. Even Dong Qian was among them. Now you'll see just how big the gap is between you and Zhuang Yang, she thought, her gaze filled with resentment. Zhuang Yang, a tall and well-built young man, walked forward with a stern expression. Su Liangshu frowned deeply and stepped up, her voice cold. Zhuang Yang, what do you think you're doing? Zhuang Yang ignored her and kept his eyes locked on Lin Yufan. So, you're the so-called brother Fan that Liangshu keeps talking about? Lin Yufan glanced at him indifferently. Do I know you? Zhuang Yang's expression remained dark. You didn't know me before, but you do now. Stay away from Liangshu. She's not someone you can be around. Hearing this, Lin Yufan chuckled. The arrogance of these people was really getting on his nerves. His impression of Nanjing University sank even lower. Su Liangshu was visibly angry. Zhuang Yang, what gives you the right to tell Brother Fan to stay away from me? Zhuang Yang raised his chin proudly. Because you're my girlfriend. Su Liangshu's face turned livid. Since when did I agree to be your girlfriend? Stop making things up. Zhuang Yang's expression remained unchanged, full of confidence. Even if you haven't agreed yet, you will. Sooner or later, it's inevitable that you'll be my girlfriend. Su Liangshu was furious. She had never encountered someone so shameless and unreasonable, and her opinion of him dropped to rock bottom. Lin Yufan shook his head and looked at Su Liangshu. Liangshu, let's transfer to a different school. There are too many idiots here. His words were like poking a hornet's nest, inciting outrage among the students. Who are you calling an idiot? Yeah, Zhuang Yang, teach him a lesson. Show him what happens when you run your mouth. The crowd grew restless, and Zhuang Yang tightened the red belt around his waist, his expression full of menace. I'll give you one chance to rephrase what you just said, he said. The Taekwondo club members behind him all took a step forward, exuding a threatening aura. Lin Yufan's lips curved into a playful smile. So, you want to fight me? Before Zhuang Yang could respond, a boy with a blue belt stepped forward. You're not even worthy of Zhuang Yang lifting a finger. I'll handle you myself, Fei Yi declared. The crowd's spirits lifted at his appearance. Fei Yi is a blue belt. I saw him take on 3 guys at once before. He'll teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Exactly. This guy needs to learn that not just anyone can get close to our campus queen. With his chin raised high, Fei Yi looked down on Lin Yufan with disdain. Now, who's the idiot? Lin Yufan's smile widened. Sorry, I wasn't referring to anyone in particular. I meant all of you are idiots. You're asking for it. Fei Yi shouted angrily, charging forward. His movements were sharp and quick for a non-professional, with speed and power well above average. If his kick landed, a normal person would likely be knocked out. But Lin Yufan was no ordinary person. He was the head of Tianji Pavilion, a martial arts genius who had trained on a mountain for 15 years and defeated the former master. To him, Fei Yi with his blue belt was nothing but a joke. Even Feng Yangkai, who had a black belt, was just throwing around fancy moves. He hadn't wanted to bully someone weaker, but Dong Qian and Zhuang Yang had really pushed his patience. As Fei Yi launched a powerful spinning side kick, Lin Yufan's expression remained unchanged. He lifted his right leg and kicked out. Bang! His counterattack landed first. Fei Yi flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing into a group of students. Lin Yufan had held back otherwise. That kick could have killed him. Even so, Fei Yi lay on the ground clutching his stomach, unable to get up. The onlookers were stunned. Is that it? He lost just like that? Fei Yi is the vice president of the Taekwondo club. How did he lose to this guy in a single move? The students were in disbelief. Zhuang Yang, however, scoffed. So, you have some skill after all. No wonder you're so arrogant. But being close to a red belt is nothing to brag about. He recalled defeating someone like Fei Yi 6 months ago, back when he had just earned his red belt. Half a year had passed, and he had improved greatly. He was confident that he could still easily handle Lin Yufan. Hearing Zhuang Yang's words, the students' spirits were lifted. Zhuang Yang's the real deal. He already figured out this guy's level with just one move. Yeah, for a moment there I almost thought this guy was impressive. But if he's just near a red belt, Zhuang Yang will crush him. Dong Qian shared the same thoughts. Beating Fei Yi didn't mean anything. Lin Yufan still wasn't a match for Zhuang Yang. Lin Yufan, however, looked at Zhuang Yang with a faint smile. You think you've figured out my skill level? Of course, Zhuang Yang replied without hesitation. You've got no real skill, and even half a year ago, you wouldn't have been a match for me. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees and apologize to everyone. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. He looked at Lin Yufan with disdain and arrogance. How laughable, a frog in a well. Lin Yufan said, shaking his head. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Zhuang Yang with an indifferent gaze. I'll give you both my hands. Let's see how you're going to be unmerciful with me. His words sparked immediate outrage. Arrogant. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Just because he beat Fei Yi, he thinks he can defeat Zhuang Yang with his hands behind his back? Su Liangsu, worried, tried to reason with him. Brother Fan, Zhuang Yang is actually very strong. Last time he took on more than 10 people by himself. Please don't be so reckless. She didn't want to see him get hurt. Lin Yufan just smiled. Don't worry. Even if there were 10 of him, he couldn't harm me. Zhuang Yang's face darkened at this remark. If you want to die, don't blame me for what happens next. Lin Yufan's words had pushed Zhuang Yang to his breaking point. First, this guy was getting too close to the girl he liked, and now he was speaking so arrogantly. If Zhuang Yang didn't teach him a lesson today, he wouldn't be able to rid himself of this anger. Everyone, move aside. I'm going to show this kid there are people in this world he should never mess with, Zhuang Yang commanded, and the crowd immediately parted, creating a clear space for the fight. Excitement filled the air. Zhuang Yang is serious now. That guy is done for. Last time Zhuang Yang got angry, he took down an entire taekwondo club from another school all by himself. That Lin Yufan is finally going to pay. Trying to date our campus queen and calling us idiots. Let's see him get beaten up. Amidst the shouts, Zhuang Yang stretched his muscles and performed a spinning side kick in place, his powerful moves stirring the crowd. In contrast, Lin Yufan stood with his hands behind his back, watching everything with a calm and detached expression, like a master above it all. His composed demeanor only infuriated Zhuang Yang even more. I'll make you pay for your arrogance today. Zhuang Yang shouted as he sprinted forward, then suddenly halted and launched a spinning back kick. His right leg snapped through the air with the force of a steel whip, aimed straight at Lin Yufan's head. The power behind the kick was undeniable. If it landed, it could easily knock someone out or even cause a concussion. Yet Lin Yufan didn't flinch. He casually took a step back, letting the kick pass by harmlessly. He looked at Zhuang Yang and spoke calmly. Is that all? Zhuang Yang's face twisted with anger. Stop being so cocky. With a roar, he brought down his leg like a cleaver, then closed the distance with a series of rapid strikes, 5 or 6 powerful kicks and punches, executed with fluid precision. In Taekwondo, such moves required great skill and were difficult to counter due to their speed and seamless flow. However, despite the ferocity of the attacks, Lin Yufan continued to move with his hands behind his back, gracefully sidestepping and twisting out of the way, as if strolling through a garden. None of Zhuang Yang's strikes even touched his clothes. It was a performance of effortless elegance. And each time he dodged, Lin Yufan would taunt him. Is that all? Is that all you've got? Is this seriously it? Zhuang Yang was losing his mind. Missing with each attack was infuriating enough, but having this guy mock him in front of everyone was like rubbing salt in the wound. He yelled in frustration. What's the point of dodging? If you're so great, face me head on. The surrounding crowd chimed in. Yeah, if you're so tough, why don't you fight back? Exactly. Stop acting like you're all that. We can all see you're just scared. Seeing Lin Yufan constantly avoiding the attacks, many students assumed he was simply trying to avoid embarrassment because he couldn't win. But Lin Yufan simply paused, then looked at Zhuang Yang with a calm gaze. As you wish. When Zhuang Yang saw that Lin Yufan had stopped dodging, he felt a surge of excitement. He seized the opportunity and launched a powerful flying kick, putting all his strength into it. He was confident that Lin Yufan wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. But Lin Yufan just shook his head. What a flashy move. As Zhuang Yang's kick approached, Lin Yufan casually lifted his leg and kicked out. The movement was simple, almost unremarkable, yet its power was terrifying. It was like a cannonball exploding from its barrel, tearing through anything in its path. Bang! Zhuang Yang, who had been sure of his victory, flew backward like a rag doll, landing 5 meters away. He crashed into the Taekwondo club members behind him, sending them sprawling in all directions, groaning in pain. Zhuang Yang couldn't even get up. Silence fell over the crowd. No one said a word, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. Wasn't Zhuang Yang dominating the fight just moments ago? How had it ended with one kick? And this was Zhuang Yang, just one rank below a black belt, with a reputation for defeating entire teams on his own. How could he not withstand a single kick from Lin Yufan? The thought left everyone feeling like they had just seen a ghost. What they didn't realize was that Lin Yufan had only used a fraction of his strength. If he had gone all out, that kick would have left a hole through Zhuang Yang's body. Standing tall with his hands behind his back, Lin Yufan looked around. Anyone else unhappy with me? Come on, I'll take you all on. The students quickly lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. No way. If Zhuang Yang, the best among them, had been taken down so easily, who else would dare to step forward? Didn't they see all the Taekwondo club members lying on the ground? I haven't finished my meal. I'm leaving. Yeah, I need to go too. I have to study for a test. The crowd that had surrounded Lin Yufan and Su Liangshu quickly dispersed. The once packed area suddenly emptied out. Lin Yufan grinned. Now, no one at the university would be foolish enough to try and steal Su Liangsu from him. Although their relationship wasn't official yet, he considered her his, and no one else was allowed to touch her unless she chose otherwise. With that thought, he turned to Su Liangshu and smiled. "Let's go." She nodded firmly, taking his arm without any hesitation as they walked out of the campus together. Behind them, the remaining students stared with envy, but none dared to say a word. Dong Qianqian hurried over to help Zhuang Yang up, carefully checking his injuries. After making sure he was okay, she glared at the retreating figures of Lin Yufan and Su Liangshu, her eyes filled with resentment. "Gloating over your strength alone? I won't let Liangsu stay with someone like you so easily," she muttered through clenched teeth before storming off. Meanwhile, Su Liangshu escorted Lin Yufan to the campus gate. She hadn't expected him to be this skilled. When he mentioned being forced to practice martial arts on a mountain by an old man, she had thought he was just joking. But seeing him in action made him seem even more impressive. Unconsciously, her cheeks flushed slightly. If Lin Yufan had known what she was thinking, he might have teased her with a playful martial arts move, just to see if she would be dazzled again. As the sun began to set, Lin Yufan asked, "Are you heading back to the Xion Villa tonight?" Su Liangshu shook her head. "I have some things to take care of at school. I'll be back in a couple of days." "All right," he said. "Then I'll leave it at that. If you run into any problems with the media company applications, just give me a call." "Okay." After watching Su Liangshu head back into the campus, Lin Yufan turned to leave. But as he did, he noticed a familiar figure standing by the roadside, looking his way and clearly waiting for him. Lin Yufan took a few steps forward, a hint of amusement on his lips. "Waiting for me here, haven't you had enough of a beating?" Standing at the gate was Feng Yankai. Hearing Lin Yufan's words, he trembled and forced a smile onto his bruised, swollen face. "You've misunderstood, Grandpa. I'm not here to cause trouble." When Feng Yankai called him Grandpa, Lin Yufan suddenly regretted agreeing to that bet. This guy was such a loser that he didn't even want to claim him as a grandson. After a moment of silence, Lin Yufan spoke. "If you're not looking for trouble, then why are you here?" "It's like this, Grandpa." Feng Yankai began with a flattering smile as he approached. "After you taught me a lesson, I reflected on my behavior and realized just how foolish I was before. I'm here today to invite you to an auction as a way of making amends. Here's the item list for the auction happening the day after tomorrow. Please take a look." With that, he handed over the list with a fawning grin. Although Lin Yufan hadn't intended to pay much attention to Feng Yankai, hearing that it was an auction piqued his interest. He took the list and glanced through it. He remembered that his fourth sister's birthday was coming up in about a week, and he needed to prepare a gift. Plus, the day after tomorrow was the same day he had promised to attend He Xiaoning's welcome party, so there was no conflict in checking out the auction beforehand. To make things easier for him, Feng Yankai began explaining. "This auction is being hosted by the Feng family. It's set up as a cocktail reception to encourage socializing. Besides some common antiques and curios, there will also be jewelry, real estate, and a few mysterious rare items." As he introduced the event, Lin Yufan skimmed through the list, noting a few things that might make suitable birthday gifts. Closing the list, he said calmly, "Got it. I'll attend the auction the day after tomorrow." A look of delight appeared on Feng Yankai's face. After being humiliated in the live stream and thoroughly beaten, he had completely submitted. But what impressed him the most was Lin Yufan's skill with women. Despite being Su Liangshu's top donor for so long and following her streams religiously, he had never managed to get a date, while Lin Yufan seemed to sweep in like a god, instantly winning her over and getting her to call him brother fan and cling to him. This went beyond admiration, it was sheer jealousy. If he couldn't beat him, then he had to find a way to join him. He wanted to learn Lin Yufan's techniques firsthand and understand what made him so successful. But first, he needed to get on his good side. With a flattering expression, he said, "Grandpa, I'll personally drive over to pick you up for the auction the day after tomorrow." Lin Yufan's mouth twitched slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'll get there myself. And stop calling me Grandpa. I don't have a grandson as useless as you." Feng Yankai didn't let his expression falter. "All right, Grandpa, brother fan then. Where are you headed? I can give you a lift." "No need, I have a car. I could be your driver." In the end, Feng Yankai insisted on driving Lin Yufan back to the Xion Villa. Seeing the stark difference in his attitude, Lin Yufan couldn't help but have a bit more appreciation for him. Feng Yankai could bend when necessary, unlike those arrogant fools like Du Yihan and Zhuang Yang. However, Lin Yufan wasn't interested in dealing with him any further. He already had enough to handle with his sisters. He had no time to babysit another man. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Du Yihan and Wang Zihang were already in action. Wang Zihang had sent Yu Yunxi an invitation, supposedly to apologize for what happened the previous night, and had arranged a dinner meeting. As the young master of the prestigious Wang family, one of Nanjing's elite families, Wang Zihang's personal invitation wasn't something Gu Yunxi could simply ignore. Setting aside the family name, even just the Wang group was far larger than Ziyun group, and with the invitation being framed as an apology, Gu Yunxi had little choice but to accept. Refusing would essentially mean openly offending the Wang group, a situation she wanted to avoid. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Yunxi decided to attend. However, as a precaution, she changed the emergency contact on her phone to Lin Yufan's number. That evening, at Junhao Hotel, inside a VIP suite on the third floor, Wang Zihang, Du Yihan, and Qian Xiyuan were waiting. When Gu Yunxi entered, dressed in a simple yet elegant business suit that couldn't hide her cool and captivating aura, Wang Zihang's eyes lit up with desire. His gaze grew even more intense as he took her in. "Miss Gu," he said, rising and extending his hand. Behind him, Du Yihan and Qian Xiyuan also stood up. Noticing Du Yihan's presence, Gu Yunxi's brows furrowed slightly, but she still extended her hand politely to shake Wang Zihang's and greeted him in a calm tone. Feeling the cold softness of her hand, Wang Zihang's desire burned hotter, and he grew even more determined to possess her. However, he maintained his gentlemanly facade as he pulled out a chair for her. Once they were all seated, Wang Zihang leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs and spoke slowly. "Miss Gu, there are 2 reasons I invited you here tonight. First, I've learned about what happened yesterday when Qian Xiyuan tried to negotiate a partnership with you. I had instructed him to discuss the matter properly and help solve your company's crisis. But he misunderstood my intentions and tried to use the situation to coerce you, even forcing you to drink. When I found out, I was furious. To show my sincerity, I made sure to teach him a lesson." Wang Zihang gestured, and Qian Xiyuan, with his head wrapped in bandages, came forward, bowing his head. "Kneel and apologize to Miss Gu," Wang Zihang ordered coldly. With a thud, Qian Xiyuan dropped to his knees before Gu Yunxi. "I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I was wrong yesterday. Please forgive me. Wang Xiao already made me get 8 stitches in my head as punishment." Seeing Qian Xiyuan's pale face and apparent genuine injury, and considering that the issue with her company had already been resolved, Gu Yunxi decided not to press the matter further. She nodded. "Mr. Qian, get up. Let's consider the incident behind us." Qian Xiyuan glanced at Wang Zihang. Seeing no objection, he slowly rose to his feet. Wang Zihang then continued, "Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, we can discuss the second matter, Miss Gu." He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table, and his gaze, filled with a predatory gleam, lingered on her. "I want you to be my woman." The atmosphere shifted immediately, and Gu Yunxi's expression darkened. Yu Yunxi had never expected Wang Zihang to speak so bluntly, with no pretense whatsoever. After all, this was her first time meeting him. Her expression turned cold, but mindful of his status, she suppressed her anger and spoke calmly. "You must be joking, Mr. Wang. Someone of your stature is far beyond my reach." Despite her clear rejection, the fire in Wang Zihang's eyes didn't dim. He looked at her with a smug arrogance. "I don't care about those so-called standards. I only go after what I like. Even though the Wang family is a top-tier family in Nanjing, and Ziyun Group is just a small company, if I, Wang Zihang, want you to be my woman, then it's going to happen. Nobody can say otherwise." Hearing this, Gu Yunxi's face grew even colder, and the aloof, distant air around her became even more intense. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, but I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now." She stood up immediately, intending to walk out. It wasn't just that this was their first meeting, his condescending attitude was repulsive to her. There was no way she could ever be attracted to someone like him. Wang Zihang didn't get up, he just raised his hand slightly. Without a word, Du Yihan and Qian stood up and blocked Gu Yunxi's path. "Yunxi, what could be more important than having a chat with Mr. Wang?" Du Yihan said with a sly smile. He hadn't expected Wang Zihang to be so straightforward, abandoning any subtlety. Originally, the plan had been to gauge Gu Yunxi's attitude first before putting pressure on Ziyun Group to force her to comply. But this approach seemed even better: first take her by force, then crush Ziyun Group, keeping her under their control for the rest of her life. Just the thought of it was thrilling. He hoped she would provoke Wang Zihang further that way, he might even get a chance to enjoy her first. Seeing Du Yihan grinning wickedly in front of her, Gu Yunxi's expression completely changed. She turned back to Wang Zihang, her voice icy. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wang? Wang Zihang leaned back in his chair, casually swirling the red wine in his glass. It's very simple. No one has ever dared to defy me, Wang Zihang. Whatever I want, I get. I suggest you think carefully about what I just said, and consider the future of Ziyun Group. Don't push me to take action against you. His words were spoken lightly, but the threat behind them was unmistakable, causing the atmosphere in the room to grow tense. Anger flared in Gu Yunxi's eyes. She had already rejected him politely, clearly indicating she wasn't interested, yet here he was, threatening her company to force her into becoming his woman. She had never met anyone so domineering. To think she had been tricked into coming here under the pretense of an apology only made her feel more disgusted and furious. There's nothing more to consider. I will never be your woman, she said, turning away, trying to bypass Du Yihan and Qian and Qian Shiwan. But as she took a step forward, two men in black suits blocked her path, standing like walls before her. Yu Yunxi's expression tensed as she reached into her bag, gripping her phone and pressing the emergency call button. She shouted, "Get out of my way." The men in black moved forward instead of retreating, forcing her to back up. Bang! She stumbled and fell back into her chair, unable to retreat any further. At that moment, Wang Zihang finally stood up, strolling over to her while swirling the wine in his glass. He looked down at her with an air of superiority. I already told you whatever I set my eyes on I get. Now, I want to hear you say that you're willing to be my woman. Never. Gu Yunxi's voice was full of rage. She had figured it all out, Du Yihan canceling the deal, the crisis her company was thrown into, and Qian Xian's attempt to intimidate her. Everything was orchestrated by Wang Zihang. Even the injuries on Qian Xian's head were likely just for show, they weren't for her sake at all. She regretted not seeing through it sooner. Her only hope now was that Lin Yufan had heard the distress call and would arrive quickly. When Wang Zihang saw her defiance, his face darkened. He suddenly leaned down and grabbed her chin with two fingers, squeezing hard. Woman, my patience has limits. Gu Yunxi glared at him in fury, and, groping for something to defend herself, grabbed a wine glass and splashed its contents into his face. Crash. Wang Zihang was drenched, and his grip on her chin loosened involuntarily. Gu Yunxi held the wine glass like a weapon, glaring at him. I will never be your woman. You're so disgusting, it makes me sick. Sickening? Wang Zihang sneered, wiping the wine off his face. Then, with a violent slap, he knocked the glass from her hand and punched her in the stomach. Grabbing her hair, he yanked her up roughly. You should consider it an honor that I want you. You better cooperate, or else that old Liu won't live to see tomorrow. Hearing his threat against the dean, Gu Yunxi's expression filled with panic. She endured the pain and shouted, You're a monster. Wang Zihang laughed cruelly. You're not the first to say that. The women I've used and the men I've killed all called me a monster. With that, he yanked her by the hair and threw her to the ground. Take her to the 8th floor. You all get a turn. She dared to defy me, so tonight, I'll make sure she begs for death. Du Yihan and the others were delighted, nodding eagerly. The bodyguard's eyes lit up with excitement as they approached Gu Yunxi to carry her upstairs. Despair and fury filled her heart as she struggled frantically, hitting the bodyguards with her fists. But it was no use, a swift chop to the neck rendered her unconscious. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yufan heard everything. A terrifying aura radiated from him, like a beast on the verge of a rampage. The rage emanating from him was like a bomb about to go off. The stainless steel cup in his hand had already been crushed into a ball of twisted metal, the indentations of his fingers clearly visible. He was on the brink of losing control. 3 days. It had only been 3 days since he reunited with his little sister, and already someone was trying to harm her, and not just one person, but several. A dragon's reverse scale, touch it, and you shall die. His 7 sisters were his most untouchable bottom line. Anyone who tried to harm them was courting death. Lin Yufan dialed King Ju's number, his voice icy and cold to the extreme. I need a helicopter. Now. Gu Yunxi had already been taken away, and it was impossible to reach her by car, but a helicopter could make it in time. In less than 5 minutes, a helicopter appeared above Ziyun Villa, its powerful rotors stirring up a storm. Inside the helicopter, Lin Yufan's eyes burned with a murderous rage. Get me the floor plan of the Junhao Hotel. Yes, sir. Qin Ju immediately handed over the prepared floor plan. The helicopter lifted off, heading straight for Junhao Hotel. On the 8th floor of the Junhao Hotel, inside a luxury suite, Du Yihan, Qian Shiwan, and several bodyguards were busy setting up cameras as instructed by Wang Zihang. All the cameras were aimed at the heart-shaped bed, where the unconscious Gu Yunxi lay. In the bathroom, Wang Zihang had just finished washing up. With a smug expression, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, pulled on a robe and walked out. Are the cameras set up? Yes, everything is ready, young Master Wang, Du Yihan said with a sycophantic grin. 360-degree coverage, no blind spots. Every camera is Ultra HD, it'll capture every little detail perfectly. Good. Wang Zihang patted Du Yihan on the shoulder and grinned wickedly at the unconscious Gu Yunxi. Thought you could reject me and stay untouchable. Tonight, you're going to see just how wrong you were. His eyes shone with malicious desire. Du Yihan and Qian Shiwan's eyes were also filled with a burning excitement. Gu Yunxi, the famous ice queen of Nanjing, was a conquest any man would desire. The thought of finally having a chance filled them with anticipation. Of course, Wang Zihang would go first, and the others knew to give him space. They discreetly left the room, closing the door behind them. Wang Zihang loosened his belt and approached the bed, his hands reaching for Gu Yunxi's clothes. Her pale skin began to show as he tugged at her clothing. At that moment, nets, boom, crash, crash. The massive floor-to-ceiling window behind Wang Zihang shattered with a loud crash. As he turned around in shock, he saw a figure burst through the window. It was Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan, like an avenging angel, charged toward Wang Zihang. Wang Zihang barely managed to speak before. Bang! Lin Yufan's kick sent him flying. Thud! Thud! The impact slammed Wang Zihang into the wall, where he fell to the floor, blood pooling beneath him. As he tried to get up, Lin Yufan grabbed him by the hair. Smack! Smack! A punch landed squarely on his face. Blood splattered everywhere. Wang Zihang's nose broke under the force of the blow, and his expensive glasses shattered, the shards embedding themselves in his flesh. Smack! The second punch caved in his cheekbone. Smack! After the third blow, Wang Zihang lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Lin Yufan had never been this furious before. A murderous aura radiated from him. His 7 sisters were his bottom line. Anyone who crossed that line died. At that moment, Qinju jumped down from the helicopter and entered the room. With great respect, he handed Lin Yufan a blanket. Lin Yufan took it, covered Gu Yunxi with the blanket, and lifted her into his arms, heading for the door. Qinju followed closely behind. Outside the door, Du Yihan and Qian Yichuan were standing around, chatting and grinning with anticipation. Brother Qian, don't say I never look out for you. After young Master Wang finishes, I'll let you go first since you're hurt, Du Yihan said with a smirk. Qian Shiwan quickly waved his hand. It's just my head that's hurt, not anything else. I'm good to go. Then how about we take turns? Sounds good. I'll go first, and you can take over, Qian Shiwan replied with a grin. Du Yihan chuckled. Why not both at once? Haha, let's make it 2 rounds each then. They laughed heartily, exchanging glances with the nearby bodyguards who also shared knowing smirks. Just then, creak. The door opened. Everyone froze, thinking is young Master Wang finished already? But then they saw Lin Yufan, covered in a cold, menacing aura, stepping out with Gu Yunxi in his armis. Everyone was stunned. This was the 8th floor. They had been guarding the door the whole time. How had Lin Yufan gotten in and how did he carry Gu Yunxi out? Du Yihan's face turned pale as he shouted, How did you get in here? Put her down now. Qian Shiwan glanced into the room and saw Wang Zihang lying in a pool of blood, his face unrecognizable. Boom! It felt like a bomb went off in his head. His mind went blank. Young Master Wang was dead? You killed him! Qian Shiwan screamed. What? Everyone was horrified. Du Yihan, both angry and scared, pointed at Lin Yufan and yelled, You killed young Master Wang? Do you even know who he is? Do you know what the Wang family represents in Nanjing? Stop right there and surrender yourself to the Wang family. As he spoke, Du Yihan lunged at Lin Yufan. Just as his hand was about to make contact, swish! A flash of white sliced through the air. Du Yihan's arm was severed in an instant. Qinju, who had drawn a dagger, stood behind Lin Yufan, the blade glistening with fresh blood. Ah! Du Yihan screamed in agony, clutching his severed arm as he slumped against the wall, his face deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. You're done. The Wang family will never let you go, he howled. Lin Yufan continued walking without a pause, his voice cold and indifferent. Kill them! Swish! Without hesitation, Qinju's dagger flashed, and Du Yihan's head rolled to the floor. Qian Shiwan pointed at Lin Yufan in disbelief. You? Before he could finish, another flash of light appeared across his throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Not a single drop touched Lin Yufan. The bodyguards' legs trembled with fear. But they had no choice. If they let Lin Yufan escape after killing Wang Zihang, there would be nowhere to run. Ah! The bodyguards shouted as they charged forward. Lin Yufan didn't even flinch, continuing his stride. Anyone who came within arm's reach lost a limb or their life. Wherever he passed, only blood remained. Lin Yufan carried Gu Yunxi without any hesitation, walking straight out of Junhao Hotel and heading back to Ziyun Villa. He was about to place her on the bed when Gu Yunxi suddenly woke up, swinging her fist at the figure looming over her. But when she saw that it was Lin Yufan, her fist lost its strength, and her tense body relaxed. It was as if all her defenses crumbled at once, revealing her most vulnerable side. She threw her arms around Lin Yufan's neck and burst into tears. "Brother Yufan." Her beautiful eyes filled with tears that rolled down like beads, quickly turning her face into a stream of tears. Hearing her cries of fear and distress, Lin Yufan felt as though a massive weight pressed down on his chest, suffocating him. He gently patted her back and comforted her in a soft voice. "It's okay now. Everything is fine." "Brother Yufan, I was so scared." Gu Yunxi wept bitterly. If she had really been violated, she would rather not live at all. Her sobs tore at Lin Yufan's heart. No matter how strong or cold Gu Yunxi seemed on the outside, or how independent she tried to be, she was still just a girl. Often those who appeared tough on the outside were the ones hiding the most fragile hearts. Seeing her like this, he felt a deep ache inside. He spoke with the gentlest tone he could muster. "It's okay. It's all over now. They didn't do anything to you. I've already dealt with them." That night, Yu Yunxi fell asleep under Lin Yufan's comforting words, and he stayed by her side the entire night. The next day, the news of Wang Zihang's death finally reached the hotel staff. Qinju had killed all the participants and bodyguards involved, leaving no one alive to report the incident. It wasn't until the management of Junhao Hotel delivered Wang Zihang's body to the Wang family that they learned of his death. At the sprawling Tiannan Manor, the Wang family's estate in Nanjing, a heavy silence hung in the air. Everyone had heard about Wang Zihang's death. In the main hall, Wang Zihang's grandfather, Wang Zonglai, stood before the mutilated corpse. His expression was grim, and an oppressive aura emanated from him like a looming mountain. The members of the Wang family in the hall felt the suffocating weight of his presence. Wang Zonglai, the head of the Wang family, had served as a mercenary and fought in wars during his youth. Although he had retired, he still possessed a ferocious spirit. He kept in touch with his old contacts among mercenaries and assassins. Wang Zihang had been his favorite grandson. Now, with his grandson dead, the old lion was on the verge of a rampage. "Find out who did this. I want to know who dared to harm a member of my family," Wang Zonglai roared. The Wang family immediately began their investigation. Not long after, Wang Zihang's father, Wang Yanghong, a scholar-looking man with glasses, stepped forward. "Father, it was someone named Lin Yufan," he reported. "Zihang was at Junhao Hotel, about to force himself on Gu Yunxi when Lin Yufan arrived and beat him to death. Before that, he had already threatened Zihang, saying he would take his life. This was clearly a planned act of revenge." The words ignited the anger of everyone present. "What? He really said that? To threaten our family and then kill Zihang? How arrogant. We can't let Lin Yufan get away with this." The hall erupted in fury. Wang Zonglai's face grew even darker, as though ink could drip from it. "Who is this Lin Yufan?" he demanded. "He's nobody," Wang Yanghong answered, his face twisting with hatred. "An orphan, with no background to speak of. Apparently he learned some martial arts somewhere, and now he's running amok, thinking he can get away with killing Zihang. We must avenge him, father." The rest of the family echoed his sentiments. An orphan dares to challenge the Wang family? He's asking for death. Exactly. Who does he think he is? I'll call the authorities right now to have him arrested. Yes, let him rot in prison for the rest of his life. Just as they were about to take action, Wang Zonglai raised his hand, silencing everyone. All eyes turned to him as he let out a cold snort. Jailing him would be too easy. He declared, his voice filled with an iron will. "A blood debt can only be repaid with blood. He killed my grandson, and I won't rest until he's cut into pieces." He waved his hand. "Bring me the communications device. I want this bastard buried alongside my grandson." The words sent a shudder through the room. The communications device? The old master is contacting the mercenaries and assassins. This is serious. The last time he used it was a decade ago, And I'll never forget the feeling of death when one of those men merely glanced at me. Of course, the old master's contacts are all battlefield elites, each with dozens of kills to their name. Some have even appeared on the South African kill list. Too bad it'll take them 3 days to get here. Otherwise, Lin Yufan wouldn't live to see tomorrow. While the family discussed, Wang Zonglai was already making the calls, setting a deadly plan into motion. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan had no idea what was coming. He spent the entire day at home with Gu Yunxi. After the previous night's ordeal, she was still shaken and hadn't gone to work. Lin Yufan stayed with her the whole time, comforting her. Fortunately, Gu Yunxi recovered quickly. By the end of the day, she had mostly put the incident behind her. During the day, He Yunfei called to inform Lin Yufan about the location of his welcome banquet. Lin Yufan requested a simple event and didn't even want to appear. In the evening, Feng Yankai also called, reminding him about the auction. "Brother Fan, I've already added your name to the list for tomorrow's auction. You can just show up," Feng Yankai said. Lin Yufan nodded. "Got it. I'll be there. Are you sure you don't need me to pick you up?" Feng Yankai asked cautiously. "No need. Goodbye," Lin Yufan replied curtly, ending the call. Elsewhere, Dong Qian was on the phone with Su Liangshu. "Liangshu, are you going to the auction at Tianyun Manor tomorrow?" she asked. Dong Qian glanced at Su Liangshu, who was lying on the opposite bed, and waved her phone. "I've got a few tickets to the auction." Su Liangshu looked at her, then shook her head. "I need to prepare for my interview at the media company. You go ahead with your friends." Seeing that Su Liangshu was genuinely occupied, Dong Qian didn't press further. Instead, she turned and sent a message to her other friends, inviting them to join her at the auction. The event was set up as a high-end cocktail party, and many prominent figures in Nanjing would be attending. It was a great opportunity to network, one she certainly wouldn't miss. After sending out the invitations and confirming the attendees, Dong Qian glanced at Su Liangshu, who was getting ready for bed. She couldn't help but recall the scene at the cafeteria entrance, where Lin Yufan had faced down the crowd with an air of defiance. She shook her head. "A brute will always be a brute. Someone like you, who only has physical strength but no status, probably doesn't even have the qualifications to attend an event like this. What could you possibly do to fit in with our circle, let alone pursue Liangsu? A toad will always be a toad." With a disdainful smirk on her lips, Dong Qian slowly closed her eyes. The next day arrived quickly, and the auction began. Lin Yufan made his way to Tianyun Manor. Tianyun Manor was a high-end club in Nanjing, situated far from the city and nestled against the towering Baiyun Mountain. The environment was serene, with ideal temperatures and humidity perfect for a retreat. The guests were typically Nanjing's wealthy elite. Upon arriving at the manor, Lin Yufan stepped out of the car. His gaze swept across the parking area, filled with luxury cars. BMWs and Audis were considered entry-level here. Even Mercedes-Benz vehicles were merely mid-tier. There was no shortage of Lamborghinis and Porsches, and he even spotted a striking Rolls-Royce Phantom. But none of this made any impression on him. The reason was simple: he was wealthier than anyone there. In his pocket was a black card connected to the limitless funds of Tianji Pavilion. As long as Tianji Pavilion didn't collapse, he was the wealthiest man in the world. With that thought, Lin Yufan made his way toward the entrance. The people around him noticed his unfamiliar face and cheap attire, and many cast disdainful glances his way. Dressed like a beggar and dares to attend an auction? Almost instinctively, the crowd kept their distance, as if afraid his poverty might rub off on them. Just then, Feng Yankai, who had been waiting at the entrance, spotted Lin Yufan and rushed over. "Brother Fan, you're here." He greeted him with a big smile. Lin Yufan glanced at him, somewhat surprised that Feng Yankai had been waiting. "How long have you been here?" "Not long, I just got here too," Feng Yankai replied with a smile. He sure knew how to play his cards right. Lin Yufan gave him an approving nod. "Let's go inside." Of course. Without hesitation, Feng Yankai took the lead, glaring at the guards and hostesses at the entrance. "Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and welcome Brother Fan." The hostesses, dressed in cheongsams, quickly lined up to greet him. "Welcome, Mr. Lin." Seeing this kind of reception, the people outside who had looked down on Lin Yufan were stunned. They realized they had misjudged him and were relieved they hadn't caused him any trouble. As the onlookers at the entrance saw how even a plainly dressed Lin Yufan was treated with such respect, they couldn't help but wonder who he really was. Noticing the attention he was drawing, Lin Yufan frowned slightly. "Enough. No need to make a big deal out of it." Feng Yankai immediately caught his meaning and waved his hand. "Didn't you hear what Brother Fan said? Get back to your positions. Shaking his head, Lin Yufan walked into the venue, with Feng Yankai quickly following behind. Though the staff stopped treating Lin Yufan with special attention, Feng Yankai's presence was still noticeable. As a member of the Feng family, the organizers of the auction, his movements naturally drew attention. Realizing this, Feng Yankai quickly found an excuse to slip away, not wanting to make Lin Yufan uncomfortable. However, he didn't go far, maintaining a distance where he could hear Lin Yufan if needed without drawing too much attention. Seeing Feng Yankai's careful consideration, Lin Yufan felt a hint of appreciation. If problems arise in the future, he could be useful, he thought as he glanced around at the drinks and food on display. The cocktail party had a refined atmosphere, with a variety of exquisite dishes like lobster and king crab. Just as Lin Yufan was about to grab a piece of crab to try, a voice called out from behind. Lin Yufan? Pine Yufan? Turning around, he saw Dong Qianqian, dressed in an elegant fringe gown and light makeup, approaching with a group of people. Upon confirming it was indeed him, her brows furrowed deeply. How did you sneak in? To her, someone like Lin Yufan had no place in such a venue. Lin Yufan looked at her indifferently. And what does that have to do with you? Seeing his casual attitude and cheap clothing, someone from the group asked, Qianqian, who is this? They had arrived not long ago and hadn't witnessed the scene at the entrance. Dong Qianqian frowned and explained, he's Liangshu's boyfriend, just some guy with nothing but muscle. He tricked Liangshu. Her words immediately darkened the expression of a young man nearby. His name was Jing Tao, a former admirer of Su Liangzhu. After being rejected by her, he had shifted his attention to Dong Qianqian, who was also quite attractive. Now hearing that Lin Yufan was Liangshu's boyfriend, he felt like a prized possession had been snatched from him, filling him with jealousy and frustration. He stepped forward with a hostile look. Hey you! The way you talked to Qianqian just now really pissed me off. Go over there and apologize to her. Lin Yufan gave him a dismissive glance. Why should I care if you're pissed off? Jing Tao's expression darkened. You're just a lowlife who somehow snuck in here, and you dare talk to me like that? Do you even know who I am? If you don't apologize right now, I'll have you thrown out. At these words, several people exchanged bewildered glances. They had seen how respectfully Feng Yankai had treated Lin Yufan. Moreover, Feng Yankai was nearby threatening to throw Lin Yufan out was nothing short of reckless. Without paying much attention, Lin Yufan casually took a sip of the wine he had just picked up and said calmly, go ahead, try it. Jing Tao was about to call for security, but Dong Qianqian stopped him. Let it go, Jing Tao. There's no need to make a scene over something this trivial, she said, then turned to Lin Yufan. For Liangshu's sake, I won't expose you for sneaking in. I know you're trying to take this opportunity to get close to some influential people, but it's pointless. People like you will always remain at the bottom, no matter how hard you try. You'll never fit into our circle. She continued, consider this auction as a chance for you to broaden your horizons and see the vast gap between us and someone like you. Once the auction is over, I don't want to see you hanging around Liangshu anymore. Can you manage that? Hearing that Dong Qianqian's intention was to drive Lin Yufan away from Su Liangshu for good, Jing Tao swallowed his words. He also didn't want to see Lin Yufan staying near her. Lin Yufan, however, just laughed. You want me to broaden my horizons and understand the difference between you and me? You think you're up to the task? That's right. We are more than enough to show you, Jing Tao said proudly, without hesitation. Dong Qianqian looked at Lin Yufan with a calm expression, her eyes filled with an air of superiority, as though everything she said was self-evident, even tinged with a bit of condescension. It's not that I want to put you down, Lin Yufan. But you need to face reality. The money you have wouldn't be enough to buy that king crab in front of you, let alone participate in the auction. For us, that's just an ordinary meal. She added, to put it bluntly, you can't afford any of the auction items. We're simply here to pick things we like. The auction hasn't even started yet, and if you realize the difference between us and leave now, I won't mock you. Go on, stay away from Liangshu and save yourself the humiliation. Her calm tone made the insult cut deeper. It was the kind of disdain that reached down to the bone. Looking at Dong Qianqian's self-righteous attitude, Lin Yufan felt a mix of anger and amusement. From the moment they met, she had looked down on him, interfered in his relationship with his sister, and now was trying to publicly humiliate him and drive him away from Liangshu. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Her constant provocations, despite being Liangshu's friend, were starting to get on his nerves. He decided to teach this woman a memorable lesson. With a cold smile, Lin Yufan said, Are you so sure that I can't afford a single item at this auction? Of course. Dong Qian replied without the slightest hesitation. Then what if I told you that I'm planning to bid on the Heart of the Ocean necklace? He asked. Everyone froze for a moment. The Heart of the Ocean? The highlight of the auction? A necklace featuring a noble heart-shaped blue diamond surrounded by smaller white diamonds? As they processed what he'd just said, everyone burst into laughter. You, dressed like you're worth less than 200 yuan, are planning to bid on the Heart of the Ocean. Are you trying to make us die of laughter? Zhang Tao mocked, laughing out loud. The others joined in with sneers. Do you even know how expensive the Heart of the Ocean is? The starting bid is 400,000 yuan. You wouldn't be worth that much if we sold you. Yeah, 400,000 is just the starting price. It'll probably end up selling for at least 1 million. You, a penniless nobody, think you can afford that? What a joke. Dong Qian's gaze became even colder. Do you really think that saying you want to bid on the Heart of the Ocean will make us respect you? Let me tell you, Lin Yufan, it won't. This is the gap in status between you and us, and nothing can bridge it. You're just making a fool of yourself. The chill in Lin Yufan's eyes deepened, and the curve of his lips grew even more pronounced. If you're so sure I can't do it, how about we make a bet? A bet? Dong Qian asked, unafraid. Lin Yufan continued. Let's bet on whether I can win the Heart of the Ocean. If I don't, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I do, you'll become my maid for half a month and follow my every command without question. How about it? Do you dare? The crowd erupted in anger. You think you can make Qian your maid? Who do you think you are? Yeah, look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think you're worthy of having Qian serve you? Lin Yufan calmly sipped his wine. Didn't you say I couldn't afford to win it? The crowd fell silent for a moment. It did seem like a safe bet. There was no way he could win the Heart of the Ocean, so there was nothing to lose. With that thought, Zhang Tao chimed in. Qian, take the bet. When the time comes, I'll help you win the auction. The others agreed. Yeah, take the bet. There's no way you'll lose. Dong Qian glared at Lin Yufan and gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll take the bet, but I want to add a condition. Let's hear it, Lin Yufan replied, swirling his wine. If you lose, you must stay away from Liangsu for good and disappear from her life, she declared. And if you lose? If I lose, I'll be your maid for 2 weeks, she said, biting her lip. Make it half a month, Lin Yufan insisted coldly. Half a month then. If I lose, I'll serve you for 2 weeks, she agreed through gritted teeth. Deal. Without further words, Lin Yufan set down his wine glass and walked toward the seating area. The auction was being held in a casual cocktail party format, with seats arranged around tables that featured bidding paddles, drinks and snacks. He chose a seat near the front. Dong Qian and her friends, unwilling to be outdone, took seats not far from him. Meanwhile, Feng Yankai, who had watched everything unfold, was filled with admiration for Lin Yufan. My brother Fan is amazing. He provoked that beautiful woman into betting on becoming his maid with just a few words. This guy's a legend. I just hope he has the money to back it up. Feng Yankai was full of admiration. He thought Lin Yufan had deliberately played it this way, claiming he didn't like being the center of attention just to win Dong Qian as his maid. In his eyes, Lin Yufan was a genius. Let's see if Brother Fan actually has the money, he thought. He was aware of Lin Yufan's recent spending, like buying a gift worth over 10 million yuan for Su Liangsu just a few days ago. If Lin Yufan could still afford to participate in this auction, it would prove that he was far more powerful than Feng Yankai had imagined. Even for wealthy heirs like himself, spending limits were set by their families. With this in mind, Feng Yankai admired Lin Yufan even more, and he took a seat nearby. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan sat calmly, waiting for the auction to begin. Soon, the host took the stage, signaling the start of the auction. Welcome to the Tianyun Manor auction. Let's begin with our first item, the katana frostbite. 2 stunning women in high heels and stockings walked forward, carrying a tray. Resting on it was a finely crafted katana with a gleaming blade, an ivory hilt, and intricate decorations of amethyst, agate, bronze and diamonds. The host passionately described its craftsmanship and history, sparking excitement in the room. However, Lin Yufan remained indifferent. The blade, while exquisite, had been overly decorated. In his opinion, a weapon was meant for combat, not for show. Such embellishments only weakened its effectiveness. The crowd's enthusiasm, however, was not dampened, and the katana ultimately sold for 1.5 million yuan to a collector. With the audience now warmed up, subsequent items continued to fetch high prices, though none surpassed the opening bid. Lin Yufan knew this was the nature of auctions. The first and last items were always the most valuable. During the bidding, Zheng Tao made a few purchases, and even threw some taunts in Lin Yufan's direction, but he ignored them. To him, buying worthless trinkets and showing them off was foolish. But Dong Qian and her group thought otherwise. They saw Lin Yufan's lack of participation as proof that he had no money. How else could he stay silent for so many rounds without bidding? Dong Qian felt more certain than ever that she would win the bet, her confidence returning as she eagerly awaited the bidding for the Heart of the Ocean necklace. Even Fun Yankai was beginning to doubt if Lin Yufan actually had the funds. Finally, after more than 20 items had been sold, the host, bursting with excitement, introduced the highlight of the auction. Now let's present the main attraction of today's event, the Heart of the Ocean necklace. Two glamorous women came forward, carrying a tray draped in red cloth. The host dramatically removed the covering, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire room had brightened. Under the spotlight, the heart-shaped blue diamond sparkled with a dreamy, deep blue hue, while the surrounding white diamonds shone like stars. "It's so beautiful!" someone exclaimed. "How can there be a necklace this stunning?" cried another. Many women gasped, mesmerized by the sight. Even Dong Qian was enchanted. What had started as a mere bet now became a true desire to own the necklace. Its beauty was irresistible to any woman. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lin Yufan felt even more certain that his sister would love this piece. He couldn't wait to see her face when she received it as her birthday gift. As he mused over the thought, the host's voice rang out, filled with excitement. The bidding for the Heart of the Ocean starts at 400,000 yuan, with minimum increments of 10,000 yuan. Ladies, fight for beauty. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as bids began flying. 410,000. 420,000. I'll take it. I offer 440,000. Amidst the bidding, Dong Qian raised her paddle. 600,000. The sudden increase caused a brief lull. But soon after, Lin Yufan's calm voice echoed through the hall. 800,000. Dong Qian shot him a hateful look. She believed Lin Yufan was only trying to drive up the price because he knew she wanted the necklace. Petty scoundrel, she muttered, gritting her teeth. 850,000. 1 million. Lin Yufan's voice was steady and resolute. Dong Qian's anger intensified. 1.05 million. 5 million. Lin Yufan replied casually, without batting an eye. The dramatic jump in the bid stunned everyone in the room. In auctions, displaying overwhelming confidence could crush the competition's resolve. A sudden leap in price could create a psychological burden that discouraged others from competing. Lin Yufan's strategy was flawless, wielding the power of a single, colossal bid to overwhelm his opponents. Within 3 bids he had driven the price up from 400,000 to 5 million, a staggering tenfold increase. The crowd stared in disbelief. They thought he was insane. No matter how beautiful the Heart of the Ocean was, it was still just a necklace. Was it really worth 5 million? What they didn't know was that to Lin Yufan, this was a carefully chosen birthday gift for his sister. Even if the price reached 50 million, he would pay it if it made her happy. Dong Qian's face turned pale. She glared at Lin Yufan, her anger spilling over. Lin Yufan? Are you even a man? You know you can't afford it, yet you're just inflating the price to get back at me. Before she could finish, Lin Yufan interrupted her, raising his hand and calmly announcing, 10 million. 10 million. The words crashed down like a heavy drumbeat, sending shockwaves through everyone in the room. Amid the stunned silence, Lin Yufan looked at Dong Qian, his tone calm. I am determined to get the Heart of the Ocean. As for raising the price despite you, I'm not interested. Frankly, you're not that important. If you want the necklace, let your money do the talking. His voice echoed with unwavering confidence. Dong Qian's face darkened, her fists clenching tightly. Money? She thought. How could someone as poor as him dare compete with me in terms of money? She didn't believe for a second that Lin Yufan could actually afford such an outrageous amount. In her mind, he was just trying to save face. Besides, 10 million was well above her expectations for the necklace and far beyond her financial means. It wasn't an amount she could come up with on her own. Just then, Zheng Tao intervened. Qian, go ahead and bid. I'll cover 5 million. Seeing Lin Yufan's smug attitude was infuriating, and Zheng Tao couldn't stand it anymore. The others quickly chimed in. Yeah, Qian, make the bid. I'll chip in another million. We need to show this guy his place. Exactly. Who does he think he is, trying to humiliate us in front of everyone? I'll add 1 million too. Count me in as well. Another million from me. With Zheng Tao's 5 million, the additional contributions, and Dong Qianqian's own funds, they soon gathered more than 10 million. Her eyes gleamed with determination. "All right, let's put him in his place," she declared, raising her hand to place the next bid. But just as she was about to speak, Lin Yufan's calm voice cut through the air once again. 20 million. Dong Qianqian. Zheng Tao. The others. The others. It was like a punch to the gut. The entire room fell deathly silent, as if everyone had just seen a ghost. The starting price had been 400,000 yuan. After 5 rounds of bidding, it had shot up to 20 million, a fifth-fold increase. How wealthy did one need to be to throw around such astronomical sums? Even Feng Yankai, who had been rooting for Lin Yufan, was left speechless. He had thought 5 million was already an impressive sum and had even considered helping him out if needed. But 20 million? His own funds seemed like pocket change in comparison. The auctioneer on stage was equally stunned, forgetting even to bring down the gavel. A piece that started at 400,000 yuan had reached 20 million. The absurdity of it all was a story worth retelling for a lifetime. After regaining his composure, the auctioneer's trembling hand gripped the gavel tightly, his voice booming across the hall as he called out, 20 million. First call. Any higher bids? Silence once again filled the room. Although many in attendance were wealthy, no one was willing to spend 20 million on a necklace. It was simply too extravagant. Dong Qianqian and Zheng Tao's faces turned ashen. They had struggled to scrape together even 10 million, but now they were facing a bid of 20 million, an amount far beyond their collective means. Moments ago they had been planning to teach Lin Yufan a lesson, but now their faces burned with humiliation. The auctioneer's gavel came down a second time, his excited voice echoing through the hall. 20 million. Second call. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? With every word from the auctioneer, Zheng Tao and Dong Qianqian's expressions grew grimmer. Finally, as the auctioneer prepared to bring down the gavel for the third and final time, Zheng Tao could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand down on the table and pointed angrily at Lin Yufan. 20 million, just like that? You think money is just paper? Exactly. Dong Qianqian echoed, standing up with a stern expression. I demand a verification of funds. There's no way he can pay 20 million. The others quickly chimed in. Yeah, we need to verify his funds. How could a guy dressed in cheap clothes possibly afford 20 million? He's just disrupting the auction. Agreed, his bid should be disqualified. Lin Yufan's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. Shaking his head, he turned to look at Dong Qianqian and her companions, his voice calm yet firm. For me, money is no different from paper. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a black card, pressing it lightly against the table before sliding it forward. This is an International 36 Nations card. Swipe it. His composed demeanor sent chills through the room. Dong Qianqian gritted her teeth. Go ahead, swipe it. Let's see where his confidence comes from. The auctioneer, full of deference, accepted the card with both hands and disappeared for a moment. When he returned, his face was flushed with excitement as he held the card aloft, before respectfully handing it back to Lin Yufan. Then, he walked back to the stage and banged the gavel down hard. I hereby announce the final buyer of the Heart of the Ocean necklace is Mr. Lin Yufan. A thunderous gasp filled the room. He actually paid successfully? He really spent 20 million on the Heart of the Ocean. My God, how rich is this guy? Voices of disbelief echoed throughout the hall. Dong Qianqian slumped into her chair, her eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? How could he possibly have 20 million? She murmured, looking utterly defeated. For someone who had always looked down on Lin Yufan, this outcome was hard to swallow. In her eyes he was nothing but a lowly nobody who didn't deserve Su Liangsu. Yet here he was, buying a necklace worth more than any of them could afford right in front of her. The same disbelief filled Zheng Tao and the others, who sat frozen in their seats, unable to accept the outcome. Without sparing them another glance, Lin Yufan turned his gaze to Dong Qianqian and spoke in a calm voice, say it. Call me master. As Lin Yufan's words hung in the air, all eyes turned toward Dong Qianqian. It seemed everyone had almost forgotten that the auction for the Heart of the Ocean necklace wasn't just about winning the jewelry, there was a bet on the line as well. If Lin Yufan won, Dong Qianqian would have to serve as his maid for 2 weeks. Dong Qianqian's face drained of all color, turning as pale as paper. The thought of becoming a maid for someone she had always looked down upon was unbearable for her pride. She hesitated, her lips trembling as she finally spoke to Lin Yufan, her tone lacking its usual arrogance. Could we change the terms? But Lin Yufan was in no mood to compromise. His intention had always been to give her a lesson she wouldn't forget. No, he replied bluntly, taking a sip of his red wine. Hearing his refusal, Dong Qian clenched her hands tightly, almost biting her lip until it bled. The pressure of everyone's gaze felt suffocating, as if she was being judged by the entire room. Reluctantly, she forced herself to utter the humiliating words master. Satisfied, Lin Yufan nodded. At that moment, 2 young attendants approached with the necklace on a tray, ready to present it to him. But Lin Yufan turned to Dong Qian and ordered, "Go get it for me." She instinctively resisted, but couldn't find the words to argue. The attendants, sensing the situation, stopped nearby and watched her expectantly. But her face flushed bright red as if set ablaze. After a brief struggle, she stepped forward, took the tray with the heart of the ocean, and with trembling steps, handed it over to Lin Yufan. "Master, here's the necklace," she said, her voice filled with shame. Seeing her compliance, Lin Yufan decided not to push further, for now. The future held plenty of time for lessons. Tapping his finger on the table, he said, "Leave it here. I have things to attend to tonight. Starting tomorrow, come see me dressed as a maid. I'll let you know where. You may go." Dong Qian's face turned crimson again, burning with embarrassment. She, a pampered young lady, had never served anyone in her life, let alone worn a maid outfit. The mere thought made her skin crawl. She placed the necklace on the table, stammering, "Yes, master," before hurriedly fleeing the scene, overcome with shame. Jing Tao and the others quickly followed her out, keeping their heads down, too embarrassed to even look at her. As the auction concluded, and the guests began to leave, Feng Yankai could no longer contain his excitement. He rushed to Lin Yufan's side, gripping his hand with reverence, as if meeting a god. "Brother Fan, no, Grandpa Fan. From now on, you're my real grandfather. Here, let me kneel and bow to you as a sign of respect." Seeing Feng Yankai's exaggerated display, Lin Yufan raised an eyebrow. "Have you taken your medicine today?" "No, I just wanted to show my admiration for you, Brother Fan. You're truly amazing. I'm in awe," Feng Yankai said earnestly, giving Lin Yufan a thumbs up. "Thank you for opening my eyes. I never knew courting women could be done this way. Making the daughter of a prominent family serve as a maid with just a few words? You're a genius. From now on, I'll even ditch my Rolex and walk everywhere like you." He threw his expensive watch aside, muttering curses. Lin Yufan couldn't help but look at him like he was a fool. He had only worn simple clothes because he'd grown used to them after living on a mountain for 15 years, preferring their comfort and ease of care over high-maintenance designer brands. As for taking Dong Qian as a maid, that was just to give a self-important woman a reality check. He cleared his throat, pushing away his stray thoughts. "There's a hospital 5 kilometers from here. You should pay it a visit sometime." Feng Yankai's eyes lit up. "Are the nurses there pretty?" Lin Yufan sighed, rising from his seat. "There's no hope for you." With the necklace in hand, he left for the location of his welcome banquet. Feng Yankai followed him out, only to slap his forehead as a realization hit him. "I was so busy admiring Brother Fan that I forgot to ask him which department had the prettiest girls. Should I search the whole hospital?" Leaving the mountain estate, Lin Yufan took a cab to the venue for the welcome event, the Imperial Hotel. By now, luxury cars had already filled the parking area. If the auction at Tianyun Manor was attended mostly by the younger generation of Nanjing's elite, then the Imperial Hotel gathered the elders and heads of the city's top families. This welcome banquet, arranged for Lin Yufan as the master of Tianji Pavilion, commanded their full attention. Although Lin Yufan himself thought the event unnecessary, to these families, a figure of his stature was to be revered. Tonight's attendees were all from the highest echelons of Nanjing society, including members of the Wang family, to which Wang Zihang belonged. As the Wang family's group approached the entrance of the hotel, Wang Yifei exclaimed, "I wonder what kind of extraordinary person the master of Tianji Pavilion is." Wang Saitong, her eyes filled with admiration, added, "I imagine he's a legendary figure wearing a black suit, standing atop a skyscraper, looking down on the world with a cold, unyielding gaze. So handsome, even the heavens would pale before him." Wang Shulai patted Wang Saitong's head with a chuckle. "Then you'd better make a good impression tonight. Our family's future could rest on you." Wang Saitong blushed, while Wang Yanghong sighed. "It's a shame that Zihang won't be able to meet such a remarkable person." Wang Changlin, the family's eldest, comforted him. "Zihang's death was an accident. Don't be too sad. After tonight's meeting, tomorrow we'll make sure Lin Yufan pays for what he did. His head will be an offering to Zihang's memory." Wang Yanghong nodded in agreement. "Let's head inside." But just as they were about to enter the hotel, A figure appeared before them, someone who made Wang Yangong's blood boil with rage. Lin Yufan. He growled, his voice dripping with hatred. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Yufan stopped and turned to see who it was. He saw Wang Yangkong, Wang Changlin, and several other members of the Wang family staring at him with hostile expressions. Lin Yufan frowned but remained silent, not recognizing them. The faces of the Wang family members contorted with anger when they confirmed it was indeed Lin Yufan. Wang Yanghyang in particular was seething. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, "Lin Yufan, how dare you show up here? Who gave you the courage?" Lin Yufan's eyes grew cold. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Seeing Lin Yufan's defiant attitude, Wang Shulai shouted, "You're arrogant. You killed Zihang, and now you dare to act so brazenly in front of the Wang family? Do you think we can't deal with you?" Wang Yangkong's face darkened even more. Glaring at Lin Yufan, he ordered, "Right now, go to Zihang's grave and kneel to apologize." Hearing this, Lin Yufan finally understood who these people were. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Wang Yanghong. A father's failure to teach his son properly is the father's fault. Your son deserved what happened to him. Why should I apologize? If anyone needs to kneel before his grave, it's you. Those words made Wang Yanghong explode with rage. You sharp-tongued brat. Today I'll send you to join my son in the afterlife. With that, he clenched his fist and charged forward, aiming to punch Lin Yufan square in the face. However, before he could reach him, Wang Changlin grabbed him and held him back. "Second brother," he barked, speaking softly in Wang Yanghong's ear. "The Tianji Pavilion Master's welcome banquet is about to start, and the master himself could be watching us at any moment. The old man is already handling Zihang's matter. Tomorrow, Lin Yufan will meet his end. Don't lose your composure." At the mention of the Tianji Pavilion Master, Wang Yanghong calmed down slightly, but the hatred in his eyes remained. "I can't stand seeing that boy swaggering around in front of me," he muttered. Wang Changlin glanced coldly at Lin Yufan. Then said, "How could we allow someone who killed a member of the Wang family to roam freely right under our noses?" He then looked toward the entrance of the Imperial Hotel and continued, "He's only here because he heard about the banquet and wants to latch onto the Tianji Pavilion Master. I'll make sure he doesn't even get past the front door." The Wang family members immediately agreed with him. "Uncle is right, we can't let this trash defile the master's eyes," Wang Saitong declared. Wang Shulai nodded in agreement. "Exactly. This scum doesn't deserve to be in the same place as the Wang family." Without another word, Wang Yanghong walked over to the guards at the entrance and spoke to them in a low, stern voice, pointing at Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan stood by, watching coldly. He didn't want to bother with false niceties in front of a crowd, so if the guards followed the Wang family's orders and refused him entry, he would leave without hesitation. He wouldn't care how many people inside were waiting for him, he'd show them no courtesy. After listening to Wang Yanghong, the guards walked over to Lin Yufan, their expressions stern. "Sorry sir, this banquet is of a very high level. We need to verify your entry credentials," one of them said. Lin Yufan replied calmly, "How do you plan to verify them?" "Please show us your invitation," one of the guards responded. Lin Yufan shook his head. "I don't have an invitation. This banquet was organized for him, after all, and he wasn't just a guest, he was the guest of honor. Naturally, he didn't carry an invitation." Hearing this, the Wang family members sneered openly. "You don't even have an invitation and you think you can attend this event? What an idiot," Wang Saitong scoffed. "They get lost already. Stop wasting our time," Wang Yifei added with disdain. The guards moved to block Lin Yufan's path, their expressions growing more guarded. "Without an invitation, no one is allowed to enter. Please leave immediately," they stated. Lin Yufan glanced at the Wang family members and asked the guards again, "Are you really going to follow their orders and not let me in?" The guards stood firm, blocking his way. "Without an invitation, no one may enter," they repeated. "Get out of here, you fool!" Wang Yifei shouted. Lin Yufan shot the Wang family a cold look before turning away without a second thought. No matter how many people inside were waiting to see him, he wasn't going to give them the time of day. Leaving the Imperial Hotel, he stood by the roadside and dialed the number for Nanjing's richest man, He Xiaoning. As soon as the call connected, He Xiaoning's eager voice came through. "Master, have you arrived? I'll come down to greet you right away." "No need," Lin Yufan replied bluntly. "You can continue the banquet with the Wang family. I'm not coming." With that, he hung up and walked away. The disconnected line left He Xiaoning dumbfounded. He had just been on his way, so why had things changed so suddenly? Recalling that Lin Yufan mentioned the Wang family, He Xiaoning's expression darkened as he marched downstairs and headed straight for the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, the Wang family watched Lin Yufan leave, laughing loudly. Did that idiot actually think he could show off in front of a first-rate family like ours? What a joke, Wang Yifei sneered. He walked off like he was on an important phone call, pretending as if he left because he got some big news. It's laughable how he tries to fool everyone into thinking we didn't kick him out, Wang Saitong added with a smirk. Only a fool would do something so pathetic, Wang Shulei chimed in, his face full of scorn. Wang Changlin waved dismissively. Enough about that waste. There will be someone to deal with him tomorrow. Let's go inside and prepare to welcome the master. As they prepared to enter, handing over their invitations to the guards, He Xiaoning appeared at the entrance, his expression cold and grim, flanked by a few attendants. Seeing him, the Wang family quickly approached with polite smiles. Mr. He, why have you come out? Wang Changlin and Wang Shulei asked with grins on their faces. Wang Yanghong forced a smile and greeted He Xiaoning as well, while Wang Yifei and Wang Saitong bowed in deference. Good evening, Uncle He. As the richest man in Nanjing, He Xiaoning commanded respect even from the Wang family. However, he didn't even glance at them. Instead, he turned directly to the guards and asked in a frosty tone, Tell me, what just happened here? Seeing He Xiaoning's expression darken, the guards tensed up. They dared not hide anything and quickly reported everything that had happened just moments ago. As he listened, He Xiaoning's face turned as dark as coal. He had waited 5 whole days just to finally meet Lin Yufan and strengthen their relationship, only to see this perfect opportunity slip away because of the foolishness of the Wang family. His anger surged. At that very moment, Wang Yifei approached him with a cheerful expression, saying, Uncle He, is the master about to arrive? Did you come down here to greet him? This only fueled He Xiaoning's fury. Slap. He raised his hand and delivered a stinging slap across Wang Yifei's face. Greet your mother. Get lost, he shouted. He then kicked the 2 guards who had just turned Lin Yufan away, knocking them to the ground. You useless fools. Go upstairs and announce that the welcome banquet is cancelled. The master is not coming, he ordered. The guards scrambled up and ran inside, terrified, while He Xiaoning stormed off, his face still filled with rage. Watching He Xiaoning walk away in anger, Wang Yifei slowly got up, holding his face with a look of grievance. So what if the master isn't coming? Why did he have to hit me? It's not like I told him not to come. Wang Yifei felt deeply wronged. Meanwhile, Wang Saitong was even angrier that her plans to meet the master had fallen through, and she blamed Lin Yufan for it all. It must be that jinx, Lin Yufan. He brought bad luck. The master must have felt insulted by that pauper's appearance, thinking it was a sign of disrespect, and that's why he left. Damn that Lin Yufan. Wang Yanghong, already furious, roared, You little bastard, you won't die a good death. The Wang family members were convinced that Lin Yufan had ruined their big opportunity. Today, the event was attended by all the major families of Nanjing, important people with real status. But not Lin Yufan. He was the only one who didn't belong, a nobody without even an invitation who had come just to freeload. Unable to think of any other reason why the Tianji Pavilion master would suddenly leave, they put all the blame on Lin Yufan, feeling as if he had cost them their chance to rise to the top. Let's go back and inform the old man. Have him make sure the people from South Africa tomorrow cut that little brat into 8 pieces. Wang Changlin spat. Wang Yanghong and the others all nodded in agreement. The one coming is rumored to be a ruthless figure on the South African kill list. This time, we must take Lin Yufan's head to avenge Yihang. Blood for blood, they shouted as they stormed off. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan had already returned to the Ziyun villa. He received a call from He Xiaoning shortly after the latter had left the Imperial Hotel. He Xiaoning wanted to meet and apologize, but Lin Yufan declined. It wasn't his fault, so there was no need to apologize. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yunxi went to work as usual, while Lin Yufan stayed home, waiting for Dong Qianqian to come pick him up for breakfast. Now that he had a maid, he intended to enjoy a bit of pampering, unlike the days spent with Qinju, constantly discussing the affairs of the Tianji Pavilion or world events. What did the state of the world matter to an orphan like him? To that end, he even sent Qinju away, instructing him to stay hidden and not show himself unless absolutely necessary. Finally, after Lin Yufan idly ate 2 apples, the long-awaited knock came at the door. Coming, Lin Yufan said, walking leisurely to the door and opening it. Standing outside, bathed in the soft sunlight, was Dong Qianqian. She was dressed in a black and white maid outfit with lace trim, a white apron, a frilly headdress, and even cat ears. Her outfit accentuated her curves, and the white stockings clung to her legs. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her expression a blend of shyness and embarrassment, which added just the right amount of allure. Lin Yufan was momentarily taken aback. Dong Qian clasped her hands together in front of her and nervously shifted her feet, keeping her head lowered as she spoke softly. Master, I've come to pick you up." Hearing the tremor in her voice, a mix of shame and something else, Lin Yufan raised an eyebrow. Well, this is interesting, he thought. He looked her up and down, taking in the meticulous details of her outfit. "I have to say, you seem to be enjoying that outfit quite a bit," he remarked, clicking his tongue in amusement. Dong Qian's embarrassment turned to annoyance as she glared at him. "I'm just used to doing things properly. It doesn't mean I enjoy serving you." Lin Yufan clicked his tongue again. "I never said you did." She started to retort, but before she could finish, Lin Yufan had already closed the door and was walking towards a pink Porsche parked next to the villa. "Aren't you going to come over and open the door?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Dong Qian's frustration was evident as she stomped her foot on the grass before reluctantly going over to open the car door for him. Once inside, Dong Qian, still fuming, asked, "Where to?" Lin Yufan gave her a curious look. "As my maid, shouldn't you have already found a place for breakfast? Why are you asking me?" Dong Qian was momentarily at a loss for words but quickly composed herself. As the daughter of a wealthy family, finding a nice place for breakfast was no challenge for her. With her skilled driving, they soon arrived at a refined tea house by the river, where one could listen to soothing music indoors or enjoy the breeze and river view from the outdoor terrace. Even Lin Yufan had to admit that these rich kids really knew how to enjoy life. He would never have found such a nice spot on his own. But now that he had a wealthy maid, he didn't need to. After they entered, Lin Yufan immediately took a seat on the terrace, propping up his feet and unfolding a newspaper on the table. Dong Qian shot him an annoyed glance before heading off to order. Once the food arrived, she carefully arranged the dishes on the table in front of him. Just then, a voice came from behind them. "Qian?" Hearing her name called, Dong Qian froze. Dressed in a maid outfit and serving Lin Yufan, the last thing she wanted was to run into someone she knew. She turned around stiffly and was somewhat relieved to see that it was Jing Tao, who knew the story behind her situation. Still, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was her first time wearing a maid outfit to serve someone, and it felt awkward. "Qian, is that really you? Why are you dressed like this? Did that bastard Lin Yufan force you?" Jing Tao asked angrily as he approached. Although he knew Dong Qian had agreed to be Lin Yufan's maid for half a month because of a bet, seeing it with his own eyes was a different story. He felt a surge of jealousy, as if he had been humiliated, especially since he was pursuing her. Dong Qian remained silent. There was no point in discussing it now. She remembered that Jing Tao had even encouraged her to accept the bet during the auction. After placing the last dish on the table, she said, "Everything is ready." Lin Yufan casually set aside the newspaper, prepared to start eating. Dong Qian glanced at the slightly crumpled edges of the paper, her fingers itching to smooth it out. Jing Tao glared at Lin Yufan. "Qian is my girlfriend. I won't allow you to make her do these things." Lin Yufan glanced at him as if he were a fool, then ignored him and reached for the tea. Refusing to be dismissed, Jing Tao stepped forward and slammed his hand on the table. "Lin, did you hear me?" Lin Yufan's expression showed a hint of impatience. "So what if I did? She's my maid, and it's none of your business." Jing Tao clenched his fists in frustration but found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Dong Qian. "Let's go, Qian. Don't waste your time on this guy." Dong Qian hesitated, glancing at the crumpled newspaper before looking back at Jing Tao without saying a word. At that moment, Lin Yufan leaned back in his chair and said, "Qian, my arm feels a bit sore. Come and massage it." Annoyed, Dong Qian glared at him, but remembering the terms of the bet, she had no choice but to nod reluctantly. "Yes, master." She moved to his side and began massaging his arm, occasionally glancing at the creased newspaper with a frown. Relaxing in his chair, Lin Yufan let out a long, satisfied ah-h. "That feels good. A little harder." Jing Tao's anger boiled over. "Lin Yufan, don't push your luck." Lin Yufan shot him a cold glance and lifted his feet onto another chair. "Now massage my legs too." Dong Qian was even more irritated, and she gave his arm a hard pinch. "Yes, master," she said through gritted teeth. Seeing her kneel down to massage Lin Yufan's legs, Jing Tao was filled with rage. "Arg!" he shouted, kicking over a nearby chair. "What are you doing?" Dong Qian snapped. She stood up and calmly set the chair upright, then picked up the crumpled newspaper and carefully smoothed it out. Her tense expression visibly relaxed after she finished. Jing Tao's frustration only grew. She hadn't said a word while massaging Lin Yufan, but she scolded him for kicking a chair. It was unbearable. In a fury, he turned to leave, but as he spun around, he collided with a tall man. Angrily, Jing Tao shouted, "Get out of my way, you idiot!" He shoved the man, but to his shock, it felt like pushing a marble statue rock solid and immovable. The man was none other than Blood Wolf, the assassin hired by the Wang family to kill Lin Yufan. Blood Wolf looked down at Jing Tao with a menacing glare. "Did you just call me a dog?" Still blinded by rage, Jing Tao failed to recognize the danger. "Yeah, and what are you going to do about it? Get out of my face before I make you." Smack. Without warning, Blood Wolf slapped Jing Tao hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood spraying from his split lip as he rolled twice. Blood Wolf stepped forward, grabbed Jing Tao by the throat, and lifted him off the ground with one hand. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he spoke. "Insulting me? How do you want to die?" Jing Tao struggled to breathe, his face turning red, then purple, as Blood Wolf's grip tightened around his neck. He felt the life being squeezed out of him and gasped, "You can't kill me. I'm from the Zheng family. If you kill me, my family won't let you get away with it." Blood Wolf's grin widened, revealing a sadistic gleam. "The Zheng family, huh? Just some rich kid?" "That's right. If you kill me, my father and the Zheng family will hunt you down." Jing Tao spat out desperately. Blood Wolf's eyes narrowed with cruel delight as he slapped Jing Tao's face again. "Tell your family to prepare 5 million to buy your life. If not, I'll wipe out the entire Zheng clan." With that, he released his grip, letting Jing Tao fall heavily to the ground. Jing Tao lay there, his body trembling uncontrollably as he looked up in terror. "You're Blood Wolf? The Blood Wolf from the South African kill list?" The South African kill list was the infamous ranking of the world's most elite assassins. To have one's name on that list was the ultimate recognition of a killer's skill, as only the top 100 made the cut. Blood Wolf simply sneered at Jing Tao's astonishment. "You have 5 minutes to make the call." Without hesitation, Jing Tao began dialing for help, while Blood Wolf shifted his gaze to Lin Yufan. He gave a wicked grin. "So, how would you like to die? Shall I do it for you?" Blood Wolf's cold voice echoed throughout the tea house like a fierce wolf unleashed among a crowd. At that moment, all the customers in the tea house began frantically fleeing outside. Jing Tao's reaction and Blood Wolf's reputation said it all. This man was truly a killer. In an instant, the place was empty. Even Dong Qianqian's eyes filled with fear and panic, unsure of what to do next. But Lin Yufan, still seated, remained calm as he glanced at Blood Wolf and shook his head. "If I were you, I would leave right now," he said indifferently. Blood Wolf sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile. "And why would I leave?" "Because you're interrupting my morning tea," Lin Yufan replied, taking a sip from his cup. He looked at Dong Qianqian and patted his leg, saying nonchalantly, "Continue." Dong Qianqian froze, staring at Lin Yufan in disbelief, as if she had just seen a ghost. Was this man serious? That was an assassin standing before him, a top 100 killer from the infamous South African kill list. Yet he was worried about having his tea interrupted? Shouldn't he be running for his life? She had no idea that Lin Yufan, after 15 years of martial training on the mountain, had developed an extraordinary skill. He could read a person's movements, muscle tension, and even approximate strength from the smallest details. From the moment he glanced at Blood Wolf, the assassin's capabilities had been laid bare to him. Kill him! Blood Wolf wasn't even a threat. Jing Tao, oblivious to all this, yelled in rage, "Lin, if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag Yanqian down with you." Ignoring the outburst, Lin Yufan tapped his leg again and frowned. "Hurry up." Dong Qianqian glanced at Jing Tao lying on the floor, bloodied, then back at the eerily composed Lin Yufan. Surprisingly, she felt safer near him. With a nervous nod, she knelt beside him and started massaging his leg. Her trembling hands, and the fear flickering in her eyes, showed just how scared she was. Blood Wolf's anger flared as he saw Lin Yufan's calm demeanor. The coldness in his eyes was like a deadly winter wind. He looked like a raging beast, emanating a dangerous aura that filled the entire room. "Do you know what happened to the last person who underestimated me like this?" Blood Wolf said as he stepped forward. Without waiting for a response, he roared, "I cut him into 8 pieces and fed him to the dogs. There wasn't even a grave for him." With those words, he unleashed a surge of murderous energy, making the air seem heavy and suffocating. Boom! He stepped forward, and his powerful legs cracked the floor beneath him like a spiderweb as he launched himself at Lin Yufan. He moved like a cannonball, tearing through the air with overwhelming force, ready to smash everything in his path. "Die!" he bellowed, his fist aimed at Lin Yufan's head. "Ah!" Dong Qianqian screamed, the terror finally overwhelming her. She recoiled like a frightened cat, covering her ears and squeezing her eyes shut. Lin Yufan frowned slightly, but his hands never stopped moving as he held the teacup, using the lid to gently brush away the tea leaves and blow on the hot steam. It was as if Blood Wolf charging at him didn't exist. Even as the ground cracked around him, and the wind from Blood Wolf's punch swept across his face, Lin Yufan remained unmoved. Idiot. He deserves to die. Zheng Tao cursed. But just as Blood Wolf's fist was about to strike Lin Yufan's head, a tall, muscular figure burst forward at a speed 10 times faster than the assassin. If Blood Wolf was a cannonball, then King Ju was a missile. With an explosive force and ferocity, King Ju erupted from the corner, intercepting Blood Wolf with a devastating punch just before the assassin's blow could land. Boom! It was like being hit by a high-speed train. Blood Wolf felt his entire skeleton shatter as though every bone in his body had been crushed. The searing pain in his abdomen made him wonder if his stomach had been punctured. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backward, crashing through tables and chairs, leaving a trail of chaos behind. Zheng Tao was left in shock, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. One moment, Blood Wolf had been charging forward, and the next, he was flying across the room, felled by a single punch from a figure that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Thud. Zheng Tao swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror. That was Blood Wolf, a killer from the South African kill list. Men of his caliber were reputed to be capable of taking on 10 or even 100 foes. Yet, this mysterious figure had sent him flying with one blow. It was beyond terrifying. Cold sweat poured down Zheng Tao's back, soaking his clothes in an instant. This was the stuff of nightmares. But what shook him even more was what happened next. The man who had effortlessly taken down Blood Wolf, as if he were a mere insect, quietly stepped back and stood behind Lin Yufan, standing like a guardian. Zheng Tao's jaw dropped as he stared at Qinjiu. A person with such godlike strength was standing behind Lin Yufan as if he were a mere servant. How could this be? That was Lin Yufan, a nobody, not some legendary figure. Zheng Tao's mind struggled to process the scene unfolding before him. In Zheng Tao's stunned gaze, Lin Yufan's expression remained unchanged, as if the dangerous and intense scene just now was nothing more than a gentle spring breeze, unable to stir any emotion. The tea had cooled to just the right temperature from the gust of wind. Lin Yufan picked up his cup and took a sip, savoring the flavor. Good tea, he remarked calmly. Hearing his voice, Dong Qianqian, who had been trembling and clutching her earlobes in fear, fluttered her eyelashes. Filled with both fear and curiosity, she slowly opened her eyes to take a peek. Her tears glistened, showing that she had been scared to the point of crying. When she saw Lin Yufan quietly sipping tea in his chair, and then looked around at the chaotic state of the tea house, and the lifeless Blood Wolf slumped in the corner, her eyes widened in disbelief. She pointed at Lin Yufan, stammering, You. She wanted to ask how he had managed it, but her tongue seemed tied in knots, making it impossible to form a complete sentence. Lin Yufan frowned slightly. What do you mean you? Call me master. Whether it was the lingering fear or the overwhelming shock, Dong Qianqian felt that his words carried a kind of undeniable authority. Her tears, which had just stopped, began to well up again. Lowering her head, she muttered with a sense of grievance, Master. Lin Yufan set the teacup down, propped his legs up, and leaned back in the chair. Today's performance as a maid gets a failing grade. You argued with your master, didn't open the car door, didn't check the location, and kept startling me. When you get home, copy the British Royal Maid Etiquette Guide 10 times and recite it for me tomorrow. Also, I want congee with preserved egg and pork for breakfast. Dong Qianqian was dumbfounded, her eyes filled with confusion. Is now really the time to discuss this? And what even is the British Royal Maid Etiquette Guide? Copy it 10 times and memorize it. I'm only your maid for half a month, not forever. Do you expect to train me to be a professional maid? Feeling a surge of frustration, she pouted and retorted, I won't memorize it. What are you going to do, punish me? Lin Yufan raised an eyebrow. Why didn't I think of that? All right then, bring a small whip tomorrow. If you can't recite it, you'll get your behind whipped. Dong Qianqian felt tears prick her eyes, overwhelmed by both shame and anger. Before she could finish, Lin Yufan waved his hand dismissively. You can leave. Qianju immediately made a gesture indicating for her to go. Feeling wronged, Dong Qianqian left in frustration. After she had gone, Lin Yufan raised his hand and ordered coldly, Drag him over here. Yes, sir. Qingju responded with a bow, then strode toward Blood Wolf. Seeing this, any trace of hope in Zheng Tao's eyes vanished. It became clear to him that Qingju truly was Lin Yufan's subordinate. If such a powerful and fearsome individual served under Lin Yufan, then just how high was Lin Yufan's status? As he recalled how he had confronted Lin Yufan at the auction, and just moments ago, a chill ran through his spine, causing him to collapse onto the ground in fear. Qinju paid no attention to Zheng Tao, grabbing Blood Wolf by the hair and dragging him across the floor. The once fearsome assassin now looked no different from a beaten dog. Thud. Qinju threw Blood Wolf onto the ground and resumed his place behind Lin Yufan. Seated in his chair, Lin Yufan looked down at Blood Wolf. "Who sent you?" Blood Wolf glared at him defiantly before speaking, his tone filled with bitterness. "With someone like him as your subordinate, you're definitely not the useless guy they said you were. Who exactly are you?" The moment he finished, Qinju's expression turned icy. He stepped forward, and with a fist like a cannonball, struck Blood Wolf's face. Crack. Blood Wolf's nose shattered instantly, blood spraying everywhere. He clutched his face, writhing in agony on the ground. Lin Yufan remained composed, calmly observing the scene. "I'll ask you one more time who sent you." His voice was calm, without the slightest change in tone, yet it carried an intimidating weight. Blood Wolf's body tensed as a sense of overwhelming danger enveloped him. Realizing that his life was on the line, he blurted out in a panic, "It was the Wang family. They hired me to kill you." "The Wang family?" Lin Yufan's eyes narrowed. First, Wang Zihang tried to harm his sister, then they caused trouble at the welcome banquet, and now they had sent someone to kill him. It seemed the Wang family was really pushing their luck. Seeing Lin Yufan's silence, and sensing the increasing chill in the air, Blood Wolf assumed he was about to be killed for not giving enough details. Desperate, he added, "It was Wang Zonglai who hired me to avenge his grandson." Blood Wolf confessed everything about the Wang family's plot against Lin Yufan. After hearing the full story, Lin Yufan's gaze grew even colder. He looked down at Blood Wolf and uttered 3 words, "Kill him." "Yes, sir," Qinju replied solemnly. Blood Wolf's expression changed drastically. He shouted in terror, "You can't kill me. I'm with the Hall of Killers. If you kill me, the Hall won't let you off." The Hall of Killers was a mysterious organization feared by all. No one knew its headquarters location, nor how many elite assassins it housed. But it was known that all the top 10 killers on the South African kill list were members. Blood Wolf, being ranked in the top 100, was considered a mere henchman within the Hall, but he had connections there that gave him some status. However, Qinju remained indifferent. He grabbed Blood Wolf by the hair and began dragging him outside. Blood Wolf's desperate cries echoed as he was taken away. "You can't kill me. If you do, Rosen will come for you." The cries grew fainter, until they faded completely. Moments later, Qinju returned, his clothes immaculate, without a drop of blood on them. He bowed slightly to Lin Yufan. "It's done." Lin Yufan stood up, dusting off his clothes. "Prepare a memorial tablet and bring his head. We're going to the Wang family." With that, he strode out the door, a chilling aura spreading around him. Qinju nodded, and immediately began to prepare everything as Lin Yufan had ordered. Behind them, Zheng Tao, who had witnessed the entire scene, watched Lin Yufan and Qinju stride away. His pale face finally regained a hint of color. He reached out with a trembling hand to grab the edge of the table and tried to stand up, but his legs gave out, causing him to slip and fall back down. When he looked down, he saw a wet patch beneath him. He had wet himself in fear without even realizing it. A bitter smile spread across his lips as he experienced, for the first time, such utter powerlessness in front of another person. The fear had been so overwhelming that he felt completely incapable of resisting. He now wished more than anything that he had left with Dong Qian earlier, and avoided seeing Lin Yufan, who sat there like a god overseeing the world, calmly deciding life and death. To see such ruthlessness and decisiveness in a person who could casually kill a top-ranked assassin from the South African kill list, it was unfathomable. Who else could possess such resolve? Who would dare to? Jing Tao sighed deeply and glanced in the direction of the Wang family estate. He knew that trouble was coming for them, and it was going to be severe. Meanwhile, at the Wang family villa, the members were gathered in the main hall, all waiting expectantly. They had already received word that Blood Wolf was sent to kill Lin Yufan, and were eagerly awaiting his return with Lin's head. With Blood Wolf taking action, that bastard Lin Yufan is definitely done for. Brother Zihang's revenge will be complete. Wang Yifei said with a smile. Wang Saitong scoffed. That bastard deserves it after disrupting our meeting with the master last night. Wang Shuilei, with a confident expression, added, Blood Wolf is ranked among the top 100 on the South African kill list, and is a member of the Hall of Killers. Taking down a nobody like him is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. When he returns, We should give him a proper banquet. The old master Wang Zonglai nodded in agreement. Zhulai is right. We must properly reward Blood Wolf when he comes back. His brother Rosen has considerable influence in the Hall of Killers, and building a good relationship with him will benefit our family in every way. Hearing this, the Wang family members grew even more excited. If this leads to an introduction to Rosen, it'll be a major win for us. As the family discussed their plans with enthusiasm, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Hearing the noise, they all laughed. It seems Blood Wolf is back already. That's the efficiency of a top 100 assassin from the South African kill list, someone added. Wang Yanghong's eyes gleamed with vengeful hatred. I'll use that bastard Lin's head to honor my son Zihang. As he finished speaking, the front door slowly opened, and Lin Yufan walked in, dressed in black. Qianju followed closely behind. The Wang family members froze in shock. How was Lin Yufan still alive and walking into their home? Wasn't Blood Wolf sent to kill him? Had he somehow managed to arrive here before Blood Wolf? Convinced that Lin Yufan must have missed encountering Blood Wolf, they felt they had figured out the situation. The idea that Blood Wolf could have been killed by Lin Yufan never even crossed their minds. How could a top assassin from the Hall of Killers fail against someone they considered a worthless nobody? The thought was simply absurd. Wang Zonglai signaled one of the family members to call Blood Wolf back, while he himself turned to Lin Yufan with a cold sneer. You dare come to my family after killing my grandson Zihang? Instead of hiding, you actually walk in here? Lin Yufan continued walking forward, his cold voice echoing through the hall. I've brought a special gift for your family. How could I not deliver it in person? Hearing this, the Wang family members shifted their gazes to the iron box Qianju was holding, and sneers appeared on their faces. Scared now, are you? Where was all this fear when you killed Zihang? Wang Shulei scoffed. Wang Changlin chimed in. So, you bring a gift to seek forgiveness? Who do you think you are, Lin Yufan? Exactly. Wang Yanghong shouted angrily. You wretched dog, kneel at Zihang's grave for 7 days and nights. Kneel. The other Wang family members joined in, raising their voices in anger. Lin Yufan shook his head with a smile. Forgiveness? You misunderstand. Wang Zonglai's face darkened. If not to seek peace, then why bring a gift? A cruel smile tugged at Lin Yufan's lips as he looked at Wang Zonglai, revealing a set of white teeth. I came to send you off. With those words, Lin Yufan reached into the iron box, his fingers brushing against a freshly carved memorial tablet. In one swift motion, he sent it flying like a black bullet straight at Wang Zonglai. The air seemed to slice open as the tablet shot forward. In the blink of an eye, it struck Wang Zonglai, piercing his throat and pinning him to his chair. Blood dripped down the tablet, pooling on the floor. Silence descended upon the hall. No one had expected Lin Yufan to strike so suddenly and so viciously, killing the old master in front of the entire Wang family. How could Lin Yufan dare to do this? This was the Wang family, not some place where he could act as he pleased. Did he think they were all just bystanders? The Wang family erupted in fury. Someone, get him now! How dare he kill the old master? Wang Shuli roared. Wang Changlin's eyes were bloodshot with rage. You arrogant dog! You think you can act recklessly in the Wang family's territory? Call Blood Wolf back now. The other family members echoed his sentiments, shouting furiously. Ignoring their rage, Lin Yufan turned to Qianju and said, Give them the gift. Qianju stepped forward, opened the iron box, and revealed Blood Wolf's severed head inside, the eyes still wide with terror. He tossed the head into the midst of the Wang family. Here, your Blood Wolf, he said. Wang Changlin instinctively caught the object flying towards him, but as soon as he realized it was Blood Wolf's head, he recoiled in horror, dropping it like a burning coal. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the room changed drastically. Looking at the bloodied head on the ground, the faces of everyone in the Wang family turned pale. A chill surged up from their feet, racing to the tops of their heads. The terror was instant and overwhelming. The Blood Wolf. The so-called gift from Lin Yufan was actually the head of the Blood Wolf. This was no ordinary person, it was the Blood Wolf, ranked among the top 100 on South Africa's kill list. And now, he was dead. And it was Lin Yufan. That scoundrel, who had brought his head here. What on earth was going on? Wang Yifei pointed at Lin Yufan in disbelief, stammering, You. Did you kill the Blood Wolf? Lin Yufan gave a slight smile, revealing his white teeth. What do you think? Seeing the smile on Lin Yufan's face, Wang Yifei recoiled 2 steps in fear before collapsing to the ground with a thud, his eyes filled with deep terror. The Blood Wolf. Lin Yufan killed the Blood Wolf, what did that mean? Even if all the Wang family's guards joined forces, they couldn't stop him. Who would dare provoke him now? One of the younger members of the Wang family, his legs going weak, fell to his knees on the spot. It triggered a chain reaction, and soon, the rest of the Wang family followed suit, falling to their knees. In an instant, a whole crowd of the Wang family members had knelt. Even Wang Shulei, the third son of the family, was down on his knees. The only ones left standing were Wang Changlin and Wang Yanghong. Wang Changlin remained standing because, with the old patriarch gone, he was next in line to lead the family. He felt he could not kneel. Wang Yanghong, on the other hand, stood purely out of bitter resentment, his fists clenched in anger. Lin Yufan, you! Smack! Before he could finish, Qingju's massive hand struck Wang Yanghong's face, interrupting him mid-sentence. The slap sent him flying 4 or 5 meters away. Seeing this, Wang Changlin dropped to his knees immediately. He had no choice. It was too terrifying. Wang Yanghong hadn't even finished a sentence before being slapped several meters away. He did not wish to die young. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan casually pulled out a chair and sat down, lighting a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, he spoke slowly. Besides Wang Zonglai, who else was involved in this plot? Step forward on your own. His calm voice echoed like a jarring alarm in everyone's ears. No one dared to challenge him at a time like this. Wang Changlin, Wang Shulei, Wang Yifei, and the others kneeled on the ground and edged forward. Lin Yufan glanced at them, and slowly blew out a smoke ring. From now on, each of you will slap yourselves 20 times as punishment. Wang Yifei, who was already scared out of his wits, didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the room. He didn't hold back. Just one slap had turned his face red. In his mind, his life was what mattered most. Compared to losing his life on the spot, what were a few slaps? He slapped himself harder and faster, setting an example for the others. Soon, the rest of the Wang family came to their senses and began to slap themselves earnestly. Even Wang Saitong, a proud woman, was kneeling and slapping herself without hesitation, her face swelling up rapidly. Smack! 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 The sound of slaps filled the air. When it finally stopped, the Wang family members had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their lips had split open from the force. Lin Yufan stood up slowly, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. He spoke in a frosty tone. If there's a next time, I'll send your whole family to the grave. With that, he turned and walked away. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Wang Zonglai was already dead. There was no need to completely eradicate the rest of them. The punishment they received was enough. He believed the Wang family wouldn't dare make a move against him again. As Lin Yufan and Qingju slowly walked out of the villa, the Wang family members felt as if a mountain had finally been lifted off their chests. Wang Yifei's tightly strung nerves suddenly loosened, and he fell backward, limbs spread out. The others were no better off. All lay sprawled on the ground, releasing the pent-up tension in their hearts. A long time later, Wang Shulei looked worriedly at Wang Changlin. Big brother, if the Blood Wolf's boss, Rosen from the Hall of Assassins, comes looking for us, what are we going to do? The question brought a wave of anxiety to everyone's faces. They had paid a high price to hire the Blood Wolf, and now he was dead here. Rosen would surely come for answers. As a big figure in the Hall of Assassins, Rosen was far more formidable than the Blood Wolf. There wasn't a single person in the Wang family who wasn't afraid. And to make matters worse, the one who killed the Blood Wolf was the enigmatic Lin Yufan. They truly didn't know what to do. Wang Changlin gave a bitter smile. If it were before, he would have unhesitatingly sided with Rosen. But now, he let out a deep sigh, his voice full of helplessness. If Rosen really comes to demand answers, we'll just tell the truth and let him decide for himself. There was no pleasing either side, and this was the only solution he could think of. Back at the villa. Not long after sitting down, Lin Yufan suddenly received a call from Su Liangsu. Her excited voice came through the phone as soon as the call connected. Fan, I passed the audition. I even got chosen as the lead actress in a movie. Hearing this, a smile crept up on Lin Yufan's face. That's amazing. Which company? Dingsheng Entertainment. Su Liangshu's voice was full of joy. Dingsheng Entertainment was a top-tier media company in Nanjiang, famous for cultivating many list celebrities. It was a highly sought-after place for second-tier stars aiming to reach the top. The competition was intense. Su Liangsu had managed to stand out among so many candidates, proving that she had real talent. Looks like I'll have a future film star as my little sister. Remember to look out for your big brother in the future, Lin Yufan joked. Su Liangshu blushed slightly on the other end of the line. Brother Fan, stop teasing me. I'm not even a minor actress yet, let alone a movie star. Lin Yufan replied nonchalantly, you emerged from a crowd of competitors and got the lead role. That already puts you close to a list status. If you ask me, winning a Best Actress award is just a matter of time. Hearing such praise, Su Liangshu shyly stuck out her tongue. It's not that exaggerated. Part of the reason I got the lead role was because someone with the ID Drunken Beauty's Embrace gifted me a lot during my live stream a few days ago, which gave me some exposure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Lin Yufan paused for a moment. Drunken Beauty's Embrace? That's me. Just as Lin Yufan was hesitating whether to tell Su Liangshu that he was Drunken Beauty's Embrace, a faint noise came through the phone. Then, Su Liangshu said, Brother Fan, I have to go. They need me to reshoot a scene, and then complete some paperwork. Lin Yufan nodded. Go ahead, call me if anything comes up. Okay, Brother Fan. After hanging up, Su Liangshu ran towards the audition location, her eyes full of determination. She was completely focused on her role, unaware that in a nearby corner, a pair of hateful eyes were locked onto her. Su Liangshu. Duan Yuhan spat out the name through gritted teeth. She was a second-tier actress, just a step away from becoming a top star. The lead role in the show that Su Liangshu had landed was originally reserved for Duan Yuhan, and she had spent a lot of money to pull strings for it. But no one had expected someone like Su Liangshu to suddenly come out of nowhere. Seeing Su Liangshu's looks and acting skills, the audition panel unanimously chose her for the lead role, and Duan Yuhan, despite her connections, was directly eliminated. Because of this, Duan Yuhan developed a deep hatred for Su Liangshu. How dare a nobody like her steal my role? If she can continue to stay in this industry, then I'm not Duan Yuhan. With a fierce look, she turned to her agent, Chen Lan. I want her completely erased from the entertainment world. Chen Lan smiled slightly. I'll find someone right away. Lin Yufan and Su Liangshu were completely unaware of Duan Yuhan's plot. That evening, when Gu Yunxi returned to the villa after work, Lin Yufan asked her about his fourth sister, Yi Qingcheng. When is fourth sister coming back? Gu Yunxi shook her head. I don't know. She's always so unpredictable and mysterious. Lin Yufan frowned. Her birthday is less than a week away. She should be back for it, right? Can we call her? He had specially bought the Heart of the Ocean necklace at an auction for her birthday. If she didn't come back, the surprise would be wasted. Lin Yufan was a bit worried. But Gu Yunxi seemed used to it and said calmly, It's no use. We can't reach her phone. We can only wait for her to contact us. Lin Yufan frowned even more, and his first thought was to have Qingju track down Yi Qingcheng's location. Before he could take action, Gu Yunxi's phone suddenly rang. As soon as the call connected, a pleasant voice came through. Hello Yunxi. It's your fourth sister. Hearing this, Gu Yunxi glanced at Lin Yufan but then turned away. Hey fourth sister, what made you call me all of a sudden? I just wanted to tell you that things have been a bit chaotic in Nanjiang recently. If you don't have anything urgent, try not to go out. Also, I'll come by in 3 days to see you all. Gu Yunxi glanced at Lin Yufan again. But after a moment's thought, she decided not to mention that he was back, planning to surprise Yi Qingcheng when the time came. Now that they knew Yi Qingcheng would be returning in 3 days, Lin Yufan didn't order Qingju to track her down. After all, if Yi Qingcheng was keeping her whereabouts hidden, she must have her reasons, and Lin Yufan didn't want to interfere. The next day came quickly. After Gu Yunxi left for work, Dong Qian once again arrived at the house dressed as a maid. She looked as charming as ever, but her eyes were red as if she'd been crying, and there were red marks on her delicate hands. Seeing her in this state, Lin Yufan asked curiously, What happened to you? Dong Qian glared at him and slammed a delicate bamboo woven basket onto the table. The stuff you asked for. Inside the basket was the century egg and lean pork congee Lin Yufan had asked her to make, along with a thick notebook titled British Royal Maid Etiquette Guidelines. Half the notebook was filled with Dong Qian's handwriting. No wonder her eyes were red. Lin Yufan shot her a strange look and picked up the congee. Read the news to me first, then recite the etiquette rules. Dong Qian grudgingly took out her phone, prepared to read the news. But as soon as she opened the page, she froze, staring at the screen in disbelief. After taking a few bites of the congee, Lin Yufan noticed her inaction and frowned. What are you doing? Dong Qian snapped out of it. Liang Su is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Yufan's face turned cold. He grabbed Dong Qian's phone and looked at the screen. The headline read, Shocking. Newly signed Dingsheng entertainment artist Su Liangshu accused of being kept by several wealthy men for over 3 years. Below the article, Comment after comment poured in with insults. Does someone like her deserve to be at Dingsheng Entertainment? I demand her contract be terminated immediately. How can they let her act as the lead? Are they blind? Kept by multiple men? Su Liangshu, you shameless woman. Why don't you just disappear? The insults kept coming, all targeting Su Liangshu. Lin Yufan's expression grew colder, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. He knew exactly what kind of person Su Liangshu was. There was no way she would do something like this. Qinju Fai Ju. Here. Qinju, tall and imposing, immediately stepped into the room. Lin Yufan's gaze was ice cold. Investigate. I want to know who is spreading these lies about Liangsu. Yes. Qinju left to carry out the order. Dong Qian, who was standing nearby, felt even more baffled. Qinju seemed to appear out of nowhere. There was no sign of him when she arrived, yet he had just walked in from outside. What surprised her even more was that Qinju returned shortly after. Boss, I've found out. Speak. Lin Yufan's voice was frigid. Qinju quickly explained, 3 businessmen, Qi Guoxiang, He Qingyun, and Yi Jiangang, were the ones named in connection with Su Liangsu. All of them have gone bankrupt and are currently struggling. The person who contacted them was Chen Lan, the agent of a second-tier actress, Duan Yuhan. This whole plot was likely orchestrated to secure the lead role in the drama. Moreover, Duan Yuhan has a press conference scheduled for the day after tomorrow, where she'll likely deliver the final blow. Hearing this, Lin Yufan's eyes grew colder. He rose with a chilling aura. Let's visit those businessmen first. I want to see where they got the nerve to pull something like this. After Qinju gathered all the necessary information and evidence, he and Lin Yufan headed straight for Qi Guoxiang's villa. Outside, the sky was overcast, with dark clouds rolling and a storm was clearly brewing. Inside the villa, however, everything was brightly lit and peaceful. The artificial lake shimmered with a soft blue glow under the lights, creating a beautiful scene. In a pavilion above, there were shadows of people moving about. Qi Guoxiang, He Qingyun, and Yi Jiangang were drinking together, surrounded by women. These 3 had been bribed by Chen Lan to fabricate evidence. He Qingyun, holding a woman close, laughed loudly as he squeezed her. Finally, we're back to living like this. Qi Guoxiang raised his glass. Cheers. If Chen Lan hadn't approached me, I would have had to sell this villa in a couple of days. The 3 clinked glasses and drank. Yi Jiangang nodded with a smile. We owe it to Su Liangsu. If she hadn't crossed paths with Duan Yuhan, we wouldn't be here celebrating today. Exactly. Qi Guoxiang laughed as he pulled a woman closer and kissed her roughly. She had it coming. A nobody live streamer thinking she could compete with a real actress? She was just asking for trouble. He Qingjin agreed. If a newcomer wants to break into the industry, they should start as an extra, not immediately go for the lead role. She deserved to be targeted like this. Qi Guoxiang's face was full of satisfaction. If she hadn't been so shameless, we wouldn't be enjoying ourselves like this now. True. He Qingjin laughed and took out his phone. It's about time we released our statements. Yeah, let's get it done. We still need to collect the final payment tomorrow. With just a few taps, He Qingyun and Yi Jiangang's posts were published, echoing Qi Guoxiang's allegations. They included specific dates, locations and photos, making the claims appear entirely credible. The online response was explosive, and the 3 men drank happily. But then, a large hand suddenly landed on their shoulders, startling them. They turned to see the owner of the hand, a man with sharp, chiseled features. It was Lin Yufan. He had one hand on Qi Guoxiang's shoulder and the other on He Qingyun's, slightly leaning forward. Behind him, Qinju swiftly placed a chair beneath him, and Lin Yufan sat down steadily. Qi Guoxiang frowned. Who are you? This is my house. How did you get in here? Get out now. He Qingyun and Yi Jiangang were also watching Lin Yufan closely. Since Chen Lan had arranged the posts in advance, they hadn't bothered to look into Su Liangsu's personal connections and had no idea who Lin Yufan was. Lin Yufan turned to Qi Guoxiang. Your house? So, you're Qi Guoxiang? Yes, and what of it? Get out now. Qi Guoxiang's face showed his impatience. Lin Yufan glanced at the other 2 men. He Qingyun? Yi Jiangang? They gave no response, but it was clear from their faces that the identification was accurate. With a faint smile, Lin Yufan tapped the table with one finger, his eyelids slightly lowered. I heard that all 3 of you claim to have been involved with Su Liangsu. Is that true? The 3 exchanged glances. Although they were the ones who had leaked the stories, they weren't inclined to admit anything to this stranger without knowing who he was. Qi Guoxiang was the first to speak. What does it matter to you? Yeah, He Qingyan chimed in. Who do you think you are that we should answer you? Lin Yufan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. What if I told you that I'm Su Liangshu's boyfriend? Does that make me qualified? Hearing this, the three men relaxed. They had feared he was someone powerful, but if he was just the boyfriend of a small-time streamer, then he was nothing to worry about. There was nothing to be afraid of. Qi Guoxiang smirked and raised his glass. That's right. I did sleep with your girlfriend, and the rumors are all true. He looked at Lin Yufan mockingly. He Qingyan followed suit. Yeah, I slept with your girlfriend too. We all did. Yi Jianggang added for emphasis. Surprised? Ha ha ha. The three burst into laughter, their eyes full of ridicule. Lin Yufan, however, simply nodded, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. After taking a deep drag, he exhaled a smoke ring. So, when and where did you meet with Su Liangsu? Qi Guoxiang sneered. Isn't it clearly written in my statement? March 6th last year, right here in my villa. Oh? Lin Yufan turned slightly to look at him. How come I heard that you were traveling abroad on March 6th and didn't return until the 8th? How did you meet her then? Qi Guoxiang froze upon hearing this. Lin Yufan's cold, knife-like stare made him uncomfortable. Anger flared in Qi Guoxiang's eyes as he scoffed. Who knows where you got that nonsense? I was home on the 6th with your girlfriend. I didn't have time for any trip. Is that so? Lin Yufan tapped the table again. Qinju, built like a mountain, stepped forward. Thud. He dropped a document on the table. It was Qi Guoxiang's travel itinerary for March 6th, showing that he had been in Alaska the entire day, down to details about whom he spent the night with and whether or not protection was used. The document even included several photos. Lin Yufan tapped the table again with his fingers. Tell me, who is this? The atmosphere fell silent, a heavy pressure settling in the pavilion. The faces of all three men darkened, as if they had been slapped. Their lie was exposed right before their eyes, leaving them feeling like children caught misbehaving. Qi Guoxiang grunted coldly. So what if you found out the truth? I can still tell you the man in those pictures is me. He admitted it bluntly, his large head held high. A look of disdain on his face. It was clear he believed that even if the truth was exposed, it wouldn't change the outcome after all. The rumors had already spread, and there was no turning back. At that moment, Lin Yufan withdrew his gaze and turned his head slowly towards He Qingyun and Yi Jianggang. His eyes swept over them like calm water, and he tapped the table lightly with one finger, saying nothing. He just watched them in silence. Tap, 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 tap. The soft rhythmic sound echoed clearly in the quiet night, like a drumbeat pounding in their hearts. It was unsettling, making He Qingyan and the others feel deeply uncomfortable. The atmosphere had shifted completely, the balance of power was overturned. It was as if this wasn't Qi Guoxiang's villa anymore but Lin Yufan's world, where he sat on a throne, looking down on the three of them as if they were criminals on trial. But why? Who was he to do this? He Qingyun's face darkened. Since you have evidence proving we didn't sleep with your girlfriend, then why are you here? Naturally. I'm here to settle this matter, Lin Yufan replied, his eyes calm and sharp as he took a deep drag on his cigarette. Here are my conditions, he said slowly. First, at Duan Yuhan's press conference in 2 days, all three of you must go on stage and admit to the media that your accusations were fabricated. You will apologize to Su Liangsu publicly. Second, you've slandered an innocent woman and caused her so much trouble for no reason. I'm very angry about this. So, each of you will break one of your fingers. Qi Guoxiang let out a cold laugh. Lin Yufan, who do you think you are? Do you really think we're just going to do whatever you say? Exactly. He Qingyan sneered. You want us to break our fingers? You'd better take a look at yourself in the mirror and see if you're even qualified to make such demands. Yeah. Yi Jianggang laughed as well. And you want us to clear your girlfriend's name? You're delusional. Why don't you just get used to wearing a green hat forever? Yi Jianggang taunted, referring to infidelity. Oh, and by the way, when this is all over, we might just actually take Su Liangsu to bed. Then it won't be a rumor anymore, it'll be real. How's that for a surprise? The three men burst into laughter, their eyes full of disdain. Qi Guoxiang, as the host, stood up and looked down at Lin Yufan arrogantly. Let me make this clear, Lin Yufan. We're not going to agree to any of your demands. Now, get out of my villa. Lin Yufan took a slow drag on his cigarette, his eyes growing colder. He glanced at Qi Guoxiang and spoke, enunciating each word clearly. You think I'm negotiating with you? And what else would you be doing? Threatening me? Qi Guoxiang shrugged indifferently, completely dismissive. Lin Yufan nodded slightly and rubbed his fingers together. Do it. With a snap of his fingers, his order echoed in the cold night. Qinju stepped forward, seized Qi Guoxiang, and slammed him onto the table. His chubby fingers were splayed out on the surface, unable to move. Qinju grabbed a dining knife from the table and, without hesitation, brought it down. A scream tore through the night, chilling like a banshee's wail. Qi Guoxiang's finger was severed at the base, and blood sprayed across the table. The women in the pavilion shrieked in terror, scrambling into the corners, hands clasped over their ears, trembling with fear, unable to even lift their heads. The ground was soaked in blood. Yi Jiangang, sitting opposite, was stunned into silence. Blood had splattered across his face, and his eyes were vacant, as if he hadn't fully registered the horror he had just witnessed. You dared to cut off my finger? Qi Guoxiang roared in pain, clutching his bleeding hand. His face was drenched in sweat, his lips quivering uncontrollably from the agony. Lin Yufan calmly took out a tissue and wiped the blood from his hand. His voice was steady and unyielding. Now will you do as I said? To hell with you. Qi Guoxiang's face flushed red with rage. He glared at Lin Yufan, his eyes burning with fury. You cut off my finger and still expect me to help clear your girlfriend's name? You're insane. Let me tell you something, Lin Yufan. Not only will I not clear Su Liangshu's name, but I'll also drag her to my bed and have my way with her until she begs for mercy. I'll make sure to record everything and share it online for the world to see just how shameless she really is. After spitting out these vile words, Qi Guoxiang shouted towards the outside, Bodyguards. Where the hell are my bodyguards? Get in here, now. The sound of footsteps echoed from the villa's interior. Hearing this, Qi Guoxiang's expression grew even more twisted. You've caused trouble in my villa, Lin Yufan. If I don't break your legs tonight, I swear I'll change my name. He Qunyan and Yi Jiangang, who had been shaken moments ago, regained their composure. Even if Lin Yufan had been bold enough to act out now, he was still outnumbered. Once the bodyguards arrived, he would pay tenfold for his insolence. They were confident and eager, as if already imagining the sight of Lin Yufan being beaten to the ground and having his fingers cut off. What they didn't notice was that, as Qi Guoxiang finished speaking, Lin Yufan's gaze grew even colder, sharper, like two daggers aimed at Qi Guoxiang. So, you refuse to comply and still threaten to defile Su Liangshu? Lin Yufan's voice cut through the air. That's right. Qi Guoxiang didn't hesitate to nod, his expression twisted with malice. Not only will I sleep with her, but I'll film it for everyone to see. Hiss. Lin Yufan inhaled sharply on his cigarette, the tip glowing bright red. He flicked his hand. There's no need to spare him. Understood. Qinju bowed slightly, then took a step forward. Just as the bodyguards reached the scene, Qi Guoxiang sneered, No need to spare me? I'll show you who's sparing whom. He turned to the bodyguards. Get them. Break their legs and teach these dogs a lesson. Yes, sir. The bodyguards responded in unison and moved forward. He Qunyan and Yi Jiangang stood back, arms crossed, coldly watching as they anticipated Lin Yufan's imminent downfall. But as Qi Guoxiang turned back towards Lin Yufan, he froze. Qinju had already come to a halt. And without a sound, a pitch-black handgun was now pressed firmly against Qi Guoxiang's forehead. The cold, deadly weapon brought an eerie silence over the pavilion. Qi Guoxiang's grin instantly faded. The bodyguards stopped dead in their tracks. He Qunyan and Yi Jianggang's expressions shifted from confidence to shock, their pupils contracting. In that moment, the entire space seemed frozen in time. Not a sound was heard. Ha ha ha. After a brief moment of shock, Qi Guoxiang suddenly burst into laughter. Kid, do you really think I'm easily scared? Whether that gun is real or not doesn't matter. Even if it is, do you really have the guts to shoot? Seeing Qi Guoxiang's composure, the other two also regained their calm. Exactly. He was just a kid in his 20s, no way would he have the courage to kill someone over a woman. In the end, wasn't he just trying to intimidate them into submission? How naive. How ridiculous. What a joke. He Qingyan scoffed. Kid, these scare tactics won't work on us. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees and apologize. Cut off your own hands and maybe Qi will let you live. That's right. You've made a big mistake today. Even if the king himself came, he couldn't save you now. Added Yi Jiangang with a cold sneer. Bang. Before they finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and blood sprayed across He Qunyan and Yi Jianggang's faces. The two of them leapt up from their seats like startled birds, staring in disbelief at Qi Guoxiang's lifeless body lying on the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. Qi Guoxiang was dead? Right in front of them, killed by a shot from Lin Yufan's subordinate. What was that you said just now? Lin Yufan turned to He Qingyan and Yi Jianggang, his gaze sharp as a blade. You wanted me to cut off my own hands and apologize to him? The killing intent in Lin Yufan's eyes sent a chill down their spines, leaving them cold and drenched in sweat. Thud. Yi Jianggang was the first to collapse to his knees, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. I was blind, I didn't know who I was dealing with. Please, spare me. I'm nothing but a worthless insect, don't lower yourself to my level. Yes, we're just ants in your presence, He Qingyan chimed in, dropping to his knees and desperately bowing his head. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their foreheads striking the floor echoed through the large pavilion. The bodyguards stood in the distance, frozen, not knowing whether to stay or leave. The women huddled in the corner, trembling and pale with fear. I trust you haven't forgotten the 2 demands I made? Lin Yufan spoke calmly. No, we haven't. We'll expose the truth at Duan Yuhan's press conference. We'll tell everyone that she instructed us to smear Su Liangshu. Yi Jianggang stammered. Right. That vile woman set us up to ruin Su Liangshu's reputation. We must clear her name, He Qingyan echoed. And the other one? Lin Yufan's tone grew colder as he spoke, his gaze intensifying. The 2 men shuddered at the shift in his voice. Exchanging a fearful glance, He Qingyan gritted his teeth, grabbed a fallen fruit knife, and sliced off one of his fingers. The excruciating pain made him scream uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yi Jianggang trembled with fear. But given the choice between losing a finger or his life, the decision was obvious. An hour later, Duan Yuhan's agent, Chen Lan, posted on social media, declaring that she was willing to stake her life on the claim that Su Liangshu had indeed been involved in the scandal. She also announced that Duan Yuhan would address the issue at the upcoming press conference. Inside Duan Yuhan's private villa, Chen Lan grinned as she finished posting the update. Yuhan, this is brilliant. Not only did you smear Su Liangshu, but you're also using the scandal to boost the press conference's popularity. It's a perfect 2-for-1 strategy. A rookie like her trying to compete with me? She's brought this upon herself. Duan Yuhan scoffed, her expression full of arrogance. No newcomer can challenge me and get away with it. Su Liangshu is nothing more than a stepping stone for my career. Exactly. That little nobody chose the wrong person to mess with. She deserves whatever happens to her, Chen Lan chimed in, eager to please. Meanwhile, Qin Ju was driving Lin Yufan back to Gu Yanxi's villa. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Yufan took out his phone, intending to contact Su Liangshu, but unexpectedly saw a news notification. As he read the contents, his face darkened. Well played, Duan Yuhan, he muttered. Not only is she smearing Liangshu's name, but she's also using this as an opportunity to boost her own fame. Her schemes are truly vicious. Lin Yufan's eyes narrowed with a chilling glint. On the day of the press conference, make sure Chen Lan is brought to me. If she's willing to put her life on the line, then let's see if she means it. Yes, young master, Qin Ju nodded. Moments later, Lin Yufan arrived at Gu Yanxi's private villa. Normally, at this time, Gu Yanxi would be at work and Su Liangshu at school. However, upon entering the villa, he found Su Liangshu sitting on the couch, her eyes red as she stared at the news on the television. It was about her. Man! Liangshu, why are you home? Seeing her in such a state made Lin Yufan's heart ache. Brother Fan, I wasn't kept by anyone. I don't care if other people believe me, but you have to. I'm still innocent. Seeing him, Su Liangshu stood up and grabbed the hem of his shirt, tears streaming down her face. Do you believe me? If you don't, I can prove it to you. Looking at her tear-streaked face, Lin Yufan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He gently stroked her hair and spoke softly. Liangshu, even if the whole world doesn't believe you, I will. Rest assured, those who try to ruin your reputation will pay dearly. The truth will come to light. Hearing his comforting words, Su Liangshu burst into tears. She buried her face in his chest, her body trembling. Lin Yufan wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, though his eyes were as cold as ice. Liangshu, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. 2 days later, the press conference was held at the Grand Hotel. At noon, Duan Yuhan arrived under the protection of her bodyguards. Outside, crowds of fans and journalists swarmed the entrance, making it impossible to get through. Inside her suite, a makeup artist was touching up Duan Yuhan's look. Damn it. Where is that idiot Chen Lan? Doesn't she know today is my press conference? Duan Yuhan grumbled as her calls went unanswered. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Grand Hotel, a different scene was unfolding. Who are you people? What do you want? Do you even know who I am? I'm Duan Yuhan's agent. Let me go, or you'll regret it. Chen Lan shouted angrily at Qinju, who had brought her there. Slap. Qinju slapped her across the face before she could say another word. Chen Lan's cheek immediately swelled, a bright red handprint forming on her heavily made-up face. When the young master arrives, if you're still screaming, I'll kill you, Qinju warned coldly, his voice and expression full of menace. His threatening gaze made Chen Lan's heart tremble, and she fell silent, too frightened to say another word. Yu Yunji's private villa. Liangsu, I need to take care of something. You can stay here and watch the news. Trust me, something good is going to happen soon, Lin Yufan said before leaving. He turned on the TV as he headed out. Su Liangsu's face was pale. She knew today was the day of Duan Yuhan's press conference. Initially, she didn't want to watch, but seeing the sincerity in Lin Yufan's eyes, she hesitated for a moment before nodding. Brother Fan, come back soon. It's so boring being home alone, she said with a hint of sadness. Lin Yufan nodded and walked out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, a private car pulled up in front of him. The door opened, and a disciple from the martial arts academy stepped out. Young master, Lord Qinju sent me to escort you to the Grand Hotel. He also asked me to inform you that Chen Lan has been apprehended, and Qinjinan and Yi Jianggang have already arrived at the hotel, just waiting for the press conference to start, the disciple reported, bowing. Let's go, Lin Yufan said, as he got into the car. Shortly afterward, the car stopped at the entrance of the Grand Hotel. On the second floor, the press conference was already underway, but instead of joining the event, Lin Yufan took the elevator straight to the presidential suite on the top floor. As soon as he entered, Chen Lan, who had been sitting quietly like a frightened quail, suddenly started shouting. Who are you? How dare you have me kidnapped? Do you even know who I am? You're going to pay for this, you hear me? Let me go right now. Lin Yufan frowned slightly at her outburst. The next moment, slap. Qinju backhanded her to the ground. After Chen Lan quieted down, Lin Yufan spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Su Liangsu's boyfriend, Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan? Su Liangsu's boyfriend? Chen Lan's expression changed slightly. I have a question for you. 2 days ago you posted on social media saying you would stake your life on the claim that Su Liangsu was being kept by wealthy men. Is that true? Lin Yufan pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a cigarette from his pocket. He lit it, and took a deep drag. Then exhaled slowly, his cold eyes piercing through the smoke as he stared at Chen Lan. Yes, I posted it. What of it? Are you trying to deny it? Chen Lan said confidently. Your girlfriend has been kept by 3 rich men, and that's a fact. It's pathetic that you, as her boyfriend, didn't even know. Truly sad. She looked at Lin Yufan with a mocking gaze. Lin Yufan simply chuckled. Good. I just wanted to confirm that it was you who made the post, not Duan Yuhan using your account. Since it was you, there's no issue. What do you mean? Chen Lan was bewildered. Did this guy drag her here just to confirm that? Turn on the TV. Let her watch Duan Yuhan's press conference, Lin Yufan instructed. Qinju immediately turned on the television. At that moment, the press conference had already started. Thank you, fans and members of the media, for taking the time to attend my press conference today. I have 2 things to share. First, I've been cast as the lead in an upcoming drama, and I'll give my all to play this role well, Duan Yuhan announced. Secondly, regarding the rumors about a rookie actress, Su Liangsu, being kept by 3 wealthy men, it's true, and I happened to find out by chance. Just then, 2 well-dressed men stood up from the audience. Duan Yuhan, have you no shame? You're smearing Su Liangsu to suppress newcomers and secure the lead role for yourself. Don't you feel guilty? One of them shouted. Duan Yuhan, did you think hiring us to spread lies would trap Su Liangsu in a scandal forever? You're wrong. We want nothing to do with your dirty tricks. The other added. The sudden accusations left the room in stunned silence. A moment later, murmurs and questions filled the air. You. Duan Yuhan turned pale as she recognized He Qingyun and Yi Jianggang. Dear fans and media friends, allow us to introduce ourselves, He Qingyun said. We were involved in the rumors about Su Liangsu. To be precise, we are the so-called businessmen mentioned in the fabricated scandal. The truth is, the rumor about Su Liangsu being kept is completely baseless. In reality, Duan Yuhan paid us to help her spread lies and defame Su Liangsu. We were foolish to agree because we were desperate after our companies went bankrupt. But after 2 days of guilt and reflection, we realized it was wrong to harm an innocent girl for our own gain. The room erupted in shock as the 2 men took turns revealing the truth. Countless cameras, microphones and spotlights turned toward Duan Yuhan. Duan Yuhan, how could you resort to such despicable tactics to suppress a newcomer? Now that the truth is out, how do you plan to explain yourself? As a public figure, how can you engage in such lowly actions? Do you think you're being fair to your fans, or to Su Liangshu, who is also an actress? Faced with the barrage of questions, Duan Yuhan's face turned crimson with shame. She stammered, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, back in the villa, Su Liangshu couldn't hold back her tears as she watched the live broadcast. For days, her social media had been flooded with hate messages, and even her loyal fans had turned against her because of the scandal, subjecting her to countless personal attacks. The overwhelming negativity had pushed her to the brink of collapse. But now, the truth had finally been revealed. The press conference lasted 2 hours, ending only when the police arrived to take Duan Yuhan away. By then, she had become a public disgrace, bombarded with water bottles and rotten eggs as she was let out. The incident immediately topped the trending topics, and Su Liangshu's fame soared overnight. As the saying goes, fame attracts both admiration and scorn. While the attention brought her recognition, it also attracted more haters and online trolls. Some people claimed that the whole scandal had been orchestrated by Su Liangshu herself, arguing that there was no such thing as a clean reputation in the entertainment industry, and that Duan Yuhan simply played her cards wrong. 10 minutes before the news went viral, Su Liangshu posted a message on social media. After this scandal, I realized that I'm not suited for the entertainment industry. As for the lead role in the new drama, I won't be taking it. I hope everyone can go easy on me. If people still aren't satisfied, I'm willing to leave social media and streaming platforms altogether, disappearing from public view. Thank you to those who have quietly supported me, even through the scandal. You are my true friends and my pillars of support. Thank you. Lastly, I want to thank my brother Fan. He was there for me when I felt helpless, choosing to believe in me unconditionally. Brother Fan, having you in my life makes me truly happy. The Grand Hotel, Presidential Suite. As the live broadcast of the press conference ended, Lin Yufan turned to Chen Lan, his gaze cold and piercing. Chen Lan, you said you'd stake your life on the claim that Su Liangshu was being kept by wealthy men. What do you have to say now? Lin Yufan had no mercy for those who dared harm his beloved sister. I. Chen Lan stammered, her face pale. Out of words, are you? Then it's time for you to fulfill what you promised, Lin Yufan said icily. His words delivered a death sentence. What do you mean? Chen Lan was confused. Did he really think he could take her life over a social media post? Did he think he held absolute power over life and death? What do I mean? I mean it's time for you to go, Lin Yufan replied. Qinju's eyes narrowed as he lifted Chen Lan effortlessly, like a helpless chick. Let me go. You have no right to punish me. Chen Lan screamed. If you had the right to smear Liangshu's name, then we certainly have the right to make you keep your word. Don't you think? Lin Yufan's lips curled into a cruel smile. To his sisters he was a kind and caring brother, always warm and protective, but to others, he could be a demon, a bringer of darkness. No, you can't do this. Let me go now, or I'll scream for help. Chen Lan shook her head desperately, but Qinju silenced her with a swift chop to the neck, knocking her unconscious. Take care of it, and make sure it's clean, Lin Yufan said as he left without looking back. A martial arts disciple drove him back to the villa. As he looked out at the bustling city through the window, a sense of melancholy filled him. First Yun Si, then Liangshu. It seems I not only have to be their brother and future husband, but also their protector, he thought. A dragon has a reverse scale, and touching it is a death sentence. For Lin Yufan, his 7 sisters were his reverse scale. Anyone who dared to harm them would face his wrath. Back at the villa, Su Liangshu was sitting on the couch, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the TV as an advertisement played. Hearing the door open, she quickly got up and rushed over. Brother Fan, did you have something to do with Duan Yuhan's press conference? She asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. It seemed too much of a coincidence that such a major twist had occurred during the press conference, especially after Lin Yufan had told her to watch it. Take a guess, he replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying it. But Su Liangshu wasn't foolish. Since he didn't deny it, it was clear he was involved. Realizing all that he had done for her, her eyes welled up, and tears began to fall down her cheeks. What's wrong, Liangshu? Why are you crying? Seeing her tears, Lin Yufan's heart ached, and he hurried over to wipe them away. Brother Fan, you're so good to me. Su Liangshu's voice was soft and hoarse, her eyes glistening with a peculiar light as she gazed at him. Lin Yufan chuckled. What are you saying? You're my sister. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to? Just a sister. Is that all Lying Shu is in your heart? Her eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head, the mood suddenly growing heavy. Lin Yufan was stunned. Whoa, wait a minute, Liang Shu. You've got it all wrong. I meant a sister in love, but I didn't want to sound frivolous, so I left out the love part. Just as he was struggling to explain, the doorbell suddenly rang. I'll get it. Su Liangshu quickly wiped away her tears and went to open the door. Liangshu? I like Yifu. As she walked away, he couldn't help but call out. She froze for a moment, then hurried to the door and opened it. Qingcheng? Mingxing? Is it really you? Where have you been? I haven't seen you in so long. I've missed you so much. Seeing the cold, black-clad woman at the door, Su Liangsu's eyes widened in surprise before she rushed forward and hugged her tightly. The sudden embrace took Yi Qingcheng by surprise, and she drew in a sharp breath. Liangsu, enough. We have company, she said, a faint smile appearing on her otherwise icy face. Her gaze drifted over to Lin Yufan, who was standing inside the villa. After 15 years apart, she didn't recognize him, and since Gu Yunxi hadn't informed her that Lin Yufan was back, she assumed he must be Su Liangsu's boyfriend. If he weren't, why would he be at the house? Liangsu, hold on a second. I need to call Yunxi and tell her the good news. Excited, Su Liangshu pulled out her phone and walked out into the yard to call Gu Yunxi. Qingcheng? Yi Qingcheng's unexpected appearance caught Lin Yufan off guard. As he watched her walk into the villa in high heels, he couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. 7 sisters, each a stunning beauty in their own right, and each had a different aura. Ju Yunxi was the cool and composed CEO type. Su Liangshu was the sweet and gentle girl next door. And the 4th sister Yi Qingcheng was an icy goddess. Even from a few meters away he could feel the coldness emanating from her. It was the kind of cold that kept people at a distance. A chill that seemed to pierce through to the bone. Do you think you can just call me Qingcheng? Yi Qingcheng's brows knitted together, and her eyes glinted with a frosty menace. She walked up to him and said in a low voice, Are you Liangsu's boyfriend? Here's some advice, stay out of Liangsu's life, or I'll make sure you disappear from this world. Lin Yufan was taken aback by her aggressive tone. She wanted him to stay away from Liangsu? And what if I say no? Realizing that Yi Qingcheng didn't know who he was, he couldn't resist teasing her. No sooner had the words left his mouth than she moved like lightning, reaching for his throat. The speed and precision of her strike took him by surprise. When did his 4th sister acquire such skills? Her movements, and the angle of her attack were beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Clack. Lin Yufan casually raised his hand and caught her wrist. He thought she would stop there, but instead, Yi Qingcheng reacted quickly, using the momentum to grab his arm. She leapt up, and in an instant, her long legs wrapped around his neck like a pair of scissors. A scissor lock? And it was so soft, smooth, and alluring. A look of enjoyment spread across Lin Yufan's face. Not bad, the move was quite good. But the strength is a bit lacking. How about putting a little more effort into it? I can handle it. Lin Yufan chuckled. Seeing that she had him in her grasp and he was still joking around, Yi Qingcheng's expression darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She tightened her legs, prepared to squeeze the life out of him. Qingcheng, brother Fan, what are you two doing? Su Liangshu, having finished her phone call, walked in and was immediately greeted by the sight of the two of them on the floor in a rather compromising position. Her cheeks flushed pink as she covered her face with her hands, though she peeked through her fingers at the scene. Brother Fan? Liangsu, what did you just call him? The term brother Fan was what Su Liangshu used to call Lin Yufan when they were children. Could this guy, whose head she had in a scissor hold, actually be Lin Yufan? Ahem, Liangshu, don't get the wrong idea. Qingcheng just missed me so much after all these years and couldn't resist getting a little affectionate, Lin Yufan said, coughing lightly as he tried to explain. Are you really brother Yufan? Yi Qingcheng released her grip, stood up, and looked him up and down with suspicion. 15 years. It had been 15 years since her gentle brother Yufan disappeared. Now he was back? Qingcheng, you're still the same as you were when we were kids, just as rough. Lin Yufan stood up, dusting off his clothes, and smiled at her. Yi Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock. When they were little, he used to tease her about being too violent, telling her privately to be more ladylike and not always look like someone owed her money. The memories rushed back and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother Yufan, is it really you? She asked again, her voice trembling. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, I can remind you of some embarrassing things from the past, like that time you wet the bed and asked me to swap the sheets so the headmaster wouldn't find out. And before he could finish, Yi Qingcheng's face turned red, and she rushed forward to cover his mouth. Enough. One story is plenty. Do you have to air all my dirty laundry in front of Liangshu? I still have my dignity, you know, she pouted, glaring at him. Ha ha ha, I just didn't want you to be like Yinxi and not believe me. Lin Yufan laughed, swatting her hand away. He spread his arms wide and said, Qingcheng, it's been 15 years. Aren't you going to give brother Yufan a big hug? Annoying. Although she said it with a grumble, Yi Qingcheng still threw herself into his arms, feeling the warmth and softness of her body. Lin Yufan felt a tingle in his heart and an impulse that he tried to suppress. Haven't you two hugged long enough? Am I invisible here? After about a minute, Su Liangshu couldn't help but complain. Hearing her voice, Yi Qingcheng quickly blushed and pulled away from Lin Yufan's embrace. Liangshu, don't get the wrong idea. I was just so excited to see brother Yufan after such a long time. Yi Qingcheng explained, her cheeks still flushed. Lin Yufan just smiled happily. Brother Yufan, you're such a playboy. I don't like you anymore. Seeing him still grinning, Su Liangshu stomped her foot in frustration before grabbing Yi Qingcheng's hand and dragging her upstairs to her room. Hey, wait. Lin Yufan's smile quickly faded. My dear Liangshu, you can go upstairs if you want, but why are you taking Qingcheng with you? Who am I supposed to cuddle with now? About half an hour later, Gu Yunxi returned home after hearing that Yi Qingcheng was back. Qingcheng, where have you been all this time? Your phone wasn't working, and it was like you disappeared off the face of the earth. We were so worried about you. As soon as the three sisters reunited, Gu Yunxi began questioning Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng's eyes flickered briefly before she forced a smile. My phone had some issues, that's all. I was wondering why none of you were contacting me. That's the same excuse you used last time. I don't care what happened from now on, you need to keep your phone on. If you really can't be reached, at least check in with us every week. Gu Yunxi huffed and began setting conditions. Yi Qingcheng gave a helpless smile and nodded. Fine, Yunxi. I promise I'll check in every week from now on. Yunxi, you're so silly. Brother Fan is back, there's no way Qingcheng would leave again. Su Liangshu chimed in. When we were kids, Qingcheng was the clingiest with brother Fan. There was one time when it was my turn to cuddle with him, but she insisted on squeezing in, and I ended up sleeping with half my butt hanging off the bed. That was when we were children. We're grown up now, and Qingcheng has her own life, Gu Yunxi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. When they were young, the seven sisters used to secretly take turns sharing Lin Yufan's bed. Clingy as a kid, even clingier as an adult. You should have seen them when they first saw each other today. Su Liangshu started to recount what had happened, but Yi Qingcheng quickly interrupted her. Liangshu, enough with your gossip. Yi Qingcheng glared at her, but Su Liangshu just stuck out her tongue playfully. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng sighed. Outside the family, everyone was afraid of her, but her sisters didn't fear her at all. But that's because they didn't know what her real profession was. If they did, maybe they would be scared. Hold on, I need to take this call. Just then, Yi Qingcheng's phone vibrated. She stood up and walked out to the balcony to answer. Scorpion, I heard you're in Nanjing City? As it happens, I'm here on assignment too. Do you have time tonight? We haven't seen each other in a while, and I'd like to catch up. A man's voice came through the phone. His tone was cold but gentle, almost as if he was talking to a lover. Tonight? No, I've got some personal matters to attend to. Yi Qingcheng glanced back at Lin Yufan inside the room, her eyes uncertain. Personal matters? More important than me? The man's voice grew noticeably displeased. Yes, more important than you. From now on, don't contact me unless it's about a mission. I don't want him to misunderstand. Yi Qingcheng's voice was firm as she hung up the call. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing City train station, a tall man wearing a black cloak put down his phone, his face dark. He pulled a photo from his pocket. It was of Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan. Men Yufan. You dared to kill my brother. I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. Tucking the photo back into his pocket, the man's figure slowly disappeared into the night. The night was as dark as ink. The three sisters chatted until 1 in the morning before finally heading to their rooms. Around 2 o'clock, Lin Yufan was still thinking about his fourth sister Yi Qingcheng's scissor hold when a faint sound of footsteps caught his attention. His room was near the hallway corner, so if any of the three sisters were going downstairs, they would have to pass by his door. Could it be? An excited thought crossed his mind. Just as he was eagerly waiting for one of his sisters to sneak into his bed in the middle of the night, he heard the faint sound of someone descending the stairs. His excitement turned to disappointment. Why would someone go downstairs at this hour instead of sleeping? He wondered. Each bedroom in Gu Yinshi's villa had its own bathroom, so there was no need for anyone to go downstairs for that. What else could be so important at this hour? Curious, Lin Yufan decided to investigate. Quickly putting on some clothes, he quietly opened the door and slipped out. When he reached the first floor, he saw a figure exiting through the front door. Judging by the silhouette, it looks like King Cheng. What is she doing out so late? Her actions piqued his curiosity. He quietly followed Yi Qingcheng as she walked briskly to an outdoor parking lot near the villa. A moment later, she mounted a black motorcycle and sped off. Qin Jiu. At his call, a car pulled up in front of him almost instantly. Follow that motorcycle. Keep some distance, and don't let her notice, Lin Yufan ordered. Yes, young master. Qin Jiu nodded. As Lin Yufan's bodyguard, Qin Jiu excelled not only in combat skills but also in driving and other areas. Lin Yufan sat in the back seat, watching through the front windshield as Yi Qingcheng rode her motorcycle down the highway at high speed. Is Qingcheng going to meet someone this late at night? He wondered. Qin Jiu. Let me ask you something, Lin Yufan said. Who would make a woman get up in the middle of the night to go meet him? Qin Jiu hesitated before answering honestly, young master. Typically, if a woman is going out at this hour, the person she's meeting must be someone very important to her. It's unlikely to be her parents, most likely, it's her boyfriend. Qin Jiu, you've been quite relaxed lately, haven't you? Lin Yufan's face darkened. Because it was nighttime and the lights in the car were off for stealth purposes, Qin Jiu couldn't see his expression. Not really, Qin Jiu replied sincerely. Good, then starting tomorrow you'll be working on 100 cross-stitch patterns. Whenever I don't need you, you'll be stitching, Lin Yufan instructed. You have a month to complete them. That should be enough time, right? Qin Jiu was bewildered. He glanced at the rearview mirror and could faintly make out that Lin Yufan's expression wasn't pleasant. Young master, I don't understand. What's the purpose of stitching cross-stitch patterns? You've reached a level where you can conceal your inner strength, but if you're too rigid you'll break easily. Balance between hardness and softness is key. This is for your own good, Lin Yufan explained. I understand now. Don't worry, young master, I'll complete the 100 patterns within a month. Qin Jiu responded, looking as if he'd had a revelation. Yi Qingcheng was riding at a high speed, and in about 20 minutes she arrived near a private mansion. After parking her motorcycle in the shadow of some trees, she scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was around. Then, like a nimble cat, she vaulted over the high wall. Wow! Qingcheng is so light on her feet that she practically defies gravity. Lin Yufan couldn't help but be amazed. He followed suit, leaping over the wall and crouching behind a nearby tree to observe. If she's meeting a man in there, and if they act close, I'll create a distraction to lure her away, he thought to himself. And after that, I'll get rid of him. How dare he try to steal my woman? As he was plotting his next move, he saw Yi Qingcheng effortlessly unlock the mansion's door and slip inside. Not wanting to risk being spotted, Lin Yufan didn't follow her in. Instead, he climbed the tree to get a better view. From his vantage point, he could see a bedroom on the mansion's second floor where the lights had suddenly turned on. Who are you? Inside the bedroom, Duan Yuhan, dressed in a red silk robe, had been startled awake by the sudden light. She sat up and stared at the black-clad woman who had appeared in her room, her eyes filled with confusion. Duan Yuhan? Man Yuhan? Yi Qingcheng's voice was cold. You know me. Are you a fan? Duan Yuhan asked tentatively. A fan? Do you think you deserve that? With a cold glint in her eye, Yi Qingcheng swiftly closed the distance, using a quick and efficient grappling move to pin Duan Yuhan's face down on the pillow. In your next life, learn some respect. There are some people you can't smear or suppress, Yi Qingcheng said. A few minutes later, Duan Yuhan was no longer breathing. After confirming that she was dead, Yi Qingcheng calmly flipped her body over, covered her with the blanket, turned off the light, and left every action smooth and practiced. Watching her methodical actions, Lin Yufan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Even if he was slow to catch on, it was clear what his sister's profession was. Why is the light in Miss Duan's room on this late? Why ask so many questions? You know her temper. She probably did something shady and took it out on the maid. Poor woman nearly got beaten to death. Let's just go check to avoid getting scolded for being late. Just as Yi Qingcheng was about to exit through the main gate, 2 patrolling guards came into view. Lin Yufan, perched in the tree, saw the situation clearly. If the guards reached the gate, they would undoubtedly run into Yi Qingchang. Swish! With a flick of his fingers, Lin Yufan plucked 2 leaves from the tree, channeling his inner strength into them before sending them flying. The leaves sliced through the air, hitting the guards in the necks and knocking them unconscious. Qingchang, it's a good thing your brother Yufan was here. Otherwise you would have been caught, Lin Yufan sighed. A few breaths later, Yi Qingchang had scaled the wall and disappeared. Lin Yufan followed at a distance, watching as she rode off into the night on her black motorcycle. By the time Lin Yufan returned to Ziyun Villa, it was around 4 in the morning. After a quick wash, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock. By then, Gu Yunxi had already left for work, and Su Liangsu had gone back to school. The spacious villa was now occupied by only him and his 4th sister, Yi Qingchang. As Lin Yufan came downstairs, he saw Yi Qingchang sitting on the sofa, her legs gracefully crossed, watching the news. The broadcast was about the sudden death of the celebrity Duan Yuhan, who had passed away at her home the previous night. Brother Yufan, why are you up so late? Did you do something naughty last night? Yi Qingchang turned to him with a playful smile. Lin Yufan chuckled. How could that be? Do I look like that kind of person? I just had a bit of trouble sleeping. Oh, is that so? Yi Qingchang responded, though her gaze seemed a bit evasive. He must not have noticed me sneaking out last night, right? She wondered silently. Wait, Duan Yuhan is dead? Lin Yufan glanced at the TV, letting out a sigh. What a pity. Hearing this, Yi Qingchang frowned slightly, her tone turning cold. What's there to pity? Someone as devious and unscrupulous as her deserved to die long ago. You really seem to dislike her, Lin Yufan said, taking the opportunity to probe her. Of course I do. She tried to ruin Liang Su's reputation. How could I not hate her? Yi Qingchang replied with visible anger. That's true. I didn't like her either, he agreed, nodding. Brother Yufan, are you free today? Yes, I am. Why? Oh, nothing special. I'm just bored at home and was hoping you could go out with me. No problem. If Qingchang wants to go out, I'll go with you anywhere, he said with a smile. Brother Yufan, you're the best. Yi Qingchang beamed. 10 minutes later, the two took a taxi and arrived at a wide boulevard. After getting out of the car, Yi Qingchang led Lin Yufan down the road until they reached a nearly abandoned park, where she finally stopped. Pointing to the park, she said, Brother Yufan, do you remember this place? Of course I remember, Lin Yufan replied with a hint of nostalgia as he looked at the now dilapidated park. He recalled that when they were still at the orphanage, Yi Qingchang would often sneak out by climbing over the wall and drag him along with her. They would always come to this park to play, and back then, everything seemed so fascinating. The swing in the park had been her favorite. Really? Yi Qingchang seemed doubtful. Of course. When we were little, you'd always pull me over the orphanage wall and bring me here to play on the swings. And whenever the headmaster caught us, you'd blame everything on me, he said, playfully tapping her on the forehead. Sometimes, I wondered if you just wanted a scapegoat. No way. Yi Qingchang's face reddened at his words, but inside her heart felt sweet. He still remembers. Brother Yufan, can you push me on the swing? She asked, her eyes full of hope. Of course. The two of them walked into the park together, but they hadn't noticed a dark figure trailing them at a distance. Once inside, both of them were filled with disappointment. 15 years had passed, and the park from their childhood memories was now a rundown shadow of its former self. The once lively exercise equipment was rusty and worn, and the swing that had held so many fond memories was long gone. Even the little pond had turned into a foul-smelling cesspool. Lin Yufan felt embarrassed by the sight. He turned to look at Yi Qingchang, whose face was full of disappointment. Qingchang, wait here for a moment, he said, before quickly walking away. A short while later, Yi Qingchang saw him return with a long rope. Lin Yufan went to a large tree, climbed up, and tied both ends of the rope securely to a sturdy branch, before jumping down. Come on, Qingchang, I'll swing with you. To make the swing more comfortable, he sat on the rope himself and beckoned her over. Yi Qingchang's eyes brightened as she ran over eagerly. Under the warm sunlight, they swung together, and her heartfelt laughter echoed alongside the chirping of the birds. Brother Yufan, you're too much. After a few minutes, Yi Qingchang's body trembled, and her cheeks turned bright red. She quickly jumped off the swing, her gaze shifting downwards before she turned away, embarrassed. 15 years. Brother Yufan has really grown up, she murmured to herself. Lin Yufan's face flushed as well. It was an awkward situation. But it couldn't be helped after all, they weren't kids anymore, and their earlier posture had been rather intimate. For a normal man, some reactions were inevitable. Just as the atmosphere was growing a bit tense, Lin Yufan suddenly felt a faint sense of danger. He wasn't the only one. Yi Qingcheng noticed it too. "Brother Yufan, I'm a little thirsty. Could you get me a bottle of water?" she said. "Sure, wait here for a moment." He nodded and headed out of the park. As soon as he was out of sight, Yi Qingcheng's demeanor shifted, and she spoke coldly, "Stop hiding. Come out." Her words were followed by a man emerging from behind a tree not far away. He was nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in black, with a cold demeanor and a menacing aura. "Rosen?" Yi Qingcheng's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by anger. "You were following me?" "No, I wasn't following you. I was following my target," Rosen replied coldly, glancing in the direction where Lin Yufan had gone. "Your target is Brother Yufan?" Her expression changed dramatically at his words. Like her, Rosen was an assassin from the same organization, and if he had a target, it meant he had been assigned to kill. "That's right," Rosen nodded. Yi Qingcheng quickly asked, "Who hired you? Can the mission be cancelled? How much is the bounty? I'll pay it." "Money?" Rosen let out a cold laugh. His voice was filled with murderous intent. "He killed my brother Bloodwolf. Do you think this is a matter that money can solve? Today he must pay with his life for Bloodwolf's death. Is there no other way to resolve this?" Yi Qingcheng's face darkened. She and Rosen had known each other for a long time. They had joined the organization together, and Rosen had even taught her many of her assassination skills. She knew all too well how determined he could be once he set his mind on a kill. He wouldn't back down, no matter how difficult. "There is one way." She had already prepared herself to fight him if needed, but Rosen's unexpected answer caught her off guard. "What is it?" Yi Qingcheng asked quickly. "You become my woman and pledge loyalty only to me, and I'll consider sparing Lin Yufan. Otherwise there's nothing to discuss," Rosen said, his eyes burning with desire. Yi Qingcheng saw the intense possessiveness in his gaze. "This is impossible." Yi Qingcheng's face darkened, and she rejected the proposal without hesitation. The only man she could ever accept in her life was Lin Yufan. No one else could compare to him in her eyes. "In that case, I'm set on taking Lin Yufan's life," Rosen said coldly, turning around and leaving without looking back. Shortly after Rosen departed, Lin Yufan returned with 2 bottles of water. He noticed Yi Qingcheng standing there, staring into the distance in a daze. He walked up to her and playfully flicked her nose. "What are you daydreaming about?" he asked, handing her one of the water bottles. Yi Qingcheng accepted the bottle and smiled, shaking her head. "Nothing, just thinking about some things from the past. Brother Yufan, I'm a bit tired. Let's go back." "Sure. Let's head back," he agreed, not suspecting anything. On their way back to Xion Villa, Lin Yufan had a strange feeling, as if someone was watching him. Without making a fuss, he discreetly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Qingju. "Soon," Qingju responded. "Young master, someone is indeed following you. Should I take care of it?" "No need for now. Let's see what their intentions are," Lin Yufan replied, deciding to observe the situation for the time being. Once they returned to the villa, Yi Qingcheng went to rest in her room, leaving Lin Yufan to entertain himself by watching TV. A talk show was airing, featuring an interview with the chairman of Dingsheng Entertainment. "Mr. Chen, everyone is curious about the lead actress for your company's new show. Could you share who you have in mind?" the host asked. "Well, I initially chose Duan Yuhan, but unfortunately she passed away unexpectedly. We are still in the process of selecting the lead actress," Chairman Chen Gobin explained. "If anyone has a suitable candidate who matches the character's ethereal and otherworldly qualities, I'd be open to considering them." The audience began to shout suggestions. "Mr. Chen, the lead role is supposed to be an ethereal character, untouched by the mundane world. The best fit for that would be Su Liangsu, wouldn't it?" "Yes, absolutely. This role is practically made for Su Liangsu. If she plays the lead, I'll definitely watch the show. Su Liangsu is perfect, with her angelic looks. She's truly the best choice for the lead role." Hearing the enthusiastic recommendations, even the host looked a bit embarrassed. But Chairman Chen, being an amiable person, responded with a smile. "Originally, I did choose Su Liangsu for the lead role, but due to some rumors, I replaced her with Duan Yuhan. Unfortunately, with Duan's untimely passing, we're back to square one. I'd still like Su Liangsu to take the role, but as you all know, she announced on social media that she isn't planning to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. If you all want to see her in the lead, then you'll have to work hard to convince her." Watching the program, Lin Yufan couldn't help but marvel at his 6th sister Su Liangsu's popularity. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Su Liangshu calling. Brother Yufan, are you free this afternoon? My class is having a graduation party, and I'd like you to be my date. Of course, I'd be happy to. Send me the location, and I'll meet you there tonight, he replied. Brother Yufan, you're the best. Ma. After hanging up, Lin Yufan went to change his clothes in preparation to leave. Just then, Yi Qingcheng emerged from her room. Brother Yufan, where are you going? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Rosen had made it clear that he intended to kill Lin Yufan, and the best thing she could do now was to stay close and ensure he was never out of her sight. Oh, Liangshu has a graduation party this afternoon, and she asked me to be her date, he explained. Oh, could I come along too? I'm bored staying here by myself, she said with a hopeful look. Unable to refuse, Lin Yufan nodded. Half an hour later, Su Liangshu sent the address, and the two of them took a taxi to the location, a 5-star private hotel in Nanjing called Prince Hotel. When they arrived, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Brother Yufan, over here, Su Liangshu called out, quickly approaching them. Hey Qingcheng, you're here too? She looked surprised to see Yi Qingcheng. Why? Are you not happy to see a third wheel? Yi Qingcheng teased, rolling her eyes. Su Liangshu's cheeks flushed. No, not at all. Don't joke like that, Qingcheng, she murmured, sneaking a shy glance at Lin Yufan. Liangshu, is your brother here yet? Everyone else is already inside, and we're just waiting for you. A young couple approached them as they spoke. The young man, who was in his early 20s, wore a Longines watch and a casual suit, giving off the vibe of a rich heir. The young woman, around the same age as Su Liangsu, wore a bohemian dress and light makeup. Though not as stunning as Su Liangsu or Yi Qingcheng, she had a pleasant appearance. Upon seeing Yi Qingcheng, both of them couldn't hide their amazement. They had thought Su Liangsu was already beautiful, but this newcomer was equally, if not more, stunning. Liangshu, who are these two? The young man asked, looking curiously at the newcomers. This is Lin Yufan, the person I told you about, Su Liangshu explained. You know, brother Yufan. You're Lin Yufan, Su Liangshu's boyfriend? The guy who took down Fei Yi and Zhuoyang at our school. The young man exclaimed in surprise. Boyfriend? Yi Qingcheng's expression subtly changed at the word, and she cast a sidelong glance at Su Liangshu. Seeing her blush, a hint of jealousy flashed in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, and she let out a soft huff. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Yang Man, and this is my girlfriend, Jiang Lina. To be honest, what you did to Fei Yi and Zhuoyang was incredibly satisfying. Those two always acted so arrogantly just because they were in the Taekwondo club. I've wanted to teach them a lesson for ages, Yang Man said enthusiastically. Yang Man seemed like the friendly type, and considering his prior issues with Zhuoyang, he warmed up to Lin Yufan immediately after learning about his reputation. Liangshu, you haven't introduced this lovely lady yet, Jiang Lina remarked, glancing at Yi Qingcheng. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel overshadowed by Yi Qingcheng's icy, goddess-like aura. Oh, let me introduce myself, Yi Qingcheng said, a hint of challenge in her tone. I'm Yi Qingcheng, and like Liangshu, I'm also brother Yufan's girlfriend. She stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Lin Yufan's, the affectionate gesture making Su Liangsu's face stiffen. Yang Man and Jiang Lina's eyes widened in shock, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Su Liangsu was the campus beauty of Nanjing University, and Lin Yufan had not only won her over but also managed to capture the heart of her equally stunning sister, Yi Qingcheng. The fact that he was dating both sisters was nothing short of a legendary accomplishment, earning him admiration from Yang Man, who looked at him with great respect. If his girlfriend Jiang Lina weren't standing beside him, Yang Man would have already gone over to ask Lin Yufan for tips on how to charm women. Let's head inside, Jiang Lina quickly suggested, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Yes, let's go in. The others have been waiting for us, Yang Man echoed. On the 5th floor of the hotel, a mid-range private room was buzzing with laughter and conversation as a group of well-dressed young men and women chatted away. In the crowd, Zheng Tao whispered to Dong Qianqian, do you think Lin Yufan will show up? At the mention of Lin Yufan's name, Dong Qianqian's face darkened, and she snapped, why are you bringing him up? What does it matter to me whether he comes or not? Don't get mad, Qianqian. I was just asking, Zheng Tao said, trying to calm her down. He still remembered the incident at the tea house, where Lin Yufan had turned out to be far from the ordinary guy he seemed to be. That jerk better not come. Dong Qianqian thought to herself, still bitter about the bet she had with Lin Yufan, which meant she owed him 13 days as his maid. Just thinking about wearing a maid outfit for him bringing him tea, Massaging his shoulders was humiliating. Suddenly, a girl at a nearby table exclaimed, "Look! The campus beauty Su Liangsu is here." Dong Qian instinctively turned towards the entrance. When she saw Lin Yufan, she immediately averted her gaze, hoping he wouldn't notice her. "Wow, who's that other girl? She's gorgeous. She's stunning. Her looks and aura are just amazing. I think I'm in love." As Yi Qingqing entered the room, the guy's eyes lit up. One Su Liangshu was already enough to brighten the room, but now there was also a beautiful ice queen with a cool, ethereal vibe. This was almost too good to be true. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Lin Yufan, also known as Brother Yufan to our dear Su Liangshu. And this is her sister, Yi Qingqing," Yang Man said, doing a quick introduction for the group. Hearing that Lin Yufan was Su Liangshu's brother Yufan left everyone in shock. They all knew Brother Yufan was just a pet name she used for her boyfriend. But now, it seemed her boyfriend was being hugged by another beauty, who happened to be Su Liangshu's sister. Were they really sharing the same boyfriend? The guys couldn't help but feel indignant. Why does he get to date both sisters while the rest of us are left single? It's not fair. Su Liangshu is one of the most beautiful girls at Nanjing University, yet she's willing to share her boyfriend with her sister? This guy is a scumbag. It's bad enough he's dating Su Liangshu, but to go after her sister too? That's just wrong. A wave of resentment rippled through the male students. However, Lin Yufan remained calm despite the envious and angry looks being thrown his way. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dong Qian sitting nearby. She glanced at him, and their eyes met. Her face paled, and she gave him a pleading look, desperately signaling with her eyes. Seeing that he didn't seem to understand, she quickly sent him a text. "Please, don't make me serve you here. I'm begging you." Reading her message, a faint smile tugged at Lin Yufan's lips. He typed a reply. "Fine, I won't make you serve me tonight. If you agree to extend the maid duty from 2 weeks to a month." Dong Qian immediately checked her phone and bit her lip in frustration. "Bastard," she thought, her face flushed with anger. She wanted to lash out at him right then and there, but she held herself back to avoid making a scene. With everyone present, dinner was served, and the students began chatting and catching up. Lin Yufan, being an outsider, mostly kept to himself and ate quietly. Yi Qingqing poured him a glass of wine and teased, "Brother Yufan, it's a good thing I came to keep you company. Otherwise, you'd be pretty lonely." Lin Yufan coughed awkwardly and nodded. "Well, thank you for being so thoughtful, Qingqing." "So, Brother Yufan, are you saying I'm not thoughtful?" Came a voice from beside him. Su Liangsu had overheard, and was looking at him with a hint of displeasure. Lin Yufan froze. The room was noisy, and he had spoken softly, so how did she even hear that? Now, he was caught in a bind. "HMPF. I'm mad at you, Brother Yufan." Su Liangshu huffed and turned away. He felt like crying. When they were kids, things had never been this complicated. Why were they suddenly competing for his attention? Just as Lin Yufan was wondering how to make things right with Su Liangsu, the door to the room suddenly flew open with a loud bang. The noise startled everyone into silence as a middle-aged man stumbled inside. "What are you looking at? I went into the wrong room, okay? Mind your own business or I'll gouge your eyes out." He slurred, clearly drunk. "Seriously? You walk into the wrong room and act all tough? Yeah, what's your problem? Get out of here. You're ruining our dinner. Get lost." Several of the guys, still full of youthful energy, couldn't help but shout back at the rude intruder. The middle-aged man, angered by their words, sneered. "Oh, so you little punks think you're tough? Do you want to die? Who do you think you're talking to? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll take your last name." A muscular guy retorted, stepping forward to confront the man. It was obvious the man had had too much to drink, and within a few moments, he was getting beaten up, his nose bleeding profusely. "Serves him right." Some of the students cheered. "You just wait. You've made an enemy tonight. Don't run away when trouble comes," the man shouted as he staggered out of the room, still yelling threats. Yeah, just get out," Jing Tao called after him. They thought that was the end of it, but a few minutes later, the door was kicked open again. The same middle-aged man returned, but this time with over 20 hired thugs. "You little punks are gonna pay for this. Nobody's leaving this room," he bellowed, sweeping his gaze across the students. All the students, including Su Liangshu, turned pale with fear, except for Lin Yufan and Yi Qingqiang, who remained completely calm. Seeing the number of people on the other side, Jing Tao, who had been acting tough earlier, immediately lost his nerve. He lowered his head, trying to avoid drawing the attention of the middle-aged man. Dong Qian watched this and felt a wave of disappointment. Her gaze instinctively turned to Lin Yufan, who was sitting calmly, sipping his drink as if nothing was happening. For some reason, seeing him so composed made Dong Qian feel less anxious. "Hey kid, you enjoyed hitting me earlier, didn't you? Go grab him." The middle-aged man pointed at the boy who had attacked him earlier, and several thugs immediately went over and pinned the boy down. "Come on, man, I was just acting on impulse earlier. Can't we settle this like civilized people?" The boy was already terrified, having thought the drunk was just a regular guy. He didn't expect him to bring 20 thugs within minutes. But the middle-aged man clearly wasn't planning to let him off so easily. Slap. A harsh slap landed on the boy's face, and soon his cheek was swollen and bruised. "Stop." Su Liangshu stood up to intervene upon seeing her classmate being beaten. "Stop! And who the hell are you to tell me what to do?" The man turned toward Su Liangsu, and when he saw her, his eyes lit up with a wicked grin. Well, looks like I've hit the jackpot today. A little beauty, huh? Boss, there are 2 more girls over there, and they're not bad looking either," one of the thugs chimed in, pointing at Yi Qingcheng and Dong Qian. Yi Qingcheng remained calm, as if this was no big deal to her. But Dong Qian, a pampered young lady who had never seen such a scene, turned pale with fear as the man's eyes shifted to her. "The 3 beauties stay, the rest of you can leave," the man said with a lecherous smile, clearly intending to have his way with them. At his words, the other students scrambled out of the room in a panic, desperate to avoid being dragged into the confrontation. Within moments, all of Su Liangsu's classmates had fled, leaving only Lin Yufan sitting there nonchalantly, eating and drinking as though nothing had happened. He even took out his phone to send a message. Seeing that Lin Yufan hadn't moved, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. "Hey kid, are you deaf? I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Get out." "Why should I?" Lin Yufan put down his glass, smiling as he looked at the bruised man. "Are you playing dumb, or just looking for a beating?" The man's brow furrowed. "Teach him a lesson." At his command, several thugs moved in on Lin Yufan. "You're courting death." Yi Qingcheng's face turned cold, and she sprang into action. Her movements were swift and precise, each strike hitting a vital point. In just under a minute, she had taken down all 20 or so thugs with ease. The middle-aged man was utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. "Who did you say you were going to hit?" Yi Qingcheng stepped closer to him, her eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. "Kind madam, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously," he stammered, his legs giving out beneath him as he fell to his knees. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Qingcheng drew a sharp knife from seemingly nowhere and gently tapped it against the man's already swollen cheek. "Remember this, anyone who touches my man will pay with their life." "Yes madam, I'll remember. I swear I won't forget." The man stuttered, his teeth chattering in fear, terrified that she might suddenly decide to cut him. "Get out," Yi Qingcheng commanded sharply. "Right away madam. Thank you for sparing me." The man hurriedly scrambled out of the room, practically tripping over himself in his rush to escape. With the trouble dealt with, Yi Qingcheng quickly started thinking of how she would explain her combat skills to Lin Yufan and Su Liangshu. But when she turned around, she found Su Liangsu staring at her with eyes full of admiration, her expression resembling that of an adoring little fan. It made Yi Qingcheng feel slightly embarrassed. "Qingcheng, you were amazing," Su Liangshu exclaimed in genuine admiration. A woman who could single-handedly defeat more than 20 strong men was just like something out of a martial arts movie, absolutely incredible. "Qingcheng, what's that on your back?" Lin Yufan noticed what looked like a faint reddish stain on her back. "Oh, it's nothing," Yi Qingcheng replied hastily, her expression flickering with a hint of panic. "I probably just brushed against something dirty earlier." Lin Yufan could tell she was trying to cover something up, but since she clearly didn't want to talk about it, he decided not to press the issue. 10 minutes later, Dong Qian drove Su Liangshu back to her dorm. Lin Yufan and Yi Qingcheng took a cab back to the villa. Initially, Su Liangshu had planned to return to the villa with them, but then she remembered she had a lot of belongings still at the dorm. She decided to stay at the school overnight and pack up her things the next day. By the time Lin Yufan and Yi Qingcheng returned to the villa, it was already past 7 in the evening. They had expected Yu Yunxi to be back from work, but it turned out she was still working late at the office. "I'm going to take a shower," Yi Qingcheng said as she headed upstairs. But just as she was about to go, Lin Yufan stopped her. "Qingcheng, with Liangsu not here, it's just the 2 of us in the villa. There's something I need to check," Lin Yufan said with a serious expression. Yi Qingcheng was confused, unsure of what he wanted to confirm. But the next second, her face flushed with embarrassment as Lin Yufan reached out and began to undo her clothes. Her heart raced. And though she wanted to stop him, when his hands touched her skin, it felt like an electric current ran through her, leaving her body weak and unsteady. Soon, Lin Yufan had removed her top and moved behind her. As Yi Qingcheng stood there, trembling slightly, he gently asked, "Does it hurt?" "Huh?" She suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly turning around to cover herself. "You mean you wanted to check the wound on my back?" "What else?" Lin Yufan said seriously. "Qingcheng, if there are things you don't want to talk about, I won't pry. But why would you hide an injury from me? Don't you know it hurts me to see you hurt?" "Brother Yufan, it's not that I wanted to hide it from you, it's just..." Yi Qingcheng bit her lip lightly, lowering her head as she looked pitifully fragile. Lin Yufan sighed. "Are you afraid that I'll find out your profession? Is that of an assassin?" Yi Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock. "You? How did you know, Brother Yufan?" She was genuinely surprised. Other than her eighth sister, with whom she was particularly close, none of her other sisters knew about her being a professional killer. And as far as she knew, Lin Yufan hadn't been in contact with her eighth sister, so how could he have figured it out? He explained. "From the moment we reunited, I noticed that your combat skills were too lethal. And after that night, when you sneaked out, I started to put the pieces together. The night that Duan Yuhan died." "You?" Yi Qingcheng's face turned pale with alarm, her expression tense as she fixed her eyes on him. "Now that you know what I do, Brother Yufan, will you hate me, or even fear me? Will you start to distance yourself from me?" Her voice was calm, but her clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. "What are you talking about? No matter what you do, you're still my dear sister, my beloved little sister. And no matter what, you can always count on me to be there for you," Lin Yufan said affectionately, giving her a gentle tap on the nose. "But your job does worry me. If anything happens to you, what would I do?" "It won't happen. I'm always careful, and besides, I'm really good at what I do. Today at Liangsu's gathering I was holding back. If I hadn't, those guys wouldn't have lasted a second." Yi Qingcheng clenched her fists, looking confident. "If you're that good, then how did you get hurt?" Lin Yufan shook his head, a bitter smile forming. He couldn't stop thinking about the sight of the deep knife wound on her back. "That was just an accident. I underestimated my opponent, but I won't make that mistake again." Yi Qingcheng playfully stuck out her tongue. "For the next few days, don't go running around. I'll prepare some herbal medicine for you. It'll heal your wound quickly and won't leave a scar," he said, ruffling her hair. "Really?" Her eyes lit up with anticipation. As a young woman, especially a beautiful one, the last thing she wanted was an ugly scar on her back. "Since when have I lied to you?" he replied with a smile. "I trust you, Brother Yufan." Yi Qingcheng nodded happily. "All right then, your wound has reopened and needs to be bandaged again. It might be hard for you to do it yourself, so if you don't mind, I can help you with it," he said, testing her reaction. Yi Qingcheng's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. She hesitated, her voice barely audible, "Of course. I don't mind." "Good. Lie down on the couch, and I'll disinfect it before rebandaging," Lin Yufan said, as he walked over to the living room cabinet and retrieved the first aid kit. After finding the alcohol and bandages, he turned back to see Yi Qingcheng lying on the sofa, her bare back exposed. The sight made his breath catch in his throat. "Goodness, Qingcheng, are you trying to test my self-control?" he muttered under his breath, feeling a bit hot under the collar. "Brother Yufan, are you ready?" Yi Qingcheng's voice came out in a soft murmur, her head buried in a pillow, her heart racing. Yes, I'm ready." He shook himself out of his daze and moved closer to clean the wound. "This might hurt a little, Qingcheng. Try to bear with it." As he dabbed the alcohol-soaked sponge on her wound, she shuddered slightly and whimpered, "It hurts." "Please, be gentle, Brother Yufan." Hearing her soft voice, he felt his mouth go dry. He was suddenly all too aware of how delicate and vulnerable she seemed. He managed to finish disinfecting the wound and started wrapping the bandages around her. But as he tried to tie the bandages, he found it difficult to secure them from the front. Sensing his hesitation, Yi Qingcheng got up from the sofa and, with her back still to him, said, "You can just bandage it from behind." "Okay." With her permission, he continued, trying not to let his gaze wander. But as he looped the bandage around her, there were unavoidable moments of skin contact. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the room. Yi Qingcheng stiffened in panic, urging, "Brother Yufan, hurry. Yunxi's back." Almost done." Lin Yufan scrambled to finish tying the bandage. If Yunxi came in now, it would be hard to explain the situation. As soon as he was finished, Yi Qingcheng grabbed the blood-stained bandages and darted upstairs. The moment she disappeared around the corner, Giyu Yunxi stepped inside. Brother Yufan, I thought I heard Qingcheng just now. What were you two doing? She asked, her gaze suspicious. Lin Yufan cleared his throat. You must have imagined it. Qingcheng's upstairs resting. Really? Then whose clothes are these? Yunxi spotted Yi Qingcheng's discarded clothing on the sofa. And then, noticing the undergarments, her face flushed. Brother Yufan, you and Qingcheng. You too. How could you? Yu Yunxi's voice quivered with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She glared at Lin Yufan before storming upstairs. Wait, Yunxi? It's not what you think. Qingcheng and I didn't do anything. Lin Yufan called out after her, trying to explain. But she was too upset to listen. That night, Yu Yunxi tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The thought of her beloved brother Yufan being with Qingcheng tormented her. Finally, around 1 a.m., she made a decision and headed for Lin Yufan's room. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Yufan was already deep in sleep. Suddenly he heard faint footsteps approaching his bedroom door, followed by the quiet sound of the door opening. Although the noise was minimal, his sharp senses picked it up right away. During his time on the mountain, his old master had often played tricks on him in the middle of the night, which had trained him to be extremely vigilant. As soon as the door opened, Lin Yufan was instantly awake. Judging by the light footsteps, it must be a woman who weighs less than 100 pounds. Her breathing is slightly fast. From these clues, it doesn't seem like it's Qingcheng. Wait, this delicate scent. It must be Yunxi. His mind raced, quickly analyzing the information and identifying the midnight intruder. What is Yunxi doing sneaking into my room at this hour? Lin Yufan wondered. Could it be? She's here to confess her feelings? As the thought crossed his mind, excitement surged through him. While his imagination ran wild, a slender, fair hand lifted the down comforter covering him. The next moment, a soft and warm body, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance, slipped into bed beside him. Yu Yunxi's face was flushed as she nestled into Lin Yufan's arms. Looking up, she was met with his handsome face, just inches away. She took a deep breath and, unable to hold back, planted a quick kiss on the corner of his lips. In that instant, Lin Yufan's eyes flew open, as if electrified. He found himself staring into Yu Yunxi's blushing, beautiful face. Her delicate features and vibrant gaze were captivating. Yunxi, what? What are you doing? He stammered. Brother Yufan, whatever Qingcheng can give you, I can give too. She whispered passionately, her eyes locked on his. For a moment, Lin Yufan was taken aback. What did Qingcheng give me? He asked, puzzled. You and Qingcheng. Tonight, in the living room. The two of you. Yu Yunxi thought Lin Yufan was pretending to be clueless. Biting her lip, she glared at him, her face growing even redder. Don't think I'm naive, I know more than you think. I'm not a child anymore. It's a misunderstanding, he explained hastily. What happened with Qingcheng isn't what you think. She was hurt, and I was just helping her disinfect the wound. When you came home, she was worried you'd get the wrong idea, so she. What about the sounds I heard? Yunxi interrupted, her voice trembling with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. You were saying things like hurry up and almost done. Don't tell me that wasn't what it sounded like. She was hurt on her back, he continued to explain. She had to take off her top to apply the medicine, and any girl would feel awkward in that situation. When you showed up, she got even more flustered and asked me to finish quickly. That's all. Are you telling the truth? Gu Yunxi's suspicions were still not completely dispelled. She stared into his eyes, as if trying to see through him and catch a lie. Absolutely, he affirmed, thumping his chest for emphasis. Seeing his earnest expression, she finally began to believe him. Just as Lin Yufan thought the matter had been resolved, her eyes widened again. Wait a minute. Does that mean you saw Qingcheng's body? What? No, I didn't. I only saw her back. I swear, nothing else. He blurted out in his defense. So you wanted to see more, huh? You're terrible, Brother Yufan. With a huff, Gu Yunxi sprang up and stormed out of the room. Left alone, Lin Yufan felt aggrieved and baffled. What just happened? He muttered. I was ready for things to heat up, and then she just leaves? As she walked away, he could only watch helplessly, feeling frustrated. That night, sleep evaded him. He found himself regretting his earlier restraint. Perhaps if he'd been more assertive, the outcome would have been different. Meanwhile, both Gu Yunxi and Yi Qingcheng slept soundly, seemingly at peace. The next morning, Lin Yufan came downstairs with dark circles under his eyes. In the living room, Yi Qingcheng was lounging on the sofa with a face mask on, watching the morning news. Gu Yunxi, on the other hand, was getting ready to leave for work. Seeing him, she paused. Brother Yufan, there's breakfast in the kitchen. Don't forget to eat. And remember, no funny business while I'm gone, or else. Beef. She shot him a pointed look before making a gesture of 2 fingers snapping together. Don't worry. I'm a gentleman, he said, forcing a smile. Good. See you tonight. With that, Gu Yunxi headed out the door. As Lin Yufan watched her leave, he was about to go to the kitchen when Yi Qingqing spoke up from the couch, her voice carrying a hint of disappointment. Brother Yufan, do you know what day it is? He turned to look at her, his brain still sluggish from lack of sleep. Today? Let me think. Figures. You don't even remember, she said, her tone crestfallen. Her hopeful expression vanished, replaced by clear disappointment. Of course I remember, Qingqing. Just wait a moment. Suddenly he recalled it was her birthday today. He hurried upstairs and fetched the Heart of the Ocean necklace he had acquired earlier. Returning to the living room, he handed her the jewelry box. Happy birthday, Qingqing. You had a gift ready for me? Her mood brightened instantly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She opened the box to reveal a finely crafted necklace. It's beautiful. I love it, Brother Yufan. Overjoyed, she put on the necklace and headed to her room to admire it in the mirror. Just then, her phone rang. Feeling elated, she answered without checking the caller ID. Scorpion, there are 30 seconds left before the bomb goes off. If you don't want to die with Lin Yufan, you better jump out the window now. Yi Qingqing froze in shock. But she quickly snapped out of it, immediately turning and rushing downstairs. Brother Yufan, run. There's a bomb in the villa, she shouted as she sped down, her heart pounding in her chest. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she couldn't let anything happen to Lin Yufan. At that moment, Lin Yufan was calmly sipping tea on the living room sofa. Seeing Qingqing racing down in a panic, he was momentarily bewildered. But when her words registered, he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Without wasting another second, he leapt up and dashed towards her. As they drew near, he scooped Qingqing into his arms and sprinted towards the nearby window. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind them, and Lin Yufan felt a powerful shockwave hit. Clutching Qingqing tightly, he lunged forward, crashing through the window. The blast's heatwave propelled them several meters through the air. They landed on the grass outside, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Ugh! Qingqing groaned in pain as she lay in his arms, then fell unconscious. Lin Yufan quickly checked her condition. Fortunately, he had held onto her tightly enough that she hadn't suffered any external injuries. Qinju! Lin Yufan roared. In the next instant, Qinju arrived with several men in tow. Get the car. We're heading to the hospital. And find out who did this, Lin Yufan ordered, his expression dark and grim. Qinju broke out in a cold sweat. His primary duty was to ensure Lin Yufan's safety, and yet someone had nearly killed him right under his nose. It was an unforgivable failure. A black Rolls-Royce sped to the hospital entrance, and Lin Yufan, carrying Yi Qingqing, rushed inside. She was quickly taken to the examination room, while Lin Yufan paced anxiously outside, his nerves on edge. Young master, we found out that a suspicious person entered the villa yesterday after you and Miss Yi went out. The bomb must have been planted then. We're currently working on identifying the intruder and should have the results within an hour, Qinju reported after a brief phone call. This was my mistake, young master. Please punish me for my negligence, Qinju said, dropping to his knees. It's not your fault, Lin Yufan replied, shaking his head. I was careless. You're always by my side, so you wouldn't have been stationed at the villa when I wasn't there. After a moment's thought, he added, this incident should serve as a lesson. Bring in more people to secretly protect my 3 sisters. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately, Qinju said, getting up to make the necessary calls. About half an hour later, a doctor emerged from the examination room. Doctor, how is my sister? Lin Yufan asked, his concern evident. She's out of danger, just a mild concussion and fainted from the shock, the female doctor reassured him. However, there is an injury on her back. I recommend that she stays in the hospital for rest. Thank you so much, Doctor. Lin Yufan breathed a sigh of relief. After arranging the hospitalization, Qinju returned with an update on the bomber. Young master, the person who planted the bomb is an assassin from the murder hall, codenamed Lawson. He's the older brother of the man we killed earlier, Bloodwolf. Lawson's real name is Lin Sen. He's the eldest grandson of the Lin family from the provincial capital, Qinju continued. I've also brought 6 skilled fighters from the martial academy to ensure the safety of Miss Gu, Miss Yi, and Miss Su. What happened today will not happen again. Another assassin from the murder hall? Lin Yufan frowned deeply. Where is Lin Sen now? Young master, this man is adept at hiding. We know he's still in Nanjing City, but locating him could take some time, Qingju replied. Why waste time searching? Lin Yufan's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's make him come to us. Contact the leaders of the martial and business academies in the provincial capital. I want the Lin family wiped out. Yes, young master, Qingju said, swiftly dialing to arrange the destruction. An hour later, the Lin family's listed company declared bankruptcy. The family patriarch threw himself from a building. Another 30 minutes passed, and the family estate was bombed, killing Lin Sen's parents and uncles. At that same moment, Lin Sen, hiding in a small hotel near the hospital, was left stunned upon receiving the news. In just 3 hours, his family had been completely wiped out, his company in ruins, his grandfather dead, and his parents blown to pieces. Who did this? Lin Sen's eyes reddened with rage, his veins bulging as his face twisted in fury. A bomb. Could it be Lin Yufan? A suspicion crept into his mind. The devastating blow had nearly driven him mad. But as he peered out the window, he spotted Lin Yufan walking alone out of the hospital's inpatient building. Seeing him unaccompanied, Lin Sen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lin Yufan made his way to a small wooded area near the hospital, finding a bench where he sat and lit a cigarette, waiting calmly for his prey. 10 minutes passed, and still, there was no sign of movement. Just when he began to think Lin Sen might not show, a faint trace of killing intent reached him. Without turning around, Lin Yufan spoke coldly, "Come out. I know you're there." Hearing these words, Lin Sen, hiding behind a tree, was shocked. His expression turned vicious as he stepped out from the shadows. Lin Yufan, did you have a hand in destroying my family? He growled, his gaze venomous. Lin Yufan grinned. You're well informed, it seems. How does it feel losing everything? You admit it. Then? Lin Sen clenched his fists, the air around him brimming with rage. Of course I did it. You think I wouldn't? Losing your loved ones, does it feel good? Lin Yufan's tone was icy and unyielding. You're dead. Lin Sen roared, lunging at Lin Yufan. But before he could reach him, several figures emerged from the shadows and subdued him. Lin Sen's face was pressed firmly against the ground, his limbs immobilized like a lamb to the slaughter. Who are you really? Lin Sen's expression was one of utter terror. As a top-level assassin, he considered himself cautious enough, but he hadn't detected any of these men. This could only mean one thing: these people far surpassed his skills. For Lin Yufan to have such powerful protectors suggested his true identity was far more complex than Lin Sen had ever imagined. Who am I? I'm someone you should never, ever have crossed. Lin Yufan stood up, his eyes cold as he glanced at Lin Sen. With a calm but chilling voice he continued, clean this up. And while you're at it, eliminate every person and organization in Nanjing City that's connected to the murder hall. Yes sir, replied a martial academy enforcer, bowing deeply. Lin Yufan had no intention of involving himself further in the matter. He turned around and headed back toward the hospital's inpatient building. King Cheng was still in the hospital room, and after all this time, she should be waking up soon. As he approached Yi King Cheng's room, he could hear the voices of women chatting inside. Recognizing the voices, Lin Yufan knew it was Gu Yunxi and Su Liangshu. Yunxi, I'm so sorry. Because of me, your villa got blown up. What are you talking about? It's just a villa. If it's gone, we can buy another one. The important thing is that you're okay. That's right, King Cheng. I had no idea your job was so intense. No wonder you were so hard to reach before you were out on missions. Liang Su, keep your voice down. We shouldn't talk about that kind of thing where others might overhear. Inside the room, Gu Yunxi and Su Liangsu were sitting on either side of the bed, chatting with Yi King Cheng. Lin Yufan opened the door and entered, feeling a little awkward. He still hadn't thought of a good way to explain the explosion to his sisters. Brother Yufan, are you hurt? Fan, where did you go? I was looking for you everywhere. Seeing him enter, Gu Yunxi and Su Liangsu immediately rushed over to check him for injuries. They circled him a few times, only relaxing once they confirmed he was unscathed. I just went to the bathroom for a bit, Lin Yufan said casually. By the way, how did you two end up here? What do you mean, how did we get here? After such a big incident, how could we not come? Gu Yunxi huffed and gave him a glare. Su Liangshu puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Fan, you and King Cheng almost got blown to pieces. Were you really planning to keep that from us? Do you not consider Yunxi and me to be family? Of course not. I just didn't want you to worry. Besides, King Cheng and I are fine, aren't we? Lin Yufan quickly tried to explain. This time you were lucky. But what if it happens again? No, let's not think about that. Just promise that if anything happens in the future, you'll let us know right away. Su Liangsu said, still shaken. You have no idea how worried Yunxi and I were when we heard about the explosion at the villa. Thank goodness you're okay, fan. It's all right now. Don't worry. From now on I promise I'll tell you everything as soon as it happens. Lin Yufan felt warmth in his heart and reached out to ruffle Su Liangsu's hair. The gesture quickly calmed Su Liangsu down. Brother Yufan, why don't you and Liangsu stay here and keep Qingcheng company? I'm going to step out for a bit, Gyu Yunxi said, noticing that his clothes were in tatters. She left to buy him a change of clothes from a nearby mall. Liangsu, I'm craving some apples. Could you get me some? Yi Qingcheng asked from the bed, her eyes darting mischievously. She found an excuse to send Su Liangsu away. Once Su Liangsu had left, Yi Qingcheng turned to Lin Yufan. Brother Yufan, I've already told Yunxi and Liangsu about the explosion, saying it was caused by a gas leak. I also explained my current occupation to them. After a moment's thought, Lin Yufan asked, so, what are you planning to do next? Brother Yufan, aren't you curious about how I knew there was a bomb in the villa, or who wanted to kill us? Qingcheng asked, noticing that he hadn't asked these questions. Lin Yufan smiled. If you want to tell me, you will. If you don't, then asking you might just make things difficult. Why would I want to put you in a tough spot? Brother Yufan, you're so good to me, Yi Qingcheng said, her heart softening. She took a deep breath and explained, I only found out about the bomb 30 seconds before it exploded. The person who called me goes by the codename Lawson. She went on to tell Lin Yufan about Lawson and their connection. Lin Yufan wasn't particularly interested in the details since Lawson was already dead. However, it did surprise him that Lawson had once been both a mentor and a friend to Yi Qingcheng. As she spoke, it became clear to Lin Yufan that Lawson had feelings for her. Good thing I took him out first, or I'd have another rival, Lin Yufan thought to himself. Brother Yufan, I've decided that once I recover, I'll leave Nanjing City. I don't want to bring any more trouble to you or the others, Yi Qingcheng said resolutely. This idea had been on her mind since she woke up. She felt that her life as an assassin put her loved ones at risk, which was something she couldn't bear. Qingcheng, if you say that, I'm not going to be happy. What do you mean you're afraid of dragging us down? We're family. If family members can't count on each other, then what's the point? Lin Yufan said, frowning. I understand what you're saying, and I know you all wouldn't mind. But I'm scared. I've made up my mind. I'll keep doing this for 3 more years. After that, I'll fake my death, retire, and come back to live a peaceful life with you. She smiled. Brother Yufan, will you wait for me for 3 years? Are you short on money? If it's money you need, I've got plenty. Whatever amount you want, I'll give it to you, Lin Yufan said, frowning. As the current head of the Tianji Pavilion, his wealth was practically limitless. It's not about money, it's about passion. I enjoy what I do. 3 years after that, I'll get tired of it, and then I'll come back to be with you, Yi Qingcheng said, her tone firm. Her cheeks flushed a little when she mentioned living together. Lin Yufan wasn't oblivious, he knew exactly what she meant by living together. Though he felt helpless, he respected Qingcheng's decision to follow her own path. The two reached an agreement whenever she took on a mission, she had to inform him first. This way, he could send people to protect her in advance and eliminate any potential dangers. Before long, Su Liangsu returned with 2 bags of fruit. Just as she entered the room, her phone rang. 5 minutes later she hung up, looking conflicted. As the 3 of them continued chatting, it was obvious that Su Liangsu was distracted. Liangsu, what's wrong? You've seemed distracted ever since that phone call, Yi Qingcheng asked, unable to ignore Su Liangsu's behavior. Su Liangsu hesitated for a moment before replying softly. The boss of Dingsheng Entertainment called me just now. They want me to play the lead role in their new drama, but I'm not sure what to do. If you don't want to do it, just turn it down. Yi Qingcheng shot her a look, wondering why this small matter was so troubling. I've always had a dream of becoming a star, and this is a great opportunity, but... Su Liangsu looked conflicted, then glanced at Lin Yufan, who was peeling an apple for Yi Qingcheng. Noticing her gaze, Yi Qingcheng immediately understood. Are you worried that if you enter showbiz, you'll end up spending less time with Brother Yufan? You can't bear the thought of being apart, right? Su Liangsu blushed instantly at Yi Qingcheng's straightforward question. Lin Yufan, hearing this, was momentarily stunned before saying, being apart often is only a problem if both people have stable jobs that keep them in different places. But don't forget, I'm still an unemployed drifter. You're right, Su Liangsu exclaimed, realizing that while she might be busy, Brother Yufan could always come to see her. With that, her previous worries disappeared. Then, Brother Yufan, don't get a job. That way, whenever I miss you, you can come find me. Su Liangshu suggested with a hopeful look. No job? Wouldn't I starve to death? Lin Yufan joked, pretending to be troubled. Of course not, brother Yufan. I'll support you with my acting career. Su Liangsu quickly reassured him. That's too cheesy. Ye Qingcheng interjected, finding it hard to listen to the mushy exchange. Pete, you're just jealous. Su Liangsu blushed but didn't deny it, instead shooting back at Yi Qingcheng. Little girl, if you keep talking to your sister like that, I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Qingcheng's eyes turned cold, and her aura radiated the deadly seriousness of a trained killer. Su Liangshu immediately fell silent, her face paling with fear. Look at you. Such a scaredy cat, Yi Qingcheng scoffed, withdrawing her threatening aura. Tears welled up in Su Liangshu's eyes, and soon they were streaming down her cheeks. Qingcheng, Liangshu is timid. Don't scare her like that, Lin Yufan intervened, going over to comfort Su Liangshu, who quickly nestled into his arms. Yi Qingcheng had thought she'd genuinely frightened Su Liangsu, and was about to apologize when she noticed Liangsu making a playful face at her from behind Lin Yufan. You little trickster. You tricked me with your acting. Come here, and I'll show you what happens when you mess with your sister. Realizing she'd been fooled, Yi Qingcheng playfully lunged towards Su Liangshu. But Su Liangshu was quick and dashed out of the room. Ouch. Two simultaneous yelps rang out as she collided with Gu Yunji, who had just returned with 2 shopping bags. Liangsu, what are you doing? Gu Yunji rubbed her chest, glaring at Su Liangsu with a slightly flushed face. Su Liangsu stuck out her tongue, embarrassed. Nothing, Sister Qingcheng just wanted to hit me, so I ran. Qingcheng, you're still recovering. You shouldn't be moving around too much, Gu Yunji said as she entered the room, glancing at Yi Qingcheng. She then turned to Lin Yufan, who was sitting by the bed. Brother Yufan, I bought you some new clothes. Try them on and see if they fit. If they don't, I'll go exchange them. Oh wow. Yi Qingcheng exclaimed teasingly. Not even married, and you're already acting like a little housewife? Qingcheng, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Yunzi's cheeks turned pink as she shot Yi Qingcheng an annoyed look. I didn't just buy clothes for brother Yufan. Here, these are for you. Since your clothes were ruined, I thought I'd help out, and here you are making fun of me. Yunxi is so considerate, unlike Liangshu, who knew I was hurt and still kept provoking me. Yi Qingcheng grinned, taking the bag and casting a playful glare at Su Liangshu, who was hiding behind Yu Yunxi. Even though Su Liangshu was well aware of Yi Qingcheng's profession as a killer, she wasn't afraid. When Qingcheng glared at her, she just stuck out her tongue and made faces. An hour later, Su Liangshu stayed behind to keep Yi Qingcheng company, while Gu Yunxi dragged Lin Yufan to the sales office of the Wanhao Group. The Xian Villa had been blown up, and they needed to find a new place to live. As the CEO of Xian Group, Gu Yunxi wasn't short on money. If the villa was gone, she could just buy another one. Miss Gu, what brings you here today? Are you helping a friend buy a house? A female manager greeted them as soon as they entered. No, he's here to help me buy one, Gu Yunxi replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Are you looking for a single-family villa like before, or something different? The manager enthusiastically started introducing the options. Half an hour later, after viewing 3 villas, Gu Yunxi settled on a 3-story villa worth over 20 million yuan. Her reasoning was that a larger villa with more rooms would be perfect in case her other sisters came to stay. Miss Gu, here's the purchase contract, property deed, access card and keys. Please sign here, the manager said, handing over the documents. Gu Yunxi was about to sign but paused, then handed the pen to Lin Yufan. Brother Yufan, you sign. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Yufan was taken aback by the gesture. Yu Yunxi chuckled. What's inappropriate? What's mine is yours. There's no need to draw lines between us. Gu Yunxi, I heard from Wang Ting that you secretly kept a boy toy. I didn't believe it then, but it looks like I was wrong. I can't believe I'm seeing this with my own eyes. A mocking voice chimed in from nearby. Dandan, don't be like that. Our dear Miss Gu has been single for years. A woman can't stay lonely forever, can she? It's only natural she would find a boy toy for herself, another woman added, laughing. Lin Yufan turned toward the voices and saw a young couple approaching. The man appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in designer clothes and wearing an expensive watch, looking every bit the successful professional. Beside him was a heavily made-up woman clinging to his arm, radiating a sense of superiority. Yunxi, do you know these two? Lin Yufan asked in a low voice, his brows furrowing slightly. Gu Yunxi replied, they were my classmates from university. The guy's name is Chen Yikan, and the girl is Zhao Dan. I heard they're getting married soon. As they spoke, Chen Yikan and Zhao Dan walked up to them. Well, Gu Yunxi, I must say, your taste has really gone downhill. I thought you'd found yourself a handsome guy, but it turns out he's just some average-looking boy toy. Talk about disappointing, Zhao Dan sneered. Back in college, Zhao Dan had been the campus beauty, adored by many male classmates. She enjoyed the attention and basked in the admiration. But everything changed when Gu Yunxi entered the university. Gu Yunxi's top grades, stunning looks, and aloof personality quickly made her the new dream girl for the male students. Even the guy Zhao Dan secretly liked began pursuing Gu Yunxi. Seeing the admiration shift away from her, Zhao Dan's envy and resentment grew over the years, turning into deep-seated hatred. My taste is none of your business. Also watch your mouth. He's my brother Yufan, not some boy toy, Gu Yunxi replied coldly, her expression hardening. She wouldn't allow anyone to insult the man she cared about. Oh, how disgusting. Gu Yunxi, if you're going to flaunt your boy toy, at least don't make it so nauseating. Brother Yufan, seriously. That's enough to make anyone want to puke. Zhao Dan said mockingly, even making a show of covering her mouth like she was about to vomit. Chen Yikan, standing next to her, chimed in, we all saw you buying this guy a house. Or did we imagine that? Gu Yunxi's face flushed slightly, but she maintained her composure. Who I buy a house for is none of your concern. Wow, how shameless. I thought you were a classy woman, but it turns out you're just a cheap hypocrite. Zhao Dan sneered. Hearing this, Lin Yufan's expression darkened. He stepped forward and slapped Zhao Dan across the face. I don't hit women. But I'll make an exception for Yunxi's sake, he said coldly. Zhao Dan had crossed the line. You actually hit me. Zhao Dan held her cheek, stunned. How dare a so-called boy toy lay a hand on her? If you dare to speak to Yunxi like that again, I won't just hit you, I might kill you, Lin Yufan said, his gaze sharp and filled with cold menace. Zhao Dan had been ready to lash out, but Lin Yufan's imposing demeanor and chilling eyes made her falter. You think you can hit my woman and get away with it? Chen Yikan shouted furiously. Do you know who I am? I'm the general manager of Manhwa Group. Offend me, and you're offending the entire company and South City's wealthiest man, he's shouting. Manhwa Group? He's shouting. That's my company, Lin Yufan thought to himself. You're the general manager at Manhwa Group? Lin Yufan asked calmly. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and apologize to Yunxi right now. If she forgives you, we'll forget this happened. If she doesn't, expect to be fired. Ha! Chen Yikan burst out laughing. Are you delusional? Fire me? Who do you think you are? The chairman of Manhwa Group, or he's shawning himself? What a joke. Zhao Dan, still nursing her slapped cheek, couldn't help but join in the laughter. You've got to be kidding. How does Yunxi even tolerate such a fool? Brother Yufan. Let's just go, Gu Yunxi whispered, tugging at his sleeve, embarrassed by the situation. She didn't want him to make a bigger scene. But Lin Yufan just smiled at her and asked her to wait. Then he stepped aside and made a phone call. Is Manhwa Group one of your companies? He asked. Yes, it is, replied he, shawning on the other end. But as you know, all my assets and companies belong to Tianji Pavilion, which means they're under your control. Good. Is there a manager named Chen Yikan working for Manhwa? Fire him immediately, Lin Yufan ordered. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up, Lin Yufan walked back over to the group. So, finished your call? Chen Yikan sneered. Tell me, when exactly are you planning to fire me? I'm actually looking forward to it. Zhao Dan giggled beside him, finding the whole situation utterly ridiculous. Don't worry. You'll get the news soon enough, Lin Yufan said, unperturbed. Haha, you really are a clown. Yunxi, you need to get this guy's head checked, he's clearly delusional, Chen Yikan laughed. Just then his phone started ringing. Chen Yikan took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. His expression instantly changed, and he turned away before answering the call. Hello, Director Zhang, what can I do for you? What? I've been fired? Why? Director Zhang, there must be some kind of mistake. I've always worked hard for the company, and my performance has been. Hello? Before Chen Yikan could finish speaking, the call had already been disconnected. His face turned pale, and he collapsed onto the floor, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Zhao Dan, not understanding what was happening, quickly rushed over to help him up. Darling, what's wrong? What's wrong? I'd like to know that myself. Chen Yikan yelled, his voice trembling with rage. Director Zhang just called to say I've been fired. I asked him why, and and he told me to figure it out myself. Zhao Dan's face darkened, and she snapped. Are you crazy? You get fired, and now you're taking it out on me? Is that all you're capable of, lashing out at me? You ungrateful woman. So now that I'm fired, you're suddenly acting all high and mighty. Chen Yichen, overwhelmed by frustration, immediately slapped Zhao Dan across the face. How dare you hit me? I won't let this slide, Chen. Zhao Dan, filled with rage, lunged at him, and the two of them started brawling on the floor. Serves them right, fighting like a pair of dogs, the sales manager muttered to herself as she watched the scene unfold. After quickly signing the contract, Lin Yufan took Gu Yunxi by the hand and left the sales office. As soon as they got into the car, Lin Yufan remembered that he had promised to help Yi Qingcheng with her back injury. He took out his phone and sent a message to one of his subordinates who was out of town. After sending the message, he noticed that Gu Yunxi hadn't started the car yet. Instead, she was staring at him with a puzzled expression. Yunxi, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Lin Yufan asked, rubbing his nose in confusion. Brother Yufan, was it you who got Chen Yichen fired just now? Gu Yunxi asked, voicing her doubt. In her eyes, Lin Yufan was just a poor young man who had come from a remote mountain village. Yet with just one phone call, he had managed to get the general manager of the Wan Hao group fired. It seemed too unbelievable. Haha, of course. I always keep my word, Lin Yufan laughed, openly admitting it. Seeing his nonchalant response, Gu Yunxi felt even more perplexed. Sensing her curiosity, Lin Yufan quickly explained. Actually, the richest man in South City, He Shaoning, is one of my subordinates. Getting a manager from one of his companies fired is just a phone call away. HMP, brother Yufan, since when did you start telling such tall tales? Gu Yunxi gave him a playful look, rolling her eyes. Her reaction made Lin Yufan a bit embarrassed. Since when did telling the truth become so hard to believe? Yu Yunxi started the car and drove Lin Yufan back to the hospital, then headed to the Ziyun group. There were many ongoing projects, and she needed to oversee things personally. Recently, both she and her secretary, Yishu Yunfei, had been overwhelmed with work. I need to find a way to keep Yunxi from being so exhausted, Lin Yufan thought as he watched her drive away. Just then, he received a message from his intelligence team. Master, the Kill Palace, the top overseas assassin organization, has posted 2 new tasks on its mission site. One of the targets is Yi Qingcheng. Seeing this, Lin Yufan's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. Send a message to the leadership of Kill Palace. Yi Qingcheng is under the protection of Tianji Pavilion. Anyone who targets her is making an enemy of us. After sending the message, shockwaves spread through the various factions. On a remote island stood a magnificent palace. Inside, at the top of a grand hall, sat a masked woman with an elegant figure on a golden throne. Her legs crossed, she looked down sharply at the 100 or so elite assassins from Kill Palace. An elderly man stepped forward and bowed. Palace Master, Tianji Pavilion is the most powerful force in China, with deep and unpredictable strength. It might not be wise to provoke them. I suggest canceling the mission against Scorpion. Nonsense. We have countless powerful fighters. It's just a Chinese organization, there's nothing to fear. If we cancel this mission, where will our reputation be? A thin, middle-aged assassin retorted sharply. Palace Master, Kill Palace's authority must not be challenged. Anyone who dares to oppose us should be eliminated at all costs, or our reputation will suffer. Please reconsider, several other assassins chimed in. The masked woman on the throne waved dismissively. The authority of Kill Palace is absolute. Once a mission is issued, it must be carried out. That's the rule. As for Tianji Pavilion, if they don't interfere, then fine. But if they insist on protecting a traitor, we will eliminate them as well. All hail the Palace Master. The elite assassins shouted in unison. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Lin Yufan returned to the room to find Yi Qingcheng alone. Where's Liang Su? He asked. Her agency called about an audition. I figured she'd just be in the way here, so I sent her off, Yi Qingcheng replied, pouting slightly. In the way? Well, if she stayed, she'd only interrupt our time alone. Or are you saying you don't want to be with me, brother Yufan? Yi Qingcheng pouted, looking hurt. Seeing her expression, Lin Yufan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
Guys, before we start the second part, I'd like to ask you to hit the like button and leave a comment. YouTube promotes videos better when you're active, and this really helps me release new parts. Thank you for your support, and enjoy watching.
As night fell, Su Liangshu and Gu Yunxi had finished work. They intended to visit Yi Qingcheng at the hospital, but Yi Qingcheng directly sent them away, saying she wanted to spend time alone with Lin Yufan. She told them to take the hint and stop being third wheels. Though a little annoyed, the two decided to let it go, considering Yi Qingqing's injury. Around 11 p.m., the medicine Lin Yufan had ordered was delivered. When they returned to the ward, Yi Qingqiang was humming a tune, clearly in a good mood after spending time with Lin Yufan. "Qingqiang, I got the herbs. Lie down and I'll apply the medicine. I promise you won't have any scars on your back." Lin Yufan walked to the bedside, holding a package of specially prepared herbs. Yi Qingqiang's eyes brightened when she heard this, and she quickly lay down on the bed. "Ahem, Qingqiang, I can't apply the medicine like this. You'll need to take off your shirt," Lin Yufan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. But Yi Qingqiang, as casual as ever, replied, "Brother Yufan, I'm injured and can't move well. You'll have to help me take it off." "What?" Lin Yufan was flustered. Looking at Qingqiang already lying on the bed, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Despite her hospital gown, her graceful figure kept catching his eye, giving him a bit of trouble concentrating. "Stop stalling. It's not the first time. Why are you still so shy, Brother Yufan?" Yi Qingqiang's voice filled the room. Helpless, Lin Yufan moved forward and lifted her shirt. At first he was a bit excited, but the moment he saw the wound on her back, his expression instantly became serious again. "Qingqiang, can you tell me who did this to you?" he asked, his heart aching as he applied the special ointment. If he ever found out who hurt his beloved sister like this, he would stop at nothing to make sure that person disappeared without a trace. It was the bodyguard of a crooked businessman from Hong Kong. At first I thought he was just an ordinary person, but it turns out he was a hidden expert. I underestimated him last time. Give me another chance, and I won't fail." Yi Qingqiang replied. However, Lin Yufan noticed a slight lack of confidence in her voice. "Do you know his name?" Lin Yufan pressed. "Brother Yufan, why are you asking so many questions? Are you planning to take revenge for me?" Yi Qingqiang turned her head slightly, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. "My dear sister was hurt. If I don't want to take revenge for you, how can I call myself your brother?" Lin Yufan's voice was firm. "Well, you've got a point, but it's better if you don't. That guy's really strong. I doubt you could take him. I'll handle this myself." Yi Qingqiang's heart warmed, but she still declined his offer. She believed she was already strong enough, and if she couldn't defeat him, her brother likely couldn't either. She didn't want him to risk his life. "So you're looking down on me now?" Lin Yufan said with a mix of amusement and frustration. He had already defeated a terrifying old master on the mountain. There were very few people in the world he couldn't handle. But since Qingqiang didn't want to tell him more, he didn't press further. After applying the medicine, Lin Yufan said to her, "Qingqiang, you'll have to put up with sleeping on your stomach tonight to avoid affecting the wound's healing. It should heal in 3 days, and if you keep using the medicine for half a month, the scar will fade." "Really? That's amazing. Where did you get this medicine, brother? Can I stock up on some?" Yi Qingqiang asked with a smile. But Lin Yufan flatly refused. "Why not? Brother Yufan, don't be so stingy. Is it expensive? If it is, I'll buy it." Yi Qingqiang pouted. "I'm not giving it to you because you won't need it anymore. I wasn't here before to protect you, but now that I'm back, anyone who tries to hurt you will have to step over my dead body." Lin Yufan's voice was resolute. His sisters were his most precious treasures, and if anyone dared to harm them, he would stop at nothing to make sure they paid dearly. "Brother Yufan, I'm so lucky to have you." Feeling Lin Yufan's determination, Yi Qingqiang's heart swelled with happiness, as if she had just tasted honey. After finally getting her to sleep at around 1 a.m., Lin Yufan stepped into the hallway to make a phone call. "Find out who hurt my sister, Yi Qingqiang." "Understood. I'll investigate right away." After hanging up, Lin Yufan lit a cigarette in the stairwell, thinking about how to protect his sisters. His sisters Yunxi and Liang Shu were relatively safe, but Qingqiang's line of work meant she was bound to encounter danger. After much thought, Lin Yufan decided to use the power of the Tianji Pavilion to form an elite assassin team in China. His sister liked being an assassin, so he would create an organization just for her. That way she could run it without putting herself at risk. With this decision made, Lin Yufan began making arrangements. He contacted experts from the martial division of Tianji Pavilion and secured financial backing from the business division, quickly forming a new organization called the Temple of Godslayers. The next day, when Yi Qingqiang woke up, she turned her head and saw Lin Yufan asleep beside her bed. She reached out, wanting to touch his sharp, defined face, but just then, her phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. Thinking it was probably spam, she opened it, only for her eyes to widen in shock. Miss Ye, I represent the Godslayer organization in China. We'd like to invite you to become our leader. Below is the list of our top 100 fighters for your reference. After reading the entire message, Yi Qingcheng felt like she was in a dream. Oh my god! A powerful assassin organization is asking me to be their leader. Is this for real? Still in disbelief, she asked why they had chosen her. After exchanging a few messages, Yi Qingcheng finally understood their motives. It turned out that Tianji Pavilion, the most powerful organization in China, was unhappy with the influence of the killing hall in the country, and had created the Temple of Godslayers to counter it. And the reason they invited her to lead the organization was because the head of Tianji Pavilion had personally chosen her. Why he picked her, she had no idea. During the conversation, Yi Qingcheng also learned that the killing hall had mistakenly linked her to the deaths of Blood Wolf and Rosen, and now saw her as a traitor, issuing a kill order against her. Those bastards from the killing hall want to kill me. Unbelievable. Yi Qingcheng nearly exploded with anger. She had completed many missions for the killing hall and earned them a lot of money, yet now they wanted her dead. Thank goodness for the Tianji Pavilion master, or else. The thought of being hunted by the killing hall made her shiver. But now that Tianji Pavilion had stepped in and formed the powerful Temple of Godslayers, she no longer feared the kill order. Even with Tianji Pavilion's protection, danger will still follow me. If I stay in Nanjing, I could end up putting Brother Yufan and the others at risk. Putting down her phone, Yi Qingcheng gazed at Lin Yufan as he slept, lost in thought. When Lin Yufan woke up, it was almost noon. Damn it! Where's Qingcheng? Opening his eyes and seeing the empty hospital bed, Lin Yufan was stunned. Just as he started to panic, his phone rang. It was his sister, Qingcheng. Brother Yufan, did I wake you up? You lazy pig. You said you'd stay at the hospital to take care of me, but you slept so soundly you didn't even notice when I left. Qingcheng, where did you go? I'm out of town. As for where exactly, that's a secret for now. But don't worry, Brother Yufan, I'm very safe. Safe my ass. Nowhere's safer than staying by my side. Come on, don't be mad, Brother Yufan. Remember our promise? 3 years. Give me 3 years and when I come back I'll marry you. I've got to board my flight now, so I can't chat any longer. Don't forget to miss me. And while I'm gone, don't you dare bully Sister Yanxi or Sister Liangsu. I have to be your first woman. Ma. Before Lin Yufan could say anything, Qingcheng had already hung up. Damn it. Lin Yufan tried calling her back, but her phone was turned off. Master, Miss Yi left this morning. But don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to protect her in secret. A voice suddenly said from behind. Lin Yufan turned to see Qing Jiyu, who had appeared out of nowhere. He was holding an unfinished cross-stitch in his hand, with some colored threads sticking out of his pocket. Do you know where she went? Lin Yufan asked in a low voice. Tianhai City, Qin Jiu replied, then hesitated before adding, Master, you ordered the creation of the Temple of Godslayers, and Miss Yi has decided to set up its headquarters in Tianhai City. She's likely heading there to take charge. Damn. I should have set the headquarters in Nanjing so we wouldn't be separated, Lin Yufan muttered under his breath. By the way, what's going on with the killing hall? Lin Yufan asked, suddenly remembering that Qingcheng was still being hunted by the overseas assassin group. Qinju answered respectfully, it seems they're determined to pursue Miss Ye, as they haven't cancelled the kill order. So the killing hall wants to keep coming after her, huh? Then we'll spare no effort to wipe out that organization. Lin Yufan's eyes turned cold, and the air in the room seemed to drop several degrees as killing intent radiated from him. Qingju shivered slightly before nodding. Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away. Leaving the hospital, Lin Yufan felt a bit down. He had been living the good life with all 3 sisters by his side, and now things had changed. Qingcheng was gone to Tianhai City. Yunxi was busy with work at the company. Liangshu, even more so, was preoccupied with her entertainment career and barely had any time to spend with him. Feeling bored, Lin Yufan sent a message to his contract maid, Dong Qian. 1 hour. I'm bored. Come to XXXX Villa and keep me entertained. At the same time, Dong Qian, who was practicing calligraphy in her study, saw the message and instantly flushed with anger. Bastard. Despite her frustration, she still changed into a newly purchased maid outfit and quietly left the house. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. When Lin Yufan opened the door, he saw Dong Qian dressed in a cat maid costume. Seeing the fluffy cat ears on her head, Lin Yufan's interest was piqued. He reached out to touch them, but Dong Qian instinctively stepped back, flustered. What are you doing? Relax. I just think the cat ears are cute and wanted to touch them, Lin Yufan said, rolling his eyes. Hearing this, Dong Qian hesitated but obediently stood still. I have to say, you're really good at pleasing men. Every time you come over you wear a different style of maid outfit. That's something worth praising, Lin Yufan said with a satisfied smile. What's the point of praise? How about some real rewards instead? Dong Qian retorted. A reward? What kind of reward do you want? Lin Yufan asked, intrigued. Shorten the time, maybe? What do you think? She pleaded. No way. The best I can offer is taking you out for a meal. Lin Yufan refused firmly. Like I care about having a meal with you. Dong Qian rolled her eyes dramatically. Alright, I haven't had breakfast or lunch. Let's go get something good to eat, and if it's not good enough I'll bring out the whip. Lin Yufan teased, giving her a playful pinch on her soft cheek. Dong Qian yelped in pain, stomping her foot in frustration, but didn't dare talk back. Not long after, Dong Qian drove Lin Yufan to a Chinese restaurant. Even though it was past 1 p.m., the restaurant was still quite busy. Miss Dong, what a surprise. Why didn't you make a reservation? The lobby manager spotted Dong Qian and hurried over with a smile. Seeing her in a cat-maid outfit, the manager, a man in his 30s, couldn't help but be impressed by her appearance. It was a last-minute decision. Manager Chen, do you have any private rooms available? Dong Qian asked with a smile. No private rooms at the moment, but we do have a window seat with a river view. How about that? Manager Chen offered, looking a bit awkward. Alright, that'll do. Dong Qian sighed. She had wanted a private room to avoid being ordered around by Lin Yufan in front of others, but since there were none, she had no choice. Soon Manager Chen led them to a window seat with a great view of the river outside. As they sat down, Dong Qian handed the menu to Lin Yufan. As a maid, aren't you supposed to order for me? What, a few days away and you've forgotten how to serve me? Lin Yufan said, not bothering to take the menu. Dong Qian clenched her teeth in anger, glaring at him before starting to order. The manager, overhearing their conversation, stared at Lin Yufan in disbelief. This guy, who wasn't bad looking, had somehow gotten Dong Qian, a well-known lady, to act as his maid. It was impressive, to say the least. Not to be jealous was impossible. After they placed their order, Manager Chen left. While they were waiting for their food, a young man dressed in fancy clothes swaggered over and sat down next to Lin Yufan without asking. Hey you! This girl is mine now, so get lost. The young man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yufan, then turned to Dong Qian, who was dressed in her maid outfit, and said, Hello beautiful. My name's Zhou Tianhao. My family's in the coal mining business. Can we be friends? Dong Qian couldn't stand the type of rich, arrogant playboys like the one standing in front of her. Normally she would have kicked this guy out of her sight in an instant. But today she had other plans. If you want to be friends you'll have to ask my master first, Dong Qian said, batting her eyelashes in a delicate, almost flirtatious manner. Zhou Tianhao's eyes widened. He'd seen plenty of beautiful women and had his share of them, but Dong Qian's looks were on another level. And when she called someone master with that sweet, seductive voice, he could already imagine how much fun it would be to get her in bed. So, who's your master? Why don't you bring him here and I'll introduce myself properly? Zhou Tianhao said with a sleazy smile. A beauty like you being someone's maid? That's a waste. How about you work for me? I'll make sure you live in luxury gold, jewels, the finest food every day. That's not for me to decide, Dong Qian replied, casting a glance toward Lin Yufan, making her meaning obvious. Zhou Tianhao raised an eyebrow and quickly understood. So this idiot next to me is your master, huh? Hey kid, is this girl your maid? I like her. Name your price, Zhou Tianhao sneered. As the son of a coal mining tycoon, money was never an issue for him. Dong Qian's eyes were full of amusement, clearly enjoying seeing Lin Yufan being targeted. But what Lin Yufan said next completely stunned her. Lin Yufan held up one finger. 1 million? 1 million? Are you out of your damn mind? Zhou Tianhao's face darkened as he nearly lost his temper. He usually spent no more than 100,000 to get a top-tier woman. 1 million? No way. Even though this girl was gorgeous, that price was outrageous. Lin Yufan grinned. Too expensive? How much do you think is fair? How about 200,000? She's mine for 200,000. Deal? Zhou Tianhao offered, thinking he was being generous. He expected Lin Yufan to haggle, but instead, Lin simply pulled out his phone and opened a payment app. Deal. Transfer the money, Lin Yufan said with a smile. Just wait a second. Zhou Tianhao muttered, sneering at how easily he'd won. Only 200,000? This guy's a total pushover. Zhou Tianhao quickly transferred the money. As soon as she heard the notification that the money had been received, Dong Qian snapped out of her daze. You sold me for 200,000? She exclaimed, standing up in anger. Lin Yufan nodded, teasingly staring at her. Yep. He's already paid. So from now on, be a good maid for him. Well, I'll leave you two to it. With that, Lin Yufan stood up, ready to leave. Kid, you know how to do business. I like you. From now on, we're friends. I'll treat you to drinks sometime. Zhao Tianhao laughed, clearly pleased. He then turned to Dong Qian, smiling wickedly. Come on, beautiful. You're mine now. Come here and sit on my lap. Sit on your lap? Get lost, you disgusting creep. Dong Qian shoved Zhou Tianhao away and rushed to block Lin Yufan's path. Hey, you little bitch! You dare push me? You're in for a beating today. Zhou Tianhao stumbled and fell as he tripped over a step. Furious, he got up and grabbed Dong Qian by the wrist, raising his hand to slap her. Now, hitting women isn't nice, especially not beautiful ones, Lin Yufan said, effortlessly blocking Zhou Tianhao's hand just before the slap landed. Hey kid, I already paid you. She's mine now, and I can do whatever I want with her. You'd better step aside before I make you regret it. Zhou Tianhao yelled, still furious. You've got a point, Lin Yufan said with a thoughtful nod. See? He gets it. Wait, what? Dong Qian shouted in disbelief. I'm your maid, and you're just going to walk away while I'm being bullied? Are you even a man? Lin Yufan glanced at her, a mischievous smile on his face. Isn't this what you wanted? Dong Qian wasn't stupid. She immediately realized that Lin Yufan had seen through her plan to provoke Zhou Tianhao into targeting him earlier. Now, he was getting his revenge. Damn it, this petty bastard, she cursed inwardly. But seeing Zhou Tianhao getting ready to strike her, she quickly decided to change tactics. Master? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't leave me. Dong Qian begged, her voice turning soft and sweet as she clung to Lin Yufan. Surprisingly, this seemed to work. Lin Yufan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zhou Tianhao. Since you helped me teach this disobedient maid a lesson, I'll forgive your earlier disrespect. Now, get lost. What? What did you just say? Did you just tell me to leave? Zhou Tianhao couldn't believe his ears. He was used to telling others to get lost, not the other way around. Yeah, you heard me. No need to ask again. Now scram, Lin Yufan said, his face serious. Are you out of your damn mind? Do you even know who I am? You think you can just tell me to leave? Zhou Tianhao shouted, losing his temper. Then, it hit him he'd been played. These two had tricked him and scammed him out of 200,000. You two set me up? You scammed me out of my money? Fine, just wait, you're going to pay for this. Furious, Zhou Tianhao pulled out his phone and started calling for backup. Meanwhile, their food arrived, but Lin Yufan didn't bother with Zhou Tianhao and simply sat back down to eat. Dong Qian, now much more cooperative, quickly started cutting his steak and feeding it to him. Zhou Tianhao watched the scene, his rage mixed with envy. A few minutes later, a group of well-dressed young men arrived. Who's the idiot that messed with you, Zhou? I'll tear him apart for you. The leader of the group strode confidently toward Zhou Tianhao. Seeing his friends arrive, Zhou Tianhao immediately pointed at Lin Yufan, who was still being fed by Dong Qian. However, as the young man followed the direction of Zhou's finger and saw Lin Yufan, his entire demeanor changed. He froze in place, completely petrified. You're the backup this idiot called? Lin Yufan asked casually, still enjoying his meal as he glanced at the group of rich kids who had just barged in. When his eyes landed on the leader, Lin Yufan couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence he recognized him. Brother Fan. It's really you. I thought I was seeing things. The leader of the group exclaimed, quickly rushing over to Lin Yufan like an eager fanboy. This guy was none other than Feng Yankai. Someone Lin Yufan had taught a lesson to in the past. Brother Fan, good to see you. Here, have a cigarette, Feng Yankai said, pulling out a pack and fawning over Lin Yufan like an obedient little brother. The other rich kids who had come to back up Zhou Tianhao stared in disbelief, their eyes wide in shock. Feng Yankai, what the hell are you doing? I told you to come help me teach this guy a lesson, and here you are sucking up to him. Zhou Tianhao was furious, feeling like his head was about to explode. The circles in Nanjing were seriously messed up. If he'd known this would happen, he would have just brought his own bodyguards instead of relying on these useless rich kids. Watch your mouth. How dare you talk to Brother Fan like that? Brother Fan is my idol. Anyone who messes with him messes with me. Zhou Tianhao, I'm warning you, don't dig your own grave. Feng Yankai straightened up, loudly reprimanding Zhou Tianhao. You. Zhou Tianhao was so enraged he could barely speak. You're gonna regret this. You think this is over? If I don't bring someone here to wipe the floor with you, then my name isn't Zhou Tianhao. He spat out his threat and stormed off in anger. Brother Fan. That Zhou Tianhao guy's just a rich idiot. Don't lower yourself to his level, Feng Yankai said quickly, trying to smooth things over. Oh, and why are you eating steak without any wine? This meal's on me, waiter, bring out your most expensive bottle of red wine. Feng Yankai continued his flattery, completely ignoring the friends he had brought along. Lin Yufan, finding his behavior unnecessary, waved him off. That's enough. Go mind your own business and stop bothering me while I eat. Got it, Brother Fan. Call me if you need anything, I'll be ready anytime. Feng Yankai nodded eagerly before leaving with his group, who were still stunned by what had just happened. As they exited the restaurant, one of the rich kids couldn't help but ask, Kai, who the hell was that guy? Why are you so scared of him? Yeah, he looks like an ordinary guy. Is he some rich young master from the capital or something? He didn't sound like he was from the capital, another added. Feng Yankai rolled his eyes. You idiots, Brother Fan? Ordinary. If he's ordinary, then there's no such thing as an ordinary person. Come on, tell us what's so special about him. Yeah, stop keeping us in suspense. Let me tell you, that Brother Fan is not only mysterious but he's also filthy rich. And most importantly, he's a master at getting women, Feng Yankai said, his face lighting up with admiration as he shared stories of Lin Yufan's exploits. He went on, talking about how Lin Yufan had dropped millions at auctions and how he'd effortlessly charmed Dong Qianqian with just a few words. By the time he was done, the rich kids were practically shaking with excitement, and without Lin Yufan knowing it, he had gained a few more fanboys. Well, you did a good job today, Lin Yufan said, leaning back with his hands behind his head after finishing his meal. So, is there anything fun to do around here? I've been in Nanjing for a while now and haven't really gone out to have some fun. He had considered visiting his sisters, but Yanxi was busy with work, and he didn't want to distract her. Liangzhu was likely tied up with filming after signing her contract, and as for Qingqing, she was too far away. I've heard there's a new escape room in the northern part of the city. Supposedly, it's pretty intense, Dong Qianqian suggested, hoping to avoid crowded places where they might run into people she knew. The northern part of the city was far from where they were, across the Yangtze River, and there wasn't much crossover between the social circles of the north and south. An escape room? Is it fun? Lin Yufan asked, unfamiliar with the concept. You'll find out if you go. Or are you scared? Dong Qianqian teased, trying to bait him into going. Lin Yufan saw right through her. Don't try to trick me with reverse psychology. I can see what you're doing. Oh. Dong Qianqian stuck out her tongue playfully. Let's go. Lin Yufan said, getting up. Go where? To that escape room you just mentioned. As Lin Yufan walked ahead, Dong Qianqian quietly muttered, he says he saw right through me, but he's still going. Men, always so stubborn. An hour later, Dong Qianqian parked the car in front of a place called 7K Escape Room. When it came time to choose a theme, Lin Yufan immediately picked the scariest one with the highest difficulty level. Dong Qianqian's face paled. She'd played escape rooms before, but they were always puzzle-based, never horror-themed. This difficulty is maxed out. No one's going to want to play with you. Why not pick something else? Dong Qianqian tried to change his mind. But Lin Yufan wasn't one to change his decisions once they were made. The staff at the front desk then chimed in. Sir, this theme requires at least 6 people. Since there are only 2 of you, you'll need to join with others. But with the difficulty maxed out, it'll be hard to find anyone else willing to play. Maybe you should. Hearing this, Dong Qianqian let out a small sigh of relief. But the next moment, her heart nearly stopped. That's fine. We'll play by ourselves if no one joins, Lin Yufan said confidently. Even the staff member looked at him in awe. Only 2 people. And with the most terrifying, max difficulty theme, this guy had guts. After paying, both Lin Yufan and Dong Qianqian were blindfolded and led to the entrance of the escape room by a staff member. Before even entering, they could hear eerie background music from horror movies playing inside. Once they were inside, the staff instructed them via Bluetooth headsets to remove their blindfolds. As they took them off, they found themselves standing in a funeral hall. The only light came from 2 flickering white candles. The dim lighting, the sound of rain outside, and the creepy background music cranked the atmosphere's intensity up to the maximum. Lin Yufan was about to start looking for clues when Dong Qianqian suddenly threw herself into his arms, trembling violently. "I don't want to do this. Let me out of here," she sobbed. 1 hour later, Dong Qianqian sat on the stairs, her face streaked with tears, crying miserably. The escape room experience had left her with a lasting psychological trauma, and she vowed never to play such a game again. "Weren't you the one who wanted to play? Now you're sitting here crying like a little kitten," Lin Yufan teased from the side, clearly amused by her distress. Hearing this, Dong Qianqian was so furious she ground her teeth. If her legs weren't still weak, she would have already jumped up to bite Lin Yufan. "I'm not staying with you anymore. I'm going home," she huffed, wiping her tears and leaning against the wall as she shakily made her way downstairs. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a loud crash echoed through the parking lot. They looked over and saw a burly man wielding a steel pipe, smashing Dong Qianqian's Audi into a wreck. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Dong Qianqian's face turned green with rage. That Audi had been a birthday gift from her father, and she had only been driving it for less than a year. Now, it was being destroyed right in front of her eyes. "Get lost, little bitch, unless you want a beating," the man snarled at her, glaring with dark eyes. Dong Qianqian was startled, but she stood her ground. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you smashing my car? What did I ever do to you?" "What? This is your car?" The man, Zhang Dazhuang, froze for a moment. He hadn't realized he'd made a mistake. Zhang Dazhuang was a boxer, and about an hour earlier, he had heard from a friend that his girlfriend was seeing another man and had checked into a hotel with him, driving an Audi. Furious, Zhang Dazhuang had rushed over. Seeing an Audi parked outside the hotel, he had assumed it belonged to the guy, leading to the current scene. Dong Qianqian wasted no time. She pressed the unlock button on her key fob, and the car lights flashed. "This is my car. Now that you've smashed it, how do you plan to compensate me?" she asked coldly. "Compensate? You parked your car here, so it's your bad luck." Zhang Dazhuang scoffed, knowing he had messed up but refusing to take responsibility. He turned and started walking toward the hotel, intending to deal with the cheating couple. "Hold it right there. You think you can just smash my car and walk away? I'm calling the police." Furious at his unreasonable behavior, Dong Qianqian pulled out her phone to report the incident. But before she could dial, a gust of wind rushed past, and a large hand slapped her phone out of her grasp, sending it flying. "Little bitch. I'm not in the mood. I suggest you get lost unless you want to get hurt," Zhang Dazhuang growled, glaring at her with murderous intent. "You." Dong Qianqian was scared but also felt wronged. Her car, a gift from her father, was ruined, and now this thug was threatening her. She glanced around desperately and finally locked eyes on Lin Yufan, who was calmly smoking a cigarette nearby. "Master, please help me," she pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Yufan couldn't stand seeing women cry, especially since Dong Qianqian was now his personal maid. Besides, they say even when you hit a dog, you have to consider the owner. Zhang Dazhuang was clearly disrespecting him by attacking her car. Without a word, Lin Yufan walked up to Zhang Dazhuang and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Smash the wrong car and think you can just walk away without paying? That's not going to fly." "Oh? So you want to get involved?" Zhang Dazhuang turned, his eyes full of fury as he glared at Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan, already growing impatient, replied, "She's my maid, so her business is my business. Now, pay up. I don't have time to waste with you. Pay up, my ass." Zhang Dazhuang, already enraged, swung his fist directly at Lin Yufan's face without hesitation. His punch was powerful, fueled by anger. Its force and speed were even greater than usual. A normal person would have been knocked out cold. But just before the punch landed, Lin Yufan casually lifted his hand, fingers spread wide, and caught Zhang Dazhuang's fist with ease. "How? How is this possible?" Zhang Dazhuang was stunned. His punch had the strength to knock out a grown bull. Anyone else would have been sent flying, but this guy had blocked it like it was nothing. "Not only are you in the wrong, but you also want to fight? Do you think I'm easy to mess with?" Lin Yufan's eyes narrowed, and his grip tightened. A cracking sound filled the air as the bones in Zhang Dazhuang's hand shattered. "Ah!" Zhang Dazhuang screamed in pain as his fist deformed before his very eyes. Instinctively he raised his leg to kick Lin Yufan away. But Lin Yufan was faster, landing a solid kick to Zhang Dazhuang's abdomen. The impact sent Zhang Dazhuang flying backward, as if he had been hit by a speeding motorcycle. With a loud crash, he slammed into a nearby utility pole, bending it slightly with the force of the collision. Zhang Dezhuang collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. He tried to speak but only managed to spit out more blood. Who are you?" he gasped, his voice trembling with fear as he realized the terrifying strength of the man standing before him. As an underground boxer, Zhang Dezhuang had fought for over a year in the illegal fighting circuits, earning himself the title of North District Underground King due to his undefeated record. He was even recruited by Tiger King, one of the 4 kings of the North, making him untouchable in the area. But today he had been utterly crushed by this mysterious man. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you pay for the damage," Lin Yufan said, stepping closer. "Please, sir. I don't have that much cash on me. Can I transfer the money to you?" Zhang Dezhuang asked, quickly pulling out his phone, fearing further retaliation. "That works." Lin Yufan paused, and then turned to Dong Qianqian, asking, "What's your bank account number?" Dong Qianqian, who had been watching Lin Yufan with eyes full of admiration, snapped out of her daze and replied, "I don't remember. How about you take the money first, and I'll get it from you later." "Fine. Send it to me then." Lin Yufan gave Zhang Dezhuang his account number. Sir, how much should I transfer?" Zhang Dezhuang asked, realizing he hadn't been told the amount yet. "Start with 1 million. If it's not enough, I'll ask for more," Lin Yufan said casually. 1 million? Zhang Dezhuang nearly burst into tears. After a year of underground fighting, all his savings amounted to just over 1 million. And now this guy was asking for more? Reluctantly, Zhang Dezhuang prepared to transfer the money, but just as he was about to do so, 5 sleek black sedans pulled up nearby, parking along the road. The car doors opened, and a middle-aged man dressed flamboyantly, with a cigar in his mouth, stepped out of the central sedan. As soon as he got out, a group of black-suited men lined up on both sides, laying out a red carpet. The scene resembled a gangster's grand entrance from a movie. "Tiger King, save me." Zhang Dezhuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted for help upon seeing the man. Tong Hu, also known by his nickname Tiger King. He is one of the 4 kings of the Northern District, owning a boxing arena and 3 entertainment venues in the area. With over 1,000 men under his command, he's the undisputed ruler of the Northern District's underground world. As Zhang Dezhuang crawled toward Tong Hu, desperately calling for help, Lin Yufan stepped on his back, pinning him to the ground. Seeing his prized boxer being humiliated like this, Tong Hu's face darkened. He shouted, "Kid, who do you run with? You dare mess with one of my men?" In the Northern District, Tong Hu was known for his loyalty. Anyone who crossed him or his men would face severe retribution. "Your man? So what? He smashed my maid's car, and he's going to pay for it." Lin Yufan responded fearlessly, pressing his foot harder on Zhang Dezhuang's back, causing him to scream in pain. "You're asking for death." Tong Hu's expression grew grim. In all his years in the Northern District, he had never met anyone as arrogant as Lin Yufan. Hearing Tong Hu's name, Dong Qianqian's face turned pale. She tugged on Lin Yufan's sleeve and whispered, "Lin Yufan. I mean, master, let it go. This guy is trouble. And I'm not trouble." Lin Yufan shot her a glance before turning back to Tong Hu. "So, you're the famous Tiger King? Fine. Since he's your man, he owes me 1 million. As for you, you owe me 10 million. Pay up, and we'll call it even." "You want me to pay? And 10 million at that?" Tong Hu laughed mockingly, his expression turning sinister. "I'll pay sure if you dare take it." "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Yufan said confidently. Tong Hu's eyes filled with murderous intent at Lin Yufan's arrogance. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But first, let's see if my men agree to you taking the money." With that, Tong Hu signaled, and 15 of his henchmen surrounded Lin Yufan. "We're done for." Dong Qianqian's face went white with fear. Still, knowing that Lin Yufan had gotten into this mess trying to defend her, she mustered up her courage and stepped forward, addressing Tong Hu. "Brother Hu, my father is Dong Changfeng, the owner of Hongcheng Real Estate. Could you spare him for my father's sake?" "Dong Changfeng?" Tong Hu narrowed his eyes and sneered, "I could give your father face, but does he have the guts to accept it?" Dong Qianqian was at a loss for words. "If you really want me to spare him, fine. Have your father give me 1 billion yuan, and you spend a night with me. Then, we can forget all about this." Tong Hu's eyes roamed over Dong Qianqian's figure, her maid outfit clearly exciting his interest. "No." Dong Qianqian blurted out, terrified. Although her father owned a real estate company, it was only worth about 3 billion yuan. 1 billion in cash was impossible to come up with, and he certainly wouldn't spend it on a stranger. As for spending the night with Tong Hu, that was out of the question. I'm not asking for your opinion, Tong Hu said, licking his lips with a sleazy grin. Either you sleep with me tonight, or I'll have my 100 men here do it instead. It's your choice. He then turned his gaze back to Lin Yufan. And as for you, you dared to cripple my cash cow. So, are you going to break your own arms and legs, or should my men do it for you? You really think you can cripple me? Lin Yufan laughed. Was this guy serious? Threatening the leader of the Tianji pavilion was nothing short of suicidal. Oh, you think I'm bluffing? Tong Hu grinned, his smile cold and vicious. Shaking his head, Lin Yufan replied. No, I just think you're an idiot. You little punk. Still acting tough when you're about to die? Get him, boys, Tong Hu snapped, and his 15 henchmen immediately rushed at Lin Yufan, fists flying. Unfazed by the onslaught, Lin Yufan moved swiftly, countering with punches and chops. Each strike landed with precision, and within less than a minute, all 15 men were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Tong Hu's eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, this kid had taken down 15 of his best men without breaking a sweat. His strength was terrifying. Now that your men aren't objecting anymore, I suppose it's time for you to pay up, Lin Yufan said with a grin, flashing his pearly white teeth. Tong Hu was speechless. Brother Hu, my friend didn't mean to offend you. Please, let's call it a day. I apologize on his behalf, Dong Qianqian quickly interjected, trying to defuse the situation. Seeing that she was offering a way out, Tong Hu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. After all, Lin Yufan was too much to handle, and continuing the fight would only make things worse for him. Thank you, Brother Hu, Dong Qianqian said gratefully. But Tong Hu wasn't quite done. Kid, I'm a man of my word. I'll give you the 10 million. But I've got one condition: you help me win a match in the ring tonight. Tong Hu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If you win, not only will I give you the 10 million, but I'll also sell that piece of land in the northern district to Dong Chengfeng. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. Ria. Really? Dong Qianqian's eyes lit up. Brother Hu, you mean the land in the heart of the northern district? That's right, Tong Hu nodded. The land in the northern district was highly coveted by real estate developers. Dong Qianqian's father had been eyeing it for a long time, even reaching out to Tong Hu privately, but Tong Hu had always refused to sell to southern district businessmen. Dong Qianqian was at a loss over what to get her father for his upcoming birthday, but if she could secure this piece of land, it would be the perfect gift. Master, that land is really important to me. If you can help me get it, I'll agree to any reasonable request you have, she said, biting her lip and looking at Lin Yufan with pleading eyes. Any reasonable request? Lin Yufan raised an eyebrow. Well, even if it's a little unreasonable, I could still consider it. Dong Qianqian blushed, feeling both embarrassed and strangely expectant. Even warming my bed? Lin Yufan teased with a sly grin. Dong Qianqian's face flushed bright red at Lin Yufan's words. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for him to make a bold request, this was too much. She had thought the most he would ask was for her to be his girlfriend, but he went straight to suggesting she warm his bed. Her heart pounded in her chest, and just as she was about to nod in agreement, Lin Yufan suddenly burst out laughing. You really believe that? I was joking. If my sisters found out I made you warm my bed, they'd tear me apart. I'm too young to die early. Here's the deal: I'll help you with the land, and you'll owe me a favor. When I think of something, I'll let you know. Oh, Dong Qianqian replied, slightly disappointed. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yufan teased her with a grin. What, you don't seem too happy? Were you hoping I'd ask for something outrageous? Or maybe you do want to warm my bed? Idiot. What are you talking about? Only a fool would want to warm your bed. I'm not that kind of woman. Dong Qianqian huffed, glaring at him in embarrassment. Lin Yufan, unfazed, just laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Tong Hu, who had been standing there watching them flirt in front of him, was speechless. He was a big shot in the northern district, yet here these two were, completely ignoring him, throwing their playful banter back and forth like he didn't even exist. Did they not care about his presence at all? Send me the time and location, and have the money ready. Tonight, I'll beat anyone who dares stand in my way, gods or devils. Lin Yufan declared confidently, pointing at Tong Hu's sleek, new Mercedes. Nice car. I'll take it for a spin. You don't mind, do you? Tong Hu's eye twitched. Was this guy really robbing him of his car right in front of him? But thinking about the upcoming fight, and what he stood to gain, Tong Hu gritted his teeth and forced a smile. No problem. The fight's at 8 p.m. tonight, at a spot in the outskirts of the northern district. Here's my number. Call me when you're close, and I'll have someone pick you up. Got it. Lin Yufan nodded, and then turned to Dong Qianqian, who still looked annoyed. What are you standing around for? Get in the car and take me home. All you do is boss me around. Why don't you get Liangshu to do it? Dong Qianqian huffed, walking toward Tong Hu's car. This girl. She needs some discipline, Lin Yufan muttered as he climbed into the passenger seat. As Lin Yufan left, the smile on Tong Hu's face vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous expression. Kid, you'd better win tonight's fight. If you lose. Hey. Tong Hu's eyes gleamed with a chilling intent. Dong Qianqian drove Lin Yufan back to the villa. After dropping him off, Lin Yufan dismissed her and checked the time. It was about time for Yunxi to finish work. He was just about to call his sister Liangshu to ask when she'd be home when he heard the sound of the front door opening. Turning to look, he saw Su Liangshu dragging her tired body into the house. Liangshu, you look exhausted, Lin Yufan said with concern. Su Liangshu sighed, shaking her head. I'm alright, it's just that memorizing scripts is a hassle. I used to think acting was easy, but now that I've tried it, it's anything but simple. Are you thinking of giving up? Lin Yufan asked. Of course not. Do I seem like someone who gives up easily? I'm going to be a big star. This is nothing I can't handle. Su Liangshu declared with confidence. Suddenly she asked, Brother Fan, why aren't you at the hospital with Sister Qingcheng? Qingcheng went out of town, Lin Yufan replied. She went out of town? But she's still injured. She shouldn't be running around like that. I need to call her and give her a good scolding, Su Liangshu said, frowning as she reached for her phone. Qingcheng isn't a child. If she needed to leave in a hurry, she must have her reasons. Don't get involved, Lin Yufan said, trying to calm her down. Yeah, you're right. But I'm still worried about her. With her job, she's always in danger. She's so beautiful, what if she gets caught by some bad guys? Su Liangshu muttered, a hint of worry in her voice. Don't worry. Qingcheng will be safe. I promise. Really? Have I ever lied to you? If I say she'll be fine, she'll be fine. Trust me. Alright, Brother Fan? If you say so, I won't call her. I don't want to disturb her. Su Liangshu nodded, putting her phone away and sitting down on the couch to continue studying her script. While she focused on her script, Lin Yufan quietly watched her. After about half an hour, Su Liangshu put her script down and rubbed her temples. Noticing that Lin Yufan had been staring at her the whole time, she blushed and asked playfully, Brother Fan, why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Lin Yufan, ever the romantic, replied, No, I just think you're prettier than a flower. Brother Fan, you've got a sweet tongue today. Did you eat honey or something? Su Liangshu's face turned red, but she felt warm and happy inside. You must be tired. Come. Let me give you a shoulder massage, Lin Yufan offered, standing up and walking over to her. Back when he lived in the mountains, he often had to massage his old master as part of his training, so he'd gotten pretty good at it. Now, he figured his skills were on par with professional massage therapists. Brother Fan, you're really good at this. It feels so nice. Su Liangshu had wanted to refuse, but once she felt how good the massage was, she couldn't help but give in and enjoy it. Of course. I've had years of practice. If you want, I can give you the full treatment, Lin Yufan joked. Sure. I'll lie down on the couch, and you can give me a full massage, Su Liangshu said without hesitation, lying down comfortably. As Lin Yufan began massaging her, he tried to ignore the way her perfect figure was highlighted by her position on the couch. But just a few minutes into the massage, Gu Yunxi walked in. What are you two doing? Gu Yunxi asked, her face serious. I'm giving Liangshu a massage. She was exhausted from the set today, so I'm helping her relax, Lin Yufan explained. Oh, so when Liangshu's tired, you give her a massage to help her relax? I'm tired from work every day, but you never offer to give me a massage. Gu Yunxi snapped, jealousy evident in her voice. Lin Yufan was at a loss for words. I don't care. You're coming to my room tonight to give me a massage until I fall asleep, or I won't forgive you. Gu Yunxi huffed before storming upstairs to change her clothes. Lin Yufan was puzzled. He couldn't figure out what he had done to upset Gu Yunxi. Why was she talking about forgiveness? But on second thought, the idea of going to her room later for a massage, being alone together, maybe even some physical contact, well, that sounded pretty exciting. While he was lost in thought, imagining the evening ahead, Su Liangshu, who was lying on the couch, suddenly spoke up. Brother Fan, you're grinning like a creep. Are you thinking something naughty? Stop talking nonsense, kid. It's just a helpless smile. Lin Yufan's face flushed with embarrassment as he tried to explain. Su Liangsu sat up straight, puffing out her chest. I'm not a kid anymore. Lin Yufan glanced at her for a moment, and then nodded seriously, saying, You're right. Definitely not small anymore, probably can't even fit in one hand. Ugh. Brother Fan, you're teasing me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Su Liangsu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She quickly got up, slipped into her house slippers, and dashed upstairs. After having dinner with his two sisters, Lin Yufan made an excuse and left the house. Since he had promised Tong Hu he would help with the fight, he wasn't going to back out. Just as he stepped outside, a familiar black Mercedes pulled up. The window rolled down, and Dong Qianqian leaned out with a grin. Master, I thought you forgot about the match tonight. Your master always keeps his word. When I say I'll do something, I'll do it. As they spoke, Lin Yufan climbed into the passenger seat. As soon as he was in, Dong Qianqian floored the gas, sending the Mercedes speeding off. On the second floor of the villa, Gu Yunxi watched the entire scene unfold through the window. Over an hour later, Lin Yufan and Dong Qianqian arrived at a remote farmhouse on the outskirts of the northern district. Two young men with short hair stood watch at the entrance, looking alert. As Lin Yufan and Dong Qianqian approached, one of the men stepped forward to block their way. Tigers rule the land. The short-haired youth called out. Lin Yufan paused, then instinctively replied, The pagoda suppresses the demon? Suppress your sister's demon. Get lost. The short-haired man raised an eyebrow and was about to shove them away. Lin Yufan calmly said, Wait a minute. Isn't Tong Hu inside? He invited me here to fight. You're saying Brother Hu invited you? Could you come up with a more believable lie? The short-haired youth sneered, giving Lin Yufan a look of disdain, thinking this guy must be an idiot. Look at him, he doesn't even have the build of a fighter. Real fighters are tall and built like tanks. This guy? He'd probably get knocked out with a single punch. Sigh. I guess I'll just call Tong Hu myself, Lin Yufan said, pulling out his phone. Oh, you're still keeping up the act, huh? The youth scoffed, ready to forcibly throw him out. Just then, Tong Hu emerged from the farmhouse with two bodyguards. Brother Hu. The short-haired youth immediately straightened up and bowed in greeting. Tong Hu ignored him, smiling at Lin Yufan. You're right on time, little brother. Without wasting any time, Lin Yufan bluntly asked, Enough small talk. I've got important things to do. When's the fight? Tong Hu, unfazed, checked his watch and replied, In 10 minutes. Good. Let's go inside. As Lin Yufan headed toward the entrance, he couldn't help but tease the short-haired youth again. Tigers rule the land? The youth was startled but instinctively replied, Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Lin Yufan was speechless. After entering the courtyard, Tong Hu led Lin Yufan and Dong Qianqian to a hidden spot behind a rock garden. Dong Qianqian, curious, watched as a hidden door opened on the stone wall. Behind the door was an elevator. The five of them stepped inside, and the elevator descended. When the doors opened again, they were greeted by a dazzling underground boxing arena. The arena had 2 floors and was packed with spectators gathered around the ring on the first floor, watching the ongoing fight. VIP boxes lined the second floor, each equipped with floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside the boxes, wealthy figures from the northern district placed bets on their favored fighters using special machines. Tong Hu led Lin Yufan and Dong Qianqian into one of the luxurious VIP boxes. The box was lavishly decorated, with 4 gold-plated chairs positioned in front of the large window. 3 of the chairs were already occupied by 2 men and a woman. Lin Yufan didn't pay much attention to the men, but the woman immediately caught his eye. She was dressed in a high-slit red cheongsam, her long, pale legs exposed in a way that was hard to ignore. She looked to be around 27 or 28, holding a folding fan and wearing light makeup. Her delicate, oval face was undeniably attractive, but it was her seductive aura and electrifying eyes that captured the most attention. Strangely, despite her beauty, none of the other men in the box dared to look directly at her except for Lin Yufan. Little tiger. This is the fighter you found? Doesn't seem like much, said a middle-aged, heavy-set man with a mocking smile as he glanced at Lin Yufan. If you were struggling to find someone, you could have asked me. I'd have lent you a real fighter instead of this fool who's here to die. Peng Logu, the fight hasn't even started yet. How do you know my fighter won't win? You'd better get some insurance for your guy if you don't want to lose everything tonight. Tong Hu shot back angrily. All right, enough with the chatter. We're all here, so let's get this over with. My wife's waiting for me at home, said a tall, skinny man in his 30s, impatiently urging them to start. Ha. A henpecked husband always has to check with his wife before doing anything. So pathetic, said the woman in the red cheongsam, her voice soft and breathy, with a hint of teasing. Her tone had a seductive quality, making it particularly enticing to the men around her. So what if I'm a henpecked husband? At least I've got a wife. Unlike you, nearly 30 and still unmarried. The tall man's face darkened as he shot back. All right, let's keep calm. Since we're all here, let's get started. Tong Hyo, playing the host, stepped in to smooth things over. At that moment, Dong Qian quietly tugged on Lin Yufan's sleeve and whispered an introduction. You've met Tong Hyo already, so no need for that. The tall, skinny man is Tang Yunsheng from the Tang family in the northern district. He's a son-in-law, married into the family, but the Tang family is powerful, and their connections run deep, so they're a force to be reckoned with here. The fat guy is Peng Hai, a former mercenary. He's got a bunch of ex-mercenaries working under him, and he runs a security company. It's rumored he's backed by a major family from another province. As for that seductive woman, she's a widow. I don't know her real name, but everyone calls her Sister Hong. She owns almost all the nightclubs in the northern district, and some big shots from other provinces have their eyes on her. She's not someone to be taken lightly. A widow? No way. I can tell just by looking at her she's still a virgin, Lin Yufan muttered suspiciously. Maybe her husband wasn't able to perform, and then died young? As soon as Lin Yufan finished speaking, he felt a cold, sharp gaze lock onto him. It was Sister Hong, the very woman he had just been talking about. She was now staring at him with an alluring, almost predatory look. When she saw him glance her way, she licked her lips and flirtatiously winked at him. Shameless. Dong Qian, who had noticed from her angle, muttered in disgust. She leaned in close to Lin Yufan and whispered, Master, don't tell me you actually like that kind of shameless woman? Well. Lin Yufan found himself at a loss for words. Honestly, most men would probably find such a seductive woman hard to resist. You've got terrible taste. Dong Qian huffed when Lin Yufan didn't deny it and shifted further away from him. Let's draw lots. Tong Hyo signaled his men to bring out a bamboo tube containing 4 sticks, each marked with a red number. There were 2 number 1s and 2 number 2s. Whoever drew the 2 number 1 sticks would fight in the first match, while those with number 2 would fight in the second. After drawing lots, Peng Hai and Tang Yunsheng got the first match, while Tong Hyo and Sister Hong would face off in the second. Clear the ring. Tong Hyo sat down and pressed a red button next to his seat. Immediately, the platform in the ring began to rise. The 2 fighters who had been battling in the ring were abruptly interrupted as a huge figure leaped onto the stage. With just 2 powerful punches, he knocked both fighters out of the ring. Jinggang! 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 The crowd erupted into cheers at the sight of the towering man who now stood in the ring. Jinggang, as his name suggested, stood at 6'3", his massive frame like an imposing tower dominating the stage. Suddenly a shorter fighter jumped onto the ring. Standing at only around 5'7", his body was packed with tightly coiled muscles, and his bronzed fists were covered in thick calluses, exuding an aura of explosive power. This is the fighter I brought in last month from abroad. His name is Bada, and he's trained in ancient Muay Thai since childhood. He's undefeated, Tang Yunsheng said, a confident smile curling on his lips. Ancient Muay Thai. What a flashy name. My man Jinggang is a professionally trained ex-mercenary who doesn't even bat an eye at 20 or 30 opponents. That foreigner is nothing to worry about, Peng Hai scoffed, unimpressed. As he spoke, he picked up a walkie-talkie and commanded, "Take that little guy out." "We'll see." Tang Yunsheng chuckled and said no more. With a wave from the referee, the fight officially began. Boom! 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 Jinggang charged forward first, launching a barrage of powerful punches with the speed and force of a tidal wave. Each blow sliced through the air, packed with immense strength. However, Bada didn't try to block the punches head-on. Instead, he dodged, ducking and weaving around each strike with ease. As soon as Jinggang's combination ended, Bada found an opening and struck with a direct punch to Jinggang's armpit. Jinggang's face twisted in pain as he staggered back several steps, his left arm now hanging limply at his side. Seeing this, Bada surged forward, raining down punches like a relentless storm. Bam, bam, bam. The continuous sound of blows echoed through the arena, igniting the crowd's excitement. Jinggang was struck with over 10 punches in rapid succession, his face showing clear signs of agony. That's ruthless. Peng Hai muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. As a former mercenary, he immediately recognized that Bada was targeting the same spot repeatedly. Even with Jinggang's impressive defense, The same area being attacked so many times in such a short span of time was too much to withstand. Crack. With a final leap, Bada brought his knee crashing into Jingang's jaw, and the sickening sound of bones breaking filled the air. Blood sprayed from Jingang's mouth as he collapsed backward. Thud. With a heavy thump, Jingang hit the ground, unconscious. TSK, Peng Lao Go, your Jingang is weaker than I expected. Bada wasn't even going all out, and he's already down, Tang Yunsheng said with a smug grin. Peng Hei's face was dark with anger, but he grunted and threw a document folder at Tang Yunsheng. This year, the construction materials business in the Northern District is yours. Though he was furious, Peng Hai still abided by the terms of their bet and handed over the contract. Tang Yunsheng, smiling victoriously, handed the folder to one of his bodyguards without a word. Master, this is too brutal. Maybe you should just forfeit, Dong Qianqian said, her face pale. Despite being annoyed earlier at Lin Yufan's interest in Sister Hong, she couldn't bear the thought of watching him get hurt, let alone killed. Brutal? This is child's play. Not even worth mentioning, Lin Yufan replied with a light chuckle, completely unfazed. Hearing Lin Yufan's confident tone, Tong Hu, who had been worried, felt somewhat reassured. It's your turn now. Whether you can win the million and secure the land in the Northern District is up to you, Tong Hu said, reminding Lin Yufan. Your opponent is a woman, but don't underestimate her. Without bothering to respond, Lin Yufan turned and walked out of the VIP box. As he approached the ring on the first floor, he noticed Bada sitting off to the side, drinking water. When Bada saw Lin Yufan approaching, he gave him a mocking grin and made a throat-slitting gesture. Lin Yufan ignored him and instead focused on the woman who had quietly taken her place in the ring. She wore all black, her face hidden behind a silver mask. Though her appearance was obscured, her figure was well proportioned, with curves in all the right places. Lin Yufan stepped into the ring and smiled at her. I don't like fighting women. How about you just forfeit? The woman didn't respond, her eyes cold and focused as she stared him down. As the referee signaled the start of the fight, the woman suddenly lunged at him. With a sigh, Lin Yufan said, I'm not the type to hurt a woman, but since you insist, I'll try to be gentle. Before he could finish, the woman was already closing in. When they were just a meter apart, she leaped into the air, delivering a series of rapid kicks. Lin Yufan was surprised by her leg strength, but he easily dodged each of her attacks. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she swept her leg toward him in a wide arc. Lin Yufan jumped to avoid the sweep, but in the next instant, the woman drew a sharp blade from her waist and thrust it toward his chest. The blade was aimed directly at Lin Yufan's heart. If it struck, he would be killed instantly. Up on the second floor, Dong Qianqian watched in horror, her face draining of all color. She looked as if the life had been sucked out of her. This kid is doomed. Sister Hong's eyes gleamed with a cold, murderous intent. Though her fighter Silver Fox wasn't as strong as Jingang, her viciousness was on par with Bada's. Plus, Silver Fox had hidden weapons all over her body, and even if Lin Yufan managed to dodge one strike, he'd be hard-pressed to avoid all her lethal moves. Isn't this just a match? Do you really need to go so far as to kill someone? Dong Qianqian couldn't hold back and snapped at Sister Hong. Little girl, this is a fight to the death. I'll let it slide because you're young and don't know better, but remember, loose lips invite trouble. Sister Hong glanced at Dong Qianqian with a frosty gaze, her seductive eyes filled with icy malice. Dong Qianqian trembled and instinctively took 2 steps back, her body shaking with fear. As the two women exchanged words, a strange scene unfolded in the ring. Lin Yufan's right hand darted out like lightning, grabbing Silver Fox's wrist, effortlessly neutralizing the danger. Silver Fox's eyes flashed with surprise, but the next second, she suddenly opened her mouth, spitting out a silver needle. The needle shot through the air like a streak of light, piercing Lin Yufan's shoulder. He felt a brief numbness in his shoulder and instinctively let go of her wrist. As soon as his grip loosened, Silver Fox lunged at him with her dagger, aiming for his chest. Bang! Just as the blade was about to pierce his chest, less than a centimeter away, Silver Fox was suddenly hurled backward by an invisible force. She flipped several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. How? How is that possible? Silver Fox, now lying on the ground, looked at Lin Yufan in shock, just as he calmly retracted his palm. I've been holding back, and yet you keep trying to kill me. Don't you think that's a bit much? Lin Yufan's voice was filled with irritation. He had deliberately shown mercy because his opponent was a woman, yet she continued to attempt lethal strikes. This was crossing the line. Enough talk. Go to hell. Silver Fox's eyes went cold as she sprang back up, gripping her dagger tightly and charging at him again. Lin Yufan sighed, realizing there was no reasoning with her. He would have to overpower her completely to make her yield. Whoosh! Lin Yufan moved. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Silver Fox. Before she could react, his right hand shot out, and with 2 swift taps to her chest, her body went limp. In an instant, Silver Fox felt all her strength leave her, her muscles turning weak and unresponsive. Even holding onto the dagger became impossible. Clink! The dagger clattered to the ground, and Lin Yufan effortlessly picked her up by the collar, lifting her as if she were a kitten. Come on, you're a woman. Wouldn't it be better to settle down, find a man, and have a family instead of all this fighting and killing? Go on, get out of here. Lin Yufan walked to the edge of the ring and tossed her out. According to the rules, being thrown out of the ring meant a loss. Everyone was stunned. They had just watched Lin Yufan casually toss Silver Fox out of the ring like it was nothing. Sister Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Her most skilled fighter had been thrown out of the ring so easily. This was far too casual. Yay! Dong Qian cheered with joy when Lin Yufan won. But when Sister Hong shot her a sharp glare, she quickly clamped her hands over her mouth, not daring to make another sound. Sister Hong, I won't hesitate to accept 50% of your profits from your clubs this year. Tong Hu beamed, his face brimming with satisfaction. Sister Hong's nightclubs made hundreds of thousands a night, and over the course of a year, the amount was staggering. Knowing that half of that fortune would soon be his made Tong Hu break into laughter. A bet's a bet. Starting tomorrow your people can come to collect the money from my clubs every day. Sister Hong snorted, her face dark with anger. Just then, something unexpected happened. Silver Fox, who had been tossed out of the ring and was struggling to make her way back to the rest area, suddenly found herself under attack. Bada, who had been sitting on the sidelines, sprang to his feet and struck her with a powerful punch to the side of her face. Following that, he leaped up and delivered a crushing kick to her lower back. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply through the air. Silver Fox didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground, motionless, her fate uncertain. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Tang Yunxing, what is the meaning of this? Sister Hong's eyes turned bloodshot as she glared at Tang Yunxing. Tang Yunxing simply laughed and replied, apologies, apologies. Bada's from abroad and doesn't know how things work here. I'll pay for the damages. Pay? What can you pay with? Silver Fox is like a sister to me. If anything happens to her, I swear, I'll take your life. Sister Hong roared, her chest heaving with fury. The sight of her heaving bosom drew the eyes of many men in the VIP box. Sister Hong, you're being unreasonable, she's just a fighter. Is she really worth risking your life over, or do you think my Tang family is weak enough to bully? Tang Yunxing's smile faded, replaced by a sinister expression. I'll remember this, Tang Yunxing. You'd better hope I never get the chance to take you down, because I'll make you wish you were dead. Sister Hong, visibly calming down, shot him a deadly glare before storming out of the box. Well done, Tang Yunxing. Tong Hu and Peng Hai both gave him a thumbs up as soon as Sister Hong left. With Silver Fox, Sister Hong's best fighter, taken out of the equation, her influence had been severely weakened. Any future fight she organized would no longer be a threat. Too kind, Tang Yunxing said, clasping his hands together with a smug smile. Dong Qian watched the scene unfold, her heart gripped by fear. She suddenly felt like she was trapped in a den of tigers. For some reason she began to hope Lin Yufan would come back soon, because only by his side did she feel safe. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan had jumped down from the ring and hurried over to check on Silver Fox. He crouched beside her to examine her injuries. Get away from her! Sister Hong rushed back, shouting at him. Her spine is broken. You should get a stretcher and move her carefully, or her life could be in danger. Also, this is a special healing ointment that works wonders on bone injuries. Apply it once a day for 7 days, and she should recover about 70 or 80%. Lin Yufan said calmly as he pulled out some ointment from his pocket. Back when he lived in the mountains, he was often beaten so badly by his old master that his bones would break. Each time the old man would give him this very ointment, which had miraculous healing properties. Even though he could now defeat his master, Lin Yufan had never given up the habit of carrying the ointment with him, and today, it had come in handy. Sister Hong's fury dissipated slightly as she listened to Lin Yufan's advice. Thank you, she said, accepting the ointment before calling for a stretcher to carry Silver Fox to the ambulance. After a 10-minute break, the final match of the night was about to begin. Although Sister Hong had planned to accompany Silver Fox to the hospital, She decided to stay and see if Lin Yufan could avenge her. Just before the fight, Sister Hong leaned close to Lin Yufan and whispered, "Little brother, if you can kill Bada, I'll grant you any wish. Remember, I mean any wish." "Any wish? Including warming my bed?" Lin Yufan grinned. "You're quite greedy, little brother." Sister Hong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Yufan to be so bold. In Nanxi City, many men desired her, but none had ever been so upfront about it. Lin Yufan was the first. With a righteous tone, Lin Yufan explained, "This isn't greed, it's just a simple appreciation for beautiful things. But you should know, forcing something won't make it sweet," Sister Hong teased with a seductive smile. She found this young man amusing, different from the usual men she encountered. "Forcing it might not make it sweet, but it does quench your thirst," Lin Yufan responded confidently. "Are you that thirsty?" Sister Hong asked, her eyes gleaming with a suggestive smile. "I'm not too thirsty," Lin Yufan replied, "just feeling a bit heated. I figured some refreshment might cool me down." "All right," Sister Hong said with a grin, "if you can really take down Bada, I'll fulfill your wish and warm your bed. But then," she quickly added, "however, if you can't, you'll have to agree to one condition of mine. Otherwise it wouldn't be fair to me." Curious, Lin Yufan asked, "What condition?" "I want you to leave Tonghu and work for me." "How about that?" Sister Hong's eyes narrowed, a crafty look flashing in her gaze. Lin Yufan chuckled, "Sister, if I work for you reluctantly, do you think I'd get the job done well? After all, forced things aren't sweet, remember?" "That's fine," Sister Hong purred. "I actually enjoy forcing things." As she spoke, she made a suggestive gesture with her delicate hand, as if grabbing something, even licking her lips provocatively. "You little seductress." Lin Yufan blushed slightly, unable to hide his embarrassment. He spat lightly in jest and walked toward the ring. Before stepping into the ring, Lin Yufan called out loudly, "Deal." Watching him leave, Sister Hong couldn't help but marvel. "Do all young men these days have such nerve?" she thought. "He wants me to warm his bed? Let's see if he dares to actually come for it." Shaking her head with a faint smile, Sister Hong returned to the VIP box on the second floor. Tong Hu and the others greeted her with teasing smiles, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in their expressions. Sister Hong didn't seem to mind, as her focus was now on hoping Lin Yufan could defeat Bada and avenge her fallen comrade. Meanwhile, Bada had already jumped into the ring. Seeing Lin Yufan step up, he hunched over, threw a few quick punches into the air, and then flipped Lin Yufan off. "Foolish monkey," Lin Yufan thought, rolling his eyes. Bada looked like an ape that hadn't fully evolved. With a signal from the referee, the final match began. Bada moved side to side, his body swaying as he inched closer to Lin Yufan, searching for an opening. But Lin Yufan stood still, watching him with an expression as if he were looking at an ant. Frustrated by Lin Yufan's lack of movement, Bada lost his patience and launched an exploratory attack. He threw a feint with his left hand, followed by a swift right hook aimed at Lin Yufan's chin. Bada's punch was lightning fast, almost too fast to see. "Too slow," Lin Yufan murmured. "And not strong enough." Shaking his head, Lin Yufan lifted his leg and delivered a simple yet incredibly fast kick. Before Bada could react, Lin Yufan's foot struck his abdomen with tremendous force. Bada grunted in pain and instinctively tried to retreat. But before he could get far, a gust of wind brushed his face. Lin Yufan's fist was already closing in, and with a resounding bang, it smashed into Bada's face. Blood spurted from Bada's nose, and several of his yellowed teeth flew out. His head snapped back, and he collapsed to the ground, momentarily dazed. Bada attempted to stand, but Lin Yufan's foot pressed firmly against his chest, pinning him back down. "I hate men who hit women, and you not only hit women but also attack from behind. Learn your lesson and don't repeat this in your next life." Lin Yufan's eyes gleamed coldly as he raised his right leg and then brought it down with immense force. The stomp broke Bada's ribs with a sickening crack, crushing his internal organs. Bada coughed up a fountain of blood, splattering it nearly a meter high. The audience was stunned into silence. Even in the VIP box, the once confident and smug faces were now filled with shock. Bada, who had easily defeated the formidable Jingang moments earlier, had been reduced to a lifeless form on the ground in just a few seconds, crushed as if he were an ant under Lin Yufan's foot. The reversal was so abrupt that no one could process it right away. Everyone had expected a fierce, drawn-out battle. Instead, it had been a one-sided slaughter. "Victory is clear. Referee, announce the result," Lin Yufan said calmly as he walked off the stage with a casual swagger. It was only then that the audience came to their senses. They wanted to cheer but realized they didn't know Lin Yufan's name or any nickname to call him. The atmosphere became strangely awkward. Back in the VIP box, Sister Hong's icy expression melted into one of satisfaction as she cheered, "Well done. Killed him perfectly." Tong Hu burst into loud, jubilant laughter, while Tang Yunsheng's face darkened with displeasure. He glared at Lin Yufan, as if memorizing every detail of the man who had humiliated him. Tang Yunsheng stood abruptly and announced, "The quota for this year, the one the Tang family secured, will go to you. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he left the box, his face grim. As he reached the door, he crossed paths with Lin Yufan. Their eyes met briefly before Tang Yunsheng sneered, "Kid, I'll remember you." "Why remember me? I'm not interested in men," Lin Yufan replied with a grin. "Threats?" Lin Yufan wasn't the kind of person to be intimidated by threats. In fact, anyone who tried to threaten him would likely regret it. Tang Yunsheng snorted, then stormed off with his bodyguards. As soon as Lin Yufan entered the box, Dong Qianqian rushed over, jumping up to hug him tightly. "You're amazing, master. I was so worried, but you won." Lin Yufan felt her soft figure pressing against him, making it difficult to breathe. "Hey, if you hug me any tighter, you'll suffocate me." "Oops, sorry." Dong Qianqian blushed, quickly letting go. Sister Hong, who was preparing to leave, passed by Lin Yufan on her way out. She threw him a flirtatious wink and said, "Little brother, I live at Crystal Palace. If you ever want me to warm your bed, come find me." Seductress. Dong Qianqian puffed out her cheeks in frustration. As soon as the words left her mouth, Sister Hong's eyes flashed coldly, and she shot a sharp look at Dong Qianqian, making her quickly hide behind Lin Yufan. Hee. Little brother, young girls may be a bit too inexperienced. Maybe it's time to try something new and discover a whole new world. Sister Hong teased as she walked up to Lin Yufan, her body nearly brushing against his as she stepped even closer. "Little brother, my doors are always open for you," she whispered seductively, her breath soft against Lin Yufan's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. With that, Sister Hong turned and swayed her hips as she left the room. "Master, you don't really like that vixen, do you?" Dong Qianqian couldn't help but ask once Sister Hong had gone. Women like her are like a fine, aged liquor. Every man wants a taste, to drink until he's completely intoxicated, Lin Yufan admitted openly. As a man, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by a woman like Sister Hong radiating allure and seduction. Any man would find such temptation hard to resist. Just be careful that this drink isn't poisoned. One sip might be enough to rot your insides, Dong Qianqian grumbled in annoyance. Seeing her discontented face, Lin Yufan just smiled without saying anything. At that moment, Tong Hu walked over beaming. "Little brother, you didn't let me down. I'm a man of my word. Here's the 1 million in compensation, and regarding the city-village land, I'll contact this young lady's father soon." Tong Hu handed Lin Yufan a check. Lin Yufan took it without hesitation. Though he wasn't in desperate need of money, what he earned through his efforts was his to take. After pocketing the money, Lin Yufan was ready to head out. After all, his sister Yunxi was waiting for him back home to give her a massage. "Wait a moment, little brother." Tong Hu quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Here's my card. Let's stay in touch. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and consider that Ben's outside as a gift from me." Lin Yufan, in a rush to leave, didn't refuse the gesture. He pocketed the card and left. An hour later, Dong Qianqian dropped Lin Yufan off at the villa. "Even though I was in a hurry, you should be more careful while driving. You almost caused an accident back there," Lin Yufan reminded her as he stepped out of the car. "None of your business." Dong Qianqian huffed, slamming the gas pedal and speeding off in a cloud of dust. Lin Yufan scowled. This girl was something else. The second she had no more use for him, her attitude shifted. It seemed he'd need to put in some effort to teach her a thing or two in the future. When he entered the villa, he saw Gu Yunxi sitting in the living room. The TV was off, and it was clear she hadn't been watching anything. She had been waiting for him to come home. Her long, white legs were stretched out on the couch, and Lin Yufan couldn't help but gulp as he walked toward her. "Where have you been, Yufan?" Gu Yunxi asked with a teasing smile as she turned to face him. "I was helping someone with a favor," Lin Yufan replied instinctively. "It took a bit of time, but I didn't come home too late." "Oh? Was that someone a man or a woman?" Gu Yunxi continued to probe. "Whoa, man. Man." Lin Yufan quickly corrected himself, realizing how dangerous it would be if Yunxi got jealous. Gu Yunxi's face darkened as she stood up and walked toward him, leaning in close and sniffing his clothes. "You have 2 different kinds of perfume on you. Care to explain, Yufan?" she asked coldly, her tone like a wife interrogating her husband after a late night out. Panicked, Lin Yufan quickly explained. Yunxi, you've got it all wrong. They were just two overly excited women who hugged me. That's all. I didn't do anything inappropriate, I swear. Really? Gu Yunxi squinted suspiciously. Really? I swear on it. If I'm lying, may I never find a wife for the rest of my life, Lin Yufan said solemnly, as if swearing an oath. You. Gu Yunxi had almost believed him, but his ridiculous vow made her stamp her foot in frustration. I'm going to my room. You better take a shower and come give me that massage, she commanded before turning and heading upstairs. 5 minutes later, Lin Yufan, now wearing a bathrobe, knocked on Gu Yunxi's bedroom door. The door's open, come in, her voice rang out softly from inside, though still tinged with a bit of coldness, showing she hadn't fully forgiven him yet. Your personal masseur, number 520, reporting for duty. Lin Yufan joked with a bow as he entered. Though Gu Yunxi had been upset, she couldn't help but laugh at his silly antics. Still, she quickly put on a stern face and said, I want a full-body massage. If the service isn't good, you're not sleeping tonight. With that, she lay down on the bed, face down. Of course, Yunxi. Lin Yufan grinned as he climbed onto the bed. You've been working so hard lately, you must be exhausted. Let me start with your head. He began gently massaging her temples. 10 minutes later. You sit for too long, Yunxi. Turn over, and I'll work on your neck and back. Half an hour later. Relax, you're too tense. An hour later. Yunxi, why do you keep squirming? Is something bothering you? Why are you making those little noises? An hour and a half later, Gu Yunxi's face was flushed, and she spoke in a soft voice. Yufan, I'm tired now. Let's stop here for tonight. I need to sleep. All right, Yunxi. Do you want to continue tomorrow? Maybe. We'll see, she murmured, already closing her eyes. Lin Yufan lingered, debating if he should stay a little longer, but soon realized that Gu Yunxi had fallen asleep. Sighing, he decided it was best to leave her room quietly. After he left, Gu Yunxi opened her eyes, sneaking out of bed and tiptoeing into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the room. The next morning, Lin Yufan was deep in a blissful dream. In it, both Yunxi and Liangshu were competing for his affection, and the three of them ended up in a rather intimate situation. As he turned over in his sleep, he suddenly felt his hand land on something soft. A faint sound escaped from next to him. Startled, Lin Yufan opened his eyes, only to find someone else lying in his bed. His eyes widened in shock. Last night. Was it all just a dream, or did it actually happen? Fan, you're awake? Su Liangshu's cheeks flushed pink as she gazed at Lin Yufan with shy, affectionate eyes. Their current position was quite intimate. They were cuddled up together like lovers who had just spent the night together, completely at ease in each other's arms. Liangsu, what happened? Lin Yufan tried hard to recall what had happened the night before. He distinctly remembered leaving Yingxi's room and going straight to bed in his own room. But how did he wake up here, in Liangsu's bed? Fan, you were so bad last night, Su Liangshu murmured bashfully, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. What did I do last night? Lin Yufan felt his mind go blank. Are you really going to pretend you don't remember, Fan? Or do you just want to play dumb and act like nothing happened? Su Liangsu's delicate body trembled as her eyes grew misty with unshed tears, her gaze filled with hurt and confusion. No, I'm a responsible guy. I just, honestly don't remember what happened last night. Liangsu, can you tell me what exactly went on? Lin Yufan quickly tried to comfort her, pulling her into his embrace. As he held her, he couldn't help but notice how soft her body was, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance unique to a young woman. It was intoxicating. Last night I had a nightmare and woke up scared, so I went to your room. But I was sleeping soundly, and then your hand started misbehaving. You even kissed me. Su Liangsu's voice trailed off, growing quieter and quieter. Lin Yufan was utterly speechless. He couldn't recall any of this, but there wasn't a trace of guilt in his heart. Instead, he felt nothing but frustration. Damn it. How could I have slept so deeply? Did I really miss out on this? Lin Yufan felt like crying but had no tears. He had apparently taken full advantage, but he had no memory of it. Wasn't that just the worst kind of loss? Liangsu, I'm sorry if I was out of line last night. But hey, it's hard to control myself when a beautiful girl like you crawls into bed with me. It's only natural that I'd have strange dreams. Lin Yufan said, finally understanding why he had dreamt of such embarrassing things last night. It was all because of Liangshu. What kind of dream did you have, Fan? Su Liangsu asked curiously, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Not suitable for children. Lin Yufan's face flushed as he cleared his throat awkwardly. I'm not a child anymore, Fan. You don't believe me? Look for yourself. Su Liangsu suddenly straightened up, pushing her chest forward. Now, was Lin Yufan the type to take advantage of his sisters? Of course he was. He glanced down and sure enough, thought to himself, she's certainly grown up. Yep, definitely all grown up, Lin Yufan mused aloud, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The little girls who used to sneak into his bed at night had now blossomed into beautiful young women. He often found himself wishing he could go back up the mountain and settle things with that old master. It had been 15 years since they were separated. 15 long years. If they hadn't been torn apart back then, who knows? Maybe by now, all 7 sisters would be mothers to his children. Who are you talking to? Came Gyu Yunxi's voice from outside the room, interrupting his thoughts. At the same time, the door handle started to turn. Lin Yufan's face changed instantly. If Yunxi walked in and saw this, there would be no way to explain it. In a flash, Lin Yufan jumped out of bed and dashed to the door. Just as it opened, he leaned forward. Smooch. Gyu Yunxi's lips accidentally brushed against his cheek. Yunxi, what are you? Lin Yufan acted surprised, covering his cheek in feigned shock. Gyu Yunxi froze, her mind blank. Fan, I didn't mean to. It was you who. Before she could finish explaining, Lin Yufan grinned slyly and raised an eyebrow. Yunxi, if you wanted to kiss me, you could have just said so. Next time, let me make the first move. After all, these things are better when the guy takes the lead. Ugh, who wants to kiss you? Gyu Yunxi's face turned bright red as she shot him a glare before quickly turning and heading downstairs in embarrassment. Once she left, Lin Yufan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Liangsu. Liangsu, we'll talk about what happened last night later. You should go now. If Yunxi catches us like this, she'll definitely get the wrong idea. Su Liangsu giggled playfully. Let her misunderstand. I don't mind. Lin Yufan was speechless. Despite her words, Su Liangsu obediently got out of bed. She stretched lazily before slipping into her bunny slippers and bouncing out of the room. As she passed Lin Yufan, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Fan, I might have to go out of town to film in a few days. So, can I sleep in your room for the next few nights? Her voice was shy, and she fiddled with the hem of her clothes as she nervously glanced at Lin Yufan. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I don't think Yunxi would be too happy about that. Lin Yufan hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he very much did, but Yunxi could be possessive and easily jealous. She won't know. I'll go back to my room first, and once she's asleep I'll sneak over. Just like last night. Yunxi won't notice, Su Liangsu whispered with a mischievous smile. Well. Okay then, Lin Yufan gave in to the temptation. Fan, who are you talking to? Gu Yunxi's voice called again from the hallway. Before Lin Yufan could respond, Su Liangsu answered for him. I'm talking to him. Oh. Yu Yunxi came up the stairs, her gaze suspicious as she glanced between the two of them. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. With little time to dwell on it, she quickly changed and left for work. It wasn't until she was halfway to the office that the realization hit her. That sneaky Lin Yufan. There was definitely someone in his room. Gyu Yunxi slammed her hand on the steering wheel in frustration. And Liangsu, that sly fox, must have snuck into his room. Well, I'm not letting her win. Tonight, I'm going to his room too. An hour later, Su Liangsu also left the house for work. She had just signed a contract and was undergoing training in preparation for her upcoming filming project. Lin Yufan, feeling bored at home, thought about calling Dong Qian over for some company, but his mind couldn't help but wander back to yesterday's encounter with Sister Hong, especially when she said, "My doors are always open for you." The thought stirred something deep within him. Just as Lin Yufan was debating whether to contact Dong Qian or to seek out Sister Hong to claim her promise, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Master. We've identified the person who attacked Miss Ye. It's Chen Dong, a personal bodyguard of the richest man in Hong Kong. Chen Dong is a practitioner of Bajiquan, known for his brutal and powerful techniques. He's well known in the martial arts world of China. Additionally, we've confirmed that Chen Dong is currently a guest at the Tang family residence in Nanjing City. The call came from the head of intelligence at the Tianji Pavilion. Upon hearing the name, Lin Yufan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "So he's presented himself, has he? Good. You've done your part. Carry on with your duties." With that, Lin Yufan hung up. The memory of his sister Qingqing's injury still weighed heavily on his heart, and thinking about it pained him deeply. Now that he knew the man responsible was in Nanjing, he wasn't going to miss this chance to avenge her. He immediately set out for the Tang family estate. As soon as he stepped outside, a limited edition Rolls-Royce pulled up to the villa. Lin Yufan got into the car and, turning to Qin Ju, his driver and personal bodyguard, said, "Take me to the Tang residence in the northern part of the city." "Master, are you heading there to avenge Miss King Cheng?" Qin Ju asked as he glanced at Lin Yufan through the rearview mirror. "Why ask when you already know?" Lin Yufan responded, a little irritated. "If it's revenge on Chen Dong you're after, I suggest going straight to Crystal Palace." "Tang Yunsheng just took Chen Dong there," Qin Ju offered. "Crystal Palace? Isn't that Sister Hong's territory? What's Tang Yunsheng doing there?" Lin Yufan was puzzled. For years, the four major powers in the northern district have been vying for dominance, each wanting to eliminate the others and seize their resources and territory. The conflict between the Tang family and Ning Hongyan is particularly intense, with Ning Hongyan always plotting to destroy the Tang family. Qin Ju explained, "Tang Yunsheng going to the Crystal Palace? He's likely looking to stir up trouble with Ning Hongyan." Hearing this, Lin Yufan smirked. "Well then, let's head to the Crystal Palace first." An hour later, Lin Yufan and Qin Ju arrived at the Crystal Palace, a massive, 7-story entertainment complex, the largest in the northern district. On the 6th floor of the Crystal Palace, Ning Hongyan was lying on a white massage bed with her eyes closed, while 2 young female therapists were giving her a full body oil massage. Suddenly, a waitress rushed in with an anxious look on her face. "Sister Hong, bad news. Tang Yunsheng is here." "Tang Yunsheng had the nerve to come to my turf? Is he insane?" Ning Hongyan opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing in them. Tang Yunsheng was no ordinary adversary, he was the man who had killed her fiancé. 3 years ago, Ning Hongyan's fiancé had invested in the opening of the Crystal Palace. Together, they had turned it into the top entertainment venue in the northern district. But just 6 months after the grand opening, Tang Yunsheng had visited the Crystal Palace. Enamored by Ning Hongyan's beauty, he attempted to take advantage of her. Fortunately, her fiancé arrived in time to stop him and injured Tang Yunsheng. However, this incident led to Tang Yunsheng harboring a deep grudge. Not long after, Tang Yunsheng retaliated by having her fiancé beaten to death. While Ning Hongyan was still mourning, Tang Yunsheng even had the audacity to visit her, threatening to destroy the Crystal Palace unless she offered herself to him. Fearing the power of the Tang family, Ning Hongyan sought protection by building connections with influential figures from outside the province. This forced Tang Yunsheng to temporarily back down, but Ning Hongyan had never forgotten her vow to avenge her fiancé. Over the years, she had made numerous attempts on Tang Yunsheng's life, but his careful planning and constant bodyguard protection had thwarted her efforts. "Why has he come here now?" Ning Hongyan frowned, her expression darkening. The waitress hesitated, then finally blurted out, Tang Yunsheng said, "He wants you to clean yourself up and wait for him in bed." Ning Hongyan's face immediately turned icy, and she let out a cold snort. "That bastard, does he really think I wouldn't dare kill him here in my own domain?" "How many people did he bring with him?" she asked. "Just 5. 4 bodyguards and 1 middle-aged man dressed in martial arts attire. He's a new face, definitely not local," the waitress answered. "He's walked right into his own death trap, hasn't he?" Ning Hongyan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "Inform manager Wang that the Crystal Palace is closed for the day. Today, Tang Yunsheng dies. I'll have his life to avenge my fiancé." After getting dressed, Ning Hongyan and her men made their way to the 4th floor. Inside one of the luxurious private rooms on the 4th floor, Tang Yunsheng was lounging on a sofa, sipping tea with a relaxed air. Behind him, 4 bodyguards stood on high alert, surveying the surroundings. Next to him stood a middle-aged man dressed in black martial arts attire, arms crossed, eyes closed in silent meditation. "Tang Yunsheng, you've got some nerve coming to the Crystal Palace. Do you really think I won't kill you here?" Ning Hongyan stormed in with her entourage of more than 10 men. At the sight of his adversary, Tang Yunsheng simply smiled, his tone casual as he replied, "Kill me, Ning Hongyan? Do you really think you're capable? Just because you've got some backing from out-of-town bigwigs, you think I'd be afraid?" He leaned back with a smug grin. "I'll give you a choice: become my woman, and the Crystal Palace remains yours. Resist, and not only will you belong to me, but the Crystal Palace will soon bear my name as well." Tang Yunsheng crossed his legs arrogantly, his gaze brazenly trailing over Ning Hongyan's body, lingering on her long, fair legs with obvious desire. "Tang Yunsheng, you must be out of your mind." Ning Hongyan seethed with fury. "Even if I kill you here, I have 100 ways to make sure it never leads back to me. You had my fiancé murdered, and today, I'll repay that blood debt." What are you waiting for? Seize him. I want him torn to pieces. Ha ha ha. Kill me. Ning Hongyan, you're all talk. Did you really think I'd come here unprepared? Tang Yunsheng laughed heartily before turning to the man in the black martial arts attire. Master Chen, I'll leave this to you. Once it's done, the $1 million reward will be transferred to your account. No problem, young Master Tang. It'll only take a moment. Chen Dong opened his eyes, smiling as he bowed slightly. By now, Ning Hongyan's men were charging forward, and more than 30 other enforcers stood ready outside the room. But Chen Dong, with a look of disdain, rushed into the fray like a tiger among sheep. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed relentlessly through the room. In just a few minutes, all of Ning Hongyan's men, those who had charged in, and the guards waiting outside the private room, had been knocked to the ground. Some clutched their arms in agony, others held their legs, while a few spat out blood and fell silent. Master Chen, your Bajiquan is truly awe-inspiring. Tang Yunsheng's face lit up with admiration as he watched Chen Dong effortlessly take down all of Ning Hongyan's men. With a fighter like Chen Dong by his side, there was no one in Nanjing he couldn't cross. Chen Dong smiled faintly. You flatter me, Mr. Tang. That was just a warm-up. These guys weren't nearly enough to show my true abilities. Tang Yunsheng was stunned. He had just witnessed one man defeat 50 opponents without a scratch, and this wasn't even Chen Dong's full strength. The thought of what he was truly capable of sent a chill down his spine. Master Chen, you truly are a legend in the Chinese martial arts world. I, Tang Yunsheng, bow in admiration. Tang Yunsheng stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Dong. Chen Dong smiled, humbly replying, I'm merely fulfilling my duty. Your father, Mr. Tang from Hong Kong, asked me to ensure your safety. Since I've made a promise, I won't break it. Excellent. With Master Chen on my side, I will rule over Nanjing City. Who would dare oppose me? Tang Yunsheng boasted, already envisioning his dominance. But his ambitions were abruptly interrupted by Ning Hongyan, who glared at him with icy resolve. Tang Yunsheng, do you really think one martial arts master can let you run rampant in Nanjing? Ning Hongyan sneered. From her waist, she suddenly pulled out a silver handgun. Her eyes burned with fury as she aimed the gun at Tang Yunsheng. You had my fiancé killed. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. Tang Yunsheng broke into a cold sweat, his confident demeanor faltering. Ning Hongyan, have you lost your mind? Killing someone is illegal. You'll be jailed or executed. Chen Dong's expression grew serious at the sight of the gun. Miss Ning, if you want to kill Mr. Tang, you'll have to go through me first. Ning Hongyan laughed coldly. You? Just a martial artist. Do you really think your fists can beat my gun? Without hesitation, she aimed the gun at Chen Dong and pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and everyone thought Chen Dong was finished. But to their shock, he swiftly sidestepped the bullet, dodging it entirely. Ning Hongyan froze. Dodging bullets? That was something she had only seen in movies, and yet here it was, happening before her very eyes. Now's my chance. Chen Dong, having been watching Ning Hongyan closely, saw her momentary shock and lunged forward. Master Chen, you're incredible. Tang Yunsheng cheered, his voice bringing Ning Hongyan back to reality. She fired 2 more shots. Chen Dong dodged the first bullet, but the second grazed his shoulder. As the sound of gunfire echoed through the room, only a meter or so separated Chen Dong and Ning Hongyan. She was sure that her next shot would kill him. But suddenly, Chen Dong made his move. Bajiquan Mountain Crash. With a low growl, Chen Dong stepped forward, using his momentum and the power from his waist to slam into Ning Hongyan. Bang! Ning Hongyan was sent flying, her handgun clattering to the ground. She hit the floor, the force of the blow making her feel as though her organs had shifted inside her body. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Through the pain, she looked up at Chen Dong, her eyes filled with bitterness. If you kill him for me, I'll pay you double whatever he's offering. Chen Dong laughed. Money? Miss Ning, you insult me. I may be poor, but I'm not one to sell my integrity for money. I'm protecting Mr. Tang out of loyalty, not for wealth. Though his tone was noble, there was a glimmer in Chen Dong's eyes that didn't escape Ning Hongyan's notice. 50 million. She spat out, gritting her teeth. Kill him, and I'll give you 50 million immediately. Chen Dong hesitated. Seeing this, Tang Yunsheng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Master Chen, whatever she offers I'll match. After all, she's just one woman. Once I've had my way with her, everything she owns will be mine. I'll make sure she keeps her promises. Chen Dong's hesitation disappeared. He bowed slightly to Tang Yunsheng. Thank you, Mr. Tang. The offer of money from both sides was tempting, But Tang Yunxing came with the backing of a powerful tycoon. For Chen Dong there was no contest, he'd rather have both money and powerful connections. Turning to Ning Hongyan, Chen Dong said gently, Miss Ning, Mr. Tang is a man who appreciates beauty. It would be wise to accept his offer. Ning Hongyan's face paled as she snarled, I'd rather die than end up with a scum like him. Resigned to her fate, a look of determination flickered across her face. Sensing her intent, Tang Yunxing shouted, Master Chen, stop her. She's trying to kill herself. But it was too late. Weak but resolute, Ning Hongyan grabbed a fruit knife from the floor and brought it toward her throat. Just as the blade touched her neck, a familiar voice called out from the doorway, followed by an invisible force that knocked the knife out of her hand. Sister Hong, have you forgotten that you promised to warm my bed? You can't go back on your word now. Lin Yufan walked into the room, Qinju by his side. Seeing Ning Hongyan injured, a flash of anger crossed Lin Yufan's face. To harm such a beautiful woman it was truly unforgivable. And now, with her hurt, their plans for her to warm his bed would surely be delayed. How aggravating. It's you! Ning Hongyan looked at him in surprise. You again? Tang Yunxing sneered. You made me lose a fight the other day, and now you dare show your face. Do you really think that just because you've got Tiger King backing you, I wouldn't dare kill you? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Tang Yunxing's narrowed eyes. If it weren't for Lin Yufan's sudden interference last time, the undisputed winner of the boxing match would have been Tang Yunxing. But because of Lin Yufan's appearance, he lost. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. Now that Tang Yunxing saw Lin Yufan again, he had no intention of letting him off easily. Someone's backing you? Upon hearing Tang Yunxing speak, Lin Yufan finally shifted his gaze away from Ning Hongyan. Looking at Tang Yunxing, whose face was filled with malice, Lin Yufan said, Are you confused? Do I, Lin Yufan, need anyone to back me up? And if I ever did, it would be someone like her backing me. He stressed the word backing as he spoke. Everyone present understood instantly. They were all adults, after all. Ning Hongyan's face regained a slight blush, while Tang Yunxing sneered coldly. You're about to die, and you're still trying to flirt? I have to admire your guts, kid. But let me tell you, you're not getting any chances with her. Don't worry, though, I'll let you watch as I play with her before you die. As Tang Yunxing spoke, a lewd grin spread across his face. Whether I get a chance or not is up to her, not you. Lin Yufan pointed at Ning Hongyan and then said to her, Sister, do you think I have a chance? If you kill him for me, I'll give you that chance, Ning Hongyan said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yufan glanced at her, lying on her side on the ground. Because she was wearing a kipao, her posture emphasized her graceful curves. However, what really caught Lin Yufan's eye was her long, smooth legs, so pale they almost seemed to glow. Looking at those legs, Lin Yufan silently thought to himself, if we were in the mountains, I could spend a whole year just with those legs. All right, sister. You better keep your word. Lin Yufan chuckled mischievously. Then, his smile vanished, and he turned toward Tang Yunxing, saying, I'll kill him now, so while I'm doing that, you've got a tiny bit of time to prepare your last words. Tang Yunxing burst out laughing when he heard this. Not only him, but the 4 bodyguards behind him couldn't help but laugh as well. Had they not seen Chen Dong in action earlier, they might not have found it so funny. But after witnessing Chen Dong's prowess, they believed that even a glance from him could kill someone like Lin Yufan. Tang Yunxing turned to Chen Dong and asked with a straight face, Master Chen, this guy says he's going to kill you. What do you think? A hint of shame and anger flashed across Chen Dong's face as he scoffed, Brat, you talk big for someone so young. Kill me? With what? What skill do you possibly have to kill me? I'll use this. Wouldn't want to get my hands dirty, Lin Yufan replied, glancing around before spotting the fruit knife Ning Hongyan had earlier planned to use to end her life. He walked straight over, brushing past Chen Dong as he did so. He bent down, picked up the fruit knife, and in one swift motion, stabbed it straight into Chen Dong's abdomen. Caught off guard, Chen Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. Brat! You've got no sense of honor, sneaking up on me like that. Chen Dong shouted in pain as he turned to attack Lin Yufan, but Lin had already pulled out the knife and taken 2 steps back. Chen Dong clutched his wound, staring furiously at Lin Yufan. He never imagined that this guy would strike so suddenly, and with such deadly precision, aiming right for his kidney. I came to kill you, not to duel. Why would I need to play fair? Besides, didn't you just try to hurt this lady? Where was your honor then? Lin Yufan grinned wickedly. You? Chen Dong was momentarily speechless, clenching his teeth as he growled, "You may have a sharp tongue, but soon I'll knock all your teeth out, skin you alive and make you beg for death." At that moment, Chen Dong's murderous intent was clear. But just as he finished speaking, he felt an overwhelming, suffocating aura radiate from Lin Yufan. At the same time, an icy killing intent locked onto him, freezing him in place. Deep in his heart, a terrifying realization hit him: he was nothing more than an ant, while Lin Yufan stood before him like an unmovable mountain. "Biu." Chen Dong tried to ask who Lin Yufan really was, but before he could get the words out, Lin's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. In the next second, he felt a series of cold sensations across his body, as if he were standing naked in a downpour. "Killing you with one strike would be too easy." Lin Yufan's voice came from behind him. Chen Dong instinctively tried to turn around, but the moment he moved, his clothes split open, and blood started pouring from the cuts. "I want you to feel your life slipping away slowly, to die in agony and despair. In your next life, don't go hurting others, especially not my beloved sister." Lin Yufan casually waved the fruit knife in his hand, which was spotless, with no trace of blood. But Chen Dong's body was now covered with hundreds of identical wounds, each cut precisely to the same depth. The skill and speed required for such precision left everyone present speechless. To think, I once thought the Lord was merely my equal. I never imagined his strength would be this terrifying. Even the old master might not have been able to pull off what he just did, Qinju whispered, awestruck by the display of power. You. Chen Dong tried to say something, but the excruciating pain from his wounds and the stab to his kidney made it impossible for him to stay on his feet. He collapsed onto the ground, a pool of blood quickly forming around him. His breath grew weaker as his life slowly ebbed away. His consciousness blurred, but the searing pain still tormented him. On the other side, Tang Yunsheng stood frozen, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. The mighty Chen Dong, who had seemed unbeatable, was taken down in an instant by Lin Yufan. "Have you thought of your last words?" Lin Yufan asked, twirling the fruit knife as his eyes fixed on Tang Yunsheng. Tang Yunsheng's face turned ghostly pale, drained of all color. Ah! Suddenly, Ning Hongyan's face flushed red, and she started coughing violently. As she coughed, a streak of bright red blood dribbled down from the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to wipe it away, Lin Yufan stepped forward and beat her to it, pulling out a tissue to gently wipe the blood from her lips. "You've got some internal injuries, huh? Let me help clean that up, little brother's here to assist." As he spoke, Lin Yufan carefully wiped the blood from her mouth. "Little brother?" Ning Hongyan was taken aback, then her face flushed a deep red. She shot him a glance and teased, "You brat, still making jokes at a time like this?" "I'm just telling the truth," Lin Yufan replied with a grin. Not far away, Tang Yunsheng had recovered from his shock. His face turned cold, and he shouted harshly, "Kid, you might have some skill, but do you even know who I am? Just because this bitch wants you to kill me, do you really plan to? Do you know what will happen if you do? I am the son-in-law of the Tang family. If I die, they won't let you go. Is it worth making an enemy of the Tang family over one woman?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Hongyan's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Lin Yufan, her eyes filled with concern. "Little brother, the Tang family is not someone you can afford to offend. I appreciate your help today, but let me deal with the aftermath on my own." Lin Yufan smiled and asked, "Is the Tang family really that powerful?" "The Tang family has assets worth billions. They're a huge business, but more importantly, they have a complex network of connections, even in Hong Kong and Beijing. I once thought about bringing them down, but..." Sigh. Ning Hongyan explained in a low voice. "A big, rich family, huh?" Lin Yufan turned to Qinju and instructed, "I want to hear about the Tang family's bankruptcy in 10 minutes. "Yes, sir." Qinju bowed, then stepped outside the room to make a phone call. 10 minutes to bankrupt the Tang family? Kid, you're full of it, Tang Yunsheng sneered. The Tang family had been rooted in the northern part of the city for over a decade, with numerous businesses. Even if a few of them failed, it wouldn't lead to bankruptcy. And besides, with their connections, the Tang family wouldn't fall that easily. "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Yufan said, ignoring Tang Yunsheng. He helped Ning Hongyan to her feet and led her to the nearby sofa. Ning Hongyan thought he was going to help her sit down, but to her surprise, Lin Yufan sat down first, and then pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arm around her slim waist. The intimate posture. The unmistakable scent of masculinity. Even someone as confident and experienced as Ning Hongyan felt a bit embarrassed. "Little brother, how heartless. I'm injured, and you're still trying to take advantage of me?" Ning Hongyan gave him a sulky look, her eyes accusing him like he was a heartless rogue. Little vixen. Lin Yufan thought to himself, but on the surface he remained serious. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm just helping you heal. Heal? Is this how you do it? Ning Hongyan rolled her eyes at him, but since her body was weak she didn't resist. She simply gave up, letting Lin Yufan hold her. Just when she thought he was about to take advantage of her, she felt his hand gently press against her back. The next second, a surge of warm energy flowed from Lin Yufan's palm into her body. Ning Hongyan looked up at him, unsure of what to say. Strangely enough, the pain in her internal organs began to ease as Lin Yufan's palm stayed on her back. Soon, the pain disappeared completely. After 5 minutes, Ning Hongyan felt no pain at all. In fact, she felt full of energy. Lin Yufan opened his eyes and smiled. How are you feeling? Better? How did you do that? Ning Hongyan asked in disbelief, staring at Lin Yufan. She couldn't believe what had just happened, it was beyond anything she thought possible. It's a secret. Lin Yufan grinned, sliding his hand down to her leg. You pervert. Ning Hongyan blushed, giving Lin Yufan a seductive glance, which almost made him lose control. At that moment, King Ju re-entered the room. According to your instructions, the Tang family has declared bankruptcy. The news will spread in 3 minutes at the latest, Kyunju reported with a bow. Keep up the act. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Tang Yunsheng sneered. But as soon as he finished, his phone rang. He glanced nervously at Lin Yufan, knowing his life was in the other man's hands. Lin Yufan smiled. What are you waiting for? Pick up the phone. Maybe your wife's calling to tell you to start packing. Tang Yunsheng scoffed and answered the call. Almost immediately, his wife's panicked voice came through the phone. Yunsheng, something terrible has happened. Our family is being targeted. Almost all of our businesses are collapsing, and the bank is demanding repayment. Your father just announced that the company is bankrupt. The Tang family. We're done for. Tang Yunsheng's face turned pale with horror. He didn't respond to his wife but stared at Lin Yufan with fear in his eyes. Did you do this? Didn't you say killing you would provoke the Tang family? Now that they've fallen, what else do you have left? Lin Yufan asked, his tone mocking. Tang Yunsheng was speechless. The Tang family had been one of his trump cards, but he still had one bigger card to play. It was the very reason the Tang family had allowed him to marry in. But he couldn't reveal that to Lin Yufan. The Tang family really fell. Ning Hongyan was stunned. With just one command from Lin Yufan, a family that had dominated the northern city for over a decade was destroyed. It was unbelievable. Big sister, didn't you want revenge? Now's your chance. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help? Lin Yufan smiled and winked at Ning Hongyan. Her face flushed with excitement. She had waited over 3 years for this moment, and now, the opportunity had finally come. I'll do it myself. Ning Hongyan stood up, picked up the handmade pistol from the ground, aimed it, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 She fired 3 shots, emptying the gun. Tang Yunsheng collapsed into a pool of blood. His 4 bodyguards didn't dare move, they wouldn't risk challenging Lin Yufan. Xuanzi, I finally avenged you. Ning Hongyan whispered softly, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Tang Yunsheng's body lying in a pool of blood. After a long pause, she threw the gun away, crouched down, and began to sob uncontrollably. Lin Yufan thought about comforting her but felt it might not be the right moment. Just then, his sister Su Liangshu called. Brother Fan, we're having a company dinner tonight. There might be some drinking, and you know I can't handle alcohol. Could you come and help me out? I've already sent you the address in a text. Drinking? A girl like you shouldn't be drinking. Wait there, I'm coming right now. After hanging up, Lin Yufan glanced at Ning Hongyan, who was still lost in her grief. He decided not to disturb her and left with Qinju. Before long, Qinju drove Lin Yufan to the hotel. Following the address from Su Liangsu's message, Lin Yufan arrived at a private room on the 7th floor. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a group of people laughing, chatting and drinking. Among them were 2 men persistently offering drinks to Su Liangsu. Liangshu, as the lead actress in this drama, once it's released, you're definitely going to blow up. Here, let me toast to you, wishing the show great success. Yes, Liangshu, you're now the company's main focus. Let me offer you a drink. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? After all, I'm the scriptwriter. Both men kept finding excuses to get Su Liangshu to drink. She looked uncomfortable, and just at that moment, she saw Lin Yufan enter the room. Her face lit up, and she quickly stood up, waving him over. Brother Fan, come over here. Let me introduce him to everyone. This is Lin Yufan, my boyfriend. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone processed the word boyfriend. Then, many of them shot Lin Yufan envious glances. However, one person's face instantly darkened Zhou Yifan, the male lead of the show and a rising star in the industry. Nice to meet everyone. Lin Yufan greeted the group with a smile, then walked over to sit beside Su Liangsu. A girl sitting next to her quickly gave up her seat for him. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Yifan stood up with his glass and said, "Tonight's dinner is mainly to welcome Liangsu to the crew. Since she can't hold her liquor, how about her boyfriend drinks on her behalf? What do you all think?" "Yes. With such a lovely girlfriend, man. You're lucky. We've got to make sure you drink until you drop, no excuses. Lin Yufan, Liangshu brought you here to take her drinks, so you better be ready for it. If you want to date Liangshu, you've got to drink with us first, or we won't approve. Come on, let's drink." The group immediately began egging him on, their spirits already high from the alcohol. Su Liangshu tugged on Lin Yufan's sleeve, worried. "Brother Fan, if you can't handle it, don't push yourself. Don't get drunk." "Back down? There's no such thing as backing down in my dictionary." Lin Yufan replied confidently with a smile. "A drinking contest?" Back when he was in the mountains, he drank with the old master every night for over a decade. Thanks to his training, his physical endurance had improved so much that he hadn't been drunk in ages. Since everyone's asking, it'd be rude not to join in. "All right then, tonight, I'll drink to my heart's content with you all." Lin Yufan chuckled, picking up Su Liangsu's glass and downing it in one go. Seeing this, Su Liangsu blushed slightly. Was this an indirect kiss? Impressive. No wonder you're dating the star of our show. I like your style. Let me toast you. One of the crew members exclaimed, and the group's enthusiasm grew even stronger. As time passed, Lin Yufan faced round after round of drinks without showing any fear. One after another, he downed glass after glass, and before long, an hour had passed. Those who had been cheering to get Lin Yufan drunk had mostly slid under the table by now. Only Zhou Yifan remained, waiting for his chance to strike. Seeing that most of the other men were already drunk, Zhou Yifan finally stood up and raised his glass. "Brother Yufan, this drink's for you. Let's finish it together." He downed his glass in one go. From the outside it seemed like a straightforward gesture, but Lin Yufan noticed something sneaky. Zhou had spilled his drink, essentially drinking nothing but air. When Lin Yufan didn't pick up his glass, Zhou Yifan smirked and asked, "Brother Yufan, why aren't you drinking? What, do you not respect me?" "Why should I respect someone who cheats at drinking?" Lin Yufan replied bluntly, exposing Zhou Yifan's trick. The atmosphere in the room immediately shifted. The girls who had been chatting a moment ago fell silent. Zhou Yifan wasn't just any actor, he was the male lead in the company's new drama, and one of the rising stars the company was banking on for this year's success. Zhou Yifan's face darkened, and he forced a smile. "Lin Yufan, you've had too much to drink, haven't you?" "I know exactly how much I've had. But you, resorting to tricks during a simple drinking game, I can't respect that," Lin Yufan said, flipping his glass upside down, signaling that he wouldn't drink anymore. Zhou Yifan's face turned even darker. He sneered and said, "Lin Yufan, you're just Liangshu's boyfriend. She's not even famous yet, and even if she does make it big, what does that have to do with you? You're nothing but a loser. I offered you a drink out of respect for her, but don't think you deserve to sit at the same table as me." "Oh? Did I ask for your respect?" Lin Yufan smiled. "Who the hell do you think you are? You don't deserve to talk to me. Get out." Zhou Yifan shouted angrily, trying to kick Lin Yufan out of the room. Su Liangsu couldn't take it anymore. She stood up, holding onto Lin Yufan's arm. "Zhou Yifan, brother Fan is my boyfriend. If you kick him out, you're kicking me out too. And for the record, I don't need your so-called respect. You. Zhou Yifan was left speechless, his pride taking a hit. Several of the sober actresses quickly stepped in to mediate, easing the tension slightly. "Liangsu, I'm going to the restroom," Lin Yufan said, getting up and leaving the room. A few moments later, Zhou Yifan also excused himself to the restroom. As Lin Yufan was washing his hands, Zhou Yifan stormed in, blocking his path with a furious look on his face. "Lin Yufan, right? I've got my eyes on your girlfriend. If you're smart, you'll end things with her. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." "Hey, you want me to break up with Liangsu?" Lin Yufan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. "Why are you laughing? What right do you have to laugh? You're nothing but an ant at the bottom of society." Zhou Yifan sneered with contempt. As he spoke, he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and tossed it at Lin Yufan. There's 200,000 yuan on this card. Consider it compensation for breaking up with Liangshu. 200,000, how long would it take a poor kid like you to save up that much? Maybe 4 or 5 years. Lin Yufan replied, you think a mere 200,000 will make me leave Liangshu? Do you really think that's possible? What, you think it's too little? Do you really believe staying with Liangshu will lead to anything? Zhou Yifan laughed, amused. I already said it at dinner, Liangshu isn't famous yet, so she doesn't understand high society or know many successful young men. That's how you got lucky. But once she's a big star, all kinds of rich, successful men will come after her. Be honest with yourself. What do you, Lin Yufan, have to offer her? How could you ever compete with those billionaires? I'm giving you 200,000 because I pity you. Don't think for a second I'm trying to buy your cheap feelings. It's laughable. Zhou Yifan's words were harsh, but they made Lin Yufan think deeply. Just like Zhou Yifan said, the entertainment industry is a dirty place. Su Liangsu is pure and innocent now, but once she's immersed in that world, it will be hard for her to stay that way. Sure, she might like him now, but once she becomes a star, who can guarantee she'll still be the same? What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Zhou Yifan's lips curled into a smug smile as he saw Lin Yufan go quiet. He continued, it's okay to be poor. If you don't have money, you can work for it, but you must know your place. Ask yourself, are you really worthy of Liangshu? If you truly love her, you should want what's best for her. Liangshu can only be happy with me. I can give her the emotional support and career opportunities she needs. These are things you, a poor nobody, can't provide. Understand? How do you know I can't? Lin Yufan frowned. He had been thinking about Liangshu's future in the entertainment industry, but this guy seemed to think he was insecure. Ha ha ha. Provide for her. With what? Do you even know what connections are? Do you understand power? I'm not even talking about money here. Let me ask you this, what does Liangshu need to succeed in the entertainment industry? Zhou Yifan laughed, looking down at Lin Yufan with disdain. Lin Yufan stayed silent. He wasn't in the industry, so he had no clue about these things. Seeing that Lin Yufan had no answer, Zhou Yifan began answering his own question. A newcomer in the entertainment industry needs backing. That backing could be a godfather, an older brother, a boyfriend, or even a husband, but no matter what, one thing is certain, that person must have power and influence. Only with strong backing can an artist survive in this cutthroat industry and avoid being crushed by competitors or media companies. Now do you understand? I see now. Lin Yufan finally understood. Before, he had been worried about Liangshu being tainted by the entertainment industry, but after Zhou Yifan's explanation, he wasn't worried anymore. Power and influence? As the leader of Tianji Pavilion, how could he lack either? Now that you get it, just leave Liangshu. You two aren't from the same world. Why force yourselves to be together? Zhou Yifan continued to persuade Lin Yufan. Without warning, Lin Yufan shoved Zhou Yifan to the ground and, looking down at him, said, I was going to beat you up, but since you helped clarify things for me, I'll let you off this time. But don't even think about messing with Liangshu again. Next time, you won't be so lucky. You. Are you out of your mind? You think you can threaten me? Who do you think you are? Lin Yufan, if you're a man, don't run away. Zhou Yifan shouted, his anger boiling over. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Seeing that Lin Yufan didn't walk away, Zhou Yifan smirked. Do you know who I'm calling? It's Sister Hong, one of the 4 kings of the north. Sister Hong, ever heard of her? This is what connections and networks are about. I know powerful people, and they're willing to help me. By messing with me, you're messing with all of them. However, his phone call went unanswered, and the line disconnected automatically. Zhou Yifan shoved his phone back into his pocket and arrogantly said, Sister Hong must be busy right now. Looks like you're lucky. I'll give you a chance, kneel down, apologize and leave Liangshu. I'll forget that you pushed me just now. You were going to ask Sister Hong to deal with me? Lin Yufan asked, his face puzzled. What? Are you scared now? Zhou Yifan smirked. No. I'm not scared. I just think you're an idiot. Sister Hong owes me a favor, and she even promised to warm my bed. No matter how close you two are, I doubt she'd bother going against me for you. Hey ha ha ha. Lin Yufan, are you out of your mind? You think Sister Hong owes you a favor? Who do you think you are? And what did you say? Sister Hong promised to warm your bed? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Zhou Yifan burst out laughing, clutching his stomach until tears nearly streamed down his face. The idea was absurd. Sister Hong, one of the 4 kings of the north, who controlled all the nightclubs in the area, why would she need a man? If she wanted one, she could have dozens lining up at her door with a mere wave of her hand. Wait a second, Sister Hong is calling me back. Let me take this. Just then, Lin Yufan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Sister Hong. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this act up, Zhou Yifan sneered. But as soon as Lin Yufan put the call on speaker, Zhou Yifan's smile froze. Hey, you naughty boy. Are you free tonight? I'm all cleaned up, waiting for you at the Crystal Palace, came Sister Hong's voice. Though husky and lazy, the sultry tone was unmistakable. Zhou Yifan recognized it immediately as hers. Tonight? I'm afraid tonight won't work. How about another day? I'll call you when I have time. Lin Yufan felt a bit tempted, but he ultimately declined Ning Hongyan's invitation. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his heart was already tied to his younger sisters, and he didn't feel right about entertaining thoughts of someone else while still keeping them in mind. As long as he didn't cross the final line, stealing a little kiss or touch here and there wasn't an issue. After all, he wasn't married yet. All right then, I'll be spending the night alone, but when you want me to warm your bed, just let me know in advance. Ning Hongyan's seductive voice replied, You naughty boy, thanks for everything today. No need for thanks, it was just a small favor, Lin Yufan responded with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed Zhou Yifan, who had been ignored for a while, standing awkwardly. Lin asked, Sister Hong, do you know a small-time actor named Zhou Yifan? I don't really follow celebrities, but the name sounds a bit familiar. Why do you ask? Ning Hongyan's curious voice came through the phone. Upon hearing her answer, Zhou Yifan's face turned a deep shade of red, almost like liver. Lin Yufan explained, Nothing much. This kid here tried to steal my girlfriend and said if I didn't back off, he'd get you to help and teach me a lesson. Oh? How do you want to handle it? If you need me to take care of him, just say the word. I can make him disappear from this world without a trace. Ning Hongyan's voice came back, cold and laced with a deadly tone. Hearing this, Zhou Yifan shuddered, and the red on his face quickly drained away, turning him pale. No need. People like him aren't even worth my time, Lin Yufan said, dismissing the idea. After a brief exchange, he hung up the phone. Looking at Zhou Yifan, Lin said, Well, looks like Sister Hong won't be helping you out. Maybe you should find someone else to deal with me? You'll see. Zhou Yifan stammered, still visibly shaken, but he didn't dare press further. It wasn't that he was too scared, but all his connections were in Hong Kong. In Nanjing, the only powerful figure he knew was Sister Hong. Now that he knew she had a good relationship with Lin Yufan, he wasn't dumb enough to cross her. What a mess, Lin Yufan muttered, not bothering with Zhou Yifan anymore as he left the restroom. Watching Lin Yufan walk away, Zhou Yifan clenched his teeth, silently swearing that once he got back to Hong Kong, he would make sure Lin Yufan paid for this. When Lin Yufan returned to the private room, most of Su Liangsu's colleagues had already left. Seeing him come back, Su Liangsu quickly walked up to him. Brother Fan, why did you take so long? Did Zhou Yifan give you trouble again? She asked, her face full of concern. Lin Yufan gently ruffled her hair and said, Don't worry, he's just a small-time actor, nothing to worry about. But when you become a big star, I'm sure I'll have a lot of rivals. Is Brother Fan worried that I'll leave him? Su Liangsu teased with a playful wink. With a confident smile, Lin Yufan said, Not at all. There's no man in this world better than me. If you ever leave, it'll just mean your taste in men has worsened. Brother Fan, when did you become so arrogant? Su Liangsu rolled her eyes but then softly added, Don't worry, Brother Fan. In this life I only love you. No one else but you. Good girl. Hey gal. Lin Yufan felt a warmth in his heart as he pulled Su Liangsu into a tight embrace. The sudden hug made Su Liangsu tense up, a little unused to the closeness. But after a brief moment, she relaxed, smiling as she wrapped her arms around Lin Yufan's waist. Not far away, Zhou Yifan glared at them, his face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. By the time Lin Yufan and Su Liangsu returned to the villa, it was already past 10 p.m. As they stepped inside, they saw Gu Yunxi sitting with her arms crossed, one leg draped over the other, watching them with a critical eye. What have you two been up to? Why are you so late? Liangsu's company had a dinner party, and there was drinking involved. I was worried she might get drunk, so I went to help her out, Lin Yufan quickly explained. Is that true? Gu Yunxi asked, looking to Su Liangsu for confirmation. Su Liangsu nodded, Yes. I'll be heading out of town for filming soon, so my colleagues threw me a farewell dinner. It was a last-minute thing, so I didn't have time to let you know. You're not mad, are you? Do I seem like someone who gets mad over little things? Gu Yunxi rolled her eyes at Su Liangsu before turning to Lin Yufan. Brother Fan, you seem to handle alcohol pretty well. So next time I have a business dinner, are you going to help me too? Caught off guard, Lin Yufan blinked before responding, sure, Yunxi. Anytime you need, I'll be there. Gu Yunxi's eyes gleamed as she asked slyly. Good. You spent the whole night with Liangsu, so doesn't that mean you owe me some attention now? How should I make it up to you? Lin Yufan swallowed nervously, a bit of anticipation rising within him. Gu Yunxi rubbed her shoulders lightly and said, I've been sitting at the office all day, my back and shoulders are sore. Why don't you come to my room later and give me a massage? Sure, no problem. Lin Yufan immediately agreed. But just as the words left his mouth, he felt a pair of sulky eyes glaring at him. Turning his head, he saw Su Liangsu puffing out her cheeks, looking displeased. I'm going to bed. She pouted and stomped off upstairs in her slippers. Meanwhile, at a private hospital in the northern part of the city, Tang Yunsheng was undergoing emergency surgery. His wife, Tang Manli, and his father were anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Dad, if something happens to Yunsheng, will that person in Hong Kong destroy our family? Tang Manli asked worriedly. Do you even need to ask? Our family only rose to power thanks to that person's help. We don't know who's behind the bankruptcy, but as long as Yunsheng lives, we have a chance to rebuild. Old Master Tang looked grim. After a pause, he continued, but if Yunsheng doesn't make it, if he dies here in Nanjing, we'll both likely have to die with him. It wasn't our fault. Yunsheng didn't get hurt because of us. Even if someone seeks revenge, it should be against that Lin Yufan and Ning Hongyan. Tang Manli complained. That may be true, but that person won't see it that way. He made it clear on the phone years ago our job was to take care of Yunsheng. If something happens to him, we'll be held responsible, and you know how ruthless that man is. I can only hope the heavens show mercy, and Yunsheng pulls through. Old Master Tang leaned on his cane, letting out a long sigh, saying no more. An hour later, the door to the operating room swung open, and a middle-aged doctor in a white coat walked out. Old Master Tang immediately approached him and asked, Doctor, how is my son-in-law? The surgery was successful, and we managed to save him. However, due to the severity of his injuries, there's a strong likelihood he'll spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. The doctor replied, his face filled with regret. What? Old Master Tang was visibly shaken by the news. Tang Manli, standing beside him, couldn't hold back her tears and said, Dad, at least this is still a good result. Yunsheng's life was saved. Old Master Tang's face turned pale and weak as he mumbled, yes. At least his life was spared. But whether ours will be spared, that's still uncertain. The night was deep and dark. Lin Yufan dragged his exhausted body out of Gu Yunxi's room. After returning to his own room, he dialed He Xiaoning's number. How much influence do you have in the entertainment industry? Master, my connections are all based in Nanjing. I haven't delved into the entertainment industry, but the most powerful entertainment company in the country is in Beijing. The boss there is also the head of the Beijing Business Academy. Good. Let him know to take care of my sister Su Liangsu. I don't want her getting corrupted by the entertainment industry. Understood, I'll call the person in charge in Beijing right away. Alright, I'm hanging up. Lin Yufan ended the call, and was about to head to the bathroom when he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from outside his room. Creak. Moving quietly, Lin Yufan opened the door to find Su Liangsu leaning against the wall, listening in. Liangsu, what are you doing? Seeing her still in her eavesdropping pose, Lin Yufan couldn't help but laugh. Ah? Brother Fan, I couldn't sleep so I just wanted to see if you were still awake. Su Liangsu's face flushed bright red, as if she were a ripe apple, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Lin Yufan smiled and said, I was just about to take a shower and go to bed. Brother Fan, how about you take your shower first, and then tell me a bedtime story after? Please? Su Liangsu tugged on his shirt, pouting playfully. Lin Yufan, finding her hard to resist, agreed. A few minutes later, with a towel wrapped around his waist, Lin Yufan stepped out of the bathroom to find Su Liangsu lying on his bed, waiting. Brother Fan, you have such a nice body. Su Liangsu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at his well-toned upper body. Liangsu, what story do you want to hear? Lin Yufan sat on the edge of the bed and gently ruffled her hair. Su Liangsu thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. You can tell me anything. As long as it's from you, I'll love it. Really? Hearing this, Lin Yufan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Su Liangsu nodded and closed her eyes, ready to listen. Alright, then I'll tell you the story of the girl who sold nuclear bombs. Clearing his throat, Lin Yufan began. On a cold winter's day, snow was falling heavily. In the streets there was a little girl selling nuclear bombs. By the end of the day, she hadn't sold a single one. When night fell, she was cold and hungry. She started thinking about her grandmother, who had passed away recently. As she thought, she lit one of the nuclear bombs. And just like that, everyone in the village got to see her grandmother that night. Su Liangshu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Fan, that story is too funny. She opened her eyes and gazed at him with a playful smile. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly became charged with tension. After a moment, just as Lin Yufan leaned in, ready to take things further, a soft cough sounded from the doorway. Both Su Liangsu and Lin Yufan turned to see Yu Yunji standing there with her arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, watching them with a playful smirk. Yu Yunji grinned and said, "Don't mind me, go ahead. I'm just watching, I won't say anything." Ahem. Liangshu, it's getting late. You should head back to your room now. Sensing the awkward tension in the air, Lin Yufan quickly shot Su Liangsu a glance, urging her to leave. Blushing, Su Liangsu jumped off the bed, slipped into her slippers, and hurriedly retreated to her own room. Yunxi? It's getting late. Aren't you going to sleep? Lin Yufan asked, feeling a bit embarrassed as Gu Yunxi remained by the door. Brother Fan, were you just trying to take advantage of Liangsu? Gu Yunxi's expression suddenly turned serious as she stared him down. Lin Yufan's face flushed. Yunxi? I'm a man, a grown man. Sometimes, it's hard to control certain urges, especially with a pretty girl like Liangsu around. So, are you saying I'm not pretty? Gu Yunxi's voice sharpened, her expression slightly offended. No. Yunxi, you're beautiful. You Liangsu and Qingqing are all stunning, Lin Yufan quickly corrected himself. Then why is it that when you're with me, you can control yourself but when you're with Liangsu, you can't? Do you prefer innocent girls? I can be that too, you know? Gu Yunxi's words became bolder, and her cheeks suddenly flushed as she realized how daring she had been. Gathering his courage, Lin Yufan joked, "It's just that the mood wasn't right. If it were, I'd devour you whole." You're terrible, Brother Fan? Gu Yunxi's face turned even redder, her heart pounding wildly. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, and the two kissed passionately. Just as things were about to escalate, Su Liangsu's voice suddenly called out from the hallway. The next day, Lin Yufan didn't wake up until 10 a.m. He assumed that Gu Yunjinxi and Su Liangshu had already left for work, but to his surprise, Gu Yunji was still home. In the living room, she was on the phone with her secretary, Yishu Yunfei, handling company matters. When she saw Lin Yufan coming downstairs, she hung up the call. Brother Fan, Grandpa Lu messaged me this morning asking to borrow money. I think that scoundrel Lu Wei is back again to ask him for money. Can you come with me to check on Grandpa Lu later? Yu Yunxi's delicate brows furrowed with worry. Borrow money? Lin Yufan was puzzled. I thought Grandpa Lu had enough money. Why would he need to borrow any? Yu Yunxi sighed softly and replied. If Grandpa Lu really needed money, of course, I'd lend it to him. But I suspect it's his grandson, Lu Wei, who's out of money again, so he's using Grandpa Lu to ask me for it. She let out another sigh. Grandpa Lu is such a good man. It's a shame he has such a leech for a grandson. An hour later, Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi arrived at the apartment building where Grandpa Lu lived. As they reached the third floor, they found the door to Grandpa Lu's apartment wide open, and inside, they could hear him talking with a younger man. Grandpa, you have to help me. If I can't come up with the money for the bride price, Tingting will marry someone else. I can't live without her. If she marries another man, I'd rather die. Jia Wei, don't be rash. I'm already trying to help you. Grandpa, as long as you help me get the money to marry Tingting, I swear I'll work hard from now on, take care of you, and make sure you have a good life. Xia Wei, I don't need you to take care of me. I just want you to become a responsible person and stop drifting through life. Hearing the conversation, Lin Yufan couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Wei was getting married? Curious, Lin Yufan and Gu Yunji walked up to the door. Grandpa Lu, Yunxi and I came to visit you, Lin Yufan called out. Shortly after, Grandpa Lu came out of the living room, smiling warmly as he invited them inside. In the living room, a young man in his 20s sat on the sofa. Seeing Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi enter, he gave an awkward smile. Yunxi, you're here? And this is? Lu Wei glanced at Yu Yunxi, then at Lin Yufan, confusion flickering in his eyes. Lu Wei? What, don't you remember me? It's Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan gave him a grin, playfully shaking his fist. Back when they were kids, Lu Wei was a chubby boy who often bullied other kids at the orphanage. Lin Yufan couldn't stand it, so he would beat him up regularly. For Lin Yufan, these were funny childhood memories. But for Lu Wei, it was more of a childhood nightmare. Seeing Lin Yufan again, Lu Wei's face paled slightly, but he tried to stay calm. Lin Yufan? Grandpa mentioned you were back. I've been meaning to catch up with you. Didn't expect you to come today. Don't worry, there will be plenty of time to catch up. Today Yunxi and I came to talk to Grandpa Lu about borrowing money. Lin Yufan smiled. By this point, Yu Yunxi had already helped Grandpa Lu sit down and was asking gently, Grandpa Lu, is something troubling you? Just tell me how much you need, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Hearing this, Lu Yuwei's eyes lit up, and he quickly gave his grandfather a meaningful glance. Grandpa Lu sighed, patting Gu Yunxi's hand. Yunxi, Grandpa's not in trouble. It's just that my grandson Xiao Wei is getting married, and the bride's family is asking for a bride price of 2 million yuan. I only have 500,000, which is part of the money Yufan lent me earlier. I'm really out of options, so I thought I'd ask you. 2 million yuan for the bride price. Is the bride's family wealthy? Zhu Yunxi frowned in surprise. In Nanjing, typical bride prices were usually around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. 2 million was 10 times that. Well, Grandpa Lu didn't know much about the bride's background, so he turned to his grandson. Xiao Wei, what's Tingting's family situation? Lu Wei quickly replied, Tingting's family is in the construction materials business. They own several properties and have assets worth tens of millions. 2 million is the minimum they're asking for. Plus they said if we can come up with the bride price, we can move into one of their houses after the wedding. In that case, 2 million doesn't seem unreasonable. Yu Yunxi nodded slightly. Lu Wei, seeing this, eagerly agreed, exactly. Tingting is an amazing girl, and we love each other very much. If it weren't for her parents insisting on the bride price, we'd already be married. What nonsense are you talking about? They've raised their daughter for over 20 years, and you expect to take her away without offering anything? Who would agree to that? Grandpa Lu scolded Lu Wei with a stern look. Lu Wei fell silent, looking at Yu Yunxi with hopeful eyes. Whether or not his marriage would happen now depended on whether Yu Yunxi would lend him the money. Brother Fan, what do you think? Yu Yunxi turned to Lin Yufan. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yufan replied, we can lend the money, but there has to be a written agreement. Lu Wei's expression instantly darkened, and he snapped, a written agreement? Lin Yufan, don't you trust Grandpa? After everything he's done for you, you can't even show him this little bit of trust? Grandpa Liu's face showed a hint of displeasure, but he remained silent. Brother Fan, maybe we can skip the written agreement. Grandpa Lu is trustworthy, and besides I don't really. Before Gu Yunxi could finish, Lin Yufan interrupted, no, we need the agreement. Even family members settle accounts clearly. Besides, I trust Grandpa Lu completely, but he's not the one getting married you are. If the money is for your wedding, then you should be responsible for it. Shouldn't you be the one signing the agreement? Or are you expecting Grandpa Lu to take on your debt? You're an adult now, it's time to take responsibility. Lin Yufan's words were sharp, making his point clear. Zhu Yunxi quickly caught on. He was applying pressure on Lu Wei. Understanding this, she nodded in agreement, adding, that's right. Grandpa Lu, we can lend the money, but Liu Wei needs to sign the agreement and give us a timeline for repayment. Xiao Wei, what do you think? Grandpa Lu hesitated, turning to his grandson. Lu Wei's face turned dark with frustration. He had been planning to have his grandfather borrow the money, thinking that once his grandfather passed away, the debt wouldn't be his problem. But now, with an agreement, he'd be legally obligated to pay it back. Grandpa, this is what you've raised ungrateful people. I'm your own grandson, and I'm getting married. They have the money, but they won't help me without an agreement. They don't trust us at all. Lu Wei tried to change the subject and deflect attention. But Grandpa Lu, though old, wasn't a fool. He sighed and spoke earnestly to Lu Wei. Xiao Wei, I may be getting older, but I'm not senile yet. I understand what Yufan is doing, he's trying to push you to take responsibility. I've spoiled you too much over the years, and it's made you avoid taking real accountability. This is a chance for you to grow. You want to marry Tingting, don't you? If so, why can't you take on the responsibility yourself? Or were you planning to borrow the money without paying it back? Lu Wei was left speechless by his grandfather's words. He turned to glare at Lin Yufan, his eyes filled with resentment. In his mind, if it weren't for Lin's insistence on the agreement, Gu Yunxi would have already given him the money. 10 minutes later, Lu Wei finally signed the IOU. He borrowed 2 million yuan from Gu Yunxi and promised to pay it back within 4 years. After collecting the IOU, Gu Yunxi immediately transferred the money to Lu Wei's bank account via mobile banking. Seeing the money arrive, Lu Wei's gloomy expression brightened a little. "Grandpa, I'm heading to Tingting's house to propose now." He was eager to share the good news with his girlfriend, Tingting, in person. "Alright, go ahead," Lu Jiwai said, noticing that his grandson had no intention of staying home any longer and didn't try to stop him. Zhu Yunji offered, "I'll give you a ride. I need to stop by the company anyway." "That would be great." Lu Wei initially wanted to decline, but then thought about Gu Yunxi, the president of Ziyun Group, a wealthy and successful person. Strengthening their relationship could only benefit him in the future. With that thought, he nodded in agreement. Zhu Yunxi gave Lu Wei a ride to his girlfriend's house, while Lin Yufan stayed behind to chat with Lu Ziwei. After about 20 minutes, Gu Yunxi dropped Lu Yuwei off at a private residence. The house was quite large, with traditional Chinese-style decor that gave off the air of an old, wealthy family. "Yunxi, could you come in with me?" Lu Wei hesitated for a moment before asking tentatively. Gu Yunxi was a bit puzzled but quickly realized Liu Wei's intentions. It was simple: the girl's family was well off, while Liu Wei had nothing to his name. If Gu Yunxi accompanied him, her status might make Liu Wei look better in their eyes. Thinking it wouldn't take too much time, Gu Yunxi nodded. "Alright, when we go in, just say I'm your sister." "Thank you so much, Yunxi." Liu Wei was deeply grateful. Reflecting on Lin Yufan's past ungratefulness and comparing it to Gu Yunxi's current generosity, Liu Wei couldn't help but feel that Lin Yufan was nothing but a traitor, while Gu Yunxi truly understood the meaning of gratitude. Liu Wei led the way and rang the doorbell. After a moment, the door opened, and a young woman in her 20s, dressed in casual home clothes, stepped out. "Tingting, I've missed you so much." The moment he saw her, Liu Wei pulled her into his arms. "Away, stop it. My parents are still home. It's not appropriate if they see this." Zhu Tingting quickly pushed Liu Wei away, glancing behind her nervously. "What are you worried about? I'm here to propose today. Once the proposal is done, you'll be my fiancé." "What's wrong with hugging my fiancé?" Liu Wei said confidently. "Propose? You managed to get the money for the betrothal gift? 2 million? Where did you get it?" Zhu Tingting looked shocked. At that moment she noticed Gu Yunxi standing not far behind Liu Wei. Stunned by her beauty and elegance, she quickly asked, "And who is this?" "I'm Liu Wei's sister, Gu Yunxi." Gu Yunxi replied with a polite smile. "Hello." Zhu Tingting nodded and led Liu Wei and Gu Yunxi inside. They arrived in a private courtyard where Zhu Tingting's father, Zhu Chengbin, was enjoying some tea, while her mother, Mrs. Chen, was watering the flowers. Seeing guests, Zhu Chengbin put down his teacup and said, "So, you managed to gather the money? Uncle, here's a card with 2 million yuan. It's my betrothal gift for you. I truly love Tingting. Please give us your blessing." Liu Wei stepped forward, respectfully handing over a bank card. "Liu Wei? And who is this?" Zhu Chengbin's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Gu Yunxi, standing next to Liu Wei. Having met countless people in his life, he could tell at a glance that Gu Yunxi was no ordinary person. From her aura alone, it was clear she was a successful businesswoman. "She's my sister, Gu Yunxi, the president of Ziyun Group." Liu Wei quickly introduced them. "Sis, this is Tingting's father, and over there is her mother." "Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm Liu Wei's sister. Sorry for the sudden visit, I didn't have time to prepare any gifts. I hope you don't mind." Gu Yunxi greeted them politely. Upon hearing that Gu Yunxi was the president of Ziyun Group, Zhu Chengbin immediately stood up and extended his hand. "Ah, so it's President Gu. My apologies for not welcoming you properly." "You're too kind, uncle." Gu Yunxi smiled calmly. "Liu Wei, why didn't you mention earlier that President Gu was your sister?" Zhu Chengbin scolded Liu Wei, now looking at him as if he were his future son-in-law. Liu Wei felt overwhelmed by the attention and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I forgot. How could you forget something so important? You need to be more careful in the future." Zhu Chengbin glared at him before turning to Gu Yunji. "President Gu, it's almost noon. Why don't you stay and join us for lunch?" "No, thank you. I still have work to do at the company. I just came to drop Liu Wei off. He can handle the rest with you. I'll be on my way." Zhu Yunxi politely declined with a smile. Zhu Chengbin didn't insist and soon, Zhu Yunxi left. Once she was gone, Zhu Chengbin smiled and began discussing Lu Wei's marriage to his daughter. Lu Wei, you know Tingting is the apple of our eye. Marrying her isn't out of the question, but the 2 million is just the betrothal gift. Zhu Chengbin sipped his tea before continuing. You'll need a wedding car for the ceremony, right? And after the wedding you'll need a vehicle for everyday use. Do you have a car ready? A car? Not yet. But give me some time. Within 3 days, I'll get a car worth about 100,000 yuan. Lu Yuwei replied, thinking his grandfather still had 500,000 yuan. 40,000 could cover the wedding, and the remaining 100,000 could buy a car. But Zhu Chengbin frowned at this. 100,000 yuan? Lu Yuwei, do you really think my daughter deserves a car that cheap? His expression darkened. Lu Wei hesitated. He had borrowed money for the betrothal gift, could he really borrow more for a car? Even if he was shameless enough to ask, Gu Yunxi might not agree to lend him more. Wei, your sister's car is nice. Why don't you ask her to give it to you? That would save you some money. Zhu Tingting suggested suddenly. She figured that since Yu Yunuxi was her boyfriend's sister, it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to gift a car to her brother for his wedding, especially since she was a company president. Yet that could work. Even if it's used, a car from President Gu would still carry some prestige. Zhu Chengbin nodded, finding his daughter's suggestion acceptable. Seeing both his girlfriend and future father-in-law push the issue, Lu Wei had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, all right, I'll ask my sister when I get back to see if she can give me her car. Meanwhile, in another room, Lin Yufan was looking at photos of Lu Yuziwei's 7 granddaughters. Lu Ziwei had an album filled with pictures of the orphans he had raised, showing them from childhood to adulthood. Among them were pictures of his 7 granddaughters, each one beautiful and unique. The more Lin Yufan looked, the happier he became. Each granddaughter was stunning, truly a rare beauty. Grandpa Lu, why are there only 7 photos of Fig Xuan? And all from when she was a child? Lin Yufan asked, puzzled. Fig Xuan was the second granddaughter, and she had been very pretty as a child. He could only imagine how beautiful she must have grown up to be, but he couldn't find any pictures of her as an adult. At the mention of Fig Xuan, Lu Ziwei's expression darkened. After much persistent questioning from Lin Yufan, Lu Ziwei finally revealed what had happened to Fig Xuan. When Fig Xuan, the second sister, was 10 years old, a foreign couple, unable to have children, decided to adopt a child from the orphanage. Fig Xuan was the child they chose. Lin Yufan asked, puzzled, since she was adopted, shouldn't we be able to find that foreign couple's current address? It's impossible to track them down. Lu Ziwei shook his head and sighed. The couple who adopted Fig Xuan died in a plane crash when they were returning to their country. Lin Yufan's heart sank, and he asked anxiously, what? And what about Fig Xuan? I don't know. The news reports about the crash didn't mention finding Fig Xuan's body, so I'm not sure if she's still alive or not, Lu Ziwei said, his face clouded with sorrow. To him, every child from the orphanage was like his own grandchild. The loss of Lin Yufan and Fig Xuan were deep pains that he could never erase. At least Lin Yufan had been lucky and survived to grow up safely. If they didn't find Fig Xuan's body in the crash, it means she's still alive. And if she's alive, we can find her. Lin Yufan spoke with firm resolve. Back when they were in the orphanage, he had 7 younger sisters. Now that they were grown, not a single one of them could be missing. Determined, Lin Yufan said his goodbyes to Lu Ziwei. After leaving Lu Ziwei's small apartment, Lin Yufan spotted Qinqi waiting for him in the distance. He opened the car door and got in. Sitting with his arms crossed, staring out of the window, Lin Yufan was silent for a long time. Finally, he gave a cold order: find her. No matter the cost, I want to know if she's alive and where she is. Around noon. Zion Group, first floor lobby. The receptionist was eating her takeout when Lu Wei and his girlfriend Zhu Tingting walked in. They wanted to see Gu Yunxi, but without an appointment, the receptionist stopped them. Do you even know who this is? This is Lu Wei, President Gu Yu's brother. Does he need an appointment to see his own sister? Zhu Tingting said, frowning in frustration. Brother? Since when does President Gu have a brother? Stop causing a scene, or I'll call security to throw you out, the receptionist replied firmly. You? Zhu Tingting was furious. She turned to Lu Wei and snapped, what are you waiting for? Call your sister. Do you really think this clueless receptionist will let us up? The receptionist smirked, her eyes filled with disdain. She had worked here for over a year and had encountered plenty of con artists, but this was the first time she had seen such a poorly executed scam. All right. Lu Wei hesitated. He didn't even have Gu Yunxi's phone number. But not wanting to embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend, he stepped aside and called his grandfather, Lu Yujiwei, to get Gu Yunxi's number. After dialing her number, Lu Wei nervously thought about what to say. But the phone rang for a long time without being answered. At that moment, Gu Yunxi's secretary, Yishu Yunfei, stepped out of the elevator. She was heading out for lunch and planned to bring lunch back for Gu Yunxi as well. Seeing two people at the front desk, with one of them looking particularly upset, Yishu Yunfei approached out of curiosity. Xiao Yao, who are these two? Yishu Yunfei asked the receptionist while glancing at Liu Wei and Zhu Tingting. The receptionist explained, "Oh, this guy claims to be President Gu's brother and wants to see her, but they don't have an appointment, so I stopped them." President Gu's brother? You say you're President Gu's brother? Yishu Yunfei's face grew serious, and she stared sharply at Liu Wei. Liu Wei had just hung up the phone and was trying to figure out what to do when he suddenly found himself being stared down by a high-ranking woman. His confidence wavered. "Yes. I'm Gu Yunxi's brother. My name is Liu Wei, and my grandfather is..." But before he could finish, Yishu Yunfei cut him off coldly. "Security, throw these scammers out." "Hey, what do you mean by that? My boyfriend is your president's brother. She was even at my house this morning." Zhu Tingting was furious. It was absurd to her. How could they, with their connections, be stopped by a receptionist and now threatened by a manager? She had never experienced something so bizarre. "Are you saying President Gu was at your house this morning?" Hearing this, Yishu Yunfei hesitated. She waved her hand, signaling the approaching security guards to wait. Then she turned around and called Gu Yunxi. "President Gu, there's a couple downstairs, and one of them claims to be your brother, Liu Wei. They also said you were at their house this morning. What do they want? Let them come up." "President Gu? Is that really your brother?" "A brother, but not by blood. Stop gossiping. I'm busy." With that, Gu Yunxi hung up. Yishu Yunfei had no choice but to say to Liu Wei and Zhu Tingting, "President Gu is on the 8th floor." The receptionist, still in shock, asked, "Secretary Xu, is that man really President Gu's brother?" "I'm not entirely sure, but President Gu said to let them up. Just handle these things by the book from now on." Yishu Yunfei shook her head slightly. By then, Liu Wei and Zhu Tingting were already in the elevator. The two of them entered Gu Yunxi's office, where she was busy working on company projects. "Sis, Wei and I came to see you," Zhu Tingting greeted Gu Yunxi warmly. Gu Yunxi looked up and gave a slight smile in response. Liu Wei, remembering why they had come, took a deep breath and spoke, trying to sound casual. "Sis, I wanted to talk to you about something. Do you have a moment?" Gu Yunxi glanced at her watch and said, "I'm very busy right now. You have 5 minutes. Just say what you need to say." "It's about my wedding. Tingting's parents want me to buy a car. It has to be, well, at least 500,000 yuan. I was thinking." Though they had already discussed it, Liu Wei was still embarrassed to ask. Seeing him struggle, Zhu Tingting interrupted impatiently. "Sis, Wei and I are getting married, and we'll need a car. If it's too cheap, my parents will lose face. So Wei and I thought we'd ask when you're planning to replace your car." "Replace my car?" Gu Yunxi was stunned and looked confused. Why would buying a car for their wedding have anything to do with her replacing hers? Zhu Tingting smiled and said, "Exactly. If you're planning to get a new car, you can just give your current one to Wei. That way, we can save some money." Hearing this, Gu Yunxi's expression darkened slightly. She suppressed her displeasure, looked at Liu Wei and asked, "Is this your idea or someone else's?" Liu Wei, noticing Gu Yunxi's change in mood, quickly realized she was upset. "Sis, it was my idea. Why? You don't want to? If not, that's fine. I'll just have Wei buy a new car," Zhu Tingting said, stepping in to communicate with Gu Yunxi. She thought Liu Wei was too intimidated by Gu Yunxi, which was why he struggled to speak up. After a moment of silence, Gu Yunxi replied, "All right, since I wasn't sure what to get Wei as a wedding gift, I'll give you the car as my present." With that, she tossed the car keys to Liu Wei. Liu Wei was stunned, wanting to express his gratitude, but with his girlfriend present, he feared revealing too much. So, he just gave Gu Yunxi a grateful look. "All right, I have a lot of work to finish, so I won't keep you." After saying this, Gu Yunxi returned to her paperwork. Having achieved their goal, Liu Wei quickly pulled his girlfriend out of the office. As they left the building, Zhu Tingting cheerfully clung to Liu Wei's arm and said, "Wei, your sister is really good to you. It seems like you two are quite close. Yeah, I guess. Lu Wei forced a smile, but his emotions were a tangled mess inside. Just as they walked out of the Zeyoung Group's doors, a figure stepped out of the latest model Rolls-Royce. The luxury car naturally drew the attention of many onlookers, including Zhu Tingting and Lu Wei. Lin Yufan? Seeing who got out of the car, Lu Wei couldn't believe his eyes. Oh Wei, do you know that rich guy? Zhu Tingting asked, her face filled with admiration as she looked at her boyfriend. Lu Wei was about to deny it, but seeing the admiration on his girlfriend's face, his vanity kicked in. Yeah, I told you before, my grandfather used to run an orphanage. He's one of the orphans my grandpa raised, so you could say he's like an older brother to me. Actually, Gu Yunxi is also. Before Lu Wei could finish explaining, Zhu Tingting had already rushed toward Lin Yufan. Brother Lin. Zhu Tingting ran up and blocked Lin Yufan's path. And you are? Lin Yufan looked at the unfamiliar girl in confusion. My name is Zhu Tingting. I'm Liu Wei's girlfriend. Brother Lin, is that your car? It looks amazing. Zhu Tingting beamed with a bright smile. At this moment, Lin Yufan noticed Liu Wei approaching quickly from behind. So, she's Liu Wei's girlfriend, Lin Yufan thought. That car isn't mine. It belongs to a friend who was kind enough to drop me off. Lin Yufan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tingting's smile froze awkwardly. She quickly recovered, saying, even if it's not yours, being friends with someone who owns a car like that shows you're doing really well. If only our Awei could be as successful as you. By now Lu Wei had arrived and overheard his girlfriend praising Lin Yufan, which made him feel uncomfortable. Remembering how Lin Yufan had meddled at his grandfather's house, leading him to sign an IO for 2 million, Liu Wei couldn't resist making a snide remark. Tingting, you're overestimating him. He only knows rich people because of Yunxi. Without her, do you think this poor guy would know anyone who drives a Rolls-Royce? Why, what are you saying? Zhu Tingting turned and glared at him before apologizing to Lin Yufan. Brother Lin, Wei doesn't always think before he speaks. Please don't mind him. It's fine, Lin Yufan said with a smile, shaking his head. Lin Yufan was pleasantly surprised by Zhu Tingting's polite demeanor. Lu Wei, now holding his car keys, grinned and suggested, Tingting, let's not waste time with this poor guy. Now that we've sorted out the car, let's grab lunch, and then talk to your parents about setting a wedding date. The dowry had been taken care of, and now the car issue was solved. Liu Wei couldn't wait to marry Zhu Tingting. Okay. Zhu Tingting nodded but turned to Lin Yufan and said, Brother Lin, why don't you join us for lunch? Why are you inviting him? Liu Wei grumbled, clearly unhappy. Zhu Tingting laughed and replied, didn't you just say he's your buddy? We're all going to be family soon. It's only right to strengthen the relationship before we get married. He's not my buddy. I just said that earlier. I don't have a broke brother like him. Liu Wei quickly backtracked, realizing that Lin Yufan wasn't as well off as he had initially thought. Why? If you keep talking like that, I'm not going to speak to you anymore. Zhu Tingting scolded him with a sharp glare. Lin Yufan ignored Liu Wei's mockery. His attention had shifted to the car keys in Liu Wei's hand. Seeing Lin Yufan eyeing the keys, Liu Wei puffed up with pride. What's the matter? Never seen Mercedes keys before? You know where this car came from? Yunxi. Our sister gave it to me. Yunxi gave you her car? Lin Yufan was a bit surprised. But then he thought, Liu Wei probably begged for it, and Yunxi, being the kind and soft-hearted person she was, gave in. Reflecting on it, Lin Yufan couldn't help but admire how generous and compassionate his little sister was. Jealous, huh? Well, it won't help you. Liu Wei sneered triumphantly. Ignoring him once again, Lin Yufan turned to Zhu Tingting and said, no thanks on the lunch. But how about giving me a ride to the nearest Porsche dealership instead? What are you going to the Porsche dealership for, Brother Lin? Zhu Tingting asked, curious. Lin Yufan smiled and replied, what else? Since Yunxi gave you her car, I figured I should buy her a new one to get around in. Ah, that makes sense. Sure, I'll drive you there. Zhu Tingting agreed enthusiastically. Stop pretending, Lin Yufan. A Porsche dealership? What a joke. Do you even know how expensive Porsches are? You couldn't even afford the cheapest one. Hearing Lin Yufan's plan, Liu Wei couldn't help but mock him again. Whether I can afford it or not, is my business. You, a freeloader, don't need to worry about it. Lin Yufan shot back. He hadn't wanted to argue with Liu Wei, but Liu Wei was getting too carried away. Who are you calling a freeloader? The word freeloader hit Liu Wei's sore spot, and he immediately flew into a rage. Alright, aren't you the one pretending to buy a Porsche? Fine, Ting and I will be generous today and go with you. I'd love to see how you plan to pay for it. Liu Wei, you must be so blinded by love that your IQ dropped to zero. How else would someone buy a car? Of course, with money, Lin Yufan said with a smile as he pulled out a black credit card from his pocket. The black card might look unassuming, but it was an exclusive, limited edition international black card, with a minimum balance of 1 billion yuan. Is you. Liu Wei was about to explode with anger at the humiliation, but his girlfriend Zhu Tingting quickly grabbed his arm and gave him a look, signaling him not to lose his composure. With a smile, Zhu Tingting said, "Brother Lin, since I'm not that hungry right now, why don't we accompany you to the Porsche dealership?" Though she still called him Brother Lin, her tone had lost some of its warmth. "Sure, I'll trouble you to give me a ride then." Lin Yufan nodded. He noticed the change in her tone but couldn't be bothered to care. Before long, Zhu Tingting drove them to the nearest Porsche dealership. It was just after 1 p.m., and the store was nearly empty except for a few salespeople chatting inside. As soon as they walked in, a female salesperson quickly stood up and greeted them. "Good afternoon, sir and madam. I'm Miss Chen, one of the sales reps here. How can I assist you today? What are the latest models you have in stock?" "Something comfortable for a woman to drive," Lin Yufan replied. Upon hearing this, the sales rep immediately recommended the newest Porsche Panamera. "Sir, this is our latest model. I guarantee its comfort, and it's available in several colors. Most women tend to prefer red, and coincidentally, we have one in stock." Hoping for a big commission, the salesperson eagerly introduced the car. Liu Wei scoffed and said, "I bet this car isn't cheap. Probably at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, right?" The sales rep smiled and responded, "You have a good eye, sir. It's close. The total price, after fees, is 1.2 million yuan. 700,000 to 1.2 million yuan, that's close?" Liu Wei's mouth twitched, and he turned to Lin Yufan. "Did you hear that? 1.2 million yuan. Can you really afford it? Just charge it." Lin Yufan couldn't be bothered with Liu Wei's taunts and handed his card to the sales rep. The sales rep had almost lost hope after hearing Liu Wei's comments, but when Lin Yufan casually told her to charge the card, she was stunned. Is he really buying a car this easily? Just after hearing a brief introduction? Hurry up. I'm waiting to see him embarrass himself, Liu Wei urged when he saw the sales rep hesitate. He was convinced that Lin Yufan was just pretending, already anticipating his excuses once the card failed. To block any escape route, Liu Wei sneered and asked, "Lin Yufan, if the card doesn't go through, are you going to say you brought the wrong one?" "Ha ha ha. I have a lot of cards, but every single one works. No need for that excuse. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up." Liu Wei was growing more disgusted by what he saw as an act from Lin Yufan. At that moment, the sales rep returned with the card reader, and after the transaction went through successfully, Liu Wei was dumbfounded. It really worked? He needed confirmation, so he asked the sales rep again. The sales rep, having noticed Liu Wei's attitude toward Lin Yufan, eagerly confirmed, "Sir, the payment went through successfully. Here's the receipt. You can check it yourself if you'd like." To prove it further, she handed the receipt directly to Liu Wei. Liu Wei glanced at the receipt, and sure enough, the payment had gone through. With a grin, Lin Yufan said, "If you like, you can keep the receipt as a souvenir." Liu Wei was speechless. "What the hell would I do with your receipt?" Before he could lash out, Lin Yufan had already moved on to complete the paperwork. After getting the car keys, Lin Yufan said his goodbyes to Liu Wei and Zhu Tingting. As he left, Zhu Tingting couldn't help but tug on Liu Wei's sleeve and whisper, "Oh Wei, didn't you say Lin Yufan was broke? Where did he get the money to buy a Porsche? Over 1 million yuan, and he didn't even flinch." Her question made Liu Wei think for a moment, but soon he figured it out. "He doesn't have any money. That card definitely belongs to Gu Yunxi, no, Sister Yunxi. Why would Sister Yunxi do that? Isn't she supposed to take care of you, her real brother? Why would she give her card to someone else? If she's going to give anyone money, it should be you." Zhu Tingting frowned, clearly upset. Liu Wei didn't know how to respond. Half an hour later, Lin Yufan arrived at Xiong Group. As he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Xu Yunfei, Gu Yunxi's secretary, coming out of her office. Seeing Lin Yufan, Xu Yunfei frowned and said, "Mr. Lin, this is business hours. Please don't keep showing up here for no reason. It doesn't look good. Since when is it up to you to decide what looks good or not?" Lin Yufan never had a great impression of Xu Yunfei, and this time, he wasn't going to hold back. You Shu Yunfei was furious. You what? Get out of my way, Lin Yufan said, pushing past her and entering Gu Yunxi's office. Shu Yunfei shot him a hateful glare, and Gu Yunxi happened to catch sight of it as she looked up. Brother Yufan. What brings you here? Gu Yunxi put down her work when she saw him. I came to bring you some car keys, Lin Yufan replied, placing the Porsche keys on her desk. Brother Yufan, you bought a car. Where did you get the money? Gu Yunxi asked, both happy and surprised. Don't worry about that. I'm not short on cash. Lin Yufan quickly brushed off the question and, to prevent further probing, added, anyway, get back to work, but remember to take care of yourself. No point in making money if you wear yourself out. I'll head out now. Okay, Brother Yufan. Love you. Gu Yunxi teased as she returned to her work, giving him a playful wink as he left. You little devil. Laughing, Lin Yufan quickly left. After he was gone, Gu Yunxi thought for a moment, then picked up her phone and called for her secretary, Shu Yunfei. President Gu, you wanted to see me? Shu, I don't think you're suitable to stay with the company anymore. Please go ahead and process your resignation. Gu Yunxi's gaze was cold as she looked at Zhu Yunfei. Upon hearing this, Shu Yunfei's face turned as white as a sheet. President Gu, you're firing me? Zhu Yunfei gritted her teeth. I've been nothing but dedicated to this company for years. If you're going to fire me, at least give me a reason. A reason? Gu Yunxi's voice grew colder. At that dinner last time you were disloyal, and I let it slide. Even when you secretly collaborated with other companies and took kickbacks, I turned a blind eye. Gu Yunxi's tone became icy. But there's one thing I won't tolerate, and that's your attitude toward my man. So, the real reason you're firing me is because of that boy toy, Lin Yufan? Zhu Yunfei finally realized, but her face darkened even more. As a senior employee of the company, she never imagined she'd be dismissed over her attitude toward Lin Yufan. It was a hard pill to swallow. Shut up. Gu Yunji's expression turned fierce the moment Zhu Yunfei called Lin Yufan a boy toy. Lin Yufan is the man I've chosen, and I won't allow you to insult him like that. Now get out. Zhu Yunxi pointed toward the door, signaling for her to leave. Zhu Yunfei's face turned pale with fury. She glared at Gu Yunxi and said, You'll regret this. With that, she stormed off to her office to pack her things. At the Zhu family residence, Lu Wei was discussing the wedding date with Zhu Chengbin, his girlfriend Zhu Tingting's father. After some negotiation, they decided on a date 3 days later, which conveniently fell on a weekend, making it easier to invite guests. Uncle, now that the date is set, I'll talk to my grandfather and figure out whether we should book Taihai or Dihao Hotel for the banquet. Lu Wei was about to leave when Zhu Chengbin motioned for him to sit back down. Is there something else, Uncle? Lu Wei asked, curious. Lu Wei, Tingting mentioned that your grandfather used to run an orphanage. What does he do now? Zhu Chengbin asked with a smile. Lu Wei replied honestly, the orphanage was torn down a while ago. Now my grandfather is retired and living off his savings. Demolished? Then he must have received a hefty compensation for it, right? Just a few million, Liu Wei replied, feeling a bit uneasy. A few million? That's great. Since you're his only grandson, all that money will be yours someday, right? Zhu Chengbin's smile widened. Uncle, my grandfather doesn't have any money left. He lost it all gambling. Liu Wei had intended to confess that he was the one who gambled it all away, but he hesitated and shifted the blame. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chengbin's smile immediately faded. Liu Wei, I understand that your grandfather raised you and you should be grateful. But now that you're starting a family, you need to focus on your own household. If your grandfather is addicted to gambling, he'll be a bottomless pit. I think it would be best if you cut ties with him. What? You want me to cut ties with my grandfather? Liu Wei looked at Zhu Chengbin in shock. What, you're not willing? If you're not, I can't let Tingting marry you. She's my only daughter, and I don't want her to suffer because of your family's issues. Seeing Liu Wei's hesitation, Zhu Chengbin raised the stakes. If you don't agree, there will be no wedding. Uncle, can I think about it? Liu Wei said, feeling conflicted. Fine. But I need your answer by tomorrow. Whether or not you marry Tingting depends on your choice. With that, Zhu Chengbin ended the conversation. Liu Wei left the Zhu family estate in a daze. His mind was filled with conflicting emotions after hearing what Zhu Chengbin had said. His grandfather Lu Ziwei had raised him, never abandoning him even when he gambled away their savings. Now that Liu Wei was determined to turn his life around and take care of his grandfather, how could he be asked to sever ties with him? Deeply troubled, Liu Wei returned home and saw his grandfather tidying up. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. Grandpa, I need to talk to you about something. It's about your wedding to Tingting, right? Just tell me what you need and I'll do it. I've been waiting over 20 years to see you get married. Lu Jiwei put down his broom and walked over eagerly. Seeing how happy his grandfather was, Liu Wei felt a pang of guilt. But for the sake of his future happiness, he forced himself to gather his courage and said, Grandpa, I need to cut ties with you. Alright. What? You want to cut ties with me? Liu Jiwei's face froze. Grandpa, Tingting's father said that if I want to marry her, I have to break off our grandfather-grandson relationship. Her family is wealthy, and I already don't measure up to Tingting. Adding you into the mix. Liu Wei trailed off, unable to continue. Liu Wei, tell me the truth. Is this really the reason? Tingting's father seems like a reasonable man. I can't believe he'd ask something like this without a good reason. Lu Ziwei's tired eyes stared intensely at his grandson. Grandpa, I'm sorry. The truth is. Liu Wei confessed the lie he had told Zhu Chengbin. Hearing this, Lu Ziwei was upset, but managed to suppress his anger. Tears welled up in Lu Ziwei's eyes. He patted Liu Wei's shoulder and said, Liu Wei, I'm an old man with little time left. I don't matter. As long as you can turn your life around and live well, I'm willing to bear the blame. But promise me, no more gambling. Take good care of Tingting and live a good life. Can you do that? Grandpa, I promise I'll turn my life around and live well. Seeing his grandfather agree to his request, Liu Wei was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. As Liu Wei stood before him, Lu Ziwei's mind flashed back to when Liu Wei was just a chubby little boy. That night, Lu Ziwei gave all his savings to Liu Wei and officially severed their relationship as grandfather and grandson. The next morning, Lin Yufan had just woken up when he received a call from Lu Ziwei, the former orphanage director. When he answered, Lu Ziwei's voice came through. Yufan, do you have time today? Come over and have a drink with this old man. Sure, I'll be right there. Wait for me at home. Naturally, Lin Yufan couldn't refuse Lu Ziwei. After buying some good food and wine, he had Qin Ju drive him to Lu Ziwei's rented apartment. As he got into the car, Lin Yufan noticed several cross-stitch pieces in the passenger seat. The sight of Qin Ju, a burly man, doing cross-stitching made Lin Yufan shudder. He thought to himself that he needed to find a way to get Qin Ju to stop this hobby. Otherwise, he worried that Qin Ju might end up becoming overly effeminate. What Lin Yufan didn't know was that the recipients of Qin Ju's cross-stitch gifts were having the same reaction. After all, how would you feel if one of your tough, macho friends sent you a handmade cross-stitch? And the kicker, it was personally stitched by him. An hour later, Lin Yufan arrived at Lu Ziwei's rented apartment. The door was ajar, so he walked right in. As soon as he stepped inside, he wrinkled his nose at the heavy smell of cigarette smoke. Lu Ziwei was sitting in the living room with an ashtray full of cigarette butts on the table in front of him. What worried Lin Yufan even more was how exhausted Liu Ziwei looked, with dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he hadn't slept at all the night before. Grandpa Lu, did something happen? Lin Yufan asked cautiously. Lu Ziwei looked up, forcing a smile. Nothing's wrong. Little Wei is getting married, and I'm just too happy to sleep. Oh, you brought food and drinks? Well, I won't be polite then. He stood up to reach for the bag in Lin Yufan's hand, but the moment he rose, his vision went black, and he collapsed. The sudden turn of events startled Lin Yufan. He quickly put down the bag and rushed to catch Lu Ziwei before carrying him out the door and racing downstairs. A short time later, Lu Ziwei was in the hospital's emergency room. Lin Yufan informed Yu Yunxi of Lu Ziwei's condition, but chose not to notify Su Liangsu or Yi Qingcheng, thinking Su Liangsu, just starting her career in the entertainment industry, would be too busy, and Yi Qingcheng was out of town. Yu Yunxi arrived at the hospital soon after. Brother Yufan, how is Grandpa Lu? She asked, her face full of concern. As an orphan raised by Lu Ziwei, she saw him as her own grandfather. I'm not sure yet, Lin Yufan replied, shaking his head. Just then, the door to the operating room opened, and two nurses wheeled Lu Ziwei toward the hospital's inpatient wing. Doctor, how is my grandfather? Gu Yunxi hurried over to ask the surgeon. The doctor removed his mask and said, Your grandfather had a blocked artery. We performed surgery, and he's stable for now. However, given his condition, I recommend that he takes it easy and avoids any stress in the future. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. Thank you, doctor. Gu Yunxi expressed her gratitude repeatedly. She and Lin Yufan then accompanied Lu Ziwei to his hospital room. After a while Lu Ziwei slowly regained consciousness, though he still looked extremely weak. Where am I? Yunxi, why are you here? He asked in surprise upon seeing Gu Yunxi. Grandpa Lu, you fainted earlier. Brother Yufan brought you to the hospital, and it's a good thing he did. If we hadn't gotten you here in time, things could have been much worse, Gu Yunxi said, still shaken by the incident. Before Lu Ziwei could respond, she continued, Grandpa, you should move in with me from now on. My place is big, and there are plenty of rooms. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. Yunxi, I appreciate the offer, but I prefer living by myself. I wouldn't feel comfortable living with you young people, Lu Ziwei said with a kind smile. Grandpa Lu, if you insist on living alone, fine. But I'll hire a caregiver for you, and you can't refuse. Either you move in with us, or I find someone to take care of you, Gu Yunxi said firmly. Lu Ziwei sighed, and Lin Yufan grinned, chiming in, if you're getting a caregiver, make sure she's around 40 or 50 years old, in good shape and still has a bit of charm. That would be just perfect. Pa. You rascal, do you think I'm as perverted as you? Lu Ziwei's face flushed as he glared at Lin Yufan. Yu Yunxi's cheeks turned red as well, and she leaned in to whisper in Lin Yufan's ear. Brother Yufan, do you like women older than you? Don't be ridiculous. You're exactly my type. Lin Yufan quickly explained. Pa, there you go taking advantage of me again. Gu Yunxi's face turned an even deeper shade of red, but her heart felt light and sweet, as if filled with honey. Watching the playful interaction between the two, Lu Ziwei smiled softly. But his thoughts soon turned to his grandson, Lu Wei, and his heart grew heavy. On one side there was his biological grandson, and on the other the orphans he had raised. Yet it was the orphans who cared for him more deeply, who showed him real concern, while his own grandson seemed distant. The more he thought about it, the more tears welled up in his eyes. Grandpa Lu, why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? Let me call the doctor. Gu Yunxi panicked and reached for the call button by the bed. Yunxi, don't worry. These are happy tears. Seeing the two of you so close, watching Yufan grow into such a fine young man, it makes me happy. That's all, Lu Ziwei said, wiping away his tears with a smile. Grandpa Lu, you've just had surgery, so please rest and take care of yourself. If you need anything, just call me. I'll come right away, Gu Yunxi said, finally calming down. She didn't stay long at the hospital, as her work at the company required her attention, especially now that she had fired her secretary, Yishu Yunfei, increasing her workload. Though Gu Yunxi left, Lin Yufan stayed to keep Lu Ziwei company. In the afternoon, unable to hold back, Lin Yufan asked for Lu Wei's contact information, intending to inform him about his grandfather's condition. Lu Ziwei immediately stopped him. Yufan, don't tell Wei about me being in the hospital. He's getting married in a couple of days and is busy with the preparations. Marriage is important, but so is your health. As his grandfather, he should come visit you, Lin Yufan said with a frown. Please, Yufan, let him focus on the wedding. Don't tell him, Lu Ziwei insisted. All right, whatever you say, Lin Yufan relented. Deciding not to inform Lu Wei after seeing how adamant Lu Ziwei was, he stayed with Lu Ziwei at the hospital for 2 days before the old man, tired of keeping him there, pretended to get angry and sent him away. Reluctantly, Lin Yufan returned home, exhausted after spending the past 2 days in the hospital. What he didn't know was that as soon as he left, Lu Ziwei received a call from his grandson, Lu Wei. Grandpa, I'm at Xingxi TV singing with some friends. I forgot my wallet. Bring me 5,000 yuan. Don't be late. Lu Wei slurred his words, clearly drunk. Okay, Grandpa's on his way. Lu Ziwei replied. After hanging up, Lu Ziwei realized he only had a few hundred yuan on him. After some thought, he decided to go sell his blood. Half an hour later, Lu Ziwei, pale and drained, arrived at the entrance of Shengxi TV. He dialed his grandson Lu Wei's number, and soon, a heavily intoxicated Lu Wei appeared before him. Jia Wei, Grandpa brought the money, but it's only 3,000 yuan. Lu Ziwei shakily pulled out the 3,000 yuan he had just earned from selling his blood. Why only 3,000? I told you to bring 5,000. Whatever 3,000 it is, Lu Wei grumbled, his brows immediately furrowing at the amount. He had planned to treat his friends to dinner, but now it looked like that wouldn't be happening. He snatched the cash from his grandfather's hands and, without looking back, walked straight into the KTV. Xiao Wei. Lu Ziwei wanted to say something but stopped himself as he watched his grandson's retreating figure. Back in the private room, Lu Wei's 6 drinking buddies immediately cheered. Lu Wei, you're about to get married, so you've got to party hard with us today. That's right, once you're married, it's game over. You won't be able to party with us anymore. Haha, Lu Wei, you're so lucky to have landed Zhu Tingting. She's my dream girl. You've got to treat us tonight just for that. I agree. Zhu Tingting's a rich girl. Liu Wei, you're set for life. You'll get to take it easy for the next 30 years. Man, I'm so jealous. One by one, Liu Wei's friends chimed in, their voices filled with envy. Liu Wei, feeling a surge of vanity, waved his hand grandly. Tonight, have as much fun as you want. If we run out of drinks, I'll cover it all. You're the boss, Wei. No one's got moves like you. His friends exchanged glances, smirking slyly as they raised their glasses to toast Liu Wei. Meanwhile, on the street outside the KTV, Lu Zai was walking back to the hospital, but after a while, he suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, barely managing to stay on his feet. Sir, are you all right? A kind passerby noticed his condition and rushed over to support him. I'm fine. Thank you. Lu Ziwei thanked the person and continued walking, but after a few steps, a tightness built in his chest. He coughed forcefully, and with that, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. Thud. As the blood poured out, his vision went black, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Some onlookers saw what happened but assumed it was a scam, fearing they'd get caught in a fake accident scheme. They quickly avoided him, unwilling to get involved. At that moment, Feng Yankai, dressed flamboyantly and with his arm around a new girlfriend, happened to be passing by. Curious about the commotion, Feng Yankai squeezed through the crowd. At first, like the others, he thought it was just a scam. But when he got a good look at the man lying on the ground, his eyes widened in shock. He rushed over to check if Lu Jiwei was still breathing. Careful, he's probably faking it. His heavily made-up girlfriend warned him. Fake? Are you kidding? This is my brother Yufan's grandpa. Call an ambulance now. Feng Yankai barked at her. After getting Lu Ziwei onto the ambulance, Feng Yankai immediately called Lin Yufan to inform him that his grandfather had been taken to the hospital. As soon as Lin Yufan heard the news, he rushed to the hospital without hesitation. By the time Lin Yufan arrived, Lu Ziwei had already been transferred to a recovery ward. Outside the room, Feng Yankai and his girlfriend were waiting for him. Brother Yufan, you're finally here, Feng Yankai said as he hurried over. How's my grandpa Lu? What exactly happened? Lin Yufan asked anxiously. Feng Yankai explained, Brother Yufan, the doctor said your grandpa's surgery wound hadn't fully healed, and he went and sold his blood, which left him severely weakened. But what really caused him to collapse was walking too much, which tore his stitches. Sold blood? And tore his stitches from walking? Lin Yufan was stunned. Why would Lu Ziwei suddenly sell his blood? Confused, Lin Yufan entered the hospital room. Lu Ziwei was still unconscious, his face ashen and drained of color. Seeing his grandfather in such a frail state, Lin Yufan felt his heart ache. He picked up Liu Ziwei's phone from the bedside table, scrolled through the call log, and dialed Liu Wei's number. What is it now? I'm singing with my friends. If it's important, say it quick, Liu Wei answered, clearly irritated. Did Grandpa Liu come to see you earlier? Did he give you money? Lin Yufan asked coldly, his tone sharp with anger. Hearing that it was Lin Yufan on the line, Liu Wei immediately became defensive. Lin Yufan, what's your problem? So what if my grandpa came to see me? And so what if he gave me money? What, do I need to sign an IU for it? Liu Wei's response only made Lin Yufan's voice turn icier. Where are you right now? Oh, I see how it is. You want to come find me, huh? Fine. I'm in room 303 at Shengshi KTV. Come if you dare, and let's see if you leave here in one piece. The alcohol in Liu Wei's system was giving him courage, and his long-standing resentment toward Lin Yufan flared up. With his friends around, he figured this was his chance to put Lin Yufan in his place. Beep 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 beep. Lin Yufan hung up without saying another word, placing the phone back on the table before heading out of the hospital. Brother Yufan, where are you going? Want me to drive you? Feng Yankai asked, quickly following behind. Lin Yufan turned to him. Do you know where Shengshi KTV is? Of course I do. I know all the spots in Nanjing. If you're heading there I can drive you, Feng Yankai offered, thumping his chest confidently. Alright, I'll take you up on that, Lin Yufan nodded. Feng Yankai asked his girlfriend to stay behind and keep an eye on Liu Yujiwei while he drove Lin Yufan to Shengshi KTV. Inside Shengshi KTV, Liu Wei was boasting to his friends about his ongoing feud with Lin Yufan. Upon hearing his story, his friends all offered to help beat up Lin Yufan if he dared to show up. Great, I'll count on you guys to teach that orphan a lesson if he does show up, Liu Wei laughed, raising his glass to toast with his buddies. 20 minutes later. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open with a loud bang. Lin Yufan entered with a cold expression, followed closely by Feng Yankai. Seeing 7 people in the room, Feng Yankai frowned slightly, but knowing Lin Yufan's terrifying strength, he figured these 7 were in for a tough time. Who's the idiot? Can't you see this room is occupied? Liu Wei shouted, turning to see who had barged in. When he realized it was Lin Yufan, his anger turned into a sneer. Oh, look who it is, Lin Yufan, the great orphan. So, you actually came to teach me a lesson? Go ahead. I'm right here. Let's see if you dare lay a finger on me. Liu Wei mocked, full of arrogance. His friends, seated on both sides, started jeering as well. Is this the orphan you were talking about, Wei? Has this guy lost his mind, daring to mess with our Wei? He's asking for a death sentence. Wei, just say the word, and we'll help you teach him a lesson. Hey kid, you think you're tough? You're interrupting our fun. Pay up for the damages, or we'll teach you some manners. Their taunts fell on deaf ears as Lin Yufan strode directly to Liu Wei. Without hesitation, he raised his fist and punched Liu Wei square in the face. Smack. Liu Wei, caught completely off guard, was knocked to the ground by the force of the blow. His 6 friends, startled at first, quickly regained their senses and stood up to retaliate. You guys think you can gang up on him? Feng Yankai rushed forward, engaging the 6 men. As a black belt in Taekwondo, Feng Yankai was no match for Lin Yufan, but against Liu Wei's friends, he easily overpowered them. The fight was one-sided. In no time, Feng Yankai had all 6 of them writhing on the floor, crying in pain. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan squatted down next to Liu Wei, grabbed him by the collar, and began slapping him across the face. As Liu Grandpa's grandson, your grandfather is in the hospital, and you're out here partying. Is this how you repay him for raising you? Slap. Liu Grandpa sacrificed so much for you. The orphanage was torn down, and you gambled away the compensation. He didn't blame you. Now that you're getting married, he had to swallow his pride and borrow money from Yunxi. Have you ever thought of repaying him? Slap. Liu Grandpa nearly died in the hospital, and he's still recovering, but you had the nerve to ask him for money. Do you even know the money he gave you was earned by selling his blood? Slap. Each slap landed harder than the last, and Liu Wei couldn't fight back. Lin Yufan's strength was too overwhelming, leaving him no chance to resist. Within moments, Liu Wei's face swelled, turning him into a bruised mess. The alcohol had dulled his senses, but the beating quickly sobered him up. As he heard what Lin Yufan was saying, Liu Wei froze. His mouth bled as he stammered, "My grandpa is in the hospital. And he sold his blood? When did all this happen? Go ask him yourself." Lin Yufan spat. Which hospital is he in? Panic flashed across Liu Wei's face. In that moment, all he could think of was his grandfather. Memories of Liu Ziwai's care and kindness over the years flooded his mind. The thought that his grandfather had been hospitalized, and had nearly died, made his heart ache like it was being stabbed. City First Hospital, Critical Care Ward. Lin Yufan stood up and told him the room number. Without bothering to wipe the blood from his mouth, Liu Wei staggered to his feet and limped out of the room, heading straight for the hospital. Brother Yufan, what should we do with these guys? Feng Yankai asked, brushing off his hands after dealing with Liu Wei's friends. Bad company corrupts good character. These guys played a part in leading Liu Wei astray. Tell them to stay away from him. If they contact him again, break their legs, Lin Yufan said coldly, glancing at the 6 groaning men on the floor. Feng Yankai nodded. Got it, leave it to me, Brother Yufan. I'm going to step outside for a smoke. Take care of things here, Lin Yufan said as he pulled out a cigarette and left the room. After he left, Feng Yankai turned to the group, a sinister smile spreading across his face. You little punks heard what my brother Yufan just said, didn't you? Yes, we heard it loud and clear. The 6 men, pale with fear, nodded frantically. Oh, you heard it, but it doesn't look like you've taken it to heart yet. Guess I didn't hit you hard enough earlier. Feng Yankai cracked his knuckles before lunging at them again. 5 minutes later, Feng finally stopped. The 6 men lay on the floor, barely conscious, regretting ever being friends with Liu Wei. This had turned into a disaster for them. After dealing with Liu Wei's friends, Lin Yufan and Feng Yankai headed back to the hospital. As they approached the hospital room, they could hear Liu Wei's tearful voice from inside. Grandpa, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll listen to you. Please don't leave me. I've already lost my parents, and you're the only family I have left. If you go too, I'll be all alone. Peeking through the glass window, Lin Yufan saw Liu Wei kneeling on the floor, clutching Lu Ziwei's frail hands tightly. Seeing Lu Wei's sincerity, Lin Yufan sighed softly. People always wait until it's too late to repay their parents' love. I hope Lu Wei finally learns this lesson, he said. Brother Yufan, do you need me to do anything else? If not, I'll head out, Feng Yankai asked, now standing beside him with his arm around his girlfriend. For the first time, Lin Yufan took a good look at Feng's girlfriend. She was quite pretty. While not as stunning as his 7 sisters, she was still a beauty in her own right. With a smile, Lin Yufan said, No, that's all for now. Thanks for your help today. Brother Yufan, you don't need to thank me. If it wasn't for you telling me to visit the hospital back then, I never would have met Feng. Feng Yankai chuckled, squeezing his girlfriend's hand, making her blush. The hospital? Lin Yufan asked, confused. Yeah, remember during that auction when you told me to head to a hospital nearby? That's where I met Feng. She's the prettiest nurse in the whole place. Feng explained proudly. Just then, Lin Yufan's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his mood brightened. It was a call from his 4th sister, Yi Qingcheng. Lin Yufan answered the call. And soon Yi Qingcheng's voice came through the phone. Brother Yufan, why did it take you so long to pick up? Were you secretly flirting with other girls? Of course not. How could you say that? Do I look like the kind of guy who chases after girls? Fine, I'll let it slide this time. You have 10 minutes to come pick me up at the airport. Airport? You're back in Nanjing? What? Not happy to see me? No, of course not. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Lin Yufan rushed to the airport. Meanwhile, in the northern district of Nanjing City, inside the Tang family mansion. Slap. A harsh slap landed on old Master Tang's face, leaving an angry red handprint. However, instead of showing any resentment toward the middle-aged man who hit him, the old master looked as nervous as a child who had done something wrong. Mr. Tang has decided, considering the years you've spent taking care of young Master Tang, to spare both you and your daughter. But from now on, you're no longer associated with the Tang family, said Fu Bo, an elderly man in a traditional Chinese suit, his expression cold and stern. Do you accept Mr. Tang's decision? I accept. I accept. Old Master Tang knelt on the floor, bowing repeatedly toward Fu Bo, his attitude completely submissive. Watching her father, Tang Manli's heart ached, but she didn't dare to speak up for him. Who were they up against? Mr. Tang from Hong Kong, whose business empire spanned the globe and whose wealth and influence were unimaginable. Even the government had to show him respect. As for them, they were just a family from a second-tier city, insignificant in the eyes of someone like Mr. Tang. One word from him could wipe their entire family out. In the face of such overwhelming power, they didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction, even as they were humiliated and trampled upon. All they could do was endure, swallowing their pride just to stay alive. At least you're smart. We'll take young Master Tang with us. From now on, you and he will have nothing to do with each other. Fu Bo gestured, and 2 top-tier caregivers walked into Tang Yunsheng's room and wheeled him out. Fu Bo, my daughter Manli is young Master Tang's wife. Could she accompany him to Hong Kong? Old Master Tang asked cautiously as he watched them take Tang Yunsheng away. Tang Manli's face lit up with hope. If she could go with them, she would officially become part of an elite family, a true wealthy lady. Are you joking? Your daughter is nothing more than a bed warmer for the young master in Nanjing. She's lucky enough to have slept with him. That's a fortune she should be grateful for. And now you think she could be his wife? Fu Bo sneered, his tone full of disdain. His words pierced both father and daughter like needles. The pain was unbearable, but neither of them dared to protest. They were like fish on a chopping block, powerless. The only way to survive was to submit. Despite this, as Tang Yunsheng was wheeled away, Tang Manli couldn't help but feel sorrowful. After all, she had spent years serving him, her body used by him, yet he showed no affection or regret as he discarded her like trash. Not long after, Fu Bo left with Tang Yunsheng. On the way to the airport, Tang Yunsheng began to speak with Fu Bo. Fu Bo, I've suffered such a huge loss this time. Isn't my father planning to help me get revenge? Young master, revenge can wait. Right now your health is the priority. After learning about your condition, your father immediately sought out the best doctor in the country for you, Fu Bo said, looking into the rearview mirror with a gentle smile. Once you're fully recovered, you can take your revenge personally. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Will my condition really be cured? Tang Yunsheng asked, his voice filled with hope. He had been devastated when old Master Tang and his daughter told him that he would be bound to a wheelchair for the rest of his life and that he had lost his most important male function. The shock had nearly driven him to suicide. But Fu Bo's words gave him a glimmer of hope. Absolutely. Your father has invited Miss Qiao Xinyan, the successor of China's most renowned doctor, the immortal healer of Gigu. With her incredible medical skills, as long as you're still breathing, she'll be able to heal you completely. Qiao Xinyan? The one who was rumored to be the immortal healer's last disciple. Tang Yunsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, that's her, Fu Bo confirmed with a nod and a smile. The immortal healer of Gigu was a legendary figure in China, sought after by the most powerful and wealthy individuals. His medical skills were said to be miraculous, able to cure any ailment. Patients he treated almost always made a full recovery, so with Qiao Xingyan's help, Tang Yunsheng's chances of recovery were high. Fu Bo, revenge can wait, but I need you to help me with one thing, Tang Yunsheng said, his mood stabilizing. Thoughts of Ning Hongyan flashed through his mind, and the idea of her being with Lin Yufan filled him with jealousy. The woman he had his eye on could never end up with someone else. Just tell me what you need, young master. As long as it's within my power, I'll handle it for you, Fu Bo replied respectfully. I want you to help me capture someone and bring her to Hong Kong, Tang Yunsheng said, a greedy glint in his eyes. For now he would hold off on killing Lin Yufan. But as for Ning Hongyan, he was determined to have her. He had already made up his mind once he was healed, he would take Ning Hongyan and make her his plaything, a tool for his amusement. At Nanjing City Airport. As soon as Lin Yufan entered the arrival hall, he spotted a tall, coldly elegant woman surrounded by 4 bodyguards. The woman wore a long black dress, sunglasses, and had her hair cascading over her shoulders, an absolute goddess. The 4 bodyguards, tall and imposing, had sharp, hawk-like gazes, constantly scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. The moment Lin Yufan appeared, the cool and aloof woman broke into a smile, clicked her high heels, and strode quickly toward him. Brother Yufan. As soon as she reached him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss right on his cheek. The sudden display of affection immediately drew the attention of everyone in the terminal. Countless men stared with envy, jealousy flickering in their eyes as they wished they could switch places with Lin Yufan. Faced with the envious stares of countless men, even Lin Yufan, thick-skinned as he was, couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. He instinctively wanted to pat Yi Qingsheng on the back, but remembering her previous injury there, he shifted his hand down slightly and gave a couple of light taps. Brother Yufan, you're so naughty. Yi Qingsheng's body trembled slightly, her face blushing as she looked up at him. Realizing that his hand had landed somewhere it shouldn't have, Lin Yufan's face flushed with embarrassment. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Don't say that. I'm a gentleman." Yi Qingsheng rolled her eyes at him, still holding his arm as they walked out of the airport. Behind them, the 4 bodyguards followed closely. Lin Yufan didn't know these men, but with just one glance, he could tell they were well-trained and quite formidable. As they exited the airport, Qinju was already waiting outside and quickly opened the car door for them. Lin Yufan and Yi Qingsheng got into the car while Yi Qingsheng told the bodyguards to take a taxi and follow. In the back seat, Yi Qingsheng clung tightly to Lin Yufan's arm, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "Brother Yufan, did you miss me while I was away?" she asked. "Of course I did. I thought about you every day," he replied. "Liar. If you really missed me, why didn't you call me?" Yi Qingsheng pouted, clearly not pleased. "I thought you might be busy, or on a mission, and I didn't want to call at a bad time and put you in danger. I would feel awful if something happened because of that," Lin Yufan explained. "Fine, I'll let it slide this time. But from now on, if you miss me, you have to call. If I don't answer, at least send me a message." Hearing his explanation, Yi Qingsheng's mood brightened. All right, you've got the final say," Lin Yufan teased, playfully ruffling her hair. "By the way, are you staying for long this time? You're so annoying." Yi Qingsheng's face flushed again as she gave him a flirty glare before answering. "I came back because I missed you, and also to visit Grandpa Lu. But I'll have to return to Tianhai City tomorrow. There are some important matters waiting for me there." "Tomorrow? So soon?" Lin Yufan frowned. "Ah, don't be like that. It's not like I won't come back. And besides, if you miss me, you can always come to Tianhai City. I'll be with you all day, every day," Yi Qingsheng said, gently shaking his arm like a spoiled child. "True, I guess. If I miss you, I'll just head over to Tianhai City," Lin Yufan nodded. With modern transportation, it wasn't difficult, just a few hours to travel back and forth. Suddenly Yi Qingsheng asked, "Brother Yufan, you didn't tell Yingxi and Liangsu that I'm back, did you?" "Oh right. I left in such a rush that I forgot to tell them. Let me call them now and ask them to come home early tonight," Lin Yufan said, pulling out his phone and getting ready to dial Gu Yingxi's number. "Don't. Yi Qingcheng quickly grabbed his phone. Seeing his puzzled expression, she flashed a mischievous smile. Brother Yufan, today you're all mine. Lin Yufan was left speechless. Just then, his phone started ringing. Yi Qingcheng glanced at the screen, her face darkening. Brother Yufan, who's Ning Hongyan? Ah. She's just a woman I've met a few times. We're acquaintances, Lin Yufan said, suddenly feeling uneasy, like a cat caught with a stolen fish. Is that so? Then you won't mind if I answer the call for you, right? Yi Qingcheng asked with a sly smile. That might not be a good idea. Lin Yufan tried to object, but before he could finish, Yi Qingcheng had already answered the call and put the phone to her ear. As soon as the call connected, Ning Hongyan's frantic voice came through the speaker. Little rascal, hurry up and save me. Otherwise I'm dead for sure. Little rascal? What's your relationship with my brother Yufan? Have you slept with him? Tell me now. Yi Qingcheng's face darkened as soon as she heard Ning Hongyan's playful nickname for Lin Yufan. Stop playing dead and answer my question. What's your relationship with my brother Yufan? And why are you calling him little rascal? Yi Qingcheng demanded. After a long pause, Ning Hongyan's voice returned, now calm and measured. I don't know his name, so I just call him that. As for the other thing you mentioned, I'm not that kind of woman. Is that answer good enough for you? If it is, please pass the phone to him. I have something urgent to discuss. Alright, I'll hand him the phone now, Yi Qingcheng replied. But just as Lin Yufan reached out to take the phone, Yi Qingcheng suddenly hit the speakerphone button and held the phone between them. Lin Yufan froze, his hand mid-air, while Yi Qingcheng stared at him with a mischievous grin. Sighing in defeat, Lin Yufan spoke into the phone. What's the matter? Upon hearing Lin Yufan's voice, Ning Hongyan's urgency returned. Little rascal, if you still want me to warm your bed, you'd better come to the Crystal Palace and save me. Otherwise, once I'm taken, don't expect any more favors from me. Her words, broadcasted through the speaker, were clearly heard by both Yi Qingcheng and Qin Jiyu, who was driving. Lin Yufan was completely dumbfounded. He glanced at Yi Qingcheng, who now looked livid, while Qin Jiyu shot him a look of admiration through the rearview mirror. Qingcheng, let me explain. It's not what you think, Lin Yufan began. But Yi Qingcheng cut him off with a cold snort, switching off the speakerphone and bringing the phone back to her ear. The Crystal Palace, right? Just wait there. We'll get to the bottom of this, and no one's leaving until it's settled. With that, Yi Qingcheng ended the call abruptly. She then turned to Qin Jiyu, who was still driving. Driver, take us to the Crystal Palace. Qin Jiyu hesitated, glancing at Lin Yufan through the mirror. Seeing Lin Yufan give a slight nod, Qin Jiyu pressed the gas and turned the car toward the Crystal Palace. Brother Yufan, you said she was just an acquaintance, right? Then, what's all this about warming the bed? Yi Qingcheng asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm as they drove. Faced with Yi Qingcheng's question, Lin Yufan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Qin Jiyu, who had been driving, chimed in. Little brother, you seem like a decent guy, so let me give you some advice. Better stay away from Ning Hongyan, Qin Jiyu said. His words immediately caught Yi Qingcheng's attention. Driver, do you know this Ning Hongyan woman too? Yi Qingcheng asked curiously. Qin Jiyu chuckled and replied. Oh, everyone in the Northern District knows Red Sister from the Crystal Palace. She's one of the 4 big bosses around here, and she controls all the entertainment venues in the area. Is she really that powerful? Yi Qingcheng responded with a disdainful smirk. She thought to herself, just a local queen of a second-tier city, and she dares to compete with me for my man? She must be courting death. Qin Jiyu continued. For a woman to carve out a place for herself in the Northern District with just her brains and skills, that's impressive. But what I respect most about her is her loyalty to love. Loyalty? She's trying to steal my man, and you call that loyalty? Yi Qingcheng scoffed. Steal? Miss, you're giving your man too much credit. Even someone like me with my charming good looks didn't catch her eye. Do you really think your man stands a chance? Ha ha ha. Qin Jiyu joked as he glanced at Lin Yufan through the rearview mirror and laughed. Though Ning Hongyan is single, she's always had someone in her heart. Everything she's built, she's done it for revenge, to help her late fiancé. Revenge? Driver, could you tell me more about Ning Hongyan's story? Yi Qingcheng was intrigued by this twist and pressed for more details. Pretty much everyone in the Northern District knows about her story, Qin Jiyu said with a hint of surprise. Then he went on, Ning Hongyan used to have a fiancé, and they built their business together, opening the Crystal Palace. But she's so beautiful that it wasn't long before some powerful men started coveting her. Qin Jiyu recounted the tragic love story between Ning Hongyan and her fiancé. painting her as a determined woman who spent years building her influence to stand up against the powerful Tang family, all to avenge her fiancé's death. After hearing the story, even Yi Qingqiang, who initially disliked Ning Hongyan, couldn't help but be moved by her dedication. So, Brother Yufan, if Ning Hongyan is so devoted to her fiancé, what's this about her warming your bed? Yi Qingqiang asked, her curiosity about the bed warming remark only growing. Ah, it's nothing really. I helped her get her revenge, and then I made a joke, but she took it seriously, Lin Yufan explained, now feeling a bit more confident after Qinju's story had set the stage. I see. But still, Brother Yufan, that's a bit much. You're basically taking advantage of the situation. Yi Qingqiang pouted slightly as she playfully glared at him. Then, as if something suddenly came to mind, she asked, what was that about her calling you for help earlier? I didn't quite catch it myself, Lin Yufan said, shaking his head. A few minutes later, Qinju pulled up in front of the Crystal Palace Entertainment Complex. As Lin Yufan and Yi Qingqiang got out of the car, the 4 bodyguards who had been following them in a taxi also arrived and joined them. The group of 6 headed straight into the Crystal Palace, only to be greeted by a chaotic scene in the lobby. Several people were lying on the ground, some of them security guards and others Ning Hongyan's personal bodyguards. Seeing the mess, Lin Yufan grew concerned for Ning Hongyan's safety. With a quick glance from Yi Qingqiang, one of the bodyguards stepped forward, grabbed a security guard who was just getting up, and lifted him off the ground. Where's Ning Hongyan? The bodyguard demanded. She's on the 6th floor. Please, spare me. I'm just a security guard, the man pleaded, his face pale with fear. Let's go to the 6th floor, Yi Qingqiang ordered, wasting no time as she headed for the elevator. The 6th floor was Ning Hongyan's private area, where only she and a few trusted female attendants were allowed. But when Lin Yufan and the others arrived, the hallways were eerily empty. Just as they were wondering if Ning Hongyan had already been taken, they heard the sound of a woman arguing at the end of the corridor. Forget it. I'd rather die than go with you, a woman's voice shouted. Miss Ning, I suggest you stop being stubborn. Our young Master Tang has taken a liking to you. It's your good fortune. A man replied coldly. Fortune? Well, why don't you give that fortune to your mother and have her take my place to please Tang Yunsheng? Ning Hongyan retorted sarcastically. You bitch. You're asking for it. Came the man's furious shout, followed by the sharp sound of a slap. Slap. Let's go. Yi Qingqiang's face darkened as she charged toward the sound, with Lin Yufan and the bodyguards following close behind. They quickly reached Ning Hongyan's office. Inside, they found Ning Hongyan being held down by 5 men in black suits. Her hands were tied, and they were about to tape her mouth shut. Ning Hongyan had nearly lost hope, but when she saw Lin Yufan enter the room, her eyes lit up, and she shouted, Little rascal, save me. In broad daylight, you dare to abduct a woman? Who are you? Let her go. Yi Qingqiang demanded coldly. The 5 men turned toward the group. The leader, a short man wearing a baseball cap, growled, Who the hell are you? If you don't want to die, stay out of this. Oh really? You think you can tell me to back off? Yi Qingqiang's lips curled into an icy smile as she gestured toward her bodyguards. Immediately, the 4 bodyguards leapt forward to engage the men. To her surprise, the fight wasn't as one-sided as she expected. The 5 men were skilled fighters, evenly matched with her 4 bodyguards. These guys aren't amateurs. Brother Yufan, I'll keep them busy. You find a way to save Ning Hongyan, Yi Qingqiang said, her brows furrowed in concern. Without wasting time, she charged at the man in the baseball cap. Lin Yufan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Be careful, Qingqiang. That guy is tough. Lin Yufan shouted as a warning. With the 2 groups already locked in battle, Lin Yufan seized the opportunity to rush over to Ning Hongyan. He quickly untied her hands. Ning Hongyan, still shaken, sighed with relief. Thank goodness you got here in time. I would have been dragged off by now if you hadn't come. Find a safe place to hide. I don't want you to get hurt in the crossfire, Lin Yufan instructed, still worried about Yi Qingqiang's safety. After making sure Ning Hongyan was out of harm's way, he turned his attention back to the fight. What he saw made his face darken with anger. The man in the baseball cap was fighting dirty, targeting Yi Qingqiang's most vulnerable areas, including parts of her body no decent person would strike. Seeing this, Lin Yufan's rage ignited instantly. How dare you touch my woman? Lin Yufan roared, charging forward in a flash. Yi Qingqiang's face turned pale as she shouted, Brother Yufan, don't. It's dangerous. But before she could finish her sentence, the scene that unfolded left her completely stunned. With one swift punch, Lin Yufan sent the man in the baseball cap flying into the wall with a resounding bang. The man was left dazed, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. He felt like he had been hit by a speeding truck. His internal organs seemed to shift, and a mouthful of blood gushed from his lips. You coward. The man glared at Lin Yufan, furious and humiliated. He had planned on toying with Yi Qingcheng a little longer, perhaps getting in some cheap shots, but Lin Yufan had ruined everything, blindsiding him with that brutal punch. Unable to fight back, his whole body screamed in pain. He was powerless, lying there with his strength drained. Coward? Thanks for the compliment. Lin Yufan sneered, walking up to the man and mercilessly stomping on his arm. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the room, immediately followed by the man's agonized scream. I'll kill you. He howled in pain. The man's cries caught the attention of his 4 comrades, who quickly disengaged from their fight and turned to see their leader defeated. Realizing they were outmatched, any desire to continue fighting quickly vanished. You fool. Do you have any idea who we are? One of the taller men, standing over 6 feet, growled angrily. We're from the Hong Kong Martial Arts Association. Mess with us, and you'll be making enemies of every martial artist in China. Oh? Are you done? Lin Yufan glanced at him with a smirk before lifting his foot and stomping on the other arm of the man in the cap. Another scream pierced the air as the man passed out from the excruciating pain. The remaining 4 men glared at Lin Yufan, fuming with rage. If they weren't afraid of losing, they would have torn him apart by now. The Hong Kong Martial Arts Association, huh? Lin Yufan said coldly, his tone chilling. Tell your leader, if anyone dares lay a hand on my sisters, I'll wipe out your entire clan. With his left hand in his pocket, Lin Yufan waved his right dismissively. Now, get lost. Don't think this is over, Lin Yufan. You've made an enemy of the entire Chinese martial arts world. You'll pay for this. The 4 men exchanged uneasy glances, knowing they couldn't win, and carried their unconscious leader out of the room, beaten and humiliated. As soon as they left, a sweet, fragrant breeze wafted over Lin Yufan. Before he could react, Yi Qingcheng leaped into his arms, hugging him tightly. Caught off guard, Lin Yufan instinctively wrapped his arms around her. The warmth and softness of her body made his heart race. Brother Yufan, you were amazing just now. I love you. Yi Qingcheng exclaimed, looking up at him with admiration. She then gave him a quick kiss on the forehead. Forehead kisses are nothing special. How about a real kiss? You know, your brother Yufan has never kissed a girl before. Lin Yufan shamelessly suggested. Yi Qingcheng's face turned red at his words. She considered indulging him for a moment, but, remembering the others in the room, especially her subordinates, she blushed even more and gave him a playful scolding glare. Brother Yufan, you pervert. You're getting worse. She huffed, sliding out of his embrace. Then, she cleared her throat and addressed the 4 bodyguards. You all can leave. Stay outside and don't come in until I say so. Yes, ma'am. The 4 bodyguards bowed respectfully and left the room without question. Once they were gone, Yi Qingcheng turned to Ning Hongyan, her gaze sharp and filled with intensity. You must be Ning Hongyan, right? Yi Qingcheng asked coldly. Ning Hongyan was no ordinary woman. Having run the Crystal Palace for years, she had mastered the art of reading people and understanding the unspoken. Sensing Yi Qingcheng's hostility, she quickly put on a charming smile. Yes, I'm Ning Hongyan. You must be the sister Qingcheng I spoke to earlier, right? Don't call me that. We're not close, Yi Qingcheng responded icily. True, we're not close yet. But I've heard quite a bit about you from the little rascal here. Ning Hongyan teased, her eyes briefly darting to the now uncomfortable Lin Yufan. He mentioned you often said you were as beautiful as a goddess, and now that I've seen you, I believe him. No wonder he's always thinking about you. Yi Qingcheng's mood softened slightly. Brother Yufan talked about me? What did he say? He said he has a beautiful girlfriend. But... Ning Hongyan trailed off, looking as though she was hesitant to continue. But what? Don't leave me hanging, just say it. Yi Qingcheng urged, curiosity piqued. Ning Hongyan blushed slightly, appearing embarrassed. He said you're a bit too conservative and won't let him touch you, which leaves him feeling restless. Lin Yufan was stunned by Ning Hongyan's flawless performance. This woman is wasted running a club, she should be winning Oscars. Brother Yufan, how could you say something like that behind my back? Now I'll never be able to face anyone. Yi Qingcheng's face turned crimson as she stomped her foot and shot him an indignant glare. But despite her words, there was no real anger in her eyes, just a playful shyness that made her all the more adorable. Seeing her like that, Lin Yufan's heart couldn't help but flutter. He awkwardly scratched his head and muttered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It won't happen again. It better not. Yi Qingcheng huffed, wrapping her arms around Lin Yufan's. From now on, if we talk about this, it stays between us. No one else needs to know, okay? Sure, no problem. Lin Yufan stammered, barely able to believe his ears. He felt as if he was walking on air. But just as he was basking in his happiness, Yi Qingchang's next question made his heart stop and his nerves go taut. Oh, by the way, what did Ning Hongyan mean earlier when she mentioned warming your bed? Yi Qingchang stared suspiciously at Ning Hongyan, then turned to glance at Lin Yufan. You know about warming the bed too? Ning Hongyan feigned surprise. Her reaction immediately darkened Yi Qingchang's expression, but before she could lash out, Ning Hongyan covered her mouth and giggled. I was just joking with that rascal. He even told you about it. Looks like the two of you are pretty close, huh? Just a joke? Yi Qingchang looked at Ning Hongyan with some doubt. What else could it be? Did you really think I, an unmarried woman, would warm this rascal's bed? Ning Hongyan furrowed her brows, seemingly a bit annoyed. She continued, sure, I'm not as pretty as you, Qingchang, but it's not like I'd stoop so low as to throw myself at him. Your suspicion really hurts me, you know. No, I was just asking casually. Yi Qingchang thought Ning Hongyan had a point, so she dropped her doubts. With that settled, Yi Qingchang didn't want to linger any longer. Sister Ning Yufan and I have some things to take care of, so we won't disturb you. If you need anything, feel free to call me. If it's something I can handle, I'll take care of it for you. After speaking, Yi Qingchang scribbled her phone number on a note and handed it to Ning Hongyan. Ning Hongyan smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to Yi Qingchang and Lin Yufan. Just as Yi Qingchang turned to leave, Ning Hongyan shot Lin Yufan a flirtatious glance. Little seductress. Lin Yufan cursed inwardly, but kept a straight face as he followed Yi Qingchang out. Once they left the Crystal Palace, they headed straight for the hospital where Grandpa Lu was staying. Inside the hospital room, Lu Wei stood vigil by Lu Ziwei's bedside, not leaving his side for a moment. Yufan, who is this guy? Yi Qingchang asked with a hint of confusion upon seeing Lu Wei. Lin Yufan answered, Grandpa Liu's grandson, Lu Wei. Do you remember him? Is he the chubby kid from the orphanage? Yi Qingchang was momentarily surprised. Lu Wei had spent some time in the orphanage when he was younger, so Yi Qingchang still had some recollection of him. How's Grandpa Lu doing? Yi Qingchang stepped forward and asked Lu Wei. Lu Wei turned to look at Yi Qingchang, and with just one glance he was stunned. Her oval face, high nose, and enticing red lips were features so exquisite they seemed like a masterpiece crafted by a skilled artisan. Such beauty was truly rare. However, he quickly snapped out of it, shaking his head. The doctor said Grandpa's health is a bit weak, and that he needs to rest. As long as he wakes up, there shouldn't be any major issues. As he spoke, Lu Ziwei slowly opened his eyes from the hospital bed. Grandpa Lu, you're awake. Do you remember me? Yi Qingchang's eyes lit up as she rushed to the bedside, holding Lu Ziwei's withered hand. You are. Qingchang. Lu Ziwei's voice was faint, but since the room was quiet, everyone heard him clearly. Grandpa Lu, you still remember me? It's been so many years, and I haven't had time to visit. When I heard you were hospitalized, I came right away. I'm so glad you're okay, Yi Qingchang said, her eyes starting to redden, though she held back her tears. I'm fine. But you shouldn't have troubled yourself, Lu Ziwei said with a gentle smile, his frail hand lightly patting Yi Qingchang's skin. My, how you've all changed. It's only been about 10 years, and you girls have blossomed into such beauties. I wonder which lucky young man will win your hearts, he teased, casting a glance at Lin Yufan. His meaning was clear. Seeing this, Yi Qingchang blushed and said nothing. Lin Yufan, however, wasn't embarrassed. He chuckled. There's an old saying, good things shouldn't go to outsiders. Don't worry, Grandpa Lu. I'll take good care of Qingchang. Lu Ziwei laughed and scolded, you rascal. Are you planning to marry all 7 of the girls? Well, hard work should be rewarded, and I wouldn't mind having more. Lin Yufan laughed heartily, clearly pleased with himself. Yi Qingchang suddenly pinched his waist hard, and Lin Yufan's smile vanished in an instant, seeing their closeness. Just like when they were children, a look of deep satisfaction appeared on Lu Ziwei's face. Grandpa. At that moment, Lu Wei, who had been silent, crouched by the bed and spoke up. Since Lu Ziwei had been lying down, he hadn't noticed his grandson earlier. When he heard his voice, Lu Ziwei trembled and turned to look at him. Jia Wei, why are you here? Lu Ziwei was overjoyed, but his smile quickly faded. With a voice filled with emotion, Lu Wei said, Grandpa, I'm sorry. I was unfilial and immature. I swear from now on, I'll be a good grandson and listen to you. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lu Ziwei's first thought was that his grandson probably needed money again. Realizing that he had nothing left to give, Lu Ziwei sighed and said, "Xia Wei, are you in trouble again? Grandpa has no more money to give you." "No, Grandpa, I don't want your money anymore. I just feel guilty for how I behaved before. I want to start over and be a better person," Liu Wei said, wiping his tears and speaking with determination. "From now on, I'll take care of you and provide for you. Don't be silly. I don't need your care. What matters most is your marriage with Tingting. As long as you and your wife live a good life together, I'll be happy," Liu Ziwei said, pleased that his grandson had matured. But he still refused his offer of help. "Grandpa, I'll talk to Tingting's family. If they insist that I cut ties with you, then I'd rather not get married at all." Liu Wei's face was resolute, as if he had made up his mind. Hearing this, Lin Yufan frowned. "Cut ties with Grandpa Liu? Liu Wei, your grandfather needs rest. We'll talk about this later. Come with me. Let Grandpa and Qingcheng catch up," Lin Yufan said, gesturing for Liu Wei to follow him out of the room. Liu Wei knew what Lin Yufan wanted to discuss. But this time, he didn't try to avoid it and faced it head-on. "Grandpa Liu, you must be thirsty. Let me peel you a pear," Yi Qingcheng said, noticing his chapped lips and reaching for the fruit basket. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan had taken Liu Wei downstairs. After learning the full story from Liu Wei, Lin Yufan barely restrained himself from hitting him. At the same time, at Nanjing Airport, aboard a private plane. Having heard that the group in the caps had failed, Fu Bo's face darkened as he scolded them. "A bunch of useless idiots. You couldn't even capture one person. Once we're back in Hong Kong, pack your things and leave. The Tang family has no use for failures." "Fu Bo, we had already caught him, but another group showed up out of nowhere. They were pretty strong." The young man in the cap lowered his head in shame. Fu Bo's voice turned cold. "Who were they?" The young man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his arms. "I'm not sure, but one of them was a shameless kid named Lin Yufan. If he hadn't ambushed me, we would have had the person by now." "Lin Yufan again? Is this boy really going against our young master? He's like a moth to a flame, utterly unaware of his own limits." Fu Bo's eyes narrowed, a flash of murderous intent gleaming briefly. "The young master's condition can't wait. Let's return to Hong Kong. As for Lin Yufan, let him enjoy a few more days of peace before we deal with him." As Lin Yufan and Yi Qingcheng left the hospital, night had already fallen. Just as they stepped out, Lin Yufan received a call from Gu Yunxi. "Yufan, it's so late. Why haven't you come home yet?" "Oh, I'm at the hospital with Grandpa Liu. I probably won't be back tonight. You should go to bed early." "All right then. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, give me a call. And don't forget, tomorrow is Liu Wei's wedding. Don't be late." "Got it, no worries." After hanging up, Lin Yufan glanced at Yi Qingcheng with a hint of helplessness. "Happy now?" Giggle. "Yufan, tonight, you're all mine. No one is going to take you away from me." A captivating smile appeared on Yi Qingcheng's stunning face, but her gaze was somewhat unusual. It was the kind of look a predator gives its prey. Feeling slightly uneasy under her gaze, Lin Yufan rubbed his nose and asked, "Since we're not going back tonight, where should we stay?" Without hesitation, Yi Qingcheng replied, "Let's book a room." "Ah?" Lin Yufan was dumbfounded. Happiness seemed to have come so suddenly that he hadn't had time to prepare himself mentally. But since Qingcheng was being so forward, it would hurt her feelings if he backed out now. Half an hour later, Lin Yufan booked a luxurious Riverview room at the Empire Hotel. "Yufan, you watch TV for a bit. I'm going to take a shower," Yi Qingcheng said as she began to undress and headed for the bathroom. Swallowing hard, Lin Yufan nodded. "Sure, I'll wait for you. We've got all night, no rush." Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but laugh at his words. She threw a seductive glance his way and said teasingly, "If you're in a hurry, you could always join me. I don't mind." Before Lin Yufan could respond, Yi Qingcheng had already slipped into the bathroom. But she didn't close the door. Hearing the sound of water running in the shower, Lin Yufan nearly lost control and barged in. "Calm down, Lin Yufan. Don't be so impatient. If it's the first time, it should at least happen in bed," he muttered to himself, taking a few deep breaths to calm down. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingcheng emerged from the bathroom. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and a misty layer of steam surrounded her body. Her long, slender legs were particularly eye-catching. She was wrapped only in a towel, and Lin Yufan was certain that beneath it, she was completely bare. Gulp. Lin Yufan swallowed nervously and quickly said, "I'll go take a shower too." Rushing into the bathroom, his face flushed, he tried to compose himself. But when he came out after his shower, Yi Qingcheng had already changed into a white hotel nightgown. Qingcheng, it's getting late. Shouldn't we head to bed? Lin Yufan suggested. Don't rush, Yufan. I'm not tired yet. How about you join me for a drink first? Yi Qingcheng smiled as she grabbed a bottle of fine red wine from the rack, pouring 2 glasses. She handed one to Lin Yufan. Drinking to set the mood. Sure. Lin Yufan thought to himself. He didn't refuse, standing up to take the glass and clinking it with hers before downing it in one go. The rich fragrance of the wine paled in comparison to the subtle, intoxicating scent that lingered on Yi Qingcheng. As they sipped their wine and chatted, time passed quickly, and soon their glasses were empty. Looking at the flushed, radiant face of Qingcheng, Lin Yufan, feeling bold, pulled her into his arms. Yi Qingcheng didn't resist, snuggling up to him like a gentle kitten. With a slightly hoarse voice, Lin Yufan murmured, Qingcheng, it's already past midnight, and you have to go to the airport tomorrow. Let's get some sleep. Yi Qingcheng nodded softly. With her approval, Lin Yufan wasted no time, scooping her up in a princess carry and bringing her to the bed. Half an hour later. You're so naughty, Yufan. Is it not okay? Not tonight. I'm not feeling up for it. What? Oh, come on. The rest of the night passed in silence. The next morning, when Lin Yufan woke up, Yi Qingcheng was already gone. All she left behind was a note on the bedside table. Lin Yufan picked it up and read. Yufan, I originally came back to visit Grandpa Lu, but I also planned to devour you. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side this time. Next time I won't leave even your bones behind. With love, Qingcheng. Reading the note, Lin Yufan was at a loss for words. Qingcheng, you're really good at lighting the fire but not putting it out. He sighed, shaking his head. After freshening up, he headed back to the hospital. In the hospital room, Lu Jiwei turned his head away, pretending to sleep, while Lu Wei sat beside the bed, lost in thought. Seeing this, Lin Yufan couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Lu, what are you two up to? Yufan, you're here? Lu Ziwei quickly turned his head, looking relieved as if seeing his savior. Grandpa Lu, you're still recovering. Don't move around too much, Lin Yufan said, rushing over to stop him from sitting up. Yufan, you came at just the right time. Help me talk some sense into Xiao Wei. This fool refuses to attend his own wedding. We've already paid the dowry, and Tingting is such a good girl. Is he trying to drive me to my grave? Lu Ziwei pointed at his grandson, his expression full of disappointment. Grandpa, Tingting's father said that unless I cut ties with you, he wouldn't agree to the marriage. How can I possibly attend the wedding? Li Wei smiled bitterly. What's the big deal about cutting ties? I'm an old man with only a few years left to live. Why are you being so stubborn, boy? Lu Ziwei fumed. Grandpa Lu, please don't get upset. Leave it to me. I'll sort this out for you, Lin Yufan sighed, deciding to take care of the issue himself. If this wasn't resolved, Grandpa Lu might really worry himself sick. Without wasting time, he called He Shaning, asking for a file on the Zhou family, then got the address from Lu Wei. As soon as he left the hospital, Qin Ju, who had been waiting outside, pulled the car around. Take me to the Zhou family, Lin Yufan said, and Qin Ju immediately started driving. On the way, Lin Yufan received an email from He Shaoning containing information about the Zhou family. Learning that they were in the construction materials business and that their biggest partner was He Shaoning's Wanhao group, Lin Yufan asked He Shaoning to prepare a contract and have it delivered. Before long, they arrived at the Zhou family's residence. When Zhu Chengbin heard that Lin Yufan was there to plead on Lu Wei's behalf, he immediately wanted to kick him out. But just then, He Shaoning's secretary, Zhang Yuan, arrived with the contract. Upon seeing her, Zhou Chengbin greeted her warmly, but Zhang Yuan didn't even glance at him. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Yufan. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Yufan? She asked. Yes, I am, Lin Yufan replied. Mr. Lin, here is the contract from Mr. He. Please take a look. Zhang Yuan carefully handed the contract to Lin Yufan. Zhou Chengbin watched the scene in confusion, wondering why a mere 20-something young man could command such respect from the secretary of the richest man in the city. Who was Zhang Yuan? As He Shaoning's secretary, her words held more weight than almost anyone else at Wanhao Group, except for He Shaoning himself. For her to be so respectful to this young man, there was no doubt that Lin Yufan was someone of great importance to He Shaoning. Realizing how he had treated him earlier, Zhou Chengbin began to panic. All right. Lin Yufan nodded and took the contract. Glancing at Zhou Chengbin, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, this is a 10-year building materials procurement contract from Wanhao Group. I'm sure you understand how valuable this is, right? Young man, what exactly do you mean? Zhou Chengbin was excited but also a bit confused. Grandpa Lu was once a benefactor of mine. I've come to repay that debt. If Director Lu is treated well, you will benefit from it. If not, I'll have to find another partner for this contract, Lin Yufan said with a smile. A 10-year procurement contract from the largest company in Nanjing was something far beyond a simple monetary value. For any construction company, this was a massive opportunity, one that would be impossible to refuse. And Zhu Chengbin was no exception. So, you're saying that if my family marries into the Liu family, you'll give me this contract as a wedding gift? Zhou Chengbin asked, testing the waters. If Zhang Yuan, the secretary of Wanao Group, hadn't personally delivered the contract, he would have found such an incredible deal hard to believe. Exactly. Lin Yufan nodded. Then, with a more serious tone he added, Mr. Zhu, I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. This opportunity won't come again. No need to think. I agree. Without hesitation, Zhou Chengbin moved forward, eager to grab the contract. Hold on. Lin Yufan stopped him. Mr. Zhu, you're a smart man. You understand what I'm saying, right? If Director Lu isn't treated well, I have 100 ways to take this contract away, even after you've signed it. This. Zhou Chengbin hesitated, but when he thought of the contract's immense value he relented. Don't worry. Director Lu is a kind man, and my daughter will be nothing but respectful to him. If she dares show even the slightest disrespect, I'll be the first to discipline her. Zhou Chengbin assured. If I'm not mistaken, today is the day of Lu Wei and your daughter's wedding, correct? If possible, I'd like you to invite Director Lu to attend, Lin Yufan said, handing over the contract. Of course. Lu Wei only has one grandfather. On such a joyous occasion, not inviting Director Lu would be far too heartless. Zhou Chengbin responded enthusiastically, flipping through the contract. His face lit up with excitement the moment he got hold of it. Mr. Zhu, I've given you the opportunity. How well you handle it depends on how you treat Director Lu. With that, Lin Yufan turned and left the residence. After Lin Yufan left, Zhou Chengbin grew more and more curious, so he couldn't help but ask Zhang Yuan, who was about to leave. Miss Zhang, may I ask, what's the relationship between that young man and Mr. He? Zhang Yuan shot him a sideways glance and warned, his identity is incredibly significant. If you don't want trouble, I suggest you stop asking questions and definitely don't investigate. You could bring disaster upon yourself. Why yes? Thank you for the warning, Ms. Zhang. Cold sweat immediately formed on Zhou Chengbin's forehead. An identity so significant that investigating it could lead to disaster? This young man must be someone very important. No wonder the richest man in Nanjing would go out of his way to offer a 10-year contract just to curry favor. Shaken by this realization, Zhou Chengbin quickly called Liu Wei. Liu Wei, today is your big wedding day. Make sure to invite your grandfather, Director Lu. If it's inconvenient, I'll go pick him up myself. After leaving the Zhou residence, Lin Yufan headed over to Ziyun Group. At that moment, Gu Yunxi had just finished handling some important documents. Seeing Lin Yufan arrive, her eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled and asked, Yufan, what brings you here? I missed you, so I came by to see you. Lin Yufan replied with a grin. Really? Gu Yunxi blushed, her face glowing with happiness. Of course it's true. Seeing his serious expression, Gu Yunzi beamed. All right, I believe you. She then added, since you're here, help me pick a place for next week's team building event. Team building? Lin Yufan was puzzled. Having spent most of his time in the mountains, he wasn't familiar with company events like this. It's just a company trip. I need your help to choose a location, Gu Yunzi explained. The company's been handling big projects lately, and we've made quite a bit of money. But the employees have been working really hard, so I'm giving them 3 days off for a company retreat. Yunxi, you're really putting me in a tough spot. Other than Nanjing, the only place I've spent much time in is the deep mountains, Lin Yufan admitted, feeling a bit lost. Alright then, I'll name a few places, and you help me choose, Gu Yunxi said, opening her laptop and showing him some tourist destinations. After discussing it for a while, they settled on Chuandu Ancient City as the team building location. Situated in Linchuan, it's a centuries-old city with a rich history and classic charm, making it a perfect getaway. Around noon, both Gu Yunxi and Lin Yufan received invitations from Lu Wei, asking them to attend his wedding to Zhu Tingting. Out of respect for Grandpa Lu, neither of them declined. The wedding lasted until around 1:30 in the afternoon. After saying their goodbyes to Grandpa Lu, Gu Yunji returned to the office, while Lin Yufan, feeling a bit bored, decided to call Su Liangshu. Lately, Su Liangsu had been undergoing acting training at an entertainment company, and it had been several days since he'd seen her. He was worried she might overwork herself and fall ill. The phone rang, and soon, Su Liangsu answered. Brother Fan, what's up? Can I call you just because? What are you up to? I haven't seen you in a while. I've missed you. Brother Fan, I've missed you too. But the company brought in a top teacher from the drama academy to give me intensive training these past few days. That sounds exhausting. Take care of yourself, okay? Don't overdo it, or I'll be worried. Don't worry. I'm doing well. It's tiring but fulfilling. By the way, Brother Fan, I might be heading out of town today for a shoot. It's a bit rushed, so I won't be coming back. Could you let Yunxi know for me? So soon? Lin Yufan frowned, wondering why the shoot had to be so urgent. But knowing it was her passion and career, he didn't want to interfere, so he agreed. A few minutes later, after hanging up, Lin Yufan noticed several missed calls on his phone. Ning Hongyan? Seeing her name in red on his call log, he immediately called her back. As soon as the call connected, Ning Hongyan's soft, alluring voice filled his ears. You little rascal, you finally answered. I'm heading to Linchuan City. Want to join me? If you do, I might just fulfill my previous promise. Linchuan City? Hearing this, Lin Yufan was a little taken aback. Wasn't that the city he and Gu Yunji had just chosen for the company's team-building event earlier that morning? What's the matter, are you busy? If you don't have time, then the promise I made about warming the bed might have to be postponed, Ning Hongyan said with a hint of disappointment, sensing his hesitation. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yufan asked, When are we leaving, and how long will we be there? In about an hour, and we'll probably be there for 2 days. No more than 3, she replied. All right, where should I meet you? He asked, agreeing readily. Just tell me where you are, and I'll pick you up. Also, send me your ID number so I can get the tickets in advance, Ning Hongyan said, her voice instantly lightening with joy. 20 minutes later, a red Porsche Panamera pulled up in front of Lin Yufan. The window rolled down, revealing Ning Hongyan's beautifully made-up face behind stylish sunglasses. What are you standing there for, you little rascal? Get in. Ning Hongyan teased, her red lips curving into a slight smile. You look great. Lin Yufan complimented her as he climbed into the passenger seat, unable to help but admire her stylish, sexy look. She was wearing a red, body-hugging, strapless mini dress and matching red crystal high heels. Her long hair cascaded casually down her back, giving off a confident and alluring queen vibe. Her figure perfectly proportioned, with curves in all the right places, was hard to look away from. Do I look good? Ning Hongyan asked playfully, noticing that he couldn't take his eyes off her, a touch of pride evident in her smile. You look amazing, Lin Yufan answered honestly. Who looks better, me or your little girlfriend? She teased, her voice light as she drove quickly toward the train station. After a brief pause, Lin Yufan replied, You both look great, in different ways. So you're planning on keeping both, huh? Ning Hongyan shot him a playful glare, reaching out to lightly tap his forehead with her finger, murmuring, You little rascal. The two chatted for a while and soon arrived at the station. Ning Hongyan had booked business class tickets. After picking them up and boarding, the high-speed train departed shortly after. The journey to Linchuan City would take an hour and a half. Feeling bored, Lin Yufan started watching a movie on his phone. About an hour into the trip, they were interrupted by a sudden cry from behind. Conductor, someone's fainted. Following the shout, several train attendants rushed over. The person who had collapsed was an elderly man, around 70 years old, his face darkened as he lay motionless on the floor. 2 attendants tried performing CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but nothing seemed to work. Is there a doctor on board? One of the female attendants called out loudly. Hearing this, Lin Yufan was about to stand up, but before he could, a middle-aged man sitting behind him spoke up. I'm an associate chief physician at the medical university. Let me take a look. Seeing a doctor step forward, Lin Yufan decided to stay seated. You're a doctor? Ning Hongyan asked curiously from across the aisle, noticing that he had almost gotten up. Not exactly. I just know a bit of basic medicine, Lin Yufan replied. You can fight, you know medicine, and you're not bad looking either. No wonder King Cheng has a crush on you, Ning Hongyan said with a smile. At that moment, another shout came from the attendants behind them. Oh no, he's bleeding from the nose. Attracted by the commotion, Lin Yufan turned around to look. Through the crowd he could see the elderly man's face, which had gone from dark to deathly pale. His nose was now dripping with bright red blood. Lin Yufan, observing the situation closely, noticed that although the old man's face had darkened earlier, his breathing had been relatively steady. But now, his breathing was becoming noticeably weaker. Based on his judgment, if they didn't intervene soon, the man would likely suffocate within 10 minutes. Damn, the patient has not only suffered a heart attack but also has high blood pressure and low blood sugar. He needs immediate hospitalization. The middle-aged doctor exclaimed, his face pale. His earlier attempts at resuscitation had worsened the man's condition. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he was at a loss for what to do. With the train speeding along, they were still half an hour away from the nearest stop in Linchuan City, far too long for the old man to survive in his current state. Just as everyone was anxiously watching the scene unfold, a young man in his 20s stepped forward. "Let me try." The young man knelt down to check the old man's pulse. It was Lin Yufan. Seeing that no one else could help, he had decided to step in. Checking the pulse. "Are you a Chinese medicine doctor?" one of the female attendants asked, surprised. In this day and age, most Chinese doctors who practiced pulse diagnosis were elderly. It was rare to see someone as young as Lin Yufan using such methods. "Young man, the patient's condition is serious. Traditional Chinese medicine won't work here," the associate chief physician sighed, shaking his head. Ignoring him, Lin Yufan quickly took the pulse and diagnosed the issue. "Do you have any acupuncture needles?" he asked the attendants. "Acupuncture needles? We only have a basic medical kit. I'm afraid we don't have anything like that," one of the attendants replied, shaking her head. Hearing this, Lin Yufan frowned. Without hesitation, he began pressing specific points on the elderly man's body. His movements were deliberate and slow, allowing everyone to see exactly where he was applying pressure. "Acupressure?" The associate chief physician stared in disbelief. Although he practiced Western medicine, he had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, particularly acupuncture points, which he had studied for nearly 2 years. "You're a Western doctor, and you know about acupressure?" Lin Yufan asked, briefly glancing at him before focusing again on his task, directing his energy through his fingers as if performing acupuncture without needles. Within 2 minutes, the old man's complexion visibly improved. 3 minutes later, the elderly man slowly opened his eyes. "What happened to me?" he asked, looking around in confusion at the crowd surrounding him. "This is incredible!" someone exclaimed. "A miracle, doctor." Seeing the old man regain consciousness, the passengers in the business class car erupted in praise. Several people even began asking for Lin Yufan's contact information. Once he finally returned to his seat, the middle-aged doctor approached him. "Excuse me, may I ask, what's your connection to the renowned Dr. Qiao Xinyan?" the doctor inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Qiao Xinyan?" Hearing that name, Lin Yufan's eyes widened in surprise. The reason was simple: Qiao Xinyan was the youngest of his 7 sisters. Half an hour later, the high-speed train arrived at Linchuan City Station. Lin Yufan, engrossed in his phone, followed Ning Hongyan as they got off the train. This behavior irked Ning Hongyan. Here she was, a stunning woman walking beside him, and yet he was glued to his phone. Was he really saying she wasn't as interesting as a phone? Annoyed, she deliberately walked ahead of him, and suddenly stopped. The next second, Ning Hongyan let out a soft humph. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Lin Yufan quickly apologized after realizing he had bumped into her. "You little rascal, are you saying I'm not prettier than your phone?" Ning Hongyan pouted, clearly displeased. Everything had been fine until now. After chatting with that middle-aged doctor, Lin Yufan seemed distracted, glued to his phone the whole time. "I wasn't just looking at my phone. I was looking at my sister," Lin Yufan explained with a smile, showing her the screen. Suspicious, Ning Hongyan glanced at the phone and saw the image of an adorable little girl. The girl in the photo was wearing a white hanfu and holding a small wooden pestle. She seemed to have noticed the camera and was looking straight at the lens, her innocent gaze captured perfectly. "What a pure and sweet girl." "So, you're into this type?" Ning Hongyan said, her expression turning slightly mischievous as she stared at the picture. Lin Yufan felt awkward and quickly clarified, "I'm serious. That's my little sister. We were in the same orphanage until I was taken away." He tried to explain, but Ning Hongyan didn't seem to believe him. To her, Lin Yufan seemed like a flirt who liked all kinds of pretty girls. Seeing that his explanation wasn't working, Lin Yufan gave up and sent a text to Qin Ju, asking him to look up his sister Qiao Xinyan's contact information. As they stepped out of the station, a black Mercedes pulled up in front of them. "Miss Ning, please," said a middle-aged man in a suit as he got out from the passenger seat and opened the back door for Ning Hongyan with a respectful gesture. Once in the car, Lin Yufan couldn't help but ask, "So, where are we headed?" Chuandu Ancient City. Ning Hongyan replied with a playful smile. What? Lin Yufan was stunned. The coincidence was almost too much. After about an hour of driving, the car pulled up in front of a guest house in the ancient city. As they got out, Lin Yufan glanced up and saw the sign above the entrance, which read Spring Breeze Inn. A servant came out to greet them and led them into the guest house's courtyard. The moment they entered the guest room, two pairs of eyes immediately fixed on Lin Yufan. "It's you!" said a middle-aged man with a flashy outfit and a thick gold chain around his neck, staring at Lin Yufan in surprise. "Huh, you're here too?" Lin Yufan was equally taken aback. The man was none other than Tong Hu, one of the four kings of the northern district of Nanjing. The other person in the room, who was also eyeing him, was Peng Hai, another of the four kings, along with Tong Hu and Ning Hongyan. "Brother Lin, this isn't right. You and I were good buddies, and now you're hanging around with this she-devil?" Tong Hu's face showed some dissatisfaction. Lin Yufan had been someone he valued as a fighter, but now, not long after, Ning Hongyan seemed to have taken him under her wing. "Little tiger, he was your friend for a while. But now, he's mine," Ning Hongyan said with a playful smile, wrapping her arm around Lin Yufan. Both men stared in disbelief at the sight. "Kid, you've got some skills. To land a beauty like this, even one with thorns, you've got my respect," Peng Hai said, clasping his fists toward Lin Yufan. However, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. Three of the four kings of the northern district were now present, with only Tang Yunsheng, who had been crippled by Lin Yufan and fled to Hong Kong to recover, missing. "Thanks, but sometimes it's a bit of a hassle, you know." "The price of too much charm," Lin Yufan replied with a grin, boldly acknowledging his relationship with Ning Hongyan. Ning Hongyan was slightly surprised. She had expected Lin Yufan to side with Tong Hu once they met, but his reaction indicated that his bond with Tong Hu wasn't that strong after all. Tong Hu snorted and said no more. At that moment, a servant walked in. "Sirs, my master will arrive tonight. In the meantime, you are free to do as you please." With that, the servant left. "Sis, I've come along with you, so isn't it time you told me why we're in Linchuan City?" Lin Yufan asked with a smile. "You little rascal, why do you need to know so much? I have my reasons and they don't concern you. Just stay by my side and keep me company," Ning Hongyan replied with a charming glance but didn't reveal her purpose for coming. Since she didn't want to explain, Lin Yufan didn't press the issue. To him, as long as it wasn't related to his sisters, everything else was just trivial. After a while, Tong Hu got up and left to wander around, while Peng Hai retreated to his room to rest. Feeling bored, Lin Yufan yawned and was about to ask Ning Hongyan to take him to their room. Before he could speak, Ning Hongyan suddenly clung to his arm. "You little rascal, since we're here, why don't you take me out for a stroll? Shopping? That's way less interesting than you keeping me warm at night," Lin Yufan said with a teasing smile. "What's the rush? We've got 2 days, you're not going anywhere. Besides, it's broad daylight, I can't sleep. Now, are you going to accompany me or not?" A slight blush appeared on Ning Hongyan's cheeks. With a shrug, Lin Yufan said, "Fine, since you insist. If I don't go, you'll probably come up with another excuse not to keep your promise tonight." "Smart choice." Ning Hongyan grinned. Shortly after, the two left the Spring Breeze Inn together. However, as they stepped outside, Peng Hai, who had supposedly gone to rest, came down from upstairs. Watching Lin Yufan and Ning Hongyan walk off, the malice in his eyes deepened. He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Is everything arranged like I asked?" "Don't worry, Boss Hai. Everything's set. That kid is as good as dead." "Good." Hearing his subordinate's reply, a cold smile appeared on Peng Hai's face. He had been keeping an eye on Ning Hongyan for a while, even planting spies among her close associates. The moment she and Lin Yufan headed to Linchuan City together, Peng Hai received the news. As a result, he had already arranged for people to be ready in Chuandu Ancient City to kill Lin Yufan. The reason was simple. Peng Hai, a former mercenary, was not easily attracted to ordinary women. Only strong, capable women like Ning Hongyan could catch his eye. For years he had secretly supported her rise to power. Without his help, how could a woman like Ning Hongyan possibly carve out her own territory in the chaotic northern district of Nanjing? Peng Hai had planned to wait for the right moment to make Ning Hongyan his. However, Lin Yufan had suddenly appeared, swooping in and winning her favor. Every time he thought about how close Ning Hongyan had become to Lin Yufan, Peng Hai felt a deep, suffocating anger, as if his beloved woman was being toyed with by another man. Chuandu Ancient City. As a charming old town with a classic feel, it attracted many tourists. Consequently, there were numerous stalls selling trinkets and small antique items. At that moment, Ning Hongyan was captivated by a small shop selling traditional accessories. "You little rascal, do you think this hairpin looks good on me?" Ning Hongyan asked as she placed a black jade hairpin into her hair, looking at Lin Yufan for approval. "Yeah. Anything you wear looks good," Lin Yufan nodded with a smile. Such a sweet talker. Ning Hongyan rolled her eyes at him, but the smile on her face showed that his compliment had made her happy. "How do you know I'm a sweet talker? Have you secretly kissed me?" "Wait, no. You haven't had the chance." Lin Yufan feigned surprise. Annoyed, Ning Hongyan playfully flicked his forehead. "You little rascal, such tricks only work on young girls, not me." Lin Yufan shrugged in defeat. Seeing his reaction, Ning Hongyan giggled behind her hand. But in that instant, Lin Yufan suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent. He turned in the direction it seemed to come from, but all he saw was the bustling crowd. Was it just my imagination? Lin Yufan frowned slightly, his eyebrows drawing together. The two continued strolling around the ancient city for over an hour. Eventually, Ning Hongyan set her eyes on a traditional makeup box. "How much for this box?" she asked the shop owner. "Miss, you have great taste. This box is made from high-quality rosewood and handcrafted by a top artisan. Look at the detail, the design." The shop owner began enthusiastically praising the item, eager to make a sale. After listening to him ramble for a while, Ning Hongyan cut him off. "All right, no need to exaggerate. I'm not some little girl who's never seen the world. I can tell whether this was handcrafted or machine-made. Just tell me the price." If you're serious about buying it, I'll give you a good deal, 8,888 yuan. The shop owner forced a smile, raising 8 fingers to emphasize the number. Ning Hongyan responded calmly, "How about 88? Lin Yufan. Mom. Miss, you're really lowballing me here." The shop owner was stunned, clearly not expecting such a steep bargain. "Fine. How about we meet halfway? 180 yuan. If that works, I'll buy it. If not, I'm walking away," Ning Hongyan said, already turning to leave. All right. I haven't made a sale yet today, so let's do it for good luck. Minus 188 yuan. Just 8 yuan more. That's fair, right?" The shop owner quickly relented, trying to save the sale, though the extra 8 yuan was his last stand of pride. "Good deal. Peel." Ning Hongyan smiled and then turned to Lin Yufan. "What are you standing there for? Pay up." "Me? Pay?" Lin Yufan blinked, caught off guard. "Young man, with a girlfriend this beautiful, you should be more than happy to spend a little money on her. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd gladly fork over 18,888 yuan." The shop owner gave Lin Yufan a jealous look, lecturing him with a grin. With a strange expression on his face, Lin Yufan reluctantly pulled out his wallet and paid. "Now that's more like it. You know the simplest way to show a man loves a woman? By spending money on her. Young man, you need to learn this." The shop owner cheerfully handed over the makeup box, chuckling as he spoke. Lin Yufan sighed. "Brother, you've got it wrong. She's not my girlfriend, just a regular friend. Regular friends can become girlfriends. As the saying goes, if you dig hard enough, no wall is too tough to tear down. Keep at it, young man." The shop owner winked. "Well said. That lesson was worth every penny." Lin Yufan laughed, giving the shop owner a thumbs up. "Come back any time." The shop owner waved them off. After wandering for over an hour, Ning Hongyan only bought 2 things: the makeup box and a small traditional sachet. Both together cost just over 200 yuan. On their way back to the inn, Lin Yufan asked curiously, "I've always wondered. You're a rich, successful woman. Why do you haggle over these cheap trinkets? Just because I'm rich doesn't mean I have to buy gold, silver, and luxury goods, does it?" Ning Hongyan shot him a glance and then smiled. "I grew up poor. Even though I have money now, I still don't like wasting it. It's just a habit from back then." "I see." Lin Yufan nodded in understanding. At that moment, they entered a quiet alley. Just 100 meters ahead was the Spring Breeze Inn, but before they could exit the alley, 2 groups of men suddenly blocked the way from both ends. "What do you want?" Ning Hongyan's smile vanished, her expression turning cold as she fixed her sharp gaze on the group in front. "Miss Ning, don't worry, we're not here for you," said the leader, a burly man over 6 feet tall, a cigarette hanging from his lips. His face was rough and menacing. He gave Ning Hongyan a sly smile before his expression turned sinister as he looked at Lin Yufan. "Kid, how do you want to die?" With that, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, then flicked the butt toward Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan dodged it easily, giving the man a strange look. So I'm your target? Are you sure you've got the right guy? He couldn't help but find it ridiculous. The master of Tianji Pavilion, being ambushed by a few weaklings? This was almost laughable. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. You're dying here today. One way or another, the burly man growled, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He waved his hand and coldly ordered, "Kill him." Damn it! Do they really think I'm a pushover? Lin Yufan's face darkened, and he prepared to charge forward. But just then, the sound of a fight broke out behind them. Turning to look, he saw a graceful figure weaving through the crowd. It was a woman, more precisely, a woman with a strikingly well-proportioned body. Her moves were sharp and deadly, each strike aimed at a vital spot. In just a few moments, the group of men who had blocked the alley behind them were all taken down. Silver Fox? Recognizing the tall figure, Lin Yufan immediately realized it was Silver Fox, one of Ning Hongyan's fighters, and someone he had once fought in the ring. Sister Hong. After dealing with the men, Silver Fox elegantly walked over to Ning Hongyan's side. Good job. Ning Hongyan smiled warmly at her. Just doing my duty. Silver Fox nodded slightly. She wore a silver fox mask, concealing her face, but the cold sharpness in her eyes was clearly visible. Hey, don't start chatting just yet. There are still more of them. Seeing that a capable fighter had arrived, Lin Yufan relaxed a bit and pointed at the group still standing in front of them. Might as well take care of them too. Are you telling me how to do my job? Silver Fox turned to Lin Yufan, her gaze filled with hostility. Lin Yufan was momentarily stunned. Why was she being so ungrateful? Didn't she know that he had helped her before and even gave her top-grade healing ointment to speed up her recovery? Leave one alive so we can ask who sent them. Seeing Lin Yufan's awkwardness, Ning Hongyan stifled a laugh and then gave Silver Fox the order to handle the group ahead. With a nod, Silver Fox immediately sprang into action. Bang! Slash! Beyonde! Ah! The sounds of the fight lasted only a few moments. In mere breaths, the group of thugs who had once seemed so threatening lay defeated. Speak who sent you. Silver Fox now held a sharp knife to the leader's throat, her voice cold and commanding. Talk. Please, lady, spare me. I'm just doing a job for money. As for who hired me, I don't really know. He was just a guy in his 30s, average looking. I didn't even catch his name. The man was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't believe how ruthless this masked woman was. Had he known she had such powerful protection, he wouldn't have accepted the 300,000 yuan no matter what. Before he could finish his explanation, Silver Fox's knife flashed. A second later, the man clutched his bleeding neck, staggering back a few steps before collapsing to the ground dead. Wasn't that a bit too ruthless? Watching Silver Fox kill the man so swiftly, Lin Yufan couldn't help but murmur under his breath. One more word and I'll kill you too. Silver Fox turned, glaring daggers at Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan quickly shut his mouth, though he thought to himself, if you could kill me, you wouldn't have lost to me in the ring. But he wasn't interested in bickering with her, so he let it go. Let's go before we attract any more trouble. Ning Hongyan grabbed Lin Yufan's arm, leading him away. Silver Fox watched them closely, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness, though she quickly concealed it. Moments later, the three of them returned to the Spring Breeze Inn. Back so soon? As they entered, Peng Hai was in the lobby, sipping tea. Seeing them, he poured 3 cups and offered them some. The Longjing tea here is quite good. Care for a taste? No thanks. Ning Hongyan rolled her eyes and started heading upstairs. At that moment, Tong Hu also returned. He had left with 2 men earlier, but now he had 2 tall, scantily clad women with him as well. Seeing Ning Hongyan and Peng Hai, Tong Hu seemed surprised. What's everyone doing here? Did the big boss arrive? Not yet. Do you think we wouldn't tell you if he did? Peng Hai chuckled and sipped his tea. Little tiger, old dog Peng, watch yourselves, or I won't be so nice next time. Ning Hongyan shot a fierce look at both of them before striding upstairs in her high heels, Lin Yufan and Silver Fox following behind. Watching her go, Tong Hu scratched his head. What's her deal? Why's she acting all worked up? Who knows? Peng Hai smirked, though a flash of anger briefly crossed his eyes. The second floor of the inn had 8 rooms. Ning Hongyan's room was the last one on the left. Though the inn had an old-fashioned design, it was equipped with all modern comforts. Once inside, Lin Yufan looked around the room, then grinned. There's only 1 bed here. Looks like the 3 of us are going to have to share tonight. Say one more word, and I'll cut your tongue out. Silver Fox immediately raised her hand, a sharp knife pointed directly at Lin Yufan. Judging by her stance, she was ready to strike the moment he said anything else. Silver Fox, don't be rude to Mr. Lin. Don't forget, he's the one who helped you get your revenge. Ning Hongyan scolded her, frowning. Silver Fox snorted, lowering her knife and heading to the balcony. Don't mind her, little rascal. Silver Fox has always been like this. Ning Hongyan explained with a smile. Don't worry, I'm a forgiving person. I won't stoop to her level, Lin Yufan said with a grin. But as soon as he finished, he felt a murderous glare from the balcony. Ning Hongyan giggled, covering her mouth as she stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Before entering, she turned to Lin Yufan and said, Little rascal, I'm going to take a bath and change. Don't peek, okay? Do I look like that kind of guy? Lin Yufan replied. But as soon as Ning Hongyan closed the bathroom door, Lin Yufan found himself walking toward it. Before he could get any closer, a figure suddenly darted in front of him. Take one more step, and you're dead. Silver Fox warned coldly. Lin Yufan frowned, clearly irritated. You're such a fierce little girl. Can't you be more ladylike? Always talking about killing, aren't you worried no one will want to marry you? Mind your own business, you shameless jerk. Silver Fox snapped. Hey, you can't just throw accusations like that. How am I shameless? Who was the one who said he wasn't that kind of guy? And yet, what are you doing right now? Still claim you're not shameless. Silver Fox's cold smirk infuriated Lin Yufan. Well, I said I wouldn't peek, but I didn't say I wouldn't look openly. How's that a problem? Lin Yufan shot back. Silver Fox was speechless. In that moment she realized something new about Lin Yufan. He wasn't just shameless, he was absolutely incorrigible. Silver Fox, are you out there? I forgot to grab my clothes from the storage room downstairs. Could you get them for me? Ning Hongyan's voice came from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of running water. Got it. Silver Fox responded, throwing Lin Yufan a warning glance before leaving the room. Now standing near the bathroom door, Lin Yufan swallowed hard and reached for the door handle. With a light touch of his hand, the next second, Lin Yufan couldn't help but curse. It was locked from the inside. Unbelievable. This was a clear sign that they didn't trust him, Lin Yufan. Did they really think he was the kind of guy who would peek at someone in the shower? Killjoy, Lin Yufan muttered under his breath. Feeling a bit down, he walked to the balcony, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a line of vehicles approaching not far from the inn. The convoy stopped near the Chunfeng Inn, and soon after, a group of various people began to get out of the cars and head toward the inn. Interesting, Lin Yufan smirked, now more curious about the purpose of Ning Hongyan's visit to Linchuan City. At that moment, Silver Fox had already brought new clothes into the bathroom. Before long, Ning Hongyan emerged, dressed in fresh clothes. You naughty boy, did you sneak a peek at me while I was showering? She asked playfully, walking over with a teasing smile when she saw Lin Yufan smoking on the balcony. Do I seem like that kind of person? Lin Yufan frowned, clearly displeased, and then asked, By the way, you're not here in the ancient city of Chuandu just to spend time with me, are you? Care to tell me why you're really here? No big reason, really. I've just had a rough time in Nanjiang City lately, always being bullied. So I thought I'd look for an organization, a backer to rely on. Ning Hongyan replied with a smile. A backer? You could have just come to me. With me protecting you, no one in the Dragon Kingdom would dare bully you. Lin Yufan said, furrowing his brow. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Tianji Pavilion was an absolute top-tier force. With him backing her, did Ning Hongyan really need to find anyone else? Was there any power stronger than Tianji Pavilion? Ha! Silver Fox, standing nearby and overhearing Lin Yufan, let out a sneering laugh. You might be powerful, little rascal, but you're just one person. Sometimes there are things that even one person can't handle, Ning Hongyan said with a chuckle. Anyway, that big shot should be arriving soon. Little rascal, care to come with me to meet him? No need. Just a bunch of small fry hardly worth my attention, Lin Yufan declined. Alright then, have fun on your own. I'll come find you later, Ning Hongyan said, leaving the room with Silver Fox. Feeling bored and having just finished his last cigarette, Lin Yufan decided to head downstairs to a nearby convenience store to buy more. But as he approached the entrance of the inn, he was surprised to see nearly 100 people gathered there. These people stood on either side of the entrance, and by the looks of their attire, they were clearly bodyguards and hired muscle. At the convenience store, after buying 2 packs of cigarettes, Lin Yufan was about to pay when he heard a somewhat familiar voice behind him. Brother Fan, what a coincidence. You're in the ancient city of Chuandu too? Lin Yufan turned around and saw Feng Yankai, with a scantily clad girl in his arms, hurrying over. Ha, what are you doing here? Lin Yufan was taken aback. He hadn't expected to run into this second-generation rich kid here. My dad dragged me along to attend the Qinglong Society's membership ceremony. I didn't expect to see you here, Brother Fan. Are you planning to join the Qinglong Society too? Feng Yankai asked, still holding the girl close. Seeing Lin Yufan about to pay, Feng Yankai quickly pulled out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and tossed them to the cashier. Keep the change. Lin Yufan didn't stand on ceremony, slipping the cigarettes into his pocket. He asked curiously, what's the Qinglong Society? Is it any good? Brother Fan, you don't know about the Qinglong Society. Feng Yankai's face showed genuine surprise. Seeing that Lin Yufan wasn't joking, he explained, the Qinglong Society is a combined organization of a business association and a martial arts guild. It has a pretty significant influence across the 3 central provinces. And as far as I know, unless something changes, by the end of today, there will be a new Qinglong Society branch in the northern district of Nanjiang City. From what you're saying, it sounds like the Qinglong Society is trying to become the next Tianji Pavilion. Lin Yufan mused with a half-smile. Tianji Pavilion had both a business academy and a martial academy, while the Qinglong Society had a business association and a martial arts guild. Wasn't this just copying? Feng Yankai nodded. Something like that. Of course they can't compare to a giant like Tianji Pavilion, but in the 3 central provinces they hold their own. If they're no match for Tianji Pavilion, why didn't your dad get you into Tianji Pavilion instead? Lin Yufan asked, intrigued. Brother Fan, you must be joking. A force like Tianji Pavilion isn't something just anyone can join. In Nanjiang City, only 9 people have the qualifications to join He Shaning, the richest man in the city, and the heads of the 8 major families. Even if they want to join, passing Tianji Pavilion's assessment is still a huge hurdle. Feng Yankai said, checking his watch before hurriedly adding, Brother Fan, we'll have to catch up later. The membership ceremony's about to start, and I need to head to Chunfeng Inn. Lin Yufan waved him off. Yeah, you go on. Feng Yankai turned and quickly walked towards Chunfeng Inn. After walking for a while, he noticed that Lin Yufan was still trailing behind him. Feng Yankai stopped, and when Lin Yufan caught up, couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, why are you following me? Got something to say? I'm not following you. Just heading the same way, Lin Yufan chuckled, brushing past Feng Yankai and walking straight to the entrance of Chunfeng Inn. Brother Fan, Chunfeng Inn is a Qinglong Society stronghold. If you weren't invited, you'd better not. Feng Yankai quickly warned. But before he could finish, Lin Yufan had already walked inside, and the people guarding the inn didn't seem to even notice him, letting him through without a second glance. No surprise there. That's Brother Fan for you, Feng Yankai muttered with admiration before hurrying in after him. Inside the Chunfeng Inn, a sizable crowd had gathered. These people were either wealthy or influential, including local power players and prominent businessmen. As Lin Yufan entered, he saw a group of people gathered in the lobby, chatting in small clusters. Among them were Ning Hongyan, Peng Hai, and Tong Hu. When Ning Hongyan saw Lin Yufan return, she sauntered over, swaying her hips in a way that drew many envious gazes from the men nearby. After all, Ning Hongyan, with her beauty, figure, and power, was the kind of woman who stirred up a strong desire for conquest in any man. With a sly smile, Ning Hongyan gazed at Lin Yufan and asked, Little rascal, where did you go? I didn't see you when I got back to the room. Oh, just went to buy a couple packs of cigarettes. Why? Were you looking for me? Lin Yufan replied. Ning Hongyan said, Nothing important. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in joining the Qinglong Society. It's a rare opportunity, and I could put in a good word with one of their officials for you. The Qinglong Society. Not worth my time, Lin Yufan said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby snorted in disdain, The Qinglong Society, not worth your time? You're pretty full of yourself, kid. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a white martial arts uniform, was the one who had spoken. It was clear from his attire that he was a practitioner of martial arts. Several younger men in similar uniforms stood beside him. This kid may be young, but his arrogance knows no bounds. Just the Qinglong Society, he really doesn't know his place. The Qinglong Society is one of the top forces in the 3 central provinces. Hardly any power can rival it. For him to make such a remark shows he's nothing but a frog in a well. Exactly. He's just a naive brat who's never seen the world. One by one, the men took turns mocking Lin Yufan. Whether I'm arrogant or not is none of your business, Lin Yufan said with a furrowed brow, turning his gaze to the middle-aged man who was now walking toward him. You insolent child. Do you even know who I am? The man barked angrily. I am Hong Jingguo, the the 27th generation successor of the Hong family fist from Linchuan City. Even the most prominent figures in this city call me Master Hong out of respect. And you dare show me such disrespect? Lin Yufan couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. One of Hong Jinguo's disciples, seeing this, stepped forward and shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at, boy?" "I'm laughing because this old man has no shame." "Ha ha ha." Lin Yufan laughed uncontrollably. "How dare you insult my master? You deserve a beating." The disciple's face contorted with rage as he took a step forward and threw a punch directly at Lin Yufan. "Stop." Ning Hongyan tried to intervene, but the disciple ignored her. Just as the disciple's powerful punch was about to land, a graceful figure suddenly darted out from the side and effortlessly deflected the attack. It was Silver Fox, who had been quietly standing near Ning Hongyan, keeping watch to protect her. "And who are you?" the disciple demanded, glaring at Silver Fox in frustration. "This gentleman, Mr. Lin, is a friend of my mistress. If you want to touch him, you should first ask if she agrees," Silver Fox replied coldly. "Silver Fox, that's enough." Ning Hongyan quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, pulling Silver Fox behind her. She then addressed Hong Jinguo, saying, "Master Hong, my friend is young and doesn't know any better. If he said anything inappropriate, I hope you won't take it to heart. Ning Hongyan, since this brat is your friend, I'll let it slide this time. But let me give you some advice: don't bring such ignorant children to places like this again," Hong Jinguo said, crossing his arms and speaking coldly. Then, he turned to the disciple who had just tried to attack Lin Yufan. "Xiao Wu, come back." "Yes, master." The young man glared at Lin Yufan one last time before obediently returning to stand beside Hong Jinguo. "Little rascal, watch your mouth next time. This isn't the Crystal Palace, you might get into serious trouble for saying the wrong thing," Ning Hongyan whispered to Lin Yufan, visibly relieved. She had been genuinely worried that Lin Yufan might start a fight with Hong Jinguo's group, which could have turned into a huge mess. If a fight had broken out, they might not have made it out of there unscathed. "All right, I'll be more careful," Lin Yufan chuckled, though he felt a bit speechless inside. If it hadn't been for Silver Fox stepping in just now, that disciple named Xiao Wu would probably already be crippled by now. Still, since he was here with Ning Hongyan, he figured he should be considerate of her feelings. With that in mind, he decided against teaching Hong Jinguo and his people a lesson. Just then, Feng Yankai, who had been watching nervously from the crowd, came over. "Brother Fan, you scared me to death just now. I was really worried you wouldn't hold back and end up fighting those guys," Feng Yankai said, still patting his chest in relief. "What's there to worry about? Do you really think they can take me on?" Lin Yufan rolled his eyes. "It's not that," Feng Yankai explained. "I was worried that if you started a fight, you'd be taking on a whole organization by yourself. As an outsider, do you think you'd be able to walk out of here alive? If I want to leave, who's going to stop me?" Lin Yufan smiled confidently. What a joke. He was a martial arts master. Hong Jinguo and his group were nothing more than amateurs to him. Even if the entire Qinglong society showed up, he wouldn't be concerned in the slightest. In the Dragon Kingdom, martial arts were divided into 3 levels: Ming Jin Clear Strength, and Jin Dark Strength, and above them, the Master level. Ming Jin involved refining one's energy and strength, strengthening the body's muscles and bones. A Ming Jin practitioner could focus their entire body's power into a single punch, making their attacks extremely powerful. Master Hong was at best in the mid-level of Ming Jin. To Lin Yufan, who had reached the Master level, Hong was no more than an ant. Killing him would be as easy as flicking his wrist. "Brother Fan, it's better to keep a low profile," Feng Yankai said with a wry smile, thinking that while Brother Fan was indeed capable, he was way too overconfident and arrogant. "If you want to get yourself killed, just don't drag me or Hongji into it," Silver Fox suddenly added. Lin Yufan felt stifled. Getting himself killed? What nonsense was that? Damn. Does this woman even know how to talk properly? At that moment, a loud shout came from outside the hall. "Where's Qian Taishu? Tell him to get out here and meet me." The once bustling hall instantly fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire who was walking in through the main entrance. The man's complexion was ruddy, his breathing steady and deep. Every step he took exuded an oppressive aura. "How dare you? Who are you to call out the name of our Qinglong Society steward so casually?" Hong Jinguo roared, stepping out from the crowd. "Hey, not only do I dare say Qin Taichu's name, but I also dare to kill him. Do you believe me?" The middle-aged man sneered with disdain. As he spoke, his aura surged, and the oppressive feeling in the room became even more intense. "With just you? You have no idea what you're asking for. Hong Jingguo's brow furrowed, and in a swift motion he charged forward, throwing a heavy punch toward the man. The punch was fast and powerful, and the sound of it cutting through the air could be heard. Child's play. The middle-aged man sneered. With lightning speed, he reached out with his left hand and caught Hong Jingguo's wrist. Crack. With a single twist, Hong Jingguo's wrist was broken. Bang. Before Hong Jingguo could even scream, the man's right fist struck his chest. In the next moment, Hong Jingguo's clothes tore apart at the back, and he flew backward like a broken kite, slamming into the wall. His body crumpled to the ground like a rag doll dead. Hong Jingguo's disciples stood there, stunned. A man as powerful as their master had just been killed with a single punch. Tell King Taishu to come out and face me, or I'll kill one person every 10 minutes until he shows himself, the middle-aged man declared. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force slammed the doors shut. An Enjin master. One of the martial artists in the crowd gasped in shock. An Enjin master was an elite among elites, a 1 in a million expert. Even the Qinglong Society only had 6 such masters. The middle-aged man found a chair, sat down, and then glanced around. His eyes landed on Ning Hongyan and he commanded coldly, "You, come here. Massage my shoulders." Ha! Ning Hongyan was stunned. Her delicate, beautiful face instantly turned pale, drained of all color. Subconsciously she glanced toward Lin Yufan, her eyes pleading for help. It was as if, deep down, she believed only Lin Yufan could save her. Lin Yufan cleared his throat and spoke to the middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese robe. "Ahem, sir. This woman is soft and delicate, probably too weak to give you a proper shoulder massage. How about letting this strong lady here do it instead?" As he spoke, he pointed to Silver Fox. Silver Fox was taken aback at first, then her eyes turned icy as she shouted, "You!" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his tone growing impatient. "Fine. You, come over here." Silver Fox froze, her expression hardening as she stood still. "What's the matter? Didn't you hear me?" The man's face darkened, and in an instant, an invisible pressure locked onto Silver Fox. Feeling the overwhelming force, Silver Fox's body trembled slightly. She shot a furious glare at Lin Yufan, as though she wanted to tear him apart. However, given the situation, she had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, she walked over and began massaging the man's shoulders and back. "Not bad, the strength is just right," the man said with satisfaction. As he casually flipped his right hand, a throwing knife appeared out of nowhere. Swish! Before anyone could see the knife clearly, it had already turned into a flash of light and pierced through one of the young men in a martial arts uniform, killing him instantly. Hiss! The entire hall fell into a terrified silence, the air thick with dread. Silver Fox, seeing the young man drop dead in an instant, had a look of horror flash through her eyes. Cold sweat soaked her back. Just moments ago, she had considered whether to sneak up on the man and kill him. But after seeing his display of skill, she was thoroughly intimidated. Attacking him would likely result in her own brutal death. Time passed slowly. 5 minutes had gone by. Lin Yufan hadn't made a move, simply watching everything unfold. After all, he had no connection to the people of the Qinglong Society. As long as the man didn't target Ning Hongyan, Silver Fox, or Feng Yankai and his father, there was no need for him to interfere. He pulled up a chair, sat down casually, and lit a cigarette. His relaxed behavior quickly caught the attention of the middle-aged man in the Chinese robe. "This kid has a death wish," Peng Hai muttered coldly, smirking as he watched Lin Yufan. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Yufan, but Lin remained calm. He grinned and asked, "Want one?" Everyone was stunned. Feng Yankai and Ning Hongyan were frozen in fear, unable to comprehend what was happening. Sensing the subtle flow of energy within the man, Lin Yufan's eyes flashed with sharpness. He took out another cigarette and tossed it over. The man instinctively reached out to catch it, but the moment his hand touched the cigarette, a surge of terrifying energy exploded, numbing his hand. It left him with no feeling for quite some time. "And a master." The man's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured from his forehead. Silver Fox, still massaging the man's shoulders, was the first to notice something was wrong. She felt the man's back gradually growing drenched in sweat, his shirt sticking to his body. Seeing the man's face growing paler, Lin Yufan chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Not a smoker?" "I'll smoke. Thank you." The man stammered, hastily picking the cigarette up from the floor, and thanking Lin Yufan repeatedly. His voice trembled slightly, as if he was afraid of something. He reached into his pocket, only to awkwardly realize he didn't have a lighter, as he wasn't a smoker. "I've got a lighter, sir." A sharp-eyed businessman quickly stepped forward, pulling out a lighter and offering it. Click. The businessman lit the man's cigarette. The middle-aged man took a puff but immediately started coughing violently. After he finished coughing, he glanced at the sycophantic businessman and said coldly, "Good. You're next. Die now." The man's ingratiating smile froze on his face. It took him a moment to realize what was happening. He hurriedly protested, "Sir, I didn't give you the cigarette, I just lit it for you. If you want to kill someone, kill the guy who gave you the cigarette." "Shut up!" The man's expression darkened. He leaped up and struck the businessman dead with a single palm. Seeing yet another person die, the people in the hall recoiled in terror, pressing themselves into the corners, each hoping they wouldn't be next. Lin Yufan glanced at Ning Hongyan standing nearby and smiled. "Why are you standing? Isn't that tiring? Want to sit down and rest?" Hearing this, Ning Hongyan cast Lin Yufan a strange look but dared not speak or move rashly. "We're all just standing around here. Someone should call Qin Taishu already. Anyone know him? Make the call, so we can avoid more needless deaths," Lin Yufan remarked casually, puffing on his cigarette. "Mr. Zhang, didn't you have some connections with Steward Qin? Call him quick," one of the businessmen whispered urgently. "I've only met Steward Qin a few times. I don't have his number," stammered another overweight businessman, quickly waving his hands in denial. It was clear that the middle-aged man had some kind of grudge against Qin Taishu. At this point, anyone trying to associate themselves with Qin would be asking for death. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Tap, tap, tap. The sound drew closer until, finally, the door was pushed open. A man in his 30s, dressed in white and carrying an ancient sword on his back, appeared. He had sharp eyebrows and a well-defined face, handsome but stern, with a cold expression that showed no emotion. "Steward Qin. Ben. Steward Qin? Thank goodness you're here. Steward Qin, save us." As soon as the man entered, many people began shouting for help. "Qin Taishu, you finally showed up," the middle-aged man said, his expression tightening as he stood up. His aura surged to a peak, and the tension in the air grew thick with the promise of an impending clash. "Red sister, standing must be tiring. Come, sit and rest for a while," Lin Yufan said, concerned that Ning Hongyan might get caught up in the fight. He gently pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, Ning Hongyan ended up sitting on Lin Yufan's lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Not far away, Silver Fox, seeing this, narrowed her eyes coldly. "You little rascal. Even now, you still have time to take advantage of me. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Ning Hongyan's face flushed as she shot Lin Yufan a seductive yet reproachful glance. "Who isn't afraid of dying? I just don't think it's that time yet." Lin Yufan grinned and whispered into Ning Hongyan's ear, "Relax, Red sister. As long as I'm by your side, no one in the world can harm you. You're pretty confident, aren't you?" For some reason, after hearing Lin Yufan's words, Ning Hongyan felt much more at ease, no longer as anxious and afraid as before. Confidence comes from strength. Lin Yufan smiled and fell silent, turning his attention toward Qin Taishu and the middle-aged man in the traditional robe. "Brother Fu Heng?" Qin Taishu, dressed in white, stared sharply at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with a complex expression. The middle-aged man, Fu Heng, angrily asked, "You shameless scoundrel. I'm asking you one last time, are you going to marry my sister or not?" "I already have someone in my heart, Brother Fu Heng." "You should tell your sister to give up," Qin Taishu replied, his expression darkening, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yufan almost burst out laughing. So Fu Heng had come all this way just to force Qin Taishu into marrying his sister? "Ha, you already have someone. Qin Taishu, don't think I don't know who it is." Fu Heng sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "If you know, then why are you still forcing me?" Qin Taishu sighed helplessly. He and Fu Heng had once been close friends, often drinking and discussing martial arts together. But after a certain incident involving Fu Heng's sister, their relationship had changed. "Why? You slept with my sister, and you still dare to ask why?" Fu Heng's face instantly darkened with fury. Hearing this, Lin Yufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fu Heng was about to explode in anger, but seeing it was Lin Yufan, his expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and scolded Qin Taishu. "A real man takes responsibility for his actions. Qin Taishu, I thought of you as a brother, and yet you did such a disgraceful thing to my sister. How could you betray me like this? That day was an accident. I didn't mean for it to happen." Qin Taishu replied calmly, trying to explain. Seeing how composed Qin Taishu remained, Lin Yufan couldn't help but think to himself, "What a scumbag. Shut up. Yuan is my sister, an innocent girl, and you ruined her. Now you want to brush it off as an accident? Fu Heng's voice was cold and stern. Today you will give me a satisfactory solution. Either you marry her, or I'll kill you right here. Why push this? You're not my match. I don't want to hurt you. Qian Taishu sighed deeply, clearly reluctant. You're right. I'm not your match, but even if I die today I'll make you pay. Fu Heng sneered, his aura reaching a terrifying peak. In the next moment he stomped his right foot hard on the ground, launching himself toward Qian Taishu like a cannonball. Boom! He threw a punch, the force tearing through the air as a powerful wind sent Qian Taishu's clothes and hair flying. For the first time, Qian Taishu's expression changed slightly in response. Zing! A flash of silver light appeared as Qian Taishu's sword met Fu Heng's powerful punch. Fist and sword collided, creating a shockwave that blasted through the room, sending several people flying. As someone was about to crash into him, Lin Yufan casually waved his hand, sending out a burst of energy that redirected the person away. Brother Fu Heng, I really don't want to fight you. Qian Taichu tried once again to dissuade Fu Heng, but Fu Heng's response was a fierce kick from midair. Bang! Clang! Bang! The two clashed repeatedly, their powerful strikes sending energy waves throughout the inn, destroying furniture and injuring bystanders. Seeing more innocent people getting hurt, Qian Taichu blocked one of Fu Heng's strikes and shouted to the crowd, "If you don't want to get caught in this, leave now." Hearing this, the members of the Qinglong Society scattered in all directions, fleeing the hall. In just a moment, only a handful of people remained in the hall: Qian Taichu and Fu Heng, who were still locked in battle, and Lin Yufan, Ning Hongyan, Silver Fox, and Feng Yankai. Why haven't you run? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Lin Yufan asked, surprised to see that Feng Yankai hadn't bolted like the others. With you here, Brother Fan. What do I have to be afraid of? Feng Yankai grinned, and moved behind Lin Yufan. Seeing this, Lin Yufan sighed in exasperation. So, he's using me as a shield, huh? Aren't you going to let go of Red Sister? Silver Fox had returned to Ning Hongyan's side, and was glaring at Lin Yufan, clearly unhappy. She's safest in my arms. I'm protecting your mistress, don't you understand? Lin Yufan replied, a little annoyed. With me here, Red Sister doesn't need your protection. Let go of her now. Silver Fox demanded, her right hand moving behind her back as if ready to act. Seeing this, Ning Hongyan quickly pulled away from Lin Yufan and said to Silver Fox, don't be rude to Mr. Lin. That guy's a pervert. He deserves to die. Silver Fox gritted her teeth, as if Lin Yufan had defiled someone precious to her. Could Silver Fox have special feelings for Ning Hongyan? Lin Yufan wondered mischievously, noticing her intense reaction. Just then, a figure suddenly flew toward them at high speed. Watch out! Lin Yufan shouted, pulling Ning Hongyan out of the way. Silver Fox, hearing the warning, quickly turned to see what was happening, only to find Fu Heng hurtling toward them. She raised her hands to block, but Fu Heng's force was too strong, and she was sent flying. While still in midair, Silver Fox coughed up a mouthful of blood. See? I told you I'm the one who needs to protect Red Sister, Lin Yufan said with a hint of smugness. Hearing this, Silver Fox, who had just been knocked down, coughed up another mouthful of blood in frustration. Lin Yufan, this isn't over between us. Huh? I wasn't the one who hit you, so why are you blaming me? Go after the ones responsible, not me, Lin Yufan shrugged, looking innocent. Seeing this, Silver Fox trembled with anger, her cold eyes locked onto Lin Yufan. If she hadn't been injured, she would have likely rushed at him already. Enough, stop provoking her, Ning Hongyan said, unable to watch Lin Yufan teasing Silver Fox any longer. Alright, I'll let it go. I'm a bigger person, I won't stoop to the level of a little girl. Since Ning Hongyan spoke up, Lin Yufan decided to stop messing with Silver Fox. At that moment, Qian Taichu's voice came from a short distance away. Who are you people? Why haven't you left yet? As he spoke, his eyes landed on Lin Yufan and the others. When he saw Ning Hongyan's face, he paused, clearly struck by her beauty. We're just here to watch. Keep going. Don't mind us, Lin Yufan grinned. Hearing this, Qian Taichu frowned. This was a personal matter between him and Fu Heng, something he didn't want outsiders to witness. But now Lin Yufan said they were here to watch, as if mocking him. Get out. Or you might get caught in the crossfire and lose your life. Qian Taichu's expression darkened. Get out? Lin Yufan's brow furrowed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Did you just tell him to get out? Fu Heng, who had just picked himself up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at Qin Taichu. Qin Taichu, you really think you're invincible, don't you? What do you mean? Qin Taichu looked confused. What do I mean? You'll find out soon enough, Fu Heng said, smiling even more smugly. That smile made Qin Taichu feel something was wrong. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of killing intent locked onto him. In an instant, Qin Taichu felt like he had plunged into an icy abyss, and the feeling grew stronger by the second. You carry an ancient sword. You must be skilled in swordsmanship, right? Lin Yufan stood up, dusted off his clothes, and fixed his gaze on Qin Taichu. Coldly he said, "It's been a while since I've fought someone, I hope you can last a bit longer." Qin Taichu froze in shock. Was this kid in his 20s really that arrogant? You little scoundrel, what are you doing? Ning Hongyan's face turned pale. She had just witnessed Qin Taichu's strength firsthand. Lin Yufan stepping forward now was nothing short of suicide. Relax, Red Sister. Just enjoy the show, Lin Yufan smiled at her, and then started walking toward Qin Taichu. With each step he took, the terrifying pressure around him grew stronger, and an invisible force began to weigh heavily on Qin Taichu, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. 1 step. Easy. 2 steps. 3 steps. By the 7th step, Lin Yufan was only about 3 meters away from Qin Taichu. At this point, Qin Taichu's veins were bulging, and sweat was pouring down his face. His legs were stiff, and cracks began to form in the ground beneath him under the immense pressure. No one knew how much pressure he was enduring at that moment. This aura. This feeling. You're a grandmaster. Qin Taichu's pupils dilated in shock and terror. In martial arts, there were stages of Ming Jin visible strength, and Jin hidden strength, and then the grandmaster level. Most people could only train to the later stages of Ming Jin, gaining immense physical power. Those who could cultivate internal energy and reach the Enjin level were exceptionally gifted. As for grandmasters, they were incredibly rare and could be counted on one hand, the most extraordinary talents. Looking at Lin Yufan, a man in his 20s who was undeniably a grandmaster, Qin Taichu could hardly believe his eyes. After 7 steps, Lin Yufan stopped and crossed his arms. Draw your sword. Sing. Dane. Qin Taichu snapped out of his daze. Facing a grandmaster, he didn't dare show any carelessness. Sword light flashed. As the sword's energy surged, walls, tables, and chairs around them were all sliced apart. In a flash, the sword shot toward Lin Yufan like lightning. Ah! Ning Hongyan screamed in terror. But in the next second she froze in shock. That fierce sword strike had come to a complete stop in front of Lin Yufan. It wasn't that Qin Taichu had held back. Lin Yufan had caught the sword between his 2 fingers. How? How is this possible? Qin Taichu was stunned. He tried to pull the sword back, but it was as if it had been welded in place. It wouldn't budge no matter how hard he tried. This is it! Lin Yufan smirked and flicked the sword with his other hand. Buzz! The ancient sword let out a sharp vibrating sound, and a terrifying burst of energy exploded. Crack! Tiny cracks appeared on the sword's blade, and in the next second, the sword shattered into pieces, falling to the ground in a heap of broken metal. Qin Taichu's face turned red, and he coughed up blood, flying backward as a massive force sent him crashing into the wall. The impact left a huge hole in the cement wall. Fu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew grandmasters were strong, but he had never seen one in action. He had thought that even a grandmaster would struggle a bit to defeat a swordmaster like Qin Taichu. But he never imagined that someone as skilled in swordsmanship as Qin Taichu would be as weak as an insect before a grandmaster. I didn't even use my full strength. And you're already down? Lin Yufan still held a fragment of the ancient sword between his fingers. Seeing Qin Taichu crawling out of the rubble, Lin Yufan casually flicked the sword fragment at him. Whoosh! In a blur, the shard flew out, piercing through Qin Taichu's knee. With a groan, Qin Taichu fell to the ground, kneeling. Lin Yufan looked down at him and smirked. Didn't you just tell me to get out? Qin Taichu's face was ashen. In just a few moments he had been severely injured. His internal organs felt like they had been shifted out of place, and the pain was unbearable. His meridians had been shattered by the terrifying energy, leaving him a cripple no better than an ordinary man. As everyone stood in stunned silence, still processing what had happened, Lin Yufan suddenly turned to Fu Heng, whose eyes were wide in shock. So what now? You wanted him to marry your sister, right? Well, he's useless now. You can just take him with you. Hearing Lin Yufan speak to him, Fu Heng snapped back to reality. What are you standing there for? If you don't drag him away now, this guy might not make it. Lin Yufan reminded him. Upon hearing this, Fu Heng realized that King Taichu's breathing had become incredibly weak. Thank you. Fu Heng swallowed hard, quickly walking over to King Taichu and lifting him up like a small chick. Without looking back, he hurriedly left. A soft breeze blew through, but the hall remained eerily silent. Ning Hongyan, Silver Fox, and Feng Yankai were still in a state of shock, completely frozen. Red sister? Why are you spacing out? Where are we sleeping tonight? Lin Yufan grinned at Ning Hongyan. Ning Hongyan. 1 hour later. In the ancient city of Chuandu, at an inn called Peach Blossom Spring. Red sister, you're not playing fair. You promised to warm my bed, didn't you? Lin Yufan complained, holding the room key and looking at Ning Hongyan as she helped Silver Fox to the room across from his. He felt like crying but had no tears. It's your fault. You're so powerful, yet you didn't help Silver Fox, and she got hurt. Ning Hongyan huffed, supporting Silver Fox as they entered the room across the hall. Lin Yufan was speechless. No matter how much he planned, he hadn't expected things to end like this. Brother Fan, it's still early. How about we go to a bar and grab a drink? Feng Yankai said, shamelessly cozying up to Lin Yufan, his eyes full of admiration. Drinking? Sure, lead the way. Lin Yufan thought for a moment. He couldn't sleep anyway, and since Chuandu was a tourist town, there were plenty of visitors. Who knows, he might even meet a pretty girl. The two hit it off instantly and headed to the bar street in the southern part of the city. Feng Yankai, being generous, ordered a bottle of Louis XIII and poured a glass for Lin Yufan. Brother Fan, here's to you, he said with a grin. You little rascal, being all friendly for no reason. What's your angle? Lin Yufan took a sip, frowning slightly. This foreign liquor wasn't that impressive, nothing compared to the aged Chinese liquor an old man back home had stashed away. Brother Fan, don't say that. Do I look like someone with ulterior motives? Feng Yankai laughed shamelessly. By the way, Brother Fan, are you taking on students? How about me? Taking students? Lin Yufan was caught off guard. He gave Feng Yankai a once-over and then shook his head. Your potential is average, not great. If you want to become a disciple, I'd suggest giving up that idea. Brother Fan, don't say that. I may have average potential, but I'm willing to work hard. Please, show me some mercy and take me as your student. Feng Yankai pleaded, almost ready to kneel before Lin Yufan. No way. Even if I were to take a disciple, I'd only take a girl, a beautiful one with a good figure. You? Forget it. Lin Yufan remained firm, giving Feng Yankai no chance. Sigh. Hearing this, Feng Yankai's face fell, filled with disappointment. He downed his drink in one gulp, feeling utterly defeated. Just then, Lin Yufan's phone rang. It was a call from Gu Yunxi. Brother Yufan, where did you go? Why aren't you back yet? I'm in the ancient city of Chuandu. Aren't you coming here next week for a team building event? I came early to check out the place. Chuandu? Brother Yufan, did you go by yourself? Lin Yufan felt a bit awkward. If he said he was with Ning Hongyan, Gu Yunxi would definitely get jealous. As Lin Yufan hesitated, Feng Yankai suddenly shouted, Sister-in-law, I came with Brother Fan. Huh? Brother Yufan? There's someone with you? Gu Yunxi asked, surprised by the voice in the background. Lin Yufan replied, yeah, just some shameless kid. Brother Fan. Earlier Red Feng Yankai started yelling again, but Lin Yufan quickly shot him a glare. Feng Yankai, not one to back down, whispered, Brother Fan, if you don't take me as your student, I'll spill the beans about you coming here with Red Sister. Hearing this, Lin Yufan raised an eyebrow and threatened, Do you believe I won't smack you to death right now? If I can't be your student, I'd rather die. Go ahead, Brother Fan, do it. Feng Yankai closed his eyes, acting like a martyr ready to face his fate. You've got guts. Taking you as a student is out of the question, but I can teach you some martial arts. You can train on your own, Lin Yufan said reluctantly. Brother Fan, this wine is terrible. When we get back to Nanjiang City, I'll treat you to the fine wine my family has stored. Feng Yankai shouted excitedly now that Lin Yufan had agreed. Brother Yufan, drinking is bad for your health. Don't drink too much. I'm going to bed now, so you should rest early too. And don't forget to come back soon. Gu Yingxi's voice came through the phone again. Lin Yufan nodded and hung up the phone. Brother Fan, what kind of martial arts are you going to teach me? Feng Yankai asked eagerly. What kind? The kind that's good for beating people up. Lin Yufan rolled his eyes at him. This kid wasn't good at much, but he sure knew how to take advantage of a situation. Still, Feng Yankai wasn't entirely without potential. He might not master advanced techniques, but he could probably handle some basic martial arts. The two chatted for a while, and during that time, Lin Yufan passed on a basic martial art known as Zhan Yi 18 Falls. Zhan Yi 18 Falls was an ancient martial art. It was similar to Tai Chi in that it focused on using minimal force to move 1,000 pounds, relying on techniques like borrowing force, countering with precision, and using flexibility to defeat strength. In combat, it capitalized on brief moments of vulnerability, exploiting openings and weaknesses to deliver decisive blows. Mastering this martial art made a fighter lethal in close combat. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. By 9 a.m., Lin Yufan, Ning Hongyan, and the others were already on their way back. Once they returned to Nanjiang City, Feng Yankai rushed home to start practicing his new skills. Ning Hongyan drove Lin Yufan back to the luxurious mansion at Wanhao Gardens. The mansion had been purchased by Gu Yunxi, though it was still in Lin Yufan's name. At the same time, in a seaside villa on Hong Kong Island, Tang Yunsheng lay on a large white bed. Next to him, a young girl who looked no older than 20 was taking his pulse. Though she had a baby face, the girl was around 1.6 meters tall and had a well-developed figure, with all the right curves in the right places. "Miss Qiao, can you cure my son?" Tang Sihai asked, his eyes full of worry as he looked at his pale-faced son, Tang Yunsheng. "I can cure him, but..." Qiao Xinyan withdrew her hand and rubbed her fingers together, hinting at something. Tang Sihai said, "Rest assured, Miss Qiao. As long as you cure my son, I'll give you a consultation fee of 100 million. 100 million? Hearing that, Qiao Xinyan's eyes lit up, and she grinned widely. "Uncle, there are a lot of scammers out there these days. How about this: you pay me 50 million as a deposit first, and once your son is cured, you can pay me the other 50 million. How's that sound?" Scammers, really? Tang Sihai's mouth twitched slightly. As the richest man in Hong Kong with assets worth billions, a billion was just a number to him. Why would he need to deceive anyone? Tang Sihai asked seriously, "Miss Qiao, if you can truly cure my son, paying you 50 million up front is no problem. But what if you can't? Can't cure him? Ha! There's no one in this world Qiao Xingyan can't cure." Qiao Xingyan's lips curled into a confident smile. Her master was the most renowned doctor in Dragon Kingdom, known as the immortal doctor of Guigu. His skills were legendary, and he could bring back someone on their last breath. As his only direct disciple, Qiao Xingyan hadn't reached his level but had inherited 70 to 80% of his expertise. With Tang Yunsheng's condition, she was certain she could have him fully recovered in 2 weeks, at most. "Good. Since Miss Qiao is so confident, I'll trust you this time." Tang Sihai felt reassured by her confidence and turned to his butler, Fu Bo. "Ah Fu, transfer 50 million to Miss Qiao's account." "Yes sir." Fu Bo nodded, took Qiao Xinyan's bank details, and quickly transferred the money to her account. Ding. The sound of 50 million being deposited into her account made Qiao Xinyan beam with joy. 50 million. She was already thinking about how many Lolita dresses, Hanfu outfits, snacks and papaya she could buy with that money. 10 minutes later. In the villa's study. "Master, bringing young Master Yunsheng back this time, won't the first wife and the others be upset if they find out?" Fu Bo spoke cautiously as he watched Tang Sihai, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the sea. "They're just a bunch of useless women who couldn't give me a son. What can they do even if they're upset?" Tang Sihai's face darkened. He had 7 wives and 8 daughters, but not a single son. A few years ago he found out by chance that a woman he'd drunkenly mistreated years ago had borne him a son. This news was like a blessing from the heavens. On the very day he learned about it, he sent people to Nanjiang City to secretly take care of the boy and help him grow into a capable man there. That son was Tang Yunsheng. However, what infuriated Tang Sihai was that his only son had become a live-in son-in-law. To address this, he applied pressure behind the scenes to make sure the Tang family in Nanjiang handed over power to Tang Yunsheng. He also helped the Tang family rise quickly, securing a foothold in the northern district of the city. It could be said that the Tang family's status in Nanjiang City was all thanks to his support. But unexpectedly, his son Tang Yunsheng was crippled recently. Thinking of this, Tang Sihai couldn't hold back his anger. "Did you find out who injured Yunsheng?" "We did. His name is Lin Yufan, an orphan from a local orphanage in Nanjiang. He was missing for over 10 years and only reappeared recently. Other than some martial arts skills, there's no significant background on him," Fu Bo reported with a bow. "An orphan with no background dares to hurt my son?" Tang Sihai's expression grew darker. Narrowing his eyes, he said coldly, Send someone to bring him to Hong Kong. I want to tear him apart for hurting my son. Yes, master. Fu Bo nodded and left to make the arrangements. At the Wanhao Gardens villa, unaware of the looming danger, Lin Yufan was lounging on the couch, reviewing the file on his eighth sister, Qiao Xingyan. The file had just been sent by Qingzhu and contained information on what Qiao Xingyan had been up to in recent years. Immortal Doctor of Gigu? Isn't that the reclusive old doctor that the old man used to talk about? I never thought eighth sister would become his disciple. Lin Yufan muttered to himself. Though the immortal doctor of Gigu was well known, few people knew that he had once been outshone by another. The person who had surpassed him was none other than Lin Yufan's own master. His master, known as the Sage of Heavenly Secrets, had become a global legend 30 years ago, revered as the greatest of his time. But after reaching unparalleled heights, his master founded the Tianji Pavilion and retreated into seclusion. The reason for founding the pavilion was to protect the Dragon Kingdom from foreign threats. That old man's good at everything except when it comes to women, Lin Yufan sighed, thinking of his master, who remained single. Despite his unmatched power and influence, the old man never had a wife. But if he had one, there would likely be a child, and Lin Yufan wouldn't have had a role to play. Wait, is this eighth sister's phone number? Seeing Qiao Xingyan's contact information in the file, Lin Yufan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he dialed her number. Hello, who is this? A soft, girlish voice came from the other end. Xingyan? Is that you? It's Lin Yufan, your brother Yufan. Do you remember me? Brother Yufan? Liar. My brother Yufan disappeared over 10 years ago. What are you trying to pull? Scamming me? Let me tell you, you might fool me, but you won't fool me out of my money. With that, the phone was immediately hung up. Beep, 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 beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Yufan was stunned. How come? Just like Yingxi, she thinks I'm a scammer. Lin Yufan was left speechless. He tried calling again, but Qiao Xingyan directly hung up this time. With no other choice, he sent her a text message instead. The message mentioned memories from their time at the orphanage, like how young Qiao Xingyan used to cry a lot, and her favorite toy was a teddy bear. When the teddy bear broke, she cried for ages, and Lin Yufan had no choice but to sneak out, climb over a fence, and steal a replacement from a nearby supermarket. For that, the orphanage director gave him a harsh scolding, and he almost got kicked out. That day, Qiao Xingyan cried so hard, begging the director not to kick Lin Yufan out. As he recalled those memories from the orphanage, Lin Yufan sighed at how fast time had flown. The once crying little girl had now grown into a sweet, charming young woman. But what's with the baby face? If he ended up marrying eighth sister one day, and on their wedding night, he'd have to face a baby-faced bride. Thinking about it, Lin Yufan couldn't help but feel oddly excited. Wow. That would be something. Just then, his phone rang again. But it wasn't Qiao Xingyan this time, it was an unknown number. Hey, you little punk. I told you to take charge of the Tianji Pavilion, but instead, you're running around chasing girls. What are you, a reincarnated teddy bear? Haven't you ever seen a woman before? An old, powerful voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction boomed through the phone. You old geezer. Are you jealous because I can flirt with girls and you can't? Hearing the voice, Lin Yufan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The voice belonged to none other than the Sage of Heavenly Secrets, the one who had trained him and restricted his freedom for a full 15 years. Jealous, my foot. Back in the day, when I was charming the ladies, you hadn't even been born yet. Princesses from all over the world begged to marry me, and countless young women idolized me, fighting to have my children. Before the old man could finish bragging, Lin Yufan interrupted him. Keep talking, keep talking. If you were really that charming, would you have ended up kidnapping me and dragging me up a mountain? Watch your mouth, brat. Are you itching for a beating? Believe me, I'll come down there and teach you a lesson. The Sage of Heavenly Secrets, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, snapped angrily. Hey, old man. Just spit it out, why are you calling me? Lin Yufan chuckled. You little punk, I might be gone for a while, maybe a year, maybe 3. So while I'm in seclusion, try not to stir up trouble. If you do get into a mess, let the people at the Tianji Pavilion handle it. And if they can't, then get your butt back up the mountain. The old man's tone suddenly grew serious. Huh? Are you going to prison or something? Lin Yufan was taken aback. There was a strange sense of finality in his master's words, almost like a farewell, which made Lin Yufan feel uneasy. After 15 years together, the Sage of Heavenly Secrets had become like a grandfather to him, taking care of him all that time. Something like that. The old man sighed, then added, Alright, just take care of yourself, and don't slack off in your training. Got it, Lin Yufan replied. After a few more words, the sage of heavenly secrets hung up the phone. As for where his master was going, Lin Yufan didn't ask. If the old man had wanted to tell him, he would have. Since he hadn't, that meant he didn't want Lin Yufan to know. Not long after the call ended, Lin Yufan's phone rang again. This time, it was Qiao Xingyan, his eighth sister, calling. Stupid brother. You're such a jerk. Just because I hung up on you once, you won't pick up my calls. You're driving me crazy. Where are you? Tell me now, I'm coming to find you. As soon as the call connected, Qiao Xingyan fired off a barrage of words. I was on the phone, okay? What, do you believe now that I'm really your brother Yufan? Lin Yufan teased. Brother Yufan, you still haven't told me where you are. I'm dying to come see you. Qiao Xingyan said anxiously. I'm in Nanjiang City, with your seventh sister, Yunxi. Lin Yufan replied. Brother Yufan, you're playing favorites. You've been back for so long and you didn't come to see me first? It's only been 15 years. And I'm not your favorite anymore, huh? Qiao Xingyan's unexpected words made Lin Yufan sweat a little. Stop talking nonsense. You're all my little treasures. Lin Yufan quickly reassured her. Brother Yufan, wait for me. I'm going to buy a ticket right now. Actually, never mind. I've got a patient to treat. I'll come see you in 10 days. Or you can come to me. Qiao Xingyan was eager to see him, but then she remembered the billion that Tang Sihai had promised, and her priorities shifted. Her brother wasn't going anywhere. But that billion? That was a massive fortune, too tempting to pass up. Lin Yufan chuckled. Alright, finish your work first. Once you're free, come find me. We can all meet up then. Promise. Brother Yufan. Qiao Xingyan said, reluctant to end the call. Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Yufan laughed. The call went on for nearly an hour and a half, until the phone battery died and they finally hung up. That evening, when Gu Yunxi returned from work and saw Lin Yufan at home, she rushed over and wrapped her arms around his neck. Brother Yufan, I missed you so much. She rested her head on his shoulder as she spoke. Feeling the soft pressure against his chest, Lin Yufan's mind began to wander a bit. You're really clingy, aren't you? He smiled and hugged her back. The two held each other in silence, savoring the sweet and peaceful moment. Gurgle. Gurgle. Just then, Lin Yufan's stomach growled in protest. Brother Yufan, did you not eat dinner? How about we go out for food? I haven't eaten yet either. Gu Yunxi suggested. Lin Yufan nodded, and they went to a nearby hot pot restaurant for dinner. At the table, Lin Yufan pulled out a napkin and gently wiped the sauce from Gu Yunxi's lips. Seeing her flushed, lovely face, he almost couldn't resist pulling her in for a kiss. As they walked home together, Gu Yunxi suddenly asked Brother Yufan, do you have some free time over the next couple of days? Yeah, I'm free. Why? Lin Yufan replied. It's nothing big, just a contract I need to sign in Hong Kong. I don't trust anyone else to handle it, so I was hoping you could go for me. Gu Yunxi explained. Hong Kong? Lin Yufan was a bit surprised. During his call with Qiao Xingyan earlier, she had mentioned that she was in Hong Kong. And now, Yunxi wanted him to go there too. Yunxi, did Xingyan call you? Lin Yufan began to suspect Gu Yunxi's intentions. Yu Yunxi smiled and said, what's wrong? Don't you want to visit Xingyan while you're in Hong Kong, Brother Yufan? So? The contract is just an excuse, huh? Lin Yufan teased. It's real. I was planning to go myself, but Xingyan called me after work, and since I'm swamped here, I thought you could go. Plus, you haven't seen her in 15 years, and I bet she's missed you like crazy. Yu Yunxi's voice was soft and gentle. Yunxi, you're so thoughtful. Lin Yufan pulled her into his arms, and unable to resist any longer, kissed her deeply. The next morning, Yu Yunxi dropped Lin Yufan off at the airport. Brother Yufan, don't stay longer than 3 days, okay? Remember, next week you're coming with me to the team building event, she said, clearly reluctant to see him go. Lin Yufan's heart softened, and he pulled her into another hug. Half an hour later, he boarded the plane. Gu Yunxi had booked him a first-class seat, and Qing Jiyu, knowing that Lin Yufan was headed to Hong Kong, had also booked a ticket for the same flight. Master, the head of the Hong Kong Martial Arts Academy has arranged a welcome banquet in your honor. Also, here's some information on the business and martial arts circles there. On the plane, Qin Jiyu handed Lin Yufan a file he had prepared in advance. Just then, a young woman seated nearby suddenly exclaimed, Lin Yufan, is that you? Lin Yufan turned his head and saw a woman dressed in business attire sitting next to him. It was none other than Yi Shu Yunfei, the former secretary at Gu Yongxi's company, who had been fired not long ago. Well, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into someone I know on this flight, Lin Yufan said with a smile. You know? Do we know each other that well? Stop flattering yourself, you shameless pretty boy, Shu Yunfei sneered. She had always despised Lin Yufan. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have had to leave Nanjiang and go to Hong Kong to rely on her cousin, who was a human resources manager at a listed company. Lin Yufan was stunned but didn't bother arguing with her. He lowered his head and began reading the documents in his hand. The Tianji Pavilion, overseeing the Academy of Martial Arts and the Business Academy, wielded immense power, controlling various regions across Dragon Kingdom. Even in cities like Hong Kong, there were branches of both the martial and business academies. After scanning the information, Lin Yufan closed his eyes to rest, but Zhu Yunfei's grating voice interrupted him again. Are you blind? Do you know how expensive this outfit is? I don't understand how your airline hires people like you air stewardesses who can't even watch where they're going. I'm terribly sorry, miss. It was an accident. Let me help you clean it up, the stewardess apologized. Get away from me. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. You disgust me. Yi Shu Yunfei shoved the stewardess away, glaring angrily. I'm so sorry, miss. I truly didn't mean it. The stewardess's eyes reddened as she apologized, clearly distressed. Sorry? Is that it? This outfit cost me 20,000 yuan, and now it's ruined. What are you going to do about it? Zhu Yunfei huffed. Miss, passengers aren't allowed to use their phones mid-flight. Can we settle this after we land? I promise. I'll transfer the money to you right after we land, the stewardess pleaded. After we land? How do I know you won't just run off and deny it? Yi Shu Yunfei sneered. I swear, I won't. I'll give you my word. If you don't believe me, I can call my colleague to witness, the stewardess offered, shaking her head. Your colleague? Are you joking? You're all in on this together trying to scam me. No, I'm recording this as evidence, Yi Shu Yunfei said, pulling out her phone to start filming. The stewardess paled at the sight of the camera. It wasn't that she didn't want to pay, she just feared that even if she paid, the video might end up online, and she'd lose her job. Miss, please don't record. How about I write you an IO instead? The stewardess pleaded almost in tears. But Zhu Yunfei ignored her and began recording. Seeing her being so aggressive, some of the passengers were clearly uncomfortable. However, most people chose to stay out of it, not wanting to get involved. Enough already. It's just a piece of clothing. Is it really worth all this fuss? Lin Yufan, irritated by the noise, finally spoke up, scolding Zhu Yunfei. What's it to you? Hearing Lin Yufan's voice only fueled Zhu Yunfei's anger. You're really hopeless. Lin Yufan muttered, growing increasingly annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, he would have considered slapping some sense into her. Who are you calling hopeless? What gives you the right to talk to me, you freeloading pretty boy? If it weren't for Gu Yunxi, do you think a poor loser like you could even afford a plane ticket, let alone first class? Yi Shu Yunfei mocked loudly, drawing the attention of other passengers, who began looking at Lin Yufan with curious expressions. What's going on, master? Hearing the commotion, Qingju came over from the economy cabin. Lin Yufan asked calmly, do you have any cash on you? Yes. Qingju immediately pulled out 2 stacks of cash from his pocket. Lin Yufan took the money and handed it to the stewardess. Take this and pay her so she can stop yelling and disturbing everyone's peace. Thank you. I'll return the money to you after we land. The stewardess gratefully accepted the cash, repeatedly thanking Lin Yufan. No need to return it. I think her outfit would make a decent rag anyway. Here's the deal, you'll pay her, and that makes the outfit yours. I'll buy it from you for 20,000 yuan. How's that? Lin Yufan smirked. Yes. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, the stewardess nodded. She handed the money to Zhu Yunfei and said, Miss, your outfit costs 17,000, right? Here's 20,000. I've paid you, so now please hand over the outfit. What? You want me to give you my outfit? Are you insane? What am I supposed to wear? Yi Shu Yunfei was livid. Is she the one who's crazy, or is it you? She paid for the outfit, so it's hers now. What right do you have to still wear it? Qingju glared at her, his eyes wide like saucers, giving off an intimidating vibe. What's it to you? Mind your own business. Yi Shu Yunfei was about to scold Qingju but stopped when she saw his towering figure and fierce expression. She hesitated, fear creeping in. By now, some of the other passengers had started whispering to one another, and Qinju quickly pieced together what had happened. Take it off. If you don't, I'll be more than happy to help you out, Qinju threatened. Bao? You wouldn't dare. If you touch me, I'll accuse you of harassment, Xu Yunfei shouted, her face pale. Don't try that with me. I don't fall for it. You have 10 seconds to take it off, or I'll do it myself. And I won't be gentle, so if it hurts, don't blame me, Qinju said coldly. Fine. I won't make her pay. Let's just forget this happened, okay? I'll let it go. Zhu Yunfei finally backed down, scared of Qinju's imposing presence. Forget it. Now you want to forget it. Too late. Qinju reached toward her, as if to tear the clothes off himself. Panicked, Xu Yunfei jumped out of her seat. Don't come near me. Help. Somebody help me, she shouted. But no one in the cabin moved to assist her. Seeing her previously aggressive behavior, most of the passengers were now content to watch her squirm. Some even looked on with amusement, eager to see what would happen next. Lin Yufan, you're ruthless. Realizing she had no way out, Yishu Yunfei glared at Lin Yufan, clenching her teeth. Reluctantly, she began unbuttoning her blouse, stripping it off in a wave of humiliation. Here's the outfit, sir. The stewardess handed it to Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan smiled and said, no need. I've suddenly realized it's quite ugly and it reeks. Just toss it in the trash, thanks. Upon hearing this, Yushu Yunfei's face turned crimson with fury. She gritted her teeth and quietly took out her phone, sending a message to her cousin as soon as the in-flight mobile service was activated. Cousin, bring a few men to the airport. I've been humiliated on the plane, and I need you to teach that guy a lesson when we land. An hour and a half later, Lin Yufan's flight arrived at Hong Kong International Airport. With Lin Yufan walking in front and Qinju following behind, the two made their way through the airport terminal. Just as they were about to leave, 5 large men appeared in front of them. Each of the men was over 6 feet tall, standing like a wall. From behind, Yishu Yunfei suddenly shouted, Cousin. It's them. Don't let them get away. At her call, the 5 men quickly jogged over and surrounded Lin Yufan and Qin Jiyu. Passers-by, sensing trouble, hurriedly avoided the scene. Click-clack. Yishu Yunfei came running in high heels, still draped in the thin blanket from the plane. Lin Yufan, you were so arrogant on the plane, weren't you? Why so scared now? Acting like a cowardly dog, she jeered, clearly emboldened by the presence of her backup. One of the 5 men, a young man in a black shirt, stepped forward, eyeing Lin Yufan with a mocking grin. So, you dared to bully my cousin Xu Yunfei, huh? You've got guts. He turned to Xu Yunfei and asked, Feifei, how do you want me to deal with him? Just say the word, and I'll teach this guy a lesson. How do I want to deal with him? Xu Yunfei sneered, her eyes cold. Make him kneel and beg for forgiveness while licking the soles of my shoes. If he cleans them properly, I'll let it go. Ha ha ha. Feifei, that's brutal. I love it. Yixu Qiang laughed heartily, then suddenly scowled and barked at Lin Yufan. Did you hear her? Get on your knees, beg, and clean my cousin's shoes. Enough. Qinju's voice boomed in fury as he stepped forward, his intense aura forcing Xu Qiang to stumble back a few steps. Regaining his balance, Yishu Qiang pointed at Qinju's face and snapped, What are you yelling for? Think you're tough? You believe we can't break you? Even though Qinju was a large and intimidating figure, Yixu Qiang felt confident there were 5 of them, and Lin Yufan didn't look like much of a threat, probably someone who'd go down with a single punch. Don't think your size scares me. If you don't kneel and make my cousin happy, neither of you is leaving this airport, Yishu Qiang taunted, his voice full of bravado. Just then, a commotion rippled through the airport terminal. Xu Qiang turned to see a group of young men in martial arts uniforms approaching. His eyes widened in disbelief. That's the Chen Martial Arts School. Having lived in Hong Kong for 5 years, Yishu Qiang was familiar with the local power structures. He recognized the emblem on their uniforms immediately. These were disciples of the Chen Martial Arts School. The Chen Martial Arts School was a prestigious institution that had been established in Hong Kong for decades, boasting over 8,000 disciples. It was considered one of the top-tier forces in the region. Leading the group was Chen Zhuan, the head of the school and a renowned martial arts master, who had won the Hong Kong Martial Arts Championship for 7 consecutive years. His reputation was unmatched, and even the city's wealthiest and most powerful figures treated him with great respect. Chen Zhuan, with a serious expression, walked at the front, exuding an aura so powerful that people instinctively stepped aside to clear a path for him. Chen Zhuan of the Chen Martial Arts School, along with 50 disciples, humbly greets the master of Tianji Pavilion. Chen Xuan approached and bowed deeply to Lin Yufan, his disciples following suit, their demeanor full of reverence. Yushu Qiang stood in shock, his mind in turmoil. Had it not been for the fact that he'd trained in combat for 6 months, he might have collapsed from fear. Before Su Qiang could process what was happening, another group arrived, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He had a sturdy build, flanked by 10 sharp-eyed bodyguards. Fang Tianhao, chairman of Tianxing Financial Group, greets the master of Tianji Pavilion, the man said, bowing deeply. Fang Tianhao, the chairman of Tianxing Financial Group, the second wealthiest man in Hong Kong, second only to the city's richest Tang Si-hai? Hearing the name, Yushu Qiang's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Xuan from the Chen Martial Arts School and Fang Tianhao, chairman of Tianxing Financial Group, both of them were titans in Hong Kong. Yet here they were, bowing respectfully before Lin Yufan. Yushu Qiang, who had earlier threatened to teach Lin Yufan a lesson, felt like the world was spinning. His arrogance disappeared, replaced by sheer terror. You told me to kneel and lick her shoes clean. Lin Yufan looked at the pale-faced Yu Qiang with a smirk. The words snapped Yushu Qiang out of his daze. He scrambled to his knees in front of Lin Yufan, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Please, big brother, I was wrong. I didn't know who you were. I beg you, spare my life. He pointed at Zhu Yunfei, desperately adding, it's all her fault. She made me do it. I had nothing to do with it. Cousin, you. Yao. Yushu Yunfei was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the immense influence Lin Yufan had in Hong Kong. You what? You jinx. You almost got me killed. Do you even know who these people are? And you had the nerve to provoke them? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Yushu Qiang lashed out at his cousin, cursing her. Break their legs and throw them out, Lin Yufan said, pointing at Zhu Qiang and his men. In an instant, several disciples from the Chen Martial Arts School rushed forward, breaking Zhu Qiang and his group's legs with swift strikes before dragging them out of the airport. As her cousin was hauled away, Yushu Yunfei stood frozen, her mind blank with fear. She looked at Lin Yufan with complex emotions. She wanted to beg for mercy but didn't know how. Yushu Yunfei, because you once worked for Yinshi, I'll let this go today. But if it happens again, you'll bear the consequences. With that, Lin Yufan gave her a cold glance and walked away. As Lin Yufan disappeared into the distance, Yushu Yunfei finally broke down in tears. She had been scared out of her wits, fully convinced she wouldn't survive the day. But Lin Yufan had spared her. Meanwhile, in the private villa of Hong Kong's wealthiest man, Tang Si-hai, Qiao Xinyan finished removing the silver needles from Tang Yunsheng's body and turned to Tang Si-hai. I've just finished the acupuncture treatment. His blocked blood vessels and meridians are cleared. I'll prescribe a medicinal bath for you to prepare. Have him soak in it for 10 days straight. After that, I'll come back and give him another treatment. By then he should be almost fully recovered. Thank you, young doctor. Tang Si-hai expressed his gratitude with a bow. Thank me? I'm charging you for this service. I'm not doing charity. Remember, once he's healed in 10 days, transfer the remaining 50 million to my account. Qiao Xinyan replied as she packed up her needles, then pulled a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. So sweet. At that moment, Tang Yunsheng, lying in bed, slowly regained consciousness. Seeing a young woman in front of him, he was taken aback and asked, Father, who is she? Before Tang Si-hai could answer, Qiao Xinyan turned to Tang Yunsheng and rolled her eyes playfully. Rude. You should be asking, who is this charming, lively, and adorable beauty? Tang Yunsheng was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Tang Si-hai smiled and explained, Yunsheng, this is Dr. Qiao, a disciple of Ghost Valley's medical sage, the top healer in the Dragon Nation. With her here, you'll be fully recovered in 2 weeks at most. You're the famous Dr. Qiao? My apologies for being disrespectful. Tang Yunsheng was visibly surprised. He had heard of Dr. Qiao's great reputation but never imagined she would be a charming young woman. As he looked at her cute and lively demeanor, Tang Yunsheng couldn't help but swallow nervously. Alright, that's enough for today. I'm off to shop. After all, 5 million, it's going to take some time to spend it all. Qiao Xinyan exclaimed excitedly, hopping out of the room, clearly eager to splurge. Once she left, Tang Si-hai turned to his son with a caring expression. Yunsheng, rest well for now. As for the person who hurt you, I've already sent people to capture him. When they bring him here, you can decide how to deal with him. Thank you, father. My. Tang Yunsheng nodded gratefully. Tang Sihai added, "All right then, make sure you get plenty of rest. If you need anything, just ask the servants." With that, he turned and left the room. But as soon as Tang Sihai left, Tang Yunsheng's expression darkened. "Mother, don't worry. I will avenge you. The entire Tang family will pay for what they did," he muttered through gritted teeth. Years ago, when Tang Yunsheng learned that Tang Sihai was his biological father, he had already vowed to kill him in order to avenge his mother. The reason? Tang Sihai had forcibly assaulted his mother under the influence of alcohol. Afterwards, when Tang Yunsheng's mother was found to be pregnant, his grandfather went to confront the Tang family, but instead of meeting Tang Sihai, he encountered Tang's wife, Madame Liu, a ruthless and calculating woman. Upon learning of the incident, she ordered the complete eradication of Tang Yunsheng's maternal family. By sheer luck, his mother wasn't home at the time and survived. To escape the killers sent by Madame Liu, she fled by boat to the mainland, giving birth to Tang Yunsheng while living a life on the run. As soon as Tang Yunsheng was old enough to understand, his mother instilled in him the drive for revenge. And so, the seed of vengeance was planted in his heart at a young age. For the next 20 years he grew up with the sole focus of avenging his mother, and after years of hardship, she eventually died from illness. After her death, Tang Yunsheng deliberately approached the daughter of the northern Tang family and successfully became their live-in son-in-law. The following year, he learned through his connections that Tang Sihai had no sons and was desperately seeking one. Tang Yunsheng leaked the news that he was Tang Sihai's illegitimate child. Just as he expected, Tang Sihai sent people to find him in Nanjing, then supported him and the northern Tang family, elevating them to a position of power. During these years, Tang Yunsheng had been patiently plotting his revenge. Initially, his plan was to execute his vengeance in 2 years. But Lin Yufan's interference forced him to accelerate the timeline. At the luxurious Tianya Hage Hotel in Hong Kong, inside a sea view suite on the 37th floor, Chen Xuan stepped forward and handed a thick file to Lin Yufan. "Master, these are the recent reports we've gathered on foreign forces infiltrating our country. Please have a look." Lin Yufan frowned slightly as he accepted the file and began flipping through the pages. The Martial Academy was responsible for managing martial artists within the Dragon Nation and defending against the infiltration of foreign forces. Meanwhile, the Commercial Academy was tasked with safeguarding the nation's economy, ensuring its development was not disrupted by outside influences. After a few moments, Lin Yufan set the file aside and issued a stern order. "Good. Since we've identified these foreign forces, eliminate them one by one. Any hostile entity encroaching on our territory must be eradicated, without exception." "Understood." Chen Xuan bowed respectfully. "Master, as for the Commercial Academy, everything is progressing smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, by the end of this year, our subsidiary, Tiansheng Financial Group, will become the top enterprise in Hong Kong," Fang Tianhao reported. "Very good." Lin Yufan nodded in approval. "By the way, Master, I've also prepared a welcome banquet in your honor. Do you have time to attend this evening?" Fang Tianhao asked cautiously. "A banquet? Forget it. I'm not fond of those kinds of gatherings." After thinking it over, Lin Yufan decisively declined. He only had 3 days in Hong Kong, and instead of spending it with wealthy businessmen, he'd rather go visit his younger sister, Qiao Xinyan. "Anything else? If not, you're dismissed." "Understood." Chen Xuan and Fang Tianhao bowed and left the room. Once they were gone, Lin Yufan turned to Qinju and asked, "Did you find what I asked you to investigate?" Qinju smiled. "Yes, Master. Miss Qiao is staying in the suite directly across from yours." "Across the hall." "Qinju, you sneaky devil. No wonder you insisted on this hotel. You had it all planned out." Lin Yufan chuckled. At that moment, Qinju suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I almost forgot." "What is it?" Lin Yufan asked, surprised. "I brought 2 completed cross-stitch pieces with me, intending to give them to Chen Xuan and Fang Tianhao as gifts." Qinju replied with a serious expression. Lin Yufan shuddered, utterly speechless. "Well, Master, I'll be back shortly. I need to catch up with them." With that, Qinju rushed out after Chen Xuan and Fang Tianhao. As Qinju left, an image popped into Lin Yufan's mind: Chen Xuan and Fang Tianhao's reactions when they received the cross stitches. Half an hour later, Qiao Xingyan returned, her arms full of shopping bags. As she approached her room, she noticed the door of the suite across the hall was open. Curious, she peeked inside. Standing in the entryway was a young man, about 20, with a sunny smile on his face. "What are you smiling at? Do I know you? You're so weird?" Qiao Xingyan rolled her eyes at him, pulled out her keycard, and went into her suite with her shopping bags. Lin Yufan was taken aback. Then it hit him after 15 years apart, how could Qiao Xingyan possibly recognize him as her Yufan gauge? Deciding to tease her a little, Lin Yufan followed her. By then, Qiao Xingyan had already set her bags down inside. Just as she turned around, she saw the young man standing in her bedroom doorway. Hey, you've got some nerve. What, you think you can take advantage of me? Let me warn you, I hit hard. If you don't want to be paralyzed, you'd better get lost. Qiao Xingyan rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. Lin Yufan grinned. Come on, little beauty. You're so cute. How about becoming friends with your big brother? Friends? The kind who give me money? Qiao Xingyan's eyes lit up at the mention of friends, immediately showing her greedy side. As a disciple of the famous Ghost Valley healer, many wealthy families sought her favor, often offering large sums of money. She never turned down such gifts, and despite her young age, she was already a little millionaire. Money? Do you really need to pay to make friends these days? Lin Yufan chuckled in disbelief. Of course. Why else would I bother being friends with you? I don't do anything unless there's something in it for me. Qiao Xingyan, with a smug expression, looked like a little money grubber. Seeing her face, Lin Yufan smiled and asked, All right, how much do you think it's worth to be friends with you? Qiao Xingyan thought for a moment and then said, Your voice sounds a lot like my brother Yufan from home. So I'll give you a discount 1 million. Lin Yufan asked, Oh really? Then why don't you think I'm your brother Yufan? My brother Yufan is in Nanjing. How could you possibly be him? Besides, my brother Yufan would never smile like you so sleazy. She scrunched up her face in disgust as she spoke. Lin Yufan was momentarily speechless. Come on, think about it. Want to be friends? It's 1 million. Cash or bank transfer, I don't care. Rubbing her growling stomach, Qiao Xingyan impatiently urged him on. If it wasn't for the money, she would have already gone downstairs to enjoy the hotel's free buffet. She had no interest in lingering here with Lin Yufan. All right, 1 million it is. What's your bank account number? I'll transfer it to you. Lin Yufan nodded. With a ding, the 1 million was transferred. Instantly, Qiao Xingyan's face lit up with joy. Now that we're friends, how about I treat you to lunch? Lin Yufan invited after transferring the money. Fine, just because of that 1 million, I'll reluctantly agree. But let me be clear, I don't drink alcohol, and I'll decide where we eat. Qiao Xingyan, now in a great mood, nodded her agreement. All right, your call. There's a popular seafood restaurant across from the hotel. Let's go there. Sure. Lin Yufan agreed. So the two headed to the seafood restaurant across the street. As soon as they sat down, Qiao Xingyan grabbed the menu from the waiter and began ordering in rapid succession. She ordered only the most expensive dishes: top-grade caviar, Australian lobster, king crab, and so on. That's a lot of food. Can you finish it all? Lin Yufan couldn't help but chuckle. Had she not eaten for hundreds of years? In just a few moments she had ordered more than 20 dishes. Mind your own business. Qiao Xingyan shot him a look, then pulled out her phone and started making a call. Just at that moment, Lin Yufan's phone rang too. Excuse me, I need to take this. Lin Yufan stood up, nodded at Qiao Xingyan, and headed to the restroom. Hello? Yufan, what are you up to? Let me tell you, I just ran into a total creep. This weirdo wanted to be my friend, so I played along and tricked him out of 1 million. Oh, where am I now? I'm at a restaurant. The creep's treating me to lunch, and I'm going to milk him for all he's worth. Oops, food's here. Gotta go, I'm digging in. The call ended. Lin Yufan's expression turned odd. He rubbed his nose and muttered, Am I really that sleazy? Xingyan actually thinks I'm some kind of pervert. Returning to the restaurant, Lin Yufan saw from afar that the table was now covered with seafood. It looked like a full-blown seafood feast. Qiao Xingyan was happily munching away, holding a king crab leg in one hand and an Australian lobster in the other, alternating bites as she devoured the food. You took too long with your call, so don't blame me for not waiting. Here, this one's yours. The rest is mine. And don't even think about stealing any of it, or I'll beat you up. Qiao Xingyan warned, tossing him a half-eaten crab leg. Lin Yufan accepted the crab leg and looked at her, a bit exasperated by how fiercely protective she was of her food. Half an hour later, Qiao Xingyan wiped her mouth with a satisfied grin. I'm full. Thanks for the meal. I'm heading out. Bye. Having eaten her fill, she got up, ready to leave without a second thought. In such a hurry? Can't we at least sit and chat? We're friends now, right? Don't you think I deserve a little more FaceTime? Lin Yufan stood up and lightly grabbed her wrist. In the next moment, he felt a sudden numbness in his hand. When he pulled it back to look, he noticed a large, dark spot forming on his palm. Poisoned. His eyes narrowed as he immediately realized what had happened. Serves you right for trying to take advantage of me. Qiao Xingyan smirked mischievously. Really? I treat you to lunch and you poison me? Lin Yufan feigned a hurt expression. Don't act all innocent. You think I don't know what's on your mind? Trying to hit on me? You're way too green for that. Qiao Xingyan sneered, then added, but I'll let you off this time, considering your million in that seafood feast. Here, take this antidote, swallow it, and you'll be fine. But let me warn you, if you ever try anything shady again, I'll poison you for real. She pulled out a delicate white porcelain bottle from her pocket, shook out a small black pill, and casually tossed it onto the table before turning and walking away without looking back. As he watched her leave, Lin Yufan smiled slightly. He pocketed the pill but didn't bother taking it. As for the poison, he ignored it completely. Back when he was on the mountain, the Saint of Secrets had bathed him in medicinal herbs daily for 15 years. By now he was immune to all poisons. Lin Yufan waved at a nearby waiter. Waiter, check please. Sir, your total comes to 876,300 yuan. The waiter handed him the bill. Over 800,000 for one meal? Xingyan sure knows how to bleed someone dry. Lin Yufan broke into a slight sweat. After paying the bill, he checked the time, 2 p.m. He still had to help Yunxi with signing a contract, so he hailed a cab and headed to a large import-export company called Qichuang. Hello, I'm from Xion Group in Nanjing. I'm here to sign a contract. At the company, Lin Yufan explained his purpose to the receptionist. After a short wait, a woman in business attire led him to a meeting room. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Li, the business manager at Qichuang. Regarding the overseas export cooperation proposed by Ziyun Group, our company can assist. However, the commission on goods will differ from what we discussed over the phone. For overseas exports, we'll take a 50% agency fee per shipment. Here's the new contract. If you agree, just sign it. She placed the contract on the table. 50%? I recall you saying it was only 10% on the phone. Lin Yufan frowned. He distinctly remembered Yunxi mentioning this before he came. That was then. This is now. If you can't accept it, you can choose not to export. But let me warn you, any company that doesn't work with Qichuang gets blacklisted in the industry. Once you're on that list, forget about exporting your products. Think it over carefully. Zhang Li's professional smile vanished, replaced by a look of disdain. No need to think about it anymore. Lin Yufan's face darkened as he stood up, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, manager Zhang sneered. Leave? Where do you think you're going? I'm telling you, today you'll sign this contract whether you want to or not. Seeing Lin Yufan trying to leave, manager Zhang's face twisted into an ugly sneer. Some country bumpkin from the mainland, trying to do export business but not willing to spend money. Since you're so cheap, let me help you out. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 large security guards in uniform suddenly burst into the meeting room. Beat him. Keep beating him until this mainland fool signs the contract, manager Zhang ordered, pointing at Lin Yufan. You little punk, you're refusing a good offer? Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson, one of the guards sneered, cracking his knuckles as he approached Lin Yufan. Bam! Before the guards could get close, Lin Yufan kicked one of them so hard he flew across the room. The immense force shattered the guard's internal organs, killing him instantly. The remaining 3 guards stood frozen, staring in disbelief at their dead colleague, blood oozing from his ears, eyes and mouth. What the hell? A single kick killed him? How strong was this guy? You still dare to commit violence here? Let me tell you, our boss is a close friend of Tang Xihai, the richest man in Hong Kong. You're as good as dead. Manager Zhang's face changed slightly, but she quickly pulled out her phone to call the company president. Soon, a middle-aged businessman in his 40s hurried into the room. President Chen, it's this mainland guy. He refused to sign the contract and even killed Yuan Yang with a kick. Manager Zhang immediately reported the situation. You've got some nerve, boy. Coming to Hong Kong and causing trouble in my company? How do you want to die? Chen Tianfu, the businessman, pointed at Lin Yufan with a cold, sinister glare. Lin Yufan didn't bother responding. He simply took out his phone and sent a text to Fang Tianhao. Seeing that Lin Yufan stayed silent, manager Zhang thought he was scared. She looked at him with feigned pity and said, Kid, you've killed someone. But I'll give you a way out. Sign the contract, give us 70% of the profits, and I'll let today's incident slide. If you refuse, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Bam! Just as she finished speaking, the door to the meeting room was violently kicked open. A group of tall, grim-looking bodyguards in black suits marched in, one after another. Before Chen Tianfu could process what was happening, Fang Tianhao, looking slightly out of breath and tense, rushed into the room. Glancing around with sharp eyes, Fang Tianhao's gaze landed on Chen Tianfu and his group. His voice was cold as he asked, "Who dares lay a hand on my honored guest?" Fang Tianhao? What are you doing here? Chen Tianfu's eyes widened in shock. This man was the second richest person in Hong Kong, not only wealthy but well-connected. He was not someone a small-time president like Chen could afford to offend. Why am I here? If I hadn't come, would you have dared touch my guest? Fang Tianhao's expression darkened as he glared at Chen Tianfu. He had been passing by Qichuang's office building when he received a text from Lin Yufan. Learning that Qichuang's people were threatening Lin, he rushed over as quickly as possible. Your guest? Chen Tianfu was still processing the situation, but Fang Tianhao ignored him. He walked straight to Lin Yufan, bowed slightly, and apologized. "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry you had to go through this." "Sorry? No need. But it's true they disgusted me," Lin Yufan said with a cold smile. "I just heard them say that any mainland products trying to export overseas have to go through their company, and they take a 50% cut? If we refuse, they'll blacklist us? Is that correct?" Fang Tianhao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't too familiar with the export trade industry because his own company had its own export channels and didn't rely on companies like Qichuang. That kind of behavior is illegal and highly unfriendly to the economic development of the mainland. You understand what I mean, right? Lin Yufan's eyes were cold as he looked at Fang Tianhao. The role of the Chamber of Commerce was to protect and promote Dragon Country's economy. They wouldn't allow external forces to hinder its growth. A company like Qichuang was nothing but a cancer, and allowing it to operate was a failure on the part of those responsible, including Fang Tianhao. "I understand, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, I'll take care of this and give you a satisfactory result," Fang Tianhao said, his face pale. "Good. You've got until the end of the afternoon. If it's not resolved by then, you know what happens," Lin Yufan said coldly before turning and walking out of the meeting room. Neither Chen Tianfu nor manager Zhang dared stop him. After Lin Yufan left, Chen Tianfu nervously asked, "President Fang, who exactly is that Mr. Lin? I've never heard of him before." "You're just a small-time businessman. There are plenty of people you've never heard of," Fang Tianhao replied darkly, glaring at Chen until the man felt uncomfortable. "I'll give you 2 hours to settle your assets, close the company, and get out of Hong Kong. If Qichuang is still operating in Hong Kong in 2 hours, I'll personally make sure you go bankrupt. Understand?" Fang Tianhao said in a chilling tone. "President Fang, I've spent 15 years building this company in Hong Kong. If you make me shut it down just like that, you're as good as killing me." Chen Tianfu's face turned white as he gritted his teeth in despair. "Oh, you feel wronged? Fine. For that attitude, get ready to go bankrupt." Fang Tianhao sneered before turning and leaving. 10 minutes later, Fang's financial group began a full-scale attack on Qichuang. In just 1 hour, Qichuang collapsed under the pressure. In the end, Chen Tianfu tearfully announced his company's bankruptcy. By then he was 800 million yuan in debt. Without help from a powerful backer, he would spend the rest of his life working to pay it off. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan had already returned to the Tianya Hotel. As soon as he arrived, Fang Tianhao called, "Sir, Qichuang has gone under. I've also registered 5 new export companies with the lowest agency fees in the industry. From now on, any Dragon Country company wishing to export goods overseas will receive full support from us." "Good, we'll leave it at that. But if anything like this happens again, I'll see to it that you're replaced as the head of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce." "Thank you, sir, for your mercy. Goodbye." Lin Yufan hung up the phone and handed the contract from Zeung Group to Qin Ju to deal with. Then he made his way to Qiao Xingyan's VIP suite. Ding dong! He pressed the doorbell, and a moment later, the door opened. There stood Qiao Xingyan, wearing a pink Lolita dress, white stockings, and her hair in twin tails, a lollipop in her mouth. She looked just like a character straight out of an anime, lively, cute, and absolutely charming. "Hey! It's you again?" Seeing Lin Yufan at the door, Qiao Xingyan frowned slightly, and, with a hint of irritation, asked, "What do you want this time?" Looking at the lively and adorable girl in front of him, Lin Yufan smiled and said, "Nothing much, just feeling a bit bored and thought I'd come chat with you." "Chat? I charge for that. $1 million an hour. You still want to chat?" Qiao Xinyan rolled her eyes. That expensive? Lin Yufan felt a bit embarrassed. If it's too much, then don't. I'm not forcing you, Qiao Xinyan said as she began to close the door. But Lin Yufan was quick to react and stopped her. We're friends, right? Charging me just to talk, don't you think that's a bit too much? Lin Yufan pretended to be upset. Friends? So what? Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Besides, my time is money. I don't have time to waste on idle chit-chat, Qiao Xinyan replied, trying once again to close the door. Seeing Lin Yufan stubbornly blocking it, she became visibly annoyed. I'm warning you, move your hand, or you'll regret it. As she spoke, she shook her little fist at him in a mock-threatening way. Oh! And how exactly will you make me regret it? Lin Yufan found it amusing. You asked for it. Here you go. Qiao Xinyan suddenly opened her clenched fist and tossed a handful of white powder toward Lin Yufan's face. The powder had a faint fragrance, somewhat similar to gardenia flowers. As soon as he smelled it, Lin Yufan felt a brief dizziness. But it only lasted for a second before the feeling disappeared. How do you feel? A little dizzy? Feeling sleepy? Qiao Xinyan batted her big, bright eyes, a smug smile playing on her lips. Oh no, I feel so dizzy. I can't take it, I'm going to collapse. Sensing an opportunity, Lin Yufan pretended to faint and fell straight toward Qiao Xinyan. Ah! Qiao Xinyan, delicate and not particularly strong, couldn't support Lin Yufan's 140-pound weight and immediately staggered. The next second, she was on the floor with Lin Yufan on top of her. You pervert! Even when you're pretending to faint, you're still trying to take advantage of me. You're such a creep. Cursing under her breath, Qiao Xinyan wriggled out from under him and stood up. Glaring at the unconscious Lin Yufan, she kicked him in the backside. Then, grabbing his arm, she tried to drag him out of the room. But as soon as she began pulling, Lin Yufan's body suddenly became much heavier, his inner energy making him feel 10 times his normal weight. Damn it! Why is this guy so heavy? I can't move him an inch. This is exhausting. After struggling for a while, Qiao Xinyan sat down, panting in frustration. At that moment, Lin Yufan suddenly turned his head toward her and grinned. Aha! A zombie. Caught off guard, Qiao Xinyan screamed and scrambled backward. What zombie? I'm not dead. Lin Yufan chuckled, getting up from the floor. But in the process he accidentally caught a glimpse of Qiao Xinyan's white panties, adorned with a cute panda playing with a pearl. You tricked me by pretending to faint. Qiao Xinyan, realizing she had been duped, puffed out her cheeks in anger. Little sister Xinyan, you're really ruthless. Kicking me when I'm unconscious? Lin Yufan brushed off his clothes, laughing as he looked at her. Little sister? How do you know my name? I don't remember telling you my name. Hearing him call her by name, Qiao Xinyan froze, clearly confused. Take a guess. Lin Yufan smiled even wider, hoping she would finally recognize him as her long-lost brother Yufan. Just as he thought she was about to figure it out, Qiao Xinyan suddenly had an epiphany and said, Oh, I know. You must have seen my photos online. Seriously? Lin Yufan slapped his forehead, exasperated. Little sister Xinyan, we haven't seen each other in 15 years, and you still can't recognize me? Your brother Yufan? Qiao Xinyan's eyes went wide in disbelief. Who else would I be? Seeing that she finally recognized him, Lin Yufan smiled and moved in to give her a big hug. But before he could get close, Qiao Xinyan suddenly lifted her leg and kicked him hard in the groin. Thud. Lin Yufan's face turned bright red. No matter how strong he wasn't made of steel, and she had just hit him in the most sensitive spot for any man. Bent over in pain, Lin Yufan looked up at her with a pained expression. Little sister Xinyan, are you crazy? Shut up, you creep! You think you can fool me? I don't care if you impersonate anyone else, but pretending to be my brother Yufan? You're dead. Qiao Xinyan's face turned icy as she reached into her pocket, pulling out a small, white, fluffy creature, ready to throw it at Lin Yufan. Wait! Finally realizing that she thought he was a fraud, Lin Yufan quickly pulled out his phone and, in front of her, dialed her number. As her phone rang, Qiao Xinyan instinctively answered. Little sister Xinyan, I'm really your brother Yufan. Ah! That hurts! Hearing his voice through her phone, Qiao Xinyan finally believed that the man in front of her was indeed her long-lost brother. What? Brother Yufan? It's really you? Her expression changed from shock to confusion. Then her eyes widened slightly before her lips quivered, as if she were about to cry. Brother Yufan, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. She quickly rushed over, her hand halfway extended before her face turned bright red, and she pulled it back. Of course it hurts. What do you think? Lin Yufan glared at her. Brother Yufan, I'm sorry. You're not mad at me, are you? If you are, you can kick me back. Qiao Xingyan looked up at him with puppy dog eyes, her face full of remorse. Silly girl, I'm not mad at you. How could I kick you? It's been 15 years since we last saw each other, and I can't believe the little crybaby from back then has grown up so much. Come here, let your brother give you a hug. Enduring the pain, Lin Yufan opened his arms and hugged her, though he was much more cautious this time. Brother Yufan, you jerk! You tricked me, making me think you were some pervert. Brother Yufan, I missed you so much. Qiao Xingyan wrapped her arms around his neck, snuggling close. Ouch! Just as the moment became heartwarming, Lin Yufan suddenly felt a sharp pain as something bit down hard on his finger. Lin Yufan looked down and saw a small, white, furry creature lying on the floor, baring its teeth at him, looking quite fierce. Little ferret, he's one of us. You can't bite him. Qiao Xingyan crouched down and gently tapped the little creature on its head. Hearing her words, the little ferret stood up. Its triangular ears drooped, and it waved its tiny front paws at Lin Yufan, almost as if apologizing. Is this your pet? Lin Yufan asked curiously, staring at the unusually human-like little creature. He had seen many animals on the mountain before, but this fluffy white ferret was a first for him. Yep, it's a baby ferret. I've had it for a little over a year now. Qiao Xingyan nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something. She quickly grabbed Lin Yufan's hand, the one that had been bitten. Without any explanation, she brought his finger to her mouth and began to suck on it. Xingyan, what are you doing? Lin Yufan asked, clearly confused. Little ferret was raised on all sorts of poisonous herbs, so its bite is highly toxic. If it's not treated quickly, it can be deadly. Qiao Xingyan explained as she sucked on the wound, then spat out a mouthful of dark, blackened blood. Afterward, she pulled a small blue porcelain bottle from her pocket, opened it, and carefully sprinkled some powder onto Lin Yufan's wound. Good thing I handled it quickly. If I had been any later, you could have been poisoned to death by little ferret. Qiao Xingyan sighed in relief, her face showing concern. Don't worry. I'm immune to all poisons. I wouldn't die from it. Lin Yufan grinned. Always bragging. There's no such thing as being immune to all poisons, that's just something made up in novels. Qiao Xingyan huffed, pulling another packet of medicine from her pocket and gently applying it to his wound. These days, no one believes the truth anymore, Lin Yufan muttered quietly. With the wound taken care of, the two sat down and started chatting, reminiscing about old times. As the evening began to darken, Qiao Xingyan rubbed her stomach and said, Brother Yufan, I'm hungry. Let's go downstairs to eat. All right. Lin Yufan nodded. The two of them went to the hotel's buffet restaurant on the 10th floor and found a table by the window. After asking Qiao Xingyan what she wanted to eat, Lin Yufan got up to get the food. However, when he returned with the food, he saw that his seat had been taken by a young man in his early 20s, who looked rather handsome. The young man had pale skin and well-defined features, the kind of person who looked like the lead actor in a teen drama. He was sitting with Qiao Xingyan, chatting and laughing with her. Seeing this, Lin Yufan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Brother Yufan, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Fang Junyan. Brother Junyan, this is the brother Yufan I told you about, the one who took care of me when I was little in the orphanage. When she saw Lin Yufan return, Qiao Xingyan stood up and introduced the two. Hello. Nice to meet you. Fang Junyan, who was about 6A, stood up and politely extended his hand to Lin Yufan. Nice to meet you. Lin Yufan shook his hand briefly, then sat down next to Qiao Xingyan. He handed her the food he had gotten for her, and the two of them started eating. At one point, Lin Yufan even fed Qiao Xingyan some food, and seeing this, Fang Junyan's expression changed slightly. His right hand clenched into a fist. Suppressing his irritation, Fang Junyan smiled and asked, Xingyan, do you mind if I join you? Brother Junyan, didn't you say you already ate? Qiao Xingyan blinked in curiosity. I wasn't full. Watching you two eat made me hungry again. Fang Junyan replied, pretending to be embarrassed. Of course I don't mind. Qiao Xingyan nodded generously. With that, Fang Junyan stood up and went to get some food. Xingyan, I brought you your favorite grilled foie gras and a milk pudding for dessert. I also got you a watermelon juice. Fang Junyan placed the dishes in front of Qiao Xingyan one by one. Thank you, Brother Junyan. Qiao Xingyan smiled sweetly and thanked him. No need to be so polite between us. Fang Junyan smiled gently, then shot a sidelong glance at Lin Yufan, a hint of challenge in his eyes. I can't take this anymore. Lin Yufan felt his anger rising, but with Qiao Xingyan sitting next to him, he held back. If she weren't here, he would have slapped this guy on the spot. 10 minutes later, after finishing her meal, Qiao Xingyan contentedly patted her stomach and turned to Lin Yufan. Brother Yufan, I'm full. How about we sleep together tonight? What? Sure. Lin Yufan was taken aback at first, but quickly agreed. Xingyan, you're not a child anymore. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to sleep together. People might talk. Fang Junyan's face darkened, but he controlled his emotions and spoke gently to her. What's inappropriate about it? I used to sleep with Brother Yufan all the time when I was little. Qiao Xingyan pouted, clearly unhappy with his comment. That was when you were a child. Now it's different. You're both grown up, and if you sleep together things might get out of control. Fang Junyan hesitated, then added, unless of course your brother Yufan isn't interested in women, or maybe he's not capable. You're saying that if we sleep together brother Yufan might lose control and eat me up, right? Qiao Xingyan responded bluntly. Fang Junyan froze for a moment. He had assumed she was too innocent to understand these things, but it seemed she was more aware than he thought. That's one way to put it. Fang Junyan nodded. Well, if he does eat me up so be it. I'll end up with him sooner or later anyway. What's the difference if it's a little sooner? Qiao Xingyan shrugged, her tone casual. Her words left Fang Junyan completely stunned. Even Lin Yufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Junyan, just because I like the cute, girly style doesn't mean I'm a little kid. I understand everything I need to. I also know that you've been trying to provoke brother Yufan. Qiao Xingyan's innocent face softened with a smile, but it carried a subtle hint of distancing herself from him. I didn't call you out on it because I consider you a friend, even like a brother. But if you've misunderstood, let me clarify. I, Qiao Xingyan, will only marry brother Yufan in this lifetime. Not just me, but all 6 of my sisters will marry brother Yufan too. Her voice turned cold, and the smile disappeared from her face. Why? Fang Junyan's face turned ashen. Because when we left the orphanage, my 6 sisters and I made that vow together. A childhood vow? That was just childish nonsense. Xingyan, are you really taking it seriously? Don't you find it ridiculous? Fang Junyan's face was grim as he spoke. Then he pointed at Lin Yufan and added, and look at him, he's ugly. How could someone like him ever be worthy of you? What? Am I really that ugly? Lin Yufan, who had been overjoyed by Qiao Xingyan's words, was left speechless by Fang Junyan's comment. Sure, he wasn't incredibly handsome, but calling him ugly seemed a bit much. Whether brother Yufan is worthy or not is my decision. What does it have to do with you? Qiao Xingyan was clearly angry now. She stood up, grabbed Lin Yufan's arm, and started to leave. Xingyan, you can't go. Fang Junyan quickly reached out to grab Qiao Xingyan, trying to stop her from leaving. What are you doing? Let go. Qiao Xingyan frowned and tried to pull away, but her strength was no match for his, and she couldn't break free. Xingyan, I like you. Be with me. This guy isn't good enough for you. Only I. Fang Junyan's emotions were running high, and he finally blurted out his feelings, hoping his sincerity would win her over. But before he could finish, Lin Yufan grabbed him by the collar and, in one swift move, threw him over his shoulder, slamming him hard onto the ground. Bam! Fang Junyan hit the floor with a heavy thud, completely dazed by the sudden attack. Everything had happened so fast that he didn't even realize what was going on before he found himself lying on the ground. His back seared with pain, snapping him back to reality. What's going on here? The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the restaurant staff, and 4 waiters in white shirts rushed over. Mr. Fang, are you all right? One of the waiters immediately recognized Fang Junyan. As the son of one of Hong Kong's wealthiest families, Fang Junyan was a well-known figure, and most of the high-end restaurant staff in the city knew who he was. A disheveled Fang Junyan climbed to his feet and pointed at Lin Yufan. Throw this guy out of the hotel. Don't let him take another step inside. Right away, Mr. Fang. The waiters nodded and moved to block Lin Yufan, motioning for him to leave. Sir, our hotel no longer welcomes you. Please leave immediately. You're kicking me out? Just because he said so? Does this hotel belong to him? Lin Yufan frowned, his patience wearing thin. After all, he was staying in the hotel's VIP suite. Was it really fair to throw him out based on Fang Junyan's word alone? Sir, Mr. Fang's father is Fang Tianhao, the second wealthiest man in Hong Kong. For your own sake, you'd better leave before Mr. Fang loses his temper. one of the waiters advised kindly. Wait, did you say his father is Fang Tianhao? Hearing that Fang Junyan was Fang Tianhao's son, Lin Yufan smiled. He pulled out his phone and made a call to Fang Tianhao right in front of Fang Junyan. After a brief conversation, Lin Yufan turned to Fang Junyan and asked, Hey, are you a good boy who listens to his father? What do you mean? Fang Junyan was confused by the question. Your dad says you need to get home now. A mischievous smile spread across Lin Yufan's face. Screw you. Fang Junyan's expression darkened. He was convinced Lin Yufan was mocking him. But a second later, Lin Yufan put his phone on speaker. Fang Tianhao, did you hear that? Your son just told me, screw you. Fang Junyan. You idiot. I'm giving you 10 minutes to get home right now. Do you hear me? Fang Tianhao's voice boomed from the phone. Fang Junyan was stunned, and so were the four waiters, who now stared in disbelief. None of them had expected Lin Yufan to have Fang Tianhao's number, let alone call him directly. Father, please don't be mad. I'll head home right away. Fang Junyan quickly replied, panicking. Lin Yufan ended the call and slipped the phone back into his pocket. Fang Junyan's face was grim as he glared at Lin Yufan. How do you have my dad's number? You want to know? Ask him when you get home, Lin Yufan said casually. You. Fang Junyan nearly lost his temper, but remembering his father's 10-minute deadline, he held back. Sinyan, I'll come see you tomorrow. With that, Fang Junyan stormed off without looking back. Seeing him leave, the waiters also decided it was best not to make any more trouble for Lin Yufan. Brother Yufan, how do you have Fang Junyan's father's phone number? As soon as Fang Junyan and the waiters were gone, Qiao Xinyan tugged at Lin Yufan's sleeve, her curiosity clearly piqued. Because his dad works for me. In fact, if we're talking about rank, he should be calling me uncle. Lin Yufan replied honestly. Brother Yufan, stop joking around. If you don't want to tell me, fine. Qiao Xinyan rolled her eyes in disbelief. I'm telling the truth. Lin Yufan sighed in frustration. Why did no one ever believe him when he was telling the truth? After returning to the hotel suite, Qiao Xinyan headed to the bathroom for a shower. Just as Lin Yufan thought something might happen that night, the doorbell rang. Sir. Here's the bedtime story collection you requested. A hotel staff member handed Lin Yufan a book, still wrapped in its original packaging. A bedtime story collection? There must be some mistake. Lin Yufan looked puzzled. Before the waiter could respond, Qiao Xinyan's voice called out from behind him. Brother Yufan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. I can't wait for you to read me a bedtime story. Qiao Xinyan, wrapped in a towel, dashed into the bedroom. The next morning, the doorbell rang again, waking Qiao Xinyan from her peaceful sleep in Lin Yufan's arms. Who is it? So annoying, disturbing people's sleep. Qiao Xinyan grumbled as she got out of bed, still groggy. She threw on a robe and opened the door, only to find Fang Junyan standing there with a nervous look on his face. Fang Junyan, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Qiao Xinyan asked, clearly irritated. Fang Junyan was surprised to see Qiao Xinyan, especially since she was only wearing a robe. Seeing her bare legs, he couldn't help but wonder if she wasn't wearing anything underneath. The thought that Qiao Xinyan had spent the night with Lin Yufan hit him like a dagger to the heart. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to keep his emotions in check. Xinyan, did you spend the night with Lin Yufan? Yeah, so what? Qiao Xinyan nodded. Her response shattered Fang Junyan's heart completely. He couldn't even bear to think about what might have happened between them during the night. Barely able to control his swirling emotions, Fang Junyan ground his teeth and asked, Is Lin Yufan here? I need to talk to him. You're not here to cause trouble for Brother Yufan again, are you? Hearing that Fang Junyan had come to see Lin Yufan, Qiao Xinyan immediately became wary. No. I'm here to apologize for what happened yesterday. Fang Junyan's face showed a hint of fear. After his father Fang Tianhao called him back home the previous night, he had been beaten harshly as soon as he stepped through the door. At first he had felt defiant, but when his father told him that Lin Yufan was the master of the Tianji Pavilion, Fang Junyan was nearly scared to death. Fang Junyan knew very well how powerful and terrifying Tianji Pavilion was. As the son of the head of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce, he understood the danger of crossing someone like Lin Yufan, especially over something as trivial as a woman. He had barely slept all night, worried sick about the consequences. If it weren't for his father insisting that he come to apologize this morning, Fang Junyan might have rushed over to beg for forgiveness last night. Really? Qiao Xinyan eyed him skeptically. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she chose to believe him, though she couldn't help but wonder what had caused his sudden change in attitude. All right, follow me inside. Qiao Xinyan turned and led Fang Junyan into the bedroom. Inside, Lin Yufan was still fast asleep. He hadn't gone to bed until after 4 a.m., staying up late to help soothe Qiao Xinyan to sleep. Now, it was only 7:30 a.m., meaning he had barely slept for 3.5 hours. "Brother Yufan, wake up, wake up. Fang Junyan is here to see you." Qiao Xinyan gently shook Lin Yufan to wake him. Still half asleep, Lin Yufan reached out, pulled Qiao Xinyan into the bed with him, and muttered with his eyes half closed, "Don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired from last night." Last night. Tired? Hearing this, Fang Junyan felt a sharp pang in his chest, as if his heart were being crushed. "Oh, brother Yufan, wake up. Fang Junyan is right here." Blushing from being pulled into his embrace, Qiao Xinyan looked absolutely adorable. "Fang Junyan? What does that kid want?" Lin Yufan sat up yawning and glanced toward the door. "What's up? Uncle Lin, I was wrong yesterday. I've come to sincerely apologize. Please, Uncle Lin, don't hold it against me." Fang Junyan bent over, bowing deeply, his attitude completely submissive. Qiao Xinyan couldn't believe what she was seeing. As the top young man in Hong Kong's wealthy circle, Fang Junyan had always been arrogant and full of pride. His self-esteem was incredibly high. "It's fine if you've realized your mistake. Now get out of here and let your uncle sleep." Lin Yufan waved him off, lying back down to continue his nap. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll take my leave now." "Rest well." Relieved, Fang Junyan bowed again as he left the room, and then the suite, quietly closing the door behind him. "Brother Yufan, how did you manage that?" "Fang Junyan, he was so respectful to you. He even called you Uncle Lin." "No, it's more than respect, he was practically groveling." The moment Fang Junyan left, Qiao Xinyan became curious, tugging on Lin Yufan's arm and gently shaking it. Xinyan, whatever it is. Let me sleep first, okay? I'm exhausted." Lin Yufan's face was weary, and his eyes were barely open. "Fine, we'll talk after you've had your rest." Seeing how tired Lin Yufan was, Qiao Xinyan decided not to push him any further. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Fu Bo, the butler of Tang Si-hai, the wealthiest man in Hong Kong. "Miss Qiao, my young master has been feeling chest tightness and trouble breathing, and just recently, he even coughed up blood. Do you have time to come and examine him?" Chest tightness, difficulty breathing, and coughing up blood? Qiao Xinyan frowned slightly. "All right, I'll head over shortly. Miss Qiao, the car is already waiting downstairs at your hotel." "Got it." After hanging up the phone, Qiao Xinyan leaned over and kissed Lin Yufan on the forehead. Then, she changed her clothes and left. At the Tang family mansion, Tang Yunsheng lay on the bed, eyes closed, his face pale. Beside him stood his father, Tang Si-hai, his mother, Mrs. Lu, and his older sister, Tang Yunyan. They all anxiously watched over him. When Fu Bo returned from making the phone call, Tang Si-hai hurriedly asked, "What did Dr. Qiao say? When will she be here?" "Master, Miss Qiao said she'll be here shortly." Fu Bo bowed respectfully. "Si-hai, don't worry too much. With Dr. Qiao here, Yunsheng will be fine." Mrs. Lu stepped forward to comfort her husband, though a hint of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes. Tang Yunyan, standing nearby, added nonchalantly, "Yes, Father, Yunsheng is just feeling a bit unwell. It's probably nothing serious." "Nothing serious? Didn't you just see him coughing up blood?" Tang Si-hai frowned and looked sharply at his wife and daughter. "Don't think I don't know what you two are plotting. Forget it. My family's business passes to the sons, not the daughters. Even if something happens to Yunsheng, I'll remarry until I have a son to inherit the family fortune." "Si-hai, you're misunderstanding us. We had no such thoughts." Mrs. Lu's face paled, but she forced a look of innocence. Tang Yunyan bowed her head slightly, her eyes glancing toward Tang Yunsheng's bed, her thoughts unclear. 20 minutes later, a servant came to inform them that Qiao Xinyan had arrived. Upon hearing this, Tang Si-hai immediately stood up to greet her. As soon as he left the room, Mrs. Lu signaled to her daughter, Tang Yunyan, who quickly took the opportunity. While the servant wasn't looking, she picked up the water cup by Tang Yunsheng's bedside and quietly poured its contents out the window. After completing the task, mother and daughter both slipped out of the room. 5 minutes later, Qiao Xinyan was feeling Tang Yunsheng's pulse when she noticed something strange, her expression growing puzzled. Tang Si-hai, anxious, asked, "Dr. Qiao, how is my son?" "He's been poisoned." Qiao Xinyan hesitated briefly before revealing the truth. "Poisoned? How could he be poisoned?" Tang Sihai was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. But then, something seemed to click in his mind, and he abruptly turned to his daughter, Tang Yunyan. Slap. Without warning, he slapped her hard across the face. Tell me, was it you who poisoned Yunsheng? Father, no. I didn't do it. Tang Yunyan shook her head in a panic. Didn't do it? Don't think I'm unaware of what you've been up to behind my back at the company, trying to seize control? Let me tell you, as long as I'm alive, the company will never be yours. Tang Sihai sneered coldly, then turned his sharp gaze toward his wife. Mrs. Liu took a step back, trembling, as she quickly shook her head. Sihai, I've been with you every moment for the past 2 days. There's no way I could have poisoned Yunxing. You'd better hope I don't find out otherwise, or you'll pay dearly. Tang Sihai snorted before returning to the bedside and asking Qiao Xingyan with concern, Dr. Qiao, can you cure him? Of course. But it's going to be a bit troublesome. Qiao Xingyan nodded. Dr. Qiao will leave it to you. Relieved by her words, Tang Sihai finally felt his heart ease a little. Just then, another servant entered with a report. Master, Chen Wu has returned, but he didn't manage to capture Lin Yufan. However, he did bring back a woman who's connected to him. Didn't catch him? Useless. Tang Sihai's face darkened. Who was Chen Wu? He was the martial artist Tang Sihai had hired for a hefty annual salary in the millions, a man with incredible strength, responsible for his personal protection. Tang Sihai had thought that sending Chen Wu after Lin Yufan, someone with just a bit of skill, would be an easy task. But now, to his surprise, Chen Wu had returned empty-handed. Where's the woman? Bring her here. I'll question her myself. Tang Sihai ordered. Hearing Tang Sihai's conversation with the servant, Qiao Xingyan grew nervous. Lin Yufan. Could it be her brother Yufan? If it was him, he was in grave danger. As Qiao Xingyan's heart filled with worry, a middle-aged man in his 30s entered, escorting a woman with her hands bound. When Qiao Xingyan saw the woman's face, her expression instantly changed. Sister Yunxi. The woman wasn't just anyone, it was Gu Yunxi, the president of Ziyun Group from Nanjing. Tang Sihai approached Yu Yanxi, looked her up and down and demanded, You wretch, tell me where is Lin Yufan? Give it up. Even if I die, I won't tell you. Yu Yunxi was terrified, but despite that, she refused to reveal Lin Yufan's whereabouts. She knew these people were ruthless, and if she told them where Lin Yufan was, they would undoubtedly harm him. Slap. Tang Sihai slapped Gu Yunxi hard across the face, leaving a red mark on her pale cheek. You wretch. I'll give you one last chance. If you keep being stubborn, I'll bring in 100 men. With your looks and body, I'm sure they'll have their way with you. Tang Sihai sneered, his eyes cold and venomous. No. You can't. Qiao Xingyan couldn't stay silent any longer. Dr. Qiao, this is a Tang family matter. I advise you not to get involved. Tang Sihai turned, casting a suspicious glance at Qiao Xingyan. This woman is my friend, Mr. Tang. I hope you'll release her out of respect for me. Qiao Xingyan stood her ground firmly. Release her? Tang Sihai laughed. Dr. Qiao, do you realize that this woman's friend nearly killed my son Yunsheng? If you want me to release her, fine, she needs to tell me where Lin Yufan is, and then I'll let her go for your sake. Xingyan? You're here too? Gu Yunxi had just noticed Qiao Xingyan, her face filled with surprise. Qiao Xingyan stepped in front of Gu Yunxi, shielding her, and said to Tang Sihai, If you don't release her, I won't treat your son's injury anymore. Dr. Qiao, are you threatening me? Tang Sihai's face darkened further. As Hong Kong's wealthiest man, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Before becoming a business mogul, he had been involved in some unsavory dealings. If that's how you see it, so be it. But I won't let you hurt her. Qiao Xingyan bravely declared. Seeing her determination, Tang Sihai hesitated. His son's recovery depended on Qiao Xingyan, and if he pushed her too far, who would heal Yunsheng's injury? After weighing his options, Tang Sihai made a decision. Dr. Qiao, I'll agree not to harm her for now, but I must keep her detained at the Tang residence until we find the man who injured my son. That's my final offer. If you don't agree, I'll have someone punish her right now. Tang Sihai's voice was icy. This. Qiao Xingyan hesitated, biting her lip before responding, Fine, but I have one condition. To ensure your son's treatment, I'll also stay at the Tang residence for now, and she has to share a room with me. Qiao Xingyan had no desire to stay at the Tang residence, but she couldn't risk them harming Gu Yunxi while she wasn't around. Staying close was her best option. That's acceptable. Tang Sihai agreed readily and instructed his butler, Fu Bo, to prepare a guest room for them. A few minutes later, Qiao Xinyan and Gu Yunxi were escorted to a guest room. Outside the room, 4 guards were posted, with more stationed by the windows. Clearly, Tang Sihai had arranged this to prevent them from escaping. Are you all right, Sister Yunxi? Once inside the room, Qiao Xinyan quickly untied the ropes binding Gu Yunxi's hands. Seeing the red mark on Gu Yunxi's face, Qiao Xinyan felt a wave of guilt. Her hesitation had led to Gu Yunxi being slapped. I'm fine. But what about you, Xinyan? How did you end up here? And where is this place? Gu Yunxi shook her head, starting to calm down after the initial shock. This is the Tang family residence, home of Tang Sihai, the richest man in Hong Kong. I was invited by the Tang family to treat his son's injury. Qiao Xinyan explained. The Tang family? So the man who hit me was Tang Sihai? Gu Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Qiao Xinyan nodded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Yunxi gripped Qiao Xinyan's hand and urged, Xinyan, Brother Yufen is in Hong Kong. You've seen him, right? Listen to me, get out of here, find Brother Yufen, and leave Hong Kong as soon as you can. What about you? If I leave, what will happen to you? Qiao Xinyan was taken aback. Don't worry about me. Tang Sihai is a powerful man, not someone ordinary people like us can afford to offend. As long as you and Brother Yufen are safe, I'll be at peace. Yu Yunxi's eyes were resolute, as if she had already accepted her fate. No way. If we leave together. If we stay together. I won't abandon you. Qiao Xinyan shook her head firmly. Despite her young age, she wasn't someone who feared death. And she believed that with her skills, escaping from the Tang family wasn't impossible. Xinyan, you're being foolish. Yu Yunxi's eyes filled with tears at Qiao Xinyan's refusal. Sister Yunxi, don't worry. I can get us out of here. Don't forget I'm the disciple of the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor. Qiao Xinyan said confidently. With that, she rummaged through her small satchel, which contained both medical supplies and some self-defense poisons. She pulled out 2 porcelain bottles, handing one to Gu Yunxi. Take this with you. It'll come in handy tonight. Then Qiao Xinyan opened the second bottle, checking the contents. Seeing that it was still mostly full, she sighed in relief. Tonight, their escape would depend on this bottle of powder. Time passed, and soon, night had fallen. Qiao Xinyan looked outside at the dark night sky, and began applying the powder from the bottle to her body. The powder gave off a faint fragrance, and as soon as Gu Yunxi smelled it, she felt dizzy, nearly fainting. After coating herself in the powder, Qiao Xinyan turned to Gu Yunxi and said, Sister Yunxi, this is a special knockout powder. Anyone who inhales the scent will become disoriented and fall unconscious. The bottle I gave you contains the antidote. Take one now, and then I'll get us out of here. At the same time, at the Tianba Hotel, in the VIP suite, Lin Yufan woke up in the afternoon, only to find that Qiao Xinyan was nowhere to be seen. At first he thought she had gone out to grab some food. But after waiting for 2 or 3 hours, there was still no sign of her return. He tried calling her, but her phone was turned off. Where could Xinyan have gone this late at night? An uneasy feeling began to creep into Lin Yufan's heart. He called Qinju and asked him to investigate Qiao Xinyan's whereabouts. 10 minutes later, Qinju returned. Master, Miss Qiao went to the Tang family estate this morning and hasn't left since. The Tang family? Which Tang family? The private estate of Tang Sihai, the richest man in Hong Kong. Also, I've uncovered something else. Tang Yunsheng, the man you seriously injured, is currently at the Tang residence. It turns out he's Tang Sihai's illegitimate son. What? Lin Yufan stood up immediately. Tang Yunsheng was at the Tang family estate, and Qiao Xinyan had gone there? Wasn't this walking right into a trap? Did you find out why Xinyan went to the Tang residence? Master, Tang Yunsheng is seriously injured, and since Miss Qiao is a disciple of the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor, the Tang family paid a hefty sum to invite her to treat him. Just to treat him? Well, that's somewhat reassuring. Hearing this, Lin Yufan felt a bit more at ease. But just then, Qinju's phone rang. He answered, and the next moment, his expression darkened. After hanging up, Qinju reported, Master, the 2 martial artists who were secretly protecting Miss Gu Yunxi have been killed. Miss Gu has also been captured. What? Lin Yufan erupted in fury. Barely controlling his rage, he demanded, Who did it? Have you found out? Where is Yunxi now? It was done by a martial artist named Chen Wu. He's been working as Tang Sihai's personal bodyguard for the past 5 years. Before Qinju could finish, Lin Yufan interrupted. Where is the Tang estate? Take me there right now. hurry. He stormed out before Qinju could respond. Qinju quickly followed, retrieving the car from the hotel's parking lot. As Lin Yufan waited outside the hotel, a Lamborghini suddenly pulled up. The door opened, and Fang Junyan stepped out from the driver's seat. Uncle Lin, I wanted to invite you to dinner to apologize for yesterday. Would that be all right? Fang Junyan approached. Do you know where Tang Sihai's private estate is? Lin Yufan asked without answering his question. Huh? Yes, I know. Why do you ask, Uncle Lin? Good. Take me there right now and make it fast. Lin Yufan climbed into the passenger seat. Though Fang Junyan had no idea why Lin Yufan needed to go to the Tang family estate, he didn't dare refuse. He started the car and floored the accelerator, speeding toward the estate. The Tang family estate was located halfway up Daking Mountain, a sprawling estate overlooking the sea, resembling a European castle in size and grandeur. At that moment, Qiao Xingyan had successfully used her knockout powder to incapacitate the guards at the estate's entrance. She and Gu Yunxi carefully made their way toward the exit. Dr. Qiao, where are you going this late at night? Just as they were passing a flower with the exit in sight, the butler, Fu Bo, suddenly appeared, shining a flashlight in their direction. As soon as Fu Bo spoke, the sound of something cutting through the air echoed from all directions. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the next second, over 20 shadowy figures emerged, as if from thin air, surrounding them. Each of them was dressed in black, their faces concealed behind masks with various Beijing opera designs. Ancient martial artists? Seeing the black-clad figures, Qiao Xingyan's face paled. As a disciple of the Ghost Valley immortal doctor, she had encountered ancient martial artists before while assisting her master with healing. She knew all too well how powerful they were. We're in big trouble now. Qiao Xingyan muttered to herself, but she feigned calm as she said, Oh, nothing much. I just got a little bored and thought I'd take a walk. Fu Bo, what are you doing here? Fu Bo chuckled and pointed at Gu Yunji, who stood behind Qiao Xingyan. Dr. Qiao, you can go for a walk if you like, but this lady must stay. And what if I refuse? Qiao Xingyan's patience was wearing thin. Dr. Qiao, if you refuse, we'll be forced to use violence to keep her here. The smile faded from Fu Bo's face. Wait, we'll go back. Qiao Xingyan immediately backed down. She wasn't a martial artist, and her knockout powder might work on ordinary people, but it would be useless against ancient martial artists. Rather than risk getting beaten up, it was better to return and figure out another plan. Please. Fu Bo gestured politely. Qiao Xingyan huffed in frustration and led Gu Yunxi back to the guest room. But this time, the guards outside the room were replaced by two black-clad ancient martial artists, clearly a response to their earlier escape attempt. Gu Yunxi suggested, Xingyan, maybe you should leave first and then figure out a way to save me. If we both stay here, we'll just be stuck waiting to die. No, I have to stay here to protect you. The Tang family isn't to be trusted, and if I'm not around, they might harm you. Qiao Xingyan shook her head firmly. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone, only to find that it had died. Opening the door, she called out to the two guards, Hey, do you guys have a phone charger? My phone's dead. The black-clad martial artists ignored her completely, as if they hadn't heard a word. You two are like wooden statues. Qiao Xingyan grumbled and slammed the door shut. Seeing Gu Yunxi sitting on the bed, looking worried, Qiao Xingyan tried to comfort her. Sister Yunxi, don't worry too much. Tomorrow when I charge my phone I'll call for help to get us out of here. I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about Brother Yufan. If Tang Sihai's men catch him, I'm afraid. Gu Yunji's eyes filled with tears as she spoke. Hearing this, Qiao Xingyan started to feel anxious too. That's right. For now they were safe. But what about Brother Yufan? Night blanketed the sky in pitch-black silence. Outside the Tang family mansion, 8 bodyguards on duty were smoking and chatting idly. Did you see it? Mr. Chen Wu brought a girl back today. The looks, the figure, wow, she's a stunner, isn't she? A stunner, yeah, but what does it matter? She's probably here for Mr. Tang. We're just the hired help we can look, but that's all. True. But I've never seen anyone that beautiful before. Man, I'd trade 10 years off my life for a chance to be with someone like that. Ha. Just 10 years? If it were me, I'd give up 50 years. Heck, I'd even let someone beat me to death the next day if I had a shot. Whoa, respect, man. You're hardcore. Flattery, flattery. They chuckled among themselves when suddenly, the roar of a high-speed car broke the silence, zooming toward them. Who goes there? Noticing the car's approach, the bodyguards halted their conversation and stepped forward to intercept. Is this the Tang residence? A young man in his early 20s stepped out of the car, his expression cold and unyielding. How dare you speak Mr. Tang's name directly? Are you out of your mind? One of the bodyguards shouted in reprimand. Looks like this is the place. Fang Junyan, thanks for bringing me here. You're off the hook now. Confirming the address, the young man waved dismissively to the driver, still seated in the car. This was Lin Yufan. Uncle Lin, I'm fine. How about I stay and keep you company? Fang Junyan leaned out the window. Suit yourself, Lin Yufan replied casually. Then, turning to the bodyguard, he commanded, Go tell Tang Sihai to come out and meet me. Oh, so you're here to start trouble, huh? Sick of living, are we? Boys, he's looking for a fight, and we could use some entertainment. Let's rough him up. At this, one of the bodyguards sneered sarcastically. Smack. Before he could finish, Lin Yufan's hand swung forward in a blur. The guard reflexively tried to dodge, but Lin Yufan's hand was gone, only to land squarely across the guard's face. The bodyguard crumpled to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, unconscious and lifeless. You've got a death wish, attacking someone on Tang family grounds. Kill him, shouted another guard, seeing his comrade fall. The rest rushed in, ready to brawl. Seeing this, Fang Junyan quickly exited the car to join Lin Yufan. But before he could step forward, he realized all the other bodyguards were already down. It was fast. Fang Junyan stood in shock, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Not wasting a moment, Lin Yufan pressed forward, entering the estate. Meanwhile, in the mansion's security room, the head of security watched the monitors, witnessing the scuffle at the gate. Recognizing a serious threat, he quickly notified Butler Fu. 5 minutes later, Tang Sihai, the head of the Tang family, arrived at the mansion's front courtyard, accompanied by Butler Fu, Chen Wu, and dozens of martial arts practitioners. Who is that young man? Tang Sihai asked with a dark expression, looking at Butler Fu. I'm not sure, sir, but from his skill he's no ordinary man. He's likely a trained martial artist. A martial artist? Why would one of them come here? Tang Sihai's face betrayed his confusion. He was a businessman, and while he had rivals, he'd never crossed paths with anyone from the martial world. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. With me here he won't be leaving alive, said a man in his 30s, dressed in black, standing proudly beside Tang Sihai. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Chen, Tang Sihai nodded. Of course. Sir, someone's coming. Butler Fu pointed toward a figure approaching from the shadows. In the dim light, a tall, confident figure strode toward them. Who here is Tang Sihai? 20 meters away, Lin Yufan stopped, scanning the group before him. That would be me. And who might you be? Illuminated by the garden lights, Tang Sihai studied Lin Yufan's face, but couldn't place him. Lin Yufan, he replied calmly. Are you the same Lin Yufan who injured my son, Tang Yunsheng? Tang Sihai's eyes narrowed, his expression turning even darker. So what if I am? There's a road to heaven, yet you've chosen hell. Kill him. A murderous gleam in his eyes, Tang Sihai gave the order. With a smirk, Chen Wu stepped forward. Mr. Tang, this mere child is no challenge. Leave him to me. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Tang Sihai replied. My pleasure. Chen Wu chuckled as he turned to Lin Yufan. All right, kid, I'll give you one chance. Kneel, apologize, and I'll make sure you die with an intact body. Lin Yufan replied indifferently, sure, kneel down, destroy your own abilities, and I'll spare your body too. You're begging for death. Chen Wu's face twisted in anger. Without another word, he stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath him, leaping several meters in a single bound, his hand outstretched in a powerful strike aimed at Lin Yufan. The force of his strike stirred a gust of wind that whipped at Lin Yufan's clothes. This is Chen Wu's power. Absolutely invincible. Tang Sihai marveled at the show of strength. Die. Chen Wu bellowed, his inner energy coursing through him, making his hand glow faintly, seemingly wrapped in a mysterious aura. Lin Yufan could feel the crushing force behind Chen Wu's strike, strong enough to shatter a man's skull. An inner strength expert? Lin Yufan's lips curled in disdain. A flicker, daring to challenge the sun and moon, how pathetic. He lifted 2 fingers and pointed forward. Whoosh! In an instant, a razor-sharp beam of sword energy shot from his fingertips, slicing through the night. With a faint thud, the energy dissipated. Looking at Chen Wu, a small hole appeared on his forehead. Drip, drip, drip. Blood slowly trickled from the wound, pooling on the ground. Chen Wu's body froze, standing 2 meters from Lin Yufan, his eyes wide in shock. To channel sword energy through your fingers. You're a grandmaster. With great difficulty, he managed his last words before collapsing backward dead. Not far away, Tang Sihai and his people didn't even grasp what had just happened. Only when Chen Wu collapsed did they realize he was Chen Wu is dead. Tang Sihai's face flashed with shock. He knew all too well how powerful Chen Wu was, but Lin Yufan had just defeated him in a single move. And over my sister Gu Yunxi and Qiao Xinyan, or die. Lin Yufan's gaze fell coldly on Tang Sihai, eyes full of killing intent. Protect the master. Butler Fu snapped back to reality and shouted. In an instant, 30 martial artists surged forward. Seeing their pointless defiance, Lin Yufan shook his head slightly and took a step forward, his entire body suddenly lifting into the air. With a simple wave of his right hand, he conjured an ethereal sword, shimmering in pale blue energy, that crackled with destructive intent. Lin Yufan spoke, his voice like ice. Stand in my way, die. With those words he swept the sword before him. In that instant, fierce sword energy filled the space, cutting through everything it touched, cleaving all objects cleanly in two. The 30 martial artists in his path fell instantly, severed at the waist. Blood flooded the ground, painting it red in seconds. Not a single one of the 30 survived that strike. 2 steps ahead of Tang Sihai, a deep trench stretched over 10 meters long and 5 meters deep. 1/30 lives taken. Tang Sihai and Butler Fu were stunned. Fang Junyan, who'd just arrived, fell to the ground, paralyzed in fear. Was this even human? Hand them over, or die. Lin Yufan hovered, as if descending from the heavens, his piercing eyes blazing like torches in the night, fixed on Tang Sihai. Tang Sihai's body shook uncontrollably, his voice trembling as he stammered, I'll do it. Def you, bring Miss Gu and Dr. Qiao. Right. Butler Fu, his teeth chattering, nodded and scrambled to fetch Qiao Xinyan and Gu Yunxi. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd done that sooner? Seeing Tang Sihai relent, Lin Yufan withdrew his aura, slowly descending back to the ground. Before Butler Fu returned with Qiao Xinyan and Gu Yunxi, a booming voice approached. My lord, I apologize for being late. Please punish me. Leading a massive group, Qinju strode forward. Following him were Chen Zhuan, head of the Martial Academy branch, and Fang Tianhao, head of the Commerce Division. Behind them stood over 1,000 men, 500 from the Martial Academy, and 500 enforcers Fang Tianhao had brought along. Subordinate Chen Xuan greets the master. Subordinate Fang Tianhao greets the master. Chen Xuan and Fang Tianhao bowed before Lin Yufan, and the 1,000 men behind them followed, bowing in unison in a grand show of respect. Tang Sihai was stunned by the sight. Fang Tianhao. He was the second wealthiest man on Hong Kong Island, right behind Tang himself. And Chen Xuan was the top martial artist in Hong Kong. Alone, neither posed much threat to Tang Sihai, but together even he, the wealthiest man on the island, would be forced to yield. Yet here these two were, bowing respectfully to Lin Yufan, which left Tang Sihai reeling, trying to understand who Lin Yufan truly was. What sort of powerful figure had his son, Tang Yunsheng, managed to offend? Tang Sihai, you've got guts, messing with people under the Tianji Pavilion's master. Fang Tianhao looked at Tang Sihai, his tone sharp with reproach. What? Did you say ... he's the master of ... Tianji Pavilion? Fang Tianhao's words were like a thunderbolt in Tang Sihai's mind, leaving him reeling. At the Tianji Pavilion. It was renowned throughout the country as a premier organization, with influence spread across all regions. Financially, the Commerce Division was unchallenged within the nation. In terms of power, Tianji Pavilion recruited 80% of the country's elite martial artists. To oppose them was to challenge the entire nation, an act of sheer folly. Thud. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Tang Sihai collapsed to his knees. I didn't know Mr. Lin was the master of Tianji Pavilion. I was blind and ignorant. Please have mercy. Tang Sihai began frantically kowtowing to Lin Yufan. At this moment, he had no idea what else to do. Offending the Tianji Pavilion's master was akin to defying death itself. With just a word from Lin Yufan, the fate of Hong Kong's wealthiest man was sealed. He could be bankrupted or left in ruin in moments. The horrifying consequences dawned on Tang Sihai, filling him with regret. Had he known the gravity of the situation, he would never have interfered with Tang Yunsheng's affairs and simply left him to his fate. Lin Yufan ignored Tang Sihai, turning to Qinju. Clear this place up. I don't want my little sisters seeing this mess. Yes, sir. Qinju nodded and immediately called for a cleanup crew. Within moments, the blood and bodies were removed entirely. The disciples from the martial academy and Fang Tianhao's enforcers couldn't believe that they'd arrived only to act as cleanup crew. Yet, recalling the gruesome sight from earlier, their hearts filled with awe. No one knew what skill their master had used to unleash such devastation. Yufan. Ganel. A moment later, Butler Fu returned with Yu Yunxi and Qiao Xinyan. Yu Yunxi, still trembling slightly, teared up when she saw Lin Yufan. She rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Sorry, Yunxi. I'm sorry you suffered because of me. It's my fault for being careless, Lin Yufan comforted her, holding her gently. Yu Yunxi shook her head. It's not your fault, Yufan. I'm just glad you're all right. Yunxi, your face. Noticing the red imprint of a slap still on her cheek, Lin Yufan's expression darkened. Who did this? He turned to look at Tang Sihai, his gaze so fierce it seemed to burn. I didn't mean to. Tang Sihai was utterly terrified, stammering out a feeble explanation. But Lin Yufan simply held Yu Yunxi closer and gave Qingju a signal. Yunxi, Xingyan, let's go. Lin Yufan spoke gently to them both. What was about to happen next would be far too brutal for them to witness. All right. Zhu Yunxi and Qiao Xinyan nodded in agreement. Fang Tianhao arranged for a special car to escort Lin Yufan, along with Yu Yunxi and Qiao Xinyan, back to the Tianya H Hotel. Once the three had departed, a chilling smile appeared on Qingju's face. Tang Sihai, will you do it yourself, or do you need my help? He looked at Tang Sihai, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Hearing this, Tang Sihai was filled with utter despair. The wealthiest man on Hong Kong Island, meeting his end simply because he defended Lin Yufan. He regretted it. Oh, how he regretted it. But it was too late to change anything. Perhaps if he'd refrained from striking Yu Yunxi, he might have had a slim chance of survival. But in life, there are no what-ifs. I, Tang Sihai, deserve to die. But please, have mercy and spare my wife and children. Tang Sihai knew his fate was sealed. On his knees he didn't plead for his own life, but instead begged to preserve the Tang family bloodline. After all, there's no greater failure than having no one to continue the family name. He dreaded dying and facing his ancestors in disgrace. There's a principle of justice for all debts and wrongs the Tianji Pavilion punishes and rewards clearly. Rest in peace. With a sigh, Qingju flicked his fingers, and a single embroidery needle embedded itself in Tang Sihai's forehead with a quiet thud. Tang Sihai's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Fang Tianhao, handle the rest. I need to return and guard the master. Qingju turned to leave after giving his instructions. Told you that move you pulled just now, isn't that the legendary sunflower manual technique? Chen Xuan, head of Hong Kong's Martial Academy, couldn't help but inquire, impressed by what he'd just witnessed. What's sunflower manual? Qingju looked puzzled. Not a fan of TV or novels, he had no idea what the sunflower manual even was. You know, the sunflower manual, the move used by the Invincible East. Chen Xuan began to explain, realizing that Qingju truly had no idea. Screw you, you jerk. I'm a man, a real man. Using a needle was just a practical choice. Qingju replied, his face flushing as he defended himself. But seeing Chen Xuan and Fang Tianhao struggling to suppress their laughter only angered him more. What would you two understand? I've reached the peak of inner strength, and the master kindly guided me to advance further. Oh hate, Fang Tianhao and Chen Xuan exaggerated their response, their voices raised mockingly. Oh, to hell with you. I'm out of here. Qingju, fed up with their teasing, left in a huff. Seal off all information nothing about tonight's events is to leak to the public, and inform the media that Tang Sihai, Hong Kong's wealthiest man, has passed away suddenly from illness. Fang Tianhao ordered his men. The following day, news that the wealthiest man on Hong Kong Island had died of sudden illness hit the headlines. Meanwhile, at the Tang mansion, Tang Sihai's wife Madame Lu, accompanied by her daughter, Tang Yuyan, was confronting Tang Yunsheng. Tang Yunsheng, now that Tang Sihai is dead, it's time for you, the illegitimate son, to leave the Tang family. Madame Lu glared coldly at Tang Yunsheng, lying bedridden. With Tang Sihai gone, her long-harbored disdain for him was laid bare. In light of the Tang blood flowing in you, we'll be generous. Here's 10 million. Take the money, leave the Tang family, and stay off Hong Kong Island for good. Do you understand? Tang Yuyan tossed a bank card onto Tang Yunsheng's bed. So now that Tang Sihai is gone, you're eager to throw me out. Tang Yunsheng's lips curled into a sneer as he looked calmly at the mother and daughter. What did you say? How dare you speak about my father like that? Do you want to die? Tang Yuyan scowled. her tone turning harsh. Oh, don't pretend. That scumbag is dead. Who are you acting for? Don't think I don't know you two stayed by Tang Si-hai's side solely to get his fortune. Tang Yunsheng's words cut to the core of Madame Lu and her daughter's intentions. Hearing this, Tang Yuyan's face changed slightly. But Madame Lu chuckled coldly. You're smart, Tang Yunsheng, but what good does that do you? I was Tang Si-hai's legal wife, and I'm his primary heir. As long as I live, you'll never see a cent of the Tang fortune. My mother's right. The 10 million we offered is out of pity, so don't be ungrateful. Tang Yuyan echoed her mother's sentiments. You're absolutely right. As long as you're alive, I can't inherit a dime of the Tang estate. So, what do you think my next move will be? Tang Yunsheng's eyes narrowed, a faint glint of murderous intent flashing briefly. Realizing he might be planning to kill them, Madame Liu's expression grew icy. You illegitimate brat, do you actually think you could kill us? You're digging your own grave. Ah fu. Beat this bastard to death and feed him to the dogs. Madam, forgive me, but I cannot comply. Butler Fu shook his head, his face expressionless. Ah Fu, what do you think you're doing? Are you rebelling too? Madame Lu frowned, sensing something ominous. Madam, when the young master returned, the master left a will. If he were to die, all Tang family assets would go to the young master, Tang Yunsheng. What? Madame Liu's face went pale at this revelation. Butler Fu, these wretched women wanted to kill me. What do you think should be done with them? Tang Yunsheng sat up, casting a mocking gaze at Butler Fu. Butler Fu hesitated briefly before answering, kill them. Excellent. Tang Yunsheng smiled, satisfied with Butler Fu's response. You dare. You're just an illegitimate son. You and your mother were always nothing but filth. You. Enraged, Madame Lu spat curses at Tang Yunsheng, her finger pointed at him, fury in her eyes. But before she could finish, a sharp pain struck her back. Turning around, she found herself staring into Butler Fu's cold, expressionless face. Mother. Seeing her mother stabbed to death by Butler Fu, Tang Yuyan panicked and ran forward, only to have Butler Fu swiftly draw the blood-stained fruit knife and slash her throat. Stumbling backward, her hands clutching her neck in terror, Tang Yuyan collapsed lifelessly to the floor. With a glance at the two newly deceased women, Tang Yunsheng turned to look out the window, whispering, Mother, Tang Si-hai is dead, as are his wife and daughter. Now you can rest in peace. He had already learned the truth behind Tang Si-hai's death. However, he had no intention of seeking revenge on Lin Yufan. After all, Tang Si-hai had deserved his fate. Lin Yufan had indirectly avenged him. Yet, the memory of Ning Hongyan, who had nearly riddled him with bullets, brought a cold smile to his lips. Butler Fu, there's something I need you to take care of. And make sure Lin Yufan never finds out. Morning? In the bedroom of the Tianjia Hotel. As dawn broke, Lin Yufan woke up, gently caressing the sleeping Ju Yunxi's fair cheek beside him. The mark from last night's slap had mostly faded from her face, though a faint red trace lingered if one looked closely. Thinking of how Gu Yunxi had suffered because of him, Lin Yufan felt a pang of guilt. Just then, Gu Yunxi stirred awake, opening her eyes to find herself face to face with Lin Yufan, gazing at her intently. Yufan, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Gu Yunxi's cheeks flushed, and she shyly buried her head in his chest. No, it's just ... You're so beautiful, Yunxi. If I could wake up to your lovely face every morning, I'd give up 10 years of my life gladly. Lin Yufan's voice was warm and sincere. Don't say that. If you lose 10 years, what will I do? Gu Yunxi lifted her head, pressing a slender finger gently over his lips. Alright, I won't say that again. Yunxi ... May I kiss you? Lin Yufan's heart quickened as he looked at her. Yufan, thinking about taking advantage of me first thing in the morning? Gu Yunxi's face reddened even more. Just as Lin Yufan thought she'd refuse, Gu Yunxi suddenly leaned over, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him deeply. Feeling her warmth, Lin Yufan's restraint broke entirely. They kissed passionately for nearly 10 minutes. Just as Gu Yunxi pulled away to catch her breath, and he was ready for the next step, the door unexpectedly opened. At the doorway, Qiao Xingyan leaned against the frame, a lollipop in her mouth, eyes wide as she watched the passionate scene on the bed. Ah! Hearing the sound, Gu Yunxi startled awake and quickly slipped out of Lin Yufan's arms. Ahem, morning, Xingyan, Lin Yufan said, trying to act casual, though his face was flushed. But he thought, Xingyan, why now, of all times, to walk in here? Morning? It's hardly early. The sun's practically up. Qiao Xingyan smirked. Well, I'll let you two talk. I'm going to freshen up. Gu Yingxi quickly jumped out of bed and darted into the bathroom. So Yufan, you two seemed really into it. Is kissing really that fun? Qiao Xinyan moved over to the bed and playfully pushed him back down, her wide eyes gleaming with curiosity. It's not about fun. It's well, it's a way to express feelings when they get too strong to hold back. Oh? Then why don't we see what it's like? I've never actually kissed anyone, Qiao Xinyan said, a look of eagerness in her eyes. With that, she bit down on her lollipop, tossed it aside, and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him. When Gu Yunxi came out of the bathroom, Qiao Xinyan was already getting up from the bed, her cheeks a bit flushed as she hummed a tune and left the room as if nothing had happened. So sweet. Lin Yufan murmured, tasting the sugary flavor from her candy on his lips. Yufan. You're terrible. Gu Yunxi exclaimed, her face instantly turning crimson as her mind flashed back to their earlier kiss. She shot him a look, then headed to the living room. Oh. Lin Yufan felt a bit embarrassed. He was referring to the candy's sweetness, but Gu Yunxi had clearly taken it a different way. Reflecting on the sensations of kissing first Yunxi and then Xinyan, Lin Yufan found himself smiling. Kissing Gu Yunxi felt soft and cool, like tasting jelly, while with Qiao Xinyan, it was more like a fruity flavor. After a quick wash-up, Lin Yufan joined them in the living room, where the two sisters were chatting. Seeing him enter, Qiao Xinyan quickly ran over, clinging to his arm and pouting playfully. Yufan, Yunxi says she's heading back to Nanjiang today. Can you help me convince her to stay a few more days? Once I'm done treating Tang Yunsheng, we can all leave together. Xinyan, don't be difficult. I have so much work waiting for me back at the company. Besides, it's only a few days. After you're done here, you can come to Nanjiang and visit me, Gu Yunxi responded with a patient smile. If Yunxi's company needs her, we shouldn't make it harder for her, Lin Yufan said. He knew Gu Yunxi wouldn't let her work pile up just for fun. Qiao Xinyan pouted, glancing at Lin Yufan. Fine. Then are you going with Yunxi, or are you staying with me? Well. Lin Yufan glanced at Yu Yunxi, expecting her to help him out, but instead she looked at him expectantly as well. This put him in a bit of a bind. Wait, did you say you're staying on Hong Kong Island to treat Tang Yunsheng? He asked. Yep. His dad, Tang Si-hai, already paid the deposit, and when I'm done, I'll get the rest of the payment. What if I give you the money? Forget about treating him. Oh? That'd work. Transfer it over, Yufan. How much? 50 million. What? Lin Yufan was stunned. 50 million just for treating an illness. 50 million? Are you serious? Even Gu Yunxi, a company CEO, couldn't believe the outrageous amount. What? Tang Si-hai is the wealthiest man on the island, and only my master or I can treat his son's condition. 100 million wouldn't be too much. Seeing their disbelief, Qiao Xinyan explained how she'd come to accept the job. Hearing her story and considering Tang Si-hai's wealth, 100 million seemed reasonable. After all, to a rich man like Tang Si-hai, money was just numbers. Gu Yunxi sighed. Yufan, why don't you stay with Xinyan? I'll head back alone, and once she's done you both can join me in Nanjiang. Just as she finished speaking, Qiao Xinyan's phone rang. She picked up, and a man's voice came through the line. Dr. Qiao, hello. This is Tang Yunsheng. Are you available now? Hearing Tang Yunsheng's voice on the phone, Qiao Xinyan responded with a hint of impatience. What? Did you get poisoned again? Dr. Qiao, you jest. I'm quite well now. I actually called to let you know I'll be busy over the next few days arranging my father's funeral, so I'll have to pause the treatment for now. Funeral? Yes, my father passed away last night due to a sudden illness. Oh, my condolences, Mr. Tang. Dr. Qiao, I had a checkup today, and the doctor said I'm recovering well enough that I might not need further treatment. Would it be alright if we ended the treatment? Ending treatment? Are you serious? I'll have you know that even if you do, the deposit is non-refundable. Not to worry, Dr. Qiao. I've already discussed the fees with the butler, and I'll ensure the balance is transferred to your account. Very well. If you're set on stopping treatment, I won't push. But as a physician, I'll at least give you a prescription. Follow it closely, and you should fully recover in a month. Thank you. I won't keep you any longer then. After hanging up, Qiao Xinyan quickly drafted a prescription and sent it to Tang Yunsheng via text. She then informed Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi about Tang Si-hai's death. Tang Si-hai is dead? Gu Yunxi's eyes widened in shock. Just last night she'd seen him perfectly fine, how could he be gone so suddenly? Reflecting on the events of the night, she began to suspect that Tang Sihai's death might somehow be connected to Lin Yufan. With Tang Yunsheng ending the treatment, it means you can come back to Nanjiang with us now, doesn't it? Lin Yufan said with a smile. Yep, book the tickets. I want first class. Qiao Xinyan nodded cheerfully and immediately opened her phone to start booking. Meanwhile, back at the Tang mansion. Young master, you're not fully healed yet. Why end the treatment? Butler Fu looked puzzled as Tang Yunsheng put down his phone. Tang Yunsheng's eyes turned cold. That woman, Qiao Xinyan, is like family to Lin Yufan. I owe my injuries to him, and though she might not have known this at first, she surely does by now. If you were in her position, would you sincerely continue treating me? That's hard to say. Butler Fu admitted with a slight shake of his head. What about that task I gave you? Tang Yunsheng asked. I sent someone to contact that woman Ning Hongyan, and just as you predicted, she took the bait. Butler Fu replied. Good. Tang Yunsheng's face lit up with a smile. At 1 p.m., Lin Yufan, Gu Yunxi, and Qiao Xinyan arrived at the airport. Just before boarding, Fang Junyan rushed over and handed an overseas export contract to Lin Yufan. Once the plane was airborne, the three settled into their first-class seats, and Lin Yufan passed the contract to Gu Yunxi, finally concluding the business task he had come to complete. Huh? This isn't the company I was discussing on the phone. And why is the agent fee 0? Gu Yunxi asked with a puzzled expression as she scanned the document. Oh, that company got shut down for illegal activities. This new one belongs to a friend of mine, and since we're close, he waived the fee. Gu Yunxi accepted the explanation without further questions. When they arrived in Nanjiang, Gu Yunxi was so eager to check on the company that she headed straight there from the airport. Lin Yufan, meanwhile, brought Qiao Xinyan back to his villa at the Wanhao elegant courtyard. Yufan, where's your room? Qiao Xinyan asked as she hurried upstairs. Right here. Why? He pointed to his room, a bit confused. Is anyone staying in the room next to yours? Yes, Langshu lives in the room next to mine, he replied. Qiao Xinyan frowned and asked, what about the room across from yours? Oh, that's Yunxi's room. Then where am I supposed to stay? Qiao Xinyan pouted in mild frustration. Well, there are 2 other empty rooms, or I can give you mine if you're not happy with those. No, I want to share a room with you, she insisted, hauling her suitcase into his room without waiting for a response. For a moment, Lin Yufan was at a loss for words. Half an hour later, Gu Yunxi returned from the company, having confirmed that everything was running smoothly during her brief absence. Since this was a rare visit to Nanjiang for Qiao Xian, she decided to treat her to a nice meal. She drove the 3 of them to a 5-star restaurant in the city. As it was peak dining time, they couldn't get a private room, so they took seats in the main dining area. Little foodie, order anything you want, Gu Yunxi said, handing the menu to Qiao Xinyan. Qiao Xinyan eagerly took the menu and started picking her favorite dishes. Just then, a young man from the nearby table stood up and walked over. With a charming smile, he extended his hand to Qiao Xinyan. Hello, I'm Zhuo Yang. May I be your friend? A friend? Sure. Qiao Xinyan's eyes sparkled with interest. You look kind of familiar, Lin Yufan muttered, feeling a bit annoyed by the interruption. He studied the young man's face, realizing he had seen him before, but couldn't quite place where. It's you, Lin Yufan. Zhuo Yang recognized him immediately. After all, back in their university days at Nanjiang, Lin Yufan had once defeated him with a single kick. You know me? Lin Yufan asked, still not remembering him. I'm Zhuo Yang, a friend of Lang Su's from university. Don't you remember? Zhuo Yang's expression turned slightly sour, realizing he'd been forgotten. Oh right. The guy who practiced taekwondo? Zhuo Yang snorted, then asked, so Lin Yufan, what's your relationship with this adorable little sister here? Oh, she's my sister, Lin Yufan replied with a grin. But Zhuo Yang couldn't shake his suspicion. After all, Su Liangsu was also supposed to be his sister, but their relationship had turned romantic in the end. Just a sister? Purely a sibling relationship? Zhuo Yang pressed, not quite convinced. Yes, purely my dear sister. Lin Yufan replied, looking pleased. Shameless. Hearing Lin Yufan call Qiao Xinyan his beloved sister, Zhuo Yang's face twisted in displeasure. Lin Yufan, you already have Liangsu. Why are you still running around, charming other girls behind her back? Do you think this is fair to her? Zhuo Yang was seething with indignation. He acted as if he was standing up for Su Liangshu, but the truth was, he was jealous. As a man, he felt that aside from combat skills, he was Lin Yufan's equal in every way. In terms of looks, he was even voted Nanjiang University's campus heartthrob. In terms of family, the Zhuo family was a solidly second-tier family in Nanjiang City. And as for career prospects, he had just joined Wanhao Group, working under the city's richest man, He Xianing, albeit as a junior employee, though he was sure he'd be promoted within a few months. Lin Yufan, however, only rolled his eyes at Zhuo Yang's fuming expression and couldn't be bothered to respond. Qiao Xingyan, hearing Su Liangshu's name, couldn't help but ask, "So you know Liangshu?" "Yes. We both went to Nanjiang University. She's even recognized as the campus beauty," Zhuo Yang replied, his sour look turning into a smile as Qiao Xingyan addressed him. "Oh, I see." Qiao Xingyan nodded. "My name's Zhuo Yang. Can I know your name?" Zhuo Yang asked nervously, unable to take his eyes off her. The more he looked, the more he found her adorable. Her doll-like face, fair and soft skin, big sparkling eyes with double eyelids, she was the perfect embodiment of an anime character, a true dream girl. "My name's Qiao Xingyan," she said with a smile. At that moment, the waiter began bringing out the dishes. As soon as the food arrived, Qiao Xingyan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and started digging in. "She even eats adorably," Zhuo Yang murmured, practically entranced as he watched her. Lin Yufan shot Zhuo Yang a sideways glance and said, "Hey, do you need something else? If not, could you step back a bit? Being watched while eating is uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Who's here to watch you eat of all people?" Zhuo Yang snapped back, realizing how awkward he looked. He glared at Lin Yufan, then glanced reluctantly at Qiao Xingyan before turning to leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back. "Xingyan, tomorrow's my birthday, and I've reserved a private room at Sai-Hai Yijia. Would you come to my birthday party?" He gazed at her expectantly, nervously awaiting her answer. "Why should I go to your birthday party?" Qiao Xingyan asked, raising her eyes curiously, a peppered chicken drumstick in hand. "Well, you know Langsu too, right? I've invited her and she might come. Plus, Sai-Hai Yijia just hired a Michelin 3-star chef as their new head chef," Zhuo Yang explained, trying to make it sound enticing. "Liangshu will be there." Qiao Xingyan's eyes widened in surprise. Her cute, curious look made Zhuo Yang's heart skip a beat again. "Yes, if she's free, she'll stop by," Zhuo Yang nodded. "All right then. Since Liangsu and a Michelin chef will be there, I'll make an exception and come," Qiao Xingyan agreed after a brief pause. Zhuo Yang beamed with excitement. Xingyan, can you give me your phone number? I'll save it and text you the location and room info later." "Why not just tell me now? Why do you need my number?" she asked with a playful smile. The room's not set up yet, so I can't tell you the exact info right now," he replied, clearing his throat and making up an excuse. "Oh, all right then. I'll give it to you minus 156. Qiao Xingyan recited a phone number. "Thanks, Xingyan. I'll let you get back to your meal then. See you tomorrow." Zhuo Yang saved the number, his face lit with excitement, and walked away. Once Zhuo Yang was out of earshot, Lin Yufan sighed and turned to Qiao Xingyan. "Xingyan, why'd you give him my number?" "Ah, come on, couldn't you tell? He's just looking for an excuse to pester me with messages. You wouldn't want that, would you?" She laughed. "You have a point, but now all those messages will come to my phone, which is just gross," Lin Yufan said with a grimace. "Ha ha ha." Zhu Yunxi and Qiao Xingyan couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. It was 9:30 p.m. when they returned to the villa. After the busy day of travel and company visits, Gu Yunxi was exhausted. All she wanted to do was take a bath and get a good night's sleep. "Xingyan Yufan, I'm heading to my room to rest. You two should turn in early too," Gu Yunxi said as she went upstairs. "Right, time for bed." "Come on Yufan, let's go to our room," Qiao Xingyan said, pulling him toward the stairs. Gu Yunxi, hearing this from the staircase, stopped in her tracks, turned around and asked, "Are you two sharing a room?" Qiao Xingyan looked at her with wide, innocent eyes. "Yep, why not?" Yu Yunxi glanced at Lin Yufan, then smiled and said, "It's just. There are empty rooms upstairs. Don't you think it'll be cramped in one bed?" "Not really. Yufan sleeps so calmly, plus he tells me bedtime stories. I love sleeping next to him," Qiao Xingyan replied, hugging his arm with a happy grin. Zhu Yunxi was speechless. After a moment's thought, she turned to Qiao Xingyan and said, "Xingyan, go on up and freshen up. I need to talk to Yufan for a moment." "Okay." Qiao Xingyan replied, and skipped up the stairs in her slippers. "What's up, Yunxi?" Lin Yufan asked curiously. "Yufan," she began, her cheeks reddening, "Xingyan's still young, so if you're going to share a room with her, don't do anything. If it really gets hard to resist, just come to my room instead. I'll leave the door open for you." Saying this, her face flushed even more, and she hurried up the stairs without looking back. Staring after her as she rushed upstairs, Lin Yufan froze in astonishment. Wow. This happiness feels too sudden. After a brief pause, he called up after her, "Yunxi, don't worry, I'll definitely come by your room tonight." Hearing this, Gu Yunxi quickened her steps, practically running the rest of the way up the stairs. Night had fallen, cloaking everything in darkness. It took Lin Yufan a full hour and a half of bedtime stories to finally lull Qiao Xingyan to sleep. Moving carefully, he slipped out of bed and made his way to Gu Yunxi's room. As she'd promised, the door was unlocked. Quietly he opened it, and, in the dim light, slipped into her bed. "Yunxi? I'm here," he whispered near her ear. But all he heard in response was her slow, steady breathing. Asleep already? He thought, a bit thrown off. He'd honestly expected her to be waiting for him. After hesitating a moment, he decided not to wake her and returned to his room, where he lay beside Qiao Xingyan, who had sprawled out across the bed, and soon drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Ji Yunxi got up early and left for the company. Before heading out, she peeked into Lin Yufan's room, catching sight of him and Qiao Xingyan curled up together. A faint sigh of resignation passed over her face. At 10:30 a.m., their dreams were interrupted by the sound of a ringing phone. "Hello, who is it?" Lin Yufan mumbled sleepily. "Xingyan? Wait, is this Lin Yufan? Why do you have Xingyan's phone?" Zhuo Yang's voice crackled with anger on the other end. "You're crazy. This is my phone." "Your phone? She gave me your number last night. Where's Xingyan?" Zhuo Yang sounded slightly relieved. "Oh, hang on a sec. Xingyan, it's for you." "Who is it?" "I'm still sleeping," Qiao Xingyan grumbled, half awake. Hearing her drowsy voice, Zhuo Yang's heart dropped like a stone. Still sleeping? Did she actually spend the night with Lin Yufan? Alone in a room together? He didn't even want to finish the thought. "Hello, this is Qiao Xingyan. Who is this?" Her soft, sleepy voice suddenly filled the line. Though his heart was still aching, Zhuo Yang managed to reply, "Xingyan, it's Zhuo Yang, the guy who got your number at the restaurant yesterday." "Oh, it's you! What's up?" "Oh, did you forget? Today's my birthday. You said you'd come to my birthday party. I already sent the address to you. The party starts at noon, so don't be late." Pausing, he added, "And if you're late, I'll wait." "Okay, I'll come in a bit." "Great, I'll why." Before he could finish, the call ended with a click. Without much thought, Qiao Xingyan tossed the phone to the foot of the bed, snuggled closer to Lin Yufan, and mumbled, "Yufan, I'm still sleepy. Stay with me a little longer." She nestled her head against his chest, drifting off again. After an extra hour of sleep, they finally got up. Stretching as she rubbed her stomach, Qiao Xingyan muttered, "Ugh, I would have kept sleeping if I weren't so hungry." Lin Yufan. "Me? Did someone call us this morning?" she asked. "Oh, that Zhuo Yang guy. He said he sent the party address to my phone. Then let's freshen up and go get some free food." At the thought of seeing Su Liangsu again, and tasting Michelin-starred cuisine, Qiao Xingyan perked up, her drowsiness melting away. Lin Yufan nodded. Then picked up his phone and called Su Liangsu. "Yufan, calling me on your own? What's the occasion?" "Hey, don't say it like that. I called because I missed you." "Sure you did. You'd have called sooner if that were true. So, what do you want?" "Well, are you planning on going to Zhuo Yang's birthday party today?" "Yufan, don't tell me. You're jealous?" Su Liangsu's tone carried a hint of amusement. "Nope, I'm just asking since Xingyan and I will be going." "Xingyan's back and didn't even tell me?" "I wasn't planning on attending, but since you both will be there, I guess I'll stop by too." "Alright, see you there." After hanging up, Lin Yufan quickly freshened up, and he and Qiao Xingyan took a cab to the Ciejia restaurant. As they stepped out of the car, they spotted Zhuo Yang waiting by the entrance. "Lin. Yufan, you came too." Zhuo Yang's face twisted in displeasure when he saw Lin accompanying Xingyan. "I asked him to come with me," Qiao Xingyan pouted. "If you're not okay with that, we'll just leave." Seeing her pouty expression, Zhuo Yang's heart softened immediately. No, it's fine. If Xingyan wants him to come, then he's more than welcome," Zhuo Yang said quickly. The three of them entered the restaurant. As they walked, Qiao Xingyan suddenly asked, "Is Liangsu here yet?" "I just called her. She's a bit far but should be on her way now," Zhuo Yang replied. A few moments later, they entered a large private room with 8 tables already set up. The room was filled with guests, including older businessmen in their 40s and 50s, as well as members of the Zhuo family, young men and women from prominent families, and Zhuo Yang's classmates from Nanjiang University. Among the classmates, Lin Yufan noticed Dong Qian sitting at the table with Zhuo Yang's relatives. To her left sat a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to her father, Dong Changfeng. Seated diagonally across from him was Zhuo Yang's father, Zhuo Fan, with whom Dong Changfeng was chatting over drinks, discussing marriage arrangements. "Brother Zhuo, we're practically family now. Please make sure your son takes good care of my daughter, Qian. Don't worry, brother Dong. If Zhuo Yang even thinks of mistreating her, I'll deal with him myself. Haha, with your word on it, I feel at ease." Hearing their father's conversation, Dong Qian blushed deeply. Zhuo Yang was renowned as Nanjiang University's heartthrob, and now, working as an intern for the city's wealthiest man, he's shining. His future seemed bright. Back in college, she had harbored a secret crush on him, but with his sights set on Su Liangshu, she'd never dared to confess. To her surprise, just a couple of days ago, her father had brought up the idea of a marriage alliance with the Zhuo family. At first she'd felt shy, but knowing that the Zhuo family agreed, she was now both excited and hopeful. "Zhuo Yang, where did you run off to? Come here." Zhuo Fan waved his son over as soon as he saw him enter. Blushing, Dong Qian turned her gaze toward Zhuo Yang, only to freeze when she saw him with Lin Yufan. Her expression shifted immediately. "Lin Yufan. Nelnbi." Seeing Lin Yufan glance her way, Dong Qian quickly lowered her head, hoping to avoid his gaze. Zhuo Yang, noticing his father gesturing for him, led Qiao Xinyan and Lin Yufan to the table with his college friends before walking over. "Xiao Yang, sit next to Qian. You two are going to be engaged soon, so take this chance to get closer and deepen your relationship," Zhuo Fan said with a cheerful pat on the chair beside Dong Qian. Zhuo Yang's expression clouded over briefly, but he obediently took the seat. "Dad, about this arranged marriage, I just wanted to." He hesitated, hoping to bring up his feelings with his father, but before he could continue, Zhuo Fan shot him a stern look, making it clear he should drop the topic. Reluctantly, Zhuo Yang closed his mouth. While the Zhuo family was a second-tier family in Nanjiang City, Dong Qian's family, though not as wealthy, was still quite prosperous. Her father was a real estate developer worth 300 million. More importantly, Qian was the family's only child. Recently, her father's company, Hongcheng Real Estate, acquired a highly valuable plot of land in the city's northern area that could net him an additional 2 billion if developed properly. With assets totaling over 500 million, marrying Dong Changfeng's only daughter meant that all of the Dong family's wealth could one day belong to the Zhuos. "Is something on your mind?" Dong Qian asked, noticing Zhuo Yang's quiet demeanor. "Not really," Zhuo Yang replied distractedly, though his gaze kept drifting toward Qiao Xinyan, stirring mixed feelings within him. As Nanjiang University's celebrated heartthrob, Zhuo Yang had always held himself to high standards, especially regarding his ideal partner. He had previously been interested in Su Liangshu because of her beauty and academic prowess, but thanks to Lin Yufan, that relationship was no longer a possibility. He thought he'd never meet another girl who could captivate him, until yesterday, when he met Qiao Xinyan. From the moment he saw her, he was infatuated. But once again he found himself up against Lin Yufan, as if fate were mocking him. Recalling the awkward phone call that morning, he sank into a gloomier mood. "Qian, do you drink?" he asked, picking up a bottle and pouring himself a glass. "I'm not much of a drinker, but if you want to, I'll join you," she replied, shaking her head with a slight smile. "Great, let's have a drink." Zhuo Yang gave her a faint, bitter smile and poured her a glass as well. Seeing him start to drink, Zhuo Fan and Dong Changfeng exchanged pleased, fatherly smiles from across the table. At the same time, at the table with Zhuo Yang's college friends, Fei Yi glanced at Lin Yufan and grumbled, "Lin Yufan, today's Zhuo Yang's birthday, and you barely know him. Why'd you even come?" "Yeah, this table is mostly Taekwondo club members from our university. You're neither a student at Nanjiang University, nor Zhuo Yang's friend, so what are you doing here?" Another student chimed in. Qiao Xinyan, annoyed by their comments, retorted, "Zhuo Yang invited us. If you don't like it, feel free to sit somewhere else." "Who are you, little sister? I don't think we've met before," Fei Yi stammered, his face flushing at her sudden response. The other guys at the table felt the same. Most of them were anime fans, and Qiao Xingyan's doll-like face and adorable features made her look like an anime character come to life. Qiao Xingyan scowled, her brows furrowed. Little sister? I'm 20, not a kid. Haha, 20 isn't that old. Fei Yi laughed. Ugh. I don't like guys who act like baboons. Don't talk to me, she huffed, turning away with a cute pout. Baboons? Fei Yi was dumbfounded. Sure, he was big and bulky, but comparing him to a baboon? The rest of the table burst out laughing at his expense. After that, Fei Yi and the others dropped the subject of Lin Yufan's presence and started chatting. Having not gathered in so long, they were eager to catch up, especially about the guest of honor, Zhuo Yang. Did you guys hear? Zhuo Yang landed a job at Wanhao Group. He's now an intern in the office of He Shaoning, the richest man in the city. Of course. The whole alumni chat group was buzzing about it. He was always a top student, and he even interned at his family's business. With his academic record and experience, it's no wonder he got hired. Yeah, he may be an intern now, but I bet he'll be promoted in a couple of months. You guys don't know half of it. I heard He Shaoning's secretary is retiring in 2 months. What does that have to do with us? Are you slow? It has everything to do with Zhuo Yang. A relative of mine works at Wanhao, and apparently his secretary thinks very highly of Zhuo Yang. With the company looking to bring in fresh talent, Zhuo Yang might even become the next secretary to the richest man. Oh wow! If that happens, he'll be set for life. Hearing the talk, Fei Yi muttered. No wonder Dong Chengfeng wants to marry off his daughter to the Zhuo family. It's clear now. What did you say? The Zhuos and Dongs are planning a marriage. You mean Zhuo Yang and Dong Qianqian? A classmate asked, curious. All eyes turned to Fei Yi, waiting for him to confirm the news. Realizing he had exclusive information, Fei Yi felt smug and leaned in. Keep this to yourselves, but yesterday morning, Zhuo Yang called me to vent. Apparently, the Dong family suggested the match, and Zhuo Yang's father agreed on the spot. What about Zheng Tao? Wasn't he dating Dong Qianqian? They broke up. I heard it had to do with another guy, though I don't know who. As he listened, Lin Yufan couldn't help eavesdropping, intrigued. He hadn't expected Dong Qianqian to be getting married so soon. Reflecting on the idea of her becoming someone else's wife, no longer able to don her maid outfit for him, he felt a slight pang of disappointment. He glanced at the cheerful Qiao Xingyan beside him and thought, Xingyan's cuteness would make her 1,000 times more charming in a maid outfit than Dong Qianqian ever was. Thinking of this, Lin Yufan opened his shopping app and typed maid outfit into the search bar. Seeing the endless selection of alluring, stylish maid costumes, he couldn't help but smile mischievously. Yufan, what's got you smiling so happily? Qiao Xingyan's curious head peeked over his shoulder. Startled, Lin Yufan quickly tilted his phone away, but he wasn't fast enough. She had already seen the screen. Oh, so you're into costume play? She teased, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Yufan's face instantly turned red. I just clicked on it by chance. Xingyan, it's not, he tried to explain. But before he could finish, she chimed in. I like costumes too, Yufan. Go ahead and buy it. I'll wear it for you. Really? Are you sure? He asked, pleasantly surprised. With big, playful eyes, she replied, of course. You're my dear Yufan. I'd wear it just for you. If you say so, I'm definitely taking you at your word. He chuckled, his smile widening. Just then, the conversation at the next table took a new turn. Having finished talking about the Zhuo and Dong family alliance, the topic shifted to Su Liangsu. What a pity Su Liangsu rejected Zhuo Yang. If they were together, she'd have been set to be a future lady of wealth, one of the classmates remarked. Exactly. We all thought they were a perfect match. Who would have guessed she'd go for that guy instead? Said another, glancing with a hint of disdain at Lin Yufan. Today's event should be interesting. I heard she's coming, someone else added. Oh yeah. Zhuo Yang said she'd show up. I imagine she'll be here any minute. Do you think she'll regret her decision when she sees Zhuo Yang in his new job at Wanhao Group? One person wondered aloud. Well, she might. But I also heard that Su Liangsu landed the lead role in her entertainment company's new drama. They've put so much into advertising it that if it takes off, she might just become an A-list actress. An actress? That's not the same as stability. The entertainment world is murky, and who knows what she might run into there. Honestly, she probably came because she heard about Zhou Yang's job. I bet seeing him with Dong Qianqian, knowing about their upcoming engagement, will be quite a wake-up call. They laughed, lost in their discussion. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in the doorway. The second she stepped in, every man in the room turned to look. With her fresh, ethereal beauty and features so delicate she seemed like a fairy out of a painting, Su Liangsu instantly became the center of attention. "Oh, it's Sister Liangsu!" Qiao Xingyan exclaimed, spotting her. She jumped up and ran over to greet her. "Xingyan." Su Liangsu beamed, her face lighting up as they hugged. Watching the two of them together, several guys couldn't help swallowing nervously. Su Liangsu was tall, refined, and strikingly beautiful, while Qiao Xingyan, though doll-faced and endearing, also had a striking figure, with curves that clashed in the best way with her innocent appearance. Two stunning women side by side was enough to stir anyone's imagination. "Liangsu, it's been ages. You're looking even more gorgeous than before. So I hear you're a big star now. Can you take me to the set sometime? I've never seen a shoot before." Qiao Xingyan gushed, barely able to contain her excitement. "Of course. But we can chat more later. Where's Yufan?" Su Liangsu nodded, glancing around the room in search of him. "Over here with me. Come on." Qiao Xingyan took her hand and led her over. "Yufan. Look, Liangshu's here and you're still glued to your phone? Is your screen really more interesting than her?" Qiao Xingyan teased, taking the seat on his left while Su Liangshu took the one on his right. Su Liangsu pouted slightly, noticing his distraction. She had put effort into her appearance today, yet here he was, seemingly ignoring her. Nothing's more beautiful than Liangshu. Lin Yufan quickly slipped his phone into his pocket. When Qiao Xingyan had left earlier, he'd ordered 3 different maid outfits and was now just waiting for the package to arrive. Looking up at Su Liangshu, he was briefly taken aback. She looked absolutely stunning. With her usual beauty enhanced by subtle makeup, her charm seemed to reach an entirely new level. "Liangshu, you look amazing today," he said, genuinely impressed. "You know how to sweet talk." Her pout vanished, replaced by a smile. His compliment made her feel as if she'd been showered in sweetness. "Hey Su Liangsu, are we all invisible to you now?" Fei Yi teased. Yeah. Our campus queen has become a star and forgotten all about her old friends." Another guy added, a hint of mock grievance in his tone. "I haven't." "Don't make things up," she replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. At that moment, a slightly tipsy Zhou Yang staggered over to their table. Seeing Lin Yufan flanked by the 2 girls he cared about stirred a mix of jealousy and frustration in him. Liquid courage in his veins, he slurred, "Liangshu, I still don't get it. What's so great about Lin Yufan? Why did you reject me for a guy with nothing but brute strength? Am I not good-looking enough, or is my family not wealthy enough? It was bad enough that you chose him over me, but now Xingyan's with him too. What does he have that I don't?" The room fell silent as his words echoed, and the expressions on the faces of Zhuo Fan and Dong Changfeng turned sour. Dong Qianqian meanwhile looked heartbroken, her face going pale as her eyes filled with tears. "Zhuo Yang, are you out of your mind?" Su Liangsu's expression darkened as she stared at him, her face a mix of shock and displeasure. She had come to Zhuo Yang's birthday party with nothing but friendly intentions and had never expected a scene like this to unfold. "I'm not crazy, I just don't get it. Liangshu, tell me, what does this brute have that I don't?" Zhuo Yang's voice rose as he shouted, clearly emboldened by alcohol. Just then, Zhuo Fan's face twisted with anger as he strode toward his son. Smack. Reaching Zhuo Yang, Zhuo Fan grabbed his arm and slapped him hard across the face. "Zhuo Yang, pull yourself together. Have a drink, and you lose all sense of propriety?" He glared at his son with fury before turning to Su Liangshu and Qiao Xingyan, bowing apologetically. "I'm sorry, my son can't handle his liquor and his rambling nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." With that, he dragged Zhou Yang back to their table. Lin Yufan sighed. "Don't misunderstand," Su Liangshu said quickly, assuming he'd gotten the wrong impression. "Zhuo Yang and I are just friends, nothing more." "You're fine, I get it. It's just sometimes, having such a beautiful girlfriend is more trouble than it's worth," Lin Yufan replied, shaking his head. His words immediately drew deadly glares from some of the nearby Nanjiang University students. This guy was really just showing off. "You're impossible." Su Liangshu blushed, casting him a shy look. After Zhuo Yang's little outburst, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. People began whispering about him and Su Liangshu. Those who knew some background started to reveal details, and soon, it seemed everyone understood that Zhuo Yang had pursued Su Liangshu only to be turned down supposedly because she was interested in the quiet, unassuming Lin Yufan who now sat between her and Qiao Xingyan. From all over the room, subtle glances kept darting his way. "Look at him plain as can be. How did Zhuo Yang lose to this guy?" "Exactly. He's the son of Zhuo Fan, good-looking, a top student, president of the Taekwondo club, and from a wealthy family. In a drama, he'd be the main character. What can I say? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Maybe Su Liangsu just likes the quiet type? Hey, right on. The murmurs eventually reached the ears of Zhuo Fan and Dong Chengfeng, Dong Qianqian's father. Hearing the name Lin Yufan seemed to jog Dong Chengfeng's memory. Wait, Qianqian, that young man who helped us secure the land in the northern district, isn't his name Lin Yufan? He asked. Still dazed by Zhou Yang's behavior, Dong Qianqian nodded absent-mindedly. Could it really be the same Lin Yufan? Surprised, Dong Chengfeng glanced at Lin Yufan, now chatting happily with Su Liangsu and Qiao Xinyan. Seeing nothing particularly remarkable about him, he shook his head. I thought he'd be a promising young man, but it turns out he's just a womanizer. Dong Chengfeng turned to his daughter and advised, Qianqian, stay away from people like him. They're not worth your time. Dad, he did help us get that land you really wanted. Don't you think that deserves at least a little respect? She replied, frowning. While she didn't particularly like Lin Yufan, she had grown a bit less negative toward him over time. That's just business. I'm not going to give up my daughter for one piece of land, he said, his tone stern. You're a good daughter, Qianqian. Don't go against me on this. Of course not. I just think it feels a little unfair, she muttered, shaking her head. Don't worry. I'll handle this now. Money can settle things. I'll talk to him, give him some compensation and call it even for his help with the land. Dong Chengfeng said with a huff, standing up and making his way over to Lin Yufan's table. Dong Qianqian wanted to stop him but decided against it. After all, with her background, being associated too closely with someone like Lin Yufan might reflect poorly on her. Though she had initially only interacted with him due to a lost bet, she'd found herself occasionally drawn to his confidence, and felt that, like her best friend Su Liangsu, she too might start falling for his charm if she allowed herself to get closer. She glanced over at Zhuo Yang, who sat slouched, forlornly watching Su Liangsu and Qiao Xinyan, with a hint of bitterness. Despite his current state, she still saw him as refined, successful and promising. No comparison, she murmured. Someone like Zhu Yang, someone destined for success, is the kind of person I deserve. She felt a twinge of resentment towards Su Liangsu, who seemed to capture Zhu Yang's attention so effortlessly. Without her around, this birthday party might have been her own moment in the spotlight. Meanwhile, Dong Chengfeng had reached Lin Yufan's table. Lin Yufan? He said, looking at him as he chatted with Su Liangsu and Qiao Xinyan. You're Dong Qianqian's father? Lin Yufan looked up. Yes, that's right. Could we talk privately for a moment? Dong Chengfeng asked, giving him a polite but detached smile. Sure. Lin Yufan assumed he wanted to discuss the Northern District property deal, so he followed him out of the room. They soon reached a quiet area in the smoking lounge. Lin Yufan lit a cigarette, looked at Dong Chengfeng, and smiled. It's nice and quiet here. Say what you need to. Dong Chengfeng, though accustomed to dealing with people, found himself taken aback by the calm confidence this young man displayed, rare for someone of his age in front of a wealthy man. Straightforward, I see. Let's skip the formalities then, he said. I'd like you to stay away from my daughter. You're simply not good enough for her. Lin Yufan thought he must have misheard. Did this old man really drag him over here just to talk down to him? So? You wanted to speak with me just for this? Feeling a surge of annoyance, Lin Yufan's tone became icy. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Dong Chengfeng said dismissively, reaching into his coat pocket to pull out a bank card. Here's 1 million yuan as payment for the help you gave my daughter securing that piece of land in the Northern District. He held out the card with a patronizing look. For someone like you, 1 million yuan is a fortune. With this, you could easily save yourself 30 or 40 years of struggle. You think I helped your daughter get that property for 1 million yuan? Lin Yufan scoffed, suppressing a laugh. Oh, is it not enough? Dong Chengfeng's face darkened as he replied. Let me give you some advice, don't be greedy. I appreciate that you managed to help with the land, but one thing has nothing to do with the other. So, give up on any dreams you might have of dating my daughter. What Dong Chengfeng thought would be a quick resolution was turning out differently. To him, this refusal was just more evidence of Lin's greed, his aim obviously to marry into wealth and rise above his station. Well, there was no chance he would ever allow that to happen. Dong Chengfeng, right? Let me be clear, I have no interest in dating your daughter. But if I did, do you really think you could stop me? Lin Yufan shot back, a smirk on his face. Dong Chengfeng's expression hardened, but years in business had taught him to control his emotions. letting out a snort. He looked at Lin disdainfully and said, "Son, charming women is all well and good, but a real man measures his worth in wealth, status, and abilities. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention something," he added with a smug smile. "My daughter is already dating Zhuo Yang from the Zhuo family. Soon, they'll be engaged and married," he continued, rattling off Zhuo Yang's virtues as if they were irrefutable. Zhuo Yang has the looks, the grades. He was a top student at Nanjiang University, president of the Taekwondo club, from a well-respected family. And on top of all that, he just secured an internship with Wan Hao Group as an aide to He Shaoning himself. That's a future you can't even imagine, coming from the countryside as you do. Lin Yufan's irritation was starting to fade, replaced by an amused smile. The idea that he was somehow supposed to feel inferior to Zhuo Yang was, frankly, hilarious. Sure, Zhuo Yang's got some good points. But did your daughter happen to tell you what happened the first time we met? I knocked him down with one kick. Taekwondo? Nothing but fancy moves. Only the traditional martial arts of our country show true power. What? And I'm not saying Zhuo Yang isn't impressive, he continued, his voice light but taunting. But he's been after Su Liangsu for ages, and it only took me showing up for her to fall for me. It's tough, this curse of mine. If only I could turn it into something practical. Are you bragging? Dong Changfeng sneered, shaking his head in disgust. To him, Lin was clearly a lost cause, the type to cling to successful women rather than build any genuine achievements. Just then, Dong Qian hurried over. Dad, the Wan Hao Group secretary is here, and Mr. Zhuo asked you to come right away. Wan Hao's secretary? Dong Changfeng's eyes widened with excitement. Come on, Qian. Let's go, he said eagerly, forgetting Lin entirely as he turned to rush back into the private room. He couldn't pass up a chance to build connections with He Shaning's office. But before leaving, he threw a final parting remark at Lin. See that? That's what it means to have influence. People who matter go far, while people like you get left behind. Compared to Zhuo Yang, you're nothing but a waste of space. Lin watched as father and daughter left, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Utter fool, he muttered under his breath. Did they really think they'd arrive just because Zhuo Yang got an internship at Wan Hao? If he told them He Shaoning himself was a mere subordinate of his, they'd probably be too stunned to speak. Back in the private room, the atmosphere had shifted. He Shaoning's secretary had arrived, and the guests were all abuzz with excitement. Trust Zhuo Yang to throw a birthday party, and have Wan Hao's secretary show up? You don't get it, do you? This is Wan Hao's way of saying they value him. Mark my words, Zhuo Yang's got a bright future, and the Zhuo family is bound for the top. No wonder Dong Changfeng pushed so hard for the alliance between their families. That old fox always knows which way the wind is blowing. All eyes turned to the elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He had a reserved demeanor that spoke of professionalism. Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yufan here? He Shaning's secretary, Zhang Jianji, scanned the room, looking for Lin. As it happened, He Shaoning was in the same restaurant with other major investors, meeting with business leaders about a new East Disney project planned for the city's outskirts. During a brief break, he had encountered Qin Jiu, who was quietly keeping tabs on Lin. Learning that Lin was in the building, He Shaoning immediately sent Zhang Jianji with an invitation to join them. Lin Yufan? Zhuo Fan, Zhuo Yang's father, looked on in surprise. Having just re-entered the room, Dong Changfeng overheard and was equally astonished. He Shaoning's secretary was here. To see Lin Yufan? Secretary Zhang, you're here just to see Lin Yufan. Zhuo Yang, slightly unsteady from the drinks, approached Zhang Jianji, his mind racing. Oh, Zhuo Yang, you're here too? Zhang Jianji replied, surprised to see him. It's my birthday party, Secretary Zhang. I thought you'd come to celebrate with me, Zhuo Yang said, his tone slightly disgruntled. If he'd been sober, he would never have spoken so carelessly, but the alcohol had loosened his tongue. Zhuo Yang, his father snapped. Stepping forward, he apologized. Secretary Zhang, my son has had too much to drink. Please forgive him. Don't worry about it. I'm here because He would like Mr. Lin Yufan to join us. So, could someone please tell me where he is? The room fell silent, every face now turned in shock. The richest man in the city wanted to meet with Lin Yufan? Everyone was reeling, wondering how a lowly nobody like Lin had connections to He Shaoning, and was important enough to be personally invited to meet with him. How? How could this happen? How could Lin Yufan be connected to He Shaoning? Dong Qian murmured, frozen in disbelief at the private room's doorway. Noticing Zhuo Yang's pale face, Dong Qian felt a sudden pang of sympathy. She gritted her teeth and approached Zhang Jianji saying, Secretary Zhang, are you really here looking for someone named Lin Yufan? Well, there is someone by that name here, but he's just an ordinary guy with no background. His background? Zhang Jianji frowned slightly but maintained his composure. I don't actually know that myself. I'm simply here because Mr. He specifically asked me to invite Mr. Lin Yufan. With a look of resignation, Dong Qian pointed toward the smoking area outside the private room. He's out there, in the smoking area. Thank you. With that, Zhang Jianji nodded in gratitude and quickly made his way out. As soon as he left, the private room erupted in conversation. What's going on? He Xiaoning actually sent his secretary to invite Lin Yufan. What else could it mean? Clearly He Xiaoning must know Lin Yufan. Do you even realize who He Xiaoning's having lunch with today? The heads of the 8 great families. Oh, now that you mention it, I thought I saw some of those family heads when I arrived. The chatter continued, while the faces of the Zhuo family members grew increasingly troubled. After the recent commotion, Zhuo Yang had sobered up a bit, and thinking back to his repeated slip-ups, he hung his head in shame. At the same time, Dong Changfeng had returned to his seat, pulling his daughter along with him. Qian, do you know what Lin Yufan's background is? He has no background. He's just an ordinary guy. Dong Qian's tone was tinged with confusion. Think harder. There must be something you've forgotten. A nobody wouldn't have any connection with someone as powerful as He Xiaoning their worlds apart. Dong Changfeng sounded serious. There's really nothing else, she said, thinking back. All I know is he's Su Liangsu's adopted brother from the orphanage. He disappeared 15 years ago and just returned this year. Dong Changfeng's face darkened slightly. All right, we'll wait and see. Hopefully this is just a case of mistaken identity. Despite his millions in assets, Dong knew that among the elite of Nanjing, his fortune didn't amount to much. If this Lin Yufan really had a significant relationship with He Xiaoning, his earlier harsh words could turn into a disastrous mistake. Outside, in the smoking area, just as Lin Yufan finished his cigarette and snuffed out the butt, Zhang Xianzi arrived in a hurry. Excuse me. Are you Mr. Lin Yufan? Seeing him, Zhang Xianji stepped forward politely. Lin gave him a quick once-over. That's me. Who are you? Zhang Xianji introduced himself. Mr. Lin. I am Mr. He Xiaoning's secretary, and Mr. He would like to invite you to join him in the top-floor VIP suite. Would you be available? Oh, I'm not available. I'm here with 2 friends, Lin said offhandedly, waving dismissively as he turned to go back inside. If he needs anything, he can come find me. Momentarily dumbfounded, Zhang Xianji could only watch as Lin headed back into the private room. Unable to press further, he had no choice but to return upstairs to report to He Xiaoning. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoning's face turned serious. The young master said that? Yes, sir. Those were his exact words. Zhang Xianji confirmed. He Xiaoning stood up and addressed the heads of the 8 great families. Gentlemen, I must excuse myself for a moment. The young master has asked for me. Mr. He, please don't go alone. One of the family heads insisted. Yes, please let us join you. We've been hoping for the chance to meet the young master. Another added. Yes, Mr. He, this business can wait. An opportunity like this doesn't come often. Yes, we can skip the food and drink, but missing the chance to meet the young master would be unforgivable. Seeing their eagerness, He Xiaoning finally relented. All right, we can go together. But remember, the young master values his privacy. Please don't mention his status. You know what to do. Don't worry, Mr. He, said the Chen family head with a knowing smile. We're more than capable of keeping things discreet. With that, He Xiaoning signaled to Zhang Jianji to lead the way, and together, they headed toward Lin's private room. Inside the room, Lin had already returned, and everyone's eyes were glued to him, eager to know what Secretary Zhang had discussed with him. Mr. Lin, what is your relationship with Mr. He Xiaoning? Zhuo Yang's father, Zhuo Fan, ventured to ask the question on everyone's mind. Relationship? What relationship would I have with him? Lin replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan relaxed. So it was likely just a case of mistaken identity. Otherwise, there's no way Lin would have returned so soon after leaving with Secretary Zhang. Thank you for clearing that up, Zhuo Fan said, a knowing smile on his face as he returned to his table. Seated next to him, Dong Changfeng couldn't resist asking, so, what do you think happened? Isn't it obvious? They've got the wrong person, Zhuo Fan replied confidently. Think about it, this Lin kid is just a nobody. How could he have any connection with He Xiaoning? But Secretary Zhang came here specifically. Probably just a case of mistaken identity, Zhuo Fan replied. In a country this big, with over 1 billion people, there are bound to be other people with the same name. Seeing how sure Zhuo Fan was, Dong Changfeng nodded in agreement. I could go ask him. Dong Qianqian suggested tentatively. Absolutely not, snapped Dong Changfeng. Stay away from people who think they're something but are really nobodies. Being associated with him would only bring you down. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and in walked none other than he Xiaoning himself, accompanied by a small entourage. Oh my god. Isn't that he Xiaoning, the wealthiest man in Nanjing City? What's he doing here? Look behind him. The heads of the 8 great families are with him. He Xiaoning himself is leading the way, followed by the heads of the top families, and they're holding glasses of wine. Are they here to toast someone? Who could possibly command such respect? As soon as he Xiaoning appeared, everyone recognized him. When they saw that he had brought the 8 great family heads with him, the entire private room erupted. For the guests, who were mostly unknowns in Nanjing's social hierarchy, the very sight of he Xiaoning was a rare event. They stared in disbelief, eager to know what had brought him here. Mr. He, what brings you here? Asked Zhuo Fan, the host of the gathering, rushing over to greet him. Dong Changfeng, being a savvy businessman, quickly seized the opportunity to join him. Oh, and you are? He Xiaoning's gaze flickered with curiosity as he noticed them. I'm Zhuo Fan, head of the Zhuo family. My son Zhuo Yang is an intern in your office, Zhuo Fan replied, seeing no harm in subtly mentioning his son's position, hoping to build rapport. Mr. He, I'm Dong Changfeng, chairman of Hongcheng Real Estate. I've heard so much about you, and meeting you in person truly proves your reputation. Dong Changfeng greeted enthusiastically. Thank you, he Xiaoning responded politely, his gaze sweeping the room. Those his gaze landed on stood straighter, wearing expressions of eager friendliness. As his eyes moved to Zhuo Yang's table, Zhuo Yang quickly rose, bowing deeply with deference. Good evening, Mr. He. But he Xiaoning merely moved on, ignoring him. When his gaze shifted toward Lin Yufan's table, Fei Yi and the other university classmates flushed with excitement. No way, Mr. He is actually heading in our direction. When he finally saw Lin Yufan, he strode forward with purpose. Mr. Lin, he said warmly, his focus fully on Lin Yufan. When I learned you were dining here, I brought some old friends over to offer you a toast. Up close, he Xiaoning's expression held not only friendliness but, upon closer inspection, even a trace of respect. I've heard much about you, Mr. Lin. It's an honor to finally meet. Yes, Mr. Lin, a toast to you. Meeting you in person is a thrill, one that words can't quite capture, so I'll let this drink do the talking, added another of the family heads, raising his glass. Another chimed in, I'm Wang Yuqiang from the Wang family. If you ever need assistance, just say the word, and I'll personally ensure it's done. Mr. Lin, I'm Chen Fugui, head of the Chen family. I'm not a man of words, but I'd be honored if you would accept my toast as well. Led by He Xiaoning, the heads of the 8 great families raised their glasses, one after the other, toasting Lin Yufan. The sight left everyone in the room stunned. Even Qiao Xingyan and Su Liangshu looked bewildered. How did all these powerful people know Yufan? Curiosity and questions were written on everyone's faces, though both Qiao Xingyan and Su Liangshu chose to remain quiet given the circumstances. The others present were equally puzzled, and the primary question on everyone's minds was why He Xiaoning and these family heads held Lin Yufan in such high regard. Qianqian, are you sure this Lin Yufan is just some ordinary guy with no background? Asked Dong Changfeng, his expression a blend of shock, confusion, regret, and even a bit of worry. I don't really know, Dong Qianqian stammered. I haven't spent that much time with him. We've only met a few times. The man she'd dismissed as a lowly nobody, someone she'd thought beneath her, was now surrounded by the city's most powerful individuals. The discrepancy was almost too surreal to believe. Are all of you here to get me drunk or something? Lin Yufan asked with a faint frown, looking somewhat annoyed by the overly enthusiastic gathering around him. The entire room fell into stunned silence at his response. What's with this idiot? Someone muttered. Mr. He and the heads of the 8 families are toasting him. And that's his reaction? Unbelievable. Any halfway smart person would be jumping at the chance to toast back and start building connections. A few good ties here would mean he could walk around Nanjing like a king. What an idiot. Does he actually want to offend Mr. He and all these family heads? He's either brainless or downright insane. The murmurs were filled with resentment. To waste such an opportunity seemed to defy all reason. Oh, not at all, Mr. Lin, said He Xiaoning hastily. It's our honor to toast you whether or not you drink with us. Exactly. Mr. Lin, your health is precious. If you drank too much because of us, it'd be unforgivable. Yes, having the chance to toast you alone is more than enough for us. Yes, we're more than honored already. We wouldn't dream of asking anything more. The 8 family heads chimed in one by one, their deferential attitudes shocking everyone anew. Am I dreaming? Fei Yi muttered, his eyes glued to the wealthiest man in the city and the family heads. These lofty figures, people they had long considered unapproachable, were acting so humbly in front of Lin Yufan. It was as if reality had been turned on its head. Well, since you've all come here to toast, I suppose I'll return the gesture with one sip. Lin Yufan finally relented, taking a shallow sip from his glass, unwilling to appear completely ungrateful. Fei Yi and the others gawked, trying to contain their frustration. One sip? He practically didn't drink anything. Did he just take a sip of nothingness? Mr. Lin, your tolerance is truly admirable. One of the heads of the Chen family, one of the 8 great families, praised shamelessly. The other family heads joined in with praise, ignoring the shocked expressions of the guests around them in the private room. Alright, is there anything else? If not, please don't disturb me and my 2 sisters while we're eating. Lin Yufan waved them off impatiently. Seeing Lin Yufan's gesture to leave, He Shaoning immediately led the heads of the 8 great families out. After they left, the guests who had previously mocked and insulted Lin Yufan now looked at him with admiration and respect. Mr. Lin, it's an honor to have you at my son's birthday celebration. I toast to you. Zhuo Fan approached with a glass of wine, but Lin Yufan merely glanced at him and ignored him. In the past he might have lost his temper and thrown him out. However, after the respectful toast from He Shaoning and the heads of the 8 great families, Lin Yufan felt no anger, only indulgence and deference from others. Mr. Lin, I apologize for any oversight in the reception. With a broad gesture, Zhuo Fan took a seat and motioned to the other graduates from South University to give them space. South University graduates. Cunning old fox. Several wealthy businessmen muttered under their breath as they watched. At that moment, Dong Changfeng grabbed his daughter, Dong Qianqian, and started walking toward Lin Yufan's table. Dad, what are you doing? Dong Qianqian asked in confusion. What else? I'm taking you to apologize to Mr. Lin. Dong Changfeng shot his daughter a glare. But you just told me not to get too close to Lin Yufan and to stay away from him. That's because I didn't realize he was a hidden powerhouse. Now that I do, how could I possibly act like nothing happened? Dong Changfeng said gravely. Look at your uncle Zhuo. That old fox knows Lin Yufan isn't ordinary and didn't hesitate to cast us all aside to get close to him. But Dong Qianqian tried to say something, but her father cut her off, frowning. Enough with the talking. Go over now or you'll miss the chance once others crowd around. Noticing many businessmen starting to head towards Lin Yufan, Dong Changfeng quickened his pace to secure a seat. As for Zhuo Yang, the birthday boy himself, he sat pale-faced, staring blankly at Lin Yufan. Why is it like this? Who exactly is he, and why is even the wealthiest man, He Shaoning, treating him with such respect? Zhuo Yang murmured, deeply shaken. Mr. Lin, earlier I was blind and ignorant. I am truly sorry, please forgive this short-sighted fool. Dong Changfeng said, taking a seat across from Lin Yufan. Pouring himself a full glass of liquor, he stood up and raised his glass in apology. When Lin Yufan didn't respond, Dong Changfeng's face flushed. He raised his glass again. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I'll drink 3 glasses as a penalty to earn your forgiveness. He drained the first glass, then poured another and drank it down, repeating until he had finished 3. The liquor was affecting him, and he began to sway. Mr. Lin. His eyes filled with regret as he looked at Lin Yufan. But Lin Yufan still paid him no attention. Instead, laughing and chatting with his 2 sisters, Su Liangsu and Qiao Xianyan. Watching her father's humiliation, Dong Qianqian couldn't bear it any longer. Lin Yufan, what's your problem? My dad already apologized. Do you have to act like you didn't see anything? Isn't that just petty of you? Dong Qianqian shouted at Lin Yufan. If your dad wants to apologize, that's his choice. Whether my brother Yufan forgives him is up to him. Does an apology mean instant forgiveness? Or are you saying that because the person apologizing is your dad, he must be forgiven? Qiao Xinyan, displeased by Dong Qianqian's tone, turned a cold gaze toward her. No, that's not what I meant, Dong Qianqian stammered, taken aback. Qianqian, what did your dad even do that he needs to apologize to my brother Yufan? Su Liangshu asked her old university friend out of curiosity. Dong Qianqian's face turned red as she mumbled, it's just just that outside he called Lin Yufan useless. Useless? Hearing this, even the usually calm Su Liangshu was visibly annoyed. In what way is my brother Yufan useless? Or does Uncle Dong misunderstand the term? Su Liangsu looked at Dong Changfeng with an icy stare. Miss Su is right, I misspoke. Qian Qian, how could you speak to Mr. Lin like that? Apologize to him immediately. Dong Changfeng nodded emphatically, giving his daughter a stern look. Dad, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Dong Qian, still young and proud, couldn't bring herself to apologize in front of her South University classmates and Zhuo Yang, the senior she secretly admired. Qian, you're not listening to me anymore? Seeing his usually obedient daughter defy him, Dong Changfeng became angry. Qian, are you that blind? Even the wealthiest bow to him. How can you think Lin Yufan is just some ordinary person? Apologizing to an ordinary person might hurt your pride, but apologizing to someone powerful shows wisdom and understanding of the bigger picture. Worried that Lin Yufan might mention his earlier insult to He Xiaoning and the other powerful families, Dong Changfeng was desperate. As an experienced businessman, he understood the danger. If Lin Yufan hinted anything negative about him, He Xiaoning and the 8 great families would go to any lengths to bankrupt his company, Hongcheng Real Estate. Dad, you just spoke your mind. You didn't do anything wrong. And as an elder, you already gave him the courtesy of an apology and a toast if he's ungrateful. That's his problem, not ours. Dong Qian said boldly, feeling justified. To her, it was Lin Yufan who was acting arrogant, lording his connections over everyone. Qian, I used to think you were spoiled and had a bit of a temper, but at least you had decent values. Today you've proven me wrong. Finally, Lin Yufan couldn't remain silent. First, whatever you think of me, what does it have to do with your father? Who gave him the right to insult me? Even if I am useless, what's it to him? Second, your father assumes I have some interest in you? Laughable. I am destined to have 7 wives in my lifetime. Liang Su and Zion are both among them. Tell me, compared to them, who is more beautiful? Who has a better figure? Who has better character? Who is more appealing and worthy of being cherished day and night? At these words, Qiao Xinyan and Su Liangsu's faces turned red with embarrassment, both looking shy. Why is brother Yufan saying such things? Talking about everyone's looks right in front of all these people. It's so embarrassing. Qiao Xinyan murmured, covering her blushing cheeks with her hands, looking utterly shy and adorable. Her cute and playful reaction immediately drew the attention of several South University graduates. Fei Yi swallowed, captivated by this single gesture that set his heart racing. Brother Yufan, you're so shameless. Su Liangsu's face flushed, but she forced herself to stay composed. Lin Yufan took a deep breath, fixed a cold gaze on Dong Qian, and continued, Second, this is the most important point. Do you think your father would have come over and apologized if He Xiaoning and the others hadn't first come to toast me? Do you? Dong Qian was left speechless. In terms of beauty, figure, and charm, she couldn't compare to Su Liangsu or Qiao Xinyan, and she knew it. What's more, Lin Yufan's second point struck her as true people only respect those more powerful than themselves. For those weaker, they show only disdain or pity. I've said my piece. If you still think I'm the one at fault, then I have nothing more to add. But I'll tell you one thing, I'm not angry about what your father said about me. Then why? Before she could finish, Lin Yufan continued, because in his eyes I'm just a poor nobody. Likewise, in my eyes he's nothing but an insignificant ant. With just one word from me, your father, your entire Dong family, and Hongcheng Real Estate could disappear from Nanjing. Do you understand? Lin Yufan stood up, his presence suddenly shifting, and everyone felt the intense aura surrounding him. If he had looked like an ordinary young man before, now he radiated an imposing air of dominance, like a king surveying his subjects. Mr. Lin, please spare us. Dong Changfeng dropped to his knees, his face pale. He had suspected he was right about Lin Yufan's status, but now it was undeniable. One word from Lin, and he, his family, and his business could be erased. This was someone he could never afford to offend. Please, save the act. We're all adults here. Whether your apology is sincere or simply out of fear, do I need to spell it out? Lin Yufan looked down at Dong Changfeng, his dark eyes filled with disdain. Rest assured, for the sake of your daughter once being my servant, I won't go after your family. But this is a one-time pass if there's a next time. With that, he turned to Su Liangshu and Qiao Xinyan. Liangshu, Xinyan, let's go. Okay, Brother Yufan. Su Liangshu nodded obediently. Brother Yufan, but I'm not full yet. Can't you wait until I've eaten my fill? Qiao Xinyan pouted, looking at him with wide, imploring eyes. Lin Yufan was momentarily at a loss. I finally made my grand exit, and now you're telling me you're not full. What have you been doing this whole time? After a brief inner debate he sighed, smiled, and gently said, "All right, I'll wait until you're full. Brother Yufan, you're the best. Love you. Ma." Qiao Xinyan beamed, and leaning in close, gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Lin Yufan coughed awkwardly, saying shamelessly, "Ahem, Xinyan, people are watching. If you want to kiss, wait until we're home." Just moments ago, he was the picture of power and prestige, but now he was back to his flirtatious, carefree self. If they hadn't seen his domineering side with their own eyes, everyone might have thought that this lighthearted persona was the real Lin Yufan. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Dong Changfeng stood up in shame, took his daughter Dong Qianqian by the hand, and quickly left. Before leaving, Dong Qianqian glanced back at Lin Yufan, her feelings toward him now altered. 5 minutes later, Qiao Xinyan was still happily eating, thoroughly enjoying herself. 10 minutes later she started on dessert. By then several wealthy businessmen had shamelessly gathered around Lin Yufan's table. One short, stocky businessman chuckled and asked, "Mr. Lin, do you happen to need a girlfriend?" "What? I'm not interested in men." Lin Yufan glanced at the man's mischievous smile, feeling a shiver run down his spine. No, Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. I meant, if you're looking for a girlfriend, I just so happen to have a daughter young and still in school." "Mr. Lin, what's with that look?" "Look, I may not be handsome, but my wife is, and our daughter got all her good looks." Hearing this, the other businessman quickly caught on. "Mr. Lin, I have a daughter who's 20 and hasn't had a single boyfriend yet. Well, I mean, I misspoke, she's never dated anyone. Mr. Lin, my niece is the beauty queen of her high school. Just say the word, and I'll bring her to you right away." "Mr. Lin, I don't have a daughter or a niece, but my wife's still very charming. Why are you all staring at me like that? Jealous?" The businessmen began competing to introduce their daughters to Lin Yufan. And Lin Yufan couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. But just as a grin was beginning to form on his face, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his sides. "Ouch!" he yelped, unable to hold it in. "Brother Yufan, I'm finished eating. Let's go home." Qiao Xinyan blinked, her sweet smile somehow giving him chills. Su Liangsu added, "Yes, Brother Yufan, let's go. I suddenly feel we need to have a chat about proper decorum and loyalty to one's wife." "What? Since when did such things exist here in the Dragon Kingdom?" Lin Yufan looked perplexed. "Exactly because you've never heard of them. Brother Yufan, I have to explain them to you in detail, don't I?" Su Liangshu smiled slightly. Her smile was radiant, breathtaking even, but somehow Lin Yufan couldn't shake a sense of impending danger. Is it just my imagination? He wondered to himself. Half an hour later, at the Wanhao Yading Villa complex, the three took a cab back to the villa, but just as they reached the door, Su Liangsu stopped Lin Yufan and asked him to wait outside for a moment. Under Lin Yufan's puzzled gaze, Su Liangshu closed the door. After about 5 minutes she opened it again. "What are you two up to?" Lin Yufan asked with a chuckle as he walked inside. "Welcome to the Red Romance Lounge. One male guest, please come in, handsome." As soon as he entered, he saw Qiao Xinyan dressed in a Lolita outfit, kneeling on a cushion and handing him a towel. Lin Yufan was stunned. "Handsome, the sky is your blanket, the earth your bed, technician. No. 7 is ready for you. Here, please take your hand tag, thank you." Su Liangshu placed a Buddhist bead bracelet on Lin Yufan's wrist. Lin Yufan, completely bewildered, was then guided by his 2 sisters to the living room, where he was made to sit down on the sofa. "Handsome, what kind of treatment would you like?" Su Liangshu asked, blinking her large eyes innocently. "We have an acupuncture wellness package, a tropical rainforest package, and our Supreme Emperor package." "Ah. Do I have to choose?" Lin Yufan sensed they might be up to something. "If you don't choose, it's automatically the Supreme Emperor package." Su Liangsu gave him a mysterious smile, exchanged a glance with Qiao Xinyan, and had Lin Yufan lie down. The moment he lay down, they took off his shirt. Then, out of nowhere, Qiao Xinyan pulled out a case filled with silver needles. Laying out the needles, she began to carefully place them along his body. Within moments, Lin Yufan was covered in needles like a porcupine. "Sister Xinyan, Sister Liangshu, what on earth are you two doing? Can we just talk this through? No need for the full-body torture." Lin Yufan began to plead. The problem was that he now felt oddly itchy, achy, and immobilized all at once. Having trained with the Sage of Fate, he recognized that Xiao Xingyan had sealed several of his acupoints, rendering his considerable abilities useless. "Oh, Brother Yufan, didn't you seem so pleased when those businessmen offered to introduce you to beautiful women? You looked like you were really enjoying it." Su Liangshu said, while pulling a pair of scissors from the drawer. She approached him, twirling the scissors in her hand and eyeing him mischievously. Lin Yufan screamed. Sister Liangshu, I was wrong. I admit I was wrong. I won't ever do it again. Can we please stop with the dangerous and scary games? Brother Yufan, don't be scared. With this needle here, you'll lose all feeling in an instant, and this other one will put you straight to sleep. I promise, it's painless. Qiao Xinyan took out 2 long silver needles, her expression a mix of innocence and mischief. Just then, the villa door suddenly opened. Ju Yunxi, dressed in her work suit, had just come back from the office. What are you all doing here? Gu Yunxi looked at the 3 of them in the living room, her face filled with surprise. Seeing Lin Yufan covered in needles like a human pincushion, she couldn't help but laugh. Sister Yunxi, help. Liangsu and Xianyan are trying to murder me. Stop laughing, come on, help me, Lin Yufan shouted, but Su Liangsu suddenly placed the scissors against his stomach, and he immediately shut up. Alright, what are you 2 up to, scaring poor brother Yufan like this? Gu Yunxi, switching into house slippers, came over to mediate. Well, seeing as Sister Yunxi is here, we'll let you off this time. But if it happens again, brother Yufan, you might end up as the first eunuch in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Liangsu huffed and put the scissors back in the drawer. Qiao Xingyan then started removing the needles from Lin Yufan one by one. Once he regained control over his body, Lin Yufan shot up and quickly hid behind Gu Yunxi. Brother Yufan, what on earth did you do to deserve such treatment? Gu Yunxi asked with a curious look. I didn't do anything. Lin Yufan protested, nearly in tears. You didn't do anything, but you thought about it. And thinking about it is already cheating in spirit. Su Liangsu scoffed. Qiao Xinyan nodded. Exactly. Sister Yunxi, you weren't there, let me tell you what happened. Qiao Xinyan then recounted how several wealthy men at the restaurant had tried to introduce their daughters to Lin Yufan, and how he had seemed quite pleased with the idea. Hearing this, Gu Yunxi, who had been on Lin Yufan's side, now seemed displeased. Brother Yufan, is what Zhengyan said true? Gu Yunxi asked sternly. Lin Yufan coughed, and, looking embarrassed, replied, No, it just seemed funny, that's all. I definitely didn't have any intention of agreeing. Really? Gu Yunxi still looked doubtful. I swear. No way. Lin Yufan quickly vowed, patting his chest in assurance. He silently added to himself, if I ever do, may the Sage of Fate be single for eternity. Seeing his earnest promise, Gu Yunxi decided to let it go. Alright, I believe you this time. But Xingyan Liangshu, don't mess around like this again. If something actually happens, we're the ones who'll suffer for it. Oh, we were just giving him a warning. With so many of us, he still dares to think about other women, it's infuriating. Qiao Xinyan puffed up her cheeks, looking like she hadn't fully vented her anger. Then Gu Yunxi seemed to remember something, and she asked with a raised eyebrow, wait a minute. Did you 2 tell Brother Yufan about the pact we made before? You didn't tell him? I thought you'd already mentioned it, so I. Realizing she'd spilled the beans, Qiao Xinyan shyly stuck out her pink tongue. Oh well, what's done is done. Brother Yufan was bound to find out sooner or later. Yu Yunxi sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Seeing Lin Yufan smiling mischievously on the side, she huffed, Brother Yufan, now that you know everything, aren't you going to give us some kind of promise? A promise? I'm all in. Lin Yufan grinned broadly. Obviously. Any guy would be willing. What we're looking for is a promise to stay loyal to just us 7 sisters. No chasing other women, no straying, no hurting us, not even in thought. Alright, I swear from now on I'll only be good to you all. If I ever do anything to betray you, may I be struck by lightning, choked to death on water, be fatally hit by a car, have no toilet paper when I need it, and find my instant noodles without seasoning packets. Lin Yufan began his oath with absolute seriousness, but the longer he spoke, the more bizarre his promises became. Enough already. What kind of ridiculous vows are those? Su Liangsu cut him off with a look of exasperation. Brother Yufan, make sure you keep your word. Qiao Xinyan wrapped her arms around his, gazing up at him with big, teary eyes full of affection. I promise. Lin Yufan nodded earnestly. If, in the past, he hadn't fully understood his sister's feelings toward him, he might have had different ideas. But ever since that day in Hong Kong, he'd made up his mind to devote himself entirely to his 7 sisters' love, come what may. Night fell, dark and deep. As Lin Yufan lay in bed, he couldn't sleep. His mind wandered to his future life with his sisters, wondering about marriage, children, even their names. Just then, a message popped up on his phone. He opened it and found it was from Ning Hongyan. Thinking of Ning Hongyan brought a pang of guilt. With my 7 sisters devoted to me, it's best to keep my distance from other women, he muttered to himself and deleted the message. The next morning, Yu Yanxi left for the office early, while Qiao Xinyan and Su Liangshu, driven by curiosity, went to the filming set together. When Lin Yufan woke up, it was already past 10. Finding the villa empty, he called Qiao Xinyan. Brother Yufan. What's up? I'm watching Sister Liangsu's scene. Don't bother me, I'm busy. She hung up immediately. Lin Yufan was left speechless. Just then, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found Qin Ju standing outside. Master. You asked us to investigate your second sister, Shi Feixuan. We've found something. Tell me. After the plane crash, there were almost no survivors, but Miss Feixuan mysteriously vanished. We started investigating any young Chinese girls who suddenly appeared abroad around that time, and we found someone who's very likely to be Miss Feixuan. And? Lin Yufan asked eagerly. Don't keep me in suspense, just say it all at once. Here's the photo. The woman in it is named Rockefeller Tina, the eldest daughter of the Rockefeller family. She appeared 5 years ago, and based on our identification methods, she has an extremely high likelihood of being your sister, Miss Feixuan. Qinju handed him a photo. She does look similar, but my sister had black hair and black eyes, and she has blonde hair and blue eyes. Lin Yufan said, studying the photo of a young, beautiful woman who resembled Feixuan. Master, we suspected this too, and looked deeper into it. The Rockefeller family owns a secret genetics lab that Tina frequently visits, Qinju added. We also found a retired guard from the lab who said that Tina originally had black hair and eyes, and couldn't speak. We suspect that she couldn't speak back then because she didn't know the language. You might be right. Can you arrange for me to meet this Tina? Lin Yufan asked. If she were within the Dragon Kingdom, Qinju could easily bring her over. But being abroad complicated things, as Tianji Pavilion's influence was mainly domestic. After some thought, Qinju said, Master, Nanjing is developing an Oriental Disneyland project, and it seems the Rockefeller family is interested. We could use this project to lure Tina to Nanjing. All right. I'll leave this to you. Make sure it's done well. Lin Yufan replied. Rest assured, Master. Qinju nodded and left to make arrangements. Just as Lin Yufan sat back down in the living room, a figure suddenly broke through the window. Seeing the intruder, he couldn't help but chuckle. Such a lovely lady, but resorting to burglary? Lin Yufan, you heartless fool. Hurry up and come with me to see Sister Hong. The woman glared at him with an angry expression. Are you? Silver Fox? I didn't realize you looked this good, so why did you always wear a mask? Recognizing her familiar voice and piercing gaze, Lin Yufan quickly realized this was Ning Hongyan's personal bodyguard and strongest fighter Silver Fox. Enough nonsense. Come with me to see Sister Hong. Silver Fox coldly grabbed his wrist and tried to drag him outside, but no matter how hard she pulled, he didn't budge an inch. With a sigh, Lin Yufan said, Just tell me what's going on. I promised my sisters I wouldn't get involved with any other women. You're finally acting like a man. Silver Fox looked slightly surprised at his response. Then her expression turned serious. I'm not asking you to get involved with Sister Hongyan romantically. She's in trouble and needs your help. What kind of trouble? Lin Yufan asked, frowning. Peng Hai brought in a master of ancient Muay Thai who trashed Crystal Palace and threatened to take Sister Hongyan back to see him as a tribute to his master. If you don't come, she might really be taken away. Silver Fox's face was anxious. An ancient Muay Thai master? Lin Yufan was intrigued. He remembered Tang Yunsheng's fighter had also been an ancient Muay Thai master. Could there be a connection? All right, I'll come with you. Wasting no time, Lin Yufan followed Silver Fox out. Not far from the villa, Qinju was making calls from his car. When he saw Lin Yufan leaving with a woman, he quietly started his car and followed them. Shortly afterward, Silver Fox drove Lin Yufan to an abandoned factory in a desolate area. Didn't you say we were going to see Sister Hong? Why are we here? Looking around, Lin Yufan turned to Silver Fox, puzzled. A trace of guilt flickered in her eyes, but she kept her face cold as she said, It's because of you killing Bate that Sister Hong and I ended up in this mess. Ultimately, you're the one responsible, so you should face the consequences. With that, Silver Fox got out and shouted toward the factory, I've brought him. Now release Sister Hong. As she spoke, a group of people emerged from the factory. At the front were Peng Hai and a tall, muscular man with dark skin and imposing figure from Siam. The Siamese man stood shirtless, his wrists wrapped with dark red bands, wearing loose black shorts. Where is the one who killed my junior? Get out here and prepare to die. The Siamese man's fierce gaze swept over the area, finally settling on Lin Yufan, who was seated in the passenger seat. He glared with an intensity that radiated like an angry deity, giving off an aura of pure menace. What an idiot! Standing nearby, Peng Hai muttered under his breath, his face dark with irritation. According to the arrangement he'd made with a certain mysterious figure, today's operation was only supposed to target Ning Hongyan. Now that Ning Hongyan was in their grasp, everything had gone smoothly, and it should have ended there. But this thick-headed Siamese fighter just couldn't let go of his obsession with avenging his junior disciple. Let's hope this guy actually manages to kill Lin Yufan. Otherwise. A flash of worry crossed Peng Hai's face. Finally, he had a chance to rise to power. If it all went up in smoke because of this Siamese fighter, he'd be furious. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan had stepped out of the car, his eyes assessing the Siamese man from a distance with a strange glint. So, an ancient Muay Thai fighter trained in inner strength here? With just one glance, Lin Yufan saw through the man's level of skill. Where's Sister Hong Yen? He asked Silver Fox, curiosity in his gaze. Worry about yourself. Sister Hong Yen's business is none of your concern. Silver Fox scoffed coldly and strode forward. I've brought Lin Yufan as promised. Now release Sister Hong Yen. Her eyes locked on Peng Hai, cold as steel. You fool! Do you really think I'd let Ning Hongyan go so easily now that she's in my hands? Peng Hai sneered. You lied to me? At his words, Silver Fox's expression darkened, and her brows knit together tightly. Lie to you? Why not? With your big chest and empty head, I'd feel sorry for myself if I didn't take advantage of your gullibility. Peng Hai laughed mockingly. Enraged, Silver Fox lunged forward. The henchman in front quickly moved to intercept her. A flicker of killing intent crossed Silver Fox's eyes, and with a quick twist of her wrist, 3 thin, almost invisible throwing knives appeared in her hand. Swish! With a swift movement, she sent the knives flying. In an instant, 3 of the guards dropped, dead before they hit the ground. Facing the remaining 8 henchmen, Silver Fox moved through them without fear, striking with deadly precision to their vital points. In moments, all 11 guards lay dead around her. Peng Hai, you traitorous scum! Prepare to die! Silver Fox roared, charging toward Peng Hai. Just then, the dark-skinned Siamese fighter stepped forward, blocking her path. I don't kill women. Leave, he said, looking down at her with arrogant disdain. Screw you? Silver Fox snarled, launching another throwing knife at him as she closed the distance in a flash. With a twist of her wrist, a sharp blade appeared in her hand, and she swung it in a clean arc aimed at the man's throat. Courting death. The Siamese man's expression darkened as he roared, leaping into the air to avoid the knife and bringing his knee down hard on her chest. Bang! Silver Fox hadn't expected his speed. By the time she realized the danger, it was too late to evade. A sickening thud echoed as she felt several ribs break from the powerful impact. The pain and force of the blow sent her flying backward. Still in mid-air, she coughed up a mouthful of blood before hitting the ground heavily. Silver Fox struggled to get up, but the agony in her chest left her pale and sweating profusely. In just one move, her ability to fight had been completely taken from her. She looked up at the Siamese man, her gaze fierce and unwilling. If looks could kill, he would have been struck down on the spot. Pointing at her, the Siamese man laughed. You've got spirit, I like it. After I avenge my junior, I'll take you back to Siam as my 13th wife. Spare me. She spat in disgust. The very sight of his smug expression made her furious, and her chest heaved painfully, fresh blood trickling from her lips, her face growing even paler. Ha ha ha. I love a well-endowed woman with spirit. You lost to me, now you're my prize. You have no right to refuse. The man laughed triumphantly. After his laughter subsided, his gaze shifted to Lin Yufan. Now, it's your turn. Come over here and die. He beckoned to Lin Yufan with a mocking gesture, his arrogance unrestrained. Seeing this display, Peng Hai relaxed slightly. I don't have time to waste here with you. Where's Ning Hongyan? Lin Yufan ignored the shouting Siamese fighter, instead fixing a cold stare on Peng Hai. Lin Yufan, even now, you're still worried about Ning Hongyan? Are you so obsessed that you've lost your mind? Peng Hai sneered. Lin Yufan's voice grew colder. Enough with the talk. Release her, and I'll spare you. Hilarious. You're barely holding on, yet you think you can spare me? You want to know where Ning Hongyan is? Find defeat ball, and I'll tell you. Peng Hai smirked, his eyes glinting darkly. Bal's strength was leagues beyond that of Bate. According to Bale himself, not even 10 Bates could match him. With such confidence in Bal's abilities, Peng Hai was convinced that Lin Yufan wouldn't stand a chance. Bang! Bale's face darkened at Lin Yufan's indifference. Suddenly he kicked a rock at his feet with a powerful strike. The rock shot toward Lin Yufan like a cannonball, propelled by the immense force behind it. Sigh. Why do fools keep showing up? Lin Yufan sighed. He quickly channeled his QI, which surged through him like a rushing river, forming an invisible barrier in a 3-foot radius around him. Bang! The rock collided with this QI barrier and shattered instantly, its fragments scattering to the ground like broken glass. The sight was shocking, and everyone around him froze. Even Bal, who had been so confident, showed a hint of unease. Well? No wonder Bate died at your hands. Still, you shouldn't have killed a disciple of ancient Muay Thai. Bal's voice grew cold. With that, he crouched down, his muscles coiling like springs, and then exploded forward with terrifying speed. Die! With a shout, he launched a punch, his body twisting to maximize the power behind it. The air seemed to crack with the sheer force of his attack. The punch was so strong that even Peng Hai and Silver Fox, along with the remaining guards behind Peng Hai, were visibly shaken. Peng Hai's eyes flickered. That punch. It could pierce steel. Lin Yufan, he's finished today. Faced with Bal's relentless, powerful punches, Lin Yufan didn't block them directly. Instead, he used the technique of Tai Chi's diverting strength with gentleness, effortlessly deflecting the blows with a soft palm motion. Seeing his first punch fail, Bal struck again, this time with even greater force, using the full power of his waist and elbows to drive his fist with astonishing speed and strength. To the average person, Bal's fists were a storm of shadows, dense and overwhelming, like a torrential downpour aimed to engulf Lin Yufan. Bam! 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 Dodging skillfully, Lin Yufan neutralized each punch with soft energy. He could feel the immense force behind Bal's blows, and was quietly impressed. With only mid-level inner strength, yet his technique brings it close to peak-level power. This ancient Muay Thai has its merits, he thought. Just then, Bal changed tactics. He leapt into the air, driving his right knee fiercely toward Lin Yufan. Bam! Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Lin Yufan raised his arms in a move called crossing iron locks, catching Bal's knee with both forearms. The impact left his arms feeling numb. Bam! 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 Frustrated by Lin Yufan's defense, Bal roared and launched a barrage of knee strikes. Though in midair it seemed he defied gravity, his knee continuously driving at Lin Yufan. As Lin Yufan struggled to defend, a satisfied smile spread across Peng Hai's face. Well done, Bal. Keep it up and finish him. Silver Fox's face went pale. If Lin Yufan lost, not only would Ning Hongyan remain unrescued, but her own fate would be sealed as well. After a series of knee strikes, Bal twisted his torso midair, his legs swinging out in a powerful whip kick aimed at Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan raised his hands, trying to block the blow. Bam! The kick landed with such force that Lin Yufan was sent flying, landing nearly 8 meters away. How is his power increasing with every strike? Lin Yufan wondered, steadying himself with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Though Bal was only at mid-level inner strength, his ancient Muay Thai techniques delivered strikes as strong as a peak-level fighter. If Lin Yufan were a grandmaster, he'd likely be struggling. You actually withstood my attacks. I've underestimated you, but your luck ends here, Bal sneered, his muscles tensing as a fierce aura radiated from him. Ancient Muay Thai grew more intense with each strike, its power increasing with every blow. As the top disciple of his master, Bal's skill in ancient Muay Thai was second only to his teacher. Boom! Bal stomped the ground, launching himself like a human cannonball at Lin Yufan. You're still coming? Lin Yufan frowned, irritated. This guy is really getting carried away, isn't he? Before Bale could get close, Lin Yufan punched the air, sending a powerful force in Bal's direction. Bal, unaware, was caught off guard by the invisible energy and was flung back violently. You're a grandmaster? The sudden impact left Bal shocked. He had once seen his master use such a technique and had even begged to learn it. His master had told him only a grandmaster could perform it. A grandmaster. The kind of rare, elite force that Siam had only 3 of in total. Bal's mind suddenly flashed back to his master's words. Bal. Against a grandmaster, you have only one option: turn and run for your life. Realizing this, Bal's aura flared one last time before he turned and sprinted away like a wild horse. Trying to run after pushing your luck? Seeing Bale flee, Lin Yufan's face darkened. true QI surged through him like a river as he leaped up, shouting, "Heavenly Secrets Form 36 crossing the void." In the stunned silence, the onlookers saw Lin Yufan appear to step on air, defying gravity. Heavenly Secrets Form 36 thunderous hammer. Raising his hands as though he were lifting a mountain, Lin Yufan suddenly brought them down with a powerful motion. Boom! Bial, still fleeing, felt an overwhelming force descend on him like a massive hammer from above. The crushing power felt like a mountain bearing down, and he could barely struggle. His body was flattened against the ground, face down, as if pinned by an invisible weight. He tried to move, but it was impossible. The immense force was grinding his body bit by bit. Blood poured from his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. "Please, don't kill me." Baal tried to plead, but within seconds his bones and organs were crushed under the pressure. A heartbeat later, he lay in a lifeless heap, sprawled on the ground. Can a human being even have this kind of power? Silver Fox, watching, was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had just witnessed Baal, the ancient Muay Thai master, reduced to nothing by Lin Yufan with a single strike. Gulp. Peng Hai swallowed hard, his heart pounding, his gaze on Lin Yufan filled with terror and despair. Clang. Clang. Behind him, the remaining guards dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, realizing that resistance was futile. Only begging could possibly save their lives now. "Peng Hai, tell me where Ning Hongyan is, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse," Lin Yufan commanded, hovering in the air like a deity looking down at Peng Hai. She's ... she's in the warehouse. Peng Hai stammered, pointing at the warehouse behind him with a trembling hand. "Good." Lin Yufan nodded. Extending a finger, he sent a sharp blast of QI that pierced Peng Hai's forehead in an instant. Peng Hai was dead, killed by a single touch of Lin Yufan's finger. Lin Yufan slowly descended to the ground and, without looking back, said, "Qinju, how long are you planning to sit there watching?" At his words, Qinju appeared from the shadows nearby, accompanied by 4 elite disciples from Nanjing's martial arts academy. "Ahem, your prowess is unparalleled, Aster." "I am in awe," Qinju said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Take care of the rest here," Lin Yufan ordered before turning and striding away. "As you command." Qinju bowed deeply, then addressed the disciples. "What are you waiting for? Get in there and rescue the hostage." "Yes, sir." The 4 disciples snapped to attention and rushed toward the warehouse. Moments later, they emerged, escorting Ning Hongyan to safety. "Ninth Master, what should we do with these men?" One disciple pointed to Peng Hai's remaining thugs. "Master's identity must remain a secret. These men saw him in action, it's better to eliminate potential trouble," Qinju replied coldly, flicking his fingers. In a flash, dozens of silver needles shot from his hand, striking the thugs' foreheads with lethal precision. In seconds they were dead where they stood. Ning Hongyan, though familiar with ruthless scenes, felt a chill seeing the floor littered with bodies. "Ning Hongyan," Qinju said, fixing her with a sharp gaze, "my master's time is valuable. Don't bother him again." "Yes. Understood." Ning Hongyan stammered, nodding hastily. After Qinju and the disciples departed, she helped Silver Fox to her feet. "Sister Hongyan, that Lin Yufan. He's hardly human." Silver Fox muttered, still visibly shaken by Lin Yufan's godlike display of power. "You're hurt. Save your energy. I'll get you to the hospital." Ning Hongyan's face was complex. "From now on, don't provoke Lin Yufan. Even I can't protect you from him." She helped Silver Fox into the car and drove toward the hospital, her mind drifting to Lin Yufan. She couldn't understand why the man who'd once seemed so taken with her hadn't replied to her messages the previous night. And Qinju's words, were they Lin Yufan's intentions? Did he really want to distance himself from her? The thought left Ning Hongyan feeling conflicted. She'd never felt true affection for Lin Yufan, she'd only seen him as someone with value, a man she could charm into solving her problems. Yet now, realizing he was pushing her away stirred something unexpected inside her. "Lin Yufan. Who are you, really?" she murmured, her voice tinged with curiosity. In the passenger seat, Silver Fox overheard Ning Hongyan and felt her own doubts intensify. She had always believed Lin Yufan was only slightly stronger than herself and that, with enough training, she might surpass him in a few years. But now she realized how naive that had been. Even with decades of training, she'd never be able to stand against him. Lin Yufan, powerful as a god, was beyond what any human could hope to challenge. Qinju drove Lin Yufan back to his villa at Tianba. Just as Lin Yufan was stepping out of the car, Qinju received a message. His expression changed slightly, and he called out, "Master, you've made it onto the Grandmaster list." The Grandmaster list? What's that? Lin Yufan asked, surprised. Master. The Grandmaster list is published by Jianghu by Xiaosheng. It ranks all the Grandmasters in the Dragon Kingdom. Just now, he added your name to it, Qianju explained, watching Lin Yufan closely. To his surprise, Lin Yufan didn't seem angry at the exposure. In fact, he looked rather pleased. So, I'm officially on the list of Grandmasters now? Yes, you could put it that way, Qianju replied, taken aback. He'd thought the master preferred to stay low-key, yet he seemed happy about this recognition. What's my rank? First? Second? With my strength, I'd guess I'm just behind that old-timer, right? Lin Yufan asked, curious. Master, you're ranked 10th. There are 9 Grandmasters above you, and your teacher isn't on the list, Qianju replied with slight embarrassment. What? I'm at the bottom? This Bei Xiaosheng must be an idiot, Lin Yufan grumbled, clearly unimpressed. Master, whether he's an idiot or not, I'm more curious about how he knew you'd reach the Grandmaster level. Qianju said, frowning. Why overthink it? As long as he doesn't bother me, it's fine. Lin Yufan waved it off unconcerned. Just then, a delivery driver on an electric scooter pulled up. Is there a Lin Yufan here? The delivery driver looked between Lin Yufan and Qianju. That's me, Lin Yufan replied. Great. I have a package for you, please sign here, the driver said, pulling a parcel from his scooter. A package? Who sent it? Lin Yufan asked, signing for it. The sender's name is listed on the tracking slip. It's someone named Bei Xiaosheng. The delivery driver peeled off the signed receipt and rode away. Bei Xiaosheng again? Intrigued, Lin Yufan opened the package. Inside was a wooden box, and nestled within it was a beautifully carved piece of black jade. The front of the jade piece had the character for 10, while the back was engraved with Lin Yufan's name. Interesting, Lin Yufan mused, examining the jade piece. Seeing Lin Yufan's confusion, Qianju explained, Master. That's a Grandmaster token. Only those in the top 10 of the Grandmaster list receive one. A Grandmaster token? What's it for? Mostly it's symbolic, but in the martial arts world, it represents status and strength. It's actually quite useful in certain circles. So Bei Xiaosheng knows my name and my rank. Very interesting. Look into this Bei Xiaosheng. I want to know who he really is, Lin Yufan instructed. Yes, Master. Qianju nodded and immediately began making calls to initiate the investigation. At the same time, in Beijing, in a picturesque mansion. Sir, as per your instructions, the Grandmaster token has been delivered to Lin Yufan. Well done, replied a man in a white hanfu, holding a folding fan. His face was handsome and refined, exuding a delicate charm. A 25-year-old Grandmaster. Likely the youngest in the Dragon Kingdom in the past century. Sir, we did manage to find some information on Lin Yufan. However, it's minimal. He's an orphan with 7 sisters, and was missing for 15 years. But as for where he was during those years, we couldn't uncover anything concrete. However, based on the data we do have, I suspect he may be the abandoned child of the Lin family from one of the ancient martial clans in Beijing. The Lin family's lost child? Fascinating. The man in white smiled, his expression laced with intrigue. Nanjing City. Dingsheng Entertainment suburban film set. At noon, the film crew took a break. Su Liangshu and Qiao Xinyan were resting under a shaded tent. Gazing at Su Liangshu in her traditional costume, Qiao Xinyan pouted. Liangshu, this film set is so boring. It's nothing like I imagined. I thought all those scenes and backgrounds would be real, but it's just a painted backdrop. Silly girl, Su Liangshu laughed, handing her a bottle of water. Some scenes do use real locations, but others need special backgrounds that don't exist in real life. That's where post-production effects come in. Qiao Xinyan, a bit embarrassed, looked at Su Liangshu. But it's so dull here, Liangshu. How about? You're thinking of going back to find Brother Yufan to take you out somewhere, right? Su Liangshu teased, giving her a knowing look. Qiao Xinyan giggled in response, admitting her plan. You promised you'd keep me company today, but it's only been a morning, and you're already ready to bail. Su Liangshu chided. It's just. This place is so boring. Qiao Xinyan gave her a pleading look. Even Su Liangshu, as a fellow woman, found it hard to resist. With a resigned smile, Su Liangshu tapped her forehead. Fine, go find Brother Yufan. I'll be busy with filming anyway. Do you know how to get back? Don't worry. I'm not a kid, I'll grab a cab. Qiao Xinyan beamed, immediately getting up to leave. Xinyan, we're in the suburbs, it's not easy to find a cab here. Su Liangshu called after her. But Qiao Xinyan was already out of earshot, jogging away. This girl. Su Liangsu sighed and shook her head. Leaving the set, Qiao Xingyan waited outside for a while but couldn't find a single cab. What kind of place is this? Not even one taxi, she muttered in frustration. Just as she was about to call Lin Yufan to pick her up, a small Volkswagen pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing a young man in his 20s wearing a black t-shirt, smiling at her. Little sister, waiting for a ride? It's pretty deserted out here. Need a lift? He asked. Sure. Qiao Xingyan replied cheerfully, hopping at the chance. So, where are you headed, little sister? Asked a young man in a blue shirt sitting in the passenger seat. He glanced at her with an intense look, though he quickly masked it. Could you take me to the city center, please? Qiao Xingyan asked sweetly, and the two young men could barely contain their delight. No problem. Hold on tight, I drive pretty fast, the driver warned, and after she got in, he stepped on the gas, speeding toward the city. As they drove, they kept chatting with her, trying to learn more about her. When they found out she was an orphan, they exchanged knowing glances. During their conversation, Qiao Xingyan learned their names. The young man in the blue shirt was Chen Wuji, a practitioner of Chen family's Seven Wounds Fist, while the driver wearing a black shirt was Song Yidao, from the Song family, trained in the 12 slashing sword technique. Both were martial arts family disciples from a nearby county, coming to Nanjing to participate in the admissions event for the city's martial arts academy. Martial arts academy? Do you mean the one run by Tianji Pavilion? Qiao Xingyan asked, looking surprised. As the disciple of the Ghost Valley medicine master, her master had often shared insights about influential people and forces in the Dragon Kingdom, with frequent mention of Tianji Pavilion, the top force in the Dragon Kingdom. You know about Tianji Pavilion? Could it be you're also a martial artist? Song Yidao asked, intrigued. Not at all. Training is way too hard for me. I just know about it because someone told me, Qiao Xingyan replied, shaking her head. Time passed, and they finally reached the outskirts of the city. All right, you can drop me off here, Qiao Xingyan said, spotting a good place to get out. But Chen Wuji ignored her, keeping the car moving at the same speed. Hey, stop the car. I said I want to get out. She raised her voice, thinking he hadn't heard. But Chen Wuji still paid no attention. In the front seat, Song Yidao turned around, giving her a sly grin. Little sister Xinyan, we gave you a ride. Shouldn't you repay us a little? Money? She frowned, unhappy but reaching into her pocket for 100 yuan bill. No need for money, Chen Wuji said, glancing at her through the rearview mirror with a heated look. We don't lack money. But we do need a woman. You're bad people. Stop the car right now. Realizing their true intentions, Qiao Xingyan urged them to stop and quickly dialed Lin Yufan on her phone. You want out now? Too late. Unless you make us happy, you're not going anywhere. Song Yidao laughed loudly, his face gleeful. Back at the Wanhao Yading Villa, Lin Yufan's expression turned stormy as he listened to the call from his sister Xinyan. Rising swiftly, he headed out the door. Just outside, a martial arts academy disciple stepped forward to greet him. Where's Qian Jiyu? Ninth master went to the academy's local branch, the disciple replied. Lin Yufan frowned, but knowing Xinyan was in danger, he decided not to ask further. Track this phone's location and take me there. Understood. The disciple hurried away and soon returned in a Porsche, which Lin Yufan climbed into as they followed the phone's signal into the city. Nanjing City, Linjiang Avenue. Chen Wuji pulled the car over to the side of the road. Seeing they'd stopped, Qiao Xingyan tried to open the door, but it was locked tight. No matter how hard she pulled, the door wouldn't budge. Ha, little sister Xinyan, where do you think you're going? Chen Wuji turned around, his face twisted in a leering smile, like he couldn't wait to pounce. Next to him, Song Yidao suggested, there are too many people here. If we take her straight to a hotel, it might raise suspicion. Let's stick to the usual and knock her out first. Chen Wuji hesitated. She's so cute, I almost can't bring myself to do it. Song Yidao scoffed, can't do it. Fine, let me have her then. You can sit this one out. Get lost. I mean, I can't bring myself to hurt her, not that I don't want to. Chen Wuji's expression turned even sleazier. Hearing their vile words, Qiao Xingyan's expression turned icy. Quietly, she opened her fluffy shoulder bag, and as soon as it was unzipped, her pet ferret popped its head out. Little mink, get them, she whispered and threw the ferret toward the men. The small, nimble creature darted at Chen Wuji's face and sank its teeth into his nose. Ake, Chen Wuji screamed, grabbing the ferret, preparing to squeeze it to death. No. Seeing this, Qiao Xingyan quickly pulled a small porcelain vial from her bag ready to splash its contents on both men. But Song Yidao, fast as lightning, snatched her wrist and seized the vial from her. What's this, poison? You little witch, hand over the antidote. Chen Wuji glanced in the mirror and saw his nose turning black before his eyes. Xiao Xinian glared, indignant. I won't give it to you. Fine, don't give it to me. But if you don't, this little thing dies. Chen Wuji's face twisted in rage as he tightened his grip on the ferret, making it squeal in pain. No. I'll give you the antidote, just let my ferret go. Xiao Xingyan shouted, desperate. Chen Wuji held out his hand. Fine, hand over the antidote first. No way. If I give you the antidote, what's stopping you from hurting my ferret afterward? She clutched her bag tightly, her expression wary. But Song Yidao quickly leaned over and snatched her bag. So many bottles, where's the antidote? Opening the bag, Song Yidao was taken aback. He couldn't understand why a little girl would carry so many bottles around. Hurry up. You've got 3 seconds or I'll kill it. 3, 2. Chen Wuji began counting down. It's the purple bottle. With no other choice, Qiao Xingyan pointed to the correct vial. Song Yidao quickly opened the purple bottle and handed it to Chen Wuji, who wasted no time applying the contents to his nose. Seeing the spreading blackness stop, he sighed in relief. But recalling how close he'd come to being poisoned, Chen Wuji's expression darkened, and he prepared to crush the ferret in his hand. Bang! Just then, a fist smashed through the driver's side window, hitting Chen Wuji square in the face. Crack! The blow dislocated his jaw, and he dropped the ferret, which quickly scampered back into Qiao Xingyan's arms. Brother Yufan, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she saw him. Are you looking to die? Song Yidao shouted, scrambling out of the passenger seat to confront Lin Yufan. You're the one who said my sister would serve you, didn't you? Lin Yufan asked, his gaze icy. Oh? So you're her brother? Song Yidao sneered, unbothered. Back in his town, he and Chen Wuji had terrorized people with impunity. Here's the deal, get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. If my sister forgives you, I might let you live, Lin Yufan said calmly, his face unreadable. Ha ha ha. Are you out of your mind? You think you're worthy of me begging? Song Yidao roared with laughter. Bam! Without another word, Lin Yufan vaulted over the car and landed a powerful kick to Song Yidao's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. You bastard! Enraged, Song Yidao staggered up and swung a punch at Lin Yufan. Crack! Lin Yufan deftly caught his wrist and twisted it, dislocating it with a sickening pop. Ah! How dare you! Song Yidao screamed in agony. At that moment, Chen Wuji, who'd managed to reset his jaw, emerged from the car and spotted Lin Yufan's back turned. He seized the chance to launch a sneak attack. You're dead meat. Chen Wuji threw a punch, his 7 wounds fist technique creating 7 blurred fists in the air, each packed with powerful force. Qiao Xingyan, still in the car, saw this and cried out, Brother Yufan, watch out. You think you can ambush me? You're dreaming. Lin Yufan, fully aware of Chen Wuji's move, dodged to the side and countered with a swift, well-aimed kick below the belt. The agonizing blow sent Chen Wuji crumpling to his knees, his face pale as sweat poured down his face. Kneeling, his face contorted in pain, Chen Wuji glared venomously at Lin Yufan. I'll kill you for this. Oh, will you? Lin Yufan smirked and slapped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Just then, Song Yidao grabbed a short knife from the car's glove compartment and lunged at Lin Yufan. But before Lin Yufan could retaliate, a gust of fragrant wind swept past, and suddenly a long, slender white leg struck out in a powerful kick to Song Yidao's face, forcing him to stumble back 3 steps. 2 warm streams flowed down from Song Yidao's nostrils. He touched his face and found his hand covered in blood. Tang Xiaohua, what the hell is your problem? He shouted angrily, glaring at the woman who now stood protectively in front of Lin Yufan. The young woman, appearing around 22 or 23 years old, had a tall, toned figure, wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts. Her long black hair was pulled back into a ponytail that cascaded to her lower back. What's my problem? You're bullying people weaker than you and have the nerve to ask me that. Tang Xiaohua crossed her arms, staring at Song Yidao with a look of disdain. From their exchange, it was clear the two knew each other. Bullying? Are you blind? Song Yidao nearly choked on his frustration. He pointed at Chen Wuji, who lay curled up on the ground in pain and said, Look at him. He's been beaten up, how's that bullying? If he got beat up, he deserved it. The lecherous jerk needed a good lesson, Tang Xiaohua said, shooting an annoyed glance at Chen Wuji. Move aside, Tang Xiaohua. I'll let that kick slide if you leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next, Song Yedao threatened. No way. As long as I'm here, you won't be bullying anyone, Tang Xiaohua replied defiantly, her determination clear. Today she was set on standing up for justice after all, she had always wanted to be a heroine. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. Song Yedao, seeing that she wouldn't back down, drew his family's signature knife and charged at her. Lin Yufan moved forward, intending to handle Song Yedao himself, but Tang Xiaohua, without even turning to look, pushed him back. Step back if you don't want to get hurt, she said, and rushed forward to face Song Yedao. Song Yedao's knife technique was bold and powerful, relying on sheer force, while Tang Xiaohua's style emphasized swift footwork and leg strikes. She gracefully dodged his attacks, countering with powerful kicks and sidekicks. Within moments, Song Yedao had taken 7 or 8 solid kicks. Despite being a woman, Tang Xiaohua's strikes packed serious power. I'm done. Song Yedao, bruised and frustrated, retreated from the fight. What? Giving up already? Tang Xiaohua taunted, raising her chin in triumph. Giving up? Not a chance. I'm just not going to fight a woman. But this isn't over, Tang Xiaohua. You'll pay for this, he spat, helping Chen Wuji to his feet as they limped toward a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingyan climbed out of the car, walking over to Tang Xiaohua with gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you, sister hero. You saved us back there. My brother and I would have been in real trouble if you hadn't shown up. Tang Xiaohua turned to her and replied with conviction, no need to thank me. Standing up for justice is the duty of any martial artist. AW, you're such a cute little sister. Tang Xiaohua's expression softened as she reached out to pinch Qiao Xingyan's cheek. But, ow? That hurts. Qiao Xingyan pouted. Ahem, sorry about that, Tang Xiaohua laughed awkwardly. Don't call me sister hero, it's embarrassing. Just call me sister Xiaohua. Okay, sister Xiaohua. You were amazing, are you trained in martial arts? Yep, Tang Xiaohua replied proudly. That was the Tang family's 13-style tam kick. I've been practicing it for over 10 years. That so-called Song Yedao? Just a weakling compared to me. Wow, you're awesome. Qiao Xingyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Clearly flattered, Tang Xiaohua pulled out her phone and asked, So, what's your name and phone number, little sister? If you ever need help, no matter where you are, I'll come and take care of it. Oh, my number is? Qiao Xingyan gave her phone number, and soon her phone rang. That's your WeChat number too, right? I'll add you later. I've got something to handle right now, but let's keep in touch, Tang Xiaohua said, turning to leave toward the hotel. Bye, sister Xiaohua. Qiao Xingyan waved her off. After she left, Lin Yufan couldn't help but warn, Xingyan, I'd be careful around her. Something about that woman seems a bit off. Off? I didn't notice anything strange about her, Qiao Xingyan said, eyes wide with innocence. I think she might be a bit of a female predator, Lin Yufan muttered. I suspect her preferences might be, unconventional. Qiao Xingyan burst into giggles at that, saying, Oh, brother Yufan, you're overthinking it. Sister Xiaohua probably just thought I was cute. Oh, really? Then why didn't she look at me once? I mean, with a face like mine, any normal woman would have at least glanced my way, he said with a serious expression. Brother Yufan, you're so full of yourself. Qiao Xingyan rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, in Beijing, at the Lin family residence. Did you say this boy's name is Lin Yufan? Lin Huai, head of the Lin family, examined the photo his daughter had shown him, his face darkening. The young man in the photo bore an uncanny resemblance to him, and based on that alone, Lin Huai was almost certain this was the child he'd abandoned in Nanjing over 20 years ago. Father, according to what I've learned from Beixiaosheng, this Lin Yufan is an orphan. He spent some years at Qingshan Orphanage in Nanjing, which happens to be where you left that child, Lin Qingshan said, smoothing a strand of hair thoughtfully. I think it's highly likely that he's my brother. Enough. How many times have I told you? You don't have a brother. Lin Huai's face darkened with anger. But father, in half a year, our family is supposed to unite with the Jiang family through marriage. If that happens, my true identity as a woman will be impossible to conceal, and the family elders will definitely use it against us, Lin Qingshan said, her voice filled with worry. At the mention of marriage, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Lin Huai's face. After a long silence, he sighed. Fine. Go to Nanjing and confirm if he is truly of Lin family blood. If he is, bring him back, he ordered. Yes, father, Lin Qingshan replied. Evening. Wanhao Yading Villa. Oh my Xinian. This wasn't just shopping, it was practically wholesale buying. I thought we were going on a date, but this isn't what I had in mind at all. Lin Yufan groaned, collapsing onto the sofa, clearly exhausted. In front of him, a mountain of shopping bags covered the coffee table. That afternoon, Qiao Xingyan had suggested they go on a date. At the mention of a date, Lin Yufan's mind had immediately conjured images of watching a movie, a nice dinner, maybe a playful round of poker later. He had agreed with excitement, but the reality had been entirely different. Instead of a cinema, their first date destination was the shopping district, where they had spent the entire afternoon. Oh brother Yufan, I just love shopping and wandering around. Thanks for coming along today. Here's a little kiss for you. Qiao Xingyan laughed as she wrapped her arms around him and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. So next time, could we try a real date? I've never actually been on one, you know. Lin Yufan replied, still hoping. Sure. Next time, brother Yufan, you get to decide where we go. Qiao Xingyan nodded in agreement and turned to unpack her shopping spoils. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan stepped outside for a smoke. He had barely lit his cigarette when Qinju appeared from nowhere. Master, here's the list of new recruits for the Nanjing Martial Arts Academy this year, Qinju said, handing him the list. Glancing briefly at it, Lin Yufan said, Don't bother me with these small things from now on. Understood, Qinju replied, bowing. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Yufan returned inside. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Yu Yunzi and Su Liangshu left for work and filming, leaving only Lin Yufan and Qiao Xingyan alone in the sprawling villa. Knock, knock, knock. Around 10 in the morning, Lin Yufan knocked on Qiao Xingyan's door, holding a delivery package that had just arrived, one filled with various maid costumes he had ordered online. Brother Yufan, what are you doing? It's so early, and I'm still not fully awake, Qiao Xingyan mumbled sleepily, opening the door with a yawn. Seeing the package in his hands, she asked curiously, Is that for me? Yep, it's for you. Take a look and see if you like it, he replied with a mischievous grin. Without knowing what to expect, Qiao Xingyan opened the package, and was immediately greeted by a collection of various enticing maid outfits. Her cheeks turned pink as she realized what they were. You're so annoying, brother Yufan, she muttered, shutting the door in his face. Hey Xingyan, you can't just go back on your word. You promised me you'd wear a maid outfit at that birthday party for Zhuo Yang. Lin Yufan protested, knocking on the door again. But with no response from her, he finally gave up and went back to his room, disappointed. A few minutes later, he was sipping water when he noticed Qiao Xingyan standing at his doorway. He nearly choked at the sight. She was dressed in a sultry, off-shoulder maid outfit, complete with white lace stockings and pink and white cat ears, a perfect feline maid. Seeing his reaction, Qiao Xingyan decided to tease him further. She sauntered over, moving with a cat-like grace, and leaned in close, whispering in his ear, meow. That single meow was enough to make every bone in his body feel weak. Unable to hold back, Lin Yufan pulled her into a tight embrace. Hey brother Yufan, not so tight I can't breathe, she murmured, wriggling in his arms. Her movement only heightened his urge, and his breathing grew heavier. Just as things were about to escalate, the doorbell rang. Brother Yufan, someone's at the door, Qiao Xingyan said, her face flushed as she gently pushed him away. Damn it, he cursed, climbing out of bed and stomping downstairs to answer the door. Flinging the door open, he found a slender, fair-skinned young man with a slightly androgynous beauty standing outside, smiling politely. Hello, I just moved in across the way. Looking forward to getting to know you better, the man said warmly. Get lost. Lin Yufan snapped, slamming the door in his face. But by the time he ran back upstairs, Qiao Xingyan was nowhere to be found. Missed my chance, he muttered, feeling utterly defeated. Just one more second and, he sighed, realizing how close he'd come to his dream scenario. That guy's gonna regret it if he dares come back here, he grumbled to himself. Meanwhile, the young man Lin Qingchen disguised as a man stood by the door, looking slightly taken aback by the unexpected rudeness. Rude jerk, she muttered under her breath, collecting herself and walking away. Around noon, Lin Yufan wanted to take Qiao Xingyan out, but she insisted on staying home to play video games. At first he thought he'd join her, but half an hour later, she kicked him out of her room, saying his lack of gaming skills was making it hard for her to win. Unbelievable, he mumbled, feeling disgruntled as he returned to his room. Just then, Wei Guangqing, the director of the Martial Arts Academy in Nanjing, called. Master, today's the initiation ceremony for the new disciples of the Tianji Pavilion Martial Arts Academy. Qinju is already here, and I'd be honored if you could attend as well. Attend? All right, I'll be there shortly, replied Lin Yufan, eager to find something to do. After informing Qiao Xianyan, he left the villa and headed to the ceremony venue with a martial arts academy disciple driving him. Arriving at a nearby hotel, he stepped out and immediately spotted two familiar figures, Chen Wuji and Song Yidao, the two thugs he had beaten up the day before. The two noticed him as well. "Look, it's that jerk from yesterday," Song Yidao hissed, pointing at Lin Yufan. "That punk actually dared to show up again. Let's go take him down." Chen Wuji seethed, still furious about the painful blow he'd received. "Hold on, let's not rush it. That guy's got some skill, and I'm not sure the two of us alone can take him," Song Yidao cautioned, holding Chen Wuji back. "So what? Are we just going to let him get away with it?" Chen Wuji demanded, still seething. "Get away with it? No way," Song Yidao replied with a sly grin. "Remember, we're martial arts academy disciples now. Do you think they'll let someone get away with bullying us? You're saying we should get some help from the academy? No need to look for anyone else. My cousin's been a disciple for 2 years already, and he's coming to today's initiation ceremony too. Once he's here, you think that punk will even stand a chance?" Song Yidao said, clearly pleased with his plan. As soon as Song Yidao finished speaking, an Audi suddenly pulled over on the side of the road. The car door opened, and a tall, dignified young man stepped out. Seeing the young man, Song Yidao immediately broke into a smile. Speak of the devil. This young man was none other than his older cousin, Song Chen. The moment he saw Song Chen, Song Yidao eagerly ran over. "Big brother. Yidao, it's been over half a year, and look at you, you're more handsome than ever." Seeing his younger cousin, Song Chen's face lit up with a smile. "Hey, you have good taste, big brother. Just last week, when I visited your place, uncle and aunt praised me the same way." Song Yidao chuckled, deliberately mentioning Song Chen's parents. His goal was simple: to close the distance between them. After all, though they were cousins, they rarely interacted. Now, he needed Song Chen's help, so he had to start with some small talk. "Yesterday your dad called me. Said you were planning to join the Tianji Pavilion Martial Academy here in Nanjiang City, and asked me to come over for support. So, did you pass the entrance test?" Song Chen laughed and patted Song Yidao on the shoulder. "Oh, big brother, are you testing me?" The seemingly friendly pat actually packed a hidden force, and Song Yidao cried out in pain, showing his dissatisfaction. "Enough with the act," Song Chen said. "I can tell you've achieved the early stage of Ming Jin training. With the Song family's 12-path horse slashing blade technique, passing the test shouldn't be an issue." From that single move, Song Chen had gauged Song Yidao's level. At Tianji Pavilion Martial Academy, anyone with mid-stage Ming Jin usually qualified, meaning he wouldn't need to pull strings with Wei Guangqing for his cousin. Favor is a currency best spent sparingly. If not for pressure from his uncle, Song Chen wouldn't have used it. True enough. The test was tough, but once I started on the 12-path horse slashing blade, I dropped the examiner flat. If I hadn't held back, he would have been done for. Song Yidao looked proud. "Good thing you held back," Song Chen warned. "Or you'd be in serious trouble. Tianji Pavilion Martial Academy has strict rules against harming fellow students. Even accidental injuries are heavily punished." "No worries, big brother, I know my limits." Then, with curiosity, Song Yidao asked, "Oh, by the way, I heard that the pavilion master of Tianji himself will attend the induction ceremony this year. Is that true?" "Well, you're well informed." Song Chen's eyes widened. "I only just got the news myself." Thinking about it, Song Chen realized it was a rare honor for the pavilion master to grace Nanjiang City's academy, an event that would make waves among students. "Stop right there." At that moment, a loud voice rang out from nearby. Song Yidao instantly remembered why he'd come to see Song Chen in the first place. "Hey, isn't that Chen Wuji from the Chen family, the guy with the 7 wounds fist? What's he up to?" Song Chen also turned to look, recognizing Chen Wuji from a nearby martial family. "Big brother, you have to help me." Song Yidao immediately put on an aggrieved expression. "What happened?" "Tell me," Song Chen asked. "Well, yesterday when Chen Wuji and I came to Nanjiang for the academy test, he got drunk and mistook us for someone else, giving us both a good beating." Song Yidao went on, dramatically twisting the story. "Not only that, he told us that country bumpkins like us don't belong in the city, mocked our 12-path horse slashing blade technique as useless, and said he'd beat us up every time he saw us." With a clenched fist, Song Yidao gritted his teeth and added, "Honestly, big brother, if it weren't for the induction today, I wouldn't even dare come." "What nonsense!" Song Chen scolded. "The induction is too important for you to miss. Besides, This ceremony is a chance to see the pavilion master himself. Many would never get such an opportunity, and you'd have that to brag about for years. Yeah, that's why I came. Just didn't expect that guy to be lurking around. As he spoke, Song Yadao glanced anxiously at Lin Yufan, who Chen Wuji had blocked off, his face full of dread. Act like a man. Fight hard if you have to. Or are you trying to disgrace the Song family? Song Chen's disdain was obvious as he gave Song Yadao a push. Come on, let's go have a look. Oh, big brother, but I'm scared he'll hit me. What are you afraid of? With me here, let's see him try. Song Chen snorted, anger in his tone. Calling our 12-path horse slashing blade technique a gimmick. I want to see what he's made of. With you here, of course I'm not afraid. Let's go. Feeling confident with Song Chen backing him up, Song Yadao walked toward Lin Yufan with a swagger. Lin Yufan, standing there, glanced at Chen Wuji with an incredulous look. Why would Chen Wuji, someone he'd already beaten, have the guts to block his path? Seeing Song Yadao approaching with Song Chen, Chen Wuji smirked at Lin Yufan and sneered, "You were so arrogant yesterday. Almost killed me today, you're done for." Done for? Lin Yufan narrowed his eyes. Didn't get enough of a beating yesterday, or do you want to become a eunuch? I don't mind helping with that. Lin Yufan's right leg shot out like lightning, landing a powerful blow directly on Chen Wuji's groin, so fast that Chen Wuji couldn't see it coming. Aha! Chen Wuji crumpled, clutching himself in pain, screaming non-stop. Scoundrel! How dare you attack him in broad daylight? A booming voice echoed from behind them. Lin Yufan turned his head and saw Song Yadao striding toward him, accompanied by a young man around 30. You beat us up yesterday, and now you're back for more? Do you really think my family's 12-path horse slashing blade technique is just for show? Song Yadao shouted at Lin Yufan. If that's not for show, what is? Lin Yufan chuckled, picturing the scene of Song Yadao being soundly beaten by Tang Xiaohua the day before. You think the 12-path horse slashing blade is just for show? You're young but sure cocky. Song Chen's face darkened. Fine. Since you look down on my family's treasured blade technique, I, Song Chen, will see what you're really capable of. Song Chen's face was tense. At first he'd thought his cousin might be exaggerating, but hearing Lin Yufan mock his family's blade skills left him no choice but to take action. He cupped his hands in a martial salute and took up a fighting stance. Lin Yufan looked at Song Chen with mild amusement and said, "From the sound of it, you're here to back them up? Enough talk. Bring it." Song Chen, his face cold, motioned for Lin Yufan to attack. Haha. This kid's toast, Song Yadao snickered, helping Chen Wuji to his feet. Why the hell are you laughing? Chen Wuji groaned. After that kick I'll be a eunuch in my next life and you're still laughing. But seeing Song Chen preparing to fight Lin Yufan, Chen Wuji's face filled with anticipation. He wanted nothing more than to see Lin Yufan humiliated. Don't worry, after my cousin knocks him down, I'll take him out and avenge you. Song Yadao sneered. Then tell your cousin to hurry up, I might still make it to the hospital if he finishes him quickly. Chen Wuji grumbled through the pain. Relax. This won't take long. That kid has no real skills, he'll be down in less than 3 moves. Just sit back and watch, Song Yadao reassured him. At that moment, Song Chen took the initiative. Covering 3 meters in a single step, he raised his hand like a blade and launched into the 12-path horse slashing blade technique. His moves were bold and fluid, far beyond anything Song Yadao could manage. Watching them, it was clear this was a gulf between sky and earth in terms of skill. Not bad. Lin Yufan dodged each strike smoothly. Seeing that his initial moves missed, Song Chen sped up and varied his attacks, trying to block off Lin Yufan's escape routes. But Lin Yufan evaded each strike like a fish in water, finding an opening no matter how fierce the attacks were. After about a minute, a small crowd had gathered to watch. In that single minute, Song Chen had already shown almost his entire family technique, yet he hadn't so much as brushed Lin Yufan's clothes. Frustration started to boil inside him. If you've got the guts, fight me head on. Dodging all the time, what kind of man are you? Song Chen glared at Lin Yufan, fuming. I don't want to strike, because if I do, you'll be lying flat. So why don't you just step aside? Lin Yufan replied kindly. Hearing this, Song Chen laughed in anger. You're out of your mind. You think you'll take me down with one move? What, you some kind of master? You don't believe me? How about a bet? Lin Yufan replied, glancing at Song Yadao and Chen Wuji. If I knock you down in one strike, every time you see these two in the future, you give them a beating. Deal? One move? You're getting cockier by the second. Fine, I'll take that bet, bring it on. Song Chen was confident in his skill. The idea that he could be beaten with a single move was laughable to him. But just as he had this thought, his face shifted. Suddenly he sensed an air of danger coming from Lin Yufan. Whoosh! Lin Yufan moved like lightning, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Too fast. Song Chen had thought Lin Yufan's speed was only enough to evade, but now he realized Lin Yufan was even faster. Not good. Song Chen felt the peril instantly. He knew he couldn't just wait for Lin Yufan to strike, it would be disastrous. He decided to take the initiative to defend himself, launching the most powerful strike from his family's blade technique. Sky-splitting slash. Kill. With a shout, Song Chen leapt forward, raising his right hand above his head before swinging it down. An invisible yet powerful force, sharp as a blade, shot toward Lin Yufan, spanning nearly 3 meters. The angle of the attack made it almost impossible for Lin Yufan to dodge. Confident of his victory, Song Chen thought, "I've won." But at the last second, something unexpected happened. Just as the blade force was about to land on Lin Yufan, he simply slapped it aside, dispersing the energy instantly. Is that possible? Song Chen was stunned. Before he could react, Lin Yufan was already in front of him, landing a palm strike on the top of his head. Song Chen felt an enormous pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him. With no way to resist, he crashed to the ground. Looking at Song Chen lying there, Lin Yufan dusted off his hands and said, "Didn't I tell you that if I made a move, you'd be on the ground? But you didn't believe me, was that necessary? You're a grandmaster." Song Chen managed to get up, his legs trembling as he looked at Lin Yufan with terror. His strength was at the mid-stage inner strength level. Even against a late-stage master, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. There was only one explanation: Lin Yufan was a grandmaster-level fighter. Realizing he'd challenged an opponent far beyond his skill, Song Chen's pride crumbled. Bowing deeply, he said, "I had no idea there was such a young grandmaster. My loss is justified." "So? You admit defeat? Then I suppose you'll honor our wager?" Lin Yufan replied with a smile, turning his gaze toward Chen Wuji and Song Yidao. Standing a bit farther away, they hadn't heard the conversation. But when they saw Lin Yufan's gaze on them, they couldn't help feeling a sudden and inexplicable dread. "Song Yidao, it looks like your cousin lost. Did you need to say it? I saw it too." I think. You should take me to the hospital first, don't you?" "Alright, let's go to the hospital." Chen Yidao nodded and started helping Chen Wuji away. Just as the two turned to leave, Song Chen strode over in a single bound and caught up to them. Thud, thud, thud. Song Chen kicked them both, knocking Song Yidao and Chen Wuji to the ground. Chen Wuji was somewhat prepared, but Song Yidao looked up at his cousin with a wounded expression. "Big brother, what are you doing?" "I made a bet with him. If I lost, I'd have to punch you both whenever I saw you. And well, I lost, totally and utterly." "Big brother, what does you losing have to do with us?" Song Yidao felt like spitting blood. What kind of mess was this? A man's word is his bond. Since I made the bet, I have to follow through. "So, Yidao, Wuji, I'm really sorry. But don't worry, after I finish, I'll take you both to the best hospital in Nanjiang City, get you the best room, and cover all the expenses myself." Song Chen apologized, but before Yidao could argue, he raised his fist and started pummeling them. Thud. "Big brother, don't hit my face. Why do you keep aiming there?" Thud. "Big brother, that kick almost ensured there'll be no heirs to the Song family." Thud. Okay, I take it back. Just go for my face, I can take it." Song Chen gave Song Yidao a solid beating, leaving him bruised and battered within seconds. Then he turned his gaze to Chen Wuji, who was attempting to crawl away. Not hearing any noise, Chen Wuji turned to find Song Chen approaching him. Cough. "Big brother Song, anything but the groin. Anywhere else is fine." Realizing he couldn't escape a beating, Chen Wuji lay still, resigned to his fate. "Good." Song Chen nodded, raising his fists, delivering 2 punches straight to his eyes, which swelled red instantly. "Oh. Big brother Song, are you trying to kill me here?" Stop. You're gonna kill someone." Realizing Song Chen had no intention of holding back, Chen Wuji started crying out, clutching his face. With his face off limits, Song Chen switched to kicking, and soon both Song Yidao and Chen Wuji were left black and blue, barely able to stand. Song Chen glanced at Lin Yufan, as if asking if it was enough. Lin Yufan smiled, turned, and walked calmly toward the hotel doors. "Yidao Wuji, don't blame me. I'm doing this to help you. You really don't know who you're messing with. From now on, when you see that man, go the other way, or next time, I won't be able to save you. Only after Lin Yufan disappeared did Song Chen relax. The heavy beating? That was for Lin Yufan's benefit. Better he took care of them than let Lin Yufan take them out entirely. Forget it, big brother. From now on, we're not family. Don't expect me to visit for holidays or anything. I don't need such a heartless cousin in my life. Bruised and battered, Song Yidao staggered up and shot a disappointed look at Song Chen. Still lying on the ground, Chen Wuji gasped, "Yidao. If you don't get me to the hospital now, you'll be down one friend forever." "Hang on, Wuji. I'll get you to the hospital." Supporting his friend, Song Yidao helped him limp toward the hospital in the distance. "Why don't you two understand that I did this for your own good?" Song Chen sighed, watching them disappear, their shadows stretching long under the sun. Meanwhile, as Lin Yufan entered the hotel, he saw a familiar figure pass by. He looked down, and there were those long, slender legs he'd noticed the day before. With legs like those, she could probably squeeze the life out of someone. Before he could finish muttering, Teng Xiaohua spun around and glared at him. "What did you just say?" "Ah. Did I say something?" Lin Yufan feigned innocence. "Don't even think about it. Try anything, and I'll make sure you're bedridden." Tang Xiaohua warned him with a sneer before turning to leave. Just then, Qinju rushed out of the elevator, his eyes scanning the lobby before spotting Lin Yufan. "Master, you're here. Why didn't you let us know?" "I just arrived. By the way, why is the initiation ceremony here? Is this hotel part of the martial academy?" Lin Yufan chuckled as he asked. Qinju's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know, Master?" He quickly explained that the academy had over 8,000 disciples, whose living expenses added up. While the academy could sometimes rely on support from the Commerce Hall, the Martial Academy and Commerce Hall were two different branches with little interaction. For Nanjiang's academy director Wei Guangqing, buying this hotel was a way to fund the academy independently. "This hotel may look ordinary," Qinju added, "but every employee here is a trained disciple of the academy." "The academy has no other income sources?" Lin Yufan asked, a bit embarrassed. His master had established both the martial and commerce halls but hadn't accounted for every operational detail. Commerce Hall could generate profits, but the martial disciples? What would they do street performances to make a living? After a moment's thought, Lin Yufan told Qinju, "The commerce and martial halls are one. If they don't support each other, they're nothing but scattered grains of sand. Issue an order: every commerce hall must contribute 20% of their annual profit to the academy in their district. Anyone who defies this will face discipline." "Master, you are wise." Qinju bowed, quickly relaying the order. At the same time, over in the luxurious Marriott courtyard villas, Qiao Xinyan was deeply engrossed in her game, unaware of the shadow passing her door and quietly entering Lin Yufan's room. 5 minutes later, Lin Qingchan had searched nearly every corner of Lin Yufan's room. "Damn it, how is this guy's room so clean? I can't even find a single hair." She had thought that slipping into Lin Yufan's room while he was out to collect a few strands of hair for a DNA test would be simple. With the results, she'd have everything she needed to take him back to the capital. But her search yielded nothing. Rustle, rustle. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Lin Qingchan's expression changed as she quickly opened the window and jumped down from the second floor. Back at her own villa, Lin Qingchan began thinking through her next steps. After a long deliberation, she decided to change her approach. Since sneaking around hadn't worked, she'd confront him openly and officially reveal her relationship to him. With that plan set, she got up and headed to the nearby mall. An hour later, she returned to her villa, carrying shopping bags of all sizes. After taking a shower, she changed into women's clothing. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Qingchan gently touched her face, a complex look in her eyes. She had always been a woman, but to secure her father's position as the head of the Lin family, she'd been raised as a boy, living in disguise for over 20 years. The hardships and sacrifices she had endured were known only to her. At the same time, the Tianji Pavilion Martial Academy's induction ceremony was halfway through. Following the formalities, Wei Guangqing took the stage for the opening address. As we all know, our Martial Academy is a branch of the Tianji Pavilion. Like us, the Commerce Hall also serves the pavilion. But unlike them, our academy is full of martial artists dedicated to pursuing the peak of martial arts. This devotion, however, means that gathering here requires substantial resources. As we strive to reach the heights of martial arts, we also face practical concerns about our livelihood. But just half an hour ago, our esteemed pavilion master issued a command. Starting this year, the Commerce Hall will allocate 20% of its annual profits to support our academy's growth. This means that, from now on, our disciples will receive the same benefits as those in the Commerce Hall." As Wei Guangqing spoke, the crowd burst into thunderous applause. He waved a hand, signaling them to quiet down. "Now, let us welcome the pavilion master to say a few words." Wei Guangqing's gaze turned to where Lin Yufan was casually smoking in a nearby lounge area. Following his gaze, the entire audience looked toward Lin Yufan. Extinguishing his cigarette, Lin Yufan stood up and made his way to the stage. "Is this really our pavilion master? So young. He looks like he's under 30. With someone that young, is his martial skill really high enough? I appreciate the new benefits, but in martial arts, respect is earned through strength. If his skills aren't impressive, he may not gain the academy's respect. Wait him?" At first, the crowd was full of anticipation, but when they saw Lin Yufan, the excitement turned to doubt. Martial artists are known for their pride, and they respect only those stronger than themselves. Toward anyone weaker, they feel only disdain. "Pavilion Master, please address us." Wei Guangqing handed the microphone to Lin Yufan. But just then, someone shouted, "President, may I speak frankly? Isn't the Pavilion Master a bit too young to lead Tianji Pavilion?" The crowd murmured in agreement. Wei Guangqing was about to reprimand them when Lin Yufan raised a hand to stop him. "I know all of you are proud and hold high expectations, and seeing someone as young as me, you think I'm not fit to be Pavilion Master." Lin Yufan smiled, voicing exactly what the crowd was thinking. "To be honest, I didn't seek this position. The previous Pavilion Master forced it on me. If I'd had a choice, I'd never have crossed paths with you. After all, in my eyes you're nothing more than ants." "Ants?" The crowd erupted in shock and anger. This kid was arrogant enough to call them ants? Was he completely out of touch with reality? Several martial academy elders looked displeased. After all, each one of them was a renowned martial artist in the Nanjiang city region. Lin Yufan took in their reactions, then his eyes narrowed, and a powerful wave of inner energy, a master's aura, swept through the hall. In an instant, the noisy room fell silent, as if time itself had stopped. Every gaze fixed on Lin Yufan, their initial doubt transforming into shock, then slowly into awe. A master. He had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, possessing overwhelming strength capable of shattering mountains and overwhelming any opponent. An elder in his 50s, who had yet to reach the master level himself, was so moved his hands shook. A master. I never imagined I'd see someone so young achieve this level of mastery. All my years have amounted to nothing. Another elder sighed. As a master, the Pavilion Master wasn't wrong to call us ants. It was us who underestimated him. We were blind frogs in a well. If he's this advanced now, another elder observed thoughtfully, perhaps he'll even reach an ancient level above that of a master, a realm no one has yet reached. Everyone, I know my calling you ants might not sit well with you. So here's a challenge: if anyone here can face me and win, no. If anyone can withstand a single move from me without falling, I'll step down as Pavilion Master. Seeing no one volunteer, Lin Yufan's smile widened. No takers? Then fine. I'll face all of you at once. If I can't subdue everyone here with a single move, I'll relinquish my position as Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, are you sure about this? Wei Guangqing asked, concerned. While the academy disciples were mostly at the Mingjin level, several elders had reached advanced levels of Njin, with some even nearing mastery. Even as a master, taking them all on at once was risky. Please, Pavilion Master, instruct us. Several elders exchanged glances, stepping forward to bow in respect. Please, Pavilion Master, instruct us. The disciples followed suit, bowing. Seeing the fighting spirit he'd sparked, Lin Yufan's smile sharpened as his inner energy surged like a rushing river. Tianji's 36 techniques. Dragon's Grasp. Lin Yufan's energy shifted, his right hand stretched forward, and he clenched his fist in a simple, seemingly casual motion. Yet it felt as though he had seized control of the very air. As his grip tightened, every elder and disciple in the audience felt the air around them compress with overwhelming force. Within a breath they realized they were trapped by an invisible hand, unable to move a muscle no matter how hard they struggled. Tianji's 36 techniques. Cloud-shattering hand. With a shout, Lin Yufan flipped his grasped hand and then pressed it down. Instantly, everyone, elders and disciples alike, was forced to the ground, as if pinned by an enormous mountain. They struggled to rise, but under this immense pressure, even breathing became a challenge. Do you yield? Lin Yufan asked in a low voice. As he spoke, he increased the pressure in his hand. Thud. In an instant, everyone present spat out blood, and a crack like a spider's web began to spread visibly across the floor. Pavilion Master, we yield. Several disciples, unable to bear the pressure, started to beg for mercy. Soon, more voices joined in agreement. Lin Yufan withdrew his aura and lowered his hand. With the pressure gone, everyone gasped for breath, sitting on the floor and looking up at Lin Yufan with expressions of awe and disbelief. A master. This was the power of a master? It was incredible. A few female disciples looked at Lin Yufan with starry-eyed admiration, their expressions filled with infatuation. Pavilion Master, your power is unmatched. We are convinced in both mind and spirit. An elder said reverently, cupping his hands. We are convinced. The disciples echoed, bowing in respect. Good. Since that's settled, carry on. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lin Yufan smiled, stepped off the stage, and departed under everyone's gaze. To think we're the same age. The Pavilion Master has already reached the level of a master, while I'm still stuck at the Mingjin stage, unable to advance. That's the difference between us, one disciple lamented, shaking his head in discouragement. He's so handsome, and a master too. Oh, I think I'm in love. A chubby female disciple clasped her hands, gazing at him with a dreamy expression. The boy next to her glanced over in disdain and muttered, Forget it. The Pavilion Master is way out of your league. With your looks and figure? Don't kid yourself. You jerk. If you don't know how to talk, keep quiet, no one's forcing you to speak. I'm just saying the truth. Now, if it were Tang Xiaohua, maybe she'd stand a chance. But you, better let it go. You're asking for a punch. In Tianhai City, at the luxurious Heitang Huafu estate, in a spacious study, a woman in her early 30s with graceful charm held an invitation in her hand, her expression extremely sour. Her name was Yushu Jiao, the wife of the Azure Dragon Society's president, and the woman Qin Taichu had once pursued relentlessly. Though she was married to Zhou Tianlong, she'd developed some feelings for Qin Taichu after his passionate pursuit. But just now, Fu Heng had delivered an invitation to Qin Taichu's wedding with his sister, Fu Yuan. Qin Taichu, how could you marry someone else? Have you abandoned me? You heartless man. Zhu Jiao bit her lip, her chest heaving in anger. She grabbed her phone and called Qin Taichu. When he answered, Yishu Jiao suppressed her anger and softly asked, Brother Qin, are you really going to marry Fu Yuan? Yes. And what about me? What am I supposed to do? Do you not care about me anymore? Didn't you promise to be with me? Su Jiao's voice broke as she struggled to control her emotions. Jiao. It's over. Some things once missed are gone for good. Qin Taichu sighed, his tone filled with resignation. Missed? No, I won't let you marry Fu Yuan. If you do, I'll kill myself. Don't. Brother Qin, let's run away together, somewhere Zhu Tianlong can't find us. We'll live under new names and be happy together. Please? Forget me, Jiao. I'm a broken man now. I can't give you happiness. Qin Taichu was tempted, but his own predicament left him hopeless. If he still had his martial skills, he might have risked everything to escape with her, to live as a couple hidden away from the world. But now, crippled, he felt worthless. A broken man? What happened? Who did this to you? Tell me, and I'll avenge you. Zhu Jiao's voice grew frantic. It doesn't matter. In the martial world, strength rules. I was weaker, and I deserved it. From now on, don't contact me again. The wedding invitation was sent by Fu Heng, not me, so don't come. I'm not sure I could keep my composure if you did. With that, Qin Taichu ended the call. Brother Qin. Yishu Jiao tried to call him back, but the line had already disconnected. At that moment, regret gripped her heart. She and Qin Taichu had known each other for 2 years, starting as strangers and becoming close. Their relationship had grown rapidly, and just a month ago, he had confessed his feelings and asked her to be with him. But comparing him to her current husband, Zhou Tianlong, she had coldly rejected Qin Taichu, doubting he could give her the life she wanted. Yet, after rejecting him, she found herself longing for him, and frequently arranged meetings under the pretense of various excuses, keeping their feelings unspoken. She'd thought their relationship could continue like this indefinitely, but after Qin Taichu visited the Azure Dragon Society branch in Linchuan City, he stopped contacting her altogether. Linchuan City. Right? Something must have happened there. Her eyes lit up. She called the head of the Azure Dragon Society's Linchuan branch and asked about Qin Taichu. Learning that a martial artist from Nanjiang City had crippled him, her desire for revenge burned fiercely. Brother Qin, don't worry, I'll avenge you. she vowed. After hanging up, Yishu Jiaojio could no longer hold back her anger. If not for that martial artist from Nanjiang, Qin Taishu wouldn't be forced into marriage with Fu Yuan Yuan or cut off his ties with her. It all came down to that martial artist being the root of this disaster. With this thought, she initially planned to use her husband's influence in the Azure Dragon Society to locate the martial artist. But knowing her husband would return in 3 days, she decided against it. 3 days. That's more than enough for revenge. After a brief preparation, she set out for Nanjiang City with 4 subordinates. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the looming danger, Lin Yufan had just returned to his villa in the luxurious Marriott courtyard. Using his fingerprint to unlock the door, he walked in and immediately saw Qiao Xingyan chatting with an unfamiliar woman in the living room. When the woman saw him enter, she suddenly stood up, her expression filled with excitement, and called out, "Brother." Lin Yufan was stunned. "Brother?" This girl was somewhat attractive, but none of the 7 sisters' photos he'd seen resembled her at all. "Yufan, she says she's your biological sister." Qiao Xingyan chimed in, stepping forward to explain. Hearing this, Lin Yufan's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? He was an orphan, where would he get a biological sister? "What's your name?" he asked, scrutinizing the young woman before him. She was about 1.7 meters tall, fair-skinned, with striking features and long legs, a classic beauty. There was a gentle, scholarly air about her, almost like an elegant young lady from ancient Long Kingdom. "Brother, my name is Lin Qingchan. You can call me King Chan, or just Chan Ear." Her gaze was intense as she looked at him, nervously clutching the edge of her shirt. "King Chan? Are you sure you haven't got the wrong person? I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage, never knew any family." "No mistake," she said. "Someone told me you're my brother. They even said if you didn't believe me, we could go to the hospital for a DNA test." Lin Yufan could see that even she looked a bit uncertain at his words. "Probably no need. I think you must have the wrong person. I'm not your brother, trust me," he said, shaking his head. "But I don't know why. The moment I saw you, I felt this undeniable connection. My instinct says you're my brother." Lin Qingchan gathered her courage, her eyes resolute as she met his gaze. "If you think I'm lying, take me to the hospital for a DNA test." "I could lie. But test results can't, right?" "Well, fair enough." Lin Yufan thought it over and nodded. "All right, I'll go to the hospital with you." Turning to Qiao Xingyan, he said, "Xingyan, wait for me here. I'll be back after we get this test done." "Sure, you two hurry back," she replied, heading upstairs. She'd just been in the middle of an intense game when King Chan's knock interrupted her, otherwise, she would have just sent her away. Leaving the villa, Lin Yufan walked ahead, with Lin Qingchan following a few steps behind, both heading toward the nearby hospital. Once they reached a secluded path lined with trees, he stopped abruptly, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one. "All right, who are you really? Why are you approaching me, and what's your goal?" He exhaled smoke, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked at her. "Brother what? What do you mean?" "I came to you because you're my long-lost brother." King Chan stammered, visibly caught off guard. "Enough with the act. You might look harmless, but I can see you're trained in ancient martial arts and not badly trained either." "You're at the early stage of inner strength," Lin Yufan said, a knowing look in his eyes. Back at the villa, he'd already sensed she was suppressing her true aura. But with Qiao Xingyan nearby, he hadn't exposed her right then. You know about ancient martial artists?" King Chan's surprise was genuine. "Quit the pretense. Who exactly are you?" he barked, startling her. She flinched, her eyes red with hurt as she stammered, I told you, I'm Lin Qingchan. If you don't believe me, here's my ID card. You could also take me to the police station to verify my identity if you think it's fake." He stepped forward, snatching the card from her hand. Looking at it, he was taken aback. Her name really was Lin Qingchan, and she was indeed a year younger than him. "From the capital?" he muttered, noting the address. "Yes, our family is based in the capital," she replied with a slight nod. "Who told you I'm your brother?" "Baixiaosheng," she answered without hesitation. "Baixiaosheng again? How does that guy know everything?" Lin Yufan muttered, astonished. First, Baixiaosheng had known his cultivation level, and now, he even seemed to know about his background. Was he some sort of clairvoyant? "I don't know what you're after, but if I find out you're lying, don't blame me for being harsh." He tossed his cigarette to the ground, crushing it with his foot, then continued walking toward the hospital. Knowing she was also an ancient martial artist, he quickened his pace. Ordinarily, walking this fast would leave a normal person out of breath, but martial artists had much greater lung capacity from their years of training. After about 7 or 8 minutes, they reached one of the city's main hospitals. It wasn't very crowded, so after a quick registration, they went in for the blood test. The doctor informed them that the results would be ready in 24 hours. 24 hours? Lin Yufan frowned. He didn't have that kind of time to spare, so he called He Shining. I'm at the city hospital for a DNA test. Can you expedite it? Don't worry, Pavilion Master. I'll contact the hospital director. You'll have the results in 2 hours. After hanging up, he turned to find Lin Qingqian standing behind him, staring at him intently. This woman, despite being an ancient martial artist, still had a scholarly aura about her. It was odd. Hey Qingqian, right? You say I'm your brother, so tell me, why did I grow up in an orphanage? With the 2-hour wait, he decided to get some answers. Well, that's because. Qingqian's face turned pale at his question. She hesitated, as if harboring a secret too heavy to share. The more she stalled, the more curious he grew. Keeping his face cold, he said, "If you don't tell me, I'll assume you're lying." "I'm not lying. Everything I've told you is true." Qingqian's tone grew desperate as she explained, "You were sent to Nanjiang City because at the time of your birth, a powerful man came to our home and raided your fortune. He said you had the fate of the lone star of heaven, a curse that would bring misfortune to every family member, even friends. At first father was skeptical, and mother didn't believe in curses. But within the first year of your life we faced tragedy after tragedy. 7 of your nannies suffered sudden accidents. Mother also died during childbirth, from massive blood loss while having me. Misfortune after misfortune along with that man's prediction ultimately forced father to make the choice to send you away." Heavenly Lone Star? Lin Yufan's face darkened, barely stopping himself from cursing. What kind of charlatan came up with that nonsense? If he ever found out who, he'd beat them senseless. Time passed. 2 hours flew by. "Excuse me. Is there a Mr. Lin Yufan here?" A heavy-set middle-aged man approached, holding a report. "The director?" Lin Yufan raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the man. "Are you Mr. Lin? Here is your paternity test result." Zhang Xiaosheng quickly walked over and handed him the report, his attitude extremely respectful. He didn't know Lin Yufan's exact background, but being asked to expedite this by the wealthiest man in town, He Shining, spoke volumes. "Thanks," Lin Yufan replied, taking the report and glancing down at it. Seeing the DNA similarity marked at 99%, he froze. So, Lin Qingqian really was his sister. "I actually have a biological sister?" He turned to look at Lin Qingqian, who was standing on tiptoe, peering curiously at the test results in his hand. "Nothing to see here. There's no connection between us," he said, crumpling up the report and tossing it into a nearby trash can. "That's not correct, Mr. Lin. The results clearly show that you and this young lady are indeed related. In my professional opinion, you're biological siblings." Zhang Xiaosheng chimed in, thinking maybe Lin Yufan hadn't understood the results. "Zip it. Nobody asked you," Lin Yufan shot back, glaring at him. Zhang Xiaosheng blinked in confusion. "What's going on? Did he say something wrong?" But the results were clear. "Brother." Lin Qingqian's eyes filled with tears as she stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Her slender frame trembled slightly as she leaned her head against his shoulder, her voice hoarse with emotion. "Brother? You really are my brother. I've searched for you for 3 years, and heaven finally granted my wish. I've found you. Hey, come on now. Not in public. People will get the wrong idea." Lin Yufan awkwardly shifted. After 20-odd years as an orphan, suddenly having a sister felt strange. "I don't care. You're my brother, so I'm hugging you," she replied, sounding almost playful. With no choice, he let her hold him. Half an hour later, Lin Yufan returned to the Marriott Courtyard Villa with Lin Qingqian. It was now around 5:30 p.m., and Gu Yunxi had just come home from work. She'd already heard from Qiao Xingyan about Lin Qingqian's arrival. Seeing him enter, Gu Yunxi came out of the kitchen, apron on and holding a spatula, her long dark hair tied up elegantly, giving her a warm, homely air. "Yufan, is she really your sister?" she asked. Peeking out from behind him, Lin Qingqian looked Gu Yunxi over curiously. "Brother, is this my sister-in-law?" Cough cough. Lin Yufan felt embarrassed by the question. He wanted to say yes, but they weren't married yet. "Hey, so your name's Qingqian, right? I'll call you Chanier from now on. Since you're from the capital and don't know anyone here, you can stay with me, and pick whichever room you like," Gu Yunxi said warmly, looking delighted at being addressed as sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Qiao Xingyan couldn't hold back. "Hey Chanier, I'm also your sister-in-law, your 7th sister-in-law." "Wait, 7th? That sounds so weird, she muttered, a bit puzzled by her own words. Finding Qiao Xingyan adorable, Lin Qingqian couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Brother, you really are quite the charmer? Two lovely ladies, huh? A full set, she teased with a smile. Cough, cough. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not even married. He scolded her gently, and she just stuck her tongue out playfully. What does that mean, Yufan? Are you saying you're not planning to marry us? Go Yunxi put her hands on her hips, waving the spatula at him, her face cold with mock offense. Qiao Xingyan also puffed out her cheeks, looking ready to bite him if his answer wasn't satisfactory. Oh, of course not. It's just we aren't married yet, so sister-in-law feels a little premature. Besides, it makes you sound older, he stammered, trying to explain. You might be right. Sister-in-law does sound a bit old, Qiao Xingyan said, squinting thoughtfully. I don't mind. You can just call me sister-in-law, Gu Yunzi added, smoothing a strand of hair back and beckoning Lin Qingqian over. Come on, Qingqian, don't just stand there. Come sit down, dinner will be ready soon. All right, thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Qingqian smiled as she flitted into the living room, looking as lively as a butterfly. As soon as she sat down, Qiao Xingyan scooted over to her, smiling with an eager glint in her eyes. Come on, Chan-er, call me sister-in-law too. Lin Qingqian's expression turned slightly awkward as she looked at Qiao Xingyan, who seemed even younger than her. What's wrong? You call Yunxi sister-in-law, so why not me? I'm your brother's woman too. Qiao Xingyan pouted. But you look younger than me, Qingqian said, her face slightly confused. So what if I'm younger? This isn't about age by rank, you need to call me sister-in-law. If you don't, I'll have your brother kick you out, Qiao Xingyan said, half-jokingly threatening her. Fine, fine. Sister-in-law. Qingqian surrendered, calling her sister-in-law obediently. Now that's a good girl. Here, let me give you a head pat. Qiao Xingyan's face lit up with glee, patting Qingqian's head lovingly. Qingqian smiled awkwardly and turned to look at Lin Yufan, visibly helpless. Watching the scene, he couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, Yunxi and Xingyan are both kind-hearted and won't give you a hard time. You all chat for a bit, I'll just run to the restroom. He chuckled, heading upstairs. Once in his room, the smile faded from his face. He pulled out his phone and called Qin Ju. Look into the Lin family in the capital. The address is. After hanging up, Lin Yufan fell into deep thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Qingqian's sudden appearance seemed a bit too deliberate. But all the information indicated she truly was his biological sister. Could I just be overthinking it? He muttered. Whatever. I'll just go with the flow and hope she has no ulterior motives. He sighed to himself, took a quick shower, and changed into more comfortable clothes before heading downstairs. As soon as he descended, he heard Lin Qingqian calling for help. Brother, save me. Sister-in-law Xingyan says I'm sick and wants to jab me with a needle. Looking over, he saw Qiao Xingyan gripping a silver acupuncture needle in her right hand and holding Lin Qingqian's wrist tightly with her left, not letting her run away. Oh, come on. Don't struggle. Your sister-in-law Xingyan is a medical genius. If she says you're sick, then you are. Be good, she's doing this to help you. People usually have to pay millions to get her treatment. Qiao Xingyan was pulling Lin Qingqian onto the sofa with considerable effort. No way. I'm terrified of needles. Sick or not, I'm not doing this. Lin Qingqian's eyes filled with tears. Despite Qiao Xingyan's innocent looks, her enthusiasm for using needles was terrifying. Chan-er, I'm your sister-in-law. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll turn you into a human pincushion, Qiao Xingyan threatened, clearly losing patience. Lin Qingqian's face went pale at the thought of becoming a pincushion. Help, she yelped, finally managing to shake off Qiao Xingyan's grip and dashing to hide behind Lin Yufan. What's going on here? He asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. Seeing the petite Qiao Xingyan putting on such an authoritative sister-in-law act was, frankly, pretty funny. Oh, Yufan, please tell her. I was just playing around and noticed there was something off about her pulse. Based on my expert diagnosis, she has cold syndrome in the uterus. It's a small issue, one needle, and it's fixed, Qiao Xingyan said with absolute seriousness. Trust me, my needlework is painless. You've seen my skills, Yufan, right? Cold syndrome? Lin Yufan's face twitched. Behind him, Lin Qingqian peeked out in disbelief and asked, How? How do you know that? Who am I? I'm the sole disciple of the Ghost Valley medical sage. This little issue couldn't possibly escape my eye, Qiao Xingyan declared proudly. But then she frowned, realizing something. Wait, did you think I was just messing with you? "Oh, you just wait," she said, tapping furiously on her phone. "Here, take a look at this." She gestured for Lin Qingchan to come over, though Qingchan still hesitated to approach. Seeing Qingchan's timid expression made Lin Yufan chuckle to himself. Qiao Xingyan may be a top doctor, but it was unusual to see an ancient martial artist like Qingchan act so timid. Patting her on the shoulder, he reassured her, "Don't worry, she's not lying to you. Brother, you're not fooling me, are you?" I'm really afraid of needles," she stammered, cautiously stepping toward Qiao Xingyan. "Look here. You thought I was just making it up." Qiao Xingyan handed her the phone, then crossed her arms and sat down in a huff. "Wow, sister-in-law Xingyan, is this really you? You're actually a famous doctor? A consultation fee of 5 million. Sister-in-law, you're incredible," Lin Qingchan exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she stared at the news article. "That's right. As the disciple of the Ghost Valley medical sage, I don't offer treatment for just anyone. Most people have to beg to see me. I'm treating you for free because you're Yufan's sister, and you doubted my skills?" Qiao Xingyan tapped her foot, looking every bit the indignant older sister-in-law. "Oh, sister-in-law Xingyan, I didn't mean to doubt you. It's just, you're so young. Most traditional doctors are old men, and you don't look like one at all." Lin Qingchan quickly apologized. "Young? Who are you calling young?" Qiao Xingyan stood up and spread her arms wide, sticking out her chest. "Take a good look. Your sister-in-law here is a size D. 36D. Definitely not small, and bigger than you, got it?" Coming out from the kitchen with a glass of water, Lin Yufan nearly choked, sputtering as he heard her words. 36D. He'd noticed Xingyan was well endowed, but he hadn't realized she was a D-cup. "What are you arguing about? Wash your hands, dinner's ready." Gu Yunixi came out of the kitchen, wearing oven mitts and carrying a steaming pot of seafood soup. Night had fallen. A full moon hung in the sky. Soft moonlight poured through the window, illuminating Lin Yufan's room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Yufan kept his eyes closed, breathing in deep, slow rhythms. Inside him, his inner energy flowed according to the techniques outlined in the Tianji Codex, circulating through his 8 extraordinary meridians. "I've been out here a long time, and finally, a full moon," he thought to himself with satisfaction. The Tianji Codex was an ancient and rare text that the sage of Tianji had acquired by chance. It contained powerful techniques, such as the Tianji 36 forms, alongside cultivation methods to support them. Before reaching the master level, he had to train at noon, using special breathing techniques to absorb the sun's pure yang energy, which would strengthen his muscles and bones. After achieving the master level, however, his training required him to absorb the pure yin energy of a full moon to nourish and reinforce his meridians. Once his physical strength reached a certain level, he could fully execute the earlier techniques of the Tianji 36 forms, including Void Step, Thunderstrike, Dragon's Grasp, and Cloud Shattering. While these techniques were incredibly powerful, they took a heavy toll on the body. Without sufficient physical fortitude, performing them a few times could cause one's body to be torn apart by the surging inner energy. Meanwhile, in another room in the villa, Lin Qingchan lay in bed, holding her phone, debating whether to call her father. After a long pause, she sighed and set her phone down. Time passed unnoticed in deep meditation. Before he knew it, daylight had broken, and a knocking sound pulled Lin Yufan out of his cultivation. "Brother, are you awake? Time for breakfast," came his sister Lin Qingchan's voice from outside the door. He got up, opened the door, and went downstairs with her. "Hey Yunxi, aren't you supposed to be at work?" Lin Yufan asked, surprised to see Gu Yunxi busy in the kitchen. Normally she would have left for the office by now. "Did you forget, Yufan? It's the weekend." "No work today," she replied, setting down dishes on the table. Before long they were all seated for breakfast. Lin Yufan, Qiao Xingyan, and Lin Qingchan gathered around the table, with Gu Yunxi serving them. As they ate, Gu Yunxi mentioned, "Oh, by the way, my parents are coming over later. If you guys don't want to deal with the fuss, you can go out or stay in your rooms." "Parents? Yunxi, I thought you were an orphan?" Lin Yufan asked, momentarily surprised. "Oh, I mean my adoptive parents," she explained, and then filled him in on the details. It turned out that after Lin Yufan was kidnapped, each of his 7 sisters from the orphanage had eventually been adopted by different families. For instance, Qiao Xingyan was adopted by the Ghost Valley medical sage, and his second sister, Qin Feixuan, was taken in by a foreign couple. Gu Yunxi herself was adopted by a wealthy couple who had built their fortune in Nanjiang City, but later moved their business to the provincial capital. This morning her adoptive parents called to say they were flying in and would arrive around 10 a.m., which led her to cancel her originally planned team-building event. So, Yinxi, do you get along well with your adoptive father? Lin Yufan asked, eating the noodles she had made. They're very kind, she replied. They supported me through school and even helped me start my company. We don't see each other often, but they call now and then to check in. Oh, that sounds pretty good. He nodded. Despite not being blood-related, her adoptive parents seemed to have treated her quite well. As they were talking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Qingqian stood up and went to open it. Outside was a middle-aged couple in their 50s. Is this my daughter Gu Yunxi's home? And who might you be? Asked the man, Zhang Guoqiang, looking at the unfamiliar girl who had answered the door. Hello, Uncle Auntie? I'm Lin Qingqian, Yunxi's friend. She's here, please come in. She greeted them politely, realizing they must be Yunxi's adoptive parents. Mom, Dad. Why did you come straight here? I was going to pick you up at the airport. Gu Yunxi put down her bowl and hurried over to greet them. Oh, don't trouble yourself. We know our way, her mother Tang Fang said cheerfully. And who are these people? Let me introduce everyone. This is Qiao Xinyan, and this is Lin Yufan, friends of mine from the orphanage days. The one who opened the door is Yufan's sister, Lin Qingqian, Gu Yunxi explained, then introduced her adoptive parents to the others. They all exchanged polite greetings and sat down. Mom, Dad, have a seat. I'll get you some tea, Gu Yunxi offered, pouring tea for each of them with respectful care. It was clear she treated her adoptive parents like her own. Yunxi, didn't you used to live at the Xion Villa? Why did you suddenly move? Tang Fang asked as they settled in. Oh, I just wanted a change of scenery, Gu Yunxi said, with a slight hint of awkwardness. The villa had been destroyed, but she didn't want to worry her adoptive parents, so she gave a casual explanation. So, why the sudden visit? Is business not busy these days? She asked, trying to steer the conversation away. Zhang Guoqiang took a sip of tea, smiling. Oh, it's always busy, but it's been a while since we all got together, so I thought we'd come to see you. Plus, there's something important I wanted to discuss about your future. Future? At this, everyone at the table perked up their ears. Dad. What do you mean? I'm still young. I haven't even thought about marriage. Gu Yunxi's cheeks flushed, and she glanced shyly at Lin Yufan, who was absorbed in his noodles. You're in your late 20s, Yunxi, so it's time to consider it. Your mother and I were already married at your age. Besides, a woman's youth doesn't last forever. Better to marry while you're young than wait until you're old and single, Tang Fang said, gently patting her hand. But I'm really not thinking about that yet, Gu Yunxi protested. My company's still growing, and I want to wait until things are stable. Business isn't that important, Tang Fang said, laughing. You're our only child, Yunxi. All of this will be yours someday. Your mother's right, Zhang Guoqiang added, setting his teacup down. You're already doing very well. There's no need to expand too much. Women should focus on being a good wife, and mother making money is a man's job. He continued, recently, your mother and I met a fine young man for you. His family is in pharmaceuticals, with assets worth over $1 billion. He's a graduate of an overseas program and currently runs a medical equipment company in the provincial capital. He's from a prestigious family, and his father has been a good friend of mine for years. Marrying him would put us at ease. What? Gu Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her adoptive parents were actually setting her up. Mom, Dad, I'm not interested in an arranged marriage. I already have someone I like, she said firmly. Don't be silly. Arranged marriages are a family's responsibility, Zhang Guoqiang replied, frowning with disapproval. Her mother tried to persuade her gently. Yunxi, people can be deceptive these days. Men might act sweet, but that doesn't mean they're trustworthy. If you believe they're genuinely interested, you might be very wrong. A lot of men are only drawn to beauty, figure, and wealth. But if you were less attractive or had no money, do you think they'd still be chasing after you? I'm not foolish, Mom. I know what kind of person I want, Gu Yunxi insisted. But her adoptive father Zhang Guoqiang cut her off, his tone firm. Enough. There's no room for debate on this. We came here to let you know tomorrow, you're coming to the provincial capital with us to meet your future in-laws and fiancé. If things go well, we'll set the engagement, and we can discuss the wedding date later. But I haven't even agreed to this. Why should I get engaged? Gu Yunxi's voice rose, her frustration clear. It was as if her adoptive father didn't care about her feelings at all, treating her like some bargaining chip in a business arrangement. To him, however, that was exactly the case. Are you saying you don't want us to be involved in your marriage? Zhang Guoqiang's face darkened. Your mother and I have chosen this match for you. All you need to do is trust us. Do you think we'd ever do something that wasn't in your best interest? Dad, please don't be upset. I didn't mean it like that, Gyu Yun-si said, attempting to appease him. I just think it's not like the old days anymore. Marriage is my decision to make. Don't you want me to be happy? Her adoptive mother Tang Fang took her hand and said gently, "Silly girl, we only want you to be happy. That's why we chose a husband for you who's rich, capable, and attractive. But happiness comes from love, Mom. If there's no love, how can there be happiness?" Gyu Yun-si protested, still hopeful she could change their minds. But Zhang Guoqiang scoffed. Romantic nonsense. A marriage can only be happy if it's built on a strong financial foundation. Do you think you'll find happiness struggling every day just to make ends meet? Tang Fang added, "Your father is right. We're doing this for you. Who else would look out for you if not your parents? You're not getting any younger, Yun-si. It's time to think about us too." But Gyu Yun-si began, only to be cut off by Zhang Guoqiang's resolute expression. "No buts about it. Your mother and I have already given our word." "That's unfair, Dad. This is my life, and I have the right to choose." Her voice grew louder, the frustration spilling over. Smack. Zhang Guoqiang slapped her across the face. "Ungrateful. We've given you everything since you left the orphanage. All the money we've invested in you and you call me unfair? How dare you?" Yun-si. Lin Yufan's voice was sharp as he rose to his feet, a spark of anger igniting in his eyes. Until then he had kept silent, figuring it was a family matter, but seeing Zhang Guoqiang strike her, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Uncle, I know you raised Yun-si with care, and I respect that," he said, stepping forward. "But if you try to force her to marry someone she doesn't love, not only will Yun-si refuse, but I won't stand for it either. This is between me and my daughter. Who are you to interfere?" Zhang Guoqiang shot back, his temper flaring. "And who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Maybe I'm nothing to you, but to Yun-si, I'm her family. I was her brother in the orphanage, and I'll be her husband someday. Yun-si's happiness is my business. If anyone else tries to claim that role, they'll have to answer to me," Lin Yufan said firmly. His voice carried an edge that startled everyone in the room. Zhang Guoqiang's anger was palpable as he sneered, "Huh? So you're some kind of tough guy? Let me guess? You're living in some fantasy world, huh? This isn't a movie, boy." Lin Yufan met his gaze calmly. "Uncle, you know as well as I do that for those with real power, laws become mere guidelines. But I'm no ordinary man, and neither are you." "Oh? And what, exactly, makes you so special?" Zhang Guoqiang replied with a cold laugh. "What job do you have? Who are your parents? What powerful family are you part of?" Lin Yufan answered, "I don't have a job, nor do I know much about my family. And I don't care to associate with the so-called powerful." "Hey, so you're just a nobody," Zhang Guoqiang scoffed. "Do you even realize how absurd you sound?" "Taking no offense," Lin Yufan replied, "compared to you, my status is higher, not lower." "Higher?" Zhang Guoqiang laughed bitterly. "Tell me, what's your position then?" Lin Yufan remained steady. "My status may be hidden, but if you push Yun-si into this, I won't allow it. Every suitor you find for her, I'll stop. Every family you involve, I'll bring down. No one will stand in my way. Yun-si, this is the man you want." Zhang Guoqiang shot her a look of disappointment. "Tomorrow morning, prepare yourself. I'll be here to pick you up. This nonsense ends here." Without another word, he turned on his heel, and with a final look of disdain, he and his wife left the room. "Dad, Mom." Gu Yunxi tried to call them back, but Zhang Guoqiang and his wife had already closed the door. "Yun-si, don't worry. With me here, nobody can take you away, not even your adoptive parents." Lin Yufan pulled Gu Yunxi into his arms. Hearing his words, Gu Yunxi's heart warmed, even though she wasn't fully convinced that he had the power to follow through. As for her adoptive parents, she thought, tomorrow she'd go with them to the provincial capital and make her stance clear to the prospective groom and his family. If her parents wouldn't relent, she'd have to find a way to make the other party lose interest in the match. Hey, are you two going to keep hugging like that? Are we and Chanier supposed to be invisible here?" teased Qiao Xingyin. Lin Qingchan added playfully, "Come on bro, didn't see that PDA coming. You're practically feeding us this public affection, it's too much." Blushing, Yu Yunxi quickly pushed Lin Yufan away and scolded him. "This is all your fault, making Xingyin and Chanier laugh at me." "Ahem, you'll get used to it, Lin Yufan said, clearing his throat, before throwing a half-hearted glare at Qiao Xingyin and Lin Qingchan. But the two simply ignored his reaction. Still bothered by the matter of her adoptive parents trying to arrange her marriage, Gu Yunxi remained quiet and moody throughout the day. Qiao Xianyan and Lin Qingshan noticed her mood and suggested a girl's trip to the spa to cheer her up. When it came to a bit of self-care, beauty treatments never failed to lift spirits. Insisting, Qiao Xian pulled both Gu Yinxi and Lin Qingshan along to a nearby spa. Lin Yufan had planned to go with them but was quickly informed by Gu Yinxi that the spa didn't allow male guests at all. Left with no choice, he stayed at home to wait for their return. In the afternoon, Lin Yufan's phone rang. When he looked at the caller ID, he saw it was Dong Qianqian. "Hello, master," she greeted him, her tone hesitant. "What is it?" His tone was curt. "Tonghu just called me. He asked for your address and contact information, saying that someone wants to meet you." "Tonghu? Who wants to meet me?" "I'm not sure," she replied, sounding uncertain. But from his tone it doesn't sound like good news. "Where are we meeting? Send me the location." "All right." After hanging up, Dong Qianqian's face paled as she listened to the disconnect tone, looking as if she had just been given a blow. "Well?" asked her father, Dong Chengfeng, watching her expectantly. He was really cold. "Honestly, I think he's still mad about what happened last time, Dad. Maybe we should just stop trying to reach him," she murmured unhappily. If it hadn't been for her father's persistence, she would never have contacted Lin Yufan. The incident at Zhuo Yang's birthday still lingered in her memory, leaving her feeling resentful toward him. She had tried to explain to her father that he could have shown a bit more leniency toward her family, if only for her sake. "Why should we stop? That man has enough influence to make our city's wealthiest and most powerful respect him. If the Dong family has him as an ally, we'd have backing in Nanjiang and possibly even climb the ranks to become a top family ourselves." Dong Chengfeng's expression grew severe. "Are you still thinking about Zhuo Yang? Let me be clear before, we didn't know that Lin Yufan held this kind of power. But now that we know, Zhuo Yang is no longer suitable. My daughter deserves someone like Lin Yufan." "But Dad," Dong Qianqian started, only to be cut off. She wanted to explain that, from what she'd seen, all the women around Lin Yufan were exceptional. There was Gu Yinzi, CEO of Zeong Group Su Liangsu, the rising star backed by Ding Sheng Entertainment, and even Qiao Xian, the famed healer and disciple of the legendary Ghost Valley Master. Competing with them felt futile. But Dong Chengfeng didn't want to hear it. "Enough. Just do your best to win him over. As for Zhuo Yang, don't even think about it. He isn't worthy to be part of this family." Checking his watch, Dong Chengfeng said, "I've got a meeting to get to." With that, he got up and left. Watching him walk out the door, Dong Qianqian muttered to herself, frustrated, "Lin Yufan. If it weren't for you showing up at Zhou Yang's birthday, I'd probably be engaged to him by now." Frustrated though she was, she had always obeyed her father. She forwarded the meeting location to Lin Yufan, and recalling her father's instructions, she decided to make an effort to approach Lin Yufan, even though she was reluctant. With that in mind, Dong Qianqian went back to her room to change into a maid outfit she had once bought but hadn't worn for him. This particular outfit was much more revealing than her usual style, a choice made purely to get his attention. Once she had applied makeup, she got into the Mercedes that Tong Hu had given her and set off for the meeting place. At the same time, in the Northern District, in a private room at Kaoyang restaurant, to honor his guest, Tong Hu had rented out the entire restaurant. Today the grand restaurant was closed to other patrons, reserved for just one person. With the dishes laid out, Tong Hu raised his glass toward Madame Mixujiao, who sat opposite him, sipping her tea with an air of superiority. "Madam, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. Forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality. I offer you this toast," he said. "A toast? Do you even deserve to toast me?" Yishu Jiao scoffed, setting down her teacup with a look of disdain. Tong Hu's face darkened momentarily, but he dared not say anything back. "When is that boy Lin Yufan supposed to arrive?" Yishu Jiao asked coldly. "He should be here soon." "I've already sent someone to summon him," Tong Hu replied. In half an hour, Qinju dropped Lin Yufan off at Kaoyang restaurant in the Northern District. As soon as he got out of the car, ready to head inside, a Mercedes pulled up to the restaurant. The door opened, and Dong Qianqian stepped out from the driver's side, dressed in a maid outfit. "Lord." Dong Qianqian quickly approached him. Lin Yufan gave her a brief, indifferent glance and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" "I was worried Tong Hu might try something against you, so I came to check," she explained, her cheeks flushed. "Hey," Lin Yufan let out a dismissive chuckle. "Tong Hu? A threat to him?" As if. Without acknowledging her further, Lin Yufan strode into the restaurant. One of Tong Hu's men had been waiting downstairs, and upon seeing Lin Yufan, led him upstairs to a private room. Lin Yufan. Finally, you're here. Tonghu looked like he'd just seen his savior. Tonghu rose to greet him, but before he could get a word in, Yushu Jiaogiao's icy voice cut him off. Shut up and get out of the way. Yes. Tonghu looked embarrassed as he quickly moved behind Zhu Jiaojiao. You must be Lin Yufan, Yushu Jiaojiao said, as she studied him from head to toe, unimpressed. He was decent looking, but he didn't hold a candle to her Qian Taichu. Who are you? Do I know you? Lin Yufan asked, his expression puzzled as he looked at this well-kept woman seated across from him. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to answer one question, Yushu Jiaojiao said coldly, her piercing gaze fixed on him. Tell me, are you the one who crippled King Taichu? What? Tonghu's face showed nothing but shock. Qian Taichu? The enforcer of the Qinglong Society, and Lin Yufan had taken him down? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Zhu Jiaojiao slammed her hand on the table and shouted when Lin Yufan didn't immediately answer. You ask? So I must answer. And why is that? Lin Yufan replied calmly. He dragged a chair over, sitting down across from Yushu Jiaoyao without hesitation. He even reached for the cup of fine tea that had been prepared for her, took a sip, and tasted it carefully. You want to die? Zhu Jiaojiao's face darkened. She turned to Tonghu and snapped, What are you waiting for? Slap him. Huh? Tonghu froze. Asking him to hit Lin Yufan? That was nothing short of suicidal. Useless coward. She hissed. Zhu Jiaojiao shot a look at one of her own bodyguards, who immediately stepped forward. The man charged up to Lin Yufan and raised his hand to slap him. Smack. A loud slap rang out, and the next moment, the man was spinning backward through the air, tumbling through the open window and out of sight. Lin Yufan, however, remained seated, completely unruffled. Not bad, you've got some skills, Zhu Jiaojiao commented, a flash of interest in her gaze. So, you did cripple Qin Taichu, didn't you? And if I did, are you here to avenge him? Lin Yufan asked casually, now past the point of playing along. Good, I'm glad you admit it. Yixu Jiaojiao's gaze turned murderous as she fixed her stare on him. Now cripple yourself and break your own legs. Maybe then I'll consider letting you live. Lady, are you out of your mind? Cripple myself and break my legs? Why don't you just ask me to go and die? Lin Yufan chuckled. This woman had some nerve. What did you call me? Lady? Zhu Jiaojiao's expression twisted with anger. How dare you call me that? Worthless fool. Xiao Qi tear his mouth apart. The words lady hit her where it hurt. Although she was in her 30s, years of care made her look no older than 27 or 28. Age was a sore spot for her, and she would tolerate no one taunting her with it. Yes, master's wife, replied Xiao Qi, a young man who had been standing silently behind her. He stepped forward. Xiao Qi was only 18 or 19, and his face was as cold as his attitude. Without hesitation he lunged forward, crossing 3 meters in a single step, his fist aimed directly at Lin Yufan's face. The force of his punch cut through the air, creating a sharp, menacing sound. But as the fist came at him, Lin Yufan merely lifted a single finger in response. Courting death? Xiao Qi sneered, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. This guy thought he could stop his punch with just one finger? How absurd. But in the next moment, Xiao Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yufan had indeed blocked his powerful punch with only one finger. How was this possible? Xiao Qi couldn't believe what he was seeing. But instead of panicking, he refocused. From Lin Yufan's response, it was clear they were at a comparable level of skill. Realizing this, Xiao Qi held nothing back. Double dragon fist. He shouted. He moved with precision, conjuring 2 translucent dragon-like shapes out of sheer force, each rushing toward Lin Yufan with deadly intent. Yet Lin Yufan stopped these 2 dragons with nothing but his one finger, maintaining his calm. No? This can't be. Xiao Qi reeled. He hadn't gone all out on his first attack, but the double dragon fist was his strongest move, taught by his master, Zhou Tianlong. And yet, this man had blocked it so effortlessly. Xiao Qi, stop holding back. Yushu Jiao snapped, her expression souring. She knew exactly how skilled Xiao Qi was. As Zhou Tianlong's final disciple, Xiao Qi, despite his age, had already reached the peak of inner strength and was a master of his teacher's techniques. He could easily overpower any fighter in the Qinglong Society, including Qin Taichu. It seemed ridiculous to her that someone like Lin Yufan could hold his own against him. Yes, master's wife. Xiao Qi's confusion evaporated in an instant. At her command, he attacked Lin Yufan with renewed intensity, even employing moves meant to wound him. A powerful aura enveloped Zhao Qi, giving every punch and kick an unstoppable force. In mere moments the room was a mess, with splintered chairs, shattered tables, and even dents in the walls. So, the rabid dog technique is it? Lin Yufan observed as he calmly countered each of Zhao Qi's frenzied attacks, watching the younger man's increasingly unhinged expression. Xiao Qi seemed to have lost all reason, with only Yigshu Jiao's command driving him on. A single order, and he's ready to go all out? Lin Yufan wondered, a smile spreading across his face as he said something that caused Zhao Qi to freeze instantly, his next move faltering. "Hey kid, are you secretly crushing on your master's wife?" Lin Yufan asked loudly. Hearing this, Xiao Qi snapped awake, flustered and caught off guard. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't help glancing over at Zhu Haiho. "Did I hit the nail on the head?" Seeing Xiao Qi's innocent reaction, Lin Yufan chuckled. "Stop talking nonsense." Xiao Qi clenched his teeth and glared at Lin Yufan. He wanted to shut him up, but even after fighting as hard as he could, he still couldn't beat him. Xiao Qi knew he was no match for Lin Yufan, likely, only his master could take him down. "Xiao Qi, why don't you teach him a lesson?" Xu Jiao scolded him, irritated. "Master's wife, I can't beat him." Xiao Qi's face turned red with embarrassment. "Can't beat him? Are you kidding me? You're at the peak of internal energy, how could you not beat him? Even Qin Taichu lost to you. Besides Zhou Tianlong, who else could you possibly lose to?" Yishu Jiao was stunned. Xiao Qi couldn't beat him. Was Lin Yufan really on the same level as Zhou Tianlong? Zhou Tianlong was a half-step master, a level just beyond the peak of internal energy, and edging toward the realm of mastery. If this were true, then Lin Yufan's talent must be even greater than Xiao Qi's. A cold glint appeared in Xu Jiao's eyes. She knew that if she didn't intervene, Lin Yufan would inevitably reach mastery, and by then, any chance to avenge Qin Taichu would be lost. With a steely gaze, Yishu Jiao said to Xiao Qi, "If you kill him for me, I'll do anything you want." But Xiao Qi hesitated, conflicted. It wasn't a matter of will, he simply wasn't strong enough. But when he looked up and saw Yishu Jiao staring at him with seductive eyes, he gulped, instantly fueled by newfound determination. Kill him. Xiao Qi's eyes reddened again as a surge of power rose within him. He charged at Lin Yufan with renewed fury. "Hey, so I was right after all." Lin Yufan stepped back, dodging Xiao Qi's reckless attack. He said, "Kid, what's so special about this woman? Is she worth it? Besides, isn't she your master's wife? Aren't you afraid your master will find out?" "Die." Xiao Qi's eyes were bloodshot. Spotting an opening, he shot out his hand like lightning toward Lin Yufan's neck. With a deft sidestep, Lin Yufan dodged and flicked a Zhao Qi on the forehead. Xiao Qi's vision blurred, and before he could recover, Lin Yufan swept him off his feet, sending him to the ground with a thud. Xiao Qi struggled to get up, but Lin Yufan's foot pressed down firmly on his chest. "You're no match for me. No matter how hard you try, you won't lay a finger on me. Give it up." Lin Yufan looked down at Xiao Qi. So young yet already at the peak of internal energy, a rare talent indeed, second only to himself. Truthfully, he didn't want to kill such a young genius. "My master's wife wants you dead, so you have to die." Xiao Qi shouted, struggling helplessly under Lin Yufan's foot. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Lin Yufan couldn't resist taunting, still calling her master's wife. "Your master's practically got a green pasture growing on his head." "Shut up. My master's wife and I are pure." Xiao Qi's face flushed deeply, and hearing mention of his master seemed to sober him somewhat. "Pure? Maybe for now. But remember, she just said she'd do anything if you kill me. Do you get it? Anything." Lin Yufan emphasized the implication of Zhu Jiao's words. Zhao Qi, although somewhat naive, wasn't oblivious. He knew exactly what she was suggesting. Remembering she was his master's wife, shame washed over him. "Lin Yufan, enough. Release Xiao Qi this instant." Xu Jiao demanded, her face darkening. "What, did I hit a nerve? You're a shameless woman, how can you toy with such a naive young man?" Lin Yufan sneered. "Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll kill your family and wipe out your entire clan." Xu Jiao threatened, her face contorted in anger. "Oh really? Then why don't you tell me why my feud with Qin Taichu matters to you? Are you here to avenge him? Don't think I don't know you had a thing with him." Yishu Jiao faltered at his accusation, and Lin Yufan continued with a smirk. "Don't bother denying it, Qin Taichu admitted it himself. You. Xu Jiao panicked. How could Kyun have shared that with anyone? Didn't he realize that if Zhou Tianlong found out, he'd kill both of them? Master's wife, you. You and Uncle Qian. Xiao Qi's eyes widened as he overheard their exchange. In an instant, his idealized image of her shattered. Since being taken in as Zhou Tianlong's disciple, Xiao Qi had grown fond of Yu Jiao Jiao, spending time with her daily. Without much interaction with other women, he had fallen for her, viewing her as the kindest, most beautiful, most sacred woman in his life. But now, learning that the woman he idolized had an affair with Qin Taishu behind his master's back, Xiao Qi felt devastated. Enough. My personal matters are none of your concern, you useless fool. You couldn't even kill one person. Useless. Xu Jiao yelled at him, livid. At her outburst, Xiao Qi was crushed. This was the first time she'd scolded him so harshly. He turned to look at Zhu Jiao, whose face was twisted with rage. Any lingering feelings he held disappeared. The memory of the gentle, kind, and endlessly patient woman he had admired was gone, replaced by this angry, bitter figure. Tears streamed down his face, his heart broken. Kid, how could you fall for such a vile woman? Honestly, I feel sorry for you. Just go, killing you would only dirty my hands. Seeing Xiao Qi's tears, Lin Yufan struggled to contain his laughter. He lifted his foot, signaling for him to leave. He wasn't being cruel, as Xiao Qi was young and had developed an unhealthy infatuation. As an upstanding young man, Lin Yufan felt it was his duty to help him break free from this bad habit. After all, sometimes tough words are needed to show someone the difference between right and wrong. Xiao Qi got up from the floor, cast one last deep look at Xu Jiao, then leaped through the window and disappeared. Xiao Qi. Xu Jiao's face twisted in fury. That wretched little brat. He'd abandoned her and fled. It was utterly unforgivable. She clenched her teeth in anger, her face seething with rage. But then, out of nowhere, a cup of tea splashed across her face, snapping her back to reality. She glared furiously at Lin Yufan. How dare you disrespect me? Oh? And what are you going to do about it? Lin Yufan asked with a smirk. Are you going to bite me? Do you know who I am? Xu Jiao's fury grew. Since marrying Zhou Tianlong, she had never been humiliated like this. Everyone who met her treated her with the utmost respect, calling her Madam President. Even high-ranking officials and the elite spoke to her with courtesy, giving her every bit of face. But here was Lin Yufan, brazenly throwing tea in her face. It was beyond intolerable. Who are you supposed to be, Auntie? Lin Yufan grinned. I'm the wife of the president of the Qinglong Society. My husband is Zhou Tianlong, a half-step master. Showing me disrespect is showing disrespect to the entire Qinglong Society. You know what that means, don't you? Oh, the president's wife. My apologies, is there any other title you'd like me to know? Lin Yufan replied dismissively. Are you seriously that clueless? Do you really not know about the Qinglong Society? Yishu Jiao was on the verge of madness. Didn't he know just how powerful the Qinglong Society was? Of course I've heard of the Qinglong Society. I've also heard of the Tianji Pavilion, Lin Yufan replied with a chuckle. Well, if you know who we are, then you should kneel down, apologize, and take your own life to show proper respect. Yushu Xiao's chest heaved in fury, the deep neckline of her dress drawing some unsavory glances from Tong Hu nearby, who swallowed nervously, his mind wandering with a bold idea. Idiot. Seeing as you're all chest and no brain, I won't kill you today. Just get lost. Lin Yufan rolled his eyes, turned, and walked away without a second glance. Are you two just going to stand there like idiots? Kill him. Kill him. Now. Xu Jiao shrieked at her two remaining subordinates. The men hesitated but, obeying her orders, moved to attack. Yet before they could approach, Lin Yufan paused, turned back, and tapped his finger twice. In a flash, two streams of energy shot forth, piercing the foreheads of Zhu Jiao's men, killing them instantly. Yushu Jiao froze in shock, and Tong Hu stood there, terrified. Was such a feat even humanly possible? Lin Yufan's ability had completely redefined Tong Hu's perception of him, making him swear to himself that he'd never end up on the wrong side of this man. Who knew if a single tap could be his end? Lin Yufan walked off confidently, his footsteps echoing. No one dared to block his way. Who would even think of stopping him? A single tap, and it'd be over. Master, wait for me. Startled out of her stupor, Dong Qian quickly caught up with Lin Yufan as he left. Irritated, Lin Yufan glanced back at her. Why are you following me? Dong Qian's face turned pale, but remembering her father's instructions, she bit her lip and said, The bet hasn't ended yet. I'm still your maid, so wherever you go, I have to follow. Suit yourself, Lin Yufan said, fully aware of her real intentions. But he didn't feel it was worth arguing with her. A debate with someone like her would be beneath him. With a wave of his hand, Qinju pulled up in the car, a sleek Rolls-Royce, and opened the door for Lin Yufan. With one last glance at Dong Qianqian, Qingju slid back into the driver's seat and sped off. A Rolls-Royce? Dong Qianqian stood dumbfounded. Qingju had just driven off in a Rolls-Royce with a rare leopard license plate, a luxury unattainable for most, let alone the wealthy elite of the city. Even Nanjiang's richest man didn't have that. Dad was right, Dong Qianqian murmured after a long pause. Lin Yufan. He's truly remarkable. As she watched the car vanish into the distance, she recalled Zhuang Yang. But the moment she compared him to Lin Yufan, she was shocked to find Lin Yufan overshadowed him in every possible way. Martial arts? Lin Yufan could kill with a single finger, a feat no amount of training could achieve. And background? Zhuang's family didn't even rank among Nanjiang's elite, while Lin Yufan received deference from every major family, including the city's wealthiest, Heishaning. Was there even a comparison? Lin Yufan. Just who are you? What secrets are you hiding? Dong Qianqian stared after him, lost in thought. Meanwhile, back in the building, Yi Shujiao seethed with anger, helpless after being humiliated by Lin Yufan. Furious, she began throwing things, hurling insults, and then, seeing Tong Hu, she marched over and slapped him hard across the face. Tong Hu was stunned. He looked at her in shock. What was with this mad woman? She couldn't beat Lin Yufan, so she was taking it out on him. Was he supposed to be her personal punching bag? What are you looking at? You useless waste. Why don't you go die? With how pathetic you are, you think you deserve a place in the Qinglong society. Just wait until I get back, I'll have you kicked out first thing. Xu Jiao screamed. That's it, thought Tong Hu. I've been in this game long enough to have some pride. She wants me out? Fine, then I owe her nothing in return. With a sneer, he raised his hand and slapped her hard. Xu Jiao shrieked and lunged at him, her nails clawing for his face, but she was no match for his strength. Tong Hu retaliated, landing blows until her clothing was torn, piece by piece. What? What do you think you're doing? Xu Jiao's voice quavered as she began to understand the situation. What do you think? I'm just doing what your man should have done? Tong Hu grinned, loosening his belt and lunging toward her like a ravenous wolf. Soon sounds echoed from the private room, unmistakably marking her fall. Lin Yufan arrived at the entrance of the beauty salon where Gu Yunxi and the other two women had gone. As he stepped inside, he overheard two wealthy-looking women gossiping loudly. Those three are such fake beauties, all plastic surgery. One of them sneered. Plastic faces? Just look at their figures. You think those bodies are natural? If they haven't had breast and butt enhancements, I'll eat my hat. The other replied. No doubt about it. I'd bet they're in the business too. To score big, they'd definitely go all out to look perfect, the first one replied disdainfully. Sure, but making themselves look like dolls. That's just too much, the other one said. Shows what you know. Some men love that look. And did you see the doll-faced one's chest? It's bigger than both of ours put together. As the two women walked on, they came face to face with Lin Yufan. Are the three women you're talking about them? Lin Yufan stopped them, pointing toward Gu Yunxi and her two friends as they came laughing down the stairs from the second floor. Yes, why? Asked the taller woman, surprised. Oh, so you were talking about them? Good. Without another word, Lin Yufan slapped her across the face. What the hell? Why'd you hit her? The shorter woman shrieked in shock. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Lin Yufan glanced her way and, with a backhand, sent her sprawling to the floor. Glaring at the two women, he growled, Those three are my sisters. If I ever hear you insulting them again, I'll slap you every time I see you. Now get lost. You dare hit me? This isn't over. Just you wait. The two women shouted as they scurried away, fuming. Brother Yufan, what are you doing? Gu Yunxi asked, walking up to him with a confused look, glancing between him and the retreating women. Oh, nothing. Just taught a couple of nosy old hags to keep their mouths shut, he replied with a grin. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we eat out tonight? Saves me from having to cook, Gu Yunxi suggested. Lin Qingchan chimed in. After a beauty treatment, cooking would just ruin it. I say we eat out too. I want hot pot. Gu Yunxi and Lin Qingchan were still discussing eating out, but Qiao Xinyan had already decided on hot pot. With all three of them insisting, Lin Yufan had no choice but to go along, and the group headed to an old, well-known Sichuan hotpot restaurant. Since it was peak dining time, they got a number, and were told it would be over an hour's wait. Catching Lin Yufan's eye, Qingju, who was stationed nearby, immediately made a call. Within moments, the manager himself came out, personally escorting them to a quiet private room. "Let me see the menu. I want to order." Qiao Xinyan excitedly grabbed the menu from the manager and began ordering without pause. Finally, she passed it to Gu Yunxi, who shook her head with a wry smile. "That's enough. You've ordered so much already, there's no way the four of us will finish it all. Let's just place the order." Despite her cute, doll-like face, Qiao Xinyan was an absolute foodie and yet somehow never gained weight, something Gu Yunxi envied. Just as the server brought in the pot and ingredients, a group of people suddenly walked in, led by the two women Lin Yufan had slapped. With them was a man in his 50s, dressed in a formal suit with gold-rimmed glasses, and an expensive watch, clearly the image of a successful businessman. The man, Wang Dafu, was a real estate tycoon from the northern part of Nanjiang City, worth hundreds of millions, with considerable influence in local circles. Behind him were 4 personal bodyguards. Were you the one who hit my wife?" Wang Dafu glared at Lin Yufan. "Yes, that was me. Is there a problem?" Lin Yufan responded calmly. "Is there a problem? You've got guts, I'll give you that. You dare lay a hand on Wang Dafu's wife? You've got a death wish." Wang Dafu sneered, waving his hand as he ordered, "Teach him a lesson. Beat him to death if you must, I'll take full responsibility. I'm going to make sure he regrets ever touching my wife," Wang Dafu said fiercely. At his signal, the 4 bodyguards moved in on Lin Yufan. Gu Yunxi and Qiao Xinyan turned pale, and Lin Qingchan's eyes flickered as she considered stepping in. Just then, a voice shouted from behind Wang Dafu, "Stop." Wang Dafu turned, ready to tell off whoever dared interfere, but then saw the speaker and immediately changed his tone. "Mr. Zhang, I didn't realize you were back. I thought you'd moved to the provincial capital. Had I known, I would have come to welcome you myself." Years ago, Zhang Guoqiang had been a well-known businessman when Wang Dafu was just starting out. Since then, Zhang had moved to the provincial capital, and Wang was surprised to see him here. "No need for all that, Mr. Wang. It's been a while, and I see your business is doing well. You look like you've had some prosperous years," Zhang Guoqiang said with a friendly smile, accompanied by his wife Tang Feng. "Dad, Mom." Gu Yunxi greeted her adoptive parents warmly. "What's this? Mr. Zhang, is she your daughter?" "My apologies, there's been a misunderstanding here." Wang Dafu's expression shifted, realizing his mistake. Although Zhang Guoqiang wasn't in Nanjiang anymore, he was well connected with high-ranking officials in the capital. Wang knew it was best not to cross him. "Much appreciated, Mr. Wang. Do let me know if you're ever in the capital, and we'll catch up," Zhang Guoqiang replied courteously, recognizing Wang's attempt to save face. "Absolutely, absolutely. I'll leave you to your meal." "Excuse me." Wang Dafu quickly took his wife and her friend, retreating despite their reluctant looks. Zhang Guoqiang then turned to Lin Yufan with a scornful look. "So Lin Yufan, is this what you meant when you claimed you'd never be beneath me? Just a petty real estate mogul can walk all over you, and treat you like dirt. Don't you feel embarrassed? If I remember correctly, you once boasted that you'd wipe out the entire family of anyone who dared to take an interest in my daughter Yunxi, saying you could keep her safe. Tell me, what do you have to back up that boast? How can you even pretend to promise my daughter a secure and happy life?" Old words, thrown around without a thought for his own capabilities, blind arrogance with no self-awareness. That was Zhang Guoqiang's impression of Lin Yufan. "How can you say that about him, Dad?" Gu Yunxi couldn't stand it any longer and got up to confront her father. But her adoptive mother, Tang Feng, shot her a look, signaling her to stay quiet. Gu Yunxi ignored it, ready to push back, but Lin Yufan smiled and responded, "Uncle, precisely because my status is no lower than yours, I don't make it a point to know small-time figures. Naturally, they wouldn't know me either, so they think I'm an easy target. Besides, Uncle, you're only taking this tone with me because you helped me shoo off that Wang fellow, right? I'd like to point out, though, that even without your help, he would have been no trouble for me." "No trouble? Small-time figures?" Zhang Guoqiang laughed. If he thought Lin Yufan had seemed arrogant before, now he would add shamelessness to his judgment. When there's trouble, he hides behind a woman. Then, when the danger's over, he leaps up and claims he had it covered all along. If you truly had that capability, you wouldn't have needed my help at all. What this boils down to is that fragile pride of yours. You refuse to accept your own weakness and incompetence. How do you even have the nerve to act like this? Zhang Guoqiang's expression was one of pure disgust. Without waiting for a reply, he turned to Gu Yunxi. So this is the man you chose? Fine, be my guest. Yunxi, as parents we only want what's best for you, yet you refuse to listen. This Lin Yufan is clearly no match for you. Her adoptive mother Tang Fang shook her head, her impression of Lin Yufan now at rock bottom. Mom, I can handle my own life. You don't need to worry about it anymore. After being belittled repeatedly, Gu Yunxi finally couldn't take it. Seeing her expression, Tang Fang sighed and explained, "We're not trying to meddle, sweetheart. Your father and I were out shopping and happened to run into you. Seeing our daughter in a difficult situation, what parent could just ignore that?" Gu Yunxi's expression softened slightly. "I understand, Mom. But still." "Enough," Zhang Guoqiang cut in. "Let's not stand here any longer. Time to go." Tang Fang gave her husband a pointed look, then turned back to Gu Yunxi with a sympathetic smile. "Your father has a temper, you know that. Don't take it to heart. Take care and enjoy your meal." As she started to leave, she paused and added, "Oh Yunxi, remember you're heading to the provincial capital tomorrow. Try to get a good night's sleep and don't stay up too late." "Got it, Mom." Gu Yunxi nodded. As soon as Zhang Guoqiang and Tang Fang had left, Qiao Xingyan turned to Gu Yunxi, frowning. "Yunxi, are you really going with them to the capital tomorrow? You're not thinking of going back on our promise, are you?" "Stop that nonsense." Gu Yunxi scolded her, rolling her eyes. "I'm only going to clarify things with his family." She sighed. "You saw how my parents reacted. Since I can't get through to them, my only choice is to talk with the other family. Let's just hope they'll be reasonable." Her words seemed casual, but they left Lin Yufan deep in thought. Since Gu Yunxi was going to the provincial capital to see her potential match's family, why not get there first and take care of the issue himself? His mind made up, a glint of resolve flashed in Lin Yufan's eyes. After their meal, the four of them wandered around the shopping district a while before heading back to the villa. With an early morning flight, Gu Yunxi went to bed soon after arriving home. Qiao Xingyan dragged Lin Qingqian to her room to play video games, while Lin Yufan stepped outside. Soon, a Rolls-Royce pulled up beside him. Once inside, he gave Qinju his orders: "Look into Zhang Guoqiang's background for me. Also, focus on which powerful family in the capital he's trying to marry my sister Gu Yunxi into. I want results in an hour." "Understood," Qinju nodded. Back in his room, Lin Yufan had just finished a cigarette on the balcony when Qinju sent over the information he'd requested. Zhang Guoqiang had started out in software development, eventually founding a small tech company. In the 90s, he struck gold with a Wi-Fi hijacking app, earning over 30 million yuan. Over time, the company grew, eventually completing a first round of financing, after which Zhang moved operations to the provincial capital to expand. Last month, though, Zhang Guoqiang's company hit a major cash flow problem due to a failed round of funding. In a desperate attempt to fill the 6 billion yuan gap, Zhang sought out various wealthy contacts. But with such a massive shortfall, even the wealthiest of his friends didn't dare offer assistance. With banks refusing him as well, he finally turned to the Zhao family, an elite family in the capital. The Zhao family, a powerhouse in the pharmaceutical industry, produced more than 20 types of drugs, 3 of which were household names. The Zhao family? A company worth over 50 billion yuan. Not bad, Lin Yufan murmured with a smirk. No wonder Zhang was so determined to bring Gu Yunxi to the capital. It was all to cozy up to the Zhao family and secure the funds to save his failing company. Acting all noble, but really planning to sell his daughter for his own gain. Pathetic. Lin Yufan muttered under his breath. He continued scrolling, and soon came upon a photograph of a young man with a striking appearance, about his own age. Leaning against a sports car, the man wore a white suit, his arms folded, and a charming smile on his face. The young man was Zhao Yuxuan, the future heir of the Zhao family. He had recently founded his own medical equipment company, which was already valued at over 100 million yuan within its first year, a testament to his capability. A tall, rich, and handsome Ivy League graduate with money and looks, the perfect match many women dream of. "Good looking, almost as good as me," Lin Yufan muttered, completely shameless. In truth, after reading Zhao Yuxuan's background, Lin felt a bit of pressure. But as he kept reading, his expression turned strange. With an uncomfortable look, he threw the picture into the trash, muttering to himself with a sneer, "Disgusting." Previously, he'd only reviewed the general background of the Zhao family, a powerful clan in the provincial capital. But what he'd just read was the personal profile of Zhao Yuxuan, their sole heir. According to the information, Zhao Yuxuan's private life abroad had been utterly unrestrained. The worst part, he had a strong preference for men. This genuinely revolted Lin Yufan. He recalled a saying, "God gave you a gun, and you choose to use it as a stirring stick?" It seemed tailor-made for someone like Zhao Yuxuan. Though distasteful, this little detail could be a useful leverage point. Lin Yufan picked up his phone and called Qing Zhu. "Arrange a private jet for me. I'll be heading to the provincial capital first thing tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning?" "Understood. I'll get right on it." The next morning, while Qiao Xinyan and Lin Qingchan were still sound asleep, Gyu Yunxi was already up and ready to head out. As she came downstairs, she saw Lin Yufan waiting for her in the living room. "Brother Yufan, what are you doing up so early?" She was slightly taken aback but secretly pleased. "Aren't you going to the airport?" "I thought I'd get up early and see you off," he replied with a smile. "Just to see me off?" Disappointment flashed across her face. She'd thought he might be worried about her and planned to go with her to the provincial capital, but it seemed she'd overthought it. "It's about time, let's head out," she said, heading toward the garage. Soon, the two of them were on their way to the Nanjiang City Airport. At the airport, Lin Yufan walked with Gyu Yunxi all the way to the departure gate. "Yunxi, why'd you bring him along? You're not thinking of taking him to the provincial capital with us, are you?" "Just so you know, I only bought 3 tickets, Zhang Guoqiang said coldly, his face darkening when he saw Lin Yufan. "No, brother Yufan just came to see me off," Gyu Yunxi replied with a shake of her head. "That's good then. We'd better board, it's time to go," Zhang Guoqiang said as he stepped through the gate. Tang Feng looked at Gyu Yunxi and sighed. "Yunxi, don't linger too long, the plane's about to take off." She glanced briefly at Lin Yufan and shook her head, then turned and followed her husband. As the plane's departure grew imminent, Gyu Yunxi turned to Lin Yufan with a look full of emotion. "Brother Yufan, don't worry. In this life, I'll only ever marry you. I won't even look at another man. Just wait for me to come back." "I trust you," he nodded. "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" she asked, visibly anxious. "Huh? Say what?" He looked genuinely confused. "You, humph, brother Yufan, you're such an idiot," she huffed, stamping her foot in frustration, then turned and hurried through the gate. Watching her walk away, he smirked. "An idiot, huh? Not at all, little Yunxi. See you in the capital." Moments later, Qingju appeared behind him. "Master, the private jet is ready to depart any time." "Good. Let's go," Lin Yufan replied, heading to the private jet terminal. An hour and a half later, Gyu Yunxi and her adoptive parents arrived in the provincial capital. As they exited the plane and made their way to the arrivals area, they noticed several distinguished-looking men and women waiting nearby. "Isn't that Tian Hengfei? And Yannick Zudong, Ma Lirong, Chen Tiantai?" Zhang Guoqiang's face showed clear shock as he recognized the figures standing at the front of the group. "Aren't those the heads of the 4 major families in the capital? What are they all doing here? Are they waiting for some big shot?" "Look at the banner behind them," Tang Feng pointed out. "It says, 'Welcome Mr. Lin, to the provincial capital.' Who is this Mr. Lin that the heads of the 4 most powerful families would personally come to greet? I don't recall any big figure named Lin. Could it be someone from the Lin family in the capital?" Zhang Guoqiang furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. Gyu Yunxi, following behind her parents, looked up and asked, "Mom? Dad? What are you looking at?" "Nothing. Let's go," Zhang Guoqiang replied, shaking his head as he led them out of the airport. Their driver, Xiao Wang, was waiting for them at the exit. Seeing Zhang Guoqiang's family, he quickly got out to open the car door. "Mr. Zhang, shall I take you directly home, or? There's an important dinner later." "Let's go home first so I can change," Zhang Guoqiang replied. "Understood, Mr. Zhang." Xiao Wang nodded and drove them toward the Zhang family estate. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan had also arrived in the provincial capital. The 4 heads of the capital's major families came forward with smiles to greet him. "Welcome to the provincial capital, Mr. Lin." Their voices rang out so loudly that the whole airport could hear. "What's going on?" Lin Yufan frowned. "Master, these are influential tycoons who recently joined our business academy. Upon learning of your visit, they insisted on coming to the airport to welcome you," Qianju explained. "In the future, keep it low-key. I don't like all this fanfare," Lin Yufan replied with a sigh. "Understood, master." Qianju bowed his head. "I also just received word that Zhang Guoqiang arranged a meeting with the Zhao family at the Belita Hotel." "Oh? Let's head there now," Lin Yufan said. "The Belita Hotel is owned by the Tian family. Tian Hengfei, their head, is right here," and he's prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Since we're heading there anyway, would you? Qinju suggested tentatively. Oh, so you planned this all along? Lin Yufan gave him an annoyed look. Never. My deepest apologies, master, Qinju immediately apologized, his face paling. The wealthy elites who had come to greet him noticed this exchange, growing tense, thinking they had somehow offended him. Alright, don't let it happen again. If you overstep again, I'll reassign you to the lowest ranks, Lin Yufan warned, waving him off. Yes, master. Qingju wiped the cold sweat from his brow and went to speak with Tian Hengfei and the others. Learning that Lin Yufan would attend the banquet, Tian Hengfei and the others were thrilled. As the leader of Tianji Pavilion, Lin Yufan's status was highly revered, and dining with him was an honor. An hour passed. In the VIP suite of the Belita Hotel, the 4 family heads and 6 top business moguls from the capital sat around the table, chatting with excitement as they waited. Meanwhile, the guest of honor, Lin Yufan, stood at the hotel's main entrance, watching for Gu Yunyuxi. A few minutes later, a luxury car worth several million yuan pulled up. Zhang Guoqiang and his wife got out, followed by Gu Yunxi, who stepped out in a strapless dress. It was clear she'd taken care with her appearance. Her hair was styled in loose waves, her makeup was flawless, and she wore an orange-red strapless dress that was both mature and subtly alluring. Feminine and sophisticated, she was every bit a vision. Seeing Gu Yunxi, Lin Yufan couldn't help but think, Yunxi looks stunning in anything. I wonder if she'd look even better with nothing at all. It's that guy Zhang. Tang Feng was the first to spot Lin Yufan. She tugged at her husband Zhang Guoqiang's sleeve and gestured in Lin Yufan's direction. This kid just won't give up, will he? Zhang Guoqiang's face immediately darkened. At that moment, Yu Yunxi also noticed Lin Yufan. Her eyes lit up, and without hesitation she hurried over in her high heels. Brother Yufan. What are you doing here? She asked, her face flushed with excitement. What do you think? Lin Yufan replied with a smile, gently brushing her cheek. Get your hands off her. Zhang Guoqiang stormed over, smacking Lin's hand away and pulling Gu Yunxi behind him. Dad! What are you doing? Gu Yunxi protested, displeased. In public, no less. This guy's getting handsy with you, completely shameless. You should stay far away from people like him, Zhang Guoqiang snapped. Gu Yunxi frowned. Dad, Brother Yufan is my boyfriend. It's natural for us to be affectionate, isn't it? Rubbish. What do you mean, your boyfriend? Yunxi, you're not even married, so how can you say something so shameless? Let me tell you, as long as I'm alive I'll never let you be with this arrogant, low-life nobody. But, Gu Yunxi started, only to be interrupted by Zhang Guoqiang, who suddenly began coughing harshly. Tang Feng, her expression stern, scolded her daughter, Yunxi, enough. Look at how upset you're making your father. Would you only be happy if you drove him to an early grave? Seeing Gu Yunxi's torn expression, Lin Yufan gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Yunxi. No one will ever take you away from me. With that, he turned and entered the hotel. Brother Yufan. Gu Yunxi called out, but Zhang Guoqiang blocked her path. Yunxi. Zhang said sternly. Today's the day you're meeting your future in-laws. Don't make a scene or say anything foolish. If you offend them, it won't just affect you, it'll bring trouble on your mother and me as well. Understand? Future in-laws? I haven't even agreed to anything, Gu Yunxi said angrily. Oh, you'll agree once you meet the young man from the Zhao family? Tang Feng interjected with a cheerful smile, patting Gu Yunxi's hand. Of course she was referring to Zhao Yuxuan. Handsome, sincere and well-mannered, he was a rare gem. Tang Feng had an exceptionally high opinion of him. Not happening. Gu Yunxi muttered with a sigh, thinking to herself, I came to the capital to make things clear. Gu Yunxi, will never marry into the Zhao family. With her purpose firmly in mind, Gu Yunxi let the argument drop. After all, words alone wouldn't change her parents' minds, so she decided to address the issue directly with the Zhao family. Not long after, Gu Yunxi followed her adoptive parents to a private room in the hotel. This room was just one level below the most exclusive suite, and the rental fee alone exceeded 500,000 yuan, far beyond the reach of the average person. Inside, 3 people were seated: the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Qian, his wife Su Siyi, and their son Zhao Yuxuan, a striking young man. Mr. Zhao, apologies for the delay, Zhang Guoqiang said, bowing slightly. No worries. We've only just arrived ourselves, Zhao Qian replied, waving his hand with a friendly smile. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Gu Yunxi. Zhao's eyes lit up at the sight of her. She was not only beautiful, with an excellent figure, but also had a unique aura about her. Ah, Feng. Is this your daughter, Gu Yunxi? My, she's stunning. She's stunning. Yi Shu Xingyi stood up, pulling Tang Fang to sit beside her, but her eyes kept drifting to Gu Yunxi. Perfect face, perfect grace, perfect figure. The way she was built. Shu Xingyi was already mentally tallying up points. Oh Shu, you're too kind, Tang Fang said modestly, though her face showed clear pride. Yongxi, right? I'm your Aunt Shu, and this is your Uncle Zhao. Don't be shy. We've known your parents for years. Yuxu Yi greeted her warmly. Gu Yunxi smiled politely and nodded. Hello Aunt Yishu, Uncle Zhao. Hello hello. Zhao Qian replied with a warm laugh, clearly just as pleased with Gu Yunxi. Yuxuan. This is Gu Yunxi, your Uncle Zhang's daughter. Say hello. Zhao Qian nudged his son. Though there was a flicker of impatience in Zhao Yuxuan's eyes, he stood up and extended his hand, putting on a cordial expression. Hello Yunxi? I'm Zhao Yuxuan. Nice to meet you. Haha, there's no need for formalities, you'll have plenty of time to get acquainted, Zhang Guoqiang interjected with a laugh, echoed by Zhao and Zhu. Hello Gu Yunxi replied politely, though her expression was slightly strained. As food and drinks were brought to the table, the atmosphere in the room was friendly. Suddenly, Zhao Qian's phone rang. Old Zhao. Do you know what I'm doing right now? Let me tell you. I'm dining with the master of Tianji Pavilion himself. I swear I could brag about this for a lifetime. Came the voice of his friend Tian Hengfei from the other end. What? The master of Tianji Pavilion? Are you pulling my leg? A man of such status is dining with you? Why would I lie? I'm right here at Belita Hotel. If the occasion allowed, I'd take a video to post on my feed. Wait a minute. You're at Belita Hotel? Are you sure? Why would I lie? Do you think I'm the kind of guy who'd make things up? Tian replied defensively. No, that's not what I meant. I'm actually at Belita Hotel too. Which suite are you in? I'll come to you. Well, old Zhao, it's not that I don't want you here, but as you know, this banquet is specifically to welcome the master of Tianji Pavilion, Mr. Lin. Whether you can join us isn't up to me alone. But don't worry, I'll ask and let you know if it's possible. With that, Tian hung up. Zhao Qian, however, was left in a state of urgency. The master of Tianji Pavilion himself. A figure who controlled nearly a third of Longguo's wealth, someone like that could go an entire lifetime without meeting someone of his caliber. The chance to dine or even share a drink with him would be the stuff of legends in the business world. Meanwhile, in the most exclusive suite, Lin Yufan was quietly considering when would be the best time to intervene and ruin the gathering. Just then, Tian Hengfei nervously approached him with a toast. Mr. Lin, I have a small favor to ask. A friend of mine, Zhao Qian, is the head of the Zhao family here in the capital. He happens to be dining at my hotel today, and when he learned you were here, he expressed a strong desire to meet you. If it's not too much trouble. Would that be all right? You insolent fool. Do you think just anyone can meet our master? Qianju shouted sternly from behind Lin Yufan. Tian Hengfei's face went pale. I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. He stammered, standing up abruptly before dropping to his knees in fear. Hearing the name Zhao Qian, Lin Yufan recalled that this was the very family Zhang Guoqiang was trying to cozy up to the powerful Zhao family in pharmaceuticals. And their head was none other than Zhao Qian himself. The corner of Lin Yufan's mouth lifted as he turned to Tian Hengfei. This Zhao family. They wouldn't happen to be the ones in the pharmaceutical industry, would they? Yes. Exactly, that Zhao family. Mr. Lin, you know of them? Tian replied, still shaking but also visibly surprised. I've heard of them, briefly. Lin Yufan waved a hand at the trembling Tian Hengfei. Get up. I'm not so petty as to hold a grudge over something trivial. Since he's your friend, go ahead and invite him over. What? Tian Hengfei was stunned. Just moments ago he was regretting even making such a bold request. But Lin Yufan actually agreed? Qinjiu's gaze turned icy as he snapped. Didn't you hear what the master said? No, I understand perfectly. Tian Hengfei quickly shook his head. As he rose to call Zhao Qian, Lin Yufan suddenly asked, by the way, is Zhao Qian here at the hotel now? Find out which suite he's in. Yes, of course, I'll ask him right away. Confused but obedient, Tian dialed Zhao Qian to find out. After a brief conversation he reported back, Mr. Lin. Zhao Qian is in the Chungqiu suite downstairs. Excellent. Lin Yufan nodded, then stood up and left the suite without a backward glance. His mind was set on seeing Gu Yunxi. He had no interest in lingering for a meal with these people. Still dazed, Tian Hengfei answered the phone again. only to hear Zhao Qian's irritated voice. Old Tian, what's going on? You asked where I was, then just left me hanging? Leave you hanging? Old Zhao, you have no idea. I asked the master himself if you could come by to offer a toast, and I almost paid the price for it. Luckily, he's generous and let it slide. You owe me for this, you hear? I was scared out of my mind. Tian Hengfei rambled, feeling the tension ease now that the worst had passed. Qin Ju shot a look of disdain, but said nothing more. Meanwhile, now that he knew which suite Gu Yunxi was in, Lin Yufan hurried there without delay. At the same time, Zhao Qian, who had just hung up, stood up in excitement. Mr. Zhao, where are you going? Zhang Guoqiang asked, puzzled. Old Zhang, something urgent came up, I need to step out for a moment. Xingyi, take over here, I'll be right back. With that, Zhao Qian hurried out of the suite. Madam, what's going on with him? Zhang Guoqiang asked, baffled. Probably something important he needs to handle. Let's continue our conversation, Yi Shujini replied smoothly, though she too was confused by her husband's sudden departure. But as a seasoned socialite, she adapted quickly. Oh, all right then. Let's get back to discussing the marriage arrangements, Zhang Guoqiang said, resuming the topic with Yi Xingyi. Not long after Zhao Qian left, the door to the suite opened again, but instead of Zhao Qian, it was a young man in his early 20s, Lin Yufan. Everyone in the room, Zhang Guoqiang, his wife Tang Feng, Xu Jingyi, and her son Zhao Yuxuan stared in surprise. Brother Yufan. Gu Yunxi, who had been sitting composedly, instantly broke into a radiant smile upon seeing him. Youngzi, what are you doing? Zhang Guoqiang's face darkened as he reached out, pulling her back into her seat and signaling her to stay put. Yunxi. Is this your brother? Zhu Jingyi asked, her eyes narrowing with curiosity at Yu Yunxi's warm address of Lin Yufan. To her knowledge, the Zhangs only had one daughter, Gu Yunxi. So where did this brother come from? No, he's my. Gu Yunxi began, intending to say he was her boyfriend, her future husband. But Zhang Guoqiang quickly cut in. Madam, as you know, Yunxi was adopted from an orphanage. This young man here is someone she considered an older brother back then. They're just like siblings, nothing more, he explained with a severe look at Gu Yunxi. Is that so? Yi Shujini replied, somewhat skeptical, casting a questioning look at Gu Yunxi. Yu Yunxi glanced from Lin Yufan at the doorway to her adoptive parents and the Zhao family members. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke resolutely. Actually, Aunt Xu, Brother Yufan is my boyfriend. We've been dating for a while, and I've decided that he's the only one I'll marry. What? You're saying he's your boyfriend and that you'll only marry him? Zhu Jini's face darkened at her words. She shot a sharp look at Zhang Guoqiang, who, with a sudden grimace, rose and slapped Gu Yunxi hard across the face. Slap. How many times have I told you? This boy is not good enough for you. Do you not understand a single word I say? Zhang Guoqiang yelled angrily. Gu Yunxi held her stinging cheek, tears welling up in her eyes. But she summoned her courage and replied, Dad, whether he's good enough is for me to decide. I believe he is, and that's enough. For my whole life I'll only marry Brother Yufan. If you won't allow it, then all I can say is that I'm sorry. What? Sorry? Are you trying to sever our father-daughter bond? Zhang Guoqiang's expression grew even darker. Was this adopted daughter, whom he had raised for over 10 years, now turning against him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his hand to strike her again, but before he could, Lin Yufan stepped forward and shielded Gu Yunxi. Had it not been for the fact that Zhang Guoqiang had adopted Gu Yunxi, that slap alone would have been enough for Lin to retaliate without mercy. Mr. Zhang, I need an explanation from you, and I believe the Zhao family deserves one as well, Yi Shujini said, her face twisted with displeasure. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. Yunxi is just too naive, she's been deceived by this boy. Give me some time, and I'll make sure to give you a proper explanation, Zhang Guoqiang said awkwardly. He then turned to glare at Lin Yufan. You're Lin Yufan, right? I'm giving you one last chance, stay away from my daughter, or I won't be so polite next time. Oh? Not polite? Lin Yufan's smile was cold. I'd love to see exactly how you plan to not be polite to me. You insolent fool. Zhang Guoqiang's face darkened as he raised his hand to slap Lin Yufan. But before his hand could connect, Lin Yufan struck first, his backhand landing squarely across Zhang Guoqiang's face. Brother Yufan, stop, Gu Yunxi gasped, stunned. She had never imagined he would hit her adoptive father. You actually dare hit me? Zhang Guoqiang was dazed, completely taken aback that Lin Yufan would strike him. Hit you? Lin Yufan sneered coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you're Yunxi's adoptive father, I'd have ended you on the spot for slapping her earlier. What arrogance! Ending him? Who do you think you are? Xu Xingyi couldn't tolerate his defiance any longer. Slamming her hand on the table, she stood and glared coldly at Lin Yufan. I'll give you 1 minute to disappear from my sight, or I'll make sure you don't leave this room. Lin Yufan shot her a disdainful look. Idiot. You. Xu Xingyi's face twisted with rage. She pointed at him, too furious to speak. Mom, calm down. There's no need to stoop to this pauper's level, Zhao Yuxuan said with a smirk, tugging his mother's arm. She shot him an annoyed look. Didn't you hear him? He's trying to steal your woman. Let him try. Anything that can be taken from me was never mine to begin with, Zhao Yuxuan replied with a polite smile, completely unconcerned. You. Really? Fine. Let them be, Xu Xingyi muttered, irritated but unwilling to push the matter further since her son was so indifferent. Very well then, Lin Yufan. You've got guts. Zhang Guoqiang snarled, turning to his daughter with a warning. Yunxi, I'll give you one last chance. If you tell this boy to leave right now, you'll still be my daughter. But if you insist on staying with him, then don't blame me for cutting all ties with you. Dad. Gu Yunxi's face went pale at his words. At that moment, her adoptive mother, Tang Fang, walked over, taking Gu Yunxi's cold hand in hers, and looking at her sorrowfully. Yunxi, your father and I have raised you all these years, and now you're choosing a stranger over us? Would you really break our family apart for him? Mom, it's not. Gu Yunxi shook her head, close to tears. Then tell him to leave. Tang Fang demanded, pointing at Lin Yufan. No. Gu Yunxi's expression changed. She pulled her hand away and said firmly, if you're going to interfere in my personal life and my marriage then it's better if we sever ties. You ungrateful girl. You'd abandon your parents for some lowly man? Tang Fang cried out, stomping her foot in anger. Zhang Guoqiang followed suit, shouting, ungrateful wretch. If I'd known this would happen, I'd never have adopted you. I'm sorry. Hearing her father's hurtful words, Gu Yunxi felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She bit her lip, her eyes welling with tears. Shameless, Zhang Guoqiang. Have you no sense of decency? Lin Yufan sneered, spitting on the floor. Yes, you adopted Yunxi, but that doesn't give you the right to control her love life and marriage. And don't pretend that you're only trying to find her a good match. Do you really think I don't know what's going on in that head of yours? What nonsense are you talking about? Yunxi is my daughter. What other motives could I possibly have? Zhang Guoqiang's face turned pale. Gu Yunxi's suspicions were now piqued, and she looked up at Lin Yufan, her tearful eyes full of confusion. Brother Yufan, what do you mean? With a sigh, Lin Yufan revealed the truth. Your father's tech company hit a roadblock during financing, and he's in desperate need of funds. Unable to find help, he planned to use you as leverage to curry favor with the Zhao family, hoping to secure financial support through a marriage alliance. Is that true? Gu Yunxi froze. She had always thought of her adoptive father as a kind, loving man, someone who would never sacrifice her happiness for his own gain. She looked at Zhang Guoqiang, who stared back, his expression wide-eyed and in shock. From his reaction she could tell that Lin Yufan's words were true. Dad, how could you trade my happiness for your business? She asked, her voice trembling with anger. Trade your happiness? What, marrying my son Zhao Yuxuan is beneath you? Zhu Xingyi snapped, glaring at Gu Yunxi. Let me tell you, girls would line up for the chance to marry my son. You should be grateful he's even interested. Lin Yufan sneered, glancing at Zhu Xingyi. Grateful? Are you joking? Your son prefers men, and you act like you don't know. You're spouting nonsense. Keep talking, and I'll tear your mouth off. Zhao Yuxuan's face turned ashen, and he glared at Lin Yufan with murderous eyes. But inside his shock was overwhelming. How did this guy know? Could he have been watching me all along? You brat from nowhere. How dare you insult my son? Xu Xingyi's face darkened. Her son Zhao Yuxuan was everything to her, and she wouldn't allow anyone to speak against him. Insult? Lin Yufan laughed. Looking at Zhao Yuxuan, he said, I've got plenty on you. Here's your chance. If you admit it now, I won't post it online. But if you deny it, I'll put all those videos and photos out there. Then, well, you'll be famous in no time. Yao Yuxuan's face turned pale. He thought Lin might be bluffing, but he couldn't be sure. If Lin really did have something on him, releasing it would be catastrophic. Yuxuan, are you? Seeing her son's reaction, Zhu Xingyi started piecing things together. Mom, let's drop this whole arrangement. This Gyu Yunxi she's meeting me but has unclear ties with other men. Marrying her could be humiliating for me someday. Better to avoid that headache, don't you think? Zhao Yuxuan kept his tone steady, trying to ease his mother's doubts. But Ishu Xingyi just kept staring at him, her expression troubled. Mom, why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face? He asked with a strained smile. Finally, Ishu Ji looked directly at him and asked, Yuxuan, is what he said true? Mom, I. A look of panic flashed across his face, but before he could respond, his mother slapped him. Yuxuan, you need to stop this shameful behavior. You're the only heir of the Zhao family. How could you be interested in men? Xu Jingyi scolded him angrily. Nearby, Zhang Guoqiang and his wife stared at them, stunned. Even Gu Yunxi was wide-eyed with shock. Sister-in-law, Yuxuan is. Zhang Guoqiang, snapping out of it, looked at both Yuxuan and Zhu Jingyi. Mr. Zhang, we have no financial concerns, Yu Shiyu said, now seated and composed. And as for Yunxi, she's got the right look and build perfect for bearing sons. You know what I mean, right? Zhang Guoqiang, with years of experience in business, immediately understood her meaning. He glanced at Yu Yunxi, then nodded. Sister-in-law, rest assured. As long as I'm here, Yunxi will marry into the Zhao family. Dad, what are you saying? You know what Yuxuan is. Zhu Yunxi was horrified. She had assumed her father would back off after learning the truth about Yuxuan's orientation. But now he was pushing her into this marriage, throwing her into a pit. Silence. A marriage arranged by the parents is your duty to obey. If I say you marry, then you'll marry. As for your company in Nanjiang, arrange to sell or dissolve it. With the Zhao family as your in-laws, you won't need to exhaust yourself running a business anymore, Zhang Guoqiang said, determined to see her married off. No, I won't marry him. If you really force me, then I'll have to cut ties with you as your daughter. Gu Yunxi was heartbroken, but she wasn't about to yield. Marry or don't marry, you don't get a say in this. Yuxu Xingyi sneered. Mrs. Zhao, what do you mean? Gu Yunxi felt a shiver of unease. Is this because of that boy? Is that why you won't marry my son? Yuxu Xingyi's tone was icy. Fine. If that's the case, I'll kill him here and be done with it. Station guards. At her call, 8 bodyguards in black suits with earpieces entered the room. Beat this boy to death, Yishu Jini commanded, pointing at Lin Yufan. No. Gu Yunxi was stunned. She couldn't believe Zhu Zini would resort to such cruelty, ready to kill Lin Yufan just to force her into marriage with Yuxuan? This boy will die today. And anyone who leaks a word will face the same fate. Why are you all just standing there? Kill him. Xu Xingyi's commanding tone was ruthless. Her presence was regal, like a queen mother in charge of life and death, brooking no defiance. Stop. Just as the bodyguards were about to act, Zhao Qian hurried back into the room, panting. Following him was Tian Hengfei, the chairman of Belita Hotel. Mr. Lin. Tian Hengfei bowed deeply to Lin Yufan, his attitude deeply respectful. This is Mr. Lin? Zhao Qian studied Lin for a moment before bowing as well. Mr. Lin, my wife did not know her place. I beg your forgiveness. Zhao Qian, what are you doing? He's just some poor punk. Why are you treating him like this? Zhu Xingyi asked, confused. Slap. Zhao Qian turned, furious, and slapped Siyu Zini. How dare you speak to Mr. Lin like that? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Didn't you hear me? Kneel. Yushu Xingyi, stunned by her husband's reaction, froze in shock. What are you doing, Zhao? Zhang Guoqiang asked, bewildered. Why was Zhao Qian, a man of status, acting so submissively toward Lin Yufan? And why was Tian Hengfei, the hotel's chairman, doing the same? Could it be that Lin had such a powerful background that even heads of major families deferred to him? Zhang Guoqiang, you despicable old fool. You knew Miss Yunxi was Mr. Lin's girlfriend, and you still tried to set her up with my son. Are you trying to destroy the Zhao family? Hearing Zhang Guoqiang's voice, Zhao Qian's anger flared. Just recently, he had learned from Qin Jiu that the woman he was about to meet, Gu Yunxi, was actually the girlfriend of the Tianji Pavilion's master. The moment he found out, he had nearly been scared out of his wits and hurried back immediately. Brother Zhao, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. Zhang Guoqiang's face was filled with confusion. He couldn't figure out why his daughter being in a relationship with Lin Yufan was such a serious issue for the Zhao family. Was it really so dangerous for them? Could it be that Lin Yufan was so powerful that even a prestigious family like the Zhaos would tread carefully around him? You don't understand? Forget it. Since Mr. Lin is here, I'll keep my temper. But from now on, don't bring up any more talk of an alliance through marriage, or we'll be finished. Zhao Qian almost erupted in anger at Zhang Guoqiang. However, he reminded himself that this girl might one day be married to Lin Yufan, meaning Zhang Guoqiang could be Lin's future father-in-law. Offending him would be nothing short of digging his own grave. But, Brother Zhao, you must give me a reason. Zhang Guoqiang panicked. Without an alliance with the Zhao family, where would he find someone to fill the 6 billion financing gap? Besides Zhao Qian, he didn't know any other influential families in the province. Zhao Qian sighed and replied, "A reason? You still want a reason? Didn't I make myself clear? Your daughter Yanxi is Mr. Lin's girlfriend. That alone means no one in the entire country would dare approach her unless they have a death wish. Could it really be that serious?" Zhang Guoqiang's face reflected his disbelief. His previous suspicions were now all but confirmed. Lin Yufan. On the surface he appeared to be just an ordinary young man, but underneath he was clearly a figure of staggering influence. Even provincial powerhouses like Tian Hengfei and Zhao Qian treated him with such caution and respect. Thinking back to the countless times he'd insulted and belittled Lin Yufan, Zhang Guoqiang felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Here he had been trying to seek out help, all while the one person truly capable of aiding him had been right beside him. If only he had known, he would never have forced his daughter to marry the Zhao boy. "Father, he's just a nobody. Is it really necessary for you and Uncle Tian to call him Mr. Lin every other word?" Zhao Yuxuan couldn't stand it anymore. He could hardly believe his father, a powerful businessman, was acting so deferentially, almost like a lowly toady. It was unbearable to watch. Slap. Already worried that Lin Yufan might be upset about the proposed marriage arrangement between his son and Gu Yanxi, Zhao Qian had been considering how best to apologize. Now his son's tone was making things worse. Not only was he not helping, he was practically pouring fuel on the fire, almost as if he wanted the Zhao family to be destroyed. Furious, Zhao Qian slapped Yuxuan across the face, then grabbed a nearby chair and began hitting him with it. "You arrogant fool! Do you even understand what it means to keep a low profile? You think all powerful people are as ignorant as you, looking down on everyone? Let me tell you, treating Mr. Lin with respect, even serving him tea, would be an honor for me. What do you, a greenhorn, know about anything? I'm warning you from now on, you are forbidden from contacting Yanxi. Don't even look her way, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Do you understand?" As he berated his son, Zhao Qian's tone grew fiercer. Everyone watching could see that Zhao Qian was putting on a show to appease Lin Yufan. But for Zhang Guoqiang, Zhao Qian's behavior was shocking. Zhao Qian's son was his only child, and he had always doted on him excessively. Now though, Zhao Yuxuan was being beaten to the point of coughing up blood, and if this continued, he might end up in the hospital. If Zhao Qian had merely wanted to show respect to Lin Yufan, he wouldn't have taken things this far. Zhang Guoqiang began to sense that Zhao Qian's actions weren't just to curry favor but to plead for mercy. He was willing to punish his own son to make peace with Lin Yufan. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqiang's heart raced as he tugged on his wife Tang Fang's hand, whispering in her ear. Tang Fang, not as sharp as her husband in such matters, was initially confused. But after hearing his explanation, her expression changed from shock to disbelief as she looked between Zhao Qian, his bloodied son, the anxious Tian Hengfei, and finally Lin Yufan, whose face remained impassive. "Is he really that powerful?" she asked in a trembling voice. "There's no doubt." Seeing her husband's expression, Tang Fang took a deep breath, then gathered her courage and went to her daughter Go Yunyoxi. Noticing her mother's approach, Yunxi looked at her in confusion. Tang Feng gently took her daughter's soft hand in her own, patting it as she spoke. "Yunxi, your father and I didn't think things through before. From now on you have our blessing to be with Mr. Lin. We have no objections. Just be sure to settle things soon, you're not getting any younger, you know." "What? Mom, you and Dad were just against me being with Brother Yufan. How did you change your mind so suddenly?" Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief. This change was just too abrupt. Sigh. "Your father and I are getting old, sometimes we don't think clearly," Tang Feng said with a heavy sigh. "Seeing your uncle Zhao teach Yuxuan a lesson just made me realize that what we think is good for you might feel like suffering to you. If that's the case, we'd rather give you your freedom. Choose for yourself, Yunxi. If there's ever a problem, as long as your parents are alive, we'll be here to support you. And if this Lin dares to hurt you, I'd give my life to get you justice." As Tang Feng spoke, her voice grew emotional. She had always loved Yunxi dearly. Although she initially disagreed with her husband's idea of sacrificing Yunxi's happiness to save the company, He'd eventually convinced her by claiming Yinxi's reluctance was just because she and Yuxuan lacked feelings for each other, which would develop over time. But learning of Yuxuan's orientation had changed her perspective. And now, talking to her daughter, she felt as if a weight had lifted. Money was just money, it couldn't be taken with you when you left this world. The company could collapse, but she'd still have her daughter to rely on in old age. Losing her daughter's love over business? That would leave her with nothing in the end. Overcome with guilt, she looked at Yingxi with misty eyes. Yingxi. Just then, Zhang Guoqiang, seeing the situation had eased, came over as well. But before he could speak, Tang Feng, her emotions overflowing, turned around and kicked him squarely in the crotch. Zhang Guoqiang never expected his wife to suddenly strike him so ruthlessly. Caught off guard, he clutched his crotch, gasping in pain as he slumped to the floor, drenched in cold sweat. You stubborn old fool. From now on you can handle the company matters, but the household decisions are mine. And if you try deceiving me again, I'll make sure you're fully castrated. Tang Feng glared down at her husband. Though a flicker of guilt flashed across her face, her frustration with his recent behavior overpowered it. Yu Yunxi was stunned to see this fierce side of her mother. In her mind, her mother had always been soft-spoken, accommodating whatever her father wanted. Tang Feng had been the very picture of a devoted, traditional wife. But here she was now, more like a fierce tigress. Xiao Feng? Can we just talk this through? That kick nearly did me in. Zhang Guoqiang groaned, still reeling from the blow. The sudden shift in his wife's demeanor filled him with a mix of respect and fear. You brought this upon yourself. If it happens again, next time it won't just be a near miss, Tang Feng retorted, her gaze shifting to Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan. I don't know why everyone fears you so much or what powerful connections you have. But as Yangxi's adoptive mother, I've watched her grow up. She's my only hope in this world since I can't have children of my own. Yunxi is my everything. I know her nature well. Once she's set her mind on you, she'll be loyal to you even if you turn out to be a scoundrel. Tang Feng cast a glance at Yu Yunxi, whose eyes were glistening. Taking a deep breath, Tang Feng continued resolutely. Maybe to you, I'm just an ordinary old woman, but listen closely, I'm warning you, if you ever hurt Yunxi or betray her, I won't hesitate to go down fighting. Do you understand? Lin Yufan was taken aback, speechless for a moment. This wasn't at all what he'd expected. He had overheard Zhang Guoqiang advising Tang Feng to calm things down, make amends with Yunxi, and build rapport with him. Yet here she was, not only kicking Zhang Guoqiang but also threatening him with surprising vehemence. Are you doubting me? Tang Feng's voice grew louder, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm older, and I'm not afraid of death. As she spoke, tears began to roll down her face. Brother Yufan, my mother's talking to you. Gu Yunxi couldn't bear to see her mother like this. She rushed over to support her, shooting Lin Yufan an accusatory look. I would never do anything to hurt Yunxi, auntie. I only want to make her happy, Lin Yufan replied hastily, realizing he had to reassure her. Good. But if you ever go back on your word. Tang Feng started, but Gu Yunxi quickly intervened. Mom, that's enough. Brother Yufan wouldn't dare bully me. If anything, I'd be the one to keep him in line. And if he does step out of line, I'll do what you did to Dad, she said, glancing meaningfully at Zhang Guoqiang. Oh my dear, don't be too hasty. Unlike us, you're still young. If you really incapacitate him, you'll miss out on a lot of enjoyment down the road. Tang Feng replied, chuckling. Mom, what are you saying? Gu Yunxi flushed, understanding the meaning behind her mother's words. She looked at Lin Yufan, her cheeks blushing. Just then, a figure knelt in front of Lin Yufan, Mrs. Yishu Zini, tearfully pleading, Mr. Lin, please forgive my son. I beg you, please. I'll even kneel if that's what it takes. Her son Zhao Yuxuan had been severely beaten, and she couldn't bear to see him in pain. Zhao Qian, who was still holding his son down, tightened his grip, silencing Zhao Yuxuan's last gasps of protest. Lin Yufan glanced at Zhu Jini, his face impassive. Very well, I'll let it go this time, but only this once. If you and your son ever try to abuse your power like this again, you'll face the consequences. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Zhao Qian said gratefully. Why are you still kneeling? Hurry and take Yuxuan to the hospital, Zhao Qian urged, helping his wife to her feet and signaling 2 guards to take his son away. Despite his severe approach earlier, he was deeply concerned for his son. Understood. Right away. Zhu Xingyi responded, helping her son out. Mr. Lin, the guests in the VIP lounge are still waiting for you. Should I let them know you won't be joining us? Tian Hengfei asked, gathering his courage. No, let him go in my place. Lin Yufan replied with a glance at Zhang Guoqiang, who was now struggling to stand. He may have disliked Zhang Guoqiang's actions, but he couldn't forget that the man had cared for Gu Yunxi. Gratitude was owed. Mr. Zhang, would you mind joining me? Tian Hengfei asked, bowing politely. Ah, where exactly? Zhang Guoqiang asked, confused. The VIP lounge. Mr. Yan Shudong from the Yan family, Miss Ma Lirong from the Mei family, and Mr. Chen Tiantai from the Chen family are all there. They were planning to welcome Mr. Lin, but as he has asked you to attend on his behalf, it would be a privilege to have you join me. What? Yan Xudong, Ma Lirong, and Chen Tiantai? With Zhao Qian, that's all the province's major families. Wait, I remember when I got off the plane, I saw you all waiting at the airport. Was it for Mr. Lin? Zhang Guoqiang's face was filled with shock. Recalling what he'd seen at the airport, it dawned on him that all this had been for Lin Yufan. Naturally. With Mr. Lin visiting our city, we had to welcome him personally, Tian Hengfei confirmed. 10 minutes later, Zhang Guoqiang appeared in the VIP lounge. Normally, as the head of a mid-sized company, he wouldn't qualify to dine with the heads of major families. But once everyone learned that his adopted daughter, Gu Yunxi, was dating Lin Yufan, their attitudes changed dramatically. Mr. Zhang, I hear your company focuses on software development. Coincidentally, I have a tech company as well, let's collaborate soon. Mr. Zhang, I understand your company's looking for financing? Since we're all friends here, maybe let's keep this opportunity among ourselves? Yes. I've been meaning to expand into investment, so count me in too if you're interested. Old Zhang? You and I go way back. Forget these other guys. If you need funds, I'll cover whatever amount you require. Oh, come on, Zhao Qian, I'm the one who introduced you to Mr. Lin in the first place. Don't go cutting me out now. In a sudden shift, the heads of these powerful families were competing to establish connections with Zhang Guoqiang. It left him flustered. He hadn't yet processed it all. He'd been humbled recently, practically begging for funds, but had faced rejection after rejection. Now, simply because of his daughter's connection with Lin Yufan, these influential figures were all eager to invest in his company. What a difference status and reputation made. Amid his reflections, a critical question surfaced. Though he was certain Lin Yufan held an impressive status, he didn't actually know what that status was. Well, about that investment we can discuss the details later. But first, I have a question I hope you esteemed gentlemen can help clarify. Zhang raised his glass, then drained it in a single gulp. Of course, Mr. Zhang. Any questions you have, just ask, and we'll answer with complete transparency. Chen Tiantai responded enthusiastically, but a sharp look from Tian Hengfei made him shrink back. Zhang took a deep breath and asked, Who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Mr. Zhang, don't you already know who your future son-in-law really is? Chen Tiantai responded, startled. But noticing Zhang genuinely seemed unaware, he hesitated. Lin hadn't told Zhang, which might mean he didn't want Zhang to know. What if spilling the truth offended Lin? Mr. Chen, didn't you just say you'd tell me anything I asked? You're not going back on your word, are you? Zhang pressed. Chen Tiantai felt a cold sweat break out as he looked at Tian Hengfei and the others for help, but each of them avoided eye contact. What a bunch of useless friends, he thought. But he'd already spoken too much to back out now. Mr. Zhang, Chen finally said, I really shouldn't be saying this, but since you insist, I'll tell you discreetly. However, you must promise not to act on this knowledge, or it could cost me my life. I swear on my life. Zhang replied earnestly. In a whisper, Chen explained, With your level of experience, you've probably heard of the Celestial Pavilion, the foremost power in the nation. Mr. Lin is its current master. What? Zhang shot up from his chair, shocked. Memories of past conversations with Lin Yufan flooded his mind. Find her a match if you want, I'll kill them one by one until no one dares challenge me for Yunxi. My status is as high, if not higher than yours. The reason people don't recognize me is simple, I don't mingle with small players. His face paled as he remembered how he'd previously dismissed Lin as a foolish kid with no self-awareness. In reality, he himself was the arrogant one, blind to who was truly powerful. Looking over at Zhao Qian, Zhang recalled how he'd once tried to match Gu Yunxi with Zhao's son. If he'd succeeded, the Zhao family might have been wiped out by now. No wonder Zhao had been so furious earlier, saying Zhang was trying to get him killed. In the spring and autumn room. With Zhang now in the VIP lounge, the only ones left in the room were Lin, Gu Yunxi, and her adoptive mother, Tang Fang. After a long conversation and apologies, mother and daughter had reconciled. Their bond was unbreakable. All right, Yunxi, I'll step out to get some fresh air. You and Lin should have a talk, Tang said, dabbing at her eyes before leaving. As soon as Tang stepped out, Gu Yunxi turned her gaze on Lin, her eyes sharp. Brother Yufan, with no one else around. Don't you think you owe me some explanations? To whore you. Why is it that wherever we go, influential people are always so eager to please you? When I had issues with my company back in Nanchang, all these big-name executives suddenly appeared with funds and contracts. When you and Xiangyan went to attend Zhuoyang's birthday party, He Shaoning came with the heads of 8 major families just to offer you a toast. Between the events in Hong Kong and what's just happened now, there have been 4 incidents. One could be luck, but 4 times? Care to explain that? Yunxi, is this really what you want to talk about so seriously? Lin Yufan couldn't help but smile at the determined look on Gu Yunxi's face. Don't laugh. I'm serious, brother Yufan. If you don't tell me the truth today, I won't let you near me, and you definitely can't come into my room anymore. Seeing that he was about to laugh, Gu Yunxi grew flustered, trying to think of a way to threaten him, but there wasn't much she could say. Fine. I'll tell you everything, alright? Lin Yufan shook his head, smiling. Actually, I'm just your brother Yufan, you know? My brother Yufan is just an orphan. How could he know so many important people, let alone have them all showing him so much respect? If you don't tell the truth, I really won't talk to you again. Seeing her frustration, Lin Yufan decided to finally let her in on everything. Alright, I'll tell you. I really am your brother Yufan. But I'm also the current leader of the Celestial Pavilion. You've heard of that, right? Celestial Pavilion? You mean the one everyone online says is the top force in the country? But does the Celestial Pavilion really exist? Gu Yunxi's eyes went wide with disbelief. Rumors about the Celestial Pavilion had circulated online for years. But people found the story so far-fetched that most thought it was made up. However, she'd also read hints that the Celestial Pavilion was real and influenced the economy of the entire country. But Gu Yunxi, like most people, had been skeptical. Of course it's real. If it weren't, then my position as the leader would be pretty meaningless, wouldn't it? Besides, if it didn't exist, why else would so many powerful people be trying to curry favor with me? Oh my gosh. People say the Celestial Pavilion controls 1/3 of the country's wealth, is that true? And does it really have an elite martial academy and a business division like they say? With mounting curiosity, Gu Yunxi asked a steady stream of questions. Lin Yufan patiently answered each one. Half an hour later. Wow, brother Yufan, who would have thought you're so amazing? And here I was, planning to work hard to support you. Never mind. I'm done working from now on, you're supporting me. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, like he was some kind of golden god. After all, with her man being this wealthy, why should she work herself to the bone? Now that she had endless resources, she was ready to relax and enjoy life. Alright, I'll take care of you, Lin Yufan said with a chuckle, pulling her close. Snuggled in his arms, Gu Yunxi suddenly pinched him hard in the side, taking him by surprise. Ouch. What was that for? Lin Yufan looked at her, bewildered. If you're so powerful, why didn't you tell me sooner? You never asked. He replied innocently. Oh really? Gu Yunxi thought for a moment and realized she actually hadn't. The night deepened. Invited by Gu Yunxi's mother, Tang Fang, Lin Yufan, for the first time, spent the night at their home. Though he arrived empty-handed, he was thick-skinned enough to go with it. Tang Fang led him to the 2nd floor and pointed to a few rooms. You can pick any of these, Xiao Lin. Most of them are empty. Auntie, you're too kind. Any room is fine with me, Lin Yufan replied. A bit taken aback by her sudden warmth. Then this one should do. It has great lighting and even a balcony for when you can't sleep, she said, choosing the largest guest room. Just then, Yu Yunxi asked Mom, so which room am I sleeping in? Seeing that Lin Yufan had gone to his room, Tang Fang covered her mouth and whispered to her daughter, You're staying with Xiao Lin tonight. Wah! Mom, what are you saying? We're not even married yet. What if? Well, if anything happened, wouldn't you worry about me? Gu Yunxi's face instantly flushed red. What's to worry about? I may not know Xiao Lin's full background, but let me tell you this, the more capable a man is, the sooner you should make your move and hold on to him. That way you'll be the one with the upper hand no matter what. Gu Yunxi's cheeks grew even redder. Mom, when you say make a move you mean getting married, right? I'm still young, I don't want to marry just yet. Oh, you silly girl. Marriage is just one thing. If it doesn't work out, there's always divorce. What I mean is you should lock him down. Seduce him, drain him dry. Then he'll have no energy for other women. Tang Fang, as a woman who'd seen it all, wasn't shy about speaking her mind. She was more direct with her daughter than ever before. At this, Gu Yinxi was speechless. She had always thought of her mother as conservative, but these words were completely unexpected. Where's that sharp mind you had as a child? Listen, if you want to win a man, you have to conquer his body first. Then, put him under your spell. Once you have his child, most men will settle down and focus on family. From there, just support him, and he'll take care of you. Tang Feng shared all her life lessons with Gu Yunxi. Her daughter listened intently, almost unable to argue with her logic. Tang Feng patted her hand. I even had a special outfit made for you. Tonight, put it on and make Xiao Lin yours. Remember, be assertive, don't let him slip away. In the room, Lin Yufan was listening intently by the door. When he heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Run away? He wouldn't miss a chance like this for the world. Why would he want to run? But as he imagined the delightful possibilities for the evening, he couldn't help feeling a little restless. Auntie, it's getting late. Everyone must be tired from the flight. How about we turn in early? Feigning innocence, Lin Yufan urged everyone to get some sleep. He was eager, hoping to get spoiled by Gu Yunxi. What a naughty thought. But Lin Yufan wasn't exactly a gentleman to begin with. Gu Yunxi, flustered by his words, stammered, No, it's barely past 7. Maybe at 9. No, 10. Let's sleep at 10. Any earlier, and I won't be able to sleep. What do you mean early? It's a special occasion. I'm worn out today, so no staying up late. Go take a shower first, maybe you'll feel sleepy afterward. Tang Feng gave Gu Yunxi a knowing look, pushing her into the room and locking the door from the outside. Hearing the key turn, Gu Yunxi hurried to open the door, only to be stunned by the realization. What's going on? Mom, you can't just lock me in like this. Stifling a laugh, Lin Yufan pretended to be curious and asked Gu Yunxi, what's wrong? Oh, nothing, just. I suddenly feel warm. I'll go take a shower. Her face flushed, Gu Yunxi rushed to the bathroom with an excuse. The sound of water from the bathroom made Lin Yufan's heart race. I always heard that sons-in-law don't get along with mothers-in-law, but why do I feel that my future mother-in-law is way more supportive than my future father-in-law? She's even creating opportunities for me. He was secretly thrilled. Just then, the door opened, and Tang Feng, his future mother-in-law, handed him a small black bag. Tang Feng cleared her throat and said, Here, these are Yanxi's pajamas. Get to bed early, and don't make too much noise tonight. Pajamas? All right, we'll go to bed early, Lin Yufan replied, taking the bag. The door closed firmly behind her, and he heard the sound of the lock clicking. Without a key, they wouldn't be able to open the door, not even from the inside. Looks like little Yunxi won't escape the tiger's den tonight. Lin Yufan thought with a mischievous grin. He threw the pajamas through the bathroom door, left slightly ajar. Soon after, he heard Gu Yunxi's surprised yelp from inside. What's wrong? Thinking she might be in trouble, he was ready to go in. No. It's nothing, Brother Yufan. Can you turn off the room lights first? The shower was turned off, and Gu Yunxi's hesitant voice came from the bathroom. Obliging her request, he switched off the lights. Moments later, the glass door of the bathroom opened, and in the darkness, Gu Yunxi stepped out in an incredibly alluring outfit. That night, the two were silent, yet their actions were perfectly in sync. In the spacious room, the ambience grew increasingly intimate and enchanting. Soft gasps and tender whispers filled the air, creating a symphony that carried on until the early morning. The next day, around noon, Gu Yunxi woke up with a slight daze, and the first thing she saw was Lin Yufan's warm, doting smile. Recalling the events of the night before, Gu Yunxi's cheeks instantly turned bright red as she rested her face against his chest, listening quietly to the steady beat of his heart. Lin Yufan gently stroked her smooth, fair back, teasing, little sleepy head, it's already noon. Any later and I might have starved. You have some nerve. It's your fault if you hadn't kept at it. I wouldn't have slept in this late. Her face flushing, Gu Yunxi murmured. A little reproachfully. Wait, how's that right? Sure, I started it, but you kept asking for more afterward. You scoundrel. Say that again, and I'll bite you. Gu Yunxi's cheeks grew hotter, and she gave him a fierce glare. Her adorable, charming expression, lit by the sunlight filtering through, was utterly captivating. Lin Yufan couldn't resist leaning down, pressing a firm kiss to her rosy lips. 2 hours later, they finally got out of bed. Downstairs in the living room, Tang Feng was watching a period drama. When she saw Gu Yunixi and Lin Yufan come down, she grinned and went to the kitchen, returning with 2 steaming bowls of chicken soup. Didn't I say you'd be worn out? You didn't believe me, but look at that, you slept until noon. Come on, have some chicken soup and get your strength back. Don't let yourselves go hungry. Tang Fang set the soup on the table, then quickly headed back upstairs. Ju Yunxi already had a hunch what she was going upstairs for, but her cheeks reddened too much to say anything. 10 minutes later, Tang Fang returned, carrying the used bedsheets to the laundry room. Yunxi, come here for a moment, she called. When Gu Yunxi came over, Tang Fang discreetly placed a small, neatly folded piece of fabric from the sheets into her hand. This is something meaningful, Yunxi. Keep it safe for the future, Tang Fang said with a serious expression. Oh. Gu Yunxi nodded, face flushed, tucking the fabric into her pocket. Honestly, Lin went at it for so long last night, almost till dawn. I was worried he'd wear you out. Tang Fang added with a hint of mock scolding. Mom. Don't say that, it's so embarrassing. Ju Yunji's face turned an even deeper shade of red. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm a woman too, I've been through the same thing. But I didn't expect Lin to look so unassuming yet be so tenacious in that regard. It must have been nearly 10 hours. That's something. Tang Fang muttered in slight astonishment. Alright Mom, I'm not talking to you about this anymore. Overwhelmed, Gu Yunxi dashed back to the dining room. But her hurried gait seemed a bit off. Tang Fang noticed and felt secretly pleased. As a woman herself, she knew exactly what this unusual walk implied. Yunxi's given him the most precious thing she had. Let's hope that Lin boy won't let her down, Tang Fang murmured to herself. Meanwhile, in an underground room in the northern district of Nanjing. Please let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone what you did to me. Plus, if you let me go back, I can even put in a good word for you with the King Long Association, help you get more resources. Yishu Jiao, barely dressed, huddled in a dark corner, pitifully looking up at Tong Hu, who had just entered the room. Her gaze was pleading, filled with terror, entirely devoid of her former arrogance, replaced only by pure, raw fear. Let you go back? Tong Hu's mouth twisted into a wicked grin. Do you take me for a fool? If you go back, do you think I'd still be safe? What do you mean? You're not planning to kill me, are you? Yishu Jiao's face paled as she stared at Tong Hu, her eyes filled with terror. She didn't want to die. She hadn't even fully enjoyed life yet. Tong Hu stepped forward and lifted her chin with his hand. Killing you would only be necessary if you didn't behave. If you do as I say, how could I bear to kill you? I'll be good, I promise. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. Yishu Jiao nodded frantically. Only by staying alive did she still have hope. She was willing to do anything just to survive. Good. Just stay put here. Once I've taken care of some things, I'll send you to my hometown. Don't worry, I'll arrange for people to take care of you there. You'll have plenty to eat and drink. Seeing her submission, Tong Hu's smile grew even broader. He pinched her cheek and said with a smirk, as long as you don't run and serve me well, I'll make sure you're provided for. All right. Though she felt deep revulsion, Yishu Jiao forced a smile for the sake of her life. Good. I've got some time now. You know what to do, don't you? Tong Hu narrowed his eyes, watching her with a heated gaze. A shudder ran through her, but as a woman she knew what was expected. Suppressing her shame and bitterness, she forced a seductive smile and wrapped her arms around Tong Hu's neck. Here the evening. At Zhang Guoqiang's villa, Zhang Guoqiang and his wife, along with Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi, were seated around a dining table filled with homemade dishes, all prepared by Zhang's wife, Tang Fang. Zhang had even brought out a rare bottle of Maotai he'd been saving for years. Mr. Lin, I was short-sighted before. Please forgive me, and don't hold a grudge against someone like me, Zhang Guoqiang said, raising his glass, bowing as he offered his apology to Lin Yufan. Lin glanced at him but remained silent. At that moment, Gu Yunxi reached over and pinched his waist. Lin suppressed a grunt and looked at her, only to see her scowling and giving him a subtle nudge. She's too soft-hearted, Lin sighed inwardly. But he couldn't refuse her. Let's put the past behind us. From now on we're family. If you ever need anything, just let me know. As long as it's within my power, I'll help, Lin Yufan said, raising his glass to clink with his future father-in-law's. Good. We're family now, Zhang Guoqiang said, overjoyed. Knowing his future son-in-law was the esteemed leader of Tianji Pavilion was enough to let him walk tall in the country. Overcome with excitement, Zhang poured drink after drink for Lin Yufan, his wife and his adopted daughter, Gu Yunxi. The family meal stretched on for 2 hours, ending with Zhang Guoqiang passed out, his head on the table. I'll help your father to bed. You two should get some rest too, Tang Fang said, leading her husband upstairs. With just Lin Yufan and a rosy-cheeked Du Yunxi left in the dining room, Lin turned and gave her a cheeky grin. What's that look for? Are you plotting something again? Gu Yunxi blushed, glaring at him. Lin Yufan grinned shamelessly. Well, once you get a taste. It's disgusting. She flushed hotter, snapping, definitely not tonight. Give me a few days, I'm still sore from last night. Fine. Lin's face fell. He didn't want to push her. Changing the topic, Gu Yunxi said, Hey, let's head back tomorrow. What, don't you want to spend more time with your adoptive parents? Lin was surprised. He had been planning to stay with her here for a week or two. We'll see them again. But I've left the company alone these past few days, and I'm worried something might go wrong. I'll only feel secure if I'm there to oversee things. Gu Yunxi looked concerned. Despite knowing that Lin, as the pavilion master of Tianji, was wealthy beyond measure, she had decided she didn't want to be just a decorative wife, or a canary in a golden cage. She wanted to be independent, to be a supportive partner and his equal. But before she could, she needed to build her own career. You're really one for hard work. Lin Yufan sighed. He knew her personality well, and once she made up her mind, it was almost impossible to sway her. Alright, go ahead and book the tickets for tomorrow. I'll go tell my mom, Gu Yunxi said, smiling as she pulled out her phone. After booking the tickets, she headed upstairs to inform her adoptive mother of the plan. Though sad to see her go, Tang Fang didn't try to stop her. The night passed. Lin Yufan held Gu Yunxi close as they slept peacefully. The next morning, Zhang Guoqiang personally drove them to the airport. When they arrived at Nanjing Airport around noon, Gu Yunxi started to hail a taxi, but Qinju had already pulled up in their car. Good day, Lady Pavilion Master, Qinju greeted, opening the door for her. Blushing slightly at the title, Gu Yunxi looked at Lin Yufan, seeking confirmation. This is Qinju, my bodyguard. He usually stays hidden, keeping an eye on my safety. He was with us in the provincial city too, you just didn't notice him, Lin explained. Oh? A bodyguard. So, he must be pretty strong? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Very strong, Lin nodded, but compared to me he's still leagues behind. So full of yourself. Gu Yunxi rolled her eyes and got into the car. Lin rubbed his nose, sighing to himself, why didn't people ever believe him? Once inside, Gu Yunxi noticed a box of needles in the car. She opened it to find an assortment of embroidery needles. Why so many needles, Yufan? Are you doing embroidery now? She asked, puzzled. Those needles are mine, Lady Pavilion Master. Qinju's face flushed as he replied from the driver's seat, glancing at Lin through the rearview mirror. Seeing Lin stifling a laugh, Qinju realized Lin had set him up for this task as a form of revenge. Just then, Qinju's phone rang. Hello, Qinju speaking. Boss Qin, we have trouble. Some guy with impressive skills just barged onto our turf and started causing havoc. He's strong, might be at the peak of dark energy. You guys hold him off for now, I have something urgent to handle. I'll head over in a bit. Yes, Ninth Master. After Qinju finished speaking, he hung up. Lin Yufan asked directly. A peak dark energy opponent, can you handle that? Qinju thought for a moment before responding. Not entirely sure, but it's 50-50. Alright, if things get out of hand, call me. Lin Yufan figured it was just a peak dark energy fighter. Surely the Nanjing Martial Institute could handle that, right? Not long after, Lin Yufan and Gu Yunxi arrived back at the Marriott estate. But to their surprise, the two young ladies, Qiao Xinyan and Lin Qingchan, were nowhere to be found. Checking the time, Gu Yunxi made an excuse, went to her room to change into her fitted business suit, and then drove off to the office. With nothing to do at home, Lin Yufan dialed Qiao Xinyan's phone. Who's this? I'm busy, don't bug me. Before he could say a word, Qiao Xinyan's irritated voice sounded through the line, followed by her shouting. Hey, Qingchan, you're getting bold, pulling that move while I'm on the phone. You're dead if I don't wipe the floor with you. I'm not your sister-in-law. Ha. In your dreams. Take this. Oh, you're fighting back? You're done. Not even Jesus can save you now. We'll see about that. Try my sunflower triple strike. Beep 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 beep. The call ended with their bickering still echoing in the background. Lin Yufan hadn't even gotten a word in. These two maniacs actually went to play arcade games without inviting me. Unbelievable. He frowned. Since being taken up the mountain for training, he'd hardly had a chance to enjoy city life. As a kid, he'd played arcade games only a handful of times, and just thinking about it now made him itch to play. Calling his contact at the business school, he had them locate Qiao Xinyan's phone and headed out after getting the address. 2 rookies ignoring me? Just wait, I'll show up and show you who's boss. Meanwhile, don't run, punk. You dare stir up trouble on our turf? You're dead. At one of the Martial Institute's bases, 8 students had surrounded a young man, hurling threats. Nearby, over 10 students lay groaning in pain on the ground. Their attacker was none other than Xiao Qi, who'd escaped out the window after losing to Lin Yufan previously. Ever since his defeat and the crumbling of his mental image of his mentor's wife, he'd started emulating the tragic heroes from wuxia dramas, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. But as his money dried up, he began using his martial prowess to dine and dash at hotels. You're no match for me. Get out of my way, or you'll be sorry. Xiao Qi swayed, clearly having had too much to drink. Yet even inebriated, his peak dark energy skills were too much for the ordinary martial students. Within minutes he'd floored over 20 students. Stop. Hope. Just as Yao Qi was about to keep going, Qingju hurried in. What's going on? Surveying the mess in the hotel lobby, Qingju's face darkened. Ninth Master? This guy's been coming here, dining without paying, and assaulting people. A student reported to him. Qingju looked over at Xiao Qi, frowning. Where's your supervisor, Wei Guangqing? He stepped out, but we called him. He's on his way back, the student replied. You're Xiao Qi, aren't you? A disciple of Zhou Tianlong from the Qinglong Association, Qingju said, stepping closer. This is a base of the Nanjing Martial Institute. Even your master wouldn't dare come here causing trouble. And here you are, dining for free. What, did you think the Martial Institute has no one to stand up to you? So what if it's the Martial Institute? My dining habits have nothing to do with my master. If you've got a problem, take it out on me alone, don't drag my master into it. Fueled by alcohol, Xiao Qi sneered, I'll face whatever I have to alone. If you think you're tough, come at me. If you can take me down, I'll admit defeat. If not, let me go. Arrogant, aren't you? Just because you learned a bit from Zhou Tianlong, you think you're invincible. Haven't you heard there's always someone stronger? Qingju's eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh, stop the lecture. Beat me, then you can talk. If you can't, quit the chatter. Xiao Qi hated hearing moral lessons and yelled in irritation. You're asking for it. All right, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Qingju narrowed his eyes and leaped forward, aiming a flying kick at Xiao Qi. The two clashed instantly, evenly matched in a furious exchange. Bang! Xiao Qi landed a powerful punch, forcing Qingju back. Just as he was about to use a move taught to him by Zhou Tianlong, Qingju spotted an opening and swiftly launched 3 silver needles. Thwop, thwop, thwop. The needles shot forward with incredible speed. Being tipsy, Xiao Qi failed to notice their trajectory. By the time he realized, the needles had already struck 3 major acupuncture points on his body. He tried to summon his strength, but halfway through, he found his energy blocked. His face changed, and he looked up at Qingju, cursing, using hidden weapons. Coward. Hidden weapons? Are you blind? I used needles right in front of you. Qingju sneered. Despite Lin Yufan's insistence on him practicing countless cross-stitch patterns, he had to admit his needlework had become quite precise. Now, silver needles had become his go-to secret weapon. What good was a martial prodigy at peak dark energy level? He was still subdued with just 3 needles. You. Xiao Qi found himself at a loss for words. Since you're young and impulsive, I'll let it go this time. But for all the damage you caused here, you'll work it off by washing dishes and cleaning until you've paid it back. Qingju walked over and looked down at him coldly. Do you accept this punishment? Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, visibly unhappy. Seeing this, Qingju swept his legs, knocking him to the ground. Qingju said coldly, if you're not satisfied, I'll gladly keep beating you until you are. The threat hit home. Realizing he was no match for Qingju, Xiao Qi took a deep breath and cautiously asked, Fine, I accept. But will food and shelter be provided while I work here? Relax, we don't mistreat people here. You'll have food and a place to stay, Qingju replied, slightly exasperated. At that moment, Wei Guangqing arrived, along with Tang Xiaohua, and a few others who had recently joined the Martial Institute. After a brief exchange with Qingju, Wei Guangqing turned to Tang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you'll be responsible for this guy. Yes, master. Tang Xiaohua nodded, walking over to Xiao Qi and extending a hand. You alright? Xiao Qi, still slumped on the floor, looked up to see a pair of long, smooth legs. His face turned red in an instant. Qingju watched all this unfold, silently scoffing to himself. Here was Xiao Qi, blushing from just a little flirtation. The same young age, with impressive martial talent, but look at his pavilion master, Lin Yufan, who had 7 beautiful sisters constantly around him, and never once blushed. This coward Xiao Qi, on the other hand, hadn't even made a move and was already red-faced. No wonder he was single. With the situation handled, Qinju decided it was time to report back to Lin Yufan. He called him and explained how Xiao Qi had caused a scene at the Martial Institute, eating without paying and making trouble, but was ultimately dealt with easily. Xiao Qi. You mean that young talent who used to hang around the president's wife from the Qinglong Association? Yes, that's the one. Oh, the kid has talent, and he's a simple one too. Staying with the Qinglong Association isn't a great fit for him. Here's what I want you to do. Sir, isn't that a bit underhanded? Besides, the kid's so naive, he might get mixed up in something. What do you know? It's about mutual interest. Who says you can't leave the Qinglong Association once you're in it? All right, I'll handle it. Qinju hung up, still reeling. He would never have expected Lin Yufan to instruct him to take Xiao Qi out to meet some women. Orders were orders. With a deep sigh, he turned to Xiao Qi and said, "Come with me. I'll take you somewhere." Without further explanation, he dragged Xiao Qi out of the hotel and straight to a club in the northern part of the city. In Tianhai City. Inside a traditional mansion, a large wooden door creaked open, and a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuding a steady, powerful aura, emerged from the training hall. This man was none other than the Qinglong Association president, Zhou Tianlong. President. 2 disciples on duty in the courtyard quickly bowed in respect. I've been in seclusion for 3 months. How are things within the Qinglong Association? With hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Tianlong asked with a calm expression. After a grueling 3 months, he had finally broken through to the rank of Grandmaster. Reporting to the president, the Qinglong Association is in good order. However, a few weeks ago, Qin Taichu resigned from his position. Oh? Why? It seems he got married. Married? Zhou Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered Qin Taichu well, and knew the man had always harbored feelings for his wife, Yishu Jiao. However, Zhou never called him out on it. To him, martial advancement was all that mattered, everything else was trivial. As long as Qin Taichu didn't cross any lines, Zhou had no reason to interfere. Thinking of his wife, Zhou Tianlong frowned and asked, "I've come out of seclusion today. My wife should know of this, why hasn't she come to greet me?" The disciple bowed, replying, "President, Madam went to Nanjing a few days ago and hasn't returned yet." To Nanjing? What for? Zhou Tianlong's expression clouded with confusion. The disciple proceeded to report everything he had discovered. Since Qin Taishu had begun his advances on Shu Jiao, Zhou had assigned someone to monitor them. When he heard that Qin Taichu's martial skills had been crippled in Chengdu, Zhou's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. If he had an excuse, he would have dealt with Qin Taishu himself long ago. But now that Qin Taishu was ruined, it was no longer necessary. The disciple then reported Xu Jiao's purpose in going to Nanjing. Upon learning that his wife went to seek revenge on behalf of another man, and even took his prize student, Zhou's face turned thunderous. His wife going out to avenge some other man, and taking along the student he was most proud of. It felt like a vast field of green was growing above his head. Call her immediately and tell her to come back here. Zhou Tianlong's voice was seething. He was furious if Xu Jiao returned now, he might even kill her with a single blow. "Sir, her phone isn't reachable," replied the disciple, who had already tried calling but received no response. He tried contacting the disciples who had accompanied Xu Jiao to Nanjing, but they too were out of reach. "What about Xiao Qi's phone?" Zhao asked, narrowing his eyes. "Also unreachable." The disciple shook his head. Zhou's face darkened further, and he struck the courtyard's ornamental rock formation with his palm. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and the formation was reduced to rubble. "Damn it! Send someone to Nanjing and bring that woman back to me." "Yes, sir." The disciple's face turned pale, clearly shaken by Zhou's casual show of force. Meanwhile, at a nightclub, Xiao Qi was surrounded by 2 women, one on each arm. At first he felt awkward, blushing furiously, and not knowing where to look. But after a few drinks his courage grew, and Qinju's teasing spurred him on until he was completely loosened up. With liquid courage coursing through his veins, Xiao Qi leaned over to Qinju and whispered, "Brother Ju, these 2 girls are so enticing. I'd like to spend the night with them. Are you sure you can handle it?" Qinju replied, feigning concern, though he was secretly amused. Oh, absolutely. I've never been with a woman before. Xiao Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the two well-dressed young women. He gulped nervously, clearly thrilled. Compared to his mentor's wife, these two might be a bit less refined, but they were still quite attractive. Especially since both women were skilled at flirtation, they had him utterly smitten, and he could hardly resist the urge to marry them both on the spot. All right then, go all out tonight, I'll cover the expenses. Qinju took a drink, agreeing readily. Brother Ju, why are you suddenly being so kind to me? Xiao Qiwei was delighted but couldn't help wondering why Qinju was being so generous. It's not about me. Our pavilion master saw your potential and thought it was a shame that you hadn't experienced being with a woman. He wanted me to show you some of life's pleasures, Qinju explained with a grin, only sharing the positive parts of Lin Yufan's instructions, leaving the rest unsaid. Our pavilion master? He knows who I am. Have we met? Xiao Qiwei looked shocked. Remember that guy who thrashed you at the Kaoyang restaurant? That was our pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion. He may be young, but his martial talent surpasses even yours. He reached the grandmaster rank a few years back. Pride flickered across Qinju's face as he spoke of Lin Yufan. After all, Lin's skills and position as the young grandmaster and pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion were a point of pride, and his reputation as one of the youngest grandmasters in Dragon Nation was well earned. Ah, so it was him. Recalling the scene where Lin Yufan had easily overpowered him, Xiao Qi couldn't help feeling humbled. As a martial arts prodigy, he'd rarely met anyone he truly respected, aside from his master Zhou Tianlong. But Lin Yufan was the second exception. Alright, enough talk. Go enjoy yourself. When you're ready, I'll pick you up. Qinju tossed Xiao Qiwei a card and added, there's money on it. If you run out, just swipe it. I'll check on you in 3 days. 3 days? Xiao Qi's eyes widened. What? Not enough? How about 5? Qinju chuckled. This kid may be young, but he sure was eager. Blushing furiously, Xiao Qiwei stammered, fine, 5 days then. Leaving the nightclub, Qinju sent Lin Yufan a message. At that moment, Lin Yufan was at an arcade with Qiao Xinyan and Lin Qingchan, fully immersed in their game. Yufan, you total noob. Weren't you saying you'd take on the both of us and crush us? With skills like that, I could beat you with one hand. Qiao Xinyan taunted. After 2 hours of playing, Lin Yufan, who had been confident he could dominate them both, had been completely outplayed, his face showing his frustration. I don't believe it. Let's go again. He inserted more coins and chose 3 fighters he thought were strong. 5 minutes later. Seeing him lose yet again to Qiao Xinyan, Lin Qingchan chuckled, covering her mouth. Wanna keep going? You've already lost 30 rounds. Ahem, just not my day. Let's call it here and head home. Otherwise Yunxi might worry if she doesn't see us back, Lin Yufan muttered, standing up, his face a little red. Oh please, just admit you're bad. Is that so hard? Qiao Xingyan scoffed, rolling her eyes. With a dejected look, Lin Yufan walked out of the arcade. Lin Qingchan couldn't hold back her laughter. Seeing her amusement, Qiao Xingyan nudged her. Don't laugh. Once we're back, we're settling this. We're not going to sleep until there's a clear winner. Before Lin Yufan had arrived, she and Lin Qingchan had gone head-to-head over 10 times, trading wins almost equally. They hadn't managed to best each other consistently. Sis, is that really necessary? Lin Qingchan sighed. She'd been holding back during their games, but it had apparently left Qiao Xinyan with the impression she had a chance of winning. Lin Qingchan decided that next time, she'd play at full strength and crush any illusions of victory. Oh, it's necessary. As your sister-in-law, I say it is. Let's go. Qiao Xingyan took Lin Qingchan's arm and followed after Lin Yufan. When the three returned to the villa, Gu Yinxi was still at work. Checking his phone, Lin Yufan noticed a message from Qinju. Reading it, he chuckled to himself. That kid is just too young. So easy to fool. Good, after 5 days he'll be completely softened up, much easier to manage. Lin Yufan mused quietly. Talents like Xiao Qiwei were rare. If he stayed at the Qinglong Association, he could one day become a formidable enemy. Better to recruit him now, reshape his mindset, and bring him into the Martial Institute while he was still pliable. The night was dark, with a full moon shining brightly. Sitting on his bed, Lin Yufan started his cultivation. But just as he activated his technique from the Heavenly Mystery Manual, he noticed his internal energy growing restless. What's happening? Surprised, he focused on the flow of his energy and quickly located the disturbance. In his lower dantian, an unusually pure energy had appeared out of nowhere, a form of yin essence. This yin essence differed from the yin energy found in nature, as it originated from a woman's body. Its presence in his system was like a single man encountering a beautiful, barely clothed woman. Restlessness flared up uncontrollably. Could it be from that night with Yunxi? His mind raced, and he soon pinpointed the source. His master, the sage of heavenly mystery, had once told him that success in martial cultivation depended on both talent and natural endowment. Talent referred to comprehension, while endowment referred to innate physical advantages, varying significantly from person to person. Lin Yufan's constitution, the sage had revealed, was the pure yang type, which made him uniquely suited to cultivate the heavenly mystery manual. This constitution had been the primary reason the sage had chosen him as a disciple, and why his cultivation had progressed so rapidly. His master had also mentioned that a woman with a pure yin constitution would naturally contain yin essence within her. Could Yunxi really be pure yin? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Pure yin women were known for being exceptionally beautiful, a near universal trait, his master had said. And if all of his other sisters shared this constitution, just imagine the cultivation boost he'd receive if they all shared this kind of connection with him. Caught up in these thoughts, Lin Yufan's face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Reckless. Thinking like this nearly drove me into a mental breakdown. Steady, steady. He steadied his mind, setting aside these distracting thoughts. Centering his focus, he slowly began absorbing and refining the yin essence within his dantian. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, dawn arrived. As the first rays of sunlight filtered in, he exhaled a deep breath, feeling his body become lighter and his internal energy purer, fortified by the yin essence. His meridians, too, felt stronger, more resilient. While he hadn't advanced in rank, he was certain his combat strength had noticeably increased. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was basking in this achievement, a knock on his door broke the quiet. Opening the door, he found Qiao Xingyan, sobbing inconsolably, who promptly threw herself into his arms. Yufan. You have to help me. I'm so miserable, so wronged. It's just so unfair. Qiao Xingyan clung tightly to Lin Yufan's waist, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Yufan was caught off guard by the sudden scene before him. He gently patted Qiao Xingyan's back, speaking softly, "What happened? Tell me, and I'll make it right." "Yufan, if someone bullied me, what would you do?" Qiao Xingyan looked up at him, eyes red and brimming with tears. "Whoever bullied you, I'll make sure they regret it," he replied without a second thought. "But what if that person was your little sister? Actually, never mind." Qiao Xingyan hesitated for a moment, then pouted and resumed sobbing. "What on earth happened?" Lin Yufan looked at her, thoroughly puzzled. "Last night, I played games with King Chan all night. She beat me over and over. I didn't win a single game. It's so unfair." Qiao Xingyan sniffled, looking at him with an aggrieved expression. Hearing this, Lin Yufan's face darkened instantly. "Up all night, playing video games?" Before he could say anything, Lin Qingchan approached, stretching with a satisfied grin. "Hey sister-in-law, want to go another round? Get out of here. Leave now, or I'll give you something to cry about." Qiao Xingyan wiped her tears, raising her fists and glaring at Lin Qingchan. "You too." "Ugh." Lin Yufan sighed, seeing both girls with dark circles under their eyes as they argued. He was at a loss whether to laugh or scold. "Just you wait, Qingchan. One day, I'll make you cry." Qiao Xingyan snapped, disappearing into Lin Yufan's room and diving under the covers. Looking at Lin Qingchan, Lin Yufan said, "Qingchan, you went too far. You didn't have to keep beating her. I tried to hold back, but whenever I did, she'd get all confident that she could beat me. I had no choice." Lin Qingchan stuck her tongue out, looking mischievous. "All right, whatever. You two sort it out yourselves," Lin Yufan said with a sigh, ruffling her hair. "Look at you, you've got dark circles under your eyes. Go get some rest, and stop pulling all-nighters. It's not good for you." "Got it." Lin Qingchan blushed slightly and nodded, then turned to go to her room. Once inside, she sighed and thought back to her reason for coming to Nanjing. For a moment she felt conflicted. Her initial plan had been to get close to Lin Yufan and persuade him to come to the capital. But after spending time with him, Qiao Xingyan and Gu Yunxi, she'd grown to cherish these days with them. She knew that if she succeeded in taking him to the capital, her current happiness would soon end, and the sibling bond she had managed to build with Lin Yufan might vanish, strained by deception and distance. As she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. It was her father, Lin Huai. "Hello, Dad? It's been a while. Why haven't you reported back? How are things going? Did you find out if that boy Lin Yufan, is the abandoned child from our Lin family? Dad, I only just got the DNA test done, and the results show that he isn't related to our family. He's not? Then why are you still in Nanjing? Jiang's daughter has been coming around daily to ask after you. Come back immediately. Yes, Dad. Beep 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 beep. The call ended. Lin Qingchan put down her phone and lay on her bed, her mind drifting to memories of her childhood. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, she'd been destined to carry the family legacy from birth, and as a child, she'd been engaged to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. But apart from her father, no one knew that the Lin family's golden boy was actually a girl. From a young age, she'd dressed as a boy and trained relentlessly under her father's strict guidance, her childhood a stark contrast to that of other children. Her world was devoid of laughter, friends, and play. Instead, it was filled with endless training and discipline. She had never liked martial arts, but her father had forced her to train for 20 years. Looking back, her current life with Lin Yufan, Qiao Xinyan, and Gu Yunxi felt like paradise. She had a protective brother, a caring sister like Gu Yunxi, and Qiao Xinyan, her playful sister-in-law, by her side every day. This was the life she wanted. But with her father's order, she had no choice but to leave Nanjing. Taking a deep breath, she murmured to herself, "Brother, I hope you'll have a peaceful life from now on. As for the family, I'll handle it for you." Around noon, Gu Yunxi was at her office, working on company files. Suddenly, her secretary knocked and informed her that two men claiming to be from Tianhai City were there to see her. Tianhai City? All right, let them in. Puzzled, since her business had no dealings in Tianhai City, she told the secretary to bring them in out of curiosity. A moment later, two young men in martial arts uniforms entered. Upon seeing Gu Yunxi, both men looked momentarily taken aback by her beauty, but quickly recalling their purpose, they put on stern expressions. "Miss Gu, we're here on orders from President Zhou of the Qinglong Association. We're looking for his wife. Do you know where she is?" "Qinglong Association? President Zhou? His wife?" Gu Yunxi was stunned. She was a businesswoman and knew nothing about gangs. Completely caught off guard by their question, she wondered if they had the wrong person. "I don't know anything about the Qinglong Association, nor do I know where your president's wife is. You must be mistaken." The two men exchanged glances, realizing she wasn't lying. One of them continued, "If you don't know, then surely Lin Yufan does. Could you tell us where we can find him? What do you want with him?" Gu Yunxi asked, sensing that these two weren't here with good intentions. "We found out that he had a conflict with our president's wife at the Kaoyang restaurant in the northern district. She disappeared shortly after, and we suspect he had something to do with it." "Miss Gu, the Qinglong Association is powerful across 3 provinces. If you know something, you'd better tell us the truth. If we find out you're hiding anything, your Xian group might not survive," the men said, one questioning and the other threatening, playing their parts in sync. "Sorry, I don't know anything." "Now, please leave," Gu Yunxi said, her expression turning cold. From their words, it was clear that they had come to cause trouble for Lin Yufan. Knowing this, she wouldn't tell them anything. "Miss Gu, you're refusing our goodwill. Before coming here, we investigated your relationship with Lin Yufan. Do you really think you can deceive us?" The taller man with a square face narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in his gaze. Keeping calm, Gu Yunxi said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. Please leave. Looks like you're asking for trouble. Fine, you leave us no choice." With that, the square-faced man signaled to his partner. The second man, a bit stockier, nodded and lunged at Gu Yunxi. She opened her mouth to scream, but before she could, he struck her on the neck with a swift chop, knocking her out. They picked up her unconscious body and quickly left. Security guards who tried to intervene were promptly taken down before they could get close. The two Qinglong Association disciples reached the first floor, only to encounter 4 strangers approaching them as they exited the building. One was the newspaper vendor outside the company entrance, another a clerk from the supermarket across the street, while the remaining 2 were pedestrians loitering nearby. Upon spotting Gu Yunxi being held captive, the 4 approached with clear coordination. One of them, a young man in a supermarket uniform, shouted, "Let go of Miss Gu. Back off if you don't want to die." One of the Qinglong disciples retorted, their steps unfaltering. Seeing this, the 4 rushed forward to confront them. The heavier-set disciple stepped up to block them, facing all 4 alone. But within seconds he was overwhelmed. "Back off, or I'll kill her." Seeing his companion about to be taken down, the square-faced Qinglong disciple tightened his grip on Gu Yunxi's neck, shouting out a menacing threat. Don't hurt Miss Gu. The four stopped immediately, their expressions shifting to fear. These four were Martial Institute disciples assigned to protect Gu Yunyunsi in secret. If anything happened to her under their watch, they would be held responsible. If you don't want her dead, then stand back. Anyone who interferes will get her killed, he ordered, dragging Gu Yunyunsi toward a private car parked nearby. A moment later, the two men forced Gu Yunxi into the car and sped off. The four Martial Institute disciples were left helpless, watching the car disappear. One of them quickly took out his phone and called Qin Jiu. Master Qian, we have a problem. Miss Gu has been kidnapped. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan was at home watching TV. A news segment was airing on a suburban development project, Oriental Disneyland, with billionaire He Xiaoning being interviewed by reporters. Lin Yufan wasn't interested in the details of the project, but was focused on the investment representative from the Rockefeller family. The resemblance is uncanny, he murmured to himself, looking at the screen. Earlier, Qin Jiu had mentioned that Rockefeller Tiana could very well be his long-lost second sister, Fig Xuan, who disappeared in a plane crash years ago. Just as Lin Yufan was about to call He Xiaoning to arrange a meeting with Tiana, his phone rang. It was Qin Jiu. The moment he picked up, Qin Jiu's urgent voice came through. Master, there's trouble. Miss Gu Yunxi has been kidnapped. What? She was kidnapped? By who? Where is she now? Lin Yufan's expression instantly turned dark. We're still investigating, but I've already assigned people to look into it. We should have news soon. Contact me the moment you find anything. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Yufan began pacing, feeling restless. He couldn't focus on anything, his mind filled with images of Gu Yunxi's warm smile. She was his first love, after all, and his emotions were tightly intertwined with her. After an agonizing 20-minute wait, his phone finally rang. It was Qin Jiu. Master, we found out the details. The kidnappers are Qinglong Association disciples, newly arrived from Tianhai City. They visited Tonghu in the northern district earlier today. I suspect he might be involved in Miss Gu's abduction. With a steely expression, Lin Yufan ordered, keep a close eye on Tonghu. And send a car over. I'm going to the northern district myself to deal with him. Ending the call, Lin Yufan stood up to leave. At that moment, Lin Qingchan came down the stairs, dragging a suitcase. Qingchan, where are you going? He asked, surprised. Yufan, I've been here for quite some time now. Dad's worried, so he's asked me to come home for a bit. She looked at him, feeling a pang of reluctance. She wanted to stay and talk to him, but with Gu Yunxi on his mind, Lin Yufan didn't notice her hesitation. All right then. You head back first, and come visit whenever you can. I've got an urgent matter to take care of, so I won't be able to see you off. He nodded and turned to leave in a hurry, without looking back. Watching him walk away, Lin Qingchan sighed softly, murmuring, if I can, I'll definitely return. But it may be a long time, a very long time. Half an hour later, at Tonghu's underground fight club in the northern district. Boss Hu, that guy Lin Yufan is here. He said you'd better come out and meet him. Tonghu was watching a match in the ring when one of his men hurried over with the message. Lin Yufan? What's he doing here? Tonghu's expression changed. He was well aware of Lin Yufan's abilities, and his men in the club would be no match for him. The underling shook his head. Not sure, but he didn't look happy. I don't think he's here for a friendly visit. Fine, let him in, Tonghu said after a moment's hesitation. The underling headed to the door, but before he could reach it, the private room's door was kicked open with a loud bang. Well, Brother Lin. What's going on? Tonghu quickly put on a smile, standing to greet Lin Yufan and Qin Jiu, who were storming in. Cut the crap. Where are the two Qinglong disciples who kidnapped my sister, Gu Yunxi? Lin Yufan demanded coldly. What Qinglong disciples? I have no idea what you're talking about. Tonghu tried to play dumb, his gaze flickering nervously. But before he could continue, Lin Yufan grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Tonghu's face turned red as he struggled to break free. But Lin Yufan's grip was like iron, unyielding no matter how hard he tried. Release Boss Hu! Shouted several of Tonghu's men as they rushed in, only to be taken down in seconds by Qin Jiu, who moved like a storm, each attack ruthless and precise. Anyone who crosses this line dies. Qin Jiu's voice was cold as he smashed his hand onto the nearby tea table, shattering it into splinters. Seeing this, the henchmen scrambled to retreat, terrified of being the next target. All right, I'll talk, Tonghu gasped. Hearing his surrender, Lin Yufan released him. Tonghu dropped to the ground, gasping for air before stammering, they're at Center Street, Building A Unit 1304. Memorizing the address, Lin Yufan turned without a second thought, heading out with Qinju in tow. Hey Lin Yufan, if you go there, don't tell them I told you, alright? Tong Hu shouted after them. What should we do now? Boss Hu. One of his men limped over, looking worried now that the two troublemakers had left. What can we do? We wait and see. And go take care of anyone who knows anything about Xu Jiaoyao. Leave no witnesses. Tong Hu made a slicing motion across his neck. The Qinglong Association was too powerful for him to provoke, but it was too late for regrets now. He'd already crossed a line he couldn't take back. All he could do was cover his tracks and redirect any suspicion toward Lin Yufan. As for Lin Yufan himself, Tong Hu secretly hoped he'd be eliminated. If Lin Yufan died, the trail would go cold, and the Qinglong Association would have nowhere left to investigate. Northern District. Building A Unit 1304, Center Street. Two disciples of the Qinglong Association stood by the bed. The square-faced disciple's name was Zhang Kuang, and his heavier-set partner was Li Kai. Zhang Kuang, this girl is a real beauty. I've never seen someone so stunning in my life, Li Kai remarked. She is. And she's so light I felt like I was carrying a cloud when I lifted her. Not only that, but she has this natural scent. Not like perfume but more like a body fragrance, Zhang Kuang replied with a sly smile. I always thought our president's wife was a rare beauty, but this one's even better. She took my breath away when I saw her at the office. Ha, and you're not the only one, Zhang Kuang laughed, their eyes fixed on Gu Yunxi's face. Li Kai licked his lips, his gaze heating up. Zhang Kuang, I've got an idea. How about? Funny, I've got an idea too, Zhang Kuang smirked. So, sounds like we're thinking the same thing. Who goes first? Li Kai chuckled, eager to proceed. Zhang Kuang considered. If she were some ordinary woman, I'd let you go first. But a beauty like this? I'm not giving her up so easily. How about we settle this over drinks? Winner gets first go. Nah, that won't work. Drink too much, and we'll be too drunk to enjoy it, Li Kai objected. Oh, you fool! The more drunk, the longer it lasts, Zhang Kuang sneered. Really? Li Kai's eyes lit up in surprise. Believe it or not. Alright, let's do it your way, drinks and dice. The two reached an agreement, grabbing some alcohol and snacks before sitting in the living room to drink and play. Time passed, and eventually, Li Kai slumped over the table, unable to hold his liquor. Zhang Kuang laughed. That's the thing about drinking, you need skill, not just luck. Before they started drinking, he had prepared by taking a hangover cure and drinking some yogurt. My little beauty, here I come. Adjusting his collar, Zhang Kuang strode eagerly toward the bedroom. But as he opened the door, a vase hurtled toward his face. Crash. Although caught off guard, Zhang Kuang's reflexes were sharp. He slapped the vase away, sending it smashing into pieces against the wall. Across the room, Yu Yunxi stood trembling, backing away in fear. Well, awake already? Didn't expect that, Zhang Kuang grinned as he took off his jacket, approaching her step by step. Realizing what he intended, Yu Yunxi continued to retreat, scanning the room for anything to defend herself. But her search came up empty. Desperate, she stepped on a shard from the broken vase. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly crouched down to grab a piece, raising it in front of her. Don't come any closer. Zhang Kuang laughed. You think that little thing can stop me? What are you planning to do? But his taunting grin turned to alarm as she pressed the shard against her own neck. Don't move. Come any closer, and I'll end it right here, she shouted, drawing a thin line of blood across her neck. Blood began to trickle down her pale skin. All right, calm down. I won't come closer, Zhang Kuang said, taking a few steps back. But his eyes glinted with a sinister plan as he slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving a set of keys. The moment Yu Yunxi's guard dropped slightly, he suddenly yelled, "Watch out behind you." Startled, she turned her head. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kuang flung the keys, hitting her wrist precisely, forcing her to drop the shard. Taking advantage of her distraction, Zhang Kuang lunged forward. Boom! Just as he reached for her, a deafening crash sounded from the living room, like an explosion. Startled, Zhang Kuang turned to see what was happening. But before he could react, a figure appeared before him in a blur, moving within human speed. In an instant, a powerful hand gripped his neck, immobilizing him. Yufan. Gu Yunxi cried out in relief, tears of joy streaming down her face. She had been terrified, convinced that she would rather die than suffer this man's advances. But Lin Yufan had arrived just in time. I'm so sorry, Yunxi. I should have been here sooner, he said, regret filling his eyes. Her safety had been compromised because of him, and his heart ached with guilt. You're Lin Yufan. Zhang Kuang managed to gasp, face turning red as he struggled to break free from the iron grip. But to his shock, an overwhelming force restrained his body, rendering him completely helpless. Who sent you? Lin Yufan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his presence radiating an aura of lethal intent. Based on what he saw, if he had been even a minute later, he might have been too late to prevent something unthinkable. I came on orders from the Qinglong Association's president. Let me go. If you hurt me, our president will make sure you die. Zhang Kuang rasped, using all his strength to speak. But even as he spoke, his vision began to blur from lack of oxygen. The Qinglong Association. You people really don't know when to quit, Lin Yufan said coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was not someone who killed without reason, but when those close to him were threatened, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Cough. Cough. Lin Yufan released him, letting Zhang Kuang collapse to the floor, gasping for breath. Just as he caught his breath, Zhang Kuang's expression changed to one of smug defiance. Thinking that Lin Yufan must fear the Qinglong Association, he sneered. Lin Yufan, let me ask you this, what did you do to our president's wife? Lin Yufan shot him a cold look and said, you don't have the right to question me. Call your president. Tell him the pavilion master of Tianji wants to talk. Are you crazy? Pavilion master of Tianji? If you're the pavilion master, then I'm the pavilion master's father. Zhang Kuang burst into mocking laughter. Shaking his head, Lin Yufan sighed. It seems you still don't understand your situation. A moment later, an invisible force surged from Lin Yufan, enveloping Zhang Kuang in a wave of pure, terrifying pressure. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Kuang's forehead, his pupils dilated in fear, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably as the crushing aura pinned him in place. The pressure in the air was overwhelming. You're a grandmaster. Zhang Kuang suddenly understood, and all arrogance vanished from his face, replaced by fear and awe. Before a grandmaster, everyone else was like an ant. With a cold look, Lin Yufan said, I won't say it again. Oh, okay. Zhang Kuang stammered, fumbling for his phone and dialing the number of Zhou Tianlong, the Qinglong Association president. President, there's someone here to speak with you. What's with the stammering? Who is it? It's Zhang Kuang's words were abruptly cut off. The moment the call connected, Lin Yufan had no intention of letting Zhang Kuang live a second longer. With a swift move, he snapped Zhang Kuang's neck, taking the phone. Bringing it to his ear, Lin Yufan spoke in a low, commanding voice. You're Zhou Tianlong, president of the Qinglong Association? Yes, I am. Who are you? You sent men to Nanjing and ordered the abduction of Gu Yunxi? So what if I did? Zhou Tianlong replied, his tone laced with irritation. Good. Keep your neck clean, I'm coming for it. Having heard what he needed, Lin Yufan ended the call. At that moment, Qinju rushed over, nearly breathless from running. He had parked the car, but by the time he arrived, Lin Yufan had already dealt with the two Qinglong disciples. Order the complete eradication of the Qinglong Association, Lin Yufan instructed coldly. And let Zhou Tianlong know that the pavilion master of Tianji will come to Tianhai in 5 days to claim his head. Qinju nodded and went off to relay the orders. Is he dead? Gu Yunxi approached cautiously, glancing at Zhang Kuang's lifeless body on the floor. She felt a wave of fear. It was her first time seeing a dead body. Seeing her distress, Lin Yufan softened his gaze, quickly suppressing his aura. Yunxi, I'm so sorry. This happened because of me. Gu Yunxi stepped closer, looking at him with deep affection. Yufan, you don't need to apologize. We're in this together, right? Yes. Let's go home, he said, putting his arm around her and guiding her out. Back at the villa, Qiao Xinyan helped clean the cut on Gu Yunxi's neck. Though it wasn't deep, the wound had bled quite a bit, making it look worse than it was. Sister Yunxi, don't do something like that again. Hurting yourself is foolish, Qiao Xinyan chided gently as she dressed the wound. All right, I get it. No more foolishness, Gu Yunxi said, feeling a bit exasperated by the scolding. Trying to change the subject, she asked, by the way, where's King Chan? Oh, don't get me started. I've been looking for her all morning and her phone's off. No clue where she ran off to, Qiao Xinyan said, clearly frustrated. Last night's loss to Lin Qingchan was still fresh in her mind, and she'd planned to challenge her to another game today. But after searching everywhere, she couldn't find her. I saw her before I left. She mentioned she'd be going back to the capital, so she's probably already on her way. Lin Yufan said. When he'd left that morning to find Gu Yunxi, he hadn't had time to see Lin Qingchan off, which made him feel like a negligent older brother. Deciding to check in, he dialed her number. After a few rings, she picked up. "Hey brother! Qingchan, are you back in the capital yet?" "Yep, just arrived. Sorry I couldn't see you off today. Next time you come to Nanjing, I'll be there to pick you up." "Sounds good, brother." Hearing that he'd reached her, Qiao Zenian quickly grabbed the phone. "Qingchan, how dare you leave without telling me? You'd better come back soon, or I'll come to the capital and drag you back myself." Alright, I'll do my best to come back soon." Lin Qingchan laughed, her mind drifting to their carefree days in Nanjing. "Not your best, you will come back?" Qiao Zenian demanded, determined. At that point, Gu Yunxi took the phone. "Don't listen to her, Qingchan," Gu Yunxi said gently. "Stay as long as you need. Whenever you miss us, just come visit, or we can visit you in the capital." Hearing all of them one by one, Lin Qingchan, who prided herself on being strong, felt tears prickling at her eyes. "Thanks, Sister Yunxi. Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I get tired of being here. We'll be waiting." "Sister Yunxi, I just got back and still need to unpack, so I'll talk to you later, okay? Bye." "Alright, take care." As the call ended, Lin Qingchan blinked away her tears and went to her room, changing into her male disguise. Then she made her way to her father's study. "Dad, I'm back." Lin Huai sat at his desk, looking up from his book as she entered. His face showed no expression. "Why did you stay so long in Nanjing?" "I hadn't been out in a while. I just lost track of time," she stammered, struggling for words. "Qingchan, as the future successor of the Lin family, you must speak confidently, not like some timid girl," Lin Huai scolded, his face stern. "I've also thought about the engagement with the Jiang family. Since it would reveal that you're actually a woman, we should find a way to cancel it." "Cancel it?" Lin Qingchan asked, startled. "Yes, that's the only way to protect our family's secret. Also, you should make time to meet with Beg Xiaosheng. I suspect he may have already figured out that you're female." Lin Huai's face grew solemn as he continued. "Try to get him to keep it a secret. People like him will share any information if the price is right." Tianhai City, Heitong Manor. "President, we've just received reports that all of our branches in the Central Plains have come under pressure from various authorities. Our commercial affiliates have mostly withdrawn, and the martial arts divisions are also facing serious setbacks. President, our base in Linchuan City has been surrounded and attacked, suffering heavy losses. The local business association's leaders are all submitting resignation requests. President, the Central Plains Martial Arts Association just called. They say Tianji Pavilion's Martial Institute is sweeping through, cutting ties with anyone linked to the Qinglong Association." In Zhou Tianlong's private study, 3 subordinates reported in succession, each bringing worse news than the last. As they finished, Zhou Tianlong's face grew dark, his expression tense as he sat in his armchair. He rested his left hand on his chin, tapping the armrest with his right fingers, his silence filling the room with a stifling tension. "President." One of the disciples hesitated, feeling the pressure and tentatively trying to ask for instructions. But before he could finish, an invisible force gripped his throat. His face turned red, limbs flailing, until he went completely still. The remaining 2 disciples looked on in horror, frozen to the spot as cold sweat dripped down their faces. Both dropped to one knee, too terrified to make a sound. "Tianji Pavilion. So, Tianji Pavilion dares challenge us," Zhou Tianlong finally murmured, his voice calm. But the 2 disciples could hear the fury behind it. After a pause, Zhou Tianlong glanced at the remaining disciples, his gaze sharp. "Relay a message to Tianji Pavilion. 5 days from now, I challenge their pavilion master to a duel." "Yes, President." One of the disciples rose, bowed, and quickly exited the study, his hands trembling. The other remained kneeling, awaiting further instructions. Just then, a servant entered the room. The servant glanced briefly at the kneeling disciple before turning to Zhu Tianlong and announcing, "President, a prominent businessman from Hong Kong, Tang Yunsheng, requests a meeting." "A Hong Kong businessman?" Zhou Tianlong raised an eyebrow. "Show him in." The servant nodded and left, returning shortly with a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Tang Yunsheng, son of Tang Sihai, one of Hong Kong's wealthiest figures. With a polite smile, Tang Yunsheng entered, followed by 4 bodyguards carrying various valuable gifts. "Greetings, President Zhou," Tang Yunsheng said, cupping his hands in respect. "I wasn't sure of your preferences for our first meeting, so I brought some modest gifts. I hope you don't find them inadequate." Following his gesture, the bodyguards placed their gifts in front of Zhou Tianlong: an ancient ginseng root, a century-old wine, a fine jade Buddha carving, and a document folder. Tang Yunsheng, what's the purpose of these gifts? Zhou Tianlong asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. As the president of the Qinglong Association, Zhou had a keen sense for underlying motives. Tang's so-called modest gifts were anything but inexpensive. President Zhou, I'm new to Tianhai City, and while I'm unfamiliar with its landscape, I understand the Qinglong Association is the top power here. I came to pay my respects, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship, Tang Yunsheng said, with a friendly smile. He remained slightly bowed, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Seeing Tang Yunsheng's respectful attitude, Zhou Tianlong felt obliged to reciprocate. He waved his hand and smiled. No need for formalities. You're my guest, please have a seat. Thank you, President Zhou. Tang Yunsheng replied, sitting down. Zhou signaled to the kneeling disciple. We have an honored guest. Bring tea. The disciple quickly left, relieved to escape the room. He soon returned with the tea. Zhou Tianlong took a sip, then casually asked, Tang Yunsheng, you're well known in Hong Kong's business circles. What brings you to Tianhai? Are you planning on investing here? Tang Yunsheng took a small sip of his tea and responded with a smile. President Zhou, to be frank, I know there's some tension between you and Tianji Pavilion. I'd like to lend you a hand. Oh? And what kind of help would that be? Zhou's gaze grew colder. Tang Yunsheng pointed to the contract on the table. This is an investment contract worth 1 billion yuan. As soon as you sign it, the funds will be transferred into your account within the hour. 1 billion? Zhou Tianlong's face betrayed a flicker of surprise. Although he didn't place much value on money as a martial artist, 1 billion yuan was still an enticing amount. Indeed, 1 billion. And if it's not enough, I'm prepared to invest more. Whatever you need, President Zhou. I'm willing to go all in to support you, Tang Yunsheng pledged. Zhou Tianlong narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Mr. Tang, we're both smart men. What are you really after here? Tang Yunsheng laughed, setting down his teacup. To be direct, I also have some issues with Lin Yufan, the pavilion master of Tianji. However, because of his status, I haven't dared act against him. When I learned of your conflict with Tianji Pavilion, I saw an opportunity to join forces. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhou Tianlong raised an eyebrow. If you know about Tianji Pavilion, then you must also understand its power. Aren't you afraid that if Tianji discovers this, your Tang family might be destroyed in retaliation? Of course I am. But I trust you wouldn't betray an ally, Tang Yunsheng smiled. Besides, I'm merely a businessman. I have more than enough money already. For me, money is just numbers. But if we can bring down Tianji Pavilion, my investment will pay back 100-fold. Don't you agree? President Zhou? Tang Yunsheng met Zhou's gaze, his eyes gleaming with ambition and desire. You're surprisingly candid, Mr. Tang, Zhou Tianlong said, slightly impressed. Few businessmen had the audacity to take on a powerhouse like Tianji Pavilion. It was a perilous move, almost suicidal, to provoke Tianji. But the potential rewards of toppling them were too vast to ignore. Tang Yunsheng leaned forward. President Zhou, let's speak plainly. I want to join forces. Are you in? I admire Mr. Tang's honesty. I believe this cooperation will work well. Zhou Tianlong chuckled. Since founding the Azure Dragon Society, he had always harbored ambitions of competing with the Tianji Pavilion. However, limited by his martial prowess, he hadn't dared to openly confront them, instead working quietly to expand his influence. But things were different now. Previously he had been wary of Tianji Pavilion's strength, as in the world of ancient martial arts, power determines status and respect. Lacking the status of a grandmaster, he had shown respect to Tianji Pavilion, where a grandmaster presided. Now, however, having broken through to the grandmaster level, and with his own unique cultivation techniques, he was confident he could secure a place among the top masters in Dragon Nation. With this new power, he believed that all organizations and forces would be insignificant before him. In that case, Mr. Tang will toast with tea and wish President Zhou success in overthrowing Tianji Pavilion and reaching the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's powers. Tang Yunsheng raised his teacup and saluted Zhou Tianlong. Well said. Zhou Tianlong lifted his cup as well, sealing their alliance. The night was dark and serene. In Nanjing City, within the luxurious villas of the Marriott Elite Gardens, Lin Yufan had just finished his bath and was preparing for bed when he received a message from He Shaning. Master, I've just spoken with Rockfeltina, and we've arranged lunch with her tomorrow at the Marriott Hotel. She has agreed. Will you be available tomorrow at noon? Seeing the message, an image of his second sister, Shi Feixuan, appeared in Lin Yufan's mind. He immediately typed a quick response. I'll be there on time. After sending the message, Lin Yufan fell into thought. Although he was convinced that Tina was indeed his second sister, Shifai Xuan, they hadn't met yet. There was a chance she wasn't who he thought. What if things got awkward? With these concerns in mind, Lin Yufan closed his eyes. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, his bedroom door quietly opened. Lin Yufan was instantly awake, watching the doorway in silence. In the dim light, a tall figure entered his room quietly, moving toward his bed. Though he couldn't make out her face, he caught a faint, familiar fragrance. It was Yunxi. Realizing who it was, Lin Yufan sat up and wrapped his arms around Gu Yunxi, pulling her onto the bed. Yunxi? Coming to your big brother's room in the middle of the night. Were you missing me? Lin Yufan murmured into her ear. Startled by his sudden embrace, Gu Yunxi softly patted his shoulder with her small fists, whispering, You're so annoying. Why were you sleeping in the dark if you weren't asleep? I was just about to fall asleep. He chuckled, flipping over to gently press her beneath him. Soon, unusual sounds filled the room. The next morning, Ju Yunxi got up early for work. Meanwhile, Qiao Xinyan was still sound asleep, and it wasn't until close to noon that Lin Yufan finally left the house. Just as he stepped outside, Qinju pulled the car around. Qinju had been briefed on Lin Yufan's itinerary in advance and drove him to the Marriott Hotel. This hotel, owned by He Shaoning, was built earlier in the year. Lacking publicity, it wasn't widely known but was constructed to a high 6-star standard. Master, He Shaoning is in suite 888. Arriving at their destination, Qinju opened the door and informed Lin Yufan of the suite number. Lin Yufan nodded as he got out, ready to enter the hotel, when a Ferrari suddenly pulled up at the entrance. The car door opened, and a foreign woman with golden curls, piercing blue eyes, and an alluring figure stepped out. Her beauty had a subtle Eastern quality. Wearing red high heels and a form-fitting skirt, she instantly captured the attention of the nearby men, including Lin Yufan. Tina? His eyes lit up as he recognized Rockfeld Tina. Tina tossed her car keys to the valet, retrieved a 100-yuan bill from her purse, and handed it to him. Blushing, the valet hurried to park her car in the best outdoor spot. Hello. Lin Yufan greeted her as she approached the hotel entrance. Tina glanced briefly at him, then ignored him, heading directly inside. Touching his nose, he followed her into the hotel. They entered the elevator together, joining 3 other men in suits. One of them was a portly businessman, flanked by 2 bodyguards. As they stood near the doors, the elevator began to ascend. Suddenly, the businessman's hand reached out and pinched Tina's lower back. Bam! Just as Lin Yufan noticed and prepared to step in, Tina turned sharply, grabbed the businessman's collar, and yanked him down. Her knee shot up, slamming into his face. The man groaned as blood trickled from his nose and mouth. Mr. Chen. The bodyguards' faces went pale, and they moved to intervene. But Tina was quicker. She delivered a hook punch to one guard's face, and then kicked him squarely below the belt, sending him to his knees. Without missing a beat, she kicked him in the face, knocking him out cold. The second bodyguard lunged at her, swinging his fists, but Tina sidestepped, grabbed his arm, and launched herself into the air, stepping along the elevator wall in a few quick moves before performing a backflip. Crack! Crack! The unmistakable sound of a dislocated shoulder echoed. Under Tina's swift assault, the bodyguard's arm fell limp. Bang! With a final punch, Tina sent the screaming guard to the ground. Gulp! The fat businessman was stunned. He hadn't expected this blonde foreigner to be so fierce. Slap! Slap! Tina slapped his cheeks hard, then smiled coldly, sending her knee into his chin. With a groan, the businessman passed out. With the altercation over, Tina glanced at Lin Yufan with a faint smile. Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the 8th floor. The doors opened, and Tina strode out, her high heels clicking against the floor as she disappeared down the hallway. Watching Tina walk away, Lin Yufan touched his nose and muttered, "So cool." Tina made her way to suite 808 and pushed open the door, where He Shaoning had been waiting. "Miss Tina, please have a seat." He Shaoning stood up, smiling warmly as he pulled out a chair for her. "Mr. He, did you invite me to discuss a new investment project? If so, where are the other investors?" Tina nodded and smiled politely, getting straight to the point. She spoke fluent Mandarin, and if he hadn't known better, He Shaoning might have thought this foreign woman had grown up in Dragon Nation. "Miss Tina, to be honest, I invited you today mainly because a distinguished guest wanted to meet you, and I'm just playing the middleman here to arrange the meeting," He Shaoning explained with a chuckle. "A distinguished guest? Someone I know?" Tina's eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. Just then, Lin Yufan entered the room. He Xiaoning immediately stood up and introduced the two. I'm not sure if you know him. Ah, speak of the devil. Miss Tina, allow me to introduce Mr. Lin Yufan. He turned to Lin. Mr. Lin, this is Miss Rockfeld Tina. Tina was surprised by He Xiaoning's respectful demeanor. As the wealthiest man in Nanjing, he typically wasn't so careful and courteous, even around high-ranking officials. Miss Tina, it's good to see you again. Lin Yufan approached, extending a hand with a broad smile. It's you. Tina's amber-colored eyes revealed a hint of surprise as she recognized him. Miss Tina, you and Mr. Lin have met before? He Xiaoning was taken aback. As far as he knew, this was Tina's first time in Nanjing, and Lin had never been abroad, so they shouldn't have crossed paths. Lin Yufan laughed and replied, we just met in the elevator, where I had the honor of witnessing Miss Tina's impressive skills. Truly a woman who can stand her ground. Tina raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, stand her ground? What does that mean? It means you're very capable, not inferior to any man, Lin explained with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin, Tina said with a polite smile. Mr. He said you were the one who wanted to meet. May I ask what the purpose is? Oh, it's nothing major. I just wanted to get to know you better, Miss Tina, and perhaps learn a bit about your background, Lin said, taking the seat opposite her. He Xiaoning, ever perceptive, stood behind Lin, a detail that further deepened Tina's curiosity about Lin's identity. Her expression grew colder as she frowned slightly. We can get to know each other, Mr. Lin, but don't you think prying into my background so directly is rather impolite? Please don't misunderstand, Miss Tina. I have no intention of offending you. I'm just genuinely curious about your background. Lin quickly explained. I was born abroad and am an heir to the Rockfeld family. You should be able to find my family background online. Do you suspect I'm some kind of imposter? Tina's tone grew icy as she seemed ready to stand up and leave. Lin quickly added, as far as I know, Miss Tina, you used to have black hair and black eyes and didn't speak any foreign languages. And I'm fairly certain there's no birth record for you in the Rockfeld family. Are you not even curious about your origins? You investigated me? A flicker of hostility passed through her eyes as she stared intently at him. Mr. Lin, forgive me, but I have no interest in making your acquaintance. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Wait. Fig Xuan. As Tina stood to leave, Lin jumped up and grabbed her by the wrist, calling her by his younger sister's name. He had hoped she would react, but her response was anything but what he expected. Bam! With a swift move, Tina flipped in midair and aimed a kick at Lin's face. He let go quickly and grabbed her ankle instead. Mr. Lin, control yourself. Tina balanced on one foot, the other held by Lin in an unintentional split position. My apologies, I didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to know more about your background because I suspect you may be my. Before he could finish, she scoffed and stormed out of the suite without looking back. Master, should I? He Xiaoning approached cautiously. Lin's brow furrowed. No rush. She's interested in investing in the Oriental Disney project, right? Let her proceed, but on one condition: she has to stay in Nanjing for a while. Understood. He Xiaoning replied with a nod. Leaving the Marriott Hotel, Lin's mind was still weighed down. Could I really be mistaken? He wondered, unable to stop thinking about Tina. Her facial features were almost a perfect match for his younger sister Fig Xuan's, yet she hadn't reacted at all when he called her name. Could she have lost her memory? He murmured, deep in thought. Qinju drove him back to the Elite Gardens villa complex. As Lin left, Tina, seated in a parked Ferrari nearby, stopped recording and sent the video. Investigate this man's identity, she commanded via voice message. A moment later her phone rang, and a man speaking in fluent English asked, "Who is he, and why do you want him investigated?" I suspect that the wealthiest man in Nanjing is his puppet. To ensure our plans proceed smoothly, we need to eliminate any potential threats. Well done. I'll look into this man's identity and get back to you as soon as I have answers. Good. Ending the call, Tina revved the engine and drove back to her hotel. 10 minutes later, Lin instructed Qinju to turn the car around. He wanted to visit Liu Ziwei. Soon they parked outside Liu's apartment building. Lin went straight to his door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin knocked, but there was no answer. Is he not home? Lin wondered, taking out his phone to call him. Xiao Fan. What brings you to call me today? Came Liu Ziwei's voice. Grandpa Liu, I need to see you about something. Where are you? Oh, I'm over at Xiao Wei's place. All right, send me your location. I'll head over now. In a hurry, huh? Okay, give me a moment, I'll send it over. Once he received the location, Lin asked Tuing-ju to drive him there. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment complex within the city's third ring area, Lu Ziwei, upon hearing that Lin would be visiting, asked the housekeeper to buy some groceries and pulled out a treasured bottle of good wine, planning to share a few drinks with Lin later. Before the housekeeper even returned, the doorbell rang. Lu Ziwei went to answer it, and there stood Lin Yufan. "You sure got here fast, kid." Lu Ziwei's face lit up with a smile. "Grandpa Lu, you have a picture of Fig Shuan, don't you? Could you give it to me? And do you have any of her belongings here?" Lin Yufan, preoccupied with thoughts of Fig Shuan, skipped the small talk and asked directly. "Her picture? Yes, I still have an album with photos of the kids from the orphanage. I can give it to you if you want. As for her belongings, I think there's an old protection charm I made for her." Lu Ziwei paused, then led Lin into the house. He went into the elder's room and returned with a tin box. Opening it, he handed Lin the album and rummaged further, pulling out a small red pouch. "Here it is, Fig Shuan's protection charm." Lu Ziwei handed it over. "1 year, it was her zodiac year. I went to the temple and got this for her. She wore it for a whole year." "A protection charm?" Lin took the pouch and opened it to see a folded yellow talisman inside, along with a small lock of hair wrapped with a red rubber band. "Grandpa Lu, is this Fig Shuan's hair from when she was little?" Lin's eyes brightened. "Yes," Lu nodded, sighing softly. "The monk said that keeping her hair with the charm and wearing it close for a year would bring her safety and good health. Such a shame." Out of all the children at the orphanage, Fig Shuan had left the deepest impression on him. Frail and often sick, she had needed extra care. He had never expected life to be so unfair. "Grandpa Lu, I need to take care of something. But I'll come back soon," Lin said, pocketing the charm and leaving with the photos. "You rascal." Lu Ziwei muttered in mild annoyance, watching Lin leave. He'd sent the housekeeper to buy groceries, hoping Lin would stay for a drink. But now Lin was gone as soon as he'd collected what he wanted. After leaving Lu's place, Lin got into the car and handed the charm to Qin-ju. "Master, what is this?" Qin asked, puzzled. "It contains a lock of my younger sister Fig Shuan's hair. I need you to obtain a sample of Tina's hair, then conduct a DNA comparison. I want irrefutable proof that Tina is Fig Shuan." "Understood." Qin nodded, carefully stowing the charm. After dropping Lin off at the Marriott Elite Gardens, he organized a team to slip into Tina's hotel room and retrieve a hair sample while she was unaware. Night fell, deep and dark. Inside the Empire Hotel's premium suite, Tina was soaking in the bath, unaware that someone had quietly entered her suite. The figure moved silently, crossing the living room and into her bedroom with the agility of a cat. "Got it." After a brief search, he found a few strands of long blonde hair on the bed. Wrapping them in tissue, he tucked them into his pocket. Just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps approaching the bedroom. "Damn," he muttered, quickly hiding behind the curtains. Squeak! The bedroom door opened, and Tina entered, humming softly. After a moment, she started a conversation in a foreign language over the phone. Around 30 minutes later, the room finally fell silent. "Asleep already?" The intruder peeked out from behind the curtain. The bed was slightly rumpled, but it was empty. "Huh?" He looked puzzled. Then Tina's voice sounded right next to him. "Were you looking for me?" He spun around, startled, to find her crouched like a cat on the small table by the window. Her eyes glowed faintly, cold and intense, fixed on him with a predatory gaze. "Miss Tina, I..." The intruder started to explain himself, but before he could finish, Tina's eyes narrowed. She lunged, her hand shaped like a claw, and drove it hard into his chest. Splarch! Her nails pierced his flesh effortlessly, even snapping the bones in his ribcage. She held his heart in her grasp, still beating in her hand. A second later, crack! She squeezed, crushing his heart instantly. The intruder was dead, his eyes wide with terror. Tina elegantly wiped her hands clean with a tissue, the scene eerie in its contrast. Once her hands were spotless, she pressed the button on her communicator. Soon, 2 blonde men entered. "Dispose of this body." Crossing one leg over the other, she rested an elbow on the bed, holding a wine glass filled with dark red liquid. Its surface rippled with each gentle motion. "Yes, miss." The men nodded, unfazed, as they swiftly wrapped the body in a bedsheet and carried it out. They cleaned the floor thoroughly, leaving no trace. The next day, at dawn, Qin-ju, dozing in his car outside Lin's villa, was awakened by his phone ringing. "Still groggy," he answered. "Hello? What's the matter this early?" "Master Qin, there's been a serious problem. The disciple we sent to retrieve Tina's hair yesterday was killed." "What? Killed? How?" We're not entirely sure. Judging by his injuries, it looks like someone pierced his chest and crushed his heart. His body was found near a garbage dump by the hotel. Any idea who did it? Not for certain, but security footage shows two blonde foreigners, whom we've identified as Tina's bodyguards. Damn it. Wide awake now, Keen's expression turned dark. Give the disciple a proper burial and send $1 million as compensation to his family. Understood. And, Master Keen, we found a tissue with a few strands of blonde hair in his pocket. It's likely Tina's hair. Good. Send it to the lab for DNA comparison, and inform me as soon as the results are in. Ending the call, Keen got out of the car, lit a cigarette, and waited for the outcome. At 10 a.m., a DNA test report was delivered to Keen-ju. He looked at the results with a somewhat complicated expression. After a moment of hesitation, he called Lin Yufan and explained the findings. Are you certain? Lin Yufan's brow furrowed. He had been convinced that Tina was his missing younger sister Fake Xuan. However, Keen-ju informed him that the test showed the two were completely unrelated. This meant that Tina was not the younger sister lost in that fateful plane crash. Absolutely certain. Keen-ju replied firmly. All right. Lin Yufan sighed, ending the call. If Tina wasn't Fake Xuan, then where could Fake Xuan be? Was she alive or dead? The thought that his sister might no longer be alive filled him with sadness. As he wrestled with these thoughts, Keen-ju called again. What's wrong? Lin asked. Master. There's been a terrible incident. The business school leader in Tianhai City has been killed, and the martial school outpost has been completely wiped out, with heavy casualties. What happened? Who did it? It was Zhou Tianlong from the Azure Dragon Society. Last night, Keen-ju went on to brief Lin on the news he'd just received. The previous night, Zhou Tianlong led a large group of Azure Dragon Society disciples to storm the Tianhai Martial School outpost. Any who resisted were killed on the spot. The business school leader had also been found dead in his home, with the cause unknown. Zhou Tianlong? The Azure Dragon Society? Lin Yufan's brow creased deeply. Additionally, after we conveyed your message to Zhou Tianlong about coming to Tianhai in 5 days to take his head, he responded. He said. Keen-ju trailed off. Out with it. Lin replied impatiently. He said. Master, that you're arrogant, and that if you dare to come you won't be leaving alive. Won't be leaving alive, will I? Lin's tone turned icy. There are still 3 days until our 5-day appointment. In these next 3 days, instruct everyone from the business and martial schools in Tianhai City to avoid conflict with the Azure Dragon Society and lie low. After 3 days, I'll personally go to Tianhai and wipe out the Azure Dragon Society. Understood. Keen-ju replied, hanging up and immediately relaying Lin's orders to the disciples in Tianhai. Meanwhile, in a coastal estate in Tianhai City, Zhou Tianlong sat back in a grand armchair. Kneeling before him were Liang Wenquan, the head of Tianhai's martial school, and 2 school elders, their legs broken. This is your last chance. Surrender or die, Zhou Tianlong said calmly, sipping tea. Hey, surrender? To you? Liang Wenquan sneered, glaring up at Zhou. I may be the lowest-ranking member of the martial school, and I lost to you because my skills were lacking. But if you think beating me means you can take on the entire school in the Tianji Pavilion, you're beyond delusional. An Azure Dragon enforcer scowled and barked, How dare you insult the president? Someone, slap him. A disciple strode forward and delivered a sharp slap to Liang's face. Smack. The slap echoed loudly, blood trickling from Liang's mouth as he sneered again. Zhou Tianlong, you can be smug for another 3 days. When our master arrives in Tianhai, it will be your end. Oh? Is that so? Zhou chuckled, undeterred. With a faint smile, he said. I hear that the current master of Tianji Pavilion is a recent appointee, barely 30 years old. If it were the previous master, I might feel some concern, but a mere young upstart, I fear nothing. Ha! Anyone who becomes master of Tianji Pavilion is a prodigy, chosen by fate. Even under 30 he has more than enough strength to end your worthless life, Liang retorted. President, this stubborn fool should just be killed already. One of Zhou's enforcers urged, losing patience. Fine. Such misguided loyalty is a waste of resources anyway, Zhou said indifferently. He flicked his fingers, sending a wave of energy that pierced Liang's forehead instantly. Cut off his head and hang it at the martial school outpost. If anyone dares to remove it, execute them on the spot. Zhou ordered coldly. Then he turned to the 2 elders who had served alongside Liang for years. As for you 2, will you surrender, or join him in death? Earlier, the 2 elders had been resolute, But seeing Liang killed in front of them, they broke. I surrender. One elder stammered. I will surrender too. The other muttered, lowering his head. Good. The wise adapt. From now on you both will serve as enforcers for the Azure Dragon Society. Someone, take these elders for treatment, Zhou said with satisfaction. To grow the Azure Dragon Society, he needed strong recruits. It would be a waste to kill skilled martial school elders if they could be brought into the fold. After the elders were led away, one of Zhou's long-serving enforcers approached him cautiously. President, if you really do kill the current Tianji Pavilion master in 3 days, won't their previous master, the Tianji Sage, seek retribution? The Tianji Sage is Dragon Nation's strongest warrior. If he were around, I'd never dare challenge the pavilion. But he left for the kindling forbidden grounds. Whether he returns alive is anyone's guess, Zhou replied with a calm smile. At the mention of the forbidden grounds, the enforcer's face went pale. The kindling forbidden grounds? So, the legends are true? Whether they're true or not, I can't say. But the Tianji Sage is old. Even if the stories are false, he would risk the journey. It's said there lies the secret to immortality, Zhou said, shaking his head with a hint of melancholy. On the path of martial arts, even at the highest level, one merely gains a few more decades of life. Eventually, everyone succumbs to time and becomes dust. Immortality? It's what many dream of, yet from ancient times to the present, who has truly achieved it? To Zhou, the Tianji Sage's journey into the kindling forbidden grounds was merely a desperate, final struggle. At the same time, in the Lin family estate in the capital city. Knock, knock, knock. Open up. I want to see Brother King Chan. Hurry and let me in. Outside the Lin family's gates, a young woman around 20, with short hair, wearing a red t-shirt and tight jeans, knocked vigorously. But no matter how much she knocked, there was no response from within. The young woman, Jiang Yuning, was the cherished daughter of the Jiang family, a renowned martial arts family in the capital. She had once been engaged to Lin Qingchan, but just yesterday, the Lin family had abruptly cancelled the engagement. And all because of a recent scandalous rumor. Brother Qingchan, I know you're home. Let me explain, those photos were fake. I never go to bars, she shouted, desperate for a response. After pounding on the door for a long time, Jiang Yuning grew tired and called out, hoping Lin Qingchan would answer. Still, the house remained silent. Eventually, eyes red from frustration, she turned angrily to leave. The moment the noise died down, a servant peeked out from behind the door to check if Jiang Yuning had really gone. But as soon as he looked out, he saw her standing there, red-eyed and smirking. Oh no! The servant panicked and tried to close the door quickly. Bam! But before he could react, Jiang Yuning threw a punch that landed squarely on his face. With a yelp, the servant clutched his face as Jiang Yuning kicked the door open and stepped inside. Miss Jiang, our young master instructed us not to let you in. Please don't make things difficult for us, he pleaded. Out of my way, or I'll make you wish you'd stayed home, she snapped, waving her fist menacingly. The servant backed off quickly. Despite her young age, Jiang Yuning was infamous in the capital for her fiery personality and fierce reputation, known to get physical at the slightest offense. Many had already learned this the hard way. Smart choice. Jiang Yuning smirked and headed straight to Lin Qingchan's study, her steps confident and familiar. Soon, she reached the study's door. Brother Qingchan. She kicked the door open and marched in. Inside, Lin Qingchan, dressed in a white robe, was reading. His face turned serious when he saw her. Yuning, what are you doing here? He forced himself to sound cold, frowning at her. Brother Qingchan, I came to explain. Those pictures spreading around are fake. I might be direct and bold, but I am not the kind of woman they're making me out to be. If you don't believe me, I can show you proof. Jiang Yuning pulled out her phone, ready to show him. There's no need. Lin Qingchan's face remained stony. As for our engagement, it's already been cancelled. It's clear that fate isn't on our side, and we should just let things be. Not meant to be? Brother Qingchan, what do you mean by that? We've known each other since childhood. I've always loved you and only want to marry you. The reason I act bold and fiery is to keep other men away, and now you tell me we aren't meant to be? Tears gathered in Jiang Yuning's eyes as she spoke, biting her lip in distress. Are you really so heartless, Brother Qingchan? Lin Qingchan's heart softened at her words. With a sigh, he replied, Yuning, some things just aren't meant to be. I've always seen you as a little sister. I never wanted this engagement. Even if the rumors hadn't surfaced, I still wouldn't have married you. Why? Is it my personality? I can change. If you want a graceful lady, I'll be graceful. If you want gentleness, I'll be gentle. I'll be anything you want me to be. Tears brimmed in Jiang Yuning's eyes as she approached, clutching his arm. Please, brother King Chan. Don't abandon me. Lin Qingchan's face hardened, and he snapped, enough. The sudden outburst shocked Jiang Yuning. In her memory, Lin Qingchan was always a gentle, refined man who spoke softly and treated her with kindness. He had never raised his voice at her like this. The thought struck her, and she asked tentatively, Brother King Chan, have you fallen for someone else? I suppose you could say that. Though he wanted to deny it, Lin Qingchan chose to lie, hoping to make her give up on him. Who is she? Jiang Yuning's face went pale. Who she is doesn't concern you. I told you I've only ever thought of you as a sister. I suggest you stop being so stubborn. Now, please leave. I want to read in peace. Lin Qingchan shook her hand off his arm and picked up his book, returning to his reading. Smack. The next moment, Jiang Yuning slapped him across the face. Brother King Chan, I hate you. Lin Qingchan felt a surge of anger, ready to lash out, but then he saw the tears streaming down her face, her expression heartbroken. His anger faded. Are you done causing trouble? If so, please leave. I'm going and don't think I'll come back even if you beg me. Jiang Yuning yelled, wiping her tears as she stormed out of the study. As she left, tears flowed down her face uncontrollably, the sorrow like that of someone freshly heartbroken. When she reached the gates, she found herself remembering all the good times with Lin Qingchan. The thought of him loving someone else made her feel as if her heart was being torn apart. What happened, miss? Her maid asked, stepping out of the car as she saw Jiang Yuning crying. Don't ask. Just take me home, Jiang Yuning said, wiping her eyes as she climbed into the car. The maid followed her, started the engine, and began driving her back. Along the way she did her best to comfort her, until finally, Jiang Yuning explained what had happened. Realizing the situation, the maid's face darkened. Whoever's taken the young master's heart will regret it. Miss, don't worry. I'll find out who she is. No one steals our young lady's man and gets away with it. Once you find out, let me know. I want to see her, Jiang Yuning replied, tears in her eyes, curious as to what kind of woman could have captured Lin Qingchan's heart so quickly. Yes, she had thoughts of revenge, but even more, she was determined to change herself into the kind of woman Lin Qingchan desired, to make him fall in love with her all over again. The sun was bright, and a gentle breeze drifted through the air. In the Imperial Hotel's luxury suite, Tina, freshly out of the bath, gave off the fragrance of roses. She wore a loose red robe that draped over her, her exposed skin pale as porcelain, tinged with a rosy glow, alluring to the eye. Reclining lazily on a European-style sofa, Tina propped her face up with her left hand and held her phone in her right, reviewing a brief dossier on Lin Yufan sent by her organization. But the report was incredibly sparse, not even 100 words. Lin Yufan, 25 years old, background unknown, spent time at Kunshan Orphanage in Nanjing before mysteriously disappearing. Reappeared last month, now residing at Marriott Elite Gardens, Building G, Unit 1. Tina frowned as she finished reading. In her assessment, Lin Yufan's background was far from simple. Where had he been for those 15 years, and why was there so little information on him? This mystery stirred her interest. A curious one, aren't you? She murmured, recalling He Xiaoning's respectful attitude toward Lin Yufan yesterday. The more she thought about it, the more intrigued she became. Driven by her curiosity, Tina called He Xiaoning and requested a meeting with Lin Yufan. Within minutes, He Xiaoning called Lin with her request. Lin Yufan declined without hesitation. Since he'd already confirmed that Tina was not his long-lost sister, Fixuan, he saw no point in further contact. At the hotel, Tina received He Xiaoning's reply. Miss Tina, I'm sorry, but Mr. Lin isn't interested in meeting you, he said before hanging up. Doesn't want to see me? Tina's expression darkened. She was both annoyed and surprised. She was, after all, the heiress of the Rockfeld family, and even putting that aside, with her looks, elegance and charm, she was rarely rejected by any man. Lin's refusal felt like a personal affront. Irritated, she changed into a more daring outfit, then drove her Ferrari to the Marriott Elite Gardens. Ding dong. Lin Yufan, who had been watching a variety show featuring Su Langsu in the living room, heard the doorbell ring. He stood up, opened the door, and found Tina standing there. Mr. Lin, it's quite unchivalrous of you to reject an invitation from a beautiful woman, Tina said with a slight tilt of her head and a playful smile. Lin smiled faintly and got straight to the point. Do you need something? She smiled back. Well, not really. I just found you rather mysterious and thought we might get to know each other better. Lin was surprised by her sudden change of attitude. Yesterday she'd been distant. What changed? Mr. Lin, isn't it impolite to leave a lady standing at the door? Wouldn't your conscience bother you? Tina teased with a smile. Realizing his oversight, Lin apologized and stepped aside to let her in. As he closed the door, Tina turned suddenly and pinned him against it. One hand braced against the door, the other lifting his chin, she whispered, Mr. Lin, I looked into you, but the information was minimal. I want to know where you went during those 15 years you disappeared, and why a man as powerful as he's shouting bows to you. Miss Tina, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Lin said, frowning. She had not only investigated him but now openly confronted him about it. Inappropriate or not, I only want my curiosity satisfied, she murmured, gazing intently into his eyes. Brother Yufan, what are you doing? A voice suddenly called from the hallway, dripping with irritation. Xingyan. It's not what you think. Lin hurriedly slipped out from under Tina's arm. And who is she? Were you two getting cozy? Qiao Xingyan asked, her cheeks puffed in annoyance as she glared at Tina. Lin quickly explained, this is Tina, a foreign investor. Don't dodge the question, what were you two doing just now? Xingyan demanded. As you saw, I wasn't doing anything. I was the one getting pinned here, Lin replied with a wry smile. And who do you think you are, little seductress? Stay away from Brother Yufan, or I'll make you regret it. Xingyan waved her fist, signaling Tina to back off. Tina smirked, looking at the petite Xingyan. What an adorable little sister. But, are you even capable of satisfying Mr. Lin? Little? What's that supposed to mean? Xingyan's face turned red with anger. She had a figure that was hardly small, but looking at Tina, she couldn't help but feel a pang of defeat. Just that you're too young to handle the likes of Mr. Lin, Tina said bluntly. Even Lin felt slightly embarrassed at her forwardness. Whether I can or can't is none of your business. Get out, your presence is unwelcome here, Xingyan snapped. Tina raised her eyebrow and turned to Lin. It seems your sister here doesn't welcome me. Cough. In this house, what the women say goes. I'm afraid I have to ask you to leave, Lin said, gesturing toward the door. Tina was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin to actually ask her to leave. As a noble heiress, being shown the door wounded her pride deeply. Mr. Lin, I'm quite upset. The consequences could be severe, Tina said, her face darkening. Oh really? If you're upset, just know that if I'm upset, the consequences are even worse. Now scram, you vixen, Xingyan shouted. Tina cast her a sidelong glance, understanding perfectly that Xingyan saw her as a romantic rival. Her eyes sparkled mischievously, and without warning, she wrapped an arm around Lin's neck and planted a kiss firmly on his lips. Lin was stunned. He had been pinned earlier, and now he was being kissed. How had he become the helpless one here? Xingyan's eyes widened, and she let out a loud shriek. Startled, Lin quickly pushed Tina away. But instead of being angry, Tina just licked her lips and winked at him before turning and striding out the door. At this moment, Qiao Xingyan stormed over, her face furious. Seeing the anger in her eyes, Lin Yufan quickly explained, Xingyan, you saw what happened, it wasn't my doing. I was the one taken advantage of. I'm the victim here. Qiao Xingyan wanted to vent, but she knew the situation wasn't entirely his fault. Yet, the thought of Tina kissing her man was infuriating, and she could hardly contain her frustration. She watched Lin wiping his lips with the back of his hand, and finally burst out, go brush your teeth, now. At least 10 times, go on, hurry. Okay, right away. Realizing she was serious, Lin obediently headed to the bathroom. It was a while before he came out. Qiao Xingyan was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, and she motioned him over with a finger. Huh? Lin went over, confused. Suddenly Qiao Xingyan put her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. So, did you enjoy that kiss? She murmured. Enjoy? No way, it was humiliating, Lin stammered, nearly slipping up as he scrambled to cover. Qiao Xingyan looked at him, her smile skeptical. Really? You looked like you were enjoying it. If I hadn't screamed, you'd probably still be lost in it. Come on. Do you really think I'd be so weak-willed? You're questioning my self-control, Lin replied, doing his best to look sincere and composed. Qiao Xingyan wasn't convinced and rolled her eyes. Brother Yufan, I've never kissed before. They say a kiss tastes sweet. Is that true? She looked up at him with her big, hopeful eyes. Well, yes, I guess it's a bit sweet, Lin admitted. The second he said it, he noticed her expression drop. Qiao Xingyan's gaze hardened, her eyes showing a flicker of anger. Xingyan, I didn't mean. But before he could finish, she grabbed him and, mimicking Tina, pulled him in for a deep kiss. Neither knew how long they were there before they heard the click of a camera shutter. Click. Click. They snapped to attention and looked over to find Gu Yunxi standing nearby with her phone, smiling at them. "Oh, carry on. Don't mind me. I'm just watching," she said with a grin. "Hey, how embarrassing. It's all your fault, Brother Yufan, it's your fault." Qiao Xingyan's face flushed a deep red, and she punched his chest with her fists before running upstairs, her slippers tapping along the floor. A moment later, her door slammed shut. "Did I interrupt something?" Gu Yunxi asked, walking over. "What do you think?" Lin replied with a laugh. "Oh well then, I'll go," she said, pretending to turn and leave. Lin quickly pulled her back, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Now that you've shown up, you're not going anywhere," he said with a playful grin before pulling her in for a kiss. At first, Gu Yunxi resisted, but it wasn't long before she gave in. When they finally broke apart, she looked at him, her face flushed, and whispered, "You're getting bolder, Brother Yufan." "Do you like it?" he asked, smiling. "Yes," she replied softly, nodding. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at Jiang Yuning's private villa. "Miss, I've tracked down Lin. He recently visited Nanjing, and I believe he fell under the spell of some vixen there," her maid reported. "Nanjing?" Jiang Yuning frowned. After a moment she asked, "Do we know who this vixen is?" "Not yet, but I've sent people to investigate. We should have answers in a couple of days," the maid replied. 2 days? I can't wait that long. Book me a flight, I'm going to Nanjing myself. I want to see just who dares to steal my fiancé." "Yes, miss," the maid said, immediately going to book the flight. That evening, Jiang Yuning boarded a plane to Nanjing. By the time she arrived, it was the middle of the night, and she had no choice but to find a hotel. By chance, she ended up at the Imperial Hotel. After the maid handled the check-in, they went to the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a striking blonde woman with blue eyes stepped in. The woman was tall, with a curvaceous figure, and had a magnetic presence that would make any man's heart race. Seeing her, Jiang Yuning couldn't help but feel she was lacking a certain femininity herself. Maybe that's why Lin Qingqian hadn't fallen for her. This thought made her glance at the blonde woman a few times. Sensing her gaze, the woman turned and looked at her, giving Jiang Yuning an amused smile as her eyes traveled down Yuning's figure. Realizing what the woman was looking at, Jiang Yuning flushed and looked down at herself, then back at the woman, feeling somewhat inadequate. Ning. The elevator door opened, and the blonde woman strutted out, her heels clicking against the floor. "What's wrong, miss?" the maid asked, seeing Jiang Yuning still standing in the elevator. "That woman looked down on me," Jiang Yuning muttered, clenching her fists in frustration. "Look down on you? What do you mean?" The maid was puzzled. "She." "Never mind," Jiang Yuning said, finding it too embarrassing to explain. After all, that foreign woman certainly had her beat in one area. Jiang Yuning hadn't expected to feel defeated so soon after arriving in Nanjing, and her mood was soured for the rest of the night. Meanwhile, back in her suite, Tina had just returned. She slipped off her clothes and relaxed in a hot bath, checking her schedule for the next day on her phone. Then her phone rang. "Tina, what did you do today?" Everything was fine with the investment project with the Marriott Group, but just now, He Shaning's secretary called to say it might be cancelled. "Why?" Surprised, Tina frowned. "I don't know, but we're not just investing, we're setting up a research base in Dragon Nation, so you must make sure He Xiaoning agrees to let us proceed in Nanjing," the man said, his tone firm. "Understood. I'll handle it," Tina replied and hung up. Thinking about He Xiaoning's behavior toward Lin Yufan, she suspected his sudden change of heart was likely due to Lin. Realizing this, she knew she'd have to find another reason to approach him again. The next morning, at dawn, Gu Yunxi left for work early. Timing it carefully, Lin Yufan slipped out of her room, hoping to avoid waking Qiao Xingyan. But just as he closed Yu Yunxi's door, he turned to find Xingyan across the hall, staring at him with tired, panda-ringed eyes. Morning, Xingyan," he greeted awkwardly. "Morning? Huh." Xingyan shot back. "Brother Yufan, you and Yunxi kept going until past 4 in the morning. I couldn't sleep with all the noise, and you have the nerve to say morning?" Lin's face turned red. Last night he'd slipped into Yunxi's room when she was still in the bath, unaware he was lying in wait. When she came out, there was no escape, and the night turned into an ordeal that went on until dawn. He thought they'd kept things quiet, but apparently, they'd disturbed Xingyan. I'm just going to catch up on some sleep," he mumbled, feeling embarrassed as he headed to his room. "Catch up on sleep? Great. Let's do it together, Xingyan replied with a smirk, grabbing his hand and pulling him into her room. At noon, a growling stomach woke Lin up. Xingyan was still curled up like a kitten, sleeping against him. He gently slipped out of bed, stretched his sore arm, and went downstairs. He planned to make noodles, but when he reached the kitchen, he realized there were no ingredients. With no other choice, he put on his shoes and left to find a nearby noodle shop. At noon, the shop was bustling, and the owners were rushing around serving customers. Lin found a free table and ordered 2 bowls of noodles, one for himself and one to take back for Xingyan. While he waited, he sent a quick message to King Jiu, asking him to continue looking into the whereabouts of his missing sister, Shi Feixuan. Just as he sent the message, the noisy noodle shop suddenly quieted down. Click-clack, the sound of high heels approached. Before he could look up, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. "It's you!" Lin looked up and saw Tina, the same woman who had pinned him against the wall and kissed him the day before. Her presence hushed the entire shop, and every gaze turned toward this exotic beauty. A little boy stared at her with wide eyes and whispered to his mother, "Mom, she's so pretty. She looks like an elf from a movie with that blonde hair and those blue eyes." The mother shot him a look, rapping him lightly on the head. "You little rascal. Already acting like your dad with those wandering eyes?" Her reprimand earned chuckles from other customers in the shop. "Tina, I'm here to apologize," she said, sitting across from Lin. She crossed her legs, her posture elegantly revealing her long legs. "Apologize?" Lin asked, slightly surprised. Just then, the owner brought over the noodles, his gaze lingering a bit too long on Tina. "Hey!" The owner's wife walked over, gave him a sharp smack on the head and scolded, "Staring like that? What, thinking of chasing a younger woman now?" The scene drew more laughter, even bringing a smile to Lin's face. "Did you know I haven't eaten?" Tina said, glancing at the steaming bowl in front of him. Without waiting for permission, she picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Lin was about to protest, but seeing her already eating, he decided to let it go. "Even if it's just noodles, the taste is pretty good," Tina said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and smiling at him. "Then eat as much as you like," Lin replied, too hungry to argue, and focused on his own bowl. After he finished, he asked the owner to pack up another serving. Tina noticed and blushed slightly, though she kept quiet. "Mr. Lin, I shouldn't have kissed you like that yesterday. I want to apologize," she said sincerely, putting down her chopsticks and dabbing her mouth with a napkin. Her words drew a mix of surprise and envy from nearby customers. Some men couldn't help muttering to themselves, "Why didn't they get so lucky?" Lin sighed, half smiling. "You came here just to tell me that?" Tina nodded, looking modest and restrained, a change from her previous cool aloofness. "Yes, and I hope you'll forgive me, Mr. Lin. It's fine. Just don't kiss me out of the blue again," he replied, rubbing his nose. "Damn," a nearby customer muttered under his breath. He thought, if only she'd kiss me out of the blue like that. Embarrassed, he lowered his head and kept eating, though he still stole glances at Tina. "Now that you've forgiven me, maybe you could help convince Mr. He to approve our family's investment," Tina asked with a hopeful look. "Investment? You mean the Disneyland project in the suburbs?" "Yes. Our family is interested in adding an animal-themed resort hotel to the project. If you could help, I can personally ensure a 10% profit share from the project each year." Eager to win Lin's favor, Tina offered a tempting incentive. About this matter, Lin Yufan said, "I think you should speak with Mr. He. Why ask me? I'm not in charge of that project." "Mr. Lin, while Tina is indeed curious about who you are, it's obvious from Mr. He's attitude toward you at our first meeting that he takes your words seriously. Isn't that true?" "True, he does listen to me to some extent," Lin conceded. "But I don't really have any obligation to help you. Besides, that 10% profit you mentioned doesn't mean much to me. I'm not short on money. To be honest, Mr. Lin, our family's annual revenue has been in steady decline. If we want to prevent the family from weakening, we have to invest in profitable projects, but there aren't many viable options in our country. And the ones that do exist don't offer high returns." "Oh? And what's your point?" "Everyone knows that Dragon Nation has the largest population in the world. If we can secure a foothold here, our family won't need to worry about income for the next 100 years. So I sincerely ask you, Mr. Lin, to please help Tina with this." With that, Tina stood up and gave him a deep bow. From his vantage point, Lin's eyes inadvertently caught a stunning view, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Hey buddy, you're bleeding from your nose." A nearby voice broke his trance. "Whoa, it's just the dry weather," Lin stammered, snapping back to his senses and coughing awkwardly. Though a bit reluctant, he finally said to Tina, "Fine, I'll talk to He Shaoning about it, but I can't guarantee he'll agree." "Really? Thank you, Mr. Lin." Manhwa. Tina's face lit up with excitement, and in her enthusiasm she cupped Lin's face and planted a quick kiss on his forehead. "Oh, sorry, Mr. Lin, I got a bit carried away. It won't happen again." She apologized with a sheepish smile, recalling how she'd just apologized for kissing him the day before. "Forget it." Lin waved it off. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going. See you." He stood, paid for the food, and left with the takeout noodles the owner's wife had packed for him. As soon as he left, Tina followed suit, and with her departure, a noticeable number of male patrons seemed to lose interest in staying. She slipped into her Ferrari, watching Lin's figure as he walked away, a smirk playing on her lips. "Making me apologize? Ha! You'll have some explaining to do when you get home," she murmured to herself, picturing the scolding Lin would likely receive from that little spitfire, Qiao Xingyan. Back at the Marriott Elite Gardens, Lin entered Qiao Xingyan's room, noodles in hand. At the sound of the door, Xingyan groggily sat up, rubbing her eyes. Lin smiled as he walked over, setting the noodles on her bedside table. "Sleepyhead, just waking up? Bet you're starving. I got you noodles and even added extra beef." Xingyan blinked, and then suddenly looked at him, eyes wide, focusing on his forehead. What is it?" Lin asked, realizing too late what had caught her attention. He turned and dashed toward the door. "You're done for, Brother Yufan. Not even Jesus can save you now." Xingyan's furious voice echoed behind him as he sprinted down the hall to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, he saw the bright red lipstick mark on his forehead. "That damn Tina, she had to do this on purpose," he muttered to himself. Hearing Xingyan's threatening tone, he shuddered and decided it was best to leave for a bit and let her cool down. Once she was calm, he could try explaining. With that plan in mind, Lin quickly slipped out of the house. The second he left, Xingyan stomped downstairs, fists clenched. Realizing he'd already fled, she fumed, "Ran away to avoid me." She pulled out her phone and recounted the whole scene to Gu Yunyingxi. Still unsatisfied, she messaged Su Liangsu, who was on a lunch break at her film set. It didn't take long before Gu Yunxi created a group chat with the fitting name Sisterhood of Revenge. "Gu Yunxi Xingyan, are you sure about the lipstick mark? No way you were seeing things?" Qiao Xingyan positive. "As soon as he saw I'd noticed he bolted. I looked all over, but he was gone. Clearly ran off to avoid my wrath. Su Liangshu brother Yufan has gone too far. Last night with Yingxi wasn't enough, and he's already out flirting again? This won't stand. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Ju Yingxi, hey. Don't say it like that, Liangshu. Su Liangsu. Oh come on. You were so loud last night that Jianyan couldn't sleep. Good thing I was filming out of town, otherwise I'd have been kept up too. Yu Yunyan Si Xingyan, you really don't have to tell them everything. Qiao Xingyan, I didn't. I just called Liangsu last night so she could hear it for herself." At that moment, the chat displayed Gu Yunxi has left the group. Seung Group headquarters. In her office, Gu Yunxi put her phone down, her cheeks flushed as her secretary entered with some documents. "Miss Gu, your face is so red. Are you feeling okay? Should I take you to a doctor?" "No need, I'm fine. It's just warm," Gu Yunxi replied, flustered. The secretary glanced at the office thermostat, which showed a comfortable 24 degrees. She left the office with a confused expression, wondering how anyone could find it warm. Brother Yufan, you've embarrassed me in front of Xianyan and Liangsu. I'll never forgive you for this," Gu Yunji muttered, torn between shame and irritation. If she'd known how things would turn out, she would never have let him win last night. As she fumed, Su Liangsu re-added her to the group. This time, the topic had shifted away from last night and on to how they could best give Lin the scolding he deserved. At Marriott Park, Lin sat on a bench, smoking and thinking about how to explain the lipstick mark to Xianyan. Little did he know, his three little sisters were plotting to ambush him that evening. Just then, his phone rang. He thought it was Xianyan, but when he checked, it was Dong Qianqian calling. Ever since that birthday party at Zhuo Yang's place, Lin Yufan's impression of Dong Qianqian had hit rock bottom. Still, since she was calling, he figured he might as well pick up. Master, are you free today? If you've got something to say, just say it." "Well, my father wants me to attend a banquet with him, and I'd like to invite you to come along with us." "Another banquet? Not interested. Ask someone else." Lin ended the call without a second thought. A moment later, her number popped up on his screen again. Frowning, he hung up. But as soon as he did, the phone rang once more. Growing annoyed, Lin answered with a sharp tone, ready to give her a piece of his mind. But before he could speak, Dong Qianqian's voice came through, trembling with emotion. Lin Yufan, why are you being so difficult? Was that really necessary? Are you done? If so, please stop bothering me in the future. No. I'll keep bothering you, every day, as long as you're still in Nanjing. What's wrong with you? You think I'm crazy? Fine. Either you come with me to this banquet today, or I'll keep calling, and if you block me, I'll just use a new number. Lin sighed. I don't have time to argue. I'll go with you, but this is the last time. After this, don't contact me again. If you agree, tell me where to meet. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'm at. After ending the call, Lin shook his head, feeling exasperated. He'd once thought of Dong Qianqian as a simple, naive girl, and had occasionally teased her for amusement. But after realizing how skewed her worldview was, any positive feelings he'd had toward her disappeared entirely. Half an hour later, a Mercedes pulled up in front of him. Dong Qianqian stepped out, dressed in an elegant red dress with thin straps, blending sophistication with a hint of boldness. She stood out, capturing the attention of those around her. Spotting Lin, she hurried to his side and opened the car door. Please, master, after you, she said gracefully, gesturing for him to get in. Lin climbed into the car, his expression cold. Once he was settled, she fastened his seatbelt, surprising him with the attention to detail. She's putting in quite the effort, Lin thought to himself. After that, Dong Qianqian started the car and headed toward the Imperial Hotel. When they arrived, Lin got out first. As she parked, he turned and asked, All right, now can you tell me what kind of banquet this is? It's a celebration banquet for the Disneyland project in the suburbs. The attendees are investors, including Mr. He Xiaoning, who's close to you, as well as the Big Eight families, and some influential business people from both here and other cities. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but sigh. So, this was why she dragged him along to use his influence to help her father gain some advantage in the project. With a look of indifference, he said, This is the last invitation of yours that I'll accept. If you keep pestering me after this, I'll make sure you regret it. Oh, okay. She stammered, her face pale as she nodded and led him into the hotel. Meanwhile, the sixth-floor banquet hall was already bustling with elegantly dressed businessmen and socialites. Men looked dashing, women were refined, and designer brands were on display everywhere. When Lin entered, he stood out starkly in his casual attire among a sea of formalwear. Dong Qianqian glanced around but didn't see her father. Master Lin, why don't you take a seat somewhere while I go look for my father? Go ahead. Lin nodded and made his way to a lounge area near the entrance of the banquet hall. Taking out a cigarette, he sat down and was about to message He Xiaoning when three well-dressed young men entered, each bearing a look of disdain upon noticing him. To them, sharing a lounge with someone who looked like a server was beneath them. One of the young men, sporting short ash-brown hair, stepped forward and tapped Lin's shoulder, speaking with arrogance. Hey buddy, this isn't the place for someone like you. Shouldn't you be working? Get out of here before I have your manager throw you out. Lin turned to look at him, gave him a quick once-over, and then resumed what he was doing, completely ignoring the three of them. Did you hear me, you deaf idiot? I said get out. Another one of the guys chuckled. He's probably clueless about who you are, Kai. He's not giving you any face at all. Hearing this, Kai's expression hardened. Just as Lin was looking away, Kai took advantage of the situation, aiming a swift kick to Lin's knee to force him down. But just as Kai kicked, Lin casually sidestepped and sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs as he lit his cigarette. Ignoring them, he typed a quick message to He Xiaoning to let him know he was here, and to make sure that no one who knew him would approach him during the event. Just then, a tearing sound broke the silence. Looking up, Lin saw the young man in the ash-brown hair mid-split, his pants split down the seam, exposing a strip of bright red fabric underneath. Giving me a little performance, are we? Lin said with a smirk, struggling to keep from laughing at the absurd sight. Kai, what are you doing? His two companions held back laughter, barely able to contain themselves. As for Shu Kai, his face had already turned a dark shade of red, thoroughly humiliated. What do you think I'm doing? Get over here and help me up. Shu Kai barked. Not exactly a master of the splits, he'd strained his leg muscles pretty badly, and was in too much pain to move. His friends quickly helped him up, but seeing the tear in his pants, they struggled to hold back another fit of laughter. Embarrassed and furious, Shu Kai snapped, You two useless clowns, stop laughing and get me a pair of pants. Alright, calm down. I'll go grab some for you. One friend chuckled and left the lounge to find a new pair of pants, while the other stayed, helping Shu Kai sit down. Even seated, Shu Kai's legs were trembling slightly from the pain, but he directed a look of pure venom at Lin Yufan, who was still grinning at him. "You little punk, you dared to mess with me?" Shu Kai sneered. If he didn't make Lin pay, he wouldn't be able to live this down. "And how exactly did I mess with you?" Lin asked with mock confusion, looking infuriatingly calm. Seeing Lin's expression, Shu Kai felt his anger spike even further. Not able to move well himself, he turned to his other friend and said, "Wang Yang, if you really consider me a friend, then teach this guy a lesson." "Come on, Kai. You know I've got your back," Wang Yang said, patting Shu Kai's shoulder. He then stepped forward, towering over Lin with a condescending look. "Do you have any idea who he is? This is Shu Kai, son of the Zhu family in Z City. Piss him off, and you'll be in for it. Now, if you know what's good for you, get down on your knees and apologize." "Oh? And why should I care who he is?" Lin replied with a smirk. "You really don't know what's good for you," Wang Yang sneered. "I gave you a chance, and you threw it away." With that, Wang Yang suddenly spun, attempting a roundhouse kick to Lin's face. In Taekwondo, the spinning kick is flashy and has decent force behind it. Against an untrained opponent, it might even work. But to anyone with real skill, it's riddled with weak points. Without so much as flinching, Lin intercepted Wang Yang mid-kick, thrusting his leg out to kick Wang Yang squarely behind the knee. "Ah, che!" Wang Yang cried out as he lost his balance, crashing to the floor with a loud thud. He was left clutching his leg in pain, while Shu Kai looked on, secretly pleased to see his friend humiliated too. "That'll teach you to laugh at me, huh?" Shu Kai thought with satisfaction, a dark smile on his face. Just then, the friend who'd left earlier returned, holding a pair of pants. "Here you go, Kai." "Hey, Wang Yang, why are you on the floor?" He was followed by a middle-aged man in a black suit, the hotel's manager, who was holding a fresh pair of dress pants. As he entered, he surveyed the bizarre scene but still approached Shu Kai respectfully. "Mr. Shu, welcome to the Imperial. It's an honor to have you here." "Enough with the formalities. Take care of this guy," Shu Kai commanded, pointing at Lin. "Rough him up and throw him out." The manager hesitated, looking uneasy. Today's banquet attendees included some highly influential guests, none of whom he dared offend. Noticing the manager's reluctance, Shu Kai sneered and added, "What's there to hesitate about? Look at this guy. Dressed head to toe in bargain bin garbage, clearly someone who snuck in to freeload. If something goes missing from the banquet hall, who do you think they'll blame?" "Well, you make a good point," the manager admitted, eyeing Lin's casual attire, which did stand out at the formal event. One of Shu Kai's friends added, "Why don't we just ask him for his invitation? That'll clear things up." Turning to Lin, the manager approached and said politely enough, "Excuse me, sir. Do you have an invitation for today's event?" "No, I don't," Lin replied calmly. As if taking this as confirmation, the manager's expression hardened slightly. Lin continued, "But I'm here as a guest. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask He Xiaoning." The manager's expression shifted from stern to baffled, then skeptical. He Xiaoning? The richest man in the city. And here was this casually dressed guy addressing him without a hint of respect, which made it seem all the more unlikely he was truly invited. Feeling certain that Lin was lying, the manager's tone became sharper. "Sir, I'll need you to provide proof of your invitation, or else I'll have to ask you to leave." Shu Kai and his friends exchanged pleased looks, clearly delighted at the trouble Lin was now in. Shu Kai thought smugly, "Serves you right for messing with me." Lin's eyes narrowed. "You're free to doubt me, but ignoring my request to confirm with He Xiaoning crosses the line." The manager took Lin's words as defiance, and, seeing the situation as a direct challenge, reached out to grab Lin's collar. Lin caught the man's wrist, prepared to teach him a lesson, when the lounge door suddenly opened. A tall blonde woman in a low-cut red evening gown stepped in, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. The faint scent of roses drifted through the room as she entered. Seeing her, Lin was momentarily taken aback. Then, realizing the guest list for tonight's event, he quickly understood who she must be. The tall, blonde foreign woman with striking blue eyes was none other than Tina. The lounge wasn't crowded, so she quickly spotted Lin Yufan as soon as she entered. "Oh, Mr. Lin, what a surprise to see you here. What a coincidence," she said, smiling as her eyes lit up. The manager, Zhu, overheard and felt a pang of unease. "Miss Tina, you know this gentleman?" he asked, his face tensing. "Yes, of course we're well acquainted," Tina replied with a smile. At this point, Shu Kai interjected, "Just because she knows him doesn't mean he was invited to this event, right?" Manager Zhu nodded thoughtfully, deciding to double-check. He turned politely to Tina. Miss Tina, if I may ask, does this gentleman's name appear on the guest list? Let me think. I don't believe so, Tina said, her eyes gleaming as she grasped the situation in the lounge. She pretended to look puzzled, as if she were still trying to figure out what was happening. Zhu turned back to Lin, face stern. Now what do you have to say for yourself? Lin still had Zhu's wrist firmly in his grip. Zhu tried to pull away but was surprised to find he couldn't budge. Lin's hand was like a steel vice. Kid, you may be strong, but I'm warning you, this is the Imperial Hotel. Cause trouble here, and the consequences will be severe. Now let me go! Zhu snapped. Oh? And what kind of consequences are those exactly? Lin, frustrated by Zhu's attitude, released his grip only to slap him hard across the face. Zhu stammered. Slap. That's for looking down on people. You dare strike me? You. Zhu barely had time to respond before. Slap. I tried explaining politely, but you won't listen. You believed every word these fools told you. Are you that gullible? As Lin raised his hand again, Zhu panicked and scrambled backward, stopping only when he was sure he was out of Lin's reach. He glared at Lin and growled, "Just you wait." Then he stormed out, no doubt to gather security. Lin ignored him and turned his attention to Zhu Kai and his two friends, who all shivered under his gaze. Oh, so you three think it's funny to mess with me, huh? Lin cracked his knuckles and stepped toward them. Hey, don't come any closer. I'm from the Xu family in Z City, Zhu Kai warned. Slap. Don't look at me, it wasn't my idea, another one said. Slap. You had the most to say earlier, and now it's got nothing to do with you? Big bro. I don't even know these guys. The last one pleaded. Slap. You think I'm an idiot? Slap. Slap. The lounge echoed with the sound of slaps. Please, sir, show some mercy. We were wrong. Yes, we'll never do it again. Just let us go this once. Please, we can't take it anymore. One more hit and we might just die. Several minutes later, all three were clutching their swollen faces and cowering on the floor, practically in tears. They couldn't take another slap without passing out. Tina had been watching the scene with a mixture of amusement and shock. When Lin turned to smile at her, she involuntarily took a step back, suddenly wary. Does this guy have some violent tendencies? He wouldn't actually hit me. Would he? She thought, unsettled. Miss Tina, that was pretty disloyal of you, Lin remarked, smiling but clearly unimpressed by her earlier reluctance to help. It was obvious to him that she'd deliberately left him to deal with the situation on his own, though he decided to let it go. But sparing her a scolding was one thing, saying nothing at all would make him look like a fool. Mr. Lin, whatever do you mean? Tina asked, her eyes darting as she suddenly felt a bit guilty. Don't understand? Then maybe I should mention this to He Xiaoning. I might need to reconsider that investment your family's interested in, Lin said with a sly smile. Wait, no, Mr. Lin. Let's talk this out. I admit it was unfair, I'm so sorry, my apologies. Tina was alarmed. She hadn't expected Lin to resort to threats over such a small incident. So how exactly were you disloyal? Lin asked, looking amused. I shouldn't have just watched without doing anything, shouldn't have ignored the situation, shouldn't have pretended I didn't understand. Tina admitted reluctantly, her expression like that of a child confessing to a teacher. Impressive use of local idioms, Lin chuckled. All right, I'll let it go, but you'll need to. Lin leaned close to her ear to whisper something. Tina tried to step back but was blocked as Lin held her in place against the wall. Do I really have to say it that way? Tina's face flushed as she realized what he wanted. Whether you say it or not is up to you, not me, Lin said with a grin. Zhu Kai and his friends saw their chance as Lin's attention turned to Tina. They began to inch toward the door, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Did I say you could leave? Lin suddenly snapped, looking back at them. Terrified, the three dropped to their knees, trembling. It wasn't a matter of pride anymore, they were genuinely scared of more slaps. Stay there. If any of you try to run, I'll slap you until you can't move, Lin threatened. They froze, faces pale and defeated, silently praying for Manager Zhu to return and somehow rescue them. As if answering their prayers, Zhu soon reappeared, this time with 8 burly security guards. He glared at Lin, finger pointed in fury. You're done for. If I don't take you down today, I might as well change my name. But as the guards moved toward Lin, Tina stepped in their path. Stop. You're not touching him, she ordered. Miss Tina, he attacked me. He deserves to be punished. I hope you won't interfere. Zhu, though slightly wary of Tina, couldn't let the humiliation he'd suffered slide. No. I'm not letting this happen, Tina said, shaking her head firmly. Why not? Zhu demanded, face twisted with anger and disbelief. He thought, where was she when I was being slapped? But now she wants to intervene? How is this fair? If Tina didn't have a reasonable explanation, Zhu had no intention of backing down. Because? Well, because. Tina stammered, her face now red as she tried to avoid Lin's gaze. When she glanced back and saw Lin calmly watching the show, she grew frustrated and stomped her foot in annoyance. Why, Miss Tina? Go on, just say it already. Mr. Zhu, the supervisor, was starting to lose his patience. People are like that when you hesitate, the other person only gets more anxious. Not only was Supervisor Zhu on edge, but the 8 bodyguards standing behind him, along with Zhu Kai and Wang Yang, who were kneeling on the floor in the lounge, all had expressions of confusion and intrigue. Though they still held some fear toward Lin Yufan, they dared to lift their heads and sneak a glance in his direction. Because he's my lover. With a determined expression, Tina bit her lip and said it out loud. What? Your lover? Supervisor Zhu was stunned. Not just him, the 8 bodyguards also had shocked expressions on their faces. Zhu Kai and Wang Yang, on the other hand, looked on with envy and resentment. Miss Tina, did you just say that this gentleman is your lover? Supervisor Zhou asked again, unsure if he had heard her correctly. Tina, blushing with shame, nodded silently, her face flushed with embarrassment. That scoundrel. He's humiliating me in public. How infuriating, absolutely infuriating. But Tina held herself back. She needed Lin Yufan's help, and even though she was seething, she couldn't afford to show it. Well, if he's Miss Tina's lover, then I suppose we can let bygones be bygones. All right, men, let's go. Although Supervisor Zhu wanted to settle the score, he reconsidered. Lin Yufan may have crossed him, but Tina's status was not something he dared challenge. In the end, Supervisor Zhu opted for a truce, and he left the lounge with the 8 guards. As the tension lifted, Tina let out a small sigh of relief. She thought the matter was over. Little did she know, within less than 10 minutes, news of Lin Yufan's supposed status as her lover had already spread throughout the banquet hall. 8 bodyguards, plus Supervisor Zhu, each one told another, who told 10 more. Quickly, Tina's reputation took a serious hit. Completely oblivious, Tina turned to Lin Yufan and asked, Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my answer? Well, you took your sweet time, but it'll do, he said, grinning. Seeing his smirk, Tina almost couldn't resist the urge to punch him. But she held back for the organization, for the mission. I'll bear it. I'll bear it. Tina repeated to herself, calming her simmering rage. She forced a smile, her tone soft as she said, Now, about this project, Mr. Lin, I hope you can help me. That can be arranged, Lin Yufan replied, nodding, before turning and walking out without another word. As soon as he was gone, Tina turned to Zhu Kai, Wang Yang, and the 3rd man, her face cold. If you dare say a word of what happened here, you'll have me to answer to. Well, Miss Tina, Zhu Kai chuckled, standing up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, we could keep this under wraps. But. He paused, and his 2 friends instantly understood his intent, each looking at Tina with the same lecherous gaze. Of course, Miss Tina, we can keep your secret. But. You'll have to give us something in return, right? Wang Yang said, his eyes sweeping up and down her figure. The 3rd man was just about to join in when Tina, laughing coldly, asked, Oh. And what exactly would you want? Zhu Kai's smile grew bolder. Miss Tina, we were all born with silver spoons in our mouths. We've had the best toys, the most beautiful women. But the moment I saw you, I was captivated by your beauty. Oh? And? Tina replied, her smile enticing. Yet Zhu Kai and his friends were oblivious to the storm brewing inside her. Miss Tina, I've been head over heels for you from the start. If I could just kiss those lips, I'd trade 10 years of my life for it. So could you grant me this tiny request? He said, reaching out toward her cheek, his hand trembling with excitement. Me too, Miss Tina. Wang Yang added, reaching out as well. Just as their 3rd friend prepared to join in, the scene flipped in an instant. Bang. Crack. Ouch. Ah. Tina kicked Wang Yang square in the groin, dropping him to his knees with a muffled groan. Next, she grabbed Zhu Kai's wrist, twisted it until it snapped, and pinned him down with a grappling hold. You damn witch, let me go. Or I'll spread the word that he's your lover. I'll make sure the whole banquet hall knows. No, I'll make sure the whole world knows. Zhu Kai sneered through gritted teeth, trying to sound threatening despite his pain. But Tina merely sneered back. Do you have any proof? That stumped Zhu Kai. Proof. No, he had none. Thinking quickly, he said, I don't have proof, but Supervisor Zhu and the 8 guards saw it. They're witnesses. So, you're willing to risk everything, are you? Tina's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and the air in the lounge grew noticeably colder. Zhu Kai, biting back his pain, said, It's not a matter of risking everything. It's a matter of you surrendering. Just agree to spend 3 days with us, and we'll keep quiet about you and that guy. Even now his intentions were shamelessly clear. It was no surprise though. Despite not being a native of Longguo, Tina's looks fit right into Longguo's beauty ideals, with her elegant features, curvaceous figure, and exotic blonde hair and blue eyes. No man could resist her. Fine. I can grant you that. But this isn't the place. Come to my room tonight quietly, and make sure no one sees you. Tina hesitated, wanting to act but aware of the setting. Letting go of Zhu Kai, she gave his cheek a light pinch, then swayed her way out of the lounge. Damn, that woman's something else, said the third man, swallowing hard, filled with anticipation. Zhu Kai, rising painfully, cursed, You idiot. It's only because I played it smart that she gave in. For that, I get first dibs tonight. Hey, you go first then. Be my guest. The rich young man chuckled, indifferent. In his mind, since Lin Yufan was already Tina's lover, she clearly wasn't a virgin anymore. And if that was the case, it didn't much matter who went first. Glancing over at Wang Yang, who was still kneeling and sweating profusely, he thought to himself that, while he might not be the first to taste her sweetness tonight, he certainly wouldn't be the last. Meanwhile, the banquet continued. As Tina walked out of the lounge, many people turned to look at her with strange expressions. Some of those looks shifted to Lin Yufan, but each was filled with envy, jealousy and resentment. Unbelievable. Like giving fresh flowers to a pig. Why him? The guy's got an average look, average build, and somehow, he just falls into this kind of luck? Some people muttered under their breath. At first, Tina thought they were staring because of her beauty and figure. But after overhearing a few comments, her face darkened. Damn it, word got out after all. Grinding her teeth, Tina was furious, wishing she could strangle Lin Yufan. Midway through the event, Lin Yufan found himself bored. He took a moment to talk to Xiao Ning about Tina and the Dong family, then decided to leave. As he reached the entrance of the hall, Dong Qian approached him with her father. Mr. Lin, I didn't know you'd be here tonight. I'm sorry we couldn't greet you earlier, Dong Chengfeng said with a polite smile, very deferential toward Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan cast him a glance and chose to ignore him. Dong Chengfeng didn't seem to mind. He gave his daughter a quick look. Dong Qian stepped forward and was just about to speak when Lin Yufan interrupted her. Enough. I know exactly what you and your father are trying to do. I told you, I'll help this time, but only this once. Don't bother me again. With that, he turned and walked out without looking back. Watching him leave, Dong Qian was left with mixed feelings. Late that night, at the Imperial Grand Hotel, in a luxury suite, Zhu Kai, Wang Yang, and a third man were dressed in nondescript clothing, wearing masks and caps as they stood at Tina's door, looking around cautiously. Knock knock. The door opened shortly after. Tina, freshly out of the bath and smelling of perfume, stood in front of them. Gulp. Staring at her, dripping wet from the bath, Zhu Kai and the others swallowed hard. What are you standing around for? Come on in, Tina said, throwing them a seductive glance as she moved aside to let them in. The three men eagerly rushed inside, completely unaware that they were stepping into a trap. Once they were all inside, Tina locked the door behind them, her flirtatious smile disappearing, replaced by a cold, sinister grin. Tina, the three of us cherish beautiful things, so we agreed to take turns. I'm first, Zhu Kai said, throwing off his jacket as he lunged toward her. Behind him, Wang Yang and the third man watched her with greedy eyes, barely containing their excitement. Suddenly, Zhu Kai froze mid-step. A pale hand had pierced through his chest, fingers wrapped tightly around his still beating heart. Blood dripped through her ivory fingers, staining the pristine carpet beneath them a deep crimson. Seeing this, Wang Yang and the third man collapsed to the floor in terror. He was first. Now, who's next? Tina slowly withdrew her hand, pulling Zhu Kai's heart along with it. She held it in her hand, her pink tongue flicking over her lips as she gazed at the two petrified men. No. No. Soon after, agonized screams filled the luxury suite. But the room was soundproofed, no one outside could hear a thing. Moments later, silence returned to the suite. Two blonde men entered, indifferent to the blood-stained room and the three wide-eyed bodies strewn on the floor. They moved swiftly, clearing away the blood, and slid the corpses into garbage bags, carrying them out. In the bedroom, Tina lay on her side, holding her phone with a photo of a young man from Longguo on the screen. That little brat. Once this job's done, I'll tear him apart, make him die in agony. The man in the photo was Lin Yufan. Tina's hatred for Lin Yufan ran deep. If it weren't for the mission, she'd have killed him long ago. Meanwhile, oblivious to the danger looming over him, Lin Yufan had just returned to his villa at Marriott Garden. The moment he walked in, he saw all three of his sisters were home. "Hey Liangshu, when did you get back?" Lin Yufan asked, surprised to see Su Liangshu. Su Liangshu chuckled. "I came back just for tonight's grievance meeting, so I took the afternoon off." "Grievance meeting? What's that?" Lin Yufan was puzzled. "Take your pick, Yufan," Qiao Xianyan said coldly, pointing to the instant noodles, durian shell and keyboard lying on the living room floor. Lin Yufan blinked. Then his face fell. "Sister Xingyan, let me explain. It's not what you think." He panicked. Even though he knew none of these things could actually hurt him. But as the man of the house, he still had to uphold his pride and dignity. "I believe you, Brother Yufan." Gu Yongxi spoke up kindly. "Yongxi, you're the best." Lin Yufan felt a surge of relief. "So, I'll give you a chance to explain," she said sweetly. "But go ahead and pick one. Kneeling won't stop you from talking." Her words hit Lin Yufan like a bolt of lightning. He realized there was no escaping this tonight. To think, the young master of Tianji Pavilion would end up kneeling on a keyboard, he muttered, resigned. After nearly an hour of explanations, the three sisters finally forgave him. "This is the only time, don't make it a habit," they said, yawning as they each went upstairs to rest. Lin Yufan looked pitifully at Gu Yunxi as she was about to head upstairs. His gaze carried a hint of hope, but she just glared back at him, blushing, before following Qiao Xingyan upstairs. "Looks like I'm in for a lonely, empty night," he sighed, heading to his room. Once there, he called Qinju, arranging for tickets to Tianhai City the next day. He looked out the window at the moonlit night, his eyes turning cold as he muttered, "The 5-day deadline has come. Zhao Tianlong, are you ready to meet your end?" The next day, early morning, Lin Yufan woke up early and headed to the airport after Gu Yongxi left for work. His plan was simple: take care of Zhao Tianlong in the morning, and be back on a return flight by 2 p.m. He didn't think it was necessary to tell Gu Yunxi or the others about this. At 30,000 feet, on a plane bound for Tianhai City, Qinju put down his phone and respectfully informed Lin Yufan, "Master, we've confirmed the exact time and place of the duel. It'll be at Tianhai City's Venki Stadium at 11 o'clock. "Fine, won't take long anyway," Lin Yufan replied indifferently. Just then, Qinju received another message. He read it, and his expression changed. "Master, I've just heard that Zhou Tianlong has entered the Grandmaster realm," he said with concern. "Grandmaster, huh? Why the big fuss?" "Relax," Lin Yufan shot him a look before turning to gaze out at the boundless sea of clouds, white as cotton, spread endlessly below. It made him want to step right out and feel it underfoot, but jumping down would mean a deadly fall. The old master once said, "When martial arts reach their peak, you'll gain abilities like those of immortals, flying swords, creating doppelgangers, regenerating limbs." "I wonder if any of that's true," Lin Yufan murmured. For some, the Grandmaster level was the pinnacle of martial arts. But it wasn't. Beyond Grandmaster lay the Saint realm, split into half Saint and Martial Saint, and beyond that were realms that even his master, the Celestial Sage, had never revealed. After all, his master was widely regarded as the strongest in Longguo, not because he was a Grandmaster, but because he was a Martial Saint. Luckily, the old man got badly injured. Otherwise, I might never have been able to leave the mountain. He recalled his duel with his master before departing and was silently thankful. Yet, he also felt curious. What kind of opponent could have injured a warrior as powerful as his master? The thought still puzzled him. Just then, a young, attractive flight attendant approached Qin Yu Xiu. "Sir, please turn off your phone. Electronic devices aren't allowed on board," she politely reminded him. Yeah, I know," Qinju replied dismissively, closing his eyes as if to sleep. "Sir." The flight attendant was not giving up. Qinju was about to snap at her, but Lin Yufan intervened, tapping Qinju's head. "Turn it off. Don't give her any trouble." "Yes, master," Qinju replied, reluctantly switching off his phone and casting the flight attendant a grumpy glance. She turned to Lin Yufan with a grateful smile, but upon recognizing him, she gasped, "Is it you? Do I know you?" Lin Yufan was taken aback, vaguely recalling her face. "You don't remember? It was on the flight from Nanxi to Hong Kong. You gave me some money to help replace a lady's dress. Remember? The flight attendant seemed disappointed that he had forgotten, but she gently reminded him. Now he remembered she was the flight attendant who had spilled coffee on Xu Yunfei's dress. Ah, it's you. What a coincidence, he said, smiling. Yes, it really is. I wanted to thank you last time, but you disappeared right after the flight, she said cheerfully. This time you must let me return the favor. A favor? Lin Yufan asked, puzzled. A meal. I just wanted to buy you a meal, she laughed. Just then Qin Ju, who also recognized her, coughed and frowned. A ham, so it was you. I was the one who actually gave you the money, you know. How come you only remember my master? Qin Ju thought to himself, I'm not bad looking either. How does she remember Lin Yufan but not me? Oh? That was you. I'm sorry. I didn't pay much attention so I don't remember your face. But thank you for the help. The flight attendant awkwardly stuck out her tongue. Forget it. I was only following orders anyway. If you're grateful, thank my master, Qin Ju shrugged it off. Master? Do you run a tea house or something? She asked, curious about Qin Ju's constant use of the term. Yes. I run a tea house. Stop by sometime for tea. Lin Yufan quickly improvised. Great. Leave me your number, and I'll bring some friends by for tea. She handed him a slip of paper and a pen. Lin Yufan was about to give his number but hesitated, recalling last night's events. Seeing her hopeful gaze, he quickly gave her Qin Ju's number instead. Master? That's my. Qin Ju began, thinking there had been a mistake. But a glance from Lin Yufan made him understand. He fell silent. By the way, my name's Gu Tian. What's yours? She asked after jotting down the number. I'm Lin Yufan, and this is my buddy, Qin Ju, he replied. Lin Yufan? Nice name. All right, I have to get back to work now, but meet me in the arrival hall after the flight. Gu Tian waved and headed off to the flight attendant's area. As soon as she left, Qin Ju chuckled. Master, aren't you worried Miss Gu will come after you? How is this courting? I'm just looking out for you. You've been single long enough, take the chance. Lin Yufan said. Qin Ju's expression turned wry. Is he just using me as a decoy? If so, I'll have to go along with it when she texts me. Meanwhile, at an elegant manor in Tianhai City, Zhao Tianlong sat poised on a high-backed chair, exuding a calm authority. Kneeling before him, a member of the Azure Dragon Society reported, President, per your orders, we've set up 8 hidden cameras around the stadium. If all goes well, the entire fight between you and the Tianji Pavilion Master will be recorded from every angle. Excellent. You may go. Zhao Tianlong dismissed him. Tang Yunsheng, seated beside him, laughed. President Zhou, after you defeat Lin Yufan, I'll post the footage online. Our society's reputation will reach all of Longguo. With martial arts in decline, I hope that today's battle will remind the people of Longguo of our tradition's true power, Zhou Tianlong said quietly, and perhaps, spread the Azure Dragon Society's influence across the nation like the Tianji Pavilion. President Zhou, you're absolutely right. Although martial arts in Longguo has a legacy spanning thousands of years, it's been steadily declining. A big part of that is because people don't really understand martial arts, and there's no real figurehead in the field, Tang Yunsheng said. For instance, when people hear about famous athletes or movie stars, they immediately associate them with their respective fields, like basketball or acting. If you, President Zhou, became a prominent figure in Longguo's martial arts community, you could certainly revive and lead it toward prosperity. Hearing this flattery, Zhou Tianlong couldn't help but let a faint smile play on his lips. Tang Yunsheng, noticing, gave a cold smile to himself. When it came to martial arts enthusiasts like Zhou Tianlong, Tang Yunsheng knew he had to use a little flattery, just like closing a business deal by knowing what your counterpart wants to hear. As a businessman, this was second nature to him. After a moment, Zhou Tianlong, feigning modesty, said, It's a good thought, but it all depends on the outcome of this duel. If I lose. President Zhou, you're being too modest. With your martial arts experience, there's no way a young man in his 20s could match you. Sure, Lin Yufan might have had the fortune to become the pavilion master of Tianji, and he may have reached the grandmaster realm, but he's just a product of shortcuts and accelerated training. I'm no martial artist, Tang continued, but I do know one thing: muscles built through years of hard labor can't be compared to those built quickly in a gym. One has strength and substance, while the other is all for show. They may look similar, but the reality is vastly different. Tang Yunsheng's words sounded earnest. Though much of it was flattery, there was enough logic in what he said to make Zhou Tianlong ponder deeply. He had practiced martial arts from a young age, over 40 years in total. By his own admission, his talent was neither top tier nor mediocre. Reaching the grandmaster level had taken him these 40 years. Meanwhile, Lin Yufan, barely in his 20s, had reached the same level within a decade. Unless he'd had external help, there was no way this was purely his own effort. And with external aid, there were bound to be flaws and limitations. A flash of confidence appeared in Zhou Tianlong's eyes. Previously, he'd felt about 50% certain of his victory over Lin Yufan. Now, he was at least 80% sure. "Mr. Tang, I must say, I admire your insight," Zhou said, glancing at Tang Yunsheng. Although Tang Yunsheng was no martial artist, his strategic thinking was far beyond the ordinary. Zhou saw real potential in him and thought he'd be a valuable asset to his organization. With that in mind, Zhou Tianlong spoke directly. "To be honest, Mr. Tang, our Azure Dragon Society, much like the Tianji Pavilion, has both a martial academy and a commercial branch. Our martial academy is running smoothly, but our business side, well, not so much. President Zhou, you're thinking about having me join Azure Dragon and manage your business branch, aren't you?" Tang Yunsheng asked with a knowing smile, seeing through Zhou's intention at once. Zhou Tianlong replied, "Indeed, Mr. Tang, that's exactly what I had in mind." "So, what do you think?" Tang Yunsheng stood, clasped his hands together, and knelt on one knee before Zhou, saying, "Tang Yunsheng greets the president." Zhou's face broke into a wide grin. He stepped forward, lifted Tang Yunsheng to his feet, and laughed. "No need for formalities, my dear brother. From now on, you're not just a part of Azure Dragon, you're like a brother to me. Once I defeat Lin Yufan, we'll hold an official appointment ceremony to give you full authority over our business branch. You have my word. Elder brother, I won't let you down." Tang Yunsheng's eyes sparkled with ambition. The Azure Dragon Society may not have been as extensive as Tianji Pavilion, but in the central provinces, it held significant power. If he could head the society's business division, his own talent and resources combined with the legacy left by his father, Tang Xihai, would enable him to expand it to rival the commercial wing of Tianji Pavilion within 3 years. 2 hours remained until the duel. Near Tianhai City Airport, in a private dining room of a 5-star restaurant. "Miss Gu Tian, I'm feeling a little unwell. I'll be right back." With all the dishes served but still untouched, Lin Yufan rose and gave her an apologetic smile. Then he turned to Qinju, standing behind him, and said, "Qinju, keep Miss Gu company for me. Don't let her feel neglected." He gave Qinju a look, and Qinju, though confused, nodded and took a seat. As he looked across at Gu Tian, who smiled warmly at him, he felt a little unsure of what to talk about. Gu Tian had a sweet appearance. Though she wasn't as strikingly beautiful as the women who often accompanied Lin Yufan, she was the type of girl you could keep looking at without tiring of her. Gu Tian was also well proportioned, with flawless skin, a campus beauty in fact. Qinju, though experienced in business, had never married or dated. Watching Lin Yufan move seamlessly through the attention of many women, he'd grown envious but lacked the smoothness and confidence. Instead, he was resigned to paying for companionship, having no clue about romance or flirting. "Qinju? Can I call you Brother Ju?" Gu Tian opened the conversation. Thinking for a moment, he replied, "Brother Ju? Most people call me Master Ju, but I guess Brother Ju is fine if you want." "Master Ju?" Gu Tian's expression twitched slightly. "Is this guy serious? He's just one of Lin Yufan's employees calling himself Master Ju? He might as well go by Lord Eunuch." Stifling a laugh, Gu Tian couldn't help but giggle. "What's so funny?" Qinju frowned, seeing her laughing at him, and offered an explanation. "I'm the 9th of 9 siblings, and I spent some years making a name for myself, so the title Master Ju is well deserved." "9 siblings? Your parents sure had a lot of kids," she remarked in surprise. "We're from the countryside, you know. Old-fashioned beliefs and no birth control back then. So having lots of kids was just how it was." Qinju started telling her about his family. Outside, leaning against the wall, Lin Yufan listened to the lively conversation coming from within, and felt a wave of satisfaction. Hope Qinju finally finds someone. He spent too long lurking in the shadows like a lonely puppy, he muttered to himself. He glanced at the time and figured that, with nothing else pressing, he might as well head to the stadium early. Setting his plan, Lin Yufan left the restaurant, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Vanke Stadium. When he arrived, he found the entrance heavily guarded by Azure Dragon Society members. At that moment, a group of well-dressed young men and women approached, and Lin Yufan recognized a few of them. They presented a wooden token to the guard at the entrance, who promptly allowed them through. "Show your pass, please," the guard demanded when Lin Yufan approached. "I don't have one," Lin Yufan replied, shaking his head. "Then why are you here?" Go cool off somewhere else, and stop wasting our time. One of the guards impatiently tried to shoo him away. Just then, the group of young people who'd just entered turned at the sound of the commotion. Seeing Lin Yufan's face, several of them recognized him. Ho, Zhuo Yang, check it out. Isn't that Lin Yufan? What's he doing here? Fei Yi remarked in surprise. Looks like he doesn't have a pass. Ha! This guy's about to embarrass himself, laughed a Taekwondo club member from Nanda University. Zhuo Yang frowned slightly, noticing that the woman next to him, Dong Qianqian, had withdrawn her hand from his. Seeing her staring at Lin Yufan with a complex expression, Zhuo Yang couldn't help but say in a low voice, Qianqian, don't tell me you're still thinking about that guy after he disrespected you and your father at my birthday party? What are you saying? He and I have nothing to do with each other. It's just, we know each other, so it feels a bit wrong to just stand by and watch. Wait here, I'll be back. With that, Dong Qianqian quickly made her way toward Lin Yufan. Watching her go, Zhuo Yang's face darkened. If I leave, then Zhou Tianlong might have wasted his trip here today. Are you sure you want me to go? Lin Yufan said with a calm smile. The Azure Dragon Society guard sneered, ready to step forward and teach him a lesson. Just then, a graceful figure strode over quickly. Wait. Dong Qianqian called, stepping forward. She glanced at Lin Yufan with a complicated look, then turned to the Azure Dragon guard outside the stadium. Sir, he's with us. If he said something out of line, please don't take offense. He's your companion. The guards glanced at Dong Qianqian, visibly more relaxed seeing her pretty face. However, as Dong Qianqian was only a guest and didn't have an Azure Dragon access token herself, the guard maintained a stern face and said, companion or not, everyone needs an access token to enter. No exceptions. This. Dong Qianqian hadn't expected her presence wouldn't be enough to let Lin Yufan through. She looked over her shoulder at Zhuo Yang, hoping he might speak up on her behalf. Their attendance was only possible because Zhuo Yang's father had joined the Azure Dragon Society. Would it work if my friend vouched for him? She asked the guard. That's acceptable. The guard nodded, glancing at Zhuo Yang and his group. Zhuo Yang's access token was one from the Azure Dragon Business Division, which catered to prominent figures, so exceptions could be made. In that case, please wait a moment. Dong Qianqian said, immediately heading back to Zhuo Yang. Although it seemed excessive, Lin Yufan felt a strange flicker of warmth seeing her put in so much effort on his behalf. Hey, you there, move aside. A voice called out suddenly. Lin Yufan turned to see 3 youths, 2 women, and 1 man approaching. The 3 were plainly dressed, but carried a noble aura, clearly not ordinary people. One of the young women strode up and pushed Lin Yufan aside, then turned to the guard who had stopped him, saying, we're from the Xiao and Qian families of Wangquan City. Could you let us through? Wangquan City's Xiao and Qian families. The guard's eyes widened slightly. Both the Xiao and Qian families were renowned martial arts families in Wangquan City. Though not as influential as the martial clans of the capital, they were still not to be taken lightly. Of course. Please, come right in, the guard said, his attitude immediately shifting to one of politeness. The remaining young woman gave a small bow as she passed and said, thank you, sir. The guard scratched his head in mild embarrassment, mumbling, no problem, no problem. As they entered, the young man whispered, Wei Yu, aren't you worried about sneaking here with us? What if your parents find out? It's fine. I'll call my mom in a bit. The girl named Wei Yu replied with a slight shake of her head. Besides, they won't mind knowing I'm here with brother Xiao Jian and little Zhen. Of course not. If anything, they'd be thrilled after all. Your parents have been wanting to match you up with my brother. The other young woman added playfully. Wei Yu turned, casting a shy glance at Xiao Jian who happened to look at her at that exact moment. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Little Zhen, don't tease her, Xiao Jian scolded gently, glancing disapprovingly at his sister. Little Zhen was obviously used to being the doted-on one, and didn't seem afraid of him. She stuck her tongue out and muttered, well, it's true. I told you to stop, and you keep going. Do you want a spanking? Xiao Jian raised his hand, feigning to strike her. Little Zhen shrieked, dodging behind Wei Yu. Sister-in-law. My brother's trying to hit me, please save me. The 3 continued to banter as if Lin Yufan weren't even there. Meanwhile, Dong Qianqian had reached Zhuo Yang and explained her request, hoping he would help. Zhuo Yang, however, harbored resentment toward Lin Yufan. First, Lin had stolen his longtime crush, Su Liangsu, and then he'd won the affection of Qiao Xinyan. To Zhuo Yang, Lin Yufan was someone he utterly despised. Helping Lin Yufan was the last thing he wanted to do. Senior Zhuoyang, please, just this once, Dong Qian pleaded, looking at him with earnest eyes. Seeing her insistence, Zhuoyang hesitated, showing a conflicted expression. At that moment, Fei Yi, one of his friends, interjected, Qian, you know how that guy is. Let's not even mention the past, but at the birthday party he stole all the attention, embarrassed Zhuoyang in front of everyone, and even cost him a great job opportunity. Think about it, if you were in his shoes, would you help a jerk like Lin Yufan? Added another friend. But Dong Qian felt a bit anxious as she faced the group's disapproval. Logically, Zhuoyang should have been more important to her than Lin Yufan. But after everything that had happened, every time she saw Lin Yufan, she felt an inexplicable pull to be close to him. Even standing near him made her feel secure and fulfilled. Since the party incident, though, Lin Yufan hadn't even looked at her. She'd been left feeling hurt and frustrated. Maybe it was pride, maybe it was a yearning for something unattainable, but she was still determined to ask Zhuoyang for help. Seeing her resolve, Zhuoyang sighed and finally relented. Fine. For Qian's sake, I'll help him this once. But just this once. I won't do it again. Really? Thank you, Senior Zhuoyang. Dong Qian's face lit up with joy. Turning back to glance at Lin Yufan, she felt a sense of anticipation building within her, though she couldn't quite say what she was hoping for. While Dong Qian was still doing her best to convince Zhuoyang to help, Lin Yufan had already thought of another way to get inside. He didn't have an official entry token, but he did have another token. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his master token, which had been sent to him by Beixiao Sheng as a symbol of his grandmaster status. He'd kept it with him, thinking it might come in handy someday. I don't have an entry token, he said, holding up the master token, but maybe this will work? With a flick of his hand, he tossed the token toward the guard, who had been busy sneaking glances at two nearby girls. Startled by the interruption, the guard's face flashed with annoyance, but reflexively he caught the item. Only official entry tokens are, he began, frowning as he looked at the token. His words froze mid-sentence when he saw the characters on the Dark Jade Grandmaster. The guard's eyes widened with shock as he stared at the token, then back at Lin Yufan, disbelief written all over his face. The guard's unusual reaction caught the attention of the nearby Xiao siblings and Qian family heiress, Wei Yu, who watched with curiosity. Hey, did you see a ghost or something? Xiao Zhen, her personality bold, asked the guard playfully. But the guard ignored her completely. His focus locked on Lin Yufan. My apologies, Grandmaster. I didn't realize who you were. I deserve severe punishment, he exclaimed, dropping to his knees. Moments before, he had looked down on Lin Yufan. Now, he knelt with his hands held high, humbly offering the master token back to him, utterly terrified of angering a grandmaster. After all, a grandmaster was revered as someone who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, possessing almost superhuman abilities. His earlier arrogance could have cost him his life if Lin Yufan had been a different sort of man. Relax. I'm not one to kill without reason. Stand up, Lin Yufan replied, somewhat surprised by how effective the master token had proven to be. Taking back the token, he tucked it into his pocket. Just as he did, Xiao Zhen moved closer, curious to see what had caused the guard's reaction, but she missed the token as Lin Yufan had already put it away. She frowned slightly but said nothing, not knowing him well enough to ask. May I ask for your name, Grandmaster? The guard inquired cautiously, clearly relieved as he rose to his feet, now standing in a subservient posture by Lin Yufan's side. Lin, he replied simply. Grandmaster Lin, please come inside. I'll arrange the best seat for you to watch the match. The guard gestured politely, giving a signal to two other guards to escort Lin Yufan in. Once he'd gone inside, the guard quickly pulled out his radio to inform the others and report the news of a grandmaster's presence to the society's elders. When the elders heard that a grandmaster had come to observe, they were just as stunned, and soon the news reached Zhou Tianlong himself. A grandmaster here to watch? Zhou Tianlong muttered, surprised. To a grandmaster, those beneath them were like insects. It was rare for a grandmaster to pay attention to those lower in rank, making it highly unusual for one to attend such an event. Now that Zhou Tianlong himself was a grandmaster, he too had started distancing himself from those of lesser rank. But he still hoped to find a way into the grandmaster's circle someday, despite having few connections. Having a grandmaster as a spectator was an unexpected opportunity. Zhou immediately ordered his men to make proper arrangements to accommodate this grandmaster Lin. Nearby, Tang Yinsheng frowned slightly at the news. Brother Zhou, could this grandmaster Lin be the same Lin Yufan who's the master of Tianji Pavilion? Yes. Zhou Tianlong hesitated, then shook his head. I doubt it. Lin Yufan is the pavilion master of Tianji, which means he'd travel with his top guards. There's no way he'd come here alone or allow himself to be stopped by one of our guards. That's true. Tang Yunsheng agreed, nodding. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the stadium, Lin Yufan walked in, escorted by 2 Azure Dragon guards. At that moment, Dong Qian and her group arrived nearby. Hold on. Zhuo Yang called, stepping forward as he saw the guards leading Lin Yufan away. He assumed Lin must have said something disrespectful, and was now being taken away for punishment. Blocking the guard's path, Zhuo Yang gave a polite smile and said, "This man, Mr. Lin, is my friend. If he's been rude to you in any way, I hope you'll show mercy on behalf of my father, Zhuo Fan." The guards' faces darkened, and Zhuo Yang quickly produced his own Azure Dragon Society token. "You're friends of Mr. Lin?" The guard who had been about to reprimand Zhuo Yang said, his expression changing instantly. The hostility left his face, replaced by warmth and respect. The second guard, seeing his colleague's reaction, spoke up politely. "If you're Mr. Lin's friends, I can arrange better seats for you to watch the match." Zhuo Yang and his group stared in shock. They had come to save Lin Yufan from trouble. But now things were taking an unexpected turn. What did he mean by arranging better seats just because they were Lin Yufan's friends? It almost sounded as if they were benefiting from his favor. The group exchanged confused looks, not understanding the situation at all. "Mr. Lin, given the special nature of your status, we won't be able to seat them with you, but we'll place them in the best seats we can provide in the middle section," one of the guards said, bowing slightly to Lin Yufan. The other guard, sensing that his partner's explanation might have sounded insufficient, added quickly, "Their tokens normally would only allow them access to the back row, the least favorable seats. But because they're your friends, we'll move them to the middle section. This is the best accommodation we can make for them." Lin Yufan laughed lightly and nodded. "No problem. That will do. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Both guards let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his understanding. "Mr. Lin, please come this way," one of the Azure Dragon Society guards said, leading Lin Yufan to his VIP seat. Another guard stayed back and turned to Zhuo Yang and the others, signaling them to follow. It took Zhuo Yang's group a moment to process what had just happened. "What's going on? Why does it feel like we're the ones riding on Lin Yufan's coattails?" Fei Yi muttered in confusion. "Seems like that's exactly it," added a classmate who had been invited along. Hearing their conversation, Zhuo Yang's face darkened, while Dong Qian watched Lin Yufan's retreating figure with a mix of emotions. She had hoped to use this chance to smooth things over with him, but instead, she felt she now owed him yet another favor. And a favor from Lin Yufan was certainly not easy to repay. Meanwhile, the Xiao siblings and Qian Wei Yu entered, surprised to find Zhuo Yang and his friends seated near them. Coming from martial arts families, the Xiao and Qian families usually held higher status in martial circles compared to children of wealthy businessmen. "What do you think that guy showed them back there?" Xiao Zheyan asked, her curiosity evident as she scanned the stadium for Lin Yufan. "I'm wondering the same thing. I only caught a glimpse, but it looked like some kind of dark jade token," Qian Wei Yu added, now intrigued as well. Even Xiao Jian, who had been feigning calm, raised an eyebrow. He was also curious, though he tried to mask it to maintain his composed image. Watching the two women speculate, Xiao Jian pretended nonchalance and said, "If you're so curious, why don't you just ask him? The Xiao family may not be the most famous martial arts family, but anyone in martial arts circles would at least show us some respect." "Good point. Why are we just chatting here when we could ask him directly?" "I'll go find out," Xiao Zhane said with a spark of determination, immediately spotting Lin Yufan on the opposite side of the stadium, seated in an area near the front. "Be right back." She set off at a brisk pace toward Lin Yufan. As she passed Zhuo Yang's section, Fei Yi noticed her and whispered, "Hey look, that girl from before. Think she's coming over to chat with Zhuo Yang?" Jiao Zhen was attractive in a girl next door way, but she had one particular asset that stood out enough to turn heads. It wouldn't be a surprise for Zhuo Yang girls approach him all the time. "I'm used to it," commented Lu Yun, one of their friends. Dong Qian glanced over at Zhuo Yang, who had already prepared a plan to politely decline any advance by claiming he had a girlfriend. He even planned to hold Dong Qian's hand to make his point clear. But to his surprise, Xiao Zhen walked right past him without so much as a glance. Could she be playing hard to get? Zhuo Yang thought to himself. He'd seen such tactics often enough in college. "Wait, so she's not here for Zhuo Yang?" Fei Yi murmured in surprise as Xiao Zhen kept walking. "What are you guys thinking? She's probably just headed to the restroom," Zhuo Yang said, feigning calm and shooting Fei Yi a warning glance. "Look, she didn't go to the restroom, she's headed straight toward Lin Yufan. Is she really going to chat him up?" Lu Jun suddenly pointed toward Lin's seat. Joyang Fei Yi and Dong Qianqian turned to see Xiao Jin approaching Lin Yufan's area, only to be stopped by one of the Azure Dragon guards. Miss, this area is restricted. Unless you have special permission, you cannot enter, the guard informed her. Restricted? Why is he allowed in then? Xiao Zhen's brows knitted in frustration. Why could he enter, but she couldn't? This gentleman has a unique status, so he is permitted inside, but unfortunately you are not, the guard replied firmly. Oh, so you're saying I'm not worthy? She snapped, visibly irritated. Accustomed to deference, Xiao Zhen was not used to this kind of treatment. Please miss, I ask that you don't make things difficult, the guard said with a sigh. Before Xiao Zhen could argue further, Lin Yufan stood up, feeling an urge to use the restroom. Seeing him leave, she quickly decided to follow, ignoring the guard entirely. Lin Yufan, aware of her presence behind him, figured she might be heading to the restroom as well. After all, she had been talking to the guard, maybe she'd been asking for directions. Following the signs, he went straight into the men's restroom. Xiao Zhen, intent on catching up, stopped abruptly when she noticed where he had gone, her cheeks coloring in embarrassment. After waiting a few moments, Lin Yufan emerged from the restroom, only to find Xiao Zhen standing in his way. Hey you! She called out, blocking his path. How did she use the restroom so fast? Lin Yufan wondered, surprised to see her waiting for him. Do you need something? He asked. Yes, I have a question. What did you show the guard back there? She demanded, her tone imperious, as if her status entitled her to answers. Her attitude made Lin Yufan frown. What I showed him is none of your concern, he replied coldly, brushing past her and heading back to his seat. With the duel set to start in less than half an hour, he wanted to call his sisters quickly before the action began. Just as he was walking away, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, followed by a gasp. Turning instinctively, he was suddenly met with Xiao Zhen's figure falling toward him. Before he could react, she tumbled directly onto him, sending them both crashing to the ground. Across the stadium, Dong Qianqian, Joyang, Fei Yi, and Lu Jun couldn't help but watch the scene unfold between Lin Yufan and Xiao Zhen. Wow, that girl is really straightforward. Throwing herself at him right in front of everyone? Lu Yujun remarked with a mocking tone. You don't get it. It's all about the thrill. These girls today love that kind of excitement, Fei Yi replied with a knowing look. But he couldn't help feeling intrigued. He nudged Lu Jun, whispering, hey, want to sneak over and watch? Absolutely. And maybe get a little video too. Hey he. Lu Jun agreed without hesitation. Hearing the two, Dong Qianqian's expression shifted. For some reason, an odd feeling of irritation came over her. Why should I care if he's having a good time? It's none of my business. It's not like there's anything between us, she thought, whispering to herself. Though she spoke softly, Joyang overheard her perfectly. Damn that Lin Yufan. One day, I'll surpass him, he thought, clenching his fists. Since Lin had appeared, Joyang had been overshadowed, reduced from campus star to nearly invisible. The frustration gnawed at him. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I just twisted my ankle. Xiao Zhen apologized as she climbed off of Lin Yufan. In the scuffle, she had secretly slipped his master token out of his pocket and into hers. Just as she was about to stand, she suddenly noticed something and yelped, Hey, where do you think you're putting your hand, you pervert? Realizing where his hand had landed, Xiao Zhen's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Glaring at him, she raised her hand to slap him across the face. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Lin Yufan tried to explain, but her hand was already coming at him. He caught her wrist in midair, sighing, I'm sorry, really. It was an accident. You're lying, Xiao Zhen hissed, pulling her hand back. But one slap wasn't enough. She lifted her knee, aiming straight for his groin. Are you trying to ruin me for life? Lin Yufan exclaimed as he quickly blocked her knee with his own legs, holding her in place. From certain angles, though, their position looked unusually close. Wow. Lin Yufan really knows how to have fun, Fei Yi whispered from a few rows up, watching with wide eyes from behind a chair. Why don't I ever get this kind of luck with women? Lu Jun sighed enviously. Maybe it's because you're ugly, Fei Yi muttered, glancing at him. Who are you calling ugly? You baboon, Lu Jun retorted. Baboon? You want to say that to my face? Fei Yi snapped back. Before long, the two were arguing loudly, momentarily distracted from spying on Lin Yufan and Xiao Zhen. Let me go, you jerk, Xiao Zhen demanded, struggling in Lin Yufan's hold. She couldn't believe that she, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, was being held down by this man. She tried to break free, but he had her pinned. If I let you go, you'll just try to break my legs again. No thanks. Lin Yufan retorted, keeping her arms in place. You. Do you even know who I am? I'm the prized daughter of the Xiao family from Wanquanshuan City. If you don't release me now, I'll have my father deal with you, she threatened, clearly furious. Seeing how haughty she was, Lin Yufan was in no rush to let her go. Since you put it that way, there's no way I'm letting go now, he replied with a mischievous smile. You're infuriating. Let me go, or I'll bite you, Xiao Zin said, fuming. She tried to stretch her neck to bite him, but from afar, it looked more like a romantic embrace. Xiao Zan? What's going on? Came a concerned voice, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Startled, Lin Yufan quickly released her, helping her up as he stood himself. Dusting off his clothes, he turned to see Xiao Jian and Qian Weiyu staring at them. Xiao Zhen? What happened? Tell me, and I'll take care of it, Xiao Jian demanded, his face dark with suspicion. Xiao Zhang glanced at her brother, embarrassed. She wanted to tell him, but she also felt too humiliated to admit what had happened. Nothing. I just tripped and accidentally bumped into him. Then why did you have your neck stretched out like you were? Xiao Jian began. Enough questions. I already told you it's nothing. Can we just go? Xiao Zhan interrupted, grabbing Xiao Jian and Qian Weiyu to lead them away. As they left, she threw a fierce glare at Lin Yufan, which only made him chuckle. He checked his phone. It was about 25 minutes until his duel with Zhu Tianlong. Dialing Guyan Shi, he walked off to make a quick call. At the entrance of the stadium, over 100 members of the Azure Dragon Society had gathered. Soon, a BMW pulled up, and Zhou Tianlong stepped out. Greetings, President. The members shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder throughout the area. On the other side, another large group arrived, led by members from the Tianji Pavilion's martial and business divisions from Wangchuan City. The showdown was about to begin, and both factions had gathered in full force. Meanwhile, in the private dining room, Qinju and Gu Tian were still deep in conversation, so engrossed that Qinju had completely forgotten about Lin Yufan's duel with Zhu Tianlong. Across the stadium, Dong Qian, Zhuoyang, Fei Yi, and Lu Jun couldn't help but watch the scene unfold between Lin Yufan and Xiao Zhen. Wow, that girl is really straightforward. Throwing herself at him right in front of everyone? Lu Jun remarked with a mocking tone. You don't get it. It's all about the thrill. These girls today love that kind of excitement. Fei Yi replied with a knowing look. But he couldn't help feeling intrigued. He nudged Lu Jun, whispering, Hey, want to sneak over and watch? Absolutely. And maybe get a little video too. He. Lu Jun agreed without hesitation. Hearing the two, Dong Qian's expression shifted. For some reason, an odd feeling of irritation came over her. Why should I care if he's having a good time? It's none of my business. It's not like there's anything between us, she thought, whispering to herself. Though she spoke softly, Zhou Yang overheard her perfectly. Damn that Lin Yufan. One day, I'll surpass him, he thought, clenching his fists. Since Lin had appeared, Zhou Yang had been overshadowed, reduced from campus star to nearly invisible. The frustration gnawed at him. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I just twisted my ankle. Xiao Zhan apologized as she climbed off of Lin Yufan. In the scuffle, she had secretly slipped his master token out of his pocket and into hers. Just as she was about to stand, she suddenly noticed something and yelped, Hey, where do you think you're putting your hand, you pervert? Realizing where his hand had landed, Xiao Zhan's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Glaring at him, she raised her hand to slap him across the face. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Lin Yufan tried to explain, but her hand was already coming at him. He caught her wrist in midair, sighing, I'm sorry, really, it was an accident. You're lying, Xiao Zhen hissed, pulling her hand back. But one slap wasn't enough. She lifted her knee, aiming straight for his groin. Are you trying to ruin me for life? Lin Yufan exclaimed as he quickly blocked her knee with his own legs, holding her in place. From certain angles, though, their position looked unusually close. Wow. Lin Yufan really knows how to have fun. Fei Yi whispered from a few rows up, watching with wide eyes from behind a chair. Why don't I ever get this kind of luck with women? Lu Yun sighed enviously. Maybe it's because you're ugly, Fei Yi muttered, glancing at him. Who are you calling ugly, you baboon? Lu Jun retorted. Baboon? You want to say that to my face? Fei Yi snapped back. Before long, the two were arguing loudly, momentarily distracted from spying on Lin Yufan and Xiao Zhen. Let me go, you jerk. Xiao Zing demanded, struggling in Lin Yufan's hold. She couldn't believe that she, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, was being held down by this man. She tried to break free, but he had her pinned. If I let you go, you'll just try to break my legs again. No thanks. Lin Yufan retorted, keeping her arms in place. Do you even know who I am? I'm the prized daughter of the Xiao family from Wangchuan City. If you don't release me now, I'll have my father deal with you. She threatened, clearly furious. Seeing how haughty she was, Lin Yufan was in no rush to let her go. Since you put it that way, there's no way I'm letting go now, he replied with a mischievous smile. You're infuriating. Let me go, or I'll bite you. Xiao Zhen said, fuming. She tried to stretch her neck to bite him, but from afar, it looked more like a romantic embrace. Xiao Zhen? What's going on? Came a concerned voice, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Startled, Lin Yufan quickly released her, helping her up as he stood himself. Dusting off his clothes, he turned to see Xiao Jian and Qian Weiyu staring at them. Xiao Zhang. What happened? Tell me, and I'll take care of it, Xiao Jian demanded, his face dark with suspicion. Xiao Zhang glanced at her brother, embarrassed. She wanted to tell him, but she also felt too humiliated to admit what had happened. Nothing. I just tripped and accidentally bumped into him. Then why did you have your neck stretched out like you were? Xiao Jian began. Enough questions. I already told you it's nothing. Can we just go? Xiao Zhan interrupted, grabbing Xiao Jian and Qian Weiyu to lead them away. As they left, she threw a fierce glare at Lin Yufan, which only made him chuckle. He checked his phone. It was about 25 minutes until his duel with Zhou Tianlong. Dialing Gu Yingxi, he walked off to make a quick call. At the entrance of the stadium, over 100 members of the Azure Dragon Society had gathered. Soon, a BMW pulled up, and Zhou Tianlong stepped out. Greetings, President. The members shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder throughout the area. On the other side, another large group arrived, led by members from the Tianji Pavilion's martial and business divisions from Wangchuan City. The showdown was about to begin, and both factions had gathered in full force. Meanwhile, in the private dining room, Qinju and Gutian were still deep in conversation, so engrossed that Qinju had completely forgotten about Lin Yufan's duel with Zhou Tianlong.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.